TangXiaomi found herself transported to a beastly realm, where she was questioned by Yu Ying about the whereabouts of her brothers. To her astonishment, her three beastly husbands were indeed Yu Ying's siblings. Together, they sought out a cave that was obstructed, only to encounter a peacock who chastised her. A snow leopard had been bitten by a snake, and in a desperate act, TangXiaomi administered aid, only to later find herself entangled in a snake's nest, clinging to Yu Ying for dear life. TangXiaomi, do not even think about perishing. Wake up immediately. A frantic voice broke through, shaking her with urgency, causing her head to throb painfully. Forcing her eyes open, she beheld a young girl clad in animal skins, her age around 17 or 18, slender yet possessing enchanting phoenix-like eyes. TangXiaomi cast a glance around her. The vegetation was dense, the ground was muddy, and through the torrential rain, she glimpsed the towering mountains. Looking down at herself, she noticed her clothes were in tatters. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "Who are you? Where am I?" The girl, drenched from head to toe, her hair dripping, grasped TangXiaomi's shoulders with veins bulging. "Where have you taken my third and fifth brothers? Are you mad or merely foolish?" The shaking intensified, but suddenly, memories flooded back to TangXiaomi. Her parents were researchers in both traditional and Western medicine, and the concoction they developed had saved her, yet it had also attracted peril. Following an explosion, she found herself in this dismal place, her mind fractured, oscillating between moments of lucidity and madness. In this realm, there were no distinctions of male and female, only the sexes, with females comprising a mere 10%, and multiple partners were required to bear offspring. The girl before her was Yu Ying, and her three brothers were, astonishingly, her beastly husbands. Fearing further disarray, TangXiaomi grasped Yu Ying's hand firmly. "Do not fret. They are secure. I will take you to them." Yu Ying was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting from joy to suspicion. "You? Perhaps I fell from the mountain and knocked some sense into my head." Just as TangXiaomi attempted to rise, she realized her ankle was sprained and her hand fractured. Yu Ying, perceiving her plight, maintained a stoic demeanor as she guided TangXiaomi. Guided by her recollections, the pair swiftly arrived at a concealed cave, its entrance blocked by a massive stone, from within emanating pitiful whimpers. Yu Ying's gaze darkened, prompting TangXiaomi to defuse the tension. "Let's move the stone first. No need. You may leave." Yu Ying replied, her eyes lowered. "Should anything happen, know that despite your status as their beast wife, I will not spare you." Her voice was melodious as a brook, yet TangXiaomi sensed an unsettling shift. Her memory portrayed Yu Ying as gentle, but now she resembled a concealed beast, exuding an aura of danger. After much deliberation, TangXiaomi resolved to stay and assist. The boulder blocking the cave was so immense that, even with outstretched arms, one could not encircle it. Yu Ying, being so slender, could not budge it at all. As TangXiaomi rolled up her sleeves, preparing to lend her strength, a voice erupted. "TangXiaomi, what are you doing?" "I just blocked the entrance." The voice was urgent and fierce. TangXiaomi turned to see a male beast man sprinting towards her with a stone in his arms, his striking features accentuated by his animal skin attire, revealing a muscular torso that surpassed even male models. She quickly stepped aside, ensuring he could see the obstructed Yu Ying. Feather Eagle, you." The male, known as Rong Kongke, stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, before turning to glare at TangXiaomi. "Me." TangXiaomi, however, feigned ignorance, having previously suffered an injury to her head, rendering her both unattractive and emaciated, yet inexplicably infatuated with Rong Kongke, complying with his every whim, even aiding in the confinement of her own beast husband in a cave. It became evident that Rong Kong's sole focus was on the white feather eagle, hoping to win favor by rescuing her brother, a display of intellect that was rather lacking. With his head hung low, Rong Kongke beseeched the white feather eagle. "I truly adore you. Allow me to be your beast husband. I shall undoubtedly care for you and our offspring." The white feather eagle coldly rebuffed him. "Stop speaking. I shall not accept. Do not seek me out again." At a loss, Rong Kongke turned his ire toward TangXiaomi, chastising her with the air of a master addressing a servant. "This is all your fault, you fool. If you find the beast husbands unsatisfactory, simply wait for them to mature." He then attempted to curry favor with the white feather eagle. "She is mentally unfit. Do not be angered. I shall rescue your brother." Yet, the white feather eagle remained unappreciative, her expression frosty, commanding him to leave. Rong Kongke, venting his frustration on TangXiaomi, ordered her to depart. TangXiaomi, suppressing a chuckle, replied with a vacant smile. "Yes, It's all my doing. Thank you for your efforts in blocking the cave entrance. Roan Kong's expression shifted dramatically, hastily discarding the stone in his hand. Feather Eagle, do not misunderstand. She is speaking nonsense. Suddenly, he realized you are no longer foolish? TangXiaomi nodded with a smile, causing Roan Kong's expression to fluctuate before he disdainfully remarked, if you're no longer foolish, do not cling to me. I have no interest in a female who is both ugly and foolish. The notion of me being your beast husband is utterly impossible. TangXiaomi continued to smile. Very well, understood. Roan Kong was momentarily taken aback. Her response was entirely unexpected. At that moment, the white feather eagle pushed aside the stone, and a lion the size of a large dog erupted from the cave, roaring fiercely at the two. Roan Kong, startled, began to retreat stealthily, while TangXiaomi remained unperturbed. It is far too dangerous on the mountain at night. We should return for now. As soon as TangXiaomi finished speaking, the little lion let out another roar. Had it not been for her status as a beast wife, no creature would roar so simply. The white feather eagle emerged from the cave, cradling a small snow leopard, the size of a teddy bear, its fur stained with blood, whimpering weakly. Roan Kong craned his neck to inquire, what happened to Lao Wu? The white feather eagle, lips pressed tight, remained silent, yet an icy aura emanated from her, leaving TangXiaomi shivering to her very bones as their eyes met. She moved closer to examine the wound, and her expression shifted. What snake inflicted this bite? What? Lao was bitten by a snake? This is disastrous. Roan Kong panicked. If the young cub was bitten by a venomous serpent, its fate was likely sealed. He turned to scold TangXiaomi. This is all you're doing. Otherwise, Lao would not be in peril. Silence. TangXiaomi interrupted sternly, astonishing Roan Kong into immediate compliance. In this moment of urgency, TangXiaomi swiftly took the small snow leopard from the white feather eagle's arms. Help me tighten these areas. We must prevent the venom from spreading. Having developed an immunity to poison from a young age, she intended to assist by drawing out the toxin. The white feather eagle, momentarily taken aback, knelt down to comply. After a bout of extracting the venom, TangXiaomi wiped her mouth and instructed, use rainwater to cleanse the wound. I will check if the snake is still nearby. Bai Yuing nodded and rushed to the wound. Not long after, the little snow leopard awakened, tears welling in its eyes as it licked her hand. Bai Ying's eyes reddened slightly. It's all right. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the cave. Bai Ying hurried inside, with Roan Kong following closely behind. What happened? Bai Ying inquired just as the young lion roared and pointed with its paw towards a corner. In the dim light, TangXiaomi was crouched atop a large stone, desperately shouting for help. Oh my! Save me! She had intended to find a snake, but instead stumbled into a snake den, with over a dozen snakes pursuing her, biting at her as she limped her way up the boulders. Upon seeing the two, TangXiaomi's eyes sparkled with hope, particularly when she gazed at Roan Kong. Peacock beast, you arrived just in time. Help me drive away the snakes. Roan Kong gulped, his face turning rigid. What nonsense. They are all venomous snakes. I'm a bird beast, not a snake catcher. TangXiaomi's lips twitched. How could such a large male be afraid of snakes? The hissing of the snakes grew ever closer, sending shivers down TangXiaomi's spine. Then fetch me a stick. Otherwise, I will tell Bai Yuing all your dirty secrets. Roan Kong panicked. Don't say such things. Wait, he'll find one. No need, Bai Yuing interjected calmly. Roan Kong was taken aback, still wanting to persuade her, while TangXiaomi's heart sank. Having harmed the fifth brother, would Bai Yuing seek retribution? What followed was a moment of high tension. You would never expect it. Bai Yuing stepped forward, and, astonishingly, the venomous snakes all retreated, daring not to strike. Come down. TangXiaomi shrank her neck and asked, why are you unharmed? Bai Yuing replied nonchalantly, my father is an eagle beast. Snakes generally do not dare approach me. TangXiaomi nodded, casting her gaze to the ground. Indeed, the snakes had retreated, but without an eagle beast father, she remained vulnerable to their bites. Bai Yuing noticed that she had shifted slightly, but remained frozen. He then said, you may come down now. TangXiaomi blinked and laughed awkwardly. I dare not descend. Roan Kong immediately mocked. TangXiaomi, you are truly pathetic. The snakes have fled, and you still won't come down. Do you expect Bai Yuing to carry you? That's a splendid idea. TangXiaomi eagerly nodded, looking at Bai Yuing with utmost seriousness. I realize this request may be rather demanding. Suddenly, a snake slithered close to her ear. TangXiaomi was so frightened that she lost her senses and jumped straight onto Bai Yuing, one arm wrapped around his neck and her legs clinging to his waist, holding on for dear life. Bai Yuing neither embraced nor pushed her away, allowing TangXiaomi to breathe a sigh of relief. His lack of rejection was tantamount to consent. Rong Kong's eyes widened, attempting to pull her down, but as he took a step forward, a snake confronted him, causing him to retreat several paces, helplessly shouting for TangXiaomi to come down. The hissing of the snakes grew ever louder, with several coiled upon the stone walls. TangXiaomi atraced, disregarding Rong Kong's shoot. She buried her face in Bai Ying's neck. Sister Bai, if I get out of this, I will recognize you as my true sister. Descending is utterly out of the question. The warm breath brushed against her neck, mingling with a faint scent of medicine, tightening Bai Ying's throat and making his breath uneven, his voice hoarse. Come down. TangXiaomi glanced at the snakes that were alarmingly close, tightening her grip. No way. Coming down means becoming dinner. You cannot stand idly by. At that moment, the petite snow leopard emitted a soft whimper, poking its head out to sniff at TangXiaomi, its tongue flickering in curiosity. Bai Ying called out sternly, "Old 5." The little snow leopard trembled and retreated. TangXiaomi quickly interjected, "We still have Old 5. We must leave quickly." Rong Kongke, exhausted from shouting, stepped outside in search of a stick, while the little lion fixated its gaze on TangXiaomi, enveloping the cave in an uncomfortable silence. TangXiaomi dared not utter a word, burying her head in a feigned state of immobility. "Do not speak. Do not move. I will escort you outside." At last, Bai Ying's voice shattered the eerie stillness. TangXiaomi's eyes flew open, eager to respond, but recollecting Bai Ying's earlier admonition, she swallowed her words. As her lashes brushed against Bai Ying's neck, the latter's breath hitched, and her pace quickened. With long legs, Bai Ying swiftly exited the cave, allowing TangXiaomi's taut body and nerves to finally relax. "Get down." Chilled raindrops cascaded onto her, yet Bai Ying's demeanor had returned to normal. Seeing her indifferent expression, TangXiaomi awkwardly climbed down, her limbs heavy with fatigue. She hesitantly grasped Bai Ying's arm for support, only to be met with a cold retort. "Release me." TangXiaomi promptly withdrew her hand, as Bai Ying led the little snow leopard and the little lion. Turning around, she left her behind in the rain. The rain was still falling, and if she got soaked any longer, she would definitely get sick. At that moment, Rong Kongke ran over with a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. "TangXiaomi, where's Yuing?" TangXiaomi was speechless. He asked him to find a stick, and he actually went to chop down a tree. Rong Kongke was anxious. How could you let her go? It's so dangerous for a female to be in the mountains at night. If something happens to her, just wait. After scolding, he dropped the tree and went to look for Bai Ying. TangXiaomi sighed. Being a female, the treatment was just too different. She got hurt when her face exploded, and also got a skin disease. Now she looked so ugly that she couldn't bear to look at herself. She wiped away the rainwater, found a branch to use as a cane, and wanted to go down the mountain back to her temporary residence. After just a few steps, the branch snapped. TangXiaomi had a sad face. "This is too cruel. It's inhumane." Suddenly, a warm voice came. "Try this one." She was startled and looked up to see Bai Ying handing her a wooden stick as thick as her wrist. "Thank you, Sister Bai. You're really like my own sister." TangXiaomi excitedly wanted to hug her, but Bai Ying had already subtly dodged. "Hurry back, and also, don't call me that in the future." The rain was too heavy, and TangXiaomi didn't hear clearly. After walking for half an hour, she arrived at her residence, a broken thatched hut, half for her and half for the Bai siblings, using thatch as a barrier. Her clothes were soaked. Fearing she would get sick, she wanted to change, but her hand was fractured, so she asked Bai Ying for help. But the other party directly changed her expression and refused. In the end, she could only let Bai Ying help bandage her arm. To her surprise, Bai Ying was skilled and learned quickly, and in no time it was done. After a while, Rong Kongke came, wanted to go in to see Bai Ying, but was stopped by TangXiaomi. He was seething with anger, and seeing TangXiaomi no longer obeying him, he scolded even more fiercely, even threatening to not give her food, letting her starve to death. But no matter how he scolded, TangXiaomi didn't react. The more he held in his anger, the more he scolded until he was exhausted and left with a dark face. TangXiaomi sat on a pile of grass in a daze, completely ignoring Rong Kong's curses. Although she had done stupid things with him before, she had nearly starved to death several times when her mind was out of sorts, all thanks to him helping her. The rain stopped in the middle of the night, and TangXiaomi opened her eyes waiting for dawn. She heard rustling sounds, and the door curtain parted to reveal Bai Lei Lion and Bai Yun Leopard, her two little beast husbands. In this world, juvenile males were in human form during the day and in beast form at night, super magical. "Master, good morning," Bai Yun Leopard called in a baby voice, his big, bright eyes sparkling, but his hair was sparse with white spots. Bai Lei Lion immediately protected his younger brother. She is bad. Don't call her that. We're leaving. Saying this, he took his brother out the door. TangXiaomi was puzzled. Bai Yuing was so protective of her younger brother. How could she let the two little ones go out alone? She lifted the door curtain and went in, only to see Bai Yuing curled up and shivering in a corner of the haystack. She touched her forehead, which was alarmingly hot. She had a high fever. No. Don't. Bai Yuing waved her hand in a daze. TangXiaomi muttered. I told you to change clothes, and you didn't listen. Now you've got yourself in trouble. She reached out to help her take off her clothes to cool down, but Bai Yuing suddenly opened her eyes, filled with red veins and hostility. What are you doing? I'm helping you cool down. TangXiaomi explained, but Bai Yuing stubbornly refused. No need. Go away. Not only did she not leave, but she also moved closer. We're both females. Don't push yourself when you're burning up like this. No, I can't. Bai Yuing was even more guarded. TangXiaomi said again. What body haven't I seen before? Just as she reached out, Bai Yuing shrank back in disgust. So you were pretending to be dumb before. Just as TangXiaomi was about to explain, Bai Lei Lion suddenly pushed her. No. Don't come over. His little body blocked the front, showing his small teeth in warning. He didn't even have fangs. It was too cute. TangXiaomi steadied herself. I'm helping your second sister treat her illness. Rubbing her body will make her feel better. Bai Lei Lion was even more agitated. No. You go. TangXiaomi thought to herself. Am I that unwelcome? She asked Bai Yun Leopard. What do you say, little five? Bai Yun Leopard was scared and shrank behind Bai Lei Lion. Seeing the Bai siblings guarding against her, TangXiaomi no longer insisted. Then let's do it my way. I'll go outside to find some usable herbs. After giving her instructions, she hurriedly set off. After she walked far away, Bai Lei Lion and Bai Yun Leopard huddled close to Bai Yuing, with Bai Yun Leopard crying. The old witch doctor won't come. Bai Yuing patted his head. Don't cry. I will survive. Bai Lei Lion went outside to fetch a basin of water, and Bai Yun Leopard helped wipe her down. When TangXiaomi returned, it was already dark. The small snow leopard at the door saw her come back, first jumped up, then drooped its ears, shrinking in a corner to look at her timidly. TangXiaomi waved the herbs in her hand. Lucky me. I found some herbs. The little snow leopard's eyes brightened, but didn't dare to approach. While TangXiaomi was grinding the herbs, the little snow leopard was extremely curious. First peeking its head in and seeing nothing happening, it cautiously stepped forward. And after several tries, it actually reached her feet. After finishing grinding the herbs, TangXiaomi patted its head, and the little snow leopard squinted its eyes in comfort. However, when she touched the little snow leopard's bald spot, the little creature instantly jumped away, whimpering and retreating. The little lion rushed out from inside and roared, its fangs glinting coldly. TangXiaomi quickly stood still, and the little lion, seeing she didn't move, picked up the little snow leopard and walked back inside. TangXiaomi didn't explain. The little snow leopard's illness was complicated and couldn't be treated at once. She poured the medicinal juice into a stone bowl and went directly into the inner room. When the little lion and little snow leopard saw her come in, they jumped up in fright, and the little snow leopard fell and whimpered. TangXiaomi said, Don't be nervous. I'm here to feed your second sister medicine. The little lion roared angrily. Rubbing her down according to what she said is completely useless. TangXiaomi noticed. This little lion wanted nothing more than to bite her. She didn't retreat, but moved closer, squatting down to look the little lion in the eye. I'm sorry for what happened in the past. But do you want to watch your second sister die? She's very ill. If we delay any longer, she won't wake up. Tears welled up in the little snow leopard's eyes as it rubbed against Bai Yuing, but received no response. The little lion glanced at Bai Yuing, its expression wavering. TangXiaomi continued. Your second sister is strong-willed. If she wants to live, she won't die. Although there was a threat, Bai Yuing was genuinely in danger. The little lion still wasn't at ease, nudging Bai Yuing with its head, and seeing she didn't react, it cautiously stepped back. Was this considered permission? TangXiaomi smiled silently, picked up the bowl with the medicinal juice, and tried to feed Bai Yuing, but Bai Yuing was already unconscious. And as soon as the medicinal juice reached her lips, it all flowed out. She immediately shouted, Little 5, pinch your second sister's nose. Little 3, help me pry her mouth open. The little lion and little snow leopard stared wide-eyed at her, looking completely stunned, as if to say, This operation can work? TangXiaomi lightly coughed to suppress her impulse to pull their fur. Just do it. It will definitely work. The little lion growled and turned around twice to gather courage. Picked up the little snow leopard, squatted on the inner side, first teaching the little snow leopard to find the right position, then carefully prying open Bai Yuying's mouth. Next came the high-energy part. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. TangXiaomi drank the medicinal juice in one go, held by Yu Ying's jaw with one hand, and directly transferred the medicine with her mouth, so straightforward that not a single drop was wasted. Cough, cough. Bai Ying coughed and opened her eyes, and TangXiaomi wiped her own mouth and then helped her wipe off, adding, "After drinking my medicine, it'll be hard for you to die." Bai Ying was just about to say something when she choked, and her body instantly felt even hotter. She remembered that soft touch. It was simply unforgettable. Gurgle, the sound of her stomach growling echoed throughout the room. TangXiaomi rubbed her flat stomach and muttered, "If I don't eat soon, I'm really going to starve to death." Bai Ying struggled to get up to find something to eat, but as soon as she lifted her head, she fell back into the haystack. The little lion roared anxiously, wanted to go for her, but Bai Ying sternly said, "No going out. Juvenile beastmen will be hunted at night." The little lion had no choice but to droop its head. TangXiaomi suddenly raised her hand. "Can I say something?" 3 pairs of eyes all focused on her. She ran outside and came back, holding something up. I dug up some food while looking for herbs. We can share." She smiled brightly, but it was like giving a poisoned apple to the old witch. The little lion immediately rushed over with a growl, full of vigilance. Bai Ying, seeing the 2 little ones' stomachs hollowed out, finally asked, "What are your conditions?" TangXiaomi's eyes lit up, pointing at the little lion. "I want to eat meat. Let him catch the prey." The Bai Ying, who had just been weak, suddenly sat up, hiding behind the little lion. "No way. He's too small." TangXiaomi took a step back. "That old fifth is barely acceptable." Bai Ying exploded on the spot. "You wish. I won't let you touch them even if I die." Watching the little snow leopard hide behind Bai Ying, TangXiaomi's beautiful fantasies shattered into pieces. Days without meat were simply unbearable. "Fine. I'll find a way to hunt myself." TangXiaomi sighed in frustration and handed the thing in her hand to Bai Ying. "Don't judge it by its ugly appearance. It tastes amazing." Bai Ying almost dropped the dark, hairy thing but asked, "What did you just say?" TangXiaomi replied, disinterestedly, "I dug it under the thorn flower. It looks like lotus root. It's called earth lotus." Bai Ying fell silent. He had never seen this earth lotus, nor had anyone eaten it. Looking up, he noticed that TangXiaomi was covered in wounds, but didn't say a word. Suddenly, he remembered the smile on TangXiaomi's face when she handed over the earth lotus. She looked small and disheveled, yet her smile was dazzling. TangXiaomi yawned. "I'm going to eat something too. Call me if there's anything." Hungry and tired, relying on the earth lotus to fill her stomach, TangXiaomi sat on the hay and started munching, eventually dozing off. When Bai Ying came out, he found her curled up in the corner, still hugging half an earth lotus. The little snow leopard, tempted, licked his lips and tried to sneak over, but was caught back by the little lion. Bai Ying warned as he went back to his room, "Don't get close to her. I don't know if she's really stupid or pretending to be, but we must be careful." The little lion nodded seriously, while the little snow leopard tilted his head and blinked. As Bai Ying lay down, he felt drowsy. TangXiaomi's medicine seemed to be really effective. He felt much better. The little lion, afraid of waking him, brought the little snow leopard close and patted his head to make him sleep. The little snow leopard lay down, feeling wronged, and soon fell asleep. The little lion didn't dare to relax and quietly slipped over to TangXiaomi's side, seeing her gnawing on the earth lotus in the hay. Had she woken up? The little lion was frozen in fear, not daring to breathe. But listening closely, he heard TangXiaomi mumbling in her sleep, "Meat, meat, so delicious." The little lion sighed in relief, patting his chest in gratitude. Suddenly, TangXiaomi cried out again, "Dad, Mom, don't go." The little lion was confused. Why was she crying again? Out of curiosity, he bravely moved closer. But TangXiaomi turned over and hugged him tightly. Originally restless in her dreams, TangXiaomi, holding this warm big doll, immediately fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when the sky was still gray, TangXiaomi was awakened by urgent knocking on the door. Annoyed, she opened her eyes to see Bai Changshi jumping up in fear. Completely naked, she felt a pang of anxiety. Had she sleepwalked and done something embarrassing? The knocking continued, and TangXiaomi rubbed her messy hair and opened the door. Her tone very poor. "What is it?" Yong Kongke dragged the old shaman directly inside. "Get out of the way. I'm in a hurry." "Ying, I heard you're very sick. I brought the shaman. You mustn't have any accidents." Upon entering and seeing Bai Ying lying there lifelessly, Yong Kongke panicked completely. "It's all Xiang Caifeng's fault. She actually hid the shaman from me and said Bai Ying would definitely die from illness." TangXiaomi shot back, "Yong Kongke, you violated the Female Protection Code Article 8 barging into a female's dwelling. Yong-Kongke jumped up in a panic. I'm here to save lives. TangXiaomi sneered. I don't think you need to save him. Saying this, she stepped aside, and Xiang Kaifeng walked straight in. Take a look. The males in this beastman continent are all eye-catching, while the females are all strong and fierce. Xiang Kaifeng had always wanted Yong-Kongke to be her beast husband, but Yong-Kongke only had eyes for Bai Yuing. As soon as Xiang Kaifeng entered, she pulled Yong-Kongke. Come with me, Yong-Ge. Bai Yuing was sickly. How could I be strong? Next year, I can give you a whole litter. Yong-Kong's face turned pale, shaking her off. Yesterday you stopped the shaman. Who I chase is none of your business. Even if I stay single for life, I won't be your beast husband. Xiang Kaifeng exploded in anger, and the two quarreled fiercely. Suddenly, Bai Yuing was awakened by the noise, frowned, and coldly shouted, Get out! Yong-Kongke still wanted to persuade him, but Bai Yunbao suddenly spoke up. I don't want your treatment. My wife can definitely cure my second sister. Yong-Kongke was stunned and turned to TangXiaomi. Who are you talking about? Bai Yunbao nodded seriously. I'm talking about my wife. Yong-Kongke laughed out loud on the spot and looked TangXiaomi up and down. Did you forget she has a problem with her brain? Only you believe her. Be careful, she doesn't bite you when she goes crazy again. Bai Yunbao felt weak in his rebuttal, glancing at TangXiaomi. Though she was ugly, she didn't hit people and provided food and could cure illnesses, but thinking of her previous foolishness in pursuing Yong-Kongke, he lowered his head in frustration. Seeing him like this, Yong-Kongke became even more smug, looking at TangXiaomi with pride. Only a madman would believe a fool. I haven't seen anything remarkable about your wife, but I clearly remember her foolishness. TangXiaomi twitched her lips. Can I be pulled out to be a target while eating melon seeds? But she couldn't be bothered to argue, letting Yong-Kongke continue to act like a proud peacock. Xiang Kaifeng looked at TangXiaomi, seeing her thin and ugly, completely disregarded her, and turned to stare at Bai Yuing. Just because he was good-looking, why should he compete with me? She shouted to the old shaman, Uncle Shaman, please take a look at Bai Yuing. Even though he's sick and weak, at least he's a female. Don't let people say it's our fault. TangXiaomi chuckled to herself. Here, females have a very high status. The more they can bear children, the more secure their status. No matter how eye-catching and strong the males are, their status is still far below that of the females. Males with offspring have the most say, while those without offspring do the hardest work, and those without partners either become laborers or get expelled. So after reaching adulthood, males look forward to making contracts with females and working hard to have children. Even more incredibly, once males make a contract, they cannot betray. Betrayal means either a fate worse than death or death. Females, however, can freely choose partners, as many as they want. But underage males can choose again when they reach adulthood. TangXiaomi secretly rejoiced. Once Bai Lion and the others come of age, they can break their contracts. Over there, the old shaman stroked his beard and spoke. As long as you can still speak, there's nothing wrong. Just eat some yanghua grass. He took out the herbs to give to Bai Yuing, but TangXiaomi directly blocked him. Yong-Kongke was furious. What are you doing? This is life-saving. TangXiaomi smelled and tasted it, then directly threw the herbs on the ground and crushed them. Yong-Kongke was about to go mad. You fool. This herb is extremely precious. How could you crush it? Xiang Kaifeng fanned the flames. It's not that Uncle Shaman won't save him. It's this fool who ruined the medicine. The old shaman shook his head. There's only this much yanghua grass. If Bai Yuing can't be cured, don't come looking for me. The shaman left angrily, adding, don't come looking for me again. Even if you do, I won't come. Yong-Kongke pointed at TangXiaomi and shouted angrily. What do you know, you fool? Does the shaman know better, or do you? I finally invited him, and now you've made him leave. What are we going to do? TangXiaomi was both angry and amused. How can a male be so nagging? Xiang Kaifeng was still fanning the flames. What can you do if you seek death? Yongge, don't waste your effort. Xiang Kaifeng tried to pull Yong-Kongke away, but he pushed her away and yelled for her to get lost. Xiang Kaifeng left angrily. But Yong-Kong's anger hadn't subsided. His chest was heaving violently, and his hands were clenched so tightly that the veins were popping. If anything happens to Bai Yuing, I will make you pay with your life. Even if you are a female, I won't let you go. TangXiaomi casually replied. Oh, got it. Yong-Kongke went even crazier. You made Bai Yuing suffer and still have this attitude. I'll strangle you right now. TangXiaomi imitated the old shaman's tone. How about we make a bet? I completely healed Sister Bai. I lost, so I'll do as you say. If I win, don't disturb me, and don't step in here without permission. Yong-Kongke sneered. Just you? What big words you dare say? TangXiaomi provoked him. It seems you don't dare to gamble. Roan Conke hit a sore spot. Gamble it is. TangXiaomi chuckled. Remember to accept defeat if you lose. Don't come begging me later. Roan Conke frowned. Her smile was too eerie. But when he caught sight of Bai Yuing, he panicked. Yuing, don't misunderstand. I'll go get the shaman right now. Bai Yuing, however, spoke coldly. Just do as she says. No need to get the shaman. I trust her. Roan Conke was stunned. Yuing, how can you trust this fool? No matter how polite he was, Bai Yuing remained unmoved, saying coldly, Leave, don't come back. Bai Leisure also wore a stern face, urging him to go. Leave. Roan Conke refused, and in the end, the two little ones drove him out. Bai Yuing was awakened early, looking extremely unwell, her face so pale it seemed to reveal her bones. When TangXiaomi came to her senses, she found Bai Yuing staring at her. The atmosphere was very strange. She broke the silence first. Although Roan Conke is foolish, he truly cares for you. You might want to consider it. At least someone is taking care of you. Bai Yuing's expression changed abruptly. Her voice low. Don't bring this up again. TangXiaomi was puzzled when Bai Yunbao tugged at her sleeve, speaking in a soft voice. Mistress. Don't say those things, Jia will get angry. Oh fine. Listening to Bai Yunbao's soft voice and looking at his sparkling eyes, TangXiaomi could only nod in agreement. Bai Yunbao immediately brightened up, smiling happily. Mistress, you're the best. His gray-blue eyes curved into crescent moons. And suddenly furry gray-white beast ears popped up on his head, with a fluffy tail with black spots swaying behind him, looking extremely joyful. TangXiaomi was shocked. Wow, it can be like this? But Bai Yunbao panicked, touching his beast ears and lowering his head. I'm sorry. I got too happy. Mistress, please don't dislike me. TangXiaomi smiled and reached out to pat him. No. But Bai Yuing suddenly spoke. You go out too. Bai Leisure immediately pulled Bai Yunbao behind him. TangXiaomi's smile froze instantly, her hand hanging in mid-air. Did she look like a human trafficker? Clearly, it was this little guy who tempted her. Feeling wronged, she walked out. She came to eat snacks, not to eat people. The sun was already high, and her stomach was growling. There were still ground lotuses, but she had no appetite at all. In the past, she was in poor health and could eat little, only able to drool over the recipe, which she even memorized. But now she couldn't even borrow fire to cook a damn dish. The fire here was extremely precious, coming from heavenly firestones long ago, called sacred fire, managed by the elders, and borrowing fire depended on one's status and reason. The more she thought about it, the more exhausted she felt. Even if she borrowed fire, living far away, the wind would extinguish it. Before long, there was movement in the inner room. Bai Yuing was actually going out to look for food. Seeing him walk unsteadily, TangXiaomi quickly blocked him. If you go out like this, I'll really lose the bet with Roan Conke. Bai Yuing, however, insisted. It's fine, I know my body. TangXiaomi was filled with doubts, but didn't want to discourage him, reaching out. Let me check your pulse. To her surprise, Bai Yuing not only didn't extend his hand, but also took a step back, coldly saying, No need, I'm fine. TangXiaomi was speechless. Can't she show off her medical skills a bit? Bai Leisure came out behind, grabbing Bai Yuying's arm to prevent him from leaving. I will. Bai Yunbao also nodded in agreement. Jia, me, and Sangu will go find food. He ran to the other side with his short legs, tightly holding on to Bai Yuying's hand. TangXiaomi laughed at the sight. Let us see how you still insist on being strong. But Bai Yuing was more stubborn than she thought, directly coldly telling the two little ones to let go. Bai Yunbao's eyes turned red, tears welling up, wanting to disobey, but too scared to do so. TangXiaomi quickly waved her hand. How about I take you out to find food? Bai Leisure immediately nodded. Good. Bai Yunbao quickly followed suit. Bai Yuing frowned, wanting to refuse, but TangXiaomi gave him a look, and then the two little ones pulled him into the inner room. Unable to hear the fragmented conversation inside, TangXiaomi prepared the things and waited at the door. Although life was hard, TangXiaomi envied Bai Yuing and her siblings. She had no brothers or sisters, and her parents were busy, leaving her alone in the hospital almost every day. Suddenly, she felt a gaze fixed on her. Following the feeling, she looked around but found nothing. Bai Yunbao ran over with his short legs, extremely excited. Mistress, aglit. But we have to be back before dark. TangXiaomi withdrew her gaze, smiling in response. No problem. She reached out to take Bai Yunbao's hand. But Bai Leisure suddenly pulled the little guy to the other side, glaring at her defensively. No, not allowed. He even made a face as if he was going to bite her. So TangXiaomi had to retract her hand reluctantly. In fact, Bai Leisure was extremely good-looking. With round eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips, though lacking baby fat, he still exuded a childlike innocence. Even if he wore a serious face, he couldn't hide the fact that he was a child. TangXiaomi couldn't help but want to pinch his face, hoping to see other expressions from him. Fearing her thoughts would be exposed, she quickly shifted her gaze to the front. Before her was a barren land, with weeds taller than a person, most of which were inedible. Beastmen didn't farm, and food was becoming scarcer. It was normal to starve to death. TangXiaomi deliberately did it by Lacey, shoving something into his hands. Here, help me hold this. Bai Leisure didn't refuse, but curiously stared at the vine-like item in his arms. What is this? Where did it come from? His face remained expressionless, but his heart was full of questions. Bai Yunbao blinked his lively eyes and asked, Mistress, what did you ask Sangu to hold? TangXiaomi explained to Bai Yunbao while glancing at Bai Leisure. I made this in my spare time. It's for carrying tools. Bai Zunbao imnitan et gleam. Wow. Mistress, you're amazing. TangXiaomi felt delighted. Little Five, you have the best eye. Bai Yunbao became increasingly close, and if it weren't for the awkward Bai Leisure, he would have stuck to TangXiaomi's side. TangXiaomi didn't reject this closeness. Now that she was free from illness and could step out of the hospital, she was curious about everything in this world. Feeling that no matter how tough or tiring it was a precious experience. Her arm hadn't fully healed yet, and she hid it while digging for ground lotuses, frowning and taking a moment to pause. Just when she wanted to continue, the stone shovel in her hand was taken away by Bai Leisure. TangXiaomi was confused. What do you mean by this? Bai Leisure awkwardly glanced at her arm, stammering out. Well, then he took over the digging of the ground lotus. We can't let the mistress do the work. Thank goodness Singa noticed. Bai Yunbao suddenly understood, running in front of TangXiaomi with his short legs. Seriously saying, Mistress, females don't need to work. You should sit aside and rest. Unable to refuse the kind offer, TangXiaomi had to sit down first. But after resting, when she wanted to help, Bai Yunbao rejected her again. As a male, I can't let the mistress work. TangXiaomi smiled and patted his head. You guys were forced into the contract back then. Don't take it too seriously, and you can just call me sister. Bai Yunbao was instantly dumbfounded. So she really didn't want them anymore. Bai Leisure looked at her, stuttering, No, that is good. TangXiaomi raised her eyebrows. This could be considered a tacit understanding, right? But the next second, Bai Yunbao suddenly yelled with a crying tone, I don't want a sister. I hate sisters the most. No, no. After yelling, Bai Yunbao ran off, leaving TangXiaomi dumbfounded. Did sisters have poison? Bai Leisure immediately put down his things and went after him, and TangXiaomi, seeing the mess, followed as well. If something happened to the two little ones, she wouldn't know how to explain it to Bai Yuing. While chasing, she twisted her ankle again, the same one, hurting herself even more, and was left far behind. There were many weeds and thorns on the mountain, blocking her view and path. And by the time TangXiaomi found the two little ones, she discovered they were being beaten by someone by the river. 5 little males surrounded them, taking advantage of their numbers, and their height was about the same as TangXiaomi. I'll beat you, ugly monster. Stop. This stutterer is getting beaten. The insults were endless. TangXiaomi scanned the area and found only a rock she could use. She immediately picked up a stone the size of a child's head with one hand and rushed over, shouting, Stop right now. Whoever doesn't listen, I'll smash them. The 5 naughty kids instantly halted, frightened by TangXiaomi's fierce demeanor, and took a few steps back. TangXiaomi put down the stone and crouched to check on the two little ones. Bai Leisure was on top of Bai Yunbao, and when TangXiaomi tried to help him, he refused, gritting his teeth and managing to stand up on his own. Bai Yunbao curled up, trembling in fear. With injuries all over his face and body, TangXiaomi frowned and stood up, walking towards the 5 naughty kids. Who did this? The 5 boys, scared that TangXiaomi might go berserk, braced themselves and said, They started it. They deserve to be beaten. TangXiaomi sneered. So what if they started it? Would your 3rd and 5th brothers have hit them if you hadn't provoked them? She grinned ominously. If you push someone too far, they'll get angry and want to fight. One of the boys, terrified, cried out, Don't come over. We'll tell our mother. Mom, help. TangXiaomi found it amusing, but had no intention of letting it go. With a dark face, she grabbed the leader of the boys by the collar. Apologize and compensate. The boy was stunned. What? TangXiaomi threw away the vine that was holding her arm, smiling but with a cold edge. I won't touch ordinary kids, but naughty ones don't get that privilege. The leader of the boys puffed up his chest and charged at her, but TangXiaomi narrowed her eyes, moved swiftly, and accurately kicked him in the knee. causing him to fall and roll on the ground, crying out in pain. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Isn't that enough? The boy, with tears and snot all over his face, glared fiercely at Bai Yunbao, and Bai Leisure, unwilling to back down, and shouted, sorry. It was our fault. Are you satisfied now? Bai Yunbao looked up in disbelief. No one had ever stood up for them. TangXiaomi winked at him. Don't be afraid. I'm here, and no one can bully you. Bai Yunbao gazed at TangXiaomi, increasingly feeling that she was different. Her voice was clearer than a bird's, her eyes shone like stars, and her long, playful eyelashes suddenly stirred a strange feeling in his heart that he couldn't grasp. You've all apologized. What more do you want? The naughty boy stubbornly retorted. Bai Yunbao recalled the grievance of being called ugly and stuttering, clenched his small fists, and retorted back fiercely. You need to take back what you just said. The boy was about to argue, but was met with TangXiaomi's cold glare, immediately cowering. I take back everything I said. TangXiaomi shot back. Next time, have the guts to fight one-on-one. Bullying the few with the many isn't a skill. The naughty boy tried to slip away, but TangXiaomi grabbed his collar. Want to leave? No way. You can only go when your mom comes to redeem you. The injuries to the third and fifth must not be in vain. The boy turned pale with fright. What do you want from me? Bai Yunbao felt a pang in his nose, desperately biting his lip to avoid crying. And Bai Leisure looked equally astonished. TangXiaomi smiled kindly. Either you pay with equal injuries, or you compensate with meat or herbs. Before she could finish, the naughty boy burst into tears. Who is bullying my child? A female voice shouted angrily from afar. Bai Yunbao tugged on TangXiaomi's sleeve. Panicking wife, let's go. Her fists are bigger than your face. We can't beat her. TangXiaomi patted his hand, smiling calmly. What are you afraid of? It's perfect timing for her to come and seek justice. Someone has to manage bullying. She was all about revenge. Even when a parent arrived, they had to settle the score. TangXiaomi gave Bai Yunbao an encouraging smile, sunlight shining on her face, bright as the sun. Bai Yunbao looked at her smile and suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if he were being burned, gaining confidence and no longer shrinking back. Clenching his teeth and widening his eyes, ready to fight. As the female approached, TangXiaomi could see it was Xiang Kaifeng. Xiang Kaifeng put her hands on her hips and scolded. TangXiaomi, it's you again. How dare you lay a hand on my child? TangXiaomi innocently shrugged. You should ask what your child did before coming here to accuse me. Mom, they started it and forced me to apologize. Hurry and help us take revenge. The naughty boy rushed over, crying and twisting the truth. With Xiang Kaifeng backing them up, the naughty kids immediately became arrogant, coldly reporting, we didn't say anything wrong. Bai Yunbao is covered in white spots and losing hair. He's just a disgusting, ugly monster. His brother stutters when he talks, looking dumb as a post. He's just a nuisance. Xiang Kaifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, you didn't say anything wrong. With their mother's affirmation, the naughty kids grew even more arrogant, puffing out their chests and disdainfully glaring at Bai Yunbao. Did you hear that? My mom said we were right. If you dare to hit us, you deserve to be hit, and it would be good if you lost all your teeth. Bai Yunbao shouted angrily. Don't say that anymore, but held back from rushing forward. He couldn't cause more trouble for fear that TangXiaomi would also be bullied, and he desperately wanted to grow up faster. Bai Yunbao glared at them and pulled TangXiaomi away. Wife, let's go, ignore them. Bai Leisure nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's go. And took the lead. But the leader of the naughty boys laughed loudly. Are you scared now? It's too late. He immediately signaled his brothers to block their path, arrogantly saying, you treated me like that earlier, so don't think you can leave. Only you unwanted males would contract with a crazy female. Just wait and see how my mom teaches your ugly and small wife a lesson. Not allowed. Bai Yunbao's young face showed a fierce look as he bared his teeth and growled at Xiang Kaifeng. Don't touch my wife. I'll bite you to death. Xiang Kaifeng laughed heartily, and the naughty kids joined in the laughter. Are you really protecting TangXiaomi? Do you really think of her as your wife? She looked TangXiaomi up and down, disdainful. You're an ugly and skinny female. You can't even go into heat, let alone have babies. You have no status at all. Only they would take you seriously. How dare you fight with my child? You're simply not qualified. You're talking nonsense. Bai Yunbao's face turned red as he shouted back seriously. My wife can go into heat and have little babies. She definitely can. TangXiaomi's mouth twitched. Hearing those words from the chubby little guy felt too bizarre. The naughty kids were still cursing. We said you're idiots. Our village doesn't T1 idiots. You should roll away early. Otherwise, we'll beat you out. Shut up. Bai Leisure suddenly yelled, stuttering as he dashed forward like a gust of wind, directly tackling the leader of the naughty boys and starting to fight. But the other four boys immediately surrounded him. And since Bai Leisure was small, he soon fell into a disadvantage. Third brother, Bai Yunbao, didn't think twice and rushed to help. Only be beaten up badly too. TangXiaomi frowned and wanted to step forward, but was blocked by Xiang Kaifeng. Xiang Kaifeng crossed her arms and glared down at her. Was it you who bullied my child earlier? Do you want to do it again? TangXiaomi narrowed her eyes, rage boiling within her, and coldly said, "Get out of the way." Xiang Kaifeng snorted, "Not a chance. Today, I'm going to teach you a good lesson. So you know who you are." Before she could finish, there was a loud splash. Old 5, Bai Lei Shi, who was pinned to the ground, shouted in panic. One of the naughty kids had pushed Bai Yunbao into the river. TangXiaomi swiftly dodged Xiang Kaifeng and jumped into the water without hesitation. Bai Lei Shi rushed to save him, but was held down by the naughty boy. Xiang Kaifeng laughed coldly and gave a proud look to her child, mocking, "You dare to jump in without knowing how to swim? You're just asking for death." TangXiaomi choked on several mouthfuls of water, but didn't call for help. She finally grabbed Bai Yunbao and pushed him towards the shore, moving herself further away from it. "Don't panic. Hold on to the wild grass," she urged, poking her head out. "Struggling in water will only make you drown faster." She recalled swimming knowledge, trying to paddle, but just spinning in place. Fortunately, the river was calm. At this moment, Bai Yunbao reached out his small hand. "Wife, grab me." TangXiaomi was afraid of pulling him into the water, and didn't he reach out immediately? "Hurry." Bai Yunbao's eyes turned red, holding back tears. His second brother said male shouldn't he be afraid or cry. Although TangXiaomi found it strange, she still reached out. As soon as she grabbed the little guy's hand, she thought, "It's so soft." Soaked in water, his skin felt even more tender. She wanted to take a bite. Bai Yunbao cried out, "Wife, I'll pull you up." "Okay." TangXiaomi cooperated, kicking her legs. The white cloud leopard pulled slowly. But when he was close to the shore, he let out a low cry. "Ah, it hurts." "If it hurts, let go." The leading brat stepped hard on his hand, not letting go. The white cloud leopard endured the pain and pulled on the grass, his little face pale while still trying to pull TangXiaomi. TangXiaomi forgot the pain and desperately dug through the water, finally reaching the shore. She jumped out of the water and pushed the brat away, while Bai Lei Shi also broke free, helping to pull the white cloud leopard onto the shore. And TangXiaomi climbed up as well. Once on the shore, TangXiaomi walked towards Xiang Kaifeng with a gloomy face. Xiang Kaifeng was still watching the show and teased, "Is the water comfortable?" Slap, slap, slap. 3 loud slaps echoed. Xiang Kaifeng didn't react in time and was slapped until her ears buzzed. "Mother!" The 5 brats surrounded her, shouting. After a while, Xiang Kaifeng regained her senses and roared in anger. "TangXiaomi, you dare to hit me?" TangXiaomi replied coldly, "If you raise a child with such unruly behavior, who should I hit if not you? Your child's mistakes should be borne by you, as their mother, even if you can't bear it." Xiang Caifeng's face twisted with rage. Rong Conke was the son of a noble in the Beast City. She had to endure. But a stray female like TangXiaomi dared to challenge her? "My child did nothing wrong." "TangXiaomi, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will strangle you right now?" Xiang Kaifeng yelled, looking ready to pounce. The temperature in TangXiaomi's eyes suddenly dropped, as if covered in frost, while the corners of her mouth slowly curled into a smile. "You want to kill me?" Heh. After a pause, she revealed a chilling smile. "Come on. I'm waiting." Xiang Kaifeng looked at that smile and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She had seen TangXiaomi go crazy, and it was this terrifying look. In the past, when TangXiaomi went mad, she was like a frenzied monkey that several beastmen couldn't catch, and she would bite them hard, leaving bloody and ghastly wounds. When TangXiaomi first appeared, she caused unrest in the village with her craziness, but later, when she became silly, she followed Rong Conke. The village chief didn't chase her away because she was a female and obedient. Xiang Kaifeng originally planned to wait until Rong Conke became her beast husband to make TangXiaomi a servant. But who would have thought her mind would get better? And she would dare to ride on her head, causing trouble with the white feather eagle, bullying her child, and even slapping her. Xiang Kaifeng gritted her teeth. If it weren't for her fear of TangXiaomi's previous madness, she would have punched her back into stupidity. TangXiaomi looked coldly at Xiang Kaifeng, who was much taller than her, deliberately biting her little steel teeth, making a crisp sound. Xiang Caifeng's face instantly went pale. "I remember I bit quite a few beastmen when I was crazy, but I haven't bitten a female's flesh yet. Today, just try to try. After all, I have nothing to lose. When I go mad, I even fear myself. As for what I might do, I don't even know. Do you think pretending to be mad and silly can scare me off?" Xiang Kaifeng shouted defiantly. "I'm 10 times stronger than you. I can strangle you with one hand." The brat beside her quickly grabbed her hand and echoed, "Mother is right. She's just pretending to be scared of you. She only bullies us little ones. Please teach this despicable female a lesson." This brat thought of being pushed down by TangXiaomi earlier and was filled with anger, believing his mother could definitely deal with this skinny woman, and he even huffed at TangXiaomi. "Wait and see. You'll get what's coming to you." Xiang Kaifeng was already hesitant, fighting with a madwoman. What if she hurt herself too badly? But the other four brats also surrounded her, shouting, "Mother, don't let them go. Our big brother was bullied by them just now. You must avenge him. No one has ever dared to treat us this way. Once you make a move, they'll definitely know our power." The five little males were united in their hatred, urging Xiang Kaifeng to act, afraid she would hesitate. Looking at her children's pitiful and aggrieved expressions, remembering how they had been bullied by TangXiaomi, Xiang Kaifeng bit her back teeth. These five children were born from her hard work, and she had never let anyone bully them. Her gaze sharpened, and she strode angrily toward TangXiaomi. "TangXiaomi, if you dare to treat them and me like this, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson." Saying that, her fist, the size of a bowl, smashed toward her. "Mistress, run." The white cloud leopard hurriedly pulled TangXiaomi, but he pulled at empty air. The person beside him had already vanished. Bai Lei Shi tensed his muscles, ready to rush in, but found there was no opportunity at all. Watch closely. TangXiaomi nimbly dodged the punch, like a mischievous little squirrel, evading attacks while circling around Xiang Kaifeng, making her dizzy and confused, and even waving her little fist. Her fist was more than half the size smaller than Xiang Kaifeng's, looking like it was just scratching an itch. You would never expect it. Before long, a dazed and dizzy Xiang Kaifeng let out a painful howl and fell to the ground, rolling around in embarrassment. Only then did TangXiaomi pause to catch her breath. Xiang Kaifeng had tough skin and strong flesh. If she didn't fall now, she would soon run out of energy. It hurts. Let me die." Xiang Kaifeng cried out, her pale face covered in sweat, as if countless insects were gnawing at her flesh. "Mother!" The five brats were frightened and began to cry, the leading one angrily shouting at TangXiaomi. "What did you do to my mother, you vicious female?" TangXiaomi took a breath, calmly saying, "Don't worry, she won't die, it just hurts." "You're lying. Make my mother stop hurting." "No, why are you so cruel? My mother can't die. Save her." The little male cried and shouted, but TangXiaomi only looked coldly at him. "Did your mother think about dying when she was rough with me?" She smiled, "Someone who wants my life. Why should I help her? Your mother's mistakes are hers to bear. As a mother, she should bear it." The little male's face turned pale, stuttering. "Mother is a female. If she has something happen to her, you must pay with your life." TangXiaomi smiled even brighter, but her eyes were devoid of warmth. "I won't kill her, unless she wants to die herself." The little male was instantly silenced. This short female was even more terrifying than when she was mad. "Mistress!" The white cloud leopard called out in a soft voice, and when TangXiaomi looked over, she saw Bai Lei Shi staring at her with apprehension, pulling the white cloud leopard behind him. Although TangXiaomi was puzzled, she didn't pursue the matter. This world protects females. She couldn't let anything happen to Xiang Kaifeng, lest it cause trouble. Let me die." Xiang Kaifeng grabbed the grass on the ground and suddenly slammed her head against the ground. Fortunately, the soil by the river was soft and covered in grass, so she didn't injure herself. "Mother, don't do this. Woo-woo, help. Someone save my mother. Father, come quickly." The five brats cried together, and TangXiaomi couldn't help but want to laugh. How can they still cry like this at this age? What's wrong? What's happening? The commotion attracted quite a few beastmen, and seeing Xiang Kaifeng madly banging her head, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. They surrounded her to ask what was going on, but no one dared to get close. The onlookers grew in number, and at that moment, a male dressed in deer-patterned beast skin stepped forward. He was handsome, with red lips and white teeth, tall, and the only one brave enough to approach. He grabbed Xiang Kaifeng's shoulders. "Mistress, don't bang your head. You'll damage your brain." "Father, save my mother." The brats cried as they rushed over, but Xiang Kaifeng could only let out sharp cries of pain and struggle, continuing to bang her head after breaking free. The surrounding beastmen whispered, "Is Xiang Kaifeng going mad? If she keeps banging her head, she'll die. Did someone find the village chief?" The village chief went to borrow food. The brats heard this and angrily pointed at TangXiaomi, shouting, "It's her. It's all her doing." Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on TangXiaomi, especially the few females, frowning and looking full of rejection. However, TangXiaomi smiled innocently, pretending not to feel it. She was already an outsider female who wasn't well received. She could only stay because the village chief hoped she would give birth to increase the population. And because she had bitten beastmen when she was mad, many had long wanted to chase her away. She was sometimes mad and sometimes silly. They had long said she would harm others. It was fine if she hurt males, but how could she hurt females? She couldn't stay. The discussions among the females were audible to everyone, and the males quickly echoed. Those without mates were eager to show off immediately, trying to win favor with the females. Mistress, let's go. They will chase us away. The white cloud leopard broke free from the white thunder lion and ran to TangXiaomi's feet, tugging at her clothes. Don't worry, it's fine. TangXiaomi winked at him quietly, and the white cloud leopard stared at her playful expression, momentarily stunned, holding onto the edge of her clothes without moving. White thunder lion furrowed his brows and also walked over to the white cloud leopard, adopting a protective stance. This time he didn't pull the little guy away. TangXiaomi cast a casual glance at the onlookers and gave an innocent smile to the rowdy kids. How strange. Your mother is going crazy. What does it have to do with me? The rowdy kids were so angry they felt suffocated, and the leader stood up and glared at her. It's you. We saw you hit her when our mother was chasing you. Don't think you can deny it. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 4 rowdy kids immediately nodded in agreement. TangXiaomi coldly replied, "It was your mother who was chasing me to kill me first, and then she went crazy. I didn't hold it against her. How can you blame me? Look at my fist, what can it do?" Saying this, she showed her small fist, and the onlookers immediately murmured, "This fist is too small. It's even smaller than the little cubs. She's so thin, with no meat on her, it's terrible. The village chief must have misjudged her. How could she mate and have cubs?" TangXiaomi was speechless. How can everything be related to mating and having cubs? The male dressed in deer-patterned beast skin, Lu Windu, questioned with suspicion, "You really didn't do it?" "Father, don't believe her. It's her. Our mother suddenly fell down and cried in pain when she was chasing her." The rowdy kids were eager to argue, but Lu Windu was still skeptical. With that little fist, can she take down Xiang Kaifeng? Even if Xiang Kaifeng doesn't fight back, she still can't win. Besides, it was Xiang Kaifeng who attacked first. "Father, don't be deceived by her." The rowdy kids were still shouting anxiously. But TangXiaomi calmly spoke. "What if I can prove it wasn't me? Impossible. How can you prove it?" The rowdy kids' faces turned red with anger. Clearly, she was the one lying. How can she still be so calm? The on-looking beastmen echoed. "Xiang Kaifeng is like this. There's no way to prove it. It must be her doing, just pretending to be calm. An outsider female shouldn't be kept. She might be an expulsion." Everyone seemed to agree that TangXiaomi couldn't prove herself and kept a close watch on her in case she ran away. At this moment, a tall female stepped forward. "TangXiaomi, if you can't prove it, then it's you who did it. You must be punished and then roll out of the village." "Okay, I accept the punishment." TangXiaomi readily agreed, adding, "But after that, you must return my justice. I won't take the blame for harming a female." The beastmen nodded in agreement, and several females sympathized with the rowdy kids, looking at TangXiaomi with scorn. She was clearly already sentenced to death. "Master, if you can't prove it, I and third brother will block them. You should run." The white cloud leopard whispered, pulling TangXiaomi's hand. TangXiaomi patted his head to comfort him, then slowly walked towards Xiang Kaifeng, smiling at Lu Windu. "The method is very simple. Just soak her in water, and she'll return to normal. Is that all?" Lu Windu looked doubtful. TangXiaomi calmly replied, "Of course. She just went crazy because her head was hot. A dip in water will cool her down, right?" Seeing TangXiaomi speak so confidently, Lu Windu couldn't think of any other way, so he could only follow her instructions. But just as he dragged Xiang Kaifeng towards the water, TangXiaomi was surrounded by doubts. Is this really going to work? She already has problems in her head. What if she drowns? As soon as drowning was mentioned, the gazes of the beastmen all turned sharply towards the white cloud leopard and white thunder lion. Remembering the unpleasant incident, everyone's expressions changed dramatically, and their eyes turned unfriendly. The white cloud leopard quickly lowered his head. He feared this gaze the most. He believed fourth brother had done nothing wrong, but apart from second and third brothers, no one else believed him. The beastmen blamed fourth brother and even wanted to drive them out. White thunder lion kept a stern face, protecting the white cloud leopard behind him. Staring blankly at the crowd, TangXiaomi instantly understood. Previously, a beastman had drowned, and the rumor was that the fourth brother, Baiyu, had dragged him into the water. Although he didn't pay with his life, he was expelled, and if he showed up in the village again, he would be killed. Because of this incident, the white cloud leopard and the others had a harder time in the village, and they were said to bring disaster. Even Baiyu Hawk had no one pursuing him. TangXiaomi, being able to bond with them, was also affected by this. Woo, cough. As soon as Xiang Kaifeng was submerged in the water, she struggled and ended up swallowing a lot of water. Lu Windu saw that she was truly waking up and quickly pulled her onto the shore. Cough, vomit. By the time Xiang Kaifeng crawled ashore, she had drunk nearly half a belly full of water. Master, are you okay? Lu Windu asked just as he received a slap. What are you making noise about? Help me up. Lu Windu's face immediately turned red with 5 finger marks. But he lowered his head and replied, I'm sorry. TangXiaomi frowned tightly. This is too much domestic violence. But Lu Windu didn't react, and others seemed unbothered, which was simply unbelievable. It hurts. Hiss. Xiang Kaifeng rubbed her head, suddenly remembering something, her gaze scanning around before finally locking on to TangXiaomi. What exactly did you do to me? She gritted her teeth in hatred, about to pounce over her. But with a scream, she fell to the ground again. Mother! The rowdy kids quickly went to help, crying out, You're finally awake. Just now we thought. You were right, all the whites are bad. They didn't dare say they thought she was going to die and instead pointed angrily at TangXiaomi. This female is worse. She harmed you and didn't save you. Seeing the cubs crying so pitifully and recalling her own intense pain, Xiang Caifeng's anger grew stronger. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. That gaze seemed capable of staring TangXiaomi out of the cave. But TangXiaomi felt secretly pleased. I hope you can pop your eyeballs out. At this moment, someone shouted, Great, she's awake. I said she had a problem. Washing her would do the trick. TangXiaomi looked at Xia Yuqing and the onlooking beastmen. Xiang Kaifeng is awake, and I have proven my innocence. Everyone is happy. The beastmen's expressions were strange, feeling something was off but unable to pinpoint it. However, the fact remained, Xiang Kaifeng was indeed having mental issues that caused her self-harm. Xia Yuqing also nodded. It really has nothing to do with you. What? Xiang Kaifeng was confused. After the cubs explained, she jumped up angrily. Trembling, she pointed at everyone. Her face twisted. You actually believe this outsider female and think I'm crazy? But her furious and violent demeanor only made the beastmen more convinced that she was not well. And they all urged her not to go mad again. I'm not crazy. Why do you believe her and not me? After Xiang Kaifeng shouted. She pointed at TangXiaomi. She hit me, and that's why I was in so much pain. The White Cloud Leopard was frightened and gripped TangXiaomi's clothes tightly, while White Thunder Lion glanced over. Looking troubled, second brother had told him to keep a close watch on fifth brother and not let him get close to TangXiaomi. But he simply couldn't control it. TangXiaomi countered. Where did I hit you? Apart from your headache, where else hurts? Xiang Kaifeng touched her whole body, and there was no injury, not even pain. She was dumbfounded. Impossible. It hurts so much. How could it not hurt? TangXiaomi pointed at her own head, shaking her head regretfully. I see you're fine physically, but there's definitely something wrong here. TangXiaomi. Xiang Kaifeng was about to explode with anger, but TangXiaomi ignored her and reached out to the White Cloud Leopard. I've proven my innocence. We should go back. Not waiting for a small hand. She looked down and saw. The White Cloud Leopard was staring at her with sparkling eyes. TangXiaomi felt inexplicably proud. There's nothing to see now. Wait until I heal myself. Your face can still be healed? The White Cloud Leopard blinked his round blue-gray eyes, so cute that TangXiaomi wanted to pinch his face. Not just mine, but also. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiang Kaifeng directly erupted, and just then her 5 beast husbands arrived. Grab her. I want to tear her apart. Xiang Kaifeng commanded as she awkwardly got up, but the beast husbands hesitated. Master, she is also a female. We can't make a move. According to the rules, males cannot harm females, much less kill them. They were both afraid of Xiang Kaifeng and felt troubled. Please calm down. Calm down what? Hurry up and act. Xiang Kaifeng thought there were enough people to take revenge, but she didn't expect the beast husbands to remain still. She became angrier, and seeing that TangXiaomi didn't even turn around, she directly threatened. Whoever doesn't listen to me, I'll dissolve our partner relationship. You all know the consequences. As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 beastmen turned ashen. The onlooking orcs also changed their expressions. And some males were so angry that they walked away. Being abandoned by a female was no different from death for them. There was nothing to be done. The beastmen had to block TangXiaomi and her group. Bai Yunbao, seeing this, immediately rushed in front of TangXiaomi with his soft little body. His face stern. Don't hurt our wife. TangXiaomi was originally in a gloomy mood, but seeing Bai Yunbao protect her so earnestly made her smile involuntarily. She gently patted the little guy's head. You're so fierce. You might scare them. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunbao and Bai Leisure were stunned. Even the beastmen around Xiang Kaifeng were confused. After a moment of shock, Bai Yunbao widened his eyes and asked seriously, "Really?" TangXiaomi nodded with a smile. And then they heard the little guy say in a baby voice to the tall orc, "Then I won't scare you, so don't block us. But whoever hurts my wife, I'll bite them, and Sangha will bite too. He's super fierce." The pointed out by Lei Shi stood there awkwardly, frozen. "I'm sorry, you can't leave," Lu Wendu said helplessly, but Xiang Kaifeng exploded. "Why be polite with them? Watch me take care of them." Lu Wendu wanted to advise, "Wife, what if the village chief comes back?" But before he could finish with a loud slap, Xiang Kaifeng slapped him directly and kicked him a few times. TangXiaomi narrowed her eyes, a cold light flashing in her gaze. "Wife." Bai Yunbao suddenly turned around and hugged her, pleading in a soft and pitiful voice, "When I grow up, can you please not hit me like that?" As soon as these words came out, both TangXiaomi and Bai Lei Shi thought the same thing. They would not be partners in the future. The two exchanged a strange glance. Bai Lei Shi was troubled. "In the future, we need to dissolve the contract. Lao Wu shouldn't be hugging her leg." TangXiaomi also had a headache. "We've talked about this problem before." She looked at Bai Lei Shi, hoping he would manage it, but at the critical moment, he averted his gaze with a stiff expression. Seeing that TangXiaomi didn't react, Bai Yunbao loosened his grip and timidly tugged at her clothes. "If you really have to hit me, can you please go easy? I'm afraid of pain." Looking at the little guy's aggrieved and stubborn appearance, TangXiaomi couldn't help but laugh, her mood instantly brightening. "Don't worry, no one will want to hit you." Bai Yunbao's eyes instantly lit up, and he hugged her leg again. Bai Lei Shi wanted to stop him, but hesitated when he saw that TangXiaomi didn't push him away. TangXiaomi comforted Bai Yunbao and handed him over to Bai Lei Shi. "Sangha, take good care of Lao Wu. If something happens later, you know what to do." Bai Lei Shi's face grew even more rigid as he watched her back, feeling blocked in his heart. If he had known, he wouldn't have acted impulsively back then, and he wouldn't have put her in danger. On the other side, Xiang Kaifeng withdrew her foot and narrowed her eyes as she scanned the other beastmen. If anyone talks nonsense again, Lu Wendu will be next. Her decision was not to be changed by anyone. The beastmen were frightened and could only brace themselves to stop her. Otherwise, they would definitely be served with punches and kicks in the future. TangXiaomi sneered. "Xiang Kaifeng looks rough, but the beastmen are thin. Isn't she deliberately looking for soft persimmons to squeeze, satisfying her violent desires?" Seeing her smile, Xiang Kaifeng became furious. "Dare to laugh. I'll let you know the price of stupidity." TangXiaomi's sarcasm struck a nerve with Xiang Kaifeng, who angrily shouted for the beastmen to catch TangXiaomi. TangXiaomi's eyes turned cold, but she was anxious inside. Her body was reaching its limit. If she held on any longer, it would harm her. It was hard one to be able to run and jump. She really didn't want to fall into Xiang Caifeng's hands. And she regretted not making sure she couldn't get up earlier. But Xiang Kaifeng advanced. "It's too late to regret now. I won't kill you," TangXiaomi retorted. "But what then? You are clever." Xiang Caifeng's eyes were venomous. "I'll cripple your hands and feet, making your life worse than death." TangXiaomi sneered. This vicious thought in the primitive era is quite avant-garde. No wonder Rong Conque detested her. Her beastman must be regretting it deeply. But to cripple her hands and feet? TangXiaomi was prepared. There was no escape. She accepted the price. "What are you doing?" Suddenly someone pushed through the crowd. The newcomer was sickly but looked delicate, fragile enough to make males feel pity. "Sister Bai, why are you here?" TangXiaomi felt guilty. She had clearly brought the two little guys to look for food, but ended up being surrounded. Rong Conque followed behind and exploded as soon as they met. "It's all your fault. Yuing is so sick, yet you came here. You're a disaster. You even bet on treating Yuing? It'll only get worse." As soon as Xiang Kaifeng saw Rong Conque, her expression changed completely. Her fierce demeanor disappeared, and she spoke in an excessively gentle tone. TangXiaomi felt a chill run through her. However, Rong Conque shot her a disgusted glance. "Stop pretending. You harmed 6 beastmen and still want to drag me in?" Although he didn't like TangXiaomi, he didn't side with Xiang Kaifeng. Standing beside Bai Yuhang and scolding, "TangXiaomi, if you don't want to die, get out of the village. Don't let her off lightly." Xiang Kaifeng interjected, and TangXiaomi quickly called for a stop. "Don't throw dirty water on me." "What did you say?" Rong Conque was so angry he wanted to take action. But TangXiaomi shot back. "Shut up. It's not your turn yet." Rong Conque was so furious he laughed. This was the second time he was ordered by her. TangXiaomi turned to Xiang Kaifeng. "You went crazy on your own, and I saved you, but got chased. You, a female, are so ungrateful. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? You talk nonsense." Xiang Kaifeng was trembling with anger, clenching her fists so tightly they crackled, clearly about to make a move. But TangXiaomi remained calm. Don't get angry. Anger gives the devil a chance. TangXiaomi instead smiled at Xiang Kaifeng. I'm not even angry at how you treat me. Why take it so seriously? There are only a few females in our village. Shouldn't we help each other? You. Xiang Kaifeng wanted to curse, but was so furious that her mind went blank, struggling to find words. TangXiaomi added a final insult. I won't pursue today's matter. After all, it's understandable to act impulsively when out of control. I'm so angry. Xiang Kaifeng charged over in fury, but was stopped by the beastmen, who couldn't stand it anymore. Even the females who had helped her before wore dissatisfied expressions. Xia Yuqing stepped forward. Xiang Kaifeng, that's enough. TangXiaomi is an outsider, but your unreasonable behavior embarrasses the whole village. Other females echoed. You treat the beastmen like this. We never expected you to be like this. You dare to say that about me? Xiang Kaifeng was both angry and anxious, screaming in a frenzy to explain. But the more anxious she became, the more everyone felt she was truly mad. Ultimately, Xiang Kaifeng staggered, her eyes darkening as she fainted. The scene instantly fell into chaos. But TangXiaomi felt secretly pleased. It was good that it was in disarray. No one was paying attention to her, just in time to handle the next matter. She looked up at Roan Conke, who felt uneasy. What does she want? Is she deliberately smiling, so creepily to scare me? Roan Conke braced himself and shouted, TangXiaomi, don't think you can scare me into fainting. You must leave the village today. TangXiaomi couldn't help but laugh. Did this person have a persecution complex? She had no intention of scaring him into fainting. Dealing with males was not so troublesome. No, she couldn't leave. Bai Yuhang suddenly spoke up, his face looking bad as he covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Yuing, listen to me. Roan Conke panicked, quickly trying to persuade. I know you were worried about Sangu and Laowu. It was my mistake to let them bond, but they will have options when they come of age. I will now call the shaman. If TangXiaomi can't cure you, don't let your illness worsen. He regretted it deeply. If he had known TangXiaomi would be so infuriating after waking up, he would never have let her get involved in the first place. Cough, cough. Bai Yuhang wanted to speak, but couldn't stop coughing. TangXiaomi walked between the two, under Roan Conke's furious gaze, pulled out some herbs from her damp pouch and handed them to Bai Yuhang. I found this nearby. Eating it might not feel good. What is this black stuff? How dare you give it to Yuing? Roan Conke's face darkened as he tried to snatch it. But Bai Yuhang had already eaten the herbs and nodded at TangXiaomi. Thank you. Huh? Roan Conke was stunned on the spot. And TangXiaomi was a bit surprised. She couldn't read Bai Yuhang's thoughts at all. Roan Conke quickly reacted and urged. Yuing, you're taking too much risk. TangXiaomi doesn't understand medicine. What if? Before he could finish, Bai Yuhang let out a muffled groan, his face turning as pale as paper. Clutching his chest in pain and bending over, TangXiaomi wanted to help, but was pushed away by Roan Conke, staggering a few steps before stabilizing herself. Roan Conke yelled, TangXiaomi, what did you give Yuing to eat? He wanted to help Bai Yuhang, but Bai Yuhang stepped back to avoid him. And Roan Conke's face instantly turned hurt. Bai Leisure and Bai Yunbao hurriedly rushed over to support Bai Yuing. Just as Bai Yunbao opened his mouth to shout air, he saw Bai Yuing spit out a large mouthful of blood. Bai Yunbao was instantly shocked and couldn't say a word. Bai Leisure's eyes turned red, using all his strength to hold up the falling Bai Yuing. The surrounding beastmen gathered around, gasping in shock at the scene. Heavens! How could Bai Yuing spit out so much blood? He hasn't been well lately. Could it be? Xia Yuqing panicked. Quick, call the shaman. The female can't die. Everyone shut up. Yu Ying vonte di. Hong Kong que chuté d'engridi. Turning to glare at TangXiaomi. It's all your fault. You should have left long ago, if it weren't for your bet. The beastmen all stared at TangXiaomi with accusing eyes, murmuring, this isn't healing, it's murder. Roan Conke shouted with red eyes. TangXiaomi, get out of Guanshan village right now. He even shouted frantically. I want to kill you to pay for Yu Ying's life. If it weren't for the beastmen holding him back, Roan Conke would have charged at her. TangXiaomi instinctively touched her neck. These people were too impulsive. They could at least ask Bai Yuing how he felt. Roan Conke was still roaring, and more beastmen came to hold him back. The scene was completely chaotic. TangXiaomi couldn't be bothered with him. After all, he had always looked at her unfavorably. Anything she said would be in vain. She walked straight to Bai Yuying's side. You should feel a bit better after spitting that out, right? Let me see how you're recovering. She reached out to grab Bai Yuying's wrist to check his pulse, but Bai Yuying dodged. You, get lost. Bai Leisure shouted angrily, stammering. If it weren't for supporting his brother, he would have rushed up already. TangXiaomi sighed secretly. This little one has quite the temper. Old fifth, cough cough. Bai Yuing called out hoarsely, and when he looked at TangXiaomi with his cool phoenix eyes, he suddenly coughed violently and spat out another mouthful of blood. Wife master. Bai Yunbao held back his tears, tightly gripping Bai Yuing, looking at TangXiaomi with a pitiful expression. You want to let second sister die, right? He didn't believe that the wife master would harm second brother. But with second brother spitting blood and third brother angry, he was completely panicked. TangXiaomi was checking the blood on the ground when she heard this and looked up to see Bai Yunbao's face full of despair, tears rolling down from his crystal, grape-like eyes, yet still looking at her with hope. In an instant, a thought exploded in her mind. Since he is hoping so much, how can she let him down? Even if Bai Leisure warned her fiercely and Bai Yuing rejected her, she still approached again, squatting down to pinch Bai Yunbao's little face and awkwardly wiped his tears with her tattered sleeve. Bai Yunbao blinked, his long eyelashes stained with tears, his reddened little face nodding as if he understood. He turned to glance at Bai Yuing, who was still coughing, and quietly tugged on TangXiaomi's sleeve. Wife master, second sister spat out a lot of blood. What should we do? I'm so scared. It was her doing. Oh, fifth, don't plead with her. Bai Leisure struggled to speak. Second brother only spat blood after eating her black herb. He was supporting second brother and knew best how weak he was. He absolutely couldn't let old fifth be misled. Worried that TangXiaomi would continue to deceive old fifth, Bai Leisure stiffly reached out to push her away. But as soon as he extended his hand, someone stopped him, and he looked up in surprise. Yeah, old third. Bai Yuing coughed for a while, enduring the burning pain in his throat and the taste of blood as he spoke. Old third, old fifth, don't worry. I'm much better. After speaking, he looked at TangXiaomi and saw her ugly little face wearing a faint smile, as if she had anticipated this result. TangXiaomi also boldly met his gaze, finally able to show off a bit. TangXiaomi smiled brightly and explained, I originally wanted to treat you slowly, but you came over in such poor health. Your qi and blood were already chaotic. If we delayed any longer, it would be dangerous. So I gave you black lotus grass to treat it with fierceness, opening up your meridians and forcing out all the dead blood in your body. She pointed to the blood on the ground. The risk was high, and the process was painful, but by spitting out this dirty blood, you actually gained a lot. You'll recover much faster in the future. Bai Yuing looked at the blood on the ground. It was dark red, different from fresh blood. Could this be the root of his long-standing weakness? By the way, Bai Jia, were you injured? TangXiaomi suddenly asked. Bai Yuing looked shocked. How did you know? Just a guess. Not allowing him to check his pulse or examine his body. She could only take a gamble and see Bai Yuying's reaction, which clearly showed she was right. Wife master, you're amazing. Second sister really has been injured. And almost, old fifth. Bai Yuing quickly interrupted. He didn't want to reveal too much. Bai Yunbao murmured in agreement. But inside he felt even worse. Second brother had suffered so much for them, never giving up despite the hardships. He secretly resolved that when he grew up, he would treat second brother twice as well. The matter had passed, but the injury hadn't fully healed and would leave hidden troubles. TangXiaomi said seriously, Bai Jia, trust me. Let me take a look. Maybe I can heal you. Actually, she had been grumbling. She was already so sincere. Why wouldn't they let her check the pulse? Could it be that there was some shameful illness? The more they wouldn't let her see, the more curious she became. She just loved treating difficult and complicated illnesses. But Bai Yuing only politely nodded. Thank you for earlier. I'm already much better. TangXiaomi looked at his delicate and gentle demeanor, feeling a bit disappointed. If she had known she would be rejected, she suddenly had a thought, leaned over, and diligently wiped the corner of Bai Yuying's mouth with her hand. Bai Jia, you have something on your mouth. This looks much better. Otherwise, your pale face with blood stains makes it look like you're about to pass out. How would you slap Rong Kongke in the face? Bai Yuing was completely unprepared for her to do this. His pupils constricted, and his body instantly stiffened. Seeing Bai Yuing staring at her hand, TangXiaomi looked down as well. Oh my, her hand was filthy. She actually used this hand to be attentive, and even made Bai Yuying's mouth corner red. TangXiaomi instantly felt embarrassed. I'm sorry. I'll definitely remember to wash my hands next time. After speaking, she smiled brightly. Bai Yuying's words were all blocked. Though she was ugly and disheveled, her eyes sparkled like stars, and when she smiled, there was a hint of playfulness. He couldn't help but ponder. What kind of background does this female have? Resisting the impulse to touch his lips, Bai Yuing glanced at the sky. It's getting dark. We should head back. Okay. Bai Yunbao nodded excitedly, his chubby face full of joy. Bai Leisure lowered his head and replied, his expression wooden and emotionless. But the tightly pressed corners of his mouth couldn't hide his feelings. Second brother was clearly much better, yet he couldn't be happy. And he stole a glance at TangXiaomi before quickly lowering his head. TangXiaomi was still smiling, winking at Bai Yuing. It's good, but our stuff is still on the mountain. That as her belongings, she definitely can't lose it. But now she looks half dead. How could she carry it back? Bai Yuing awkwardly averted his gaze, nodding directly without asking further. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Bai Yunbao tugged at his little face to apologize, full of regret. I promise I won't run around anymore. Second sister, wife master, please don't be angry, okay? All right. TangXiaomi answered immediately. This little guy was like this. How could she bear to be angry? But Bai Yuing frowned, his voice cooling down a few degrees. What a mess, you actually. His words suddenly stopped. He remembered old Fifth's aversion to calling TangXiaomi sister, and was more worried about old Fifth's attitude toward TangXiaomi, feeling an uneasy pang in his heart. Second sister, Bai Yunbao saw him getting angry and immediately panicked. We'll talk about it when we get back. Bai Yuing interrupted him, looking complicatedly at TangXiaomi. Old Fifth is still young, having grown up without a mother. I hope you don't misunderstand. TangXiaomi understood immediately. This was a reminder to her that old Fifth's dependence on her was due to an Oedipus complex. But she was puzzled. Bai Yuing was the biological sister. Shouldn't old Fifth be more attached to her? What misunderstanding? Bai Yunbao blinked his confused eyes. But when Bai Yuing glared at him, he immediately drooped his head and didn't dare to ask further. After packing up, TangXiaomi just wanted to leave quickly. She wasn't used to being around so many people, and was even more afraid that Rong Kong K would suddenly rush over to bite someone. But just as she was about to leave, she felt a gaze on her. And when she turned her head, she saw nothing. She couldn't help but frown. There must be someone hiding in the dark. Wife master, what are you looking at? Let's go. Bai Yunbao urged, wanting to get home quickly. Well, he turned his head and saw the shaman. The smile in his eyes instantly vanished, and he pouted in displeasure. Bai Yunbao was puzzled. Why is he here again? Second brother is fine now. The shaman rode in on a bear, and once the bear set him down, he transformed into a rugged man over 6 feet tall, with no clothes on. TangXiaomi couldn't help but glance down, thinking to herself, that's terrifyingly big. The bear sensed her gaze and not only didn't cover up, but also looked proud. Showing off his physique to the females was a major advantage. Other females indeed showed appreciative looks, but TangXiaomi quickly averted her gaze, her face almost cracking, and she shivered, silently sympathizing with Bai Yuing. No wonder he doesn't have a male partner. Just as she thought this, TangXiaomi met Bai Yuying's gaze. His expression remained calm, but TangXiaomi couldn't help but overthink. Could he also be sympathizing with me? Is this mutual understanding? She quickly shook her head. She wasn't of age yet and couldn't think about early romance and having kids. Not a good look. Wife, don't look. Bai Yunbao puffed out his cheeks, trying to block her sight, but even standing on tiptoe wasn't enough. TangXiaomi coughed, her face flushed. I just glanced, didn't see clearly. Rong Kongke seized the opportunity to break free from the beast man, sprinting in front of Bai Yuing to block his view, secretly gritting her teeth. This bear beast is really despicable, using his body to gain attention. The atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. Weren't you the one who called me to take a look? Why block me? The old shaman stumbled over, throwing down the remark. Just so, you know, I won't save anyone. Who told him to crush my sunfire grass? Rong Kongke, fearing he would leave, quickly grabbed his arm. Shaman, Bai Yuing just coughed up blood. How come it's TangXiaomi again? What does that female know? The shaman frowned and shook his head. He's already coughed up blood. He can't be saved. You should find another female. Rong Kong's face instantly turned ashen. Can't be saved? Impossible. She pulled the shaman to Bai Yuing. Please take another look. As long as you can save him, I am willing to do anything. The old shaman initially didn't want to look, but only after hearing the last sentence did he finally glance at Bai Yuing, and he was stunned, repeatedly sizing him up, seeing the shaman's expression grow worse. Rong Kong's heart sank to the bottom, and hatred surged within her. She grabbed TangXiaomi's arm. You fool. You're going to get Bai Yuing killed. Are you satisfied now? Her eyes were red, and her grip tightened. I'll kill you to pay for it. Hiss. Let go. TangXiaomi gasped in pain and directly scolded. Are you blind or stupid? Rong Kongke, stop. No. She must pay with her life. Rong Kongke reached out to choke TangXiaomi, but Bai Yuing furrowed his brows and pulled TangXiaomi to his side, coldly addressing Rong Kongke. You lost the bet. TangXiaomi covered her sore nose. Bai Yuying had suddenly pulled her, as she wasn't prepared, falling against him, her nose hitting his shoulder, making her almost tear up from the pain. She muttered to herself, Bai Yuying looks fair-skinned, but his bones are too hard. It hurts all over from the impact. And his chest is really small, with no elasticity at all. What does that mean? Roan Conke looked between Bai Yuying and the shaman, completely confused. According to our bet, you can't get close to me. Bai Yuying's expression was indifferent. But seeing TangXiaomi shaking her head while staring at his chest almost made him lose his composure. The two were close enough that he could see her delicate, long eyelashes and smell the herbal fragrance in her breath, causing his pupils to constrict and his breathing to become erratic. Bai Yuying quickly steadied his mind, quietly loosening his grip on TangXiaomi's hand and moving back to maintain distance. TangXiaomi didn't notice these small movements. Her attention was fully on Roan Conke. Think before you act next time. Bai Jia is fine, isn't she? But just now you clearly. You were blind and stupid just now. TangXiaomi retorted angrily, almost hurt herself. TangXiaomi complained in her heart. With Roan Conke's IQ, pursuing Bai Yuying is simply more difficult than climbing to the sky. Bai Yuying appeared gentle, and his intelligence far surpassed Roan Conke's. Previously, she thought Roan Conke was ready labor, but now she directly opposed him. This guy is impulsive and brainless. No wonder Bai Yuying isn't interested. She even wanted to hit him on the head. But you gave Bai Yuying that black stuff, and that's why he coughed up blood. Still trying to argue? Roan Conke clung to this point, and TangXiaomi was too lazy to explain. It's a waste of breath to explain to you. If you don't believe me, ask the shaman. She even suspected that Roan Conke wasn't a peacock beast, but a bull. You can't leave. What if Bai Yuying coughs up blood again? Roan Conke blocked her path. TangXiaomi looked up at him, suppressing her anger. Okay, you refuse to acknowledge it, right? She turned to the shaman. Shaman, does Bai Jia still have life-threatening danger? That's impossible. Black lotus grass is toxic. The old shaman's face was full of shock as he repeatedly examined Bai Yuying and TangXiaomi. As soon as Roan Conke heard it was poisonous, he exploded. You actually gave Bai Yuying poison. What grudge do you have against him? Roan Conke's shout made TangXiaomi's ears buzz. She frowned. Shut up. If you keep yelling, I'll really feed you poison to prevent you from jumping around. You think I'm jumping around? Roan Conke laughed in anger. This was the third time she had ordered him to shut up. But suddenly, TangXiaomi held Bai Yuying's arm, looking at him slyly. I don't believe you can't see that Bai Yuying is fine. Just a tough duck. Bai Jia, let me tell you, Roan Conke secretly. TangXiaomi, shut up. Roan Conke's face turned red, anxious to rush over and cover her mouth. TangXiaomi smiled even brighter, on a sunny morning with clear skies. Enough. Roan Conke bellowed to stop her, his voice fierce like crashing waves. But when everyone thought he was going to hit someone, he instantly cowered, his face shifting from blue to black, glaring at TangXiaomi through gritted teeth. As long as you can really save Bai Yuying, I admit defeat. You win. TangXiaomi smiled. That sounds much better. The on-looking beastmen erupted, their expressions full of disbelief. TangXiaomi won? What does that mean? Could she really cure him? That's impossible. A female who used to have problems with her brain can cure him? Roan Conke felt increasingly frustrated but couldn't do anything about TangXiaomi, only threatening her in a low voice. Don't speak ill of me, or I'll skin you. Do you even need me to speak ill of you? TangXiaomi smiled back. Bai Yuying understood her perfectly. She couldn't be bothered to expose his dark past. You. Roan Conke's face twisted with anger. Humiliated again by this little female, he wanted to complain to the shaman, but the shaman was squatting on the ground staring at Bai Yuying's blood, muttering in disbelief. As if possessed, Roan Conke was fighting alone, swallowing his frustration, secretly vowing, I will definitely step on TangXiaomi to vent my anger in the future. You won't have a chance. TangXiaomi deliberately provoked, holding Bai Yuying's arm. Aren't you envious? Roan Conke's feelings were all written on his face. Could she not see? Roan Conke roared internally, envious. So envious I'll die. But TangXiaomi was a female. He didn't even have the right to duel. He glared at TangXiaomi with a resentful look, wishing he could slice her away from Bai Yuying with his eyes. But no matter how long he glared, it was useless. Bai Jia, let's go home. TangXiaomi smiled at Bai Yuying, and when she turned to look at Roan Conke, she deliberately emphasized the words go home, successfully raising Roan Conke's jealousy to another level. After walking a distance, TangXiaomi released Bai Yuying's hand. Thank you for not shaking me off just now. She was well aware of how tense his muscles were and had given him enough face. I'm not doing it for you. No need to thank me. Bai Yuying's tone was calm, but he added, but don't do that in the future. I don't like close contact with others to avoid causing you trouble. TangXiaomi looked at him a bit longer. He looked gentle and mild-mannered, but his words hinted at a sharp edge. Except for when she had just woken up and he was truly anxious, he was always this gentle when reminding her. His self-control was astonishing. Such a determined person had a hard heart. No wonder, even if Ron Conke was in pain, he wouldn't furrow his brows. After TangXiaomi let go, Bai Leisure supported Bai Yu-ing as they walked ahead. Bai Yun Bao had been obediently following, but, after a short distance, secretly slipped to TangXiaomi's side. Afraid of being discovered by Bai Yu-ing, he quietly looked up. Wife, I'll help you. I can do this. TangXiaomi smiled and pointed to the wooden stick. I can manage with this. Her ankle was swollen and painful, and she could only walk with the help of the stick. She was afraid of putting too much pressure on Bai Yun Bao. But the little guy insisted on helping her, and she couldn't refuse. Wife, you're so thin. Bai Yun Bao struggled to support her arm, speaking in a childish voice. I will take good care of you and make you stronger than Xiang Kai-feng. TangXiaomi was choked by his words. Xiang Kai-feng was nearly 1.8 meters tall, while she was only 1.6 meters. How could she grow an extra 20 centimeters? Imagining herself as a towering figure, she couldn't help but laugh. Wife, why are you coughing? Are you sick? Will you cough up blood? Bai Yun Bao bombarded her with questions. While answering, TangXiaomi glanced at Bai Yu-ing. There was too much difference between the two brothers. One was quiet while the other was a chatterbox. The surrounding grass was green, and the branches were lush, full of spring vibes. With the little one around, the way home didn't feel lonely. Wife, you really didn't hit Xiang Kai-feng? I think I saw. Bai Yun Bao blinked, clearly scared but trying to act brave. TangXiaomi raised an eyebrow. Of course I did. Well, I lied earlier. She had pressed Xiang Kai-feng's acupoint, making her think it hurt a lot. Second brother said, lying is not good. Bai Yun Bao quietly retorted. Seeing that Bai Yu-ing had no reaction, she leisurely said, this way, it can make her feel both wronged and angry, like being hit in the chest with a stick, really satisfying. Otherwise, how would she have fainted? You did it on purpose? Bai Yun Bao's eyes brightened, and TangXiaomi smugly replied, yes. Now, however, she couldn't speak. Her ankle was being treated with herbs, causing her to break out in cold sweat from the pain, and all she could do was whimper. Bai Yu-ying's rough hands touched the swollen area, making her want to cry out for her father, and rubbing against normal skin felt itchy, an absolute torment. After treating her ankle, TangXiaomi was so exhausted she could hardly keep her eyes open. Eat a bit and then sleep. Bai Yu-ing offered her some lotus root, and she took a few bites before falling asleep. Bai Yu-ing was puzzled, and then the little snow leopard came over, whimpering for help. No. Bai Yu-ying's face darkened, but the little snow leopard refused to leave. Bai Yu-ing told the little lion, third, take the fifth one away, and keep a close eye on him from now on. The little lion carried the little snow leopard into the inner room, but as soon as he let go, the little snow leopard darted outside. Fifth one, just as the little snow leopard was about to sneak out. Bai Yu-ing said in a deep voice, when you grow up, I won't stop you from choosing me, but not now. You're too young to understand. She's just a nominal wife. He worried that the fifth one would become too dependent on TangXiaomi. If she were to abandon him again due to illness, the fifth one would be hurt the most. Bai Yu-ing continued. There can be countless males for a female, but if a male is abandoned, there is no way to survive. The marriage contract is a last resort. I don't want to delay your lives. He reminded, no one knows what she intends to do here. The incident with the fourth one is a lesson. No one cares how males feel. Avu. The little snow leopard drooped his head, returning to Bai Yu-ying's side, but in his heart he firmly believed that his wife didn't mean it. He perked up, deliberately lying down in the corner, resisting with his actions. The little lion shook his head helplessly. He tried his best, but couldn't control the fifth one. Sleep. Bai Yu-ing patted the little lion's head, but he himself lay down unable to sleep. The images from the day were all of TangXiaomi, and he couldn't shake them off. In the deep of night, while the third and fifth were sound asleep, moonlight poured into the room, and Bai Yu-ing simply sat up to look out the window, only to suddenly hear footsteps from TangXiaomi's room. Hadn't she fallen asleep early? With curiosity, he quietly got up. Little rascal? Bai Yun Bao rubbed his sore cheeks, looking dazedly at TangXiaomi. Why couldn't he help with bathing since third brother was also a partner? He wanted to explain, but Bai Yu-ing spoke first. You stay here, I'll be back soon. Bai Leisure nodded with a serious face, his gaze fixed on his toes. Wife. Bai Yun Bao pouted, looking at TangXiaomi with pitiful eyes, hoping to be included. TangXiaomi couldn't stand that look, but Bai Yun Bao was a male, and it felt awkward to scrub his back. She sighed inwardly. If only you were a little female. No, you stay at home obediently. She patted Bai Yunbao's head and followed Bai Yuing out. Bai Yunbao looked at their departing figures in disappointment. Wanted to sneak after them, but was caught by Bai Lei Shi. Third brother, I can keep watch from afar. No, you can't. Bai Lei Shi firmly rejected. What if his wife was taken away? Bai Yunbao grew anxious, and Bai Lei Shi paused. Yesterday evening, it seemed possible for her to be noticed by someone. But thinking of second brother being there, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, still insisting. No, you can't. Bai Yunbao was furious, glaring at Bai Lei Shi. Third brother, if my wife has other partners, you will regret it. Bai Lei Shi remained silent. They would have to find the fourth and elder brother to dissolve the contract in the future. You don't want my wife, I do. You don't want her. Third brother, I hate you. Bai Yunbao angrily sat on the steps, hugging his knees and ignoring Bai Lei Shi. Bai Lei Shi's dull face flashed with surprise. Was he hated just because of a female? Did the fifth one really care so much about TangXiaomi? Meanwhile, TangXiaomi was following Bai Yuing, bringing up the issue of scrubbing backs and friendships again, only to be rejected once more. Bai Yuing was particularly evasive, delivering her to the place and then leaving. Females had their own exclusive bathing pools, dug in secluded areas for convenience and to prevent males from peeking. Single males would try anything to become partners. Bai Yuing brought her to a natural pool over 10 meters wide, with water that was tea cold, and TangXiaomi was extremely satisfied. Since coming to this world, she hadn't had a proper bath, and she was too dirty to even think about it. Even with injuries, she couldn't resist going into the water. Feels so good. TangXiaomi sighed as she scrubbed off the dirt, but after a short while, she felt a gaze fixed on her. Who is there? She covered her chest with her clothes, staring straight ahead and questioning. Bai Yuing had left early, and Rong Kong K wouldn't dare to look at her. Nor would Xiang Kai Feng, who hadn't recovered yet. Who could it be? Suddenly, she realized, perhaps the one peeking several times was the same person. It might be someone she had hurt before coming back for revenge. After waiting for a long time with no movement, TangXiaomi grew anxious. If someone really came to cause trouble while she was alone, no one would save her even if she shouted her lungs out. She quickly put on her clothes in the water, tugging at her injury and gasping in pain, but she could only grit her teeth and speed up. Need help? You seem to be injured. A hoarse voice came from behind, and TangXiaomi froze, stiffly turning her head. She saw a 5 or 6-year-old boy smiling at her. His features delicate like a little angel, especially those pair of peach blossom eyes, but his voice was low and hoarse, clearly damaged. A little male suddenly appearing in this remote place was definitely suspicious. TangXiaomi warily asked, "Who are you? Were you hiding here?" The little boy raised the corners of his mouth and walked to the edge of the pool without fear, dipping his snow-white feet in the water. "It's me. But you just looked in the wrong direction." He pointed to the side. "I was hiding over there." TangXiaomi's mouth twitched. "Don't think that just because you look good, I want to hit you. Peeking at such a young age. What would happen when he grows up? Whose child are you? I'll take you back and find your parents to have a word." "You didn't recognize me?" The little boy countered, leaving TangXiaomi stunned. She would definitely remember such a beautiful child. Could it be someone she met while she was delirious? The little boy pouted, resting his chin in his hand and tilting his head to smile at her, his gaze captivating. So annoying. It seems third brother and the fifth one didn't mention me at all. The little boy's dazzling smile caught TangXiaomi off guard, and after a moment of hesitation, she finally reacted. "You are the fourth Bai Luoyu?" Bai Luoyu nodded with a smile. "That's me." TangXiaomi was shocked. She thought the fourth one looked different, and didn't expect him to be such a stunning child, with those captivating peach blossom eyes. At such a young age, how could he be so charming? What would happen when he grows up? "You're quite bold. You dare to come out after being exiled?" She was both angry and amused, realizing that the one who scared her was just a little kid. Bai Luoyu laughed nonchalantly, splashing water with his little feet. "They can't catch me, so why can't they come?" TangXiaomi raised an eyebrow. This little guy not only looked handsome, but was also arrogant and bold. "All right, do as you please." She changed the subject, squinting and asking, "What are you doing here? Aren't you going to see your second sister and the others? If you don't give a good reason, you'll have to take the blame for peeping. I'm obviously here to see you." Bai Luoyu blinked innocently. "I was curious about the wives of third brother and fifth brother, so I came to take a look. Were you the one who peeked at me before?" Bai Luoyu squinted his peach blossom eyes and obediently nodded. TangXiaomi was at a loss for words, just as she was about to ask what happened next. Bai Luoyu suddenly jumped into the water with a splash and disappeared instantly. TangXiaomi twitched the corner of her mouth. Thankfully, she was dressed appropriately. Otherwise, she would have to pull him out and spank him. The pool water was clear, and she could see Bai Luo Yu swimming swiftly, making her dizzy. But the next moment, her body suddenly felt light, and she uncontrollably floated towards the center of the pool. The center of the pool was deep enough to cover her head. Splash Bai Luo Yu popped his head up, and TangXiaomi asked in exasperation, "What do you want? What's the meaning of this?" Being held in the arms of child, even with the buoyancy of the water, was incredibly strange. "I just wanted to see what it feels like to hold you in the water," Bai Luo Yu said. Seeing that TangXiaomi was calm and unafraid, and looking at him with that expression, Bai Luo Yu's eyes brightened even more. "You become the wife of third brother and fifth brother, so let me be your male partner too, okay?" TangXiaomi was stunned. This pace was too fast. Bai Luo Yu floated up, leaned closer, and flirted with a wink. "We're brothers. Living together must be more harmonious than with others. Xiaomi, don't you think?" TangXiaomi's lips were almost twitching in frustration. Still calling her Xiaomi? How dare he flirt with her before he even grew up? She looked Bai Luo Yu up and down and smirked. "I'm not interested in Tinder shoots. Instead of thinking about these nonsense things, you should think about how to clear your name. Otherwise, being expelled will only drag your brothers down." Bai Luo Yu paused, sizing her up for a long time before regaining his dazzling smile. "You're really different." TangXiaomi was full of black question marks. Are all the kids in this place abnormal? Bai Luo Yu giggled, guiding her to the shore, and even held her hand, just as TangXiaomi was confused. The next second she widened her eyes. Bai Luo Yu's lips actually landed on the back of her hand. "That's settled then, Xiaomi, my wife." After saying that, Bai Luo Yu dove back into the water, leaving TangXiaomi in a daze. Who was she? Why was she here? What just happened? She was actually flirted with by a little kid. "Bai Luo Yu, come out. I promise I won't kill you." She stared at the water's surface. The pool was only this big, he couldn't hide. Sure enough, Bai Luo Yu popped his head up quickly. Just as TangXiaomi was about to scold him for being so bold, he excitedly interrupted. "Xiaomi, are you in heat?" "What?" TangXiaomi thought he was crazy. "I smelled it while I was in the water." Bai Luo Yu dove underwater to confirm, and when he resurfaced, his face was filled with worry. No doubt about it. "You must be in heat. It smells so good." He swam around the pool, puffing out his cheeks in a mournful manner. "Xiaomi, why are you in heat so quickly?" "I'm not grown up yet. I can't mate with you." TangXiaomi's face turned dark. Wait a minute. In this world, does menstruation mean being in heat? Could it be that she really got her period? For the first time in 16 years, how embarrassing. She had felt bloated and painful in her lower abdomen earlier and thought it was hunger. Now that she thought about it, the pain was even more obvious. "Xiaomi, it looks like it's your first time being in heat, right?" TangXiaomi's eyelids twitched. Was she being that obvious? Did he have to say it out loud? Bai Luo Yu grew anxious again. "You smell too good. It will definitely attract male beast men. What should we do?" TangXiaomi's mouth stiffened. Did he just say she smelled good? Shouldn't it be disgusting? The pain in her lower abdomen intensified. She wanted to get ashore, but her hands and feet were injured, and climbing up would definitely be ungraceful. Especially with Bai Luo Yu watching her. "Aren't you leaving? Planning to stay for dinner?" She sternly urged him to leave. "I'm waiting for Xiaomi to ask me to carry you to shore." Bai Luo Yu blinked innocently, swimming in the water like a little fat fish. "Xiaomi, don't be shy. We're family now." Hee. TangXiaomi forced a smile. This little kid was too flirty at such a young age. He would definitely be a playboy when he grew up. She didn't care about looking bad anymore. Getting ashore was the priority, or it would be even worse if her period leaked too much. But just as she turned around, someone hugged her from behind, and TangXiaomi stiffened. This little kid was actually taking advantage of her. "Let go. If you want to keep your little hooves, let go quickly." She lowered her voice to warn him. "Xiaomi, don't be so fierce. You're so gentle with fifth brother. You can't be biased." TangXiaomi was speechless. There was no way to communicate with this little kid. Just as she was about to make a move, her body suddenly felt light again, and she was hugged back into Bai Luo Yu's arms. "Xiaomi, your temper is really bad. You get angry after just a couple of words, sigh." Bai Luo Yu frowned with his pretty little face and sighed, trying to speak before TangXiaomi could. "I've thought it through. When we get home, you don't need to come out. Just say second sister is in heat, and she'll definitely agree." "Thank you. No need to be polite. I'm about to be your partner. We're family." "Little fish, have you ever had sauerkraut fish?" "No. If you want to eat me, can you wait until I grow up?" Bai Luo Yu's peach blossom eyes blinked shyly, and TangXiaomi stared in shock. This little kid was just too attractive. He would definitely be a disaster when he grew up. "Get lost quickly, or I'll stew you. The fish soup will be super fresh." Under TangXiaomi's smiling gaze, Bai Luo Yu pouted and used his tail to lift her up onto the shore. Xiaomi, I can be considered your beast man now. Don't forget me. If you need anything, I'll risk my life to save you. Hee hee, boiling fish is also good. TangXiaomi wore an official smile. But Bailuo Yu continued to speak to himself. Then I'll take that, as you agreed. He lay on the edge of the shore, propping his chin up with one hand. Smiling, TangXiaomi didn't want to engage and turned to leave, but then she heard a splash. Turning back to look, Bailuo Yu had a fishtail behind him, sparkling beautifully in the sunlight. Xiaomi, are you satisfied? It must be delicious. After smiling, TangXiaomi turned and left, returning in wet clothes. TangXiaomi felt cold all over, and her stomach hurt more and more. This was menstrual pain. She had never had her period before, so she was unprepared. She should have looked for herbs in advance. The cramping in her lower abdomen made her want to bang her head against the wall. Suddenly, there was movement outside. Wife, are you back? Bai Yunbao entered the door looking for her. He had been called by second brother to work and wasn't home to wait for her. Seeing TangXiaomi lying on the hay, he immediately beamed and ran over. Wife, was it comfortable after your bath? Next time I'll go with you. It's dangerous for females to bathe alone. Seeing that TangXiaomi didn't respond, Bai Yunbao realized something was off. Wife, what's wrong? I'm Fina. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine soon. Are you sick? Bai Yunbao looked at her pale face, panicking and shouting at the door. Second sister, third brother, come quickly. TangXiaomi twitched the corner of her mouth. Now, it was good. They all came to watch her suffer from menstrual pain. Second sister, the wife is seriously ill. You need to think of a way. Bai Yunbao pulled by Yu Hawk, jumping anxiously. It's really nothing. TangXiaomi wanted to find an excuse, but Bai Yu Hawk looked surprised and directly asked, Are you in heat? TangXiaomi was stunned. She was actually seen through at a glance? Well, that's good. It saves her the explanation. In this world, it seems that menstruation isn't that embarrassing. In heat, Bai Yunbao's eyes widened, his gray-blue eyes blinked, and his little face instantly filled with excitement. I knew the wife would be in heat. Bai Yunbao leaned closer to sniff, his eyes lighting up. So fragrant. The wife's heat scent is amazing. He pulled Bai Leisure. Third brother, come and smell it too. Bai Leisure's face turned red. He glanced at TangXiaomi, stiffened, and quickly slipped away. It smells good. Bai Yunbao was puzzled, while TangXiaomi glared at him. Stop talking. Being sniffed like this. Even the thickest skin can't handle it. Bai Yu Hawk asked with a serious expression, What kind of female are you? Generally, females don't come into heat this early in spring. TangXiaomi was tangled up for a long time, pitifully saying, It doesn't matter what kind of female it is. The key is what to do now. This is my first time here. In modern times, there are sanitary pads, but here there are only animal skins, and my family is too poor to spare any. She could only ask Bai Yu Hawk for help. The latter's cheeks flushed slightly. I'll go find some fine hay for you to use as a cushion for now. Only hay. TangXiaomi sulked. The fine ones are prickly too. But since her family was poor, she could only accept it. Thank you, Sister Bai. Sorry for the trouble. Seeing her curled up in the corner, pale-faced, Bai Yu Hawk hesitated to speak. The scent of your estrus will become stronger, and the nearby males will be able to smell it, and your scent is very... She swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. What? TangXiaomi almost jumped up. They can smell it? What kind of divine nose is this? Bai Yu Hawk added by then, there will be quite a few males wanting to be your partner. TangXiaomi shivered and quickly mentioned Bai Luoyu's method. Upon hearing Bai Luoyu's name, Bai Yu Hawk frowned but agreed. TangXiaomi was worried again. She would have to come here every month, and she couldn't keep making him take the blame every time. Taking advantage of the scent not spreading, Bai Yu Hawk left. Once Bai Yu Hawk left, Bai Yunbao sneaked in, while Bai Leisure watched from outside for a while, but didn't come in. Wife. Bai Yunbao looked at her with a pained expression. Is it this painful for females in estrus? Wife, please don't go into estrus. It's too hard to bear. TangXiaomi smiled. If she could control her period, that would be perfect. Then she wouldn't have to suffer this torment. TangXiaomi thought. If I could not have my period, it wouldn't matter if I could have children or not. Women and females both have the right not to bear children. Having children is too damaging. I have always cherished myself. As Bai Yunbao stayed with her, he grew more uncomfortable, saying a bunch of comforting words, and finally fell asleep beside her. When Bai Yu Hawk returned to see this scene, his face was tightly drawn, and his brows were furrowed enough to pinch a fly. After giving the hay to TangXiaomi, he dragged Bai Yunbao away. TangXiaomi looked at the hay with a heavy heart. It was fine, but still dry and rough. After the sun went down, the room became cold. TangXiaomi shrank into the corner, getting colder and colder, and the colder she got, the more her stomach hurt. The little snow leopard secretly came out to nuzzle her. TangXiaomi initially wanted to send him away, but when she felt his warm fur, she changed her mind. Come here and cuddle. The little snow leopard's eyes lit up and timidly approached. So good. Sleep with me, and I'll give you meat to eat in the future, making you fat. Hearing about meat, the little snow leopard let out a soft ow and obediently nestled in, with a source of warmth. She felt more comfortable and fell asleep drowsily in the deep night. Yu Hawk and the little lion watched from behind the curtain, their brows still tight. The little lion still recalled the feeling of being held, and neither of them spoke. In the early morning, TangXiaomi woke up from stomach pain, her gasping sounds waking Yunbao. He hurriedly ran out in his bare bottom, second sister, and directly bumped into Yu Hawk, who coldly told him to get dressed. Yu Hawk squatted down. I haven't heard of females in estrus being this painful. What will you do? TangXiaomi endured the pain. It would be fine if I had hot water, but making a fire requires borrowing fire. And she had to pretend it was Yu Hawk's estrus. She hurriedly said, forget it, I'll endure it. Yunbao ran out, dressed crookedly. I'll go borrow fire. After shouting, he slipped away. The third one goes with you, Yu Hawk said in a deep voice, and Leisure chased after him. Sorry. TangXiaomi gritted her teeth and apologized. The two little guys were still young, and Yu Hawk must be worried. Yu Hawk looked at her calmly, his eyelashes slightly lowered. I'll get you something to eat. Okay. TangXiaomi's nose felt slightly sour. TangXiaomi recalled. In the past, even when I was seriously ill, no one took care of me. Thinking about it now feels like a past life. Yu Hawk brought her food that was still wild lotus. She was hungry, but only ate a few bites. Then the pain made her feel dizzy, and she didn't even know when the third and fifth ones came back. Wife, wake up, drink some hot water. A pair of little hands shook her. TangXiaomi struggled to open her eyes. Yu Hawk was holding hot water to support her, and she hurriedly drank it down. The warmth flowed from her throat to her belly, feeling much better, and her mind also cleared up. Outside, it was dim. It turned out it was already dusk. At first, she couldn't see Yunbao clearly, but when he asked if she felt better, she noticed his little face was bruised and swollen, with blood at the corner of his mouth. He had clearly been beaten. How did you get hurt? It's nothing. Yunbao smiled, but the pain caused him to gasp. Who is it from TangXiaomi? TangXiaomi asked, and Yunbao's eyes brightened, but then shook his head. It's the fifth one. Go back inside. Yu Hawk suddenly interrupted, and Yunbao dared not disobey, obediently walking away. TangXiaomi lowered her eyes and clenched her fists. She already understood the answer. You shouldn't get involved in this. It will only bring retaliation. It will harm you even more. TangXiaomi smiled, her mouth revealing a fierce determination. Yu Hawk can endure, but I cannot. Don't worry. TangXiaomi and the others won't have a chance. Yu Hawk stared at her, more and more uneasy. There's no need to do this. It has no meaning. No meaning? TangXiaomi retorted, staring straight at him. Then who are you enduring for? Being bullied like this. What's the point of enduring? Yu Hawk was taken aback, wanting to explain, but fell silent, ultimately remaining quiet. Not long after, TangXiaomi fell asleep again. Outside, the third one was lying by the fire watching it. Yu Hawk sat at the door, knowing that male beasts were watching nearby. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. He turned around. The little snow leopard was sneaking out. Not allowed. Yu Hawk's eyes darkened. He couldn't let the fifth one rely on TangXiaomi again tonight. When the little snow leopard met his gaze, his body stiffened, but upon seeing TangXiaomi in the corner, he took a step back and growled, charging straight towards her. Yu Hawk's eyes darkened even more. Feeling increasingly uneasy, TangXiaomi felt something small nudging her. She touched it and felt a furry warmth, too sleepy to open her eyes. She instinctively embraced it, sighing in her dream. So comfortable. The little snow leopard squinted, nuzzling her chin, but when he looked at Yu Hawk, he drooped his head and closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. In her dream, TangXiaomi felt like she was hugging a warm stove. Looked down and thought it was a little bear that had come to life, muttering, "Bear, my bear." The little snow leopard, originally nestled in her arms, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Bear? Does my wife like bear beasts? His eyes were filled with panic and helplessness. My wife is already in estrus, but I haven't grown up yet. The little snow leopard panicked. What if a bear beast really chases after my wife? He stretched out his paw, wanted to wake TangXiaomi, hoping she wouldn't look for bear beasts. Just wait a bit longer. He and the third brother would grow up. That night, he was so frightened that he couldn't sleep, and it was very late before he could barely doze off. However, TangXiaomi slept very comfortably. Her stomach hurt less, and she had a furry warm stove in her arms. This sleep rejuvenated her spirit, and when she opened her eyes, she saw that she was hugging the little snow leopard, She smiled. No wonder it felt so comfortable. She gently let him go without waking him. At this time, it was the transition between day and night, and it wasn't quite dark yet. Bai Yuhawk sat at the door, his cool gaze fixed on the fire pit. The flames reflecting in his eyes, but there was not a shred of warmth. The little lion added firewood to the fire, glanced at TangXiaomi when she came out, and then blankly looked away. You go rest. When it's done, I'll call you. TangXiaomi sat by the fire, figuring out how to roast wild lotus. The little lion stole glances at her, then looked at Bai Yuhawk, and only entered the room after getting a nod. What do we need to do? Bai Yuhawk extended his hand to ask. TangXiaomi paused for a moment. She understood. He was worried about her wound hurting. Thank you. She handed the wild lotus over, and with a helper, the roasting went much faster. Bury it in the charcoal fire, and turn it over from time to time. TangXiaomi taught him, using the method of roasting sweet potatoes, speaking like an expert. Bai Yuhawk glanced at her a few more times, clearly surprised that she understood this. TangXiaomi nodded to give him confidence. The wild lotus was almost roasted, and TangXiaomi's eyes landed on the stone pot. It's just a stone with a hole smashed in it. Rough, but usable. She had been looking forward to hot food for a long time. With fire, she had to make something special. Sister Bai, chop this up and boil it. Bai Yuhawk was puzzled, but seeing her confidence, he did as she said. Soon, a fragrant smell wafted from the pot, and it became thick. Thank goodness, thank goodness. TangXiaomi smiled. Wild lotus is similar to sweet potatoes. It's sweeter when boiled soft. She wiped the sweat from her brow and looked at the horizon. The sun was rising in the east, golden light pouring down like it was coated in gold. The sunlight felt incredibly comfortable on her body, and it was even more stunning on Bai Yuhawk. His features became beautiful, and his phoenix eyes seemed to hold starlight, making one lose their senses just by looking. TangXiaomi looked calm, and when Bai Yuing met her gaze, his heart skipped a beat, making him a bit flustered, so he clenched his fists to steady himself. Sister Bai, you're really beautiful. TangXiaomi honestly complimented him, but Bai Yuing averted his eyes, pretending not to hear as he continued to stir the lotus roots in the pot. It smells so good. Wife's second sister, what are you making? Bai Yunbao called out, peeking his head in. I was just about to call you. TangXiaomi waved him over. Bai Yunbao's swollen face had gone down a bit, but the bruises were more noticeable, and his dark circles made him look like a lively little panda. Can you eat lotus roots like this? Seeing the contents of the pot, Bai Yunbao's eyes lit up, and he swallowed hard from the temptation. Not long after, Bai Leisure also came out quietly. TangXiaomi only noticed him when she was distributing the lotus roots. His face was bruised and swollen, looking as if he had been stung by a wasp. And he was limping. She thought Bai Yunbao was in bad shape, but Bai Leisure was hurt even worse. TangXiaomi gritted her teeth to suppress her anger and still smiled as she handed him the lotus roots, saying, It's super delicious, eat more. Bai Leisure was taken aback for a moment, and, seeing Bai Yuing nod, he stiffly accepted it and quietly sat down to eat. He must have been starving, finishing it in just a few bites. TangXiaomi waited for him to ask for more, but he saw Bai Yunbao enjoying himself and stopped. This little bit was hardly enough for growing. Bai Yunbao was eating well and looking rounder. Drink some porridge too. I'll handle the food from now on. TangXiaomi handed him a bowl of porridge, smiling brightly. No need to hold back. Eat more to grow. Don't let Lao Wu outdo you. Seeing he didn't take it, she directly placed it in his hands, then took 2 more lotus roots, and only left satisfied after watching him eat them. Bai Leisure held the bowl and glanced at TangXiaomi before lowering his eyes. He had never been full for so long, and it was his first time tasting something delicious, all thanks to her. They had cooked a lot of porridge, and the aroma attracted 3 male beastmen. As they got closer, they could smell the female and heat mixed with the food scent, unable to tell why they were drawn there. At first, TangXiaomi was afraid of being exposed, but standing beside Bai Yuing, she was surprisingly treated as if she were air. All 3 beastmen were focused on Bai Yuing, their eyes filled with flattery. They used to disdain Bai Yuing for not being able to go into heat or bear offspring, but now seeing him in heat, they thought he was incredibly fragrant, even wanted to go into heat themselves. They regretted wanting to drive Bai Yuing away before. If such a beautiful female went to another village, they would be too late to cry. Hey, watch your drool, TangXiaomi said with a smile. Do you need help? One beastman asked shamelessly, but TangXiaomi quickly interrupted. Sorry, no. Bai Yuying's expression was already quite bad. She didn't dare to make him angrier. Only then did the beastman notice TangXiaomi. Frowning with disdain, she knew she looked messy now, and not being directly chased away was all thanks to Bai Yuing. Sister Bai, you can cook food too? That's quite impressive. It smells so good. Another beastman came over to get close, and the last one quickly followed. What's this? I've never seen it before. Is it tasty? Bai Yuying's eyes were devoid of emotion, as if he hadn't heard or seen anything, not giving the three male beastmen a single response. Of course it's delicious. Bai Yunbao shouted, puffing out his cheeks, super delicious. Not giving you any. The three male beastmen felt awkward on the spot. They were here to pursue a mate, not to beg for food, but this porridge smelled too good to resist. Lao Wu, don't be stingy, good things should be shared. TangXiaomi ruffled his hair, and in response to his resentful gaze, she enthusiastically shared 3 bowls of porridge. The 3 beastmen were taken aback. Did they actually get share? They used to think TangXiaomi was crazy and ugly, and if it weren't for the village chief stopping them, they would have chased her away long ago. After drinking the porridge, the 3 beastmen's eyes lit up, and their attitudes towards TangXiaomi improved significantly. Wife, Bai Yunbao tugged at her clothes, feeling wronged. He hated these people and didn't want to share. TangXiaomi pinched his cheek and playfully winked. Want more? The 3 beastmen immediately nodded. That little bit was definitely not enough. Then let's trade for food, TangXiaomi said. Huh? The beastmen were confused. Didn't she just give it away for free? That was just a tasting. If you want more, you have to pay. Our demands aren't high. Just trade some meat. TangXiaomi smiled like a cunning merchant. The beastmen were dumbfounded. Where was the meat supposed to come from? The village's environment was poor, and hunting was extremely difficult. But they were so tempted by the pot that they couldn't resist. What are you doing here? Get away. Rong Kongke shouted from afar, as if he had seen an enemy. He was afraid these people would try to take Bai Yuying. This year he had to have cubs. Why can you come? But we can't. The beastmen retorted. I'm here to deliver food. Rong Kongke revealed a rabbit. Yuying is in heat. He needs meat to replenish. The beastmen gritted their teeth. This guy actually came prepared. Thanks, but we don't need it. If we want something, we'll trade for it. TangXiaomi smiled. Rong Kongke turned to look at her, and seeing a smile on her ugly face, he surprisingly found it a bit sweet. He quickly shook his head, thinking he must have lost his mind. Trade? What do you have to trade? Rong Kongke scoffed. He knew what their family was like. They were lucky not to have starved. Just this. TangXiaomi pointed at the porridge and shook her head. Haven't you seen better? You. Rong Kongke was furious. This disgusting thing looks awful. TangXiaomi clicked her tongue and raised her fist to the 3 beastmen still eyeing the porridge. It all depends on you guys. Good luck. The beastmen's mouths twitched, feeling frustrated as they exchanged glances. Had they known, they wouldn't have tried it. Now they were addicted. Before leaving, they asked TangXiaomi to save the porridge and promised to bring back meat. I brought meat. You aren't allowed to take someone else's. Is it Bai Yuying in heat or you in heat? You shameless female, trying to take advantage. Rong Kongke was furious. Get lost. The further away, the better. I say, Kongke, isn't it you who lost the bet? You should be the one to go. TangXiaomi retorted. Are you saying you don't keep your word? That's really shameless. Mentioning the bet made Rong Kong's face distort. TangXiaomi actually cured Bai Yuying. It must have been a fluke. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger and decided to ignore TangXiaomi. Turning to Bai Yuying, Yuying, don't listen to her. Get lost. Bai Yuying said coldly, and Rong Kongke froze on the spot. He remembered Bai Yuying was always gentle and had never spoken like that. TangXiaomi, you're the one behind this, right? Rong Kongke shouted angrily. What does it have to do with me? TangXiaomi clicked her tongue. Was this guy blind? Bai Yuying looked so bad, and he still dared to approach him. Was his head made of iron? I won't let you off. Rong Kongke was so angry he wanted to grab TangXiaomi, but he was stopped by Bai Yunbao. He didn't dare to hurt Bai Yunbao. Otherwise, he would have no way back. TangXiaomi, you're really despicable. Hiding behind Lao Wu. If I catch a chance, I'll make you cry and leave Guanshan village. Rong Kongke angrily tossed the rabbit away. If he stayed any longer, he would explode with rage. You're really persistent about driving me away? TangXiaomi lao get in dai feng. Maybe in the end, you'll be the one crying, little peacock. Rong Kong's face twisted with anger. Don't bully our wife. Bai Yunbao showed his little teeth and yelled fiercely. Rong Kongke felt wronged. Who was bullying whom? But he couldn't take action against these two, so he could only leave with a dark expression. Wait. Bai Yuying suddenly spoke, and Rong Kongke immediately turned his anger into joy, turning back with a flattering smile. Yuying, I knew. TangXiaomi immediately had goosebumps. This guy's mood changed too quickly. Was that smile even appropriate? Take your things and leave. Bai Yuying said coldly, giving Bai Lei Sure a look. Bai Lei Sure, with a blank expression, picked up the rabbit and handed it to the dazed Rong Kongke. TangXiaomi couldn't help but laugh out loud. When she saw Rong Kongke glare at her, she quickly clenched her fist and coughed. Sorry, couldn't help it. Please continue. You. Roan Conke still wanted to argue, but Bai Ying's eyes showed no interest in him. In the end, he left with the dead rabbit, dejected. TangXiaomi watched his retreating figure, wanting to sympathize but finding it hard to do so. After all, whose fault was it for being so stubborn? The container peacock completely disappeared, and TangXiaomi turned to Bai Yuha to apologize. Sister Bai, I'm really sorry for the trouble I've caused you. This was heartfelt. She was afraid that the male beastmen would disregard aesthetics for the sake of reproduction, and just thinking about the burly beastmen gave her nightmares. She still couldn't understand why she had crossed over. She had entered her parents' laboratory to escape a chase, and as soon as she got in, she heard the machine start, followed by an explosion. She should have died, but someone had grabbed her arm and held her close. She thought it was her father and heard her mother calling. Then she ended up here. This place was not her world after all. She wanted to go back. She suspected that the explosion had caused a spatial distortion. If she could gather the right timing, location, and people, could she go back? Going back was a long road. Maybe luck would be on her side, or she might have to stay here for a lifetime, even living in this world. TangXiaomi never thought about mating and having babies, at least not right now. No need, Bai Yuha said lightly. This little trouble is nothing. I can help him solve other things. Thank you, Sister Bai. Seeing that Bai Yuha didn't blame her, TangXiaomi smiled. You should eat more, you're too thin, especially. She glanced at Bai Yuha's chest, smaller than hers. She wanted Bai Yuha to become the most popular female in the village. How could her chest be small? Then she could choose any partner, and Bai Yunbao and the others wouldn't have to worry about finding females. Bai Yuha frowned, feeling flustered as she stared at her chest. Did she discover something? TangXiaomi quickly wrapped her arm around as to please him. I didn't mean anything else. I'm small, but my chest isn't. I have a secret formula. To prove it, TangXiaomi squeezed her chest to show some cleavage. If you don't believe me, touch it. No need. Bai Yuha hurriedly turned around. Just now, he had looked down and seen that snowy white cleavage. His pupils contracted, and his mind went blank. Even his breathing froze. This was a completely different kind of beauty from her face. Sister Bai, are you shy? TangXiaomi laughed, seeing his ears turn red. From now on, we are good sisters, and I'll help you with the secret formula. Bai Yunbao suddenly tiptoed to rub against her chest. Wife, what are you hiding your chest? It's so plump. TangXiaomi was stunned. Second sister can't touch. I want to touch. Bai Yunbao was eager to try, and TangXiaomi knocked his head. Bai Yunbao covered his head in grievance. I was just curious. The wife's chest is so soft. I want to see what is hidden. Before he could finish, Bai Leisure covered his mouth and pulled him away. This saved TangXiaomi. She was worried about how to explain. This question was as difficult as where I came from. She thought she had to educate Bai Yunbao next time. Sex education should be present in any world. Third brother, the wife's chest is really comfortable. Shut up, Bai Leisure said with a stern face. But his ears were completely red. He already knew it was comfortable. Bai Yunbao pouted and stared at TangXiaomi, planning to sneak a peek tonight. Then he smiled. Wife, I want to eat porridge. TangXiaomi said to Bai Yuha. Leave it to me, and went to serve the porridge. Bai Yuha was stunned. Leave it to her? Would she, after serving the porridge? TangXiaomi had Bai Leisure sit on a stone to check his injuries. Bai Leisure initially refused stubbornly, being very stubborn. But only when Bai Yuha spoke did he obediently comply. The injuries on his face were external and didn't hurt his brain. But when TangXiaomi wanted to check his injuries under his bee skin clothes, Bai Leisure hurriedly crossed his arms, refusing to show. You're shy at such a young age? I've seen worse. TangXiaomi laughed, teasing him, looking at the red-faced Bai Leisure. And couldn't he help but think. His self-protective posture looked just like a little victim being harmed. TangXiaomi tried to explain to Bai Leisure, but he just wouldn't let her see his injuries. And even Bai Yuha's words didn't work. I thought you listened to Sister Bai. But it turns out you can be disobedient too. TangXiaomi had no choice. She couldn't forcefully rip off his clothes. That would leave him with a lifetime of trauma. Bai Leisure looked at Bai Yuha and then at the smiling TangXiaomi, feeling embarrassed and lowering his head. He wasn't good at speaking like TangXiaomi, whose words were so sweet. I can at least check your feet, right? Seeing Bai Leisure nod, TangXiaomi began to examine seriously. Her hands touched the swollen area, and he let out a muffled groan, his pale little face breaking out in cold sweat, desperately biting his lip to stay silent. TangXiaomi pressed her lips together to suppress her anger. They had actually broken Bai Leisure's foot. She thought it was just a minor injury. No. Bai Leisure turned his head. TangXiaomi frowned. Are you not treating it because you dislike me? Do you not want your foot? Bai Leisure turned back to look at her, his cheeks flushing. He didn't dislike her. The more nervous he got, the less he could speak. Seeing TangXiaomi about to get angry, he bit his tongue and tried to stammer out words. No, want tight? Wife, don't be angry. Third brother is afraid you're worried and afraid to trouble you. That is why he said so. Bai Yunbao tugged at her arm, pleading, you must help him. Don't let him end up limping. Old five. Bai Leisher's face turned serious, blushing all over. Third brother, this is not good. Old five, go tidy up over there. Bai Yuhao spoke, and Bai Yunbao had no choice but to walk away reluctantly. Bai Yuhao looked at Bai Leisher's foot, pondered for a moment, then looked at TangXiaomi, who was thinking of a solution. As long as you can heal third brother's foot. If you heal him, we'll be good sisters. How about that? TangXiaomi suddenly looked up. She had never experienced the feeling of having a close friend. Seeing Bai Yuhao's stiff expression and silence, she quickly added, I'm sorry. I shouldn't take advantage of the situation. Third brother's injury was because of me. So don't be polite. If it weren't for me wanting to drink hot water, they wouldn't have gone to borrow fire and got beaten. Bai Yuhao wanted to speak several times. It wasn't that he didn't agree, but he couldn't agree. Becoming sisters would mean being closer. And just her linking arms made him feel troubled, let alone anything else. Thank you. Bai Yuhao could only say this. You're welcome, TangXiaomi laughed. She wasn't in a hurry. It was already difficult to let someone let go of their prejudices, but she was confident. Where there's a will, there's a way. Even if it's a stone, she would make it bloom. Bai Leisher's foot was broken and misaligned. There were no instruments in this place. So TangXiaomi could only rely on her feelings to manipulate and realign it. Without anesthetics, it was a challenge for Bai Leisher and also difficult for her. She was confident in her medical skills, but had little practice, and with her arm still broken. She was afraid of slowing the progress and making him suffer more. Before starting, she explained the risks and pain to Bai Leisher. And only after he nodded did she begin, untying the vines on her arm. TangXiaomi focused entirely on Bai Leisher's foot, forcefully ignoring the pain in her arm. Once she realigned the dislocated bone, Bai Leisher turned pale and broke out in a sweat, and TangXiaomi wasn't much better off after wrapping his foot. She slumped down on the ground. TangXiaomi's arm hurt so much that she was sweating cold. Wanting to howl, but holding it back. Bai Leisher didn't make a sound even with a broken foot. If a child could endure it, how could she bear to cry out? Third brother, wife. Bai Yunbao lowered his head with red eyes. It's all my fault for being useless. I just wanted to borrow fire to drink hot water. Before he could finish, he choked up, biting his lip to hold back tears. It's not that you're useless. It's that the bad guys are too bad. TangXiaomi rubbed his head and smiled. When you grow up, you want to be afraid of them. You have to work hard to become strong. Bai Yunbao was moved by her words and cried out, Wife, you're so good. Saying that, he lunged at her. Just as he was about to collide with her, Bai Yuhao grabbed him. If you want to cry, go somewhere else. TangXiaomi was both amused and helpless. Bai Yunbao was like a little cub being carried away. Although she agreed to let the two kids be free when they grew up, Bai Yuhao still seemed to be cautious, not completely trusting her. Wife, I want my wife. Bai Yunbao cried, even more pitifully. And Bai Yuhao's frown deepened. But when he met TangXiaomi's clear gaze, he suddenly froze. This gaze could see through everything. No crazy or malicious person would have it. Bai Yuhao couldn't speak again. Ever since TangXiaomi recovered, he had been like this. I didn't expect you really borrowed fire. Is it useful? He shouted to Kai Feng from afar. What is the big deal about being in heat? We don't even know if it's true or not. As he approached, he disdainfully glanced at the stone pot. There's fire but no meat. This lifetime is only fit for eating this disgusting thing. Exactly. Only someone about to starve to death would eat this. The little males joined in the ruckus. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Bai Leisher's face tightened, and his eyes were fierce, like a little wild beast ready to bite. Bai Yunbao stopped crying and frowned at them. Bai Yuhao placed Bai Yunbao by his side, warning him not to move around. You're really in heat. Xiang Kaifeng said angrily. Don't think that being in heat means you can have cubs. You're so skinny. Who would want you? Rongu is mine. You better not try to steal him. Who cares about that peacock? You bad people are not allowed to come. The white cloud leopard puffed up its cheeks and roared. Why can't we come? Xiang Kaifeng pulled the little male's hand. My cub was bitten. You must give me an explanation. TangXiaomi looked coldly at her, though the deep bite marks were obvious. They were nothing compared to the injuries from the white cloud leopard and the white stone lion. The white cloud leopard was so angry it was about to explode. But just as it was about to speak, it was pressed down by the white feather eagle. The white feather eagle said calmly, no explanation. Go find the village chief. Xiang Kaifeng was unwilling. She just wanted to see how miserable the two kids were. Finding the village chief would only cause trouble. No explanation? You have the nerve to say that. You're not that great yourself, and the Utah isn't a good thing either. Your fourth one is an example. Your whole family is a disaster. Seeing them being scolded to the point of being unable to refute, Xiang Kaifeng became even more arrogant. Dare to bite my cub? You really don't know what's good for you. If I didn't kill you, you should thank me. The white feather eagle clenched its fists, its eyes icy. It recalled TangXiaomi's words. Who are you enduring for? What is the meaning of enduring? It retreated again and again, but was only forced into a corner. What are you staring at me for? Even if I kill them, what can you do? Xiang Kaifeng sneered coldly. She was the noble female in Guanshan village, and the white feather eagle was nothing. Suddenly, a clear laughter broke the oppressive atmosphere. Everyone looked at TangXiaomi. While stirring the lotus porridge, she smiled and said, "What do you mean, what can you do? I have at least dozens of ways to make you die without a sound." TangXiaomi, who gave you the right to interrupt? Xiang Kaifeng was furious, stepping closer. Thinking, such a thin neck, it could be snapped in one go. But TangXiaomi was not in a hurry. She suddenly shouted with a smile, "Oh no! Watch out for the fire!" Instantly, flames shot up from under Xiang Kaifeng's feet. A gust of wind blew, and the flames directly caught her bee-skin skirt on fire. Xiang Kaifeng panicked and fled wildly, rolling on the ground for a long time before extinguishing the fire. "TangXiaomi!" she roared. "I warned you, fire is very dangerous." TangXiaomi blinked innocently, directly shirking responsibility. "I've been burned like this, don't think you can argue." Xiang Kaifeng's eyes flashed with a wicked smile, shouting loudly, "Someone come. TangXiaomi tried to burn me to death. This time, I will make her pay for it. Driving her out would be lenient." "Wife." The white cloud leopard hid behind TangXiaomi, clutching her clothes anxiously. TangXiaomi patted his little hand to comfort him, and the white cloud leopard nodded, biting his lip and obediently keeping quiet. Before it was his second brother protecting him, now it was his wife protecting him. He felt very secure. Looking at TangXiaomi's slender figure, he clutched her clothes tightly. With her around, he wasn't afraid of anything. Xiang Kaifeng deliberately made a big scene, quickly attracting nearby beastmen. "What's going on?" The beastmen saw Xiang Kaifeng in a sorry state, black and dirty, and all looked angrily at TangXiaomi. One beastman stepped forward and questioned, "You borrowed the holy fire for good intentions, but you actually used it to burn people?" Xiang Kaifeng quickly echoed, "Yeah, don't you know how dangerous fire is? Back in the day when the holy fire descended, how many beastmen were burned to death? Do you want to burn us to death?" Mentioning death, the beastmen became more serious, all looking at TangXiaomi with blame. Who wants to be implicated? Moreover, she used to be crazy and foolish. Who knows if something really went wrong? Seeing all the blame pointed at TangXiaomi, Xiang Kaifeng secretly felt pleased. She had arranged for beastmen to be nearby, just waiting to provoke them. Unexpectedly, TangXiaomi bumped into it herself. Even after recovering, she was still an idiot. Then the situation tilted overwhelmingly in one direction, and the beastmen began to stand up for Xiang Kaifeng. "You don't use fire properly. And you set a fire? You shouldn't use this fire. It's not your heat season. TangXiaomi, stay away from the white feather eagle. Don't hurt him." The male beastmen, while stepping on her, did not forget to curry favor with the white feather eagle. TangXiaomi raised her eyebrows. Wasn't the atmosphere getting more and more twisted? Xiang Kaifeng's face grew darker. With the white feather eagle around, Rome the peacock would not turn back. She originally wanted to use this matter to drive them all out of the village, not just TangXiaomi. "The fire is not a problem. I have no problem using it. The problem is with the person," TangXiaomi slowly said, and smiled at the beastmen. "It was she who brought the fire herself. It has nothing to do with me cooking porridge. It seems the holy fire has a spirit and burns her because it can't stand evil people." "You're talking nonsense. It's clearly you who set the fire." Xiang Kaifeng was anxious. "Besides you, who else caught fire? Are you questioning the holy fire?" TangXiaomi's words left her speechless. Xiang Kaifeng hated it to the bone, but had no way to refute. The beastmen were confused. Seemed to make sense. Why did the fire only burn Xiang Kaifeng? It must be you playing tricks. Everyone saw it. Xiang Kaifeng was determined that even if she couldn't drive everyone away, driving TangXiaomi away would do. She began to cry out. "Almost got burned to death. Have you forgotten how many beastmen TangXiaomi harmed in the past? Keeping her will only bring trouble." She even made eye contact to get the beastmen to agree. The beastmen already rejected TangXiaomi and thought, "Ugly and can't give birth. Keeping her is useless. It's better to drive her away." Xiang Kaifeng secretly felt pleased. Just a little more effort, and it would work. "You can't drive the wife away." He. The white cloud leopard wanted to shout the truth, but didn't say it, looking at TangXiaomi with grievance. Why can't he speak the truth? Who said I only know how to cause trouble? TangXiaomi squatted down and whispered in his ear, Don't worry, the good show is just beginning. They won't have a chance. The hot breath made the white cloud leopard cover his ears. So itchy. A pair of gray and white leopard ears popped out. He quickly covered them, and seeing the beastmen laughing, he lowered his head to apologize. Wife, I didn't mean to embarrass you. Let me see. TangXiaomi touched them, so fluffy. Usually, the white cloud leopard rarely showed his ears, and with people watching, she never had the chance to touch them. Sure enough, the white feather eagle immediately pulled the white cloud leopard away, its eyes filled with reproach. I am sorry. But the white cloud leopard's head lowered even more. When his wife spoke, he couldn't control himself. His heart was still thumping. Xiang Kaifeng laughed. You can't even control your ears. You'll be the lowest rank male in the future. I think it's pretty good. TangXiaomi smiled. If it bothers you, I don't mind if you poke your own eyes out. TangXiaomi. Xiang Kaifeng was furious. If it weren't for so many people, she would have torn her mouth apart. I'm here. TangXiaomi responded sweetly, making Xiang Kaifeng even angrier. She was about to explode, yet the other party acted as if nothing had happened. She couldn't even incite the beastmen to drive her away. TangXiaomi, don't think you can get away with this. Xiang Kaifeng threatened. Of course I won't let it go. TangXiaomi nodded and smiled. A gentleman's revenge is not too late for 10 years. Why are you all gathered here? Before Xiang Kaifeng could explode, Xia Yuqing came over with 2 females. What are you here for? If you help TangXiaomi again, you're an accomplice. Xiang Kaifeng squinted and threatened. Xia Yuqing looked at her with disgust, glancing sideways, and walked up to TangXiaomi. Let me introduce Sister Su-san. Sister Hongda, we're here to thank you. The roasted lotus is super delicious. She then pointedly asked Xiang Kaifeng, Are you also here to thank her? Xiang Kaifeng laughed in anger. Thank you for what? Before she could speak, TangXiaomi had already served porridge to the 3. As soon as the pot lid was opened, a sweet aroma wafted through the air. Looking at the golden porridge, everyone around couldn't help but swallow. Why is it so fragrant? Xia Yuqing's serious face revealed surprise. And the beastmen were also curious. If it smelled so good, what would it taste like? Xia Yuqing took a bite, and her eyes widened. The other 2 females also praised continuously. You guys are eating such disgusting stuff? Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourselves? Xiang Kaifeng looked at the pot with disdain. Thinking, Xia Yuqing did it on purpose, daring to help TangXiaomi. She wouldn't let her go. Just as Xia Yuqing was about to refute, a male beastman came running and shouting, The lotus porridge is mine. I traded it for meat. Don't steal. He tossed a small wild boar to TangXiaomi, guarding the porridge. The meat is yours. The porridge is mine. Seeing everyone staring, he took the pot and hid in the corner, eating fiercely. The beastmen looked on, swallowing their saliva again. Xia Yuqing looked at TangXiaomi in confusion, and TangXiaomi simply explained. Xia Yuqing nodded. Not a loss, it's really delicious. She took out the fruit and handed it over. Thank you. The other 2 females also asked their partners to bring food. We'll trade again later. TangXiaomi wanted to refuse, but was forced to accept it after being patted on the back by the female, almost choking in the process. Xiang Kaifeng watched this change with wide eyes. How is this possible? What's going on? Xiang Kaifeng murmured. According to plan, TangXiaomi should have been driven away by now. When did she manage to buy people? No, it can't be counted. If she stays longer, more beastmen will be bought. This woman is too sinister. The food in the pot must be poisoned. There is no food nearby. Where do they get it? Something is wrong. Don't be fooled by TangXiaomi. Xiang Kaifeng spoke as if it were true. The beastmen were even more confused. Can something poisonous smell this good? Where did the food come from? I'll tell you. TangXiaomi's words blew up the pot. The beastmen didn't dare to believe it and asked her if it was true. Xiang Kaifeng clenched her fist and shouted, What food can she find? She must be starving by now. Don't believe this cunning one. I believe it. A clanging sound came from behind. Xiang Kaifeng turned around, and TangXiaomi also raised her gaze. A tall female walked over. According to what TangXiaomi said, I've dug up the water lily. Someone muttered, but it can't be eaten. I've tried it, it's fine. Village head, let me explain. The village head frowned, his hard face immediately showing displeasure. I said it's fine. What other problems do you have? Xiang Kaifeng bit her lip and glared at TangXiaomi. Turns out she even bought the village head. I was the one being schemed against. Xiang Kaifeng, you're causing trouble out of personal grievances and even hurting a beastman. The village head said sternly, if this gets back to the tribe, you'll be punished. And you'll disgrace Guanshan village. From today on, you're not allowed to come near this. Xiang Kaifeng pulled the village head to complain. Village head. I'm so miserable. Isn't this what you've brought upon yourself? The village head coldly retorted. TangXiaomi looked at Xiang Caifeng's pale face and almost burst out laughing. The village head was even more decisive than she thought. Xiang Kaifeng was so angry she was about to explode, but didn't dare to defy him, only able to hold back her anger and tremble. The village head gave a few instructions and left, and the beastmen also dispersed. Xiang Kaifeng was taken away by her beastman partner, and before leaving, she slapped Lu Wendu several times, with visible red marks from a distance. So pitiful. Bai Yun Leopard frowned and sighed. TangXiaomi saw his youthful face pretending to be old and pinched his cheek. Bai Yun Leopard pouted. It hurts I didn't use much strength. Who knew? He blinked and smiled. It doesn't actually hurt. I did it on purpose. My wife is so nice to me. TangXiaomi flicked his forehead. This little guy can still lie? Lao Wu, go fetch water. Bai Yu Eagle instructed. Bai Yun Leopard ran off happily, and TangXiaomi hazily saw the lively little snow leopard. After he left, Bai Yu Eagle spoke. Were you prepared for this? Yes. TangXiaomi smiled sweetly. Bai Zi. Am I great? Bai Yu Eagle was full of doubts, but was caught off guard by the question, ultimately nodding under her hopeful gaze. Then she saw TangXiaomi staring at the little wild boar, her eyes almost sparkling. If her eyes could eat, she would have swallowed the wild boar already. But yeah. Hurry and roast the pig. We just ate. Is that so? TangXiaomi pouted, suddenly hugging Bai Yu Eagle's leg. Since there's nothing to do, the leftovers can be traded for things. Bai Jia, can we roast it now? Bai Yu Eagle was stiff from the embrace, gasping. All right. He sighed and barely found his voice. TangXiaomi immediately cheered up, hugging his arm. Thank you, Bai Jia. I won't let you down, she said while touching the pig's head. Don't worry. I'll roast it crispy and delicious. Bai Yu Eagle. Bai Lei Lion looked at this and that, and followed suit. Seeing TangXiaomi about to take action, Bai Yu Eagle reached out. I'll do it. Bai Jia, you don't handle blood well. TangXiaomi thought. He looks clean. Maybe he has a cleanliness obsession. It's fine. Bai Yu Eagle's gaze was cold. His hand didn't retract. TangXiaomi didn't insist. Squatting to the side to watch. Just sit over there. Being stared at from close range, Bai Yu Eagle's expression was stiff. Usually, females avoid blood and stay far away. Yet she seemed so eager. Bai Yu Eagle glanced at her from the corner of his eye and saw her eyes shining with radiant excitement. But soon, Bai Yu Eagle realized that TangXiaomi was not just excited because of the meat. Bai Jia, it's better to cut a little lower on the neck. I want to cut too. Bai Jia, dig deeper. The pig's heart is so cute. Bai Jia, look at this intestine. It's so pretty. Bai Yu Eagle couldn't respond, only remaining silent throughout. She was like a cheerful little bird, praising the pig's entrails as beautiful 9 out of 10 times, and saying it must taste super good. After a while, Bai Yun Leopard came back, curiously approaching the bloody pig, quickly keeping pace with TangXiaomi's words, whatever she said. He echoed, listening intently. Wife, you're amazing. When you say there's meat to eat, there really is. Bai Yun Leopard looked at her with admiration. TangXiaomi nodded with satisfaction. Bai Yun Leopard smiled, even sweeter, taking the opportunity when Bai Yu Eagle was paying attention to rub his face against her arm. TangXiaomi was taken aback for a moment, then rubbed his little head in return. His hair was soft, but unfortunately he had alopecia, making him look ugly to other little cubs. Not only is there meat now, there will be in the future too. Bai Yun Leopard was comfortably petted and squinted his eyes, asking wife, I've never eaten meat. Will it taste good? TangXiaomi paused her hand, seeing Bai Yu Eagle suddenly look over. She quickly smiled. Of course. Food is the most important thing, and without meat, one cannot be happy. Be careful, or your little tongue might swallow it down. Why would it swallow? Bai Yun Leopard asked curiously, but TangXiaomi just smiled without answering. He was intrigued, sticking out his tongue to touch it, and quietly asked, wife, when you say pig tongue is delicious, do you mean eat my tongue? Puffed. Ha ha. TangXiaomi burst out laughing. Her mood completely brightened. With no one to disturb them, roasting the suckling pig went extremely smoothly. If it weren't for her hands and feet being inconvenient, she could have prepared some seasonings and sprinkled salt. After tasting the original flavor of the roasted meat, TangXiaomi's eyes lit up. It was even better than she had imagined. Wife, Bai Yun Leopard swallowed hard, only daring to look at it without her permission. TangXiaomi suddenly realized that she was the only one eating, and felt embarrassed. She quickly cut a small piece of meat and stuffed it into Bai Yun Leopard's mouth, then cut another piece and held it up to Bai Yu Eagle. Seeing him not open his mouth, she hurriedly flattered. Bai Jia, your hands turned decay into miraculous. Hurry and taste how good your own roast is. The aroma of the meat wafted over, and Bayou Eagle couldn't help but swallow. Thank you, I'll do it myself. He glanced at the meat, his throat feeling a bit stiff. Baijia, don't worry, my hands are clean this time. She was full of sincerity, there was no reason to take it back. Baiyun Leopard gulped down the meat, his eyes shining as he echoed. Second sister, it's super delicious. You should try it. Now, woo. Bailey Lion's ears turned red, his face stiff as he hoped he wouldn't say that again. Baiyun Leopard looked at him in confusion. Why did third brother suddenly call him? No. Bayou Eagle was about to say it wasn't because of his dirty hands. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a piece of fragrant meat was stuffed in. In that moment, he felt his heart leap to his throat. After seeing TangXiaomi finish stuffing the meat and licking her oily fingers, Bayou Eagle's gaze flickered, and he had to lower his eyes. Just now, her fingers accidentally brushed against his lips. She didn't feel it, but he couldn't ignore it. TangXiaomi was already busy, deftly dividing the roasted suckling pig. Lao San, this is yours. Eat whatever you need to replenish. Bailey Lion was stunned to suddenly have a big pig trotter in his hand. Usually beastmen can't eat meat. Only females are qualified. He actually had meat to eat? Huh. Baiyun Leopard puffed up his cheeks in grievance. Wife, are you giving me pig ears because you think I'm useless? TangXiaomi turned her head and laughed. Giving pig ears is because they taste good. To avoid hurting his feelings, she quickly coaxed him. Baiyun Leopard was easy to coax, and soon he was happily munching away. After dividing the meat, TangXiaomi looked at the golden roasted meat, humming in her heart. Meat, oh meat, my treasure. A meal without it feels like a famine. With meat in her mouth, the world is so wonderful, and her mood is so smooth. In her delight, she finished off a wild boar that was half her size. She thought she wouldn't be able to finish it, but unexpectedly, everyone was hiding their fighting spirit. After eating their fill, TangXiaomi lazily patted her round belly. Bayou Eagle looked at her belly. It was round and somewhat cute. This thought made his heart skip a beat. TangXiaomi smiled apologetically. I was too busy eating, Sister Bai. You must not have eaten much after being busy for so long, right? I ate quite a bit. It was all her doing. I wanted to save some for tomorrow, but she was too enthusiastic and kept stuffing it into my mouth. Afraid of feeling anxious again, I had to eat it all. Seeing her look tired, Bai Yuhawk silently tidied up. By the time he finished, it was already dark. Bai Yunbao, with sleepy eyes, lay in TangXiaomi's grass nest. TangXiaomi mentally counted down 5, 4, 3, 2 before she could get to 1. Bai Yuhawk pulled her into the inner room. Bai Yunbao let out a howl, and when Bai Yuhawk said something, he fell silent. All right, rest well these next few days, and don't move around. TangXiaomi bandaged the little lion's wound and instinctively wanted to pat his head. But the little lion quickly turned his head to dodge. TangXiaomi's hand froze. Sorry, I was a bit dazed and thought you were Lao Wu. Seeing Bai Yuhawk come in, she yawned and said a few words before lying down in her nest. Bai Lei Lion watched her retreating figure and lowered his gaze. He wasn't intentionally dodging, just got used to it. Thinking about how she regarded him as Lao Wu, a sudden heaviness filled his chest, and he closed his eyes in frustration, unable to sleep at all, without anything to hold. TangXiaomi still didn't sleep well that night. Changing habits was too hard, so she simply got up. Bai Yuhawk was watching the fire, struggling to keep his eyes open. He must be tired, busier than her during the day, and still tending the fire at night. No wonder beastmen don't like using fire. They always have to worry about it going out. Where do they find the energy? It was still early before dawn. Sister Bai, you go sleep. I'll watch the fire. TangXiaomi said. If the fire goes out, it's fine. I can start again. Bai Yuhawk's eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't insist. Getting up to go back inside. At this point, the morning star was already shining in the east, and it wouldn't be long before dawn. Feeling bored while watching the fire, TangXiaomi suddenly felt the urge to pee. In the dark, she didn't dare to go far, thinking she would be back soon. She didn't call for Bai Yuhawk. Finding a concealed spot nearby, TangXiaomi cautiously looked around and squatted down. Luckily, her first period had light flow, and it was almost over now. Otherwise, if a male beastman showed up, she would really be scared to death. Just as TangXiaomi pulled up her pants, she saw a flash of fire. Their thatch house was on fire. She forgot about her foot pain and rushed over. Sister Bai, the flames were too big to get in, so she picked up a stick and wanted to pry the fire open to rush in. Bang! The thatched house collapsed instantly. TangXiaomi was pushed back by the flames, but still rushed forward with her eyes fixed ahead. Sister Bai, Lao Sang, Lao Wu, come out quickly. Don't go in. We're over here. Bai Yuhawk shouted while coughing. Thank goodness Lao San reminded him, otherwise they wouldn't have made it out. Tang Xiaomi's heart, which had been hanging in the air, dropped, and she dropped the stick and ran over. You scare me to death. Thankfully, you're okay. How did it suddenly catch fire? When she saw the house collapse, she felt despair, but she was determined to save people. Perhaps after only a few days together, they felt closer than family. Perhaps she had already regarded them as family. The fire crackled loudly and soon attracted the beastmen. Roan Conke ran the fastest and immediately scolded. Tang Xiaomi, did you set the fire on purpose? Are you addicted? Tang Xiaomi didn't say anything. She had only left for a moment. How could the fire burn so big? When she remained silent, Roan Conke took it as her acquiescence. I knew it was you. Get away from Yuhawk. Saying this, she pushed Tang Xiaomi hard. Roan Conke was strong, and her push almost sent Tang Xiaomi tumbling into the fire pit. But Bai Yuhawk quickly supported her. Roan Conke was even angrier. Yuhawk. I believe it wasn't her. Bai Yuhawk's voice was not loud but firm, and Roan Conke immediately fell silent. He was both angry and anxious. Why did Bai Yuhawk always trust Tang Xiaomi? The village chief arrived, and Roan Conke opposed them living together any longer under the pretense of protecting the female. Many male beastmen echoed in agreement, trying to win Bai Yuhawk's favor. Although Roan Conke knew they wanted to take someone away, separating them first was more important. So she remained silent. The village chief announced, until the matter is clarified, Tang Xiaomi must find her own place to stay, while I will arrange for Bai Yuhawk and the others. Was there even a need to investigate? Xiang Kaifeng stepped forward and laughed. She burned me during the day. She must be jealous and set the fire. Drive her out of the village. Do you want to be the village chief? No. Do as I say. The village chief ordered people to build a new house. As soon as the little snow leopard heard they would be separated, it immediately hugged Tang Xiaomi's foot and roared at the village chief. Lao Wu came over. Bai Yuhawk frowned, and the little snow leopard shook its head. So he had to forcibly pick it up, holding the little snow leopard. Bai Yuhawk and Tang Xiaomi exchanged glances. The village chief will clarify things. Let us follow the arrangements. Okay. Tang Xiaomi nodded with a smile. Bai Yuhawk paused for a moment, and then took the little lion to follow the village chief. The big fire was quickly extinguished. But everything that could burn was already burned. Since she woke up, she had lived here. This house was like her harbor in this world, and now it was gone. You will soon know the consequences of offending me. Xiang Kaifeng sneered at Tang Xiaomi as she left. Tang Xiaomi narrowed her eyes. Why were there so many coincidences? This matter must be investigated. With no place to stay, Tang Xiaomi found a cave on a mountain and set traps nearby first. She went to look for food, but all the ground lotus had been dug up, and after searching around, she found nothing else to eat. Forget it. She was stuffed from yesterday. So it wouldn't matter to be hungry for a day. As night fell, Tang Xiaomi thought of fetching water back to the cave and looking for food tomorrow. While squatting by the shore to get water, she noticed movement on the water's surface. There were fish. She remembered that beastmen didn't eat fish, but she did. With fish to eat, who would be afraid of hunger? Just as Tang Xiaomi was about to make tools, a head suddenly popped out of the water. She almost lost her soul and nearly fell into the water. Xiaomi, are you excited to see me? Bai Luoyu smiled as he lay on shore. Tang Xiaomi inwardly complained. What excitement! She thought she saw a water ghost. That big fish earlier couldn't possibly be him. Suppressing her panic, Tang Xiaomi had an idea. Lao Si, can you catch fish? Bai Luoyu nodded, resting his chin on his hand. Do you want me to catch them for you? Tang Xiaomi nodded and smiled. Fish aren't delicious and are dangerous. Bones getting stuck in the throat is super uncomfortable. It's okay. Only those who are starving eat fish. Are you starving to death, Xiaomi? Tang Xiaomi held back her anger. She really wanted to catch them herself. You help me catch them, and I'll share half with you once they're roasted. She forced a smile, feeling angry inside. If he talked more, she'd catch him first. Bai Luoyu nodded. Okay, I'll eat whatever Xiaomi cooks, even if it's poisonous. Stop talking and hurry up. Tang Xiaomi couldn't hold on to her hunger. Bai Luoyu was super fast at catching fish. He dove into the water and came out in no time, just like a kitten carrying a fish. You have sharp claws, right? Tang Xiaomi asked. Male beastmen have sharp claws that can be used as weapons. Bai Luoyu nodded. Tang Xiaomi taught him how to kill fish. And Bai Luoyu wrinkled his face in disgust. After handling it, he handed the fish over with disdain. Killing fish is so dirty. I sacrificed so much. Isn't there any reward? Tang Xiaomi was busy cleaning up. You don't even flinch at killing your own kind. What is this little task? Xiaomi, we agreed to share half. Wait for me here. Tang Xiaomi hurriedly ran off. Bai Luoyu watched her retreating figure and put away his smile. Back in the cave, Tang Xiaomi used the hidden flame to start a fire and build a rack to roast the fish. Having experience with roasting suckling pig, roasting fish wasn't too difficult. She ate some to fill her stomach and wrapped up the leftovers. It was dark, and the moonlight made the path clear. She stumbled back to the riverbank. After waiting for a while, Bailuoyu appeared. You came so late. I thought you were lying to me. In fact, he was really afraid he wouldn't wait until she came. So late, it was too dangerous for a female to be alone. All right, eat quickly. TangXiaomi couldn't stand his alluring appearance and urged him to shut up. However, this little brat was really pretty. Even his blinking was charming. He was such a little devil when he was young. Growing up, wouldn't he be poisonous? All right, Bailuoyu pouted and opened the leaf-wrapped roasted fish. The fish was still warm. He thought it wouldn't taste good, but looking at it and smelling it was also appetizing. He took a bite and instantly widened his peach blossom eyes. Xiaomi, did you really roast this? TangXiaomi gave him a look that said, what do you think? She had been isolated. Who would help her? Bailuoyu smiled nonchalantly, resembling a little cat, as he began to nibble. Be careful of the fish bones. It's fine. I'm not afraid. He puffed his cheeks without looking up. TangXiaomi secretly laughed. His little face was puffy, his skin as white as snow, like a jade doll, looking nothing like someone who had been hungry. But he wolfed down the fish until it was gone. Eating his own kind so happily, doesn't he feel guilty? TangXiaomi dz. Bailuoyu wiped his mouth and smiled innocently. It's roasted by Xiaomi, so I eat with peace of mind. TangXiaomi chuckled. This little brat is quick-witted, but he can't win in a war of words. For the sake of long-term cooperation, she didn't mind. Bailuoyu has a taste for fish. So TangXiaomi asked him to catch and clean fish in the future. He agreed without blinking, even like a little greedy cat wanting her to bring more. He's still growing. TangXiaomi thought to herself, better not grow too much. When he grows up, he's definitely going to be a troublemaker. After negotiating the business, TangXiaomi wanted to return to the cave, but just as she stood up, Bailuoyu grabbed the hem of her clothes. No roasting today. You catch live fish to make do. After eating something delicious, she can't swallow live fish. Is that so? TangXiaomi thought. His life is clearly quite comfortable. Bailuoyu pouted and blinked. Xiaomi, will you really come again? TangXiaomi coldly replied. Why wouldn't I come if there's meat to eat? But Bailuoyu stared at her, without saying a word. TangXiaomi was puzzled. Is he changing his mind? Why? TangXiaomi didn't understand. From morning till night, she hadn't seen her second sister, third brother, or fifth brother. Xiaomi, what happened? Did they bully you? TangXiaomi was quite surprised. This little brat actually asked that. She didn't want to mention being isolated, but he wouldn't let it go, so she could only say a few simple words. After listening, Bailuoyu didn't say much. Just told her to be careful on her way back, and arranged to meet in a hidden place, making it seem like they were having an affair. Although you're in a tough spot now, I'm super happy to see you every day in the future, Bailuoyu said excitedly, grabbing her hand and trying to kiss her. TangXiaomi reacted quickly, pressing his head into the water. Don't want the fish gall anymore? Bubbles rose in the water as Bailuoyu sank. TangXiaomi smiled and returned to the cave. There are fish to eat. Filling her stomach is not a problem. She spent her time looking for herbs. There's little food on the mountain, but plenty of rare herbs. These herbs have a bit of poison, and the beastmen don't pick them. So there are quite a few. After a few days of recuperation, her hand and foot injuries healed quickly. It takes 100 days to heal bones and muscles. But it's only been 5 days, and her hand is almost better. Could it be that the herbs here are particularly effective? During this time, she secretly delivered herbs, intending to check on by Lay Lion's foot, but there were always male beastmen around by Yu Eagle. They deemed her a danger, and wouldn't let her get close. She was also afraid of being discovered. If she was found out, she might become a rat crossing the street, with everyone wanting to beat her. Thinking this way, TangXiaomi decided not to go to Yu Eagle's side. She quietly delivered the roasted fish to Bailuoyu and then searched for herbs by the riverbank. The passing beastmen thought she had gone crazy again. Although they couldn't hear her mumbling, they definitely didn't have good things to say. With beastmen around, Bailuoyu didn't dare to show himself, but he dared to blow bubbles. Wherever TangXiaomi went, bubbles popped up. She forgot the time while gathering herbs. And by the time she started to head back, it was almost dark. The closer she got to the cave, the more commotion there was in the bushes. TangXiaomi immediately took out her bone dagger. The bone was picked up, and she asked Bailuoyu to sharpen it. That little guy's nails were super sharp, and he really sharpened it as requested. If it's prey, she'll change the taste. If it's an enemy, she won't hold back. The rustling in the bushes grew louder, and TangXiaomi gripped her dagger tightly. But what emerged was a white cloud leopard, and she almost stabbed it, her heart racing. Don't hide like that in the future. What if I misfire? The consequences are unimaginable. As soon as the white cloud leopard saw her, it cried, Mistress, why did you come back so late? Boo-hoo. Second sister. You must go see. Seeing him cry so sadly, TangXiaomi's heart sank, and she frowned as she ran towards the cave, asking what happened. But he stuttered and couldn't explain clearly. Entering the cave, TangXiaomi smelled a strange sweet scent, which made her feel restless. Bai Lei Lion was guarding Bai Eagle, and when he saw her, he turned pale and shouted, "Save. Don't waste time. First tell me what is going on, so I can treat it." She was completely confused. What happened to Bai Eagle? Bai Lei Lion didn't speak, and TangXiaomi hurried to check on Bai Eagle in a corner, but he bit his lip and wouldn't move. What's the time? And he is still blocking the way? Bai Lei Lion struggled to explain, but he was too slow to speak. So he had to lower his head and step aside. TangXiaomi thought he didn't trust her and didn't think much before squatting down. As she got closer, the strange fragrance became stronger, and she immediately became alert. This scent is problematic. What is going on? The two little guys couldn't explain clearly, so she directly asked the closed-eyed Bai Eagle. Bai Eagle heard the sound, and his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, his voice hoarse and trembling. "It's nothing. You should go out first." "Is this nothing?" His voice sounded calm, but she wasn't blind. Didn't she see something was off? Was his body shaking? Getting closer, TangXiaomi discovered that Bai Eagle's face and ears were all red, and sweat was beading on his forehead. But he bit his teeth and wouldn't speak, leaving her unable to judge the situation. Helpless, she looked at the white cloud leopard. "Old 5, you say it." The white cloud leopard nodded with tears in his eyes. Choked. "Some beastmen said you fell off the mountain, and second sister hurried to find you. But when she came back, both her hands were broken." "What?" TangXiaomi was shocked as she looked at Bai Eagle's hands. They really were as he said. Earlier, Bai Eagle wouldn't let her touch him. She only thought he had a fever from looking at his face, and didn't notice that his hands were weakly hanging. "Mistress, please save second sister. Make his hands better." The white cloud leopard cried and begged her. Now everyone was counting on her. I will do my best." TangXiaomi suppressed her curiosity and calmly began to treat Bai Eagle's wounds. As soon as she touched his scorching skin, Bai Eagle suddenly opened his eyes wide. His red and clear pupils were full of warnings. "Don't touch me." After saying that, he bit his lip and curled up in the corner, groaning. Why? TangXiaomi was confused. Does he really dislike her this much? "Get out." Bai Eagle gritted his teeth, speaking slowly. Seeing his reaction, TangXiaomi's face darkened. She wouldn't heat her face to stick to his cold backside, but she wasn't stupid. After staring for a moment, she turned her head. "If you want to be saved, then speak clearly." "Mistress, don't be angry. Second sister didn't mean it, but I also don't know what happened." The white cloud leopard trembled in fear, grabbing her clothes. "I'll go tell second sister." "Aphrodisiac fruit." Bai Lei Lion lowered his head and suddenly spoke. "Aphrodisiac fruit?" TangXiaomi didn't remember. "What? How did second sister eat this?" "This is something beastmen eat for mating." The white cloud leopard looked at the tormented Bai Eagle, stunned. TangXiaomi took a long time to react. What will happen if she eats it? It can't be what she is thinking, right? Bai Lei Lion pursed his lips and didn't speak, as if he was struggling. TangXiaomi had a plan. "I'll first treat his hands, then find a male beast man. It can only be this way." She would try to find a gentle one, so he wouldn't get hurt even more. "No, that won't work." Bai Lei Lion's face changed dramatically, shouting. The white cloud leopard realized and pulled her clothes tightly. "You can't find a male? Second brother can't mate with a male." TangXiaomi was startled. She wasn't trying to take advantage of him. Did they not trust her judgment? She quickly explained. "There is no other way. If the aphrodisiac is too strong, what if he can't hold on? Don't worry, I'll pick the best one." The white cloud leopard was almost crying, looking at Bai Lei Lion anxiously. "Third brother, what do we do?" Bai Lei Lion was also anxious. He knew the consequences of eating it without being able to hold on. Some beastmen ended up going crazy and crashing to their deaths. But he couldn't ignore it yet. Second, looking at Bai Eagle, he hesitated to speak. "Mistress, don't look for a male. Think of another way." The white cloud leopard pleaded with her. TangXiaomi was also distressed. She didn't know the ingredients of the aphrodisiac fruit, and collected any antidote herbs, and only had herbs for treating injuries. Who would have thought this would happen? The tiger beastman in the village is pretty good. No way. Absolutely not. The white cloud leopard shook his head, almost crying. If it gets dark, he can't speak in beast form. What if a male comes? I have no way. This is the fastest method. There are no suppressing herbs nearby. TangXiaomi was also troubled. It's hard to make a meal without rice. But seeing the white cloud leopard with red eyes, she couldn't bear to ignore it. Old 3, old 5, don't mind me, take her out and don't come back in. Bayou Eagle struggled to stay conscious, and after saying that, he bit his lip hard, drawing blood that stained his lips, looking as beautiful as a red plum. His phoenix eyes were misty, shimmering. TangXiaomi was mesmerized. Her heart skipped a beat. The cave was dimly lit, and even if it was the same sex, she was still stunned. Her judgment wasn't wrong. No matter how cool Bayou Eagle pretended to be, he couldn't hide those naturally alluring phoenix eyes. Bayou Lion and Bayou Leopard didn't take TangXiaomi out. Bayou Eagle wanted to speak, but couldn't, only able to gasp for breath while hiding against the wall. The scent of her herbs and the sound of her voice felt like adding kindling to the fire within him, a strange feeling that was about to engulf him. He regretted letting Lao San and Lao Si bring him here. I can go out, but first let me help you treat your wounds to avoid leaving any lasting problems. Seeing Bayou Eagle refuse to find a male, TangXiaomi didn't force it and started to treat his arm. Bayou Eagle wanted to refuse, but the strange feelings in his body were chaotic, and, afraid of making weird sounds, he could only grit his teeth and accept. He thought the pain in his arm would suppress the desire for mating, but every pore in his body could sense her scent, her breath. The touch of her fingertips sliding across his skin. The male instinct struggled wildly, wanting to break free of rationality. The more he suppressed it, the stronger the feelings in his body became. He clearly craved the female beside him. No, Bayou Eagle was alarmed and groaned angrily. Get out. TangXiaomi, focused on treating the wound, was startled by this shout. There was no need to scare her like that. Huff, finally done. She sighed in relief, easing the tension, but didn't notice her exhaled breath sprayed on Bayou Eagle, making him shiver all over and groan. Then I'll go out. She wisely walked outside, affected by the strange fragrance earlier, feeling restless and hot, needing to cool down. Wife, don't go. Bayou Leopard rushed to grab her hand, pleading urgently. Please don't leave. You must save. Second brother is in heat. He might not survive without mating. It's not that I won't save him. There has to be a way. I'll go out and think. TangXiaomi wanted to catch her breath. Was this little guy trying to drive her to death? There was no time. It was getting dark. Huh? TangXiaomi didn't understand. Wife, you should mate with second sister. TangXiaomi was stunned. Did she look like a lily? This idea was too desperate. Lao! Bayou Eagle gritted his teeth and warned, don't say that again. Seeing Bayou Leopard pouting and tearing up, TangXiaomi had to comfort him. All right, stop causing trouble. I know you're anxious, but being anxious is useless. I haven't found a solution yet. Originally, acupuncture could be tried, but it's too difficult to get a needle in this world. Please, you. Bayou Lion, with his stiff little face, spoke with difficulty but firmly. TangXiaomi held her forehead. Why was the usually steady Bayou Lion getting involved? Did he even agree with Bayou Leopard's terrible idea? Oh, Bayou Eagle just opened his mouth when the heat in his blood forced him to clench his teeth. Seeing the two little guys looking at her expectantly, TangXiaomi patiently explained, your second sister is a female. She should find a male beast man. No. Bayou Leopard clenched his little fists and shouted with closed eyes, second sister is not a female. He is a male beast man. We only have second brother, not second sister. Once these words were out, Bayou Eagle helplessly leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. It's too late to stop it. Second brother, I'm sorry. I know you don't agree, but if we don't say it now, there won't be another chance. He knew this secret couldn't be revealed. If it was, second brother would face severe punishment, but he was afraid second brother wouldn't make it. Before Bayou Leopard could finish, white smoke rose from his body, and after the smoke dissipated, he transformed into a little snow leopard, drooping his ears and looking at Bayou Eagle, then scratching TangXiaomi's leg with his little paw. The itch on her foot brought TangXiaomi back to her senses. Wait, let me calm down first. What did Bayou Leopard just say? Her mind couldn't process it. Bayou Eagle was a male beast man? She hadn't noticed at all. Bayou Eagle's size and appearance were clearly feminine. She had never seen a male in the village who was about her height. If it was a male, he would be too skinny. Moreover, he didn't even have a male's Adam's apple. But now the little snow leopard couldn't speak, only whimpering, cough. TangXiaomi awkwardly coughed and asked Bayou Eagle, Bai Jia, are you really not a female? Bayou Eagle bit his lip and looked up, his cool phoenix eyes full of charm. His eyes were mesmerizing. TangXiaomi's heart skipped a beat. She was asking a serious question, so don't tempt her. Bayou Eagle remained silent and still, and the little snow leopard at his feet became anxious, scratching her foot and nodding vigorously. TangXiaomi looked again at the serious little lion. Lao San, is what Lao Wu said true? The little lion avoided her gaze and nodded stiffly with his head down. It was actually true. TangXiaomi was stunned. Baiyu Eagle was actually pretending to be female. This was a serious offense. If it got out, there would definitely be no good outcome. So she couldn't find a female to help him. Her head was aching. How did Baiyu Eagle end up eating the aphrodisiac? Full of questions, but Baiyu Eagle was too occupied to answer. You, don't worry about me, go out. Baiyu Eagle spoke with difficulty. Her presence would only intensify the effects of the aphrodisiac. TangXiaomi wanted to agree, but her foot was being held by the little snow leopard's front paw, which was shaking its head vigorously to prevent her from leaving. This was something she had never encountered before, and her head was spinning. Moreover, Baiyu Eagle got into trouble because he was looking for her. If she really didn't care, she might end up being scratched to death by the little snow leopard. Don't worry, I'll think again, think again. This was both a comfort to herself and to Baiyu Eagle. She forced herself to appear calm, looked at the little snow leopard and the little lion, and first assured the little snow leopard that she wouldn't abandon Baiyu Eagle, so it would let go and go wait outside with the little lion. The little snow leopard's face lit up with joy. Wife promised, second brother would definitely be fine. But the next moment, the little snow leopard drooped its head in disappointment. Just the thought of wife mating with second brother drained all its strength. Even if it was second brother, it didn't want to. All it had left was one thought: stop them. The little snow leopard immediately fell into a fierce struggle, seeing the little snow leopard refusing to leave. The little lion glanced at TangXiaomi in confusion and picked up the little snow leopard to carry it outside. The little snow leopard whined softly, its head and limbs limp, as if it had no bones. After the two little ones went outside, TangXiaomi awkwardly but seriously spoke. I guess the aphrodisiac is something that helps with excitement. A kind of aphrodisiac. It should be fine once released. Seeing Baiyu Eagle leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, breathing heavily, she cautiously asked, Baiyu Eagle, can you hear me talking? To be honest, she was super nervous. Usually, Baiyu Eagle was very cool, but now, when a man becomes charming, it's really hard to resist. Upon closer inspection, she realized that although Baiyu Eagle's face was pale and thin, the lines were different from females. They were soft yet somewhat deep, with a hint of youthfulness. She didn't dare to stare too long, especially when he slightly tilted his head. The visual impact was too explosive. Suddenly, TangXiaomi had a thought. Baiyu Eagle was ambiguous in gender. Could it be because he was young? No. Immature male beast men would transform into their beast form at night, and he hadn't changed. Baiyu Eagle. Seeing he had no reaction, she called out again. Could he have fainted? If he fainted, how would they handle it? But just as she reached out, Baiyu Eagle suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was both lustful and dark. No matter the outcome, I will not mate with you. Since the day he pretended to be female, he had never considered being anyone's partner. He just wanted to live alone after his brothers matured. TangXiaomi paused, looking at him calmly. Of course, although I feel guilty, I never intended to do that. You think too highly of me. Baiyu Eagle was extremely surprised. Lao Wu sought her help, and he thought she would agree. Did she have another way? This woman always managed to surprise him. Looking at the blushing TangXiaomi, Baiyu Eagle's pupils constricted. The fire in his body was about to burn away his rationality, and all he wanted was for her to save him. Then, you. He struggled to say two words but frowned and gasped, like a person dying of thirst in the desert. You can't move your hands, and the leopard paws and lion paws can't help, so right now, only I can help you. Just bear with it. Baiyu Eagle was confused. What did she mean? TangXiaomi's heart cried out. He was already charming, and when he looked confused, it was even more enticing. She was so nervous she didn't dare to breathe. Her throat felt tight. Don't look at me like that. TangXiaomi steeled herself and squatted down. And don't be nervous. Just pretend my hand is yours. And I'll pretend this hand isn't mine. Baiyu Eagle listened, confused, and she became more and more muddled, telling others not to be nervous. But she was panicking. It's just a man's body. Why was she so flustered? She took a deep breath to steady her emotions and said in a professional tone, There's no other way now. What I need to do is very simple. Don't mind it and don't resist. Just consider it as me treating you. Afterward, I will forget. And you will forget too, right? The aphrodisiac fruit had white featherhawk on the verge of collapse, but he was still holding on. TangXiaomi guessed what he was worried about. Once he became her partner, she would be his wife and bind him for life. Moreover, he probably didn't even look at her, right? It's good enough that she didn't scare him in her current state. Seeing TangXiaomi reach out, White Featherhawk grunted. What do you want to do? Don't come. Before he could finish his sentence, he gasped sharply, his phoenix eyes widening. You. All sensations were captured by her hand, and his body didn't feel like his own. Hot blood surged to his face, and another wave rushed downward. like floating and sinking in water. Just as he surfaced, he was pulled back down, plunging into the abyss. The sounds in the cave floated with the wind, both restrained and melodious, full of charm. The little snow leopard covered its ears with its paws. The second brother's voice was both painful and pleasant, making its face flush and heart race. But the more it listened, the more anxious it became, as if a piece of its heart was empty. The little lion looked at the little snow leopard from a distance, and then lay back down to guard against the beastmen. The second brother and she were. It quickly shook its head, not daring to think. As dawn approached, TangXiaomi came out exhausted, and the little snow leopard sprang up to run towards her, even tripping over itself. TangXiaomi laughed. "It's okay now, don't worry." Awa. The little snow leopard didn't look at White Featherhawk, but instead hugged her feet. Seeing the little lion quietly enter the cave, TangXiaomi coaxed, "What I promised counts. Be good, let go, the third one has gone in." She wanted to pat the little snow leopard's head, but thinking about what her hands had done, her ears turned red. Fortunately, this method worked. The little snow leopard released its claws, but kept following her. TangXiaomi was puzzled. When she asked, it just made a sound, "ah-woo," and didn't answer. She had no choice but to let it follow. After tidying up, she rubbed her almost useless hands and started to brew medicine. Too tired, and fell asleep leaning against a rock. In her dream, she entered a peach blossom forest and saw a person in white. As she approached, she realized it was White Featherhawk. Why did she dream of him? He looked so good in that outfit. White really suited him. Before she could say much, White Featherhawk untied his belt, and the white fabric floated up, reaching his hand into his clothes. Then his face turned beet red, breathing rapidly, his phoenix eyes watery, both uncomfortable and exhilarating. "Help me." His hoarse voice echoed in her ear, a tingling sensation spreading from her feet. TangXiaomi was startled awake, her mind blank. "Huh, TangXiaomi ga pet, sudenli alet." She touched her hot face and instantly remembered that dream. She actually dreamed of White Featherhawk, and it was such a scene. Her mind still echoed with his "help me" from the dream. But she had helped him all night. No wonder she had such a strange dream. "Wife master, you're awake. Do you want to sleep inside?" Bai Yunbao asked with concern. TangXiaomi shook her head. It would be too awkward to go in. White Featherhawk definitely didn't want to see her. Oh no, she suddenly remembered the medicine she was brewing. Sleeping so long, it must have burned. In a hurry, she lifted the lid and was scalded, gasping and pulling her hand back. "Wife master, you burned yourself." Bai Yunbao immediately became anxious, frowning as he helped her blow on it. "It's fine. How can it be fine? It must hurt." See him take it seriously. TangXiaomi couldn't help but laugh. "It really doesn't matter, but I feel sorry for you." Bai Yunbao pouted, reproaching, "Wife master, you are too careless. The medicine is for the second brother. We can handle this. You and the second brother must be exhausted after last night, right?" The last sentence was said in a very low voice. After mating for so long last night, how could you not be tired? TangXiaomi instantly felt embarrassed and remembered the dream, quickly changing the topic. "What is cooking in the pot?" "Hot water. Don't you like to drink it, wife master?" "It'll be ready soon." TangXiaomi laughed helplessly. "Fine, just let her pretend she loves to drink hot water." The sun was high. It was time to prepare food. She found an excuse to sneak away and got fish from Bai Liu to make soup. Bai Yunbao initially looked glum, but after drinking the soup and eating the fish, he immediately blossomed with a smile. This little guy became chatty as soon as he was happy, his childish voice making her feel relaxed. This must be the joy of having company, right? But Bai Liu was completely different from him. He spoke no more than 5 sentences a day, and they hardly communicated. After eating, she delivered fish to Bai Liu, and when she was late, he immediately pouted and asked. This matter couldn't be explained. As soon as she opened her mouth, he would definitely ask how to help White Featherhawk, and she had promised not to say anything. So she quickly slipped away while he was eating fish. Wanting to rest for a while, Bai Yunbao, however, was pouting and waiting for her with a wronged expression. "Wife master, what did you go?" TangXiaomi raised her eyebrows, pinching his face teasingly. "What did I do to make you so angry?" Seeing her like this, Bai Yunbao felt even more aggrieved. Wasn't he having the second brother enough? Why was she secretly meeting other males? TangXiaomi laughed at his childish expression. "Are you going to deny me after eating fish?" "I want to eat fish anymore." After Bai Yunbao said that, he slumped down in a corner with a long face. TangXiaomi was confused. She had only gone out once. Why was he throwing a tantrum? Bai Liu was taking care of White Featherhawk in the cave, and no one could ask, so she had to coax him. After trying to ask a few questions, Bai Yunbao shook his head and said it wasn't that. Unable to guess, the two stared at each other. Was this little guy going to argue with her today? She didn't know how to coax people, so she wanted to wait for Bai Leisure to come out to ask. Just as she stood up, Bai Yunbao grabbed the corner of her clothes. Wife master, did you go to see the bear beast? TangXiaomi puzzledly responded with an bear beast? Does that little brat Bai Liu count? Wife master, you're a female. I can't stop you from looking for other males, but I feel so sad. I don't want to be with other males. Bai Yunbao's eyes glistened with tears as he mustered the courage to say this. Even if he were punished, he had to say it. Having the second brother is already hard enough. I can't handle more males. Or would there be other males? What are you imagining with that little head of yours? TangXiaomi laughed at him, flicking his forehead. It's impossible for other males to live with us. Who would want to come? She touched her face. Troubled, her face needed to be treated. With the world's aesthetics and her lack of arousal, it should be fine once treated, right? It was too uncomfortable with her face being all messy. Who doesn't love beauty? Bai Yunbao was super excited. She really agreed. Really? Wife master, you're not looking for the bear beast to be a beast husband? But she called the bear beast in her dreams. He was both happy and worried she wouldn't be happy, nervously saying, Wife master, don't be angry. Now that the second brother is taking care of you. When we grow up, we'll help you. TangXiaomi didn't think too much. Okay, really good. She had seen the news. Bratty kids were super annoying. But Bai Yunbao was so well-behaved, a dozen would be too few. Bai Yunbao jumped up instantly. She agreed again. The gloom lifted completely, rubbing against her hand. Wife master, you're so good. TangXiaomi was puzzled. Why did he keep praising her? Even if she had a thick skin? She felt embarrassed. She prepared the external herbal medicine, took a few deep breaths, and walked into the cave. She said it was fine and that nothing had happened. As she walked from the sunlight into the cave, TangXiaomi squinted to see. Bai Leisure was feeding medicine to White Featherhawk. When they saw her, both turned to look at her simultaneously, then tacitly looked away. They were indeed brothers, their movements synchronized. Although she had mentally prepared herself, seeing White Featherhawk, her mind was filled with unwanted thoughts. The more she tried not to remember, the more she recalled him biting his lip in restraint, and later unable to control himself, his lips parting slightly like red plum blossoms. She also remembered how soft his lips felt when she tasted them while he had a high fever, as soft as jelly. Last night, his alluring eyes were both rejecting and pleading, and her mind was a mess. She just wanted it to end quickly. The aphrodisiac fruit was too potent. It took several times for White Featherhawk to calm down, and he even fainted. She felt like a thief cleaning up the mess, pretending nothing had happened. The air was filled with an ambiguous scent, and TangXiaomi didn't know where to look. Third, let me see how your foot is recovering. Bai Leisure stiffened, looking down to extend his foot. As she treated the patient, TangXiaomi shifted her focus, gently touching the broken bone and reminding him, it's recovering well, but you need to rest. If possible, don't use this foot. Bai Leisure nodded. His expression wouldn't. He had known it was her who sent the herbs when he saw them at the door that day. He initially thought she would hate them for being driven away, since the fire wasn't started by her, but the second brother didn't explain, and he even thought about living separately. He didn't expect she would quietly come to deliver medicine. All done. TangXiaomi helped Bai Leisure wrap the medicine and told him to rest beside her. Bai Leisure let out a sound of acknowledgement, the places she had touched still tingling. Heat rushing to his ears. Fearing being discovered, he rushed out in a panic. TangXiaomi was confused. She only asked for a break. Why did he sneak away? With only her and Bai Yueying left, TangXiaomi's nerves became sensitive. But seeing Bai Yueying's natural expression, she despised herself. If the person involved didn't care, why was she so nervous? The two tacitly avoided mentioning last night, as she focused on applying medicine with her eyes downcast. However, Bai Yueying felt tormented. Where her hand brushed against him, the cool herbal medicine made him feel a burning sensation, his heart even more chaotic. He wanted to forget what happened last night, but the moment she entered, he didn't even dare to look at her. He knew she really treated it as healing, but it was just like last time when she fed him medicine. The marks were already left. She was a female with many potential partners in the future. Perhaps it didn't mean much to her. What happened back then? The atmosphere was heavy, and TangXiaomi spoke up. Bai Yueying looked at her faintly. I fell into the trap myself. You don't need to. I know this. TangXiaomi interrupted. He definitely didn't want her to meddle. She raised her eyes and smiled. I also know who did it. There is only one person in Guanshan village who dares to be so ruthless. Bai Yueying's eyes were filled with curiosity. TangXiaomi waited until the bandaging was done before saying, I just want to understand and prepare. The enemy is getting more and more arrogant. I'll handle it myself. Don't get involved. Coincidentally, we both have troubles. Someone is always trying to chase me away. I can't really leave, right? This is for my own sake. You. Bai Yueying was left speechless, seeing he didn't want to talk. TangXiaomi didn't push him. After tidying up, when she was about to leave, she heard a thank you from behind. She stopped but didn't turn around, just curved her lips and went out. Outside the cave, Bai Yunbao was waiting. His dull face brightened the moment he saw her. Wife, is there anything I can do? I'm super capable. He was eager to be useful. After last night with his second brother, the second brother is fine. She would surely forget about him. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became, fearing she might turn to another male. He didn't understand why the third brother was indifferent. But he cared. Even the second brother was reluctantly accepted. Bai Yunbao pondered. If he were good enough, wouldn't she stop looking for other males? He had to grow up quickly, become strong, protect her, mate with her, and have little cubs. With this thought, his determination grew stronger. TangXiaomi was puzzled, but seeing him eager to work, she directly assigned him tasks. She thought he would only be interested for a while, but unexpectedly, he was diligent and became a little helper. With him assisting, she had a much easier time, finishing the remaining fish for dinner. But Bai Yunbao was closely following. How would he find an excuse to meet Bai Luoyu tomorrow? Bai Yueying wouldn't let her say it, and wouldn't going there be like a secret date? Wife, the grilled fish is super delicious. I've never had such tasty food. Eat more if it's good. It's crucial for growing now. TangXiaomi rubbed his head and handed him a piece of fish. In this world, beast men survive on their size and strength. Strong males are accepted by females. Living together is fate, and with little hope of returning to the original world, she didn't mind raising cubs along the way. After Bai Yunbao finished the fish, he licked his lips and said seriously, Wife, I will definitely be stronger than that annoying peacock in the future. I won't let him bully you. Sure enough. Talking bad about me. TangXiaomi, is this how you teach the fifth one? In the distance, Roan Conke shouted, Where is Yueying? What did you do to him? He came to settle the score. You did that to Yueying just to make me your partner. I don't think highly of you. Everything you do is disgusting. Yueying is good to you. You're truly vicious. Seeing Roan Conke grow fiercer, Bai Yunbao stood in front of TangXiaomi. Don't harm my wife. She only mated with him to save the second sister. He faltered on the word mate, shouting, My wife doesn't want you as a partner. He secretly glanced at TangXiaomi. She initially liked Roan Conke. Surely she wouldn't like him now, right? Roan Conke's eyes widened. TangXiaomi must have harmed Bai Yueying. Bai Yunbao is actually helping her? Yueying is your sister. If you keep blocking me, don't blame me. TangXiaomi nonchalantly said. If you have the ability, come over. I'm waiting. All right. Roan Conke charged over, but after just 2 steps, he tripped and fell. His palms and soles were pierced by sharp objects, and blood seeped out. He wanted to stand, but bent over in pain. What is wrong with my hands and feet? Seeing him sweating from the pain, TangXiaomi laughed. This is a trap. The things you stepped on are super sharp. They went into the flesh and are hard to remove. You're so toxic. Roan Conke gritted his teeth, and TangXiaomi shook her head. I just added a little seasoning. If I added more, you wouldn't have the chance to cry. Roan Conke was too pained to speak. His hands and feet hurt like hell. So this is what it feels like to step on something so painful. Bai Yunbao frowned. Luckily, he secretly watched her set the trap and avoided all the pits. Don't be afraid. This is to help him remember. The more it hurts, the less foolish he'll be. When Roan Conke was in so much pain he felt like he was pulled out of water, TangXiaomi finally threw him some herbs. After Roan Conke stopped the pain, the look he gave her was full of wariness. Conke, if you don't change your temper, you'll definitely suffer in the future. I don't need you to worry about me. Today I must kill you. A vicious female like you shouldn't live. I shouldn't have. TangXiaomi's expression suddenly darkened, gently interrupting. If it weren't for the fact that you once had kindness towards me, I wouldn't be so polite today. Is your brain growing on your face? What? Complimenting you on your looks? Actually, it's just that you're brainless and being used without knowing it. Roan Conke recognized the sarcasm and was about to explode when TangXiaomi squatted down and whispered a few words to him. Roan Conke's expression changed instantly, shouting impossible. Everything that needed to be said was said. Wait for your good news. I'm not sending you off. TangXiaomi waved her hand to go back, and Roan Conke's face was ugly, leaving not long after. Wife, what did you say to him? Bai Yunbao asked with puffy cheeks. Nothing much. Just asked him to help a bit and save his IQ along the way. Bai Yunbao became more anxious, fearing the worrying situation would happen. Wife. Seeing TangXiaomi look over, he shook his head again. Compared to the bear beast, he hated Roan Conke even more, but both were repulsive. TangXiaomi was puzzled. What is up with this little guy? Wife, I'll help you. Bai Yunbao gritted his teeth and worked seriously. Time flew by as they got busy, and it soon became dark. The moon and stars shone brightly in the sky, and the night was very peaceful. But TangXiaomi was not calm. The cave felt cramped, and knowing Bai Yueying was a male made her heart chaotic. She even invited him to bathe together before. Spreading hay on the ground, TangXiaomi consciously lay down further away. The beast's skin was burned and gone a hug, but fortunately, she was tired and fell asleep not long after. But when she was exhausted, she would act up in the middle of the night, searching for her bear. Bear, little bear. Bai Yueying suddenly opened his eyes, and the little lion guarding the fire also turned his head. She seemed to really like bear beasts. The firelight was weak, and one could see TangXiaomi wriggling like a little bug. The little lion saw that Bai Yueying didn't say anything and watched quietly. TangXiaomi rolled closer to the fire pit, and just as she was about to fall in, the little lion anxiously looked at Bai Yueying. Bai Yueying nodded. Go ahead. The little lion breathed a sigh of relief, but was also nervous. What if she was hugged again? Last time she wouldn't let go. The closer she got, the more flustered he became. Remembering the feeling of being hugged made his face hot. Luckily, he was in beast form, so it was not noticeable. The sleeping little snow leopard heard the noise and opened his eyes, seeing the little lion walking towards TangXiaomi. He jumped up without thinking and let out a low growl. The little lion, feeling tense, immediately stopped upon hearing the little snow leopard's low growl. Then the little snow leopard rushed over, blocking in front of him and nudging TangXiaomi, trying to push her back to the hay pile. After just nudging a couple of times, TangXiaomi grabbed him. TangXiaomi found the ground hard, rolled back to the hay pile, rubbed against the bear in her arms, and fell into a deep sleep. The little lion didn't move the whole time, staring blankly. Sure enough, when she hugged something, she sleeps soundly. The fire pit, without adding wood, gradually dimmed, and the wind blew, making the flames flicker. Third brother, add some dry wood, don't let the fire go out. Bai Yueying reminded, not noticing the little lion's dim eyes. The little lion glanced at the little snow leopard, who was happily being hugged, and lowered his eyes to add wood. The little snow leopard was extremely happy. He thought he couldn't sleep with his wife and was afraid the second brother would say something to him. But in the end, the second brother said nothing. He rubbed his head against TangXiaomi's neck, making her itch. TangXiaomi scratched and changed positions, half of her body pressing on the little snow leopard. The little snow leopard almost couldn't breathe. His wife was too naughty when she slept. He pulled his hand out to push TangXiaomi, and after one push he was stunned. Huh? So soft. The little snow leopard blinked. Was his wife made of water? Other females are also bulging here, but the wife looks the best. What is hidden here? Seeing TangXiaomi not responding, he pushed again, getting addicted to playing. After pushing enough, he slapped it, and it actually bounced back. He peeked. Bai Yueying had his eyes closed, and the little lion was staring blankly at the fire. He quietly stretched his claws inside. It felt more comfortable without clothing in the way. He leaned his face closer, only seeing white and fragrant, looking like it would taste good. The little snow leopard leaned in and gently bit down. Huh! TangXiaomi woke up, dreaming of a little bear growing fangs and turning into a beast. Realizing it was a dream, she breathed a sigh of relief. But when she saw the little snow leopard burying his head in her chest, her face turned red. When did he come? When did she hug him? The key is what he just did? TangXiaomi lifted the fur on the back of the little snow leopard's neck to push him away, and looking down, she saw little bite marks on her chest. No wonder it hurt. It was this little rascal's doing. He wouldn't want to find milk to drink, would he? Being treated like a mother in the middle of the night, TangXiaomi really wanted to cover her face. What is this all about? Awu, the little snow leopard, tilted his head, looking innocent at her. He didn't mean it. He just wanted to see if the soft part was fragile. The little snow leopard saw the bite marks, drooped his ears and sat down, scratching her hand with his paw to apologize. Now he knew the female's body was fragile, and he had to protect her more in the future. TangXiaomi almost spat out old blood, but the little snow leopard's sincere apologetic look made it hard for her to say anything. Lao Wu, come out. Bai Yueying slowly stood up and, after speaking, walked outside the cave. The little snow leopard sensed he was angry, shrank his neck, and followed him out with his head down. The little lion, holding dry firewood, froze, his gaze sweeping over TangXiaomi's chest, hurriedly looking away and following out with the firewood. TangXiaomi awkwardly pulled up her clothes. It's too awkward in the middle of the night. She didn't know what Bai Yueying would say to Bai Yunbao, only hoping he would say something useful. After a while, Bai Yueying returned, followed by two little creatures. The little lion lay back down to guard the fire, and the little snow leopard drooped his head, sneakily glancing at TangXiaomi before lying down as well. Sorry, Lao Wu doesn't understand. He wants to do it again. Bai Yuing sat down, his gaze calm. He didn't think much of it, assuming the cub would understand these things when he grew up. If there was a mother around, she would definitely teach him. TangXiaomi awkwardly coughed. It's nothing, but you must have taught him already, right? Bai Yun Bao is your brother. It's your responsibility to teach him. I have no position to interfere, and the contract is just a formality. Bai Yuing's gaze flickered, his face slightly flushed. Don't worry. TangXiaomi nodded and yawned. Let us sleep quickly. Seeing her lie down, Bai Yuing also closed his eyes, with nothing to hold in her arms. TangXiaomi couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. She had just held the little snow leopard, and now she was craving it. Holding hay was useless. She was tired but couldn't sleep, so she sat up irritably. The little lion was startled. Why did she get up? He had heard her tossing and turning. Her complexion must be bad. I'll guard the fire. You go sleep. TangXiaomi sat down beside him. The little lion stiffened, his heart racing, before finding a substitute. You should hold Lao Wu first. Bai Yuing suddenly opened his eyes. TangXiaomi's heart raced. He was actually awake. Does this mean he agreed to let Lao Wu sleep with her? He was so protective, she thought he wouldn't agree. Really? Yes, but only for tonight. Seeing the excited expressions of the two, Bai Yuing nodded. Not long after, TangXiaomi hugged Lao Wu and fell asleep. Bai Yuing's gaze deepened. She only regarded Lao Wu as an object, but what about Lao Wu? Rationality urged him to stop, but seeing her unable to sleep, he ended up saying this. Fortunately, he added it was only for tonight. The little snow leopard rubbed against TangXiaomi's arm, wanting to touch her face, but remembering his second brother's words, he shrank back. But her face looked much better. It had been oozing before, but now it was scabbing. The little snow leopard's eyes sparkled. Can her face really heal? Seeing TangXiaomi sleeping soundly, the little snow leopard also closed his expectant eyes and fell asleep comfortably. In the morning, TangXiaomi was woken up. She hadn't slept well the first half of the night, but the second half, hugging a live bear, she slept soundly, too tired to open her eyes. It was super noisy outside. She struggled to open her eyes and saw a magnified little face, instantly waking up. Wife, you're finally awake. Bai Zuanbao's my Bozai, holding his face with joy as he looked at her. Feeling a bit uneasy under his gaze, TangXiaomi let go of him. Looking down, but froze. In the past, either she woke up first, or Bai Yunbao ran away first. When did he turn into his human form? And he was completely naked. The little guy had been skinny before, but now he had gained some weight. Looking round her, children are still adorably chubby. Bai Yunbao felt her gaze and hurriedly put on a hide, fearing she would be disgusted by the white patches on his body. TangXiaomi thought, is he shy now? It's common for male beastmen to run around naked. Adults don't care. And he was just smiling at her a moment ago. Why is he suddenly shy? Wife, don't look, Bai Yunbao said softly, pulling at the hide skirt in a panic. He was so happy he forgot about his bald patches, but he was also afraid she had already seen them. Drooping his head, looking pitifully at her, wanting to ask, but not daring to, afraid of getting a disdainful answer. TangXiaomi felt an inexplicable sense of guilt from his gaze. This little guy was like a little child bride, with watery eyes looking at her, as if wanting her to take responsibility. It seems she has to pay attention in the future. Otherwise, his Oedipus complex would get stronger. She hasn't even dated. She is already acting like a mother? Seeing him covering his white patches, TangXiaomi comforted. Don't worry about it. This is only temporary. She was calculating the follow-up treatment in her heart, fearing he would have too high expectations. So she didn't explain too much. No. Bai Yunbao's voice was super soft. He had this condition since birth. Aside from his second brother and the others, other beastmen looked down on him, saying his mother abandoned them. Because of him, TangXiaomi was about to comfort him again when the noise outside started again. Bai Yuing, do you know what you're saying? I know. Bai Yuing's voice remained calm. TangXiaomi rubbed Bai Yunbao's head, and as she walked outside, she saw Bai Yuing's thin back, facing the aggressive Xiang Kaifeng. Xiang Kaifeng had brought many beastmen, surrounding the cave tightly. I advise you to hand over TangXiaomi, otherwise. Xiang Kaifeng squinted her eyes and threatened, seeing Bai Yuing not reacting. She gritted her teeth and looked at the village chief. Village chief, Bai Yuing, is being evasive. He has no male partner. He must have taken a liking to the wandering savage beast, and mating with a savage beast is against. It's so lively this early in the morning. TangXiaomi smiled as she walked out from behind Bai Yuing. Is this about me? You must say something to me. Explain what? It's all you. The village chief glanced at Bai Yuing, interrupting Xiang Kaifeng, briefly clarifying the situation. TangXiaomi quickly understood. Xiang Kaifeng had rallied people to come for a reckoning, listing 3 charges. Charge 1. She set fire to Bai Yuing's thatched house out of jealousy, intending to harm him. Charge 2. The aphrodisiac fruit Bai Yuing ate was given by her, and she insidiously sent him to the wandering savage beast. Charge 3. She secretly hoarded the sacred fire without permission, intending to do harm. TangXiaomi was extremely surprised. Bai Yuing actually took on all the charges. He said there were no aphrodisiac fruits, no wandering savage beasts, and admitted it was his fault for not watching the sacred fire that burned the house. And the fire he was using was also his secret. Bai. TangXiaomi turned to look at him, wanted to say something, but got stuck. Bai Yuing looked at her, their gazes calm. That's it. TangXiaomi instantly understood. He wanted to downplay the matter. Having him handle it would save trouble. Hoarding the sacred fire was enough to be confined. Why should he suffer for her? Xiang Kaifeng persuaded Bai Yuing. Her attitude softened. If they couldn't beat both, they would deal with them one by one. TangXiaomi sneered. Who couldn't see through her thoughts? Clenching her fists secretly, she turned to the village chief with a comforting smile. It's all a misunderstanding. How could I give sister by aphrodisiac fruit? Where would the wandering savage beast come from? If a savage beast really invaded, wouldn't there be any noise? The village chief nodded. Wandering savage beasts are highly harmful. If seen, they would definitely report it. If Bai Yuing were in trouble, it would be like this. Then how to explain the sacred fire? As soon as the village chief asked, Xiang Kaifeng exploded. You have ulterior motives. You want to hoard the sacred fire and burn the village. TangXiaomi looked at her coldly, still smiling. This is not the sacred fire. Still quibbling. What is not the sacred fire? It's ordinary fire. Which rule says it can't be used? As soon as she finished speaking, the beastmen were all dumbfounded. There's also ordinary fire? I couldn't borrow the sacred fire, so I had to make ordinary fire myself. TangXiaomi first pretended to be pitiful, then explained the principle of fire making, but no orc believed her. Xiang Kaifeng shouted the loudest that she was lying, saying that there was only the holy fire in the world. The village chief was not excited and told her to continue. TangXiaomi took the tools to drill wood for fire, tools she had prepared earlier, as she had tried before, but found it too tiring and didn't extinguish the cave fire. Wife, can this really make fire? Bai Yunbao squatted beside her and asked. At first, he didn't believe it, but when he saw her smiling, he believed it completely. TangXiaomi encouraged him to learn. If he learned, he could eat well and also in the favor of females. Then she thought, this should be something Bai Yuhawk should worry about. Bai Yuhawk looked surprised. Can one really make fire by oneself? Bai Leisure secretly observed, his face full of confusion. How can rubbing sticks make fire? All the orcs widened their eyes. This was something they had never heard of. Half a day passed without a spark. Stop pretending. Xiang Kaifeng was impatient. TangXiaomi ignored her. Drilling wood for fire is inherently difficult. After waiting a while longer, the other orcs were also anxious, saying it was impossible. Xiang Shan chimed in with Xiang Kaifeng, almost spitting on her. But TangXiaomi didn't stop. There is hope, so we can't give up. Her palms grew hotter and hotter, painfully drilling, but she didn't take a break, not even for a moment. Time quietly passed, and the sun was already overhead. Xiang Kaifeng was going crazy waiting, and the other orcs also lost patience. If it weren't for the village chief being there, they would have made TangXiaomi stop. This was just a waste of time. But the village chief didn't speak, so they had no way to intervene. More and more orcs urged the village chief to express his stance. And finally, he spoke. It's been long enough. If you can't make fire, then stop trying. Just a moment longer, wait a bit more. TangXiaomi didn't look back. Seeing her serious, the village chief didn't say more and tacitly accepted it. Wife, your hand is bleeding. Bai Yunbao exclaimed worriedly. If you can't make it, then stop rubbing. If they chase you away, I'll go with you. Bai Yuhawk frowned. Bai Leisure also disagreed, but Xiang Kaifeng laughed and mocked Bai Yunbao. Look, there's smoke. Someone shouted, and all the orcs looked over, seeing the flame and instantly being dumbfounded. How is this possible? The flame grew, but the orcs still didn't dare to believe it. Xiang Caifeng's face turned extremely ugly, gritting her teeth in disbelief. Did TangXiaomi really succeed? She must have hidden the holy fire. Otherwise, where did the fire come from? Xiang Kaifeng was grasping at straws. TangXiaomi smiled. If you can hide the holy fire, how about I let you handle it? You. Xiang Kaifeng was rendered speechless. Her last burn scar was still painful. Seeing Xiang Kaifeng silent, TangXiaomi whispered a few words to the village chief. The village chief looked at her in surprise, nodded, and led all the orcs away. Xiang Kaifeng had already been confined, but while holding in her anger and leaving, she stepped into a trap, and her screams could be heard from far away. Many orcs who came to watch returned with injuries, but endured without causing trouble. Her benefits were not that easy to take. After watching them leave, TangXiaomi looked at her hands, all covered in blisters. Wife, it doesn't hurt, doesn't hurt. Bai Yunbao tiptoed to blow on her hands. A bit of herbal medicine will do. TangXiaomi laughed. Being cared for by a kid was quite interesting. Wife, you're still laughing. I'm so nervous. Bai Yunbao pouted. TangXiaomi raised her eyebrows. She had known she could succeed, just as she was about to look for herbs. Bai Yuhawk asked Bai Leisure to bring the herbs. Is this the one? Huh? How did you know? TangXiaomi was puzzled. You've used it. Bai Yuhawk's gaze was cold. Only he knew how nervous he had been just now. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, he couldn't tell. Does this count as stealing knowledge? Seeing Bai Yuhawk's awkwardness, TangXiaomi grinned. Just joking. If you're interested, I'll teach you. She almost called him Sister Bai, but now knowing he was male, calling him that would just poke at his sore spot. Bai Yuhawk didn't speak, and had Bai Leisure crush the herbs for her. Bai Yunbao wanted to help apply the medicine, but TangXiaomi didn't dare. Better to suffer less. What did you discuss with the village chief? Offering benefits is the most effective. TangXiaomi spoke frankly. The village chief is worried about livelihood. I promised to grow food, and after hesitating, he agreed. With the village chief as protection, they didn't have to fear Xiang Kaifeng causing trouble. Life should be a bit better. But the more Bai Yuhawk listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. He didn't expect her to make such a promise so easily. What if they couldn't grow food later? TangXiaomi smiled mysteriously and didn't speak, leaving the others in the cave full of questions. In the beast world, there are 4 major tribes: Eastwater, Southfire, Westwood, and North Earth, each with dozens of villages, and there are small tribes made up of wandering beasts. The Guanshan village they were in belongs to Southfire, which has 19 villages in total, with Guanshan village often ranking 18th or 19th, the poorest, relying on charity. After several migrations, it only got worse. The orcs have a strong sense of territoriality and would not leave, even if they were poor. When she said a farm, she really meant it. The next day, TangXiaomi began to study and figured out the plant habits, which wasn't difficult. The soil in Guanshan village wasn't fertile, so it was just right to plant lotus. She also taught the villagers how to catch and eat fish. At first, the villagers thought she was crazy. They all knew eating fish could kill. But when they smelled the aroma of grilled fish and saw that they were fine after eating, the bold orcs dared to try, directly opening up a new world. Fish not only didn't kill, but was also delicious, instantly sparking a craze for eating fish. And the fish in the river suffered. Fish never expected to become a contested object. Bai Liu was extremely unhappy, lamenting, "Everywhere I go, there are people catching fish. I have to hide." TangXiaomi was also helpless. She hadn't thought of that big fish at all. With fish to eat, solving hunger issues. The village chief didn't need to borrow grain, and the villagers' attitudes towards them changed drastically. When Xiang Kaifeng looked for trouble, there were even orcs to speak up for them. Spring passed, and autumn arrived, from plowing the fields to sowing and harvesting. TangXiaomi put her mind to it while the villagers and Bai Yuhawk's 3 brothers helped with the physical labor. "Wife, why are you still here? Second sister has made food. Hurry back. My stomach is growling." TangXiaomi looked up and saw a boy about her height running over. The boy had short, neat hair, handsome features, but had white spots on his face. The boy panted as he picked up her herbal basket and pulled her arm. "Second sister's dishes are definitely to your liking. Clearly, it's what you love to eat." "Slow down." TangXiaomi stopped him. He didn't see if she could keep up. She had just squatted and her legs were soft. How could she run? Bai Yunbao could eat and sleep and was growing fast, shooting up like spring bamboo. "All right, wife, your legs are short." Bai Yunbao immediately stopped, but TangXiaomi, out of habit, couldn't stop in time and bumped into him. With a loud bang, their foreheads collided, and TangXiaomi saw stars. Her mind blank for 3 seconds. "Can I curse?" "Wife, I'm sorry. How are you? Does it hurt?" Bai Yunbao panicked when he saw her clutching her head in pain. "Let me blow on it." Then, TangXiaomi's bangs became a mess. "It's fine. I'm okay." TangXiaomi waved her hand. He was so strong now that his blowing made her unable to open her eyes. Sorry. Bai Yunbao looked at TangXiaomi with guilt and heartache, feeling worse the more he looked. He didn't hurt much, but her forehead was all swollen. Seeing Bai Yunbao like this, TangXiaomi felt extremely helpless. He made it seem like she bullied him. A headache is just a headache. Should she bump him back? She had said it was fine, so hurry back. Unable to stand his gaze, TangXiaomi walked ahead. Bai Yunbao watched her back for a while before chasing after her, secretly noting, the wife runs slowly, so he needs to walk slowly with her in the future. On the way, he wanted to apologize but was afraid of annoying her, so he could only watch anxiously, not daring to say much. Before they even reached the courtyard, the aroma of food wafted in, and TangXiaomi instantly felt hungry. Sure enough, Bai Yuhawk made her favorite. There was even meat. She leaned on the kitchen window, drooling at the frying meat. Bai Yuhawk looked at her greedy expression and gently said, "It was caught by the third brother. Not bad. The third brother can hunt now." TangXiaomi looked over at Bai Leisure, who was helping. Bai Leisure had a wooden face, but the corners of his mouth secretly curved, and his ears were even a little red. TangXiaomi surveyed the kitchen, growing more and more satisfied. People prioritize food. She had worked hard to make it happen. Built with stones, their everything. This was their most luxurious place. What happened to your forehead? The wind blew up TangXiaomi's bangs, and Bai Yuhawk caught sight of her swollen forehead. What? TangXiaomi touched it and immediately gasped. So painful and swollen. Doesn't this look like a silly goose? She quickly pushed her bangs aside. It'll be done soon. It's all my fault. Bai Yunbao was lying by the window, obediently explaining the situation. TangXiaomi felt a bit awkward. Was this little matter really worth mentioning? Fortunately, Bai Yuing only reminded him not to act recklessly and didn't say much more. Bai Yunbao, like a guilty elementary school student, followed closely behind her to make up for it. After dinner, TangXiaomi wanted to clean up, but as soon as she started, she was stopped by Bai Yunbao. "This is my job. Don't take it from me. If you do, I'll get mad." He even looked like he was about to bite. Now, she was the most idle person around. Bored, TangXiaomi wandered around the house. There was no entertainment. It wasn't dark yet, and sleeping too early felt wrong. Seeing Bai Yuing boiling water, she tried to strike up a conversation. "I'm curious. How did you get rid of the wandering savage beast back then? Where did they go?" "Satisfy my curiosity. He was poisoned at the time, and the savage beasts were fierce." "How did he escape?" Bai Yuing paused as he added wood to the fire and said flatly, "Both died." "What? Both?" Bai Yuing never talked about the past, and this was the first time he mentioned it. It turned out that Xiang Kaifeng had handed him over to two savage beasts. TangXiaomi squinted. Xiang Kaifeng was really vicious. But how did the two savage beasts die? Wanting to ask for details, Bai Yuing fell silent, leaving her hanging, unable to press him further. She could only walk away in disappointment. Bai Yuing stared at the flames, his eyes devoid of warmth, filled only with coldness. Xiang Kaifeng not only fed him seductive fruits, but also fed those two savage beasts. The savage beasts, trying to force him to submit, broke his hands, thinking they would force mating. TangXiaomi came out of the kitchen and sat in the yard to cool off. Though it was autumn, the temperature was still extremely hot. Suddenly, she noticed a gaze from the dark fence. This gaze had been there for several days. She had thought it was Bai Liu, and only after confirming did she realize it wasn't him. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Wu, just as TangXiaomi was pondering. A snow leopard ran out from the house, already bigger than an adult golden retriever, afraid it would pounce on her. TangXiaomi quickly raised her hands to stop it. She had been tackled before, and Wu Ti give it another chance. But the snow leopard didn't pounce. Instead, it smiled at her, nudged her hand with its head, and rested its chin on her knee. TangXiaomi was both amused and exasperated. "I really can't do anything about you. You're so big now." Saying this, she still reached out to pet its head. The snow leopard closed its eyes in comfort. After a while, TangXiaomi felt something was off, stood up, and said, "The land lotus will be harvested tomorrow. I need to check it out." Just as she was about to leave, the snow leopard bit her clothing corner and growled, and a lion resembling a young male lion walked out from the house. TangXiaomi understood. She had said before that there was no need to follow and protect her. But the snow leopard just wouldn't listen. It even called for Bai Lei the lion. Was it really going to take a fierce beast for a walk at night? Fine, go, and come back quickly. The land lotus needed to be harvested. Nothing could go wrong. Hurrying to the land lotus field. It was much darker tonight than usual with no moonlight or stars. TangXiaomi held a torch, asking the snow leopard and lion to help listen for sounds. The beastmen had good hearing. The snow leopard nodded, and the lion observed as well. After listening for a while, without any noise, could it be that she was overthinking it? After waiting a bit longer, TangXiaomi planned to find the village chief to send someone to keep watch. Just as she turned to leave, roar, the snow leopard suddenly dashed out. "Old 5, Come back. TangXiaomi shouted anxiously. Oh no. The snow leopard vanished into the darkness. She forced herself to stay calm and told the lion, Old 3. Quickly call Old 5 back. No matter what the situation is, bring him back first. The lion calmed down and nodded as it left. Once the lion was gone, TangXiaomi gripped her dagger tightly, not daring to relax. The wind rustled the grass, and the torch illuminated the swaying tree shadows. Crack! Branches snapped underfoot. TangXiaomi narrowed her eyes. After staring for so long, was something finally coming out? The grass rustled, and she caught a glimpse of a dim green light. Good grandson. If you come, don't hide. As soon as she spoke, a large tiger with scars on its face emerged from the grass, looking extremely fierce. TangXiaomi frowned. There was no scar-faced tiger beast in Guanshan village. Are you a wandering savage beast? The tiger growled, transforming into a muscular man, standing upright and glaring sharply at her. Yes. His voice was deep and powerful. TangXiaomi tried to stall. Did Xiang Kaifeng send you? That's right. You killed my 2 brothers, and I'm here for revenge. TangXiaomi couldn't help but find amusing. This big brother was too honest. But then the tiger beast suddenly said, I've changed my mind. You're a female and can grow food. Come with me, and I'll let you go. Growing food could become a life-saving charm? TangXiaomi pretended to be scared, timidly negotiating. Can I think about it? Her reaction left the tiger beast, who was ready to abduct her, stunned. To show there was no threat, TangXiaomi blinked innocently. Is that okay? The tiger beast was stunned again, under the firelight. Her eyes sparkled, and he even thought she looked quite pretty. But you have to be quick. After pondering for a long time, the tiger beast surprisingly agreed. TangXiaomi was taken aback. Everyone said wandering savage beasts were extremely fierce, but it seemed not all of them were. I can go with you, but I need to go back and tidy up. The tiger beast frowned. No, if you're discovered, you won't be able to take you away. We have to leave now. Fine, he didn't seem stupid. TangXiaomi walked over without any fear. She actually came over herself. The tiger beast was astonished, since even the males were afraid of him. How could this little female not be scared? Why aren't you afraid of me? You look like a bad guy, but not completely bad. You said you wouldn't hurt me. I believe you. The tiger beast was even more surprised. Ever since he became a wandering savage beast, he had been hunted down. Yet she actually said she trusted him. With the firelight, he felt she was glowing. The tiger beast blankly extended his hand. Come with me, and you'll be my female. I'm called Xiaohu. Xiaohu. TangXiaomi thought of a cartoon character and instantly felt unafraid. Hearing her say his name, Xiaohu felt a warm sensation in his chest. When he saw her extend her hand, he suddenly got nervous. Her hand was so small. He was worried about how to take care of such a delicate female. But just as TangXiaomi's hand was about to touch Xiaohu, a white shadow flashed by. The snow leopard pounced at Xiaohu. Roar! The lion also lunged forward. Xiaohu narrowly dodged, dealing with 2 juvenile beasts. Though they were small, they were fiercer than ordinary beastmen. Stop! Let us talk! TangXiaomi shouted. Xiaohu was confused. Why was her partner coming to save her? Why wasn't she running away? He actually stopped. Roar! The snow leopard was all ruffled up and still wanted to pounce. Old 5, behave, TangXiaomi said in a deep voice. The snow leopard immediately wilted, lowering its head and returning. TangXiaomi patted the snow leopard to soothe it and smiled at Xiaohu. Did you think that if you barged into the village, you could just leave? Xiaohu's expression sharpened. If I can come, I can leave. Is that so? TangXiaomi zhuge. Looking toward the distant firelight. If we stop you, would you be able to leave unscathed? Xiaohu looked over, and his face changed drastically. Let me guess how Xiang Kaifeng promised you. TangXiaomi snorted lightly, her gaze turning cold as she looked at the large tree. Xiang Kaifeng hates evil females like me. So she secretly helped you sneak in a Guanshan village for revenge? Xiaohu's expression worsened. What Xiang Kaifeng said was pretty much along those lines. What do you want? You can't stop me. Don't be anxious. I'm not capturing you for glory. This is Xiang Kaifeng's scheme. Then you. The more Xiaohu interacted with this little female, the less he could see through her. TangXiaomi sneered. I only understand eye for an eye. Saying this, she threw the torch, and the flames illuminated the shadow behind the tree. The shadow wanted to run, but retreated again. TangXiaomi initially wanted to chase, but upon seeing it was Xiang Kaifeng, she narrowed her eyes and observed quietly. Bai Yueying, what do you want to do? Bai Yueying approached, and in the firelight, TangXiaomi saw him clearly. When was he here? Good. Bai Yueying, you colluded with the wandering savage beast. Everyone is here. Let us see how you'll argue. Xiang Kaifeng turned the tables, And since the beastmen were almost there, it was enough to have Xiang Shan cooperate. Gaining confidence, she glared at TangXiaomi and urged Xiao Hu, "Why are you still standing there? Get lost." Useless thing. She initially wanted to use him to kill TangXiaomi, but now it was fine to take him away. Females wouldn't live long with wandering savage beasts. But she was puzzled. How could Bai Lei the lion and Bai Yunbao return so quickly? Did Xiang Shan not hold them off? Xiao Hu looked at Xiang Caifeng's changing expression with disgust. Seeing that Bai Yueying wouldn't let him go, Xiang Caifeng became even angrier. "It's you who wouldn't let him go. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Females could act, and males couldn't intervene. Bai Yueying was thin and definitely wouldn't be able to beat her. Saying this, she swung her fist. Crack! Crack! Two crisp sounds rang out, and Xiang Caifeng screamed, her arms weakly drooping. TangXiaomi was still worried. Seeing Bai Yueying expressionlessly break her arm, she almost wanted to clap. She controlled her expression and innocently looked at Xiao Hu. "You came all this way. You can't go back empty-handed, right?" After a pause, she reminded, "She fed your brother aphrodisiac fruit. Aren't you going to repay her?" Xiao Hu instantly understood. His face darkened as he approached Xiang Caifeng. "Okay, I'll get to the bottom of this." "No, don't. Get away." Xiang Caifeng frantically retreated, trying to run. But how could she be faster than Xiao Hu? Xiao Hu stepped on her back. "You killed my brother. Even if you're female, I won't let you go." Xiang Caifeng wanted to cry for help. But TangXiaomi kindly handed her a piece of mud. Xiao Hu was momentarily stunned, and TangXiaomi smiled. "You're welcome." Looking at her bright eyes, Xiao Hu's pupils contracted. He suddenly had a strong urge to take her away. He lowered his eyes, took the mud, and stuffed it into Xiang Caifeng's mouth. Xiang Caifeng could only whimper, seeing the firelight approaching in the distance. Xiao Hu carried Xiang Caifeng deeper into the woods. "Xiao Hu, brother, see you next time. Remember to take good care of Xiang Caifeng." TangXiaomi waved and shouted. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hu's body stiffened, and Xiang Caifeng struggled fiercely, almost causing him to fall. Awu the snow leopard was extremely unhappy, scratching TangXiaomi's arm. That's a stray beast. It had just wanted to take her away, and she was actually being nice to him. All right. TangXiaomi was tickled and pressed down on the snow leopard's head to stop it from scratching. The snow leopard huffed in a tantrum, clearly very angry. After coaxing it several times, she finally made it obedient. The little lion followed by Yueying, but its gaze was entirely on the two of them, feeling increasingly stifled in its chest. It had only ever pampered the fifth brother. Only rubbed the fifth brother's head and joked. "Yueying, why are you here too?" Roan Conke rushed over with the village chief, and upon seeing Bai Yueying, her eyes were filled with only him. TangXiaomi stole a glance at Bai Yueying and saw him frowning, his lips tightly pressed. He must be in a bad mood. Bai Yueying never paid attention to Roan Conke, but she was like an indestructible cockroach, resilient to setbacks and growing bolder. TangXiaomi felt a bit of sympathy. "Young man, don't think about it. You have no future." Seeing Bai Yueying not respond, Roan Conke glared at TangXiaomi. "I helped you with a big favor. How are you going to thank me? I begged you?" Clearly, she was the one who came over eagerly. After TangXiaomi finished speaking, she even laughed. Roan Conke was furious, but when Bai Yueying looked over, she immediately pretended to be magnanimous and not to care. The more she looked, the more she felt her taste was good. Bai Yueying was growing, quickly reaching his height, and if he became a bit sturdier, he would be the best female in the tribe. Unlike TangXiaomi, who was so thin, TangXiaomi couldn't stand Roan Conke's foolishness, so she bypassed her to find the village chief. The village chief had someone bring Xiang Shan. He accepted it and asked if they could harvest the earth lotus tomorrow. "No problem." TangXiaomi smiled. "You all look tired. Rest early." The village chief did not suspect Xiang Caifeng was missing and left people to take Xiang Shan away. In fact, TangXiaomi had been paying attention all along and even incited Roan Conke to keep an eye on Xiang Caifeng. Xiang Shan, under orders, wanted to distract the Bai Lei lion brothers and burn the earth lotus. Coincidentally, Roan Conke discovered Xiang Shan's odd behavior, caught him in the act, and Bai Lei lion and the others returned just in time. When they were returning, Roan Conke quietly followed behind. Bai Yueying seemed oblivious, but TangXiaomi couldn't help but glance at him. How to deal with Roan Conke's pursuit? Roan Conke followed them home and left only after turning back 3 times waiting for a response. TangXiaomi was super curious. What does it feel like to like someone? Awu. The snow leopard bit TangXiaomi's clothes, preventing her from looking at Roan Conke. TangXiaomi stumbled as she was tugged. This little guy was getting bolder. TangXiaomi made a grass bed and laid down the animal skin. It was super comfortable to sleep on. At first, she wanted to stop hugging the bear to sleep, but once she fell asleep, there was another snow leopard, and the bad habit became even worse, and she didn't even like hugging a pillow anymore. Her body honestly chose comfort. The white cloud leopard had grown a lot. Although it was in beast form at night, she only saw it as a cuddly bear. But what would happen when it grew up? The more TangXiaomi thought, the more anxious she became. What if she opened her eyes and the white cloud leopard was all naked again? This problem was urgent. Today was too tiring, and she planned to find an opportunity to tell him tomorrow not to sneak over at night anymore. As she thought and thought, she fell asleep, and in the middle of the night, she dreamed of a plush bear rubbing against her, directly hugging her tightly. In the darkness, the snow leopard sniffed the medicinal scent on TangXiaomi. It could only sleep soundly after smelling it. Its night vision had improved, and it could see her sleeping soundly, with long eyelashes curling like dandelions. Getting closer, it noticed that the scar on her face had faded, just like its own white spots. After eating her medicine, it was all fading. It had originally thought it would be bald and ugly for life, but she had given it hope and redemption. The next day, TangXiaomi was woken up and, still groggy from sleep, remembered. It was the day of the Earth Lotus harvest. After thinking so much, the moment she thought of the harvest, her spirit instantly lifted. This was not only something she looked forward to. All the beast men in the village were looking forward to it. Having food meant they wouldn't have to bow their heads to borrow from other villages. She hurried to supervise the work, not bothering with breakfast, and, after tidying up, she wanted to go out. Just as she was about to say something to Bai Yueying, he handed her a piece of meat. Eat on the way. TangXiaomi was super surprised. He got up so early and even prepared food, holding the warm meat. Warmth spread from her palm to her chest. Seeing Bai Yueying being stared at uncomfortably, she smiled. Thank you, Sister Bai, to disguise his gender. She still called him that outside, and he had gotten used to it. Nearby, the females gossiped. Sister Bai is so capable. Whoever becomes her partner will make a fortune. All the excellent males in the village want to pursue her, and even the neighboring village has come. If it weren't for Rong Conke blocking them, your door would be crowded. TangXiaomi laughed it off. Bai Yueying was indeed amazing. The recipes she taught him could be learned immediately, and no one in the surrounding villages could compare in cooking skills. At the Earth Lotus field, the village chief ordered them to start digging. Initially, they thought the soil quality would be poor and the quantity small, but unexpectedly, this soil was perfect for Earth Lotus, and they dug up much more than expected. The joy of the harvest was highly contagious, and the beastmen became more and more excited as they dug. After 2 days, the Earth Lotus piled up into small hills in the cellar. There was no problem for winter. The village held a bonfire party to celebrate. It had been a long time since Guanshan village was this lively. The whole village was thrilled, and the underage beastmen were as excited as during the new year. The white cloud leopard was super excited. Wife, you are amazing. So many Earth Lotuses. We will never be afraid of hunger again. I knew you could do it. TangXiaomi nodded proudly. Who doesn't like being praised? With such a big harvest, she also felt a great sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, the white cloud leopard wilted. It's a pity that I can't accompany you for the celebration tonight. It pursed its lips and reminded. Second brother will take care of you. Don't stray too far from him. Got it? TangXiaomi held back her laughter. What she should be worried about was Bai Yueying. He was the object of competition among many males. When others saw him, who would still look at her? Afraid he would become a parrot repeating himself, she hurriedly agreed. The tribal leader was coming. This bonfire party was highly valued. The village chief ran back and forth, bringing good animal skins and flowers for decoration, hoping to attract males to pursue TangXiaomi. But this effort was in vain. She still needed to treat her face. She initially thought it was an environmental issue, but later learned it was poisoning. But she had no recollection of how she got poisoned. In the evening, Xia Yuqing arrived, and TangXiaomi was surprised. You came too? Xia Yuqing said. The village chief asked me to tell you that the tribal leader is patrolling nearby and will come tonight. He is super busy and needs your help. The tribal leader is coming? Isn't that the highest authority's inspection? Xia Yuqing leaned closer and whispered. The leader's name is Xiao Hanshi, who took office a month ago. He's extremely ruthless, having crushed the wandering barbarian beast tribe. Thanks to him, the Nanfeng tribe is not looked down upon. She also warned her not to offend the leader. TangXiaomi was puzzled. Why was she telling her this? She was a good citizen. Although she found it troublesome, for the sake of the long-term plan, she still went to help. The leader's arrival made the beastmen both nervous and excited, putting in all their effort to show their best. In the past, when the village was poor, the leader was unwilling to stay long. After helping, TangXiaomi found a corner to rest. She didn't like the hustle and bustle. As the sun set, the bonfire blazed brightly, but the leader had not yet arrived, and no one dared to start. After waiting for a long time, a beast man asked about the situation, and the village chief only said to wait a bit longer. TangXiaomi lowered her presence outside, while the other females dressed up carefully, hoping to catch the leader's attention. Someone approached from behind. TangXiaomi turned her head. "Sister Bai, you came early too." She even teased that the leader might not come, but suddenly the crowd stirred. She curiously looked over. It was all backs, and she couldn't see anything. The females whispered in surprise. "The leader looks super appealing." As soon as the leader arrived, the party officially started. The orcs were initially hesitant, but when they saw their leader with closed eyes resting, they gradually started to get hyped. The males showed off their skills to attract the females, but all the females were focused on the leader. The males were unwilling, but had no choice. One male enthusiastically invited, "Want to dance with me? I can sing for you. Try this, it's super delicious." TangXiaomi politely declined one by one. As the village chief's favorite, the males had to walk away, and TangXiaomi finally could breathe fresh air. Since the tribe leader had arrived, the bonfire party officially entered its theme. TangXiaomi was right. Bai Yuhawk was previously thin because he hadn't fully grown, but during this time with good food, the three brothers grew quickly. He became more and more handsome, with an upright posture, long hair like satin, and eyes that were both cold and charming. In fact, he had already leaned towards masculinity, but in this world, females were inherently strong and masculine, so the orcs had no doubt about his gender. In this occasion, while other females were eager to attract the leader's attention, Bai Yuhawk ignored them, and the males looked at him with even more fervor. Bai Yuhawk disregarded those people, and Bai Yunbao reminded her to take care of him, as this villain could only be dealt with by her, lest he try to ruin his face again. Last time, she thought the three brothers were arguing, but when she went to check, Bai Yuhawk was about to leave a scar on his face. Bai Yunbao got anxious and snatched the weapon to cut his own face first, which made Bai Yuhawk give up. Later, Bai Yunbao cried with his face covered in blood, asking her to treat him, and TangXiaomi was speechless. How could he not hesitate when doing it to himself? Thinking of Bai Yunbao made TangXiaomi smile, and she looked toward the other side of the bonfire, where the underage males were, which to her looked like small animals playing like a small zoo. Soon she spotted a snow leopard lying lazily, and when it saw her looking over, its eyes lit up, and it immediately jumped up to stare at her. TangXiaomi laughed. This little guy looked like it was about to wag its tail. Although the snow leopard wanted to come over, it obediently squatted beside the lion. Being very well behaved, TangXiaomi withdrew her gaze, wanted to find something to eat. She picked two grape-sized fruits, one for Bai Yuhawk and one for herself. Just as it touched her lips, she felt an intense gaze. She instinctively looked up towards the main seat. Xiao Hanshi, the leader of the South Fire tribe. She hadn't seen him clearly before, but now she realized the female's judgment was correct. Xiao Hanshi had sharp eyebrows and a straight nose, with clear features, fair skin, and was extraordinarily handsome. But his eyes were hawk-like, and even while lazily sitting, he exuded a dangerous aura. TangXiaomi was certain he was indeed looking this way. She didn't stare long, turned back to look at Bai Yuhawk, and found he had just also withdrawn his gaze. Their eyes met, and they both spoke at the same time. "We should head back soon." After saying that, they both froze. TangXiaomi nodded. He sensed danger too. It was better to leave early. Beside them, the snake princess was staring at Bai Yuhawk, muttering, "That female isn't even that pretty." She regretted bringing Xiao Hanshi here. Ever since she saw Bai Yuhawk, his gaze had not shifted, and he didn't respond when she spoke. The snake princess pretended to twist her foot and lean towards him. "Leader, my foot hurts." Just as she was about to touch him, Xiao Hanshi suddenly stood up, his expression cold. "Get lost." The snake princess trembled in fear and retreated to the side. So many males wanted to be with her. Yet he looked down on her, and that glance made her feel cold from her feet to her heart. Although she was popular with the males, she had her eyes on him, but Xiao Hanshi walked away, heading towards Bai Yuhawk. The snake princess was scared and trembling, lowering her head and stepping aside. So many male orcs wanted to be her partner, yet he didn't even glance at them. That warning glance just now sent chills from her feet straight to her heart. The snake princess bit her lip in regret, staring intently at Xiao Hanshi's back. Wanted to stop him, but not daring to move. Leaving so soon? A deep voice came from behind, and TangXiaomi's hair stood on end. When did he come up behind her? Was he going to strike up a conversation? Her intuition was spot on. TangXiaomi glanced at Bai Yuhawk, who was frowning, and smiled at Xiao Hanshi. "I've met the leader. Sister Bai isn't feeling well, and wants to head back. Oh, really? Xiao Hanxi's gaze slid over to TangXiaomi. Let her go back. Locking eyes with him made TangXiaomi uneasy. His eyes were like an abyss hiding fire. Thank you for your understanding, leader. TangXiaomi's smile froze as she reached out to pull Bai Yuhawk, but was grabbed by a cool hand. Xiao Hanxi leaned down to whisper in her ear. Anyway, what I want is you. TangXiaomi felt like she had been struck by lightning. His target wasn't Bai Yuhawk? Taking advantage of her stunned state, Xiao Hanxi licked her ear. So fragrant. I want to mate with you. TangXiaomi frowned. What are you saying? Let's find a place where there's no one. Xiao Hanxi moved closer, making her feel his boiling blood. TangXiaomi's face turned pale. He actually reacted in public. And the target was herself. The sensation at her waist made her face even worse. How about right here? I can make them leave. His hot breath brushed her ear, and TangXiaomi's face turned red with anger. Crazy. Suddenly, she coldly laughed, broke free from his grip, and turned around to slap Xiao Hanxi. The sound echoed. An entire place fell silent. Damn it! TangXiaomi shouted loudly, for everyone to hear. The orcs were all stunned. They thought Xiao Hanxi had chosen Bai Yuhawk. But he whispered to TangXiaomi, who unexpectedly slapped him, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Xiao Hanxi didn't say a word, and no one dared to make a sound. TangXiaomi looked up at him, her palm tingling and trembling. A 5-finger appeared on Xiao Hanxi's face, his eyes dark and cold, causing the temperature to drop sharply. The orc shouted in panic, "It's over. TangXiaomi has dared to slap the leader. Have you thought about the consequences?" Xiao Hanxi reached out to grab her, but Bai Yuhawk pulled her behind him first. "Please, leader, show some restraint." Xiao Hanxi sneered. "What if I don't?" "Then obey the female protection rules." Bai Yuhawk faced the cold light, his expression unchanged and his voice steady. The orcs from Guanshan village were getting increasingly tense. TangXiaomi had embarrassed the leader, and they were sure she would face retaliation. Would their village also be implicated? Xiao Hanxi's gaze sharpened. "In my tribe, I am the rule." However, the orcs from Guanshan village were now extremely anxious, their hearts racing. TangXiaomi had publicly slapped the tribe leader, which would certainly lead to his revenge, and they were worried their village would be affected as well. Bai Yuhawk furrowed his brows, his eyes cold as he stared at Xiao Hanxi. The other orcs were so scared they didn't dare to breathe. Oh my god, Bai Yuhawk has gone mad? He offended the leader for TangXiaomi. Who will save the situation now? Just as the orcs were praying, a snow leopard charged over, roaring fiercely at Xiao Hanxi. The orcs were confused. Isn't this just making things worse? What is Bai Yunbao doing here now? But the snow leopard didn't care. Its fur bristling as it continued to growl at Xiao Hanxi. Interesting. Xiao Hanxi smirked, but his eyes were cold to the bone. The lion also came over, looking worriedly at Bai Yuhawk, then tensed its muscles, staring at Xiao Hanxi. The orcs were completely panicked, placing their last hope on the village chief. But the chief could only shake his head helplessly. Talking would only make things worse. "Oh, what a coincidence, you all are here." Roan Conke awkwardly stepped out from the crowd. Just as Xiao Hanxi looked over, the snake princess exclaimed, "Brother Roan, you're here. The old chief is looking for you." Roan Conke's smile became even more forced. He had given up the chance to guard Bai Yuhawk just to avoid them, and in the end, he still got caught. He cursed inwardly. TangXiaomi is truly a disaster. After perfunctorily dealing with the snake princess, Roan Conke patted Xiao Hanxi on the shoulder, speaking softly. "Xiao Han, TangXiaomi is just a crazy female. Don't take her seriously." He had been irritated by TangXiaomi several times, and if it weren't for Bai Yuhawk protecting him, he would have applauded. "Dang, Xiaomi." Xiao Hanxi said her name with a dark expression, and Roan Conke became even more anxious. Why did TangXiaomi have to provoke him of all people? She would even know how she died? The snake princess asked again, "Brother Roan, are you pleading for her? Do you like her?" "No way." Roan Conke quickly denied it, then smiled flatteringly at Bai Yuhawk. "Yuhawk, I didn't appear earlier for a reason. Don't blame me." The snake princess crossed her arms, sizing up Bai Yuhawk. "You must be doing it for him." Roan Conke glared at her. "Mind your own business." It had been so long, yet she still hadn't made Xiao Hanxi her partner. Roan Conke was still puzzled. TangXiaomi usually act like a fox. Why did she dare to hit today? Did she go crazy again? Bai Yuhawk retracted his gaze from Xiao Hanxi and grabbed TangXiaomi's wrist, turning to leave. Roan Conke widened his eyes and quickly forced a smile. "Huh? I just like how Yuhawk is straightforward." "Chief, what's wrong with you?" Sheiji suddenly shouted. Xiao Hanxi frowned and covered his head. "Is it another headache?" She wanted to help, but Xiao Hanxi pushed her away. "I'm fine." Looking at TangXiaomi and their backs, Xiao Hanshi turned coldly and walked away. The beastmen were about to breathe a sigh of relief when Xiao Hanshi turned back and said to the village chief, "From today on, I will stay in Guanshan village. You know what to do." The village chief was stunned for a moment and quickly nodded. The beastmen exchanged glances. The chief wants to stay in our village? Do we hear that right? Are we going to live in fear every day from now on? Yong Kongke was also stunned. Could be that Xiao Hanshi had gone crazy? Brother Yong, aren't you going to help me a bit? Yong Kongke shivered. He was used to the coldness of Bai Yuhawk and really couldn't stand Sheiji's appearance. How can I help? Press Xiao Hanshi to mate with you? It's not impossible. Sheiji cooed softly. Yong Kongke sneered. You think too highly of me. If I really did that, I'd be dead already. This was true. Xiao Hanshi would definitely go all out. Sheiji pouted just saying it. Seeing Yong Kongke about to leave, she grabbed him. You've been chasing females for so long without success, Brother Yong. You're not doing well. What does it have to do with you? Yong Kongke shook off her hand and disgustedly patted it. Don't touch me. If you want to touch someone, go find the chief. Sheiji's mouth twitched. He actually disliked her. But for the sake of business, she endured. Our situations are similar. Let's help each other, okay? Yong Kongke snorted coldly, thinking about Yuhawk's attitude, and fell silent. After a long silence, he tentatively asked, Do you really have a way? Of course, Sheiji said confidently. A female understands another female. I guarantee you'll become Bai Yuhawk's partner. Yong Kong's heart stirred. All right, how to help? I won't do anything excessive. Selling out Xiao Hanshi won't end well. Don't worry. Sheiji smiled ambiguously and whispered a few words in his ear. Yong Kongke felt it wasn't difficult and agreed. He glanced at Bai Yuhawk's direction and hurried to catch up with Xiao Hanshi. When he caught up, Xiao Hanshi was in the cave with her eyes closed, an aura that warned others to stay away. Another headache? Remembering something? Yong Kongke coughed as he entered. Xiao Hanshi opened her eyes and coldly asked, What is your relationship with her? Why are you helping her? Yong Kongke panicked. How did she see through it? Regretting listening to Sheiji, his smile became even more awkward. Xiao Hanshi glared. It's best if there's no relationship. Even if it's you, there's no chance. Huh? Yong Kongke was confused. What chance? What with this possessiveness? He suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. No, Yuhawk is mine. You can't take her. Xiao Hanshi's coldness retreated as she stood up. Take me to their residence. I finally found a female that can make me aroused. I can't let her get away. After saying that, she walked away, her expression already better. Yong Kongke was confused. What was Xiao Hanshi aroused about? He hurried to follow. TangXiaomi was in her room, extremely frustrated, pacing back and forth packing her things. The snow leopard whined uneasily. TangXiaomi squatted down. I don't want to run either, but Xiao Hanshi is a madman. I even hit him. The tyrant will definitely retaliate. I need to hide for a while. She never expected the chief to be so lewd. Not only reacting, but also rubbing against her. Regretting. She should have slapped him harder. She never thought that a tribal chief would be so lewd. It was one thing to react, but now he was rubbing against her. That slap she gave him made her regret. It should have been a far more severe punishment. Staying in one place for too long inevitably creates feelings. Thinking about having to run away, TangXiaomi felt quite reluctant. Listening to the snow leopard's pitiful whimpering, she felt leaving was heavy, rubbing the snow leopard's head to comfort it. Don't worry, I will come back. When they grow up, we still have to dissolve the partner contract. We can't delay this. The snow leopard shook its head in disagreement, its watery eyes pleading. TangXiaomi couldn't bear it and started to worry about how to persuade it. Ulfi, come here. Bai Yuhawk called the snow leopard at the door, and the snow leopard lowly called out, hoping that its second brother could understand. Either keep her or go together. Bai Yuhawk glanced at TangXiaomi indifferently and handed over a bag of things. Food for the road. It's not easy to be discovered on the small path. Thanks. TangXiaomi took it, but seeing him so nonchalantly letting her go, she felt uncomfortable. After calling him Sister Bai for so long, couldn't he say a few more words? After packing her things and getting ready to leave, the snow leopard was warned by Bai Yuhawk and didn't T-pull her anymore. I'm leaving. Will it get you into trouble? No. Bai Yuhawk answered flatly. TangXiaomi suddenly smiled. Then will Sister Bai miss me? Bai Yuhawk's eyes flashed with ripples. Quickly calming. Be careful on the road. Sister Bai didn't dare to answer. Could it be? TangXiaomi elongated her tone and stared at him. Seeing his face stiffen a bit, her mood lightened. You look like you're looking forward to me leaving. Bai Yuhawk's breath hitched. He had indeed wanted her to leave at first, but now, in the end, he only said, Take care. TangXiaomi waved and stepped into the dark path. The snow leopard wanted to follow, but was blocked by the lion. Roar! The snow leopard roared, trying to push the lion away. She would come back, he believed. Now he just wanted to protect her a little longer. Let old 5 follow her, don't be reckless, and come back as soon as she leaves the village. Hawk relented, and the lion stepped aside. The snow leopard immediately ran off without a trace. The lion stared in the direction of the snow leopard, lost in thought, feeling both stifled and irritated, even wanting to follow. But he knew she was only a nominal wife. Once the contract was dissolved, it wouldn't matter. She would leave sooner or later. At that time, she would have a true partner and live with another male. The more he thought about it, the more suffocating it became, as if something was blocking him, leaving him weak all over. He looked to Hawk for help, and Hawk said, "If you want to go, then go." Then he entered the house. The lion was stunned. His second brother wanted him to go. What if old 5 couldn't handle the danger? He quickly followed the scent and chased after. The room was dark. Hawk released his tightly clenched fist, staring blankly into the darkness. The mountain path was difficult to walk on, and TangXiaomi was afraid the torch would expose her, so she walked in the dark. With several injuries on her body, she never expected to be so miserable that she had to flee overnight, cursing Xiao Hanshi countless times in her heart. Not long after leaving, there was movement behind her, and TangXiaomi was almost scared to death. When she saw it was the snow leopard, her mood suddenly became extremely excited. She hadn't fed it well before. TangXiaomi thought the snow leopard had come to see her off, but unexpectedly, the snow leopard led the way in front and helped clear obstacles. As dawn approached, they crossed the mountain and were close to leaving the village. Only when the light was sufficient did she see the snow leopard covered in wounds, but its eyes were filled with reluctance. Old 5, after running all night to get here, TangXiaomi bent down to touch the snow leopard, but several males walked out from the shade of the trees. Among them was Xiao Hanshi. Upon hearing his voice, TangXiaomi's heart sank. Her disheveled state was all for nothing. Roar! The snow leopard stood in front of her, roaring at Xiao Hanshi. "Little thing, you want to stop me too?" Xiao Hanshi smirked, his dark eyes filled with hostility. The snow leopard charged forward, but was thrown away by the black shadow behind Xiao Hanshi. TangXiaomi glared angrily and ran over to hold the snow leopard down. "Old 5, be obedient." As the red sun rose, the snow leopard shrank, and TangXiaomi covered him with animal skin. The snow leopard turned into a young boy, glaring at Xiao Hanshi with red eyes. "No matter how strong you are, I won't let you bully my wife." Xiao Hanshi's gaze suddenly turned sharp as he looked at Yong Conke. "Wife?" Yong Conke shivered. This gaze was like it could eat people. Not seeing Hawk, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Could it be that Xiao Hanshi was specifically waiting for TangXiaomi? This was too absurd. Yong Conke met his cold gaze and quickly explained. When it came to his own connection, he instantly felt a prickling sensation on his back. Xiao Hanshi's eyes were like ice spikes piercing him. Initially, he wanted to use TangXiaomi to control Bai Lei and the Lion brothers to pursue Hawk, but who would have thought TangXiaomi would become smart? But what did this have to do with Xiao Hanshi? Yong Conke couldn't help but ask how to deal with TangXiaomi. Xiao Hanshi looked at TangXiaomi. "Do you want to go back by yourself, or should I take you back? Don't think just because you are the chief, you can do whatever you want." TangXiaomi couldn't finish her sentence when suddenly everything went dark, and she was wrapped up by the snake's tail. Xiao Hanshi's tail was like that of a king cobra, thicker than a python. The strength was immense. No matter how hard TangXiaomi struggled, it was useless. She stared at the snake's scales, gritted her teeth, and pulled off a piece, but accidentally cut her hand. Yong Conke gasped, "TangXiaomi, are you crazy? Tired of living, one dares to pluck the scales of the cold snake." However, TangXiaomi didn't even glance at Yong Conke. She was focused, staring at the cold snake. "If you don't let go, I don't mind continuing to pluck." With that, TangXiaomi casually threw the snake scales on the ground. The cold snake frowned tightly, staring at the scales on the ground. Yong Conke was going crazy. TangXiaomi was too reckless. How to deal with this? Would the white feather eagle think he was useless? TangXiaomi's brain was problematic, and Xiao Han, don't be impulsive. He racked his brains to persuade, fearing the cold snake might strike hard. The cold snake picked up the scales with a cold face, wiped off the dust, and wrapped his tail around TangXiaomi. Facing her hostility, he said in a low voice, "If you throw it again, I will kill that little leopard." TangXiaomi's face stiffened. Her subordinates had already surrounded the white cloud leopard. It couldn't fly away. "What do you want?" she asked. "I want to go with you, and I definitely want to be your partner." The cold snake handed over the scales, and when he saw she didn't want them, he said, "Since you've plucked them, consider them a token of our love. What I I have never failed to get. He smirked wickedly. You can't escape. Are you sure about being partners? Aren't you afraid of the contract's restrictions? The cold snake suddenly laughed. I dare, do you dare? TangXiaomi's face darkened. She believed he would make perverse demands at the bonfire party. Roan Kongke's eyes widened. Did the cold snake want to become partners with TangXiaomi? Impossible. She was the ugliest in Guanshan village. Was he blind or crazy? Why was it her? TangXiaomi asked. The answer was given last night. He could feel it now. The cold snake spoke lewdly without changing his expression, making TangXiaomi even angrier. She averted her gaze and noticed the cold snake's bee-skin skirt was raised. Another reaction. TangXiaomi's face looked even worse. She coldly asked, Leader, is there something wrong with your eyes? I'm much uglier than the females around you. The cold snake touched her cheek. The snake queen is far inferior to you. I like your scent. TangXiaomi was puzzled. She had no scent. And she heard him say, Your face is getting better. How could it be ugly? TangXiaomi was shocked. How did he know her face was healing? He pointed his fingertip at her nose. And TangXiaomi disgustedly turned her head to swat his hand away. Speak properly. Keep your hands to yourself. Just as she swung her hand, the cold snake grasped her wrist. TangXiaomi was furious, but knew that confronting him head-on would yield no good results, so she glared at him, trying to think of a way out. Before she could come up with a plan, she saw him pull her hand closer and extend his tongue. TangXiaomi chimba violenti wanted to withdraw her hand, but the strength difference was too great. Stop. Cold snake, are you out of your mind? Your finger was cut by my scales. I'm helping you suck out the poison. However, just as her hand was thrown out, the cold snake caught her wrist. With her hand held firmly, TangXiaomi felt her anger rise again. She had never encountered such a humiliating situation. But confronting the cold snake directly would definitely lead to trouble. So she had to glare at him, trying to think of a way out. Before she could think of one, she saw the cold snake pull her hand to his face. Then, she saw him extend his tongue. TangXiaomi was shocked internally, wanting to retract her hand. But her strength was no match for the cold snake. Stop. Cold snake, are you out of your mind? Your finger was cut by my scales. I'm helping you suck out the poison. As the cold snake spoke, he licked the wound on TangXiaomi's finger and even took it into his mouth while she stared wide-eyed. TangXiaomi's face turned alternately pale and red. His tongue was slightly cool, but his mouth was extremely hot, really sucking. A tingling sensation shot from the wound to her forehead. Thinking of the curve of his beast skin skirt, her mind turned into mush, and she couldn't think of a countermeasure. Roan Kongke was dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes. But what he saw was still the same. What on earth was going on? Wife! The white cloud leopard roared, trying to break free, but was held down by 3 beast men. Upon hearing the sound, TangXiaomi panicked and yanked her hand back. The tip of her finger was still stained with the cold snake's saliva, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, directly wiping it on his tail. Your scales are not poisonous. The poison is in you, TangXiaomi said coolly, keeping a stern face as she looked at him. You just want to be my partner, right? That also depends on whether I agree. You will agree. The cold snake's tone was calm, yet extremely certain. TangXiaomi's mouth twitched. Sure enough, perverts were all extremely self-assured. Has no one taught you how to pursue females? No. TangXiaomi was even angrier. He didn't even need to be taught. Females were all over him. Now, there is. She suppressed the impulse to act and smiled as she made eye contact. Let us proceed according to the normal process. Otherwise, it won't be good for anyone. The cold snake raised an eyebrow, looking at the suddenly changed TangXiaomi. If you like, there's nothing wrong with that. TangXiaomi breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't dare to relax. This snake was highly poisonous. All right, first let me down, and also let go of the 5th. But after she finished speaking, the cold snake just stared at her, without moving. TangXiaomi frowned, feeling a bad premonition. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? The cold snake smiled, inscrutable. Before she could guess it, the cold snake really did let her go, and his tail turned back into legs. But he took a step forward, bringing them even closer. TangXiaomi didn't want to lose momentum. She struggled to look up at him. Against such an opponent, taking a step back would lead to relentless pursuit. She changed her perspective, treating this as a problem to be solved, so she wouldn't lose her composure. The leader still had some grace. She smiled and looked at the suppressed white cloud leopard. Please let go of the 5th as well. The cold snake stared at the transformed TangXiaomi, and when she turned to leave, he grabbed her arm. You're satisfied, but you haven't satisfied me yet. What? Having taken my token of love, you must give me yours. TangXiaomi was furious inside, but had to maintain a smile on her face. She didn't want that snake scale, but the white cloud leopard was in his hands. and she didn't dare to throw it away. Here, the strong were respected. The cold snake could easily kill the white cloud leopard. Sorry. I accidentally plucked your scale. I'll return it to you. TangXiaomi sincerely apologized, handing over the snake scale. The cold snake's cold gaze fell on her hand. Then on the gleaming snake scale. You really know how to make people unhappy. Not at all. It's just returning what belongs to the owner. The leader's things are too precious. Before TangXiaomi could finish her sentence, it turned into a shocked whimper. The cold snake directly sealed her lips domineeringly. The tall figure of the cold snake trapped her in his embrace, one hand supporting the back of her head, forcibly fixing her position so she could only comply. His lips were cool, but he demanded on her lips in a rough manner, leaving TangXiaomi no choice but to clench her teeth. He could actually do this to her. He was really crazy. The cold snake's pupils deepened, the fire beneath burning hotter. Originally, he just wanted to block her mouth, but the moment he touched her lips, it turned into pure instinct. He never understood restraint. He was greedy for people and things he liked, and at this moment, he was even more frantic. TangXiaomi was close to suffocating, her strength slowly draining, and her consciousness began to blur. In her haze, she saw Roan Kongke's wide eyes, saw the white cloud leopard struggling against being held down, and even saw Bai Leisure. Bai Leisure was stunned. He had come late and got lost. Seeing the cold snake's actions, his mind went blank. Seeing TangXiaomi in pain and resisting with no one to help, he was instantly filled with rage. No, stop, Bai Leisure stammered, rushing towards the cold snake. Immersed in the kiss, the cold snake glanced at him sideways and frowned. Bastard, let go of my wife. The white cloud leopard also went berserk, suddenly bursting forth with brute force to shake off the three beastmen, and rushed over with red eyes. TangXiaomi heard the noise and struggled to open her eyes, seeing the white cloud leopard with veins bulging on his forehead, recklessly coming to save her. She felt both worried and touched. Then seeing Bai Leisure also come to help, she was left with one thought. The cubs were not raised in vain. They were starting to give back. The white cloud leopard and Bai Leisure attacked the cold snake simultaneously, forcing him to reluctantly release TangXiaomi, his face darkening, looking for death. Don't bully my wife. The white cloud leopard roared as he charged forward. The cold snake sneered, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and ordered his three subordinates. Deal with them. TangXiaomi panicked. You dare to kill them, try it. Seeing her in distress, Xiao Hancha's gaze was like poison. Since you care, then you can't stay, he said, fiercely tightening his hold around TangXiaomi's waist. TangXiaomi knew struggling was useless and could only think quickly of a way to stop him. Xiao Hancha's subordinates were extremely professional, quick to react and fierce in action, transforming into giant snakes as they received orders, lunging at Bai Yunbao and Bai Leisure. The three giant snakes were massive and fast, catching up to the two in the blink of an eye. TangXiaomi watched in fear. Seeing Bai Yunbao still rushing towards her, she hurriedly shouted, Old Five, be careful. Don't worry, my wife. I'm coming to save you. Bai Yunbao heard her voice, his gaze trembling, his eyes filled only with her. Old Five. Seeing the giant snake about to bite Bai Yunbao, Bai Leisure's face changed drastically. Dodging the attacking snake, he quickly rushed towards Bai Yunbao. Old Five, don't come over. Seeing Bai Yunbao persist, TangXiaomi shouted anxiously. She wanted to save Bai Yunbao, but the arm around her waist tightened even more, unable to break free from Xiao Hanshi. How about you go help them? Time to go. Xiao Hanshi coldly commanded, forcibly taking her away. TangXiaomi knew once he decided, no one could change his mind. So she could only lower her eyes and clench her fists. She had to stay calm. Wait, stop. You can't kill them. Roan Kongke shouted anxiously. But the three giant snakes didn't listen at all. In the next second, one snake bit Bai Leisure's shoulder, another bit Bai Yunbao's arm, and the snake tails wrapped around them. Bai Leisure was still young. His strength and size were too different. The snake tails could easily strangle them. Not to mention, these snakes were born from bloodshed, and they were poisonous. Roan Kongke was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, rushing in front of Xiao Hanshi. Xiao Han, for the sake of me saving you, let them go. I beg you. Xiao Hanshi raised his eyes to look at him. The coldness in his gaze could freeze a person. Roan Kongke felt uncertain. He heard he could kill beasts without blinking. Let them go, Xiao Hanshi ordered, and the three snakes immediately released their hold and transformed back into human form. Roan Kongke just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Xiao Hanshi say, Anyway, they won't survive. Roan Kong's face stiffened. Sure enough, the snakes were poisonous. He still wanted to plead, but Xiao Hanshi spoke first. I never save anyone. This left him speechless. But at that moment, Xiao Hanshi suddenly let out a muffled groan. A dagger had appeared in his abdomen, and TangXiaomi pulled out the dagger, using a jar to catch his blood. It's okay if you don't save them. Your blood should be useful, right? Xiao Hanshi's eyes suddenly turned icy, staring at the smiling TangXiaomi. Leader. The three subordinates were shocked and rushed over, shouting, Bold. How dare you attack the leader? Roan Konk's eyes widened again. Who gave her the courage? She dared to smile after stabbing Xiao Hanshi. This was completely over. But just when Roan Konke thought TangXiaomi was doomed, Xiao Hanshi gestured for his subordinates not to come over. The three subordinates had no choice but to stop, vigilantly guarding the side. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Roan Konke didn't dare to breathe, but TangXiaomi wasn't nervous at all, as if the wound wasn't caused by her. After finishing drawing blood, TangXiaomi patted Xiao Hanshi's arm. Loosen up a bit, I won't run. Xiao Hanshi slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on her bundle. If she wasn't running, why would she come here? TangXiaomi's lips stiffened slightly. Can't the answer be a bit more clever? TangXiaomi didn't have time to argue with him. Glancing at the poison by Yunbao, she suddenly smiled and beckoned to Xiao Hanshi. Xiao Hanshi stared at this cunning little female. Full of confusion, she changed her face again. What scheme was she up to this time? Seeing he was only probing and not acting, TangXiaomi lost her patience, reaching up to grip his shoulder, directly pulling him down. Xiao Hanshi didn't resist, leaning closer. No matter what you do, I won't let you go save your beast husband. He deliberately emphasized beast husband. These two kids, though not yet adults, were already a threat. TangXiaomi didn't speak, curling her lips to bring him to eye level. She had anticipated this outcome. Arguing with him was useless. One hand on his shoulder, one hand around his neck, she leaned close to his lips. Remember not to move. In the next second, to everyone's astonishment, TangXiaomi stood on her toes and kissed him. Xiao Hanshi's icy pupils suddenly constricted, smelling the faint herbal scent on her, feeling the softness of her lips. And that deliberate light bite. An unnamed fire instantly spread throughout his body, his blood boiling. But the feeling of being kissed so actively was too good. He was afraid of scaring her away, so he could only tense his whole body and remain still. Roan Konke was almost wide-eyed. Wasn't Xiao Hanshi supposed to strangle her? How did they end up kissing instead? Looking at Xiao Hanshi, though he didn't move, his chest was rising and falling violently. Looking down, Roan Konke was directly stunned. Xiao Hanshi was actually aroused, and it was particularly intense. Just by observing how quickly the blood flowed from his wound, one could tell how excited he was. Roan Konke stared blankly, closing his mouth, looking at Xiao Hanshi's three subordinates, who had already turned away with stern faces. Seeing him stare back with fierce glares, warning him not to look. Who wanted to look at them? His eyes were about to go blind. Roan Konke curled his lips, stiffly turning around, adjusting his heartbeat before looking at Bai Yunbao and Bai Leisure. Wife. Bai Yunbao murmured through the pain, wanting to stand up but unable to. Roan Konke sighed, feeling complicated. Even in this state, he still wanted her? She was busy having fun with Xiao Hanshi. Perhaps she was deliberately getting close to Xiao Hanshi in a roundabout way. Roan Konke pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. These two kids were about to die. Yet she let them see her being intimate. How irresponsible. But in the next second, Bai Yunbao suddenly grabbed his arm. Save her. Please save my wife. The venom was wreaking havoc in his body, but it couldn't compare to the pain in his heart. He should have protected her, yet he could only watch. What? Roan Konke was puzzled. TangXiaomi still needed saving? She was clearly sneering. A sharp pain shot through his arm. He frowned. Be gentle. My arm's going to break. Where did you get the strength? Knowing Roan Konke wouldn't help, Bai Yunbao released his grip, his eyes red as he used all his strength to crawl on the ground. Determined to crawl over. Oh, 5. Bai Leisure moved closer to him, grabbing his arm and stuttering. No, don't. Move. Yes, if you keep this up, the snake venom will act faster. Do you want to die? Roan Konke agreed with a furrowed brow. Bai Yunbao felt a metallic taste rise in his throat, trying to hold it back, but ended up spitting it out. Oh, 5. Bai Leisure turned pale, quickly supporting him. This is bad. What should we do? Roan Konke was completely panicked seeing him spit blood. If Bai Yunbao died, how would he explain to Bai Yaha? Third brother, don't abandon my wife, don't let her. Cough. Bai Yunbao couldn't finish his sentence before coughing, yet still clung to Bai Leisure. Third brother, you promised me. He was heavily poisoned and likely unable to protect TangXiaomi anymore. Bai Leisure closed his eyes in pain, choking out an agreement. On the other side, TangXiaomi finished the kiss, leaned close to Xiao Han's ear, mimicking his earlier actions to blow out warm air, seductively saying, "This is a real kiss. Did you feel it?" After saying that, she released him, turning around in his fiery gaze. One moment she was flirtatious, the next her expression turned cold. Xiao Han stared at her back. Even though his body was clamoring for mating, he didn't stop her. Reminiscing about her inexperienced kiss, he smirked. This little female was too unexpected. She actually dared to use this trick to force him to let go. Having tasted the good flavor, he didn't mind waiting a little longer. Ron Conke was shocked to see TangXiaomi coming over, turning his head to look at Xiao Han. Was this really over? He just let her go. When did he become so easy to talk to? Ron Kong's mind couldn't wrap around it. He could only step aside, watching what TangXiaomi was going to do. Seeing Bai Yunbao's breath growing weaker, he couldn't help but ask, "Should we call the shaman?" "No need." TangXiaomi glanced at him. "Thank you." Ron Conke was stunned, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. He wasn't doing it for her. TangXiaomi looked at Bai Yunbao's wound, her gaze growing heavier. "Wife." Bai Yunbao tightened his grip on her hand as soon as he saw her. "I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. But you have already tried your best." TangXiaomi gently stroked his head as usual, but Bai Yunbao shook his head in refusal, looking at her swollen lips. He trembled and reached out his hand. His heart ached as if it might stop beating. He gently helped her wipe away the marks left by the Xiaohan snake. TangXiaomi was stunned. This little guy must have suffered a huge blow today. She couldn't bear to see him like this. So she grabbed his hand and put it down, bringing the jar containing the Xiaohan snake's blood to his lips. "It's no big deal. What's important is to get better quickly." Bai Yunbao hated the blood of the Xiaohan snake, but he couldn't refuse. So he drank a bit with a stiff face. TangXiaomi gave the remaining blood to Bai Leisure, saw that he was doing okay, and turned back to take care of Bai Yunbao. Bai Leisure was coughing from the fishy blood, and he glanced at TangXiaomi. She was worriedly watching Lao Wu, completely unaware of him. It had always been like this. She treated Lao Wu differently. What was he feeling lost about? So, Bai Leisure lowered his gaze, trying hard not to care about it. TangXiaomi finished checking Bai Yunbao's pulse, her brows tightly knitted. Fortunately, the Xiaohan snake's blood was effective, but it only suppressed the poison. The snake venom was still in his body. "Lao San, give me your hand." TangXiaomi reached out to Bai Leisure, who was looking down. Bai Leisure felt inexplicably nervous looking at her small hand, his heart racing. He glanced at her and stiffly extended his hand. TangXiaomi didn't notice his flushed ears and focused on checking his pulse, murmuring, as expected, "What's wrong? Can the poison be cured?" Ron Conke couldn't understand and anxiously asked. "Not great." TangXiaomi stood up lightly, her gaze locked on the Xiaohan snake. Those three snake beasts' poison was too strong. Ordinary herbs wouldn't work unless. Ron Conke followed her gaze and whispered, "You wouldn't stab him again, would you?" TangXiaomi shook her head, saying that if letting out more blood could solve it, she would have stabbed deeper earlier. The Xiaohan snake looked over, his eyes dark. "Even if you use my blood, you can't save them." TangXiaomi remained silent. She knew that strong beings like the Xiaohan snake didn't follow rules, were possessive, and were filled with hostility towards Bai Yunbao. It was definitely useless to plead with him now. "Come with me." The Xiaohan snake reached out to her. "Where to?" TangXiaomi asked calmly. The Xiaohan snake pressed his lips together. "To the city of 10,000 beasts to be my female." Just moments ago, they were passionately kissing, and now she felt like she was 1,000 miles away, not even looking at him. He regretted letting her go earlier. He should have tied her to himself. Ron Conke opened his mouth but said nothing. Having seen them kiss, there was no need to be surprised. It seemed the Xiaohan snake was serious about wanting TangXiaomi as a partner. What a bargain for her. Such a terrible female actually managed to attract the leader, and with him protecting her, she would become even more arrogant in the future. TangXiaomi frowned, seeing the plundering desire in his eyes. This could lead to a repeat of earlier events. The city of 10,000 beasts is a great place. I will go, but not now. She wasn't lying. She had planned to wait until Bai Yunbao and the others came of age and broke the contract before going. That place was much better than Guanshan village. The Xiaohan snake's expression softened slightly, and his three subordinates secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The leader's coldness had almost suffocated them. "I can only stay here for a few days." His hand was still extended, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "And you must stay by my side." Ron Conke became anxious and urged TangXiaomi. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and agree. Do you know how many females want a Xiaohan snake to be their partner?" TangXiaomi was speechless. Why was he so anxious? Just causing trouble. But the more Ron Conke spoke, the more excited he became. "TangXiaomi, even if you're pretending, there should be a limit. With your appearance, who else would want you besides him? You still want to find another male? TangXiaomi looked at Rong Kongke speechlessly. What was he anxious about? Just making trouble. But the more she wanted him to shut up, the more he rambled on. TangXiaomi, even if you're pretending, there should be a limit. Just about enough will do. You should know that with your looks, no male beast man would like you. Do you think you can find another male beast man to be your partner? Rong Kongke thought to himself. Isn't this a heavenly opportunity since the Shaohan snake is blind? Just as TangXiaomi was about to tell him to shut up, the Shaohan snake spoke first. Shut up. Rong Kongke was stunned. Realizing that the Shaohan snake was glaring at him with a cold gaze, confirming he hadn't misheard. I'm for your sake. Before he could finish, the Shaohan snake coldly interrupted. If you can't speak, then don't. Rong Kongke was intimidated and swallowed his words. Was the Shaohan snake also poisoned, blind and bleeding, and only thinking of TangXiaomi? TangXiaomi was also surprised, just when she was troubled about how to refuse the Shaohan snake's extended hand. She suddenly noticed a group of people coming, including the Snake Princess. Leader, you have a female now. I won't interfere, the Snake Princess said. But the Shaohan snake frowned. I have nothing to do with her. I only trust my eyes. Which female can tolerate an unclear beast husband? You have no sincerity. What qualifications do you have to pursue me? After TangXiaomi finished speaking seriously, she stared at him proudly. The Shaohan snake stared at her for a moment and surprisingly withdrew his hand. Okay, I understand. Rong Kong's eyes widened. What was this operation? The three subordinates also frowned at TangXiaomi, but didn't dare to speak for fear of provoking the Shaohan snake. You can handle it yourself. TangXiaomi turned around, feeling uncertain, and bumped into Bai Yuha, instantly feeling guilty. Bai Yunbao was injured while saving her, and TangXiaomi quickly apologized. I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. She was filled with guilt and even thought about solving the trouble by keeping her distance. Bai Yuha glanced at the injured. This was their own choice. Hearing that they were poisoned by snake venom, he looked at the Shaohan snake, who was filled with murderous intent, probably wanting to eliminate the two boys. He asked TangXiaomi, how do we save them? I will think of a way. Before she could finish, the Snake Princess and the village chief arrived. Leader, how did you get hurt? Who did this? The Snake Princess angrily scolded the three subordinates. How did you protect him? What use are you? The subordinates felt wronged. TangXiaomi suddenly attacked. The Snake Princess had a high status, so they didn't dare to offend her and quietly wanted to report, it's that female. But before they could finish, the cold gaze of the Shaohan snake fell on them, and the three snake beasts immediately fell silent. The Snake Princess followed the direction the snake beasts pointed and squinted her eyes when she saw Bai Yuha. What made her the angriest was that Bai Yuha wasn't injured. But the Shaohan snake was. This was completely unlike his style. In the past, whoever provoked him would face punishment or even death. He was too special towards this female. Thinking that the Shaohan snake might choose her as a partner, the Snake Princess bit her lip. The Shaohan snake belonged to her. Bai Yuha shouldn't think of taking him. You have some nerve. How dare you hurt the leader? He is the hope of the tribe. Do you know the consequences? The Snake Princess glared at Bai Yuha and scolded harshly. TangXiaomi was stunned. Did the Snake Princess actually think Bai Yuha was the one who hurt the Shaohan snake? Bai Yuha ignored her as he supported Bai Yunbao, and the Snake Princess felt neglected, her anger rising. Up close, Bai Yuha appeared especially beautiful, and his phoenix eyes were alluring. He must be the one who stole the Shaohan snake away. The Snake Princess, furious to the point of losing her senses, raised her hand and aimed to slap Bai Yuha's face. Sister Bai, be careful, TangXiaomi shouted anxiously. Bai Yuha also reacted, grabbing the Snake Princess's wrist and standing up, his eyes filled with disgust as he flung her to the ground. You vulgar female, how dare you treat me like this? Do you know who I am? The Snake Princess yelled angrily as she awkwardly fell to the ground. I don't know, nor do I want to know. Bai Yuha coldly replied before supporting Bai Yunbao. Let's go back. Rong Kongke finally reacted, blocking the Snake Princess. You're going too far. You actually went all out. He knew the Snake Princess wanted to ruin Bai Yuha's beautiful face with her nails. Such a beautiful face couldn't be ruined. Get out of the way. The Snake Princess ordered the beast men she brought. Catch them. Don't let any of them go. The beast men immediately surrounded them. Seeing that the Shaohan snake didn't say anything, the Snake Princess smiled slyly. Attack. TangXiaomi raised her eyes to look at the Shaohan snake. Was he waiting for her to ask for help? She calmed her eyes. Take care of your female. Unexpectedly, the Shaohan snake suddenly smiled and instructed one of the snake beasts. Take them back. The snake beast was stunned, looking at the Snake Princess, feeling troubled. Leader, if there is another time, let her roll back to the city of 10,000 beasts. The Shaohan snake said coldly and walked away. The snake beast dared not disobey and ordered with a stiff face. The snake queen excitedly grabbed the snake beast's collar. What did you say? Shouldn't we capture them for questioning? Where are we sending them? They should be sent home. The snake beast maintained a stern expression. He didn't dare defy the leader. Conke squeezed next to Bai Yuing. Did you all hear that? The leader said to send them home. What are you still waiting for? The surrounding beastmen immediately nodded. Yes. The snake queen wanted to intervene, but the snake beast quickly pulled her back and advised. Snake queen, this is the leader's order. Don't provoke him into actually sending you back. Seeing the snake queen's face turn pale with anger, the snake beast comforted her. That female can't compare to you at all. The leader must just be momentarily bewitched. Noticing the snake queen's face had improved slightly after hearing this, she thought, there's still a chance since she hasn't bonded with a partner yet. She glared at Bai Ying's back and snorted. What kind of female from this broken place dares to compete with me? I must act quickly and contract with Shaohan Snake as soon as possible. With the help of the beastmen, they quickly sent the unconscious Bai Yun leopard brothers home. After settling them down, TangXiaomi went out with Bai Ying. Neither spoke. A conversation was pointless now. The priority was to detoxify quickly. Unexpectedly, Shaohan Snake's subordinates had not left yet. The snake beast stiffly spoke. The leader will be here soon. Hurry and clean the room. What? TangXiaomi frowned. She thought today was over, but it was just beginning. The snake beast curtly replied. Just do what you're told. No questions. TangXiaomi suddenly smiled. Brother, look at this. The snake beast curiously looked over as she tossed out yellow powder. The snake beast immediately fell to the ground, wailing. Ah, what did you do to me? TangXiaomi sneered. Realgar mixed with something good. Other beastmen rushed over, wary of her but didn't attack. They just helped the snake beast up and left. What was going on? TangXiaomi waited for Shaohan Snake at the door, and he only arrived at night, making her furious. If he didn't come soon, she would go find him. Detoxifying the snake poison required his venom as serum, and he came to stay but was rejecting it. She thought it would save her the trouble of finding him, but he stood her up. Shaohan Snake walked out of the darkness in black clothing, like a ghost, with a slightly pale face, but TangXiaomi didn't care at all. There's no place for you to stay. Shaohan Snake smirked as he approached. Where you sleep? I sleep. It won't take up space. TangXiaomi took a step back to avoid him. A small temple can't accommodate a big Buddha. Shaohan Snake looked around the house. He had already inquired. This house was built by her, and none in Beast City were as exquisite. Let's get straight to the point. Your subordinate has been poisoned, and only I have the antidote. So, Siohan Snake Luxea. If you want to save him, give me some venom. TangXiaomi handed over a vial. 2 drops will be enough. Upon hearing this, Shaohan Snake's gaze slowly dropped to the vial in TangXiaomi's hand, his lips curling slightly, so you can poison as well. If the detoxification wasn't done in time, it would lead to death. Seeing Shaohan Snake digress, TangXiaomi had no choice but to remind him again. She was seriously discussing a deal with him, but his gaze was becoming increasingly eager. What did that mean? Good. Shaohan Snake pressed down on TangXiaomi's head and directly entered a room. TangXiaomi was stunned and quickly followed him in. Upon entering, she saw Bai Yuing and Shaohan Snake locked in a silent stare just 2 steps apart, the atmosphere suffocating. You are the leader, but you can't intrude on a female's territory. The Nanhua tribe isn't yours alone. If you don't abide by the female protection rules, others will. It's best not to disturb the matriarch. Bai Yuing spoke coldly. So please leave. TangXiaomi quickly nodded, standing beside Bai Yuing to bolster their presence. Tribal matriarchs were the rulers of females, with significant power, specifically protecting the rare females. You dare use the matriarch to threaten me? Fine, but before you leave, let's clarify things. Shaohan Snake smiled at Bai Yuing, directly sitting on a chair, leaning back against the backrest, his fingertips tapping the armrest as he called. Bring that male beastman in. TangXiaomi looked curiously at the door, and when she saw Xiangshan being forced in, her heart sank. This was bad. Please spare me, leader. I won't dare again. It was all Xiang Kaifeng who made me do it. Upon seeing Shaohan Snake radiating murderous intent, Xiangshan immediately knelt and bowed. Shut up. It's not your turn to speak. Shaohan Snake glared at him impatiently, and Xiangshan immediately fell silent, trembling as he buried his head in the ground. Leader, you got the wrong idea, right? This isn't a place for interrogation. TangXiaomi began, but Shaohan Snake raised his eyes. Smirking, Xiang Kaifeng wanted the wandering barbarian beast to deal with you, but she went missing. What do you say she is? How would I know? It's fine if you don't know, but with the female missing, shouldn't I investigate thoroughly? Seeing the fire in TangXiaomi's eyes, he laughed even more. So, Do you want me to question here? Or should I take you all back to Beast City for an investigation? TangXiaomi bit her teeth in silence. This cunning snake, using Xiang Caifeng's disappearance to stir up trouble. Even if she didn't acknowledge it, Xiang Shan was a witness. If he wanted to investigate, they had to cooperate. Taking them away would be justified. In her heart, she cursed Xiao Han's snake endlessly. But on her face, she forced a smile, since the leader doesn't mind. Then let's stay here. Xiao Han's snake smiled satisfactorily, instructing to take Xiang Shan down. Xiang Shan was stunned. He had so much to say. But why was he being taken away? Xiao Han's snake's subordinates cleared the scene quickly, even closing the door thoughtfully, leaving one snake beast glancing anxiously at TangXiaomi multiple times as they left. TangXiaomi thought, being anxious is useless. Xiao Han's snake doesn't take the deal seriously at all. This snake beast has chosen the wrong master, a plain wooden chair. Yet Xiao Han's snake sat as if on a throne. This man exuded a regal aura, even when casually seated. TangXiaomi glared at him for a while, suppressing the urge to poison him, forcing a smile. Leader, this way, please. Xiao Han's snake silently glanced at Bai Ying and followed her into the room. You stay in my room. It can't be for free. Trade something, TangXiaomi said seriously, then handed over the vial. Just a little, more venom will help with secretion. But Xiao Han's snake merely cast her a sidelong glance before his gaze fell on her room. Xiao Han's snake's expression was unchanged, but he stared at TangXiaomi's room, making her feel more uncomfortable than when he looked at her. The room was private, and being scrutinized like this made her extremely embarrassed. When his gaze landed on the clothes by the bed, TangXiaomi almost jumped up. Why did he have to look at that? She hurriedly stuffed her personal items into a woven bag, and just as she breathed a sigh of relief, the bag was snatched away by Xiao Han's snake, who reached in a touch. Don't look. There's nothing to see. TangXiaomi panicked. Xiao Han's snake smirked. You're very nervous. Of course. How could she not be nervous? TangXiaomi tried to snatch it back, but Xiao Han's snake's tail shot up. She looked up and secretly cursed. Damn it. Then she saw Xiao Han's snake pull out a piece of bee skin. Your bee skin is too poor. TangXiaomi was speechless. This was something she had worked hard to exchange. What business was it of his? Leader, this is my personal item. It's precisely because it's yours that I want to see. The more anxious she became, the more interested he was. In the next moment, he even pulled out her intimate little clothing. Put it down. TangXiaomi completely panicked. How could this be taken out? Xiao Han's snake raised an eyebrow. What is this? TangXiaomi's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. She didn't want to explain, but he actually brought the item to his nose to smell. It has your scent. Very strong. His pupils constricted, and his head began to throb. This scent was so familiar. TangXiaomi secretly cursed him for being a pervert. Forcing a smile? It's not a good thing. What good stuff could I have in this broken place? Xiao Han's snake closed his eyes and looked at her. If it's bad, then don't keep it. TangXiaomi laughed coldly. This was her personal treasure. Afraid he would snatch it again, she hurriedly sent the items to Bai Ying. Xiao Han's snake gazed out the window in a daze, and upon hearing footsteps, he looked at the door. Sure enough, it was TangXiaomi. Her eyes were bright, her face small, her figure petite, just right in his eyes. The vague shadow in his heart was suddenly filled by her. TangXiaomi felt uneasy under his gaze and forced out a customer service smile. Leader, do you have any orders? I want to make your stay comfortable. While serving water, Xiao Han, she coiled his tail around her, pulling her onto his lap. She struggled to get down, but heard him whisper, don't move if you want the venom. TangXiaomi felt like flipping the table in her heart. He really knows how to hit the nail on the head. She had no choice but to soften and nod, even managing to squeeze out a look of desire at him. However, Xiao Han's expression grew darker. TangXiaomi was confused. How is this so different from what she expected? She had indeed witnessed Xiao Han's unpredictable mood swings. The rumors outside were not false. If you mate with me now, I'll give you the venom. What? Whether Bai Yun Bao survives depends entirely on your choice. Xiao Han, she glared at her ominously. TangXiaomi clenched her teeth, trying not to slap him. Leader, don't you think you're being shameless? Xiao Han, she smirked coldly. Let's see how you choose. Do you think this can force me to comply? TangXiaomi snorted coldly, pushing him away and stepping back. She had hoped he would generously give it. And since he wouldn't, there was no need to obey anymore. Xiao Han's gaze remained deep, but unexpectedly softened as he spoke. I can give you the venom, but you have to answer me one question seriously. What question? TangXiaomi was suspicious. He suddenly softened, catching her off guard. She was ready to tear their relationship apart. And the storm had surprisingly calmed. Just answer a question for the venom? This was too unbelievable. Xiao she didn't speak immediately, but coiled her back into his embrace with his tail, his fingers tracing the scar on her face. TangXiaomi felt itchy from his touch but didn't dare to make a fuss. Rarely did he relent to give the venom. Her scarred face, what was there to touch? But he kept touching without speaking, and she couldn't help it. Leader, just ask directly. I promise to make you comfortable. Unexpectedly, she suddenly pinched her cheek. What herbs can heal your face faster? TangXiaomi mumbled under his breath. Healing can't be rushed. And, is this your question? She released her, leaning in to smell the fragrance from her neck, resting his chin on her shoulder. I want to see your face clearly sooner. TangXiaomi's face stiffened. Was this a surprise? She thought it would be a complex question, but it was that simple. Seeing she leaning against her without moving, TangXiaomi quietly stole a glance. He was actually closing his eyes, breathing evenly, and had fallen asleep. She had added something to the water, but he hadn't drunk it at all. Leader, we can't go back on our word. The venom hasn't been given yet. She stiffened her neck and quietly reminded him. She slowly opened his eyes, a coldness in his gaze, as if he was too tired to open them. Give it to me. TangXiaomi was stunned for a moment, quickly handing over the jar. You spit. I'll catch it. She lowered his eyes to glare at her, and when she was about to shiver, he took the jar and placed it on the table, turning her back to him and placing her on the ground. It's best not to turn around. TangXiaomi pressed her lips together. Hearing the sound of him spitting, she guessed she was a king cobra, but what if he wasn't? The more he told her not to look, the more curious she became. He only said it was best not to turn around, but looking back secretly shouldn't count, right? TangXiaomi planned to sneak a peek, tensing up as she quickly turned her head, only to bump right into she looking at her, her neck stiffening. Oh no, caught red-handed. At this moment, she was completely naked, his physique undeniably perfect, sculpted like a finely chiseled statue, especially those lines that seemed to outline a man's vibrant hormones. But what caught TangXiaomi's attention the most was the large burn scar on she's back. Since she had already been caught, TangXiaomi stiffly smiled. I didn't do it on purpose. You definitely won't believe me. Seeing she's saying nothing. She took the jar of venom. She looked too closely and only felt relieved when she saw there was indeed venom inside. This snake may be despicable, but at least he was trustworthy. She wanted to thank him, but remembered that he was the one who hurt by Yunbao, so she couldn't even be bothered to be polite. Leader, you should rest early. As TangXiaomi was about to leave, her hand just touched the door when she was encircled by she's hand and arm, shadows looming behind her, instantly wrapped in his aura. She shrank back like a little rabbit. He still wasn't dressed. She almost wanted him to turn into a snake. You seem unsatisfied? Warm breath brushed her ear, and TangXiaomi shivered. Satisfied. Very satisfied. The amount of venom is more than enough. But you only looked at my back, not my body. TangXiaomi looked up in surprise, steeling herself. I wouldn't dare offend you. You are the leader, but I will be your partner. So I need to satisfy you with my body. TangXiaomi's smile froze. He was indeed showing off. Steeling herself, she looked down, mentally repeating that he was a sculpture. But as she looked further down, her gaze felt like it was burned, and she quickly looked away, glaring at him. Don't you think that's vulgar and indecent? She grinned, leaning closer to her ear. I can't control this. But since you haven't made it before, I won't force you. He lightly bit her ear before releasing her. TangXiaomi's face turned a mix of red and black, wanting to splash him with venom. But it wouldn't work on him. Furious, she slammed the door, the frame splintering. Staring at the door for a while, she finally managed to calm down and turn around. As soon as she turned, she saw a white-feathered eagle in the shadows. Images of him under the influence of the aphrodisiac flashed in her mind. It's all she's fault for being aroused. She looked down. Can I go to your room tonight? The white-feathered eagle grunted in response, taking the bag. Follow me. After rebuilding the house, the small wooden cabin had 4 rooms. Each of them had 1 room and didn't disturb each other. They had lived together for a while. But she had never been to the white-feathered eagle's room. She wouldn't go to annoy him for no reason. So this was her first time entering his room. By the moonlight, TangXiaomi saw the white-feathered eagle's room. It had just a table and a chair, nothing extra, unlike her room which was cluttered with herbs. The night was quiet and the moonlight bright. The white-feathered eagle said softly, Use my body for the serum. No way. She's venom is too dangerous. Use another animal. TangXiaomi had told him the detoxification method before, but she didn't expect him to make this request. The white-feathered eagle shook his head. I'm easier to succeed with. It's beneficial for me too. TangXiaomi stared at him for a while, before conceding. His eyes may be calm, but he had already made up his mind. Cultivating an anti-venom serum from him would mean the snake venom couldn't harm him, and his blood could save lives, which was good for everyone. Shall we start now? TangXiaomi didn't want to delay. The sooner the detoxification, the better. The white-feathered eagle nodded and extended his arm. TangXiaomi first had him take the herbs, then used tools to inject a small amount of venom into his arm. His arm looked soft and white, but felt very hard. A small amount of venom was not fatal and could stimulate the antibodies. Once he had enough resistance to the venom, extracting his blood could save Bai Yunbao. As soon as the venom entered, black veins appeared on the white-feathered eagle's arm, becoming stiff. But he didn't make a sound, and there was no pain on his face, only a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Let me massage you. TangXiaomi felt guilty, not waiting for him to agree before grabbing his hand to massage. She knew that if she waited for his answer, he would likely refuse, as he always kept his distance from her. The sensation from her hand made the white-feathered eagle frown, not just from the pain of the venom, but also because her hand was too small. Even though she had grown taller, her hand hadn't. As feeling gradually returned to his hand, the white-feathered eagle moved and withdrew his hand. Thank you. Much better. Hearing his gentle yet distant gratitude, TangXiaomi smiled and sat in a far corner. The white-feathered eagle saw her hugging her knees. Her petite figure seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. Was she going to spend the night like this? He frowned without even realizing it. After a moment of silence, the white-feathered eagle handed over some hay. If you don't mind, use it as a cushion. It will be more comfortable. TangXiaomi was stunned for a second. Thank you, Bai Jia. No, thank you. She nervously called him Bai Jia, feeling a bit anxious. Was this concern for her? The white-feathered eagle lowered his gaze. You're welcome. He helped her spread the hay and animal skin, then sat down on the chair. TangXiaomi wasn't sleepy, looking at his back and asking, aren't you going to ask why I didn't agree to Xiao Hanxi? Agreeing could save a lot of trouble and keep Lao San and Lao Wu safe. Upon hearing this, the white-feathered eagle turned his head, his gaze calm and peaceful. Every female has the right to choose their partner, and no male beastman is allowed to interfere. Hearing the white-feathered eagle's answer, TangXiaomi was speechless for a long time. His answer was just like a standard answer from textbook. The white-feathered eagle didn't pry, clearly wanting to distance himself from her. Okay, TangXiaomi helplessly lay down. She just wanted to find someone to talk to, but unfortunately, Bai Yuan was not that person. She felt guilty towards the Bai Yuan leopard brothers and would compensate them, but she would never accept Xiao Hanxi, not to mention his character, just the fact that he was a big snake. Waking up in the morning with a huge mouth facing her would scare her to death, right? Or was he just a cute, fluffy creature? TangXiaomi thought about it for a while and fell asleep in a daze, without the snow leopard to accompany her. She slept particularly lightly. In the middle of the night, the door was suddenly slammed open. She immediately woke up and saw a ghostly shadow standing at the door, walking towards her. What are you doing? TangXiaomi frowned, her hair standing on end. Xiao Hanxi had a dark face, walking towards her like a demon from hell, directly pressing down on her. What the hell? TangXiaomi was furious and pushed him, woken up in the middle of the night, and he just pounced on her. Xiao Hanxi buried his head in her neck. Sleep? Sleep? TangXiaomi was so angry she laughed. She had already given in the room, and he actually broke into sleep on top of her. The next second, she heard even breathing sounds. Was he asleep again? Was he pretending? She pushed him hard. But Xiao Hanxi was like a mountain, unmovable. Even if you were the leader, you can't act like a rogue. Get up. Seeing that he didn't move, TangXiaomi shouted for Bai Yuheng. Sister Bai, help me. Bai Yuheng walked over with cold eyes. But as soon as her hand reached out, Xiao Hanxi suddenly looked up, cold eyes glaring at her. Don't force me. His tail swung back and forth, ready to attack. This is my place. Bai Yuheng's tone was calm. Xiao Hanxi sneered, picking up TangXiaomi. Don't stop me, you can't stop me. Bai Yuheng frowned. She couldn't stop him, but seeing TangXiaomi about to be taken away, her body instinctively blocked the way. Ignored, TangXiaomi's face fell, suddenly laughing. Want to sleep? Don't go out. Just as Xiao Hanxi lowered his head, TangXiaomi covered his mouth and nose. Before she could push him away, he felt dizzy, unable to stand, and fell to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, he fell on his back, and TangXiaomi had some cushioning, so she didn't get hurt. She pried his hands apart, struggling to get up, and a hand appeared in front of her. It was Bai Yuheng. She placed her hand on it and was pulled up. Thank you for just now and now. TangXiaomi felt embarrassed. She didn't expect Xiao Hanxi to come. This was Bai Yuheng's room, and males shouldn't barge in, but he didn't follow the rules. It seemed he wouldn't give up. What are you planning to do in the future? How could there be no place for me in this vast world? After answering, TangXiaomi half-jokingly said. It's a pity I won't be able to eat the meals you make anymore. I thought I could eat your dishes regularly. After helping the Baiyun leopard brothers heal, she would find a new place to live, so as not to drag them into it. Bai Yuheng looked at her lightly, intending to respond, but the words got stuck in his throat. The next day, Xiao Hanshi left the house with a dark face, his black eyes like they were poisoned with cold. Leader, good morning. TangXiaomi smiled and walked over, politely inviting. Breakfast is ready. If you don't mind, let's eat together. The golden sunlight shone on her, her smile bright enough to dispel the gloom. Xiao Hanshi squinted to adapt to the light. Walking toward her with a cold face, the pressure instantly increased. He was already 9 meters tall, and now he looked like he had grown 5 meters taller. Xiao Hanshi stood in front of her, without moving, cold eyes staring at her. TangXiaomi's face stiffened. He had taken a heavy dose of sedative last night. He would definitely feel awful when he woke up, yet he had to force a smile. I specially baked a lot of earth lotus, which only exists in Guanshan village. She handed over the peeled earth lotus like offering a treasure. Xiao Hanshi's gaze shifted from her face to the earth lotus. If last night's incident happens again, one breakfast won't solve anything. TangXiaomi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and pushed the earth lotus a bit closer. Then are we still eating? She had been busy all morning and hadn't eaten. If he didn't eat, she would. Seeing her looking greedy, Xiao Hanshi took the earth lotus, soft and glutinous. He even glanced at her a bit more. TangXiaomi was quick-witted and hurriedly took another one. It was just out of the oven and too hot. Switching it from left hand to right. Unexpectedly, the earth lotus was suddenly snatched away, landing in Xiao Hanshi's hand. He even held both of her hands. His palms felt cool, instantly taking away the heat. TangXiaomi unobtrusively withdrew her hand. Leader, how does it taste? Xiao Hanshi didn't speak, awkwardly peeling the earth lotus and handing it to her. TangXiaomi was stunned and didn't take it until he spoke in a low voice. Do you want me to feed you? Only then did she come to her senses. No need. She quickly took it, but eating under his intense gaze felt too awkward. Leader, you eat instead. Xiao Hanshi didn't take it. Instead, he curled his lips, his voice hoarse. No need. I like watching you eat. It must be very tasty. TangXiaomi's heart tightened. This sounded wrong, especially when meeting his seemingly smiling eyes. It felt as if what he really wanted to eat was her. TangXiaomi tilted her head and forced a smile at Xiao Hanshi, then stuffed the entire earth lotus into her mouth. The snake beasts following Xiao Hanshi visibly twitched at the corners of their mouths, their eyes revealing an undeniable disdain. How rude, already ugly. And eating like this made it even uglier, especially when chewing while foolishly smiling at the leader. How could such a female be the companion of their leader? Xiao Hanshi looked unblinkingly at the little female with bulging cheeks. He previously thought she resembled a little fox, but now she seemed like a greedy little squirrel. Xiao Hanshi thought, reaching out to gently pinch TangXiaomi's cheek. TangXiaomi froze on the spot. His reaction was different from what she expected. The reaction of the snake beast behind her was the normal one. Just as she was disappointed and wanted to swat his hand away, he voluntarily let go. She was about to leave when Xiao Hanshi's finger suddenly touched the corner of her mouth, wiped it, and then licked his finger. Very delicious. TangXiaomi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. So disgusting. Just by looking at the expression of the snake beast, she knew how peculiar his taste was. She stiffened for a moment, forcing a smile. Just as she was about to speak, a beast man came to report. There are stray barbaric beasts at the edge of Guanshan village. Behave and wait for me to come back. Xiao Hanshi took the beast man and left. TangXiaomi's mouth was stuffed full of earth lotus, unable to swallow, nearly bursting her cheeks. She could only chew slowly. The Baiyun leopard brothers were still unconscious, and TangXiaomi made soup medicine to relieve them. Baiyun leopard murmured not to after feeding him. She asked Bai Yuheng to help pry open Bai Leisher's mouth to feed him medicine. Halfway through eating, Bai Leisher suddenly opened his eyes, startling TangXiaomi. Bai Leisher's throat hurt, looking at her, unsure how to comfort her. TangXiaomi smiled gently. You have to finish the medicine. She handed over the spoon, and seeing him not open his mouth, she softened her voice. It's bitter but can suppress the poison. Bai Leisher dare not look at her. TangXiaomi understood that he didn't like her, so she handed the bowl to Bai Yuheng. You do it. Bai Yuheng took the bowl. TangXiaomi said a word and went out. She was in the way. Bai Yuheng fed the medicine, but Bai Leisher still wouldn't open his mouth. Bai Yuheng sighed lightly. Third brother, drink the medicine first. He watched as the third brother's face changed from pale to light pink, then turned pale again when she left. Bai Leisher had always listened to his second brother, But now he suddenly didn't want to listen and even had a thought. What if second brother wasn't here? He was startled. How could he think that? The brothers had never been apart. Not daring to think further, Bai Leisure opened his mouth and drank the medicine. After feeding the medicine, Bai Yuheng looked at Bai Leisure, wanting to say something but hesitating. The disappointment in the third brother's eyes was too obvious. Choosing a partner as an adult was the third brother's business, and he wouldn't interfere. It's just that. Her eyes were too clear. Her thoughts could be seen at a glance. Bai Yuheng lowered his eyes, filled with worry. This couldn't go on. Before he left, he reminded, "Third brother, if you want to dissolve the partner contract and regain your freedom, don't get deeper and deeper." Bai Leisure was a bit confused. Yet it seemed he understood something. Second brother's words felt like a fist hitting his chest, making him feel stifled. After Bai Yuheng left, he saw TangXiaomi busy with herbal medicine. For a while now, besides planting earth lotus, she had spent all her time collecting herbs. "Sister Bai, how about going to my room first? I'll come back later." TangXiaomi thought he was waiting for her to inject snake venom and continued to be busy after looking up and saying this. Bai Yuheng lightly replied, lowering his head and walking into the room, heading towards her room. He had been there a few times, and his impression was full of herbs. She always devoted herself to herbs, her eyes seemingly only focused on them. Unconsciously, he slowed his pace, feeling a bit unwilling to open the door, not knowing what he was rejecting. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door, and the scent of herbs rushed towards him. This fragrance was similar to the one on her, yet not entirely the same. Besides the faint herbal scent, there's also a hint of sweetness about her. "Sorry to keep you waiting for so long." TangXiaomi entered the room and saw Bai Yuheng sitting upright in the chair, looking as meticulous as a private tutor. She remembered that last night. Xiao Hanshi had also sat in this chair. The two of them had completely different vibes. Bai Yuheng gently shook his head and placed his arm directly on the table. "I can endure more. You can add more venom." TangXiaomi paused for a moment, looked up at him. "Should I be happy that you trust me, or should I scold you a bit?" Once she entered the healing state, she calmed down. Though she had never been a real doctor, she felt a strong sense of immersion. This could shorten the time. Bai Yuheng's expression remained unchanged. "TangXiaomi Zhuge." Not following his instructions. "You can disregard your life, but I can't. Your life is in my hands. I have to take responsibility." Bai Yuheng looked at her. Seeing the faint smile at the corner of her mouth, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly lowered his gaze. Seeing that he was silent, TangXiaomi didn't press further. She was an outsider and had no standing to say that one should also take care of oneself while looking after a brother. This time, the venom was a bit more than last night, and Bai Yuheng soon broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. But no matter how much it hurt, he didn't change his sitting posture. TangXiaomi knew how painful the venom was in the bloodstream and wanted to help him rub his arm, but he seemed to have been prepared and subtly moved his hand away, gritting his teeth and speaking with difficulty. "Thank you." Seeing his clear attitude, TangXiaomi had to retract her hand, clearly wanting to help him ease the stiffness in his arm. It instead seemed like she was trying to take advantage. She accidentally thought of that day, quickly cutting off her thoughts. That day was out of necessity. She only regarded him as a patient. But she could never forget his expression at that time. Perhaps she was stunned by his sudden beauty. The cold person actually had hidden charm, strange yet fitting. People love visual enjoyment, and she was no exception. She would look a little longer at something beautiful. Perhaps that was why she remembered. Bai Yuheng was in so much pain, but still appeared calm on the surface. Looking at the unperturbed Bai Yuheng, TangXiaomi suddenly felt that the more aloof and distant he was, the more it easily stirred wicked thoughts in people. Looking at Bai Yuheng, TangXiaomi actually wanted to conquer him, shatter his defenses, and make him show an uncontrollable expression. After all, it was exhilarating to break down the defenses of someone with strong self-control. This was just her thought. She didn't care what others thought. To avoid accidents, TangXiaomi didn't leave the room, waiting until Bai Yuheng got through this to let him rest before she went to prepare food. Glancing at the sun about to set, she stretched and entered the kitchen to make soup. But just as she stepped inside, someone suddenly pulled her in. She bumped into a solid wall, her nose turning red, and upon seeing it was Bai Liu, she angrily bit his arm. "Ouch, Xiaomi, are you really going to eat me?" Bai Liu dodged, his arm marked with bite marks. After rinsing her mouth, TangXiaomi glared at him. "Have you gotten so bold and greasy? You still dare to come here?" Bai Liu immediately put on a pitiful look, rubbing his wound and gazing at her with grievance. TangXiaomi's mouth twitched. His peach blossom eyes were too alluring, and when he looked pitiful, it was like he was about to cry. "Say what you have to say quickly. Don't look at me like that." I know it's dangerous, but how long has it been since you looked for me? Bai Luoyu leaned in, complaining. TangXiaomi found him too close and stopped him. Stand there and don't move. Bai Luoyu stared at her for a while. No, I want to. Then you can leave. TangXiaomi turned to leave, but Bai Luoyu blocked the door. I'm not leaving. Unless you step over my dead body. You're a fish corpse. I might consider it. Who knows? I might become an immortal after eating you. The merfolk were known as the Jiao people, their tears turning into pearls and carrying poison. Rare on land, making beastmen both curious and wary. Bai Luoyu pouted. Don't think I don't know anything. He snorted coldly. That leader not only kissed you, but also wants to be your partner. Bai Luoyu's voice rose, and TangXiaomi quickly covered his mouth. He was half a head taller than her, so she had to tiptoe. Shut up. There are people from Shaohanshi here. If you want to die, get lost. Bai Luoyu immediately behaved, mumbling, Xiaomi. TangXiaomi ignored him as she heard movement outside. This little brat was too loud. Shaohanshi was worried about catching the wandering barbarian beast, and he was delivering himself to the door. But while she was pondering about cooking fish, her palm suddenly felt tingly, startling her into pulling her hand back. Bai Luoyu had actually licked her palm. TangXiaomi's expression changed repeatedly, struggling to refrain from slapping him. Who taught him that? Who licks palms? But Bai Luoyu didn't notice her anger and was still licking his lips, looking at her with eyes full of charm. Just being looked at by him, TangXiaomi couldn't hold herself steady. She guessed correctly. Bai Luoyu absolutely had the potential of a beautiful demon. Bai Luoyu was still in his teenage years, but once his features matured, they would be as exquisite as a piece of art. Handsome, flamboyant, and striking, definitely alluring. He was a pure disaster. But this disaster was blissfully unaware and innocently fluttered his eyelashes at her. Xiaomi, are you nervous because you care about me? Or are you afraid of implicating Lao San and Lao Wu? Did this question even need to be asked? After finishing her sentence, TangXiaomi prepared to cook. There was no noise in the kitchen, which would definitely raise suspicion. Seeing her busy, Bai Luoyu half-seriously wanted an answer. I want to hear you say in person. TangXiaomi completely ignored him. Who would entertain such a boring question? Bai Luoyu tried to move closer, but was scared back by her dagger. She was very efficient at killing fish. One slap, and they were dead. Cutting them open and chopping them into pieces without hesitation. Bai Luoyu panicked. She wouldn't mistake the fish for herself, would she? After finishing her task, TangXiaomi finally looked at him. Are you planning to walk back using your fishtail when it gets dark? Bai Luoyu immediately laughed. Don't chase me away. I brought good things. It better be real. TangXiaomi sharpened her dagger. Not looking up, Bai Luoyu's smile froze. Why was there a killing intent? He nervously handed over a bucket of water. I caught these for a long time. When TangXiaomi saw it was river shrimp, her attitude changed instantly. You little rascal still understands. But there 1 TB and next time, don't really bring disaster upon the country. She felt like she had watched him grow up and reminded him one last time. Bai Luoyu lowered his gaze and said nothing. Earlier, he had inexplicably licked her palm and only reacted upon touching the warm softness. Her hands tasted good. Even her mouth made him want to ponder. TangXiaomi was focused on cooking the shrimp and didn't notice his gaze. The river shrimp was done. TangXiaomi looked at Bai Luoyu, who was staring at the food with longing. You're a fish, not a cat. Saying that, she still divided a portion for him. This was their deal. He brought food, so she would share. But what I want to eat, isn't this. Bai Luoyu glanced at her shiny lips. That's great. TangXiaomi's eyes lit up, retracting the shrimp plate. Rarely eating river delicacies, this bit wasn't enough to fill her teeth. Bai Luoyu stared at her lips, swallowing. I want to eat. You said you didn't want it. TangXiaomi warned. Are you only reconsidering after I finish eating? Bai Luoyu laughed, snatched the remaining shrimp, and swallowed the shells under her glare. Xiaomi's cooking is just so delicious. TangXiaomi sneered. What flavor could you taste from swallowing a whole? Hurry up and leave after eating. She restrained the impulse to smash the plate and chase him away, but Bai Luoyu insisted on staying. She had said everything that needed to be said, so she wouldn't keep nagging. Glancing at the simmering fish soup, TangXiaomi began to wash the dishes. Previously, Bai Yunbao would rush to wash them, but now she had to do it herself. Xiaomi, I also brought good things. Hearing good things, TangXiaomi's eyes brightened, but she pretended to be uninterested. What is it? Bai Luoyu mysteriously pulled out a fruit that looked like a raspberry, smiling alluringly. Super delicious. Oh, just put it down. TangXiaomi returned her attention to washing dishes, completely ignoring him. Bai Luoyu's smile stiffened. He gritted his teeth and set the fruit down, squeezing closer to her to grab a bowl. I'll wash the dishes. You eat first, consider my apology. I forgive you. With someone to help. TangXiaomi was pleased and took the bright red fruit to eat. She had thought it would be sour, but unexpectedly, it was super sweet. She simply sat down to eat. Where did you pick this fruit? It's a bit far. Bai Liu obediently said while washing the dishes. If you like it, I'll dig it up and plant it for you. Clever. TangXiaomi didn't speak, and he understood her plan to try planting it. Wanting more variety in food, so it wouldn't get boring. Just as she was eating, a hand suddenly appeared beside her, and a fruit was stuffed into her mouth. I can eat by myself. TangXiaomi glared at him in annoyance, and promptly ate all the remaining fruits. After filling her stomach and feeling good, she saw Bai Liu standing there with a smile, and suddenly felt uneasy. Why is he still here? Wife, why are you driving me away again? I just became your partner. TangXiaomi almost choked on her saliva, looking him up and down at his shy demeanor, and said with frustration, Bai Liu, have you lost your mind? No. Bai Liu blinked his peach blossom eyes, explaining innocently. Did you not eat the contract fruit just now? When did I eat? TangXiaomi was taken aback. No, wait. He had fed her a tasteless fruit earlier, and she had eaten it without thinking. She grabbed Bai Liu by the collar, squinted her eyes, and said, quickly say you are joking. Otherwise, I will turn you into sour fish. Bai Liu did not resist and looked at her innocently. Anyway, I'm already your partner. You can do whatever you want. TangXiaomi was afraid he was lying to her. Pulled open his clothes to take a look, and there was a red fire cloud on his chest. She frowned and pushed him away. Nonsense. If a male orc has this mark, it means they have a master. I'm not being nonsensical. Bai Liu smiled charmingly. Isn't it good for me to be your beast husband? I could take care of you too. TangXiaomi pushed him away again. Her face even colder. Bai Liu usually acted silly, and she didn't mind, but this time he set a trap and established a partner contract without her consent. Although the contract fruit had no effect on females, and he couldn't break it since he was not yet an adult, she was extremely annoyed by his unilateral decision. This time, she was truly angry. Seeing her gloomy face and not speaking, Bai Liu suddenly felt uncertain, and his smile stiffened even more. Xiaomi, your expression is really scary. TangXiaomi just stared at him, making him smile even more awkwardly. Knowing she was really angry, Bai Liu lowered his head and pitifully asked, is it because I'm not good looking? Not strong enough? Or is it because I was expelled? Why do you want to bond with me? Of course it's because of you, Xiaomi. Bai Liu's peach blossom eyes were filled with flattery. Before he could finish, TangXiaomi sneered and said word by word, don't think that just because I ate the contract fruit, I really became your partner. Don't you think that is childish? Hearing TangXiaomi's words, Bai Liu's smile froze on his handsome face, being stared at by her. He felt as if he had nowhere to hide. Xiaomi. He just opened his mouth when TangXiaomi ignored him. The fish soup was done and smelled delicious. She tasted it, satisfied, and then walked away. Get out of the way. Bai Liu, who was blocking the door, immediately stepped aside, then anxiously tugged at her sleeve. If you can bond with Sange and Lao Wu, why can't I? TangXiaomi stopped, her gaze emotionless. They're not the same as you. Bai Liu wanted to ask what was different, but when he looked into her clear eyes, he suddenly fell silent. We can discuss things, but I really hate being plotted against. TangXiaomi said coldly, doing stupid things is not good for you. I don't want to see you anymore. I was just anxious. Bai Liu lowered his eyes, struggling to explain. He was afraid that speaking his heart would push her further away. Let go. TangXiaomi stared at his hand, and Bai Liu had no choice but to release her, seeing the embarrassed look in her eyes, knowing that his thoughts had been seen through. The usually easygoing her was now full of rejection. It seemed he really made her hate him. Watching TangXiaomi's resolute back, Bai Liu called out, Xiaomi, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. He thought she could accept Sange and Lao Wu, so she could accept him too, but he didn't expect her reaction to be so intense. TangXiaomi turned back to the door handle, seeing his sincerity and advised. Having improper intentions leads to bad results. You should reflect on yourself. After saying that, she walked out. Bai Liu walked into the shadows, touching his lips and face. Did she think his face was simply good-looking? Maybe he was thinking too simply. Her rejection felt like squeezing his heart. Bai Liu pondered the mark on his chest. Was he wrong? If he didn't feed her the contract fruit when she was unprepared, would she have eaten it? He lacked confidence. That's why he used this method. Did that mean he was even qualified to be her partner? She was really hard to figure out. After a moment, Bai Liu smirked. His impure intentions had been exposed, but it seemed nice to really become partners. TangXiaomi suddenly sneezed and cursed in her heart. It must be that little brat cursing me. The little kid still wanted to play tricks, but she saw right through his false pretenses. After delivering the fish soup to Bai Yu Hawk, and knowing that Bai Yunbao was unconscious and couldn't eat, TangXiaomi brought it to Bai Leishi. When she entered, he was startled, and his foot jerked, awkwardly turning his head. TangXiaomi knew he was annoyed, but still squatted down. Sister Bai, lie down, I'm here. Can you eat by yourself? Bai Leishi nodded and reached out, but his hand couldn't move at all. Only lifting a little, TangXiaomi sighed. I'll feed you then. If it's a bother, just bear with it. Bai Leishi held a stiff face and said nothing, trying hard to hold back from turning red. TangXiaomi was too close. He would definitely be found out. Come on, open your mouth. Seeing his silent agreement, TangXiaomi started to feed him soup, and Bai Leishi cooperated very well. The fish soup was quickly finished. The light fish soup left a fragrant aftertaste, and Bai Leishi secretly looked at her, but saw her reaching out to wipe the corner of his lips with a coarse cloth. Suddenly, Bai Leishi's mind went blank, and his face uncontrollably turned hot. He quickly turned his head to hide, fearing she would see his embarrassment. TangXiaomi only saw him turn aside. His brown hair scattered. Thinking he found her annoying, she said a few words and left. She recalled the times when she was crazy and foolish, chasing after Bai Leishi and beating him. Bai Leishi had taken a lot of hits while protecting Bai Yunbao, and she had even hit him on the head with a stone, leaving him covered in blood. Back then, he was weak but showed a fierce side. If it weren't for the females rushing over, now he had lost half his life because of her, and she owed him even more. Looking back at Bai Leishi, TangXiaomi went into the room to tidy up. It was getting dark. Not long after, a beastman came to report. Xiaohanch will be back later. No need to wait. TangXiaomi's mouth twitched. This snake really knows how to save face for himself. She had to think of a way to deal with Xiaohanch. As soon as the reporting beastman left, Shi Ji brought a few beastmen to the door, but was stopped by Xiaohanch's guards. Get out of the way. I'm here to catch someone. What is going on? TangXiaomi slowly walked out, smiling as she welcomed Shi Ji. You still have the face to ask. Your poisonous bamboo leaf snake is about to die. Shi Ji was about to rush over, but was stopped and said ominously, Don't think you can hide because of Bai Yu Hawk. I want to take you back to Wanshou City to meet the matriarch. She had just clarified things with Xiangshan, and if Xiaohanch wanted to hide, there was no way. TangXiaomi calmly assessed Shi Ji, tall and curvy, more attractive than other females. She should be very sought after. Seeing Shi Ji, she smiled even brighter. At this moment, Rong Conke ran over. Panting, it's all TangXiaomi's fault. Don't touch Bai Yu Hawk. Shi Ji frowned. She forgot that Rong Conke was protecting Bai Yu Hawk, making things more troublesome. But Xiaohanch had eyes for Bai Yu Hawk. Dealing with TangXiaomi would be useless. Sister Ji, don't be angry, let me explain. TangXiaomi smiled as she walked towards Shi Ji, and the guards became anxious. If she got into trouble, they would be punished. As they tried to stop her, TangXiaomi ducked and slipped past them. Shi Ji looked down at her disdainfully. The facts are clear. What else can you say? Besides Xiangshan's words, do you have any other evidence? Shi Ji clenched her fists and bit her lip, glaring at TangXiaomi. There must be a way to prove it. TangXiaomi smiled nonchalantly, suddenly linking her arm with hers, leaving Shi Ji completely stunned. What was she trying to do? TangXiaomi pulled her aside. Why make a big deal out of this? The leader isn't pursuing it, and you insist on holding on? Isn't that going against the leader? It's not worth it. Are you threatening me? Shi Ji shook off her hand. TangXiaomi handed over a powder. This is the antidote for the bamboo leaf snake. Shi Ji squinted and didn't take it. TangXiaomi continued. Sister Bai didn't contact the barbarian beasts. She was affected by Xiang Kaifeng's lust-inducing fruit. You should understand this, right? Shi Ji's eyes lit up. Of course. It's what makes male orcs go into heat. She stopped halfway. How did she not think of this good thing? TangXiaomi pretended not to see, continuing to chatter. Xiang Kaifeng is really sinister. Grinding the lust-inducing fruit into powder and mixing it with water. Who can defend against that? Luckily, she didn't add purple stinky grass. Otherwise, even with self-discipline, one would lose their mind. Shi Ji remembered this, snatched the antidote. If you don't use it, you're finished. She snorted coldly and left. Rong Conke breathed a sigh of relief. What did you say to Shi Ji? TangXiaomi curled her finger. Waiting for him to lean closer, but pretended to be mysterious, the master said, Don't speak. TangXiaomi. Rong Conke was furious. He was played again. Two people were struggling when a cold voice suddenly came from the darkness. What are you doing? Xiaohanshi stepped out, and Rong Conke immediately trembled. In nothing. But the look in Xiaohansh's eyes made it seem like he really had something going on with TangXiaomi. TangXiaomi glanced at him lightly. Didn't you say you'd come back late? Just as Rong Conke was about to explain, his arm was suddenly grabbed by TangXiaomi. Her hand was small and soft, causing Rong Kongke to go into a daze, forgetting to push her away. By the time he reacted, he saw Xiao Hanshi staring at his arm with a look that seemed like he wanted to cut him. Rong Kongke felt a chill from head to toe. But TangXiaomi laughed. Wait a moment, leader, I haven't finished talking with Brother Rong. She forcibly pulled him aside. Brother Rong? Rong Kong's hair stood on end, and when he came back to his senses, he realized he hadn't resisted at all. TangXiaomi, what do you want to do? Rong Kong's face darkened, the thought of strangling her flaring up like fire. I'm unlucky, so I have to drag someone down with me. TangXiaomi looked at him innocently and said in a soft voice, It's too lonely alone, Brother Rong. We're in the same boat now. We need to look out for each other in the future. You. Rong Kongke gritted his teeth and unable to endure any longer. He reached out to strangle TangXiaomi, but she grabbed his hand first. Then let's consider this a handshake to make peace. With her small hand holding his, Rong Kongke froze for 2 seconds before quickly retracting his hand, his face alternating between green and black. Females can't just touch males' hands. Don't do this in the future. TangXiaomi caught a glimpse of a shadow approaching and smiled sweetly. Okay, under the moonlight, her dark eyes sparkled like stars. Rong Kongke was puzzled. She clearly looked ugly. So why were her eyes so bright? Her face seemed to have improved too. Before he could see clearly, TangXiaomi suddenly vanished, replaced by the cold and menacing Xiao Hanshi. Xiao Hanchi's gaze was sharp and fierce, making Rong Kong's scalp tingle. Listen to me. I can explain. No need to explain, Xiao Hanshi said coldly, causing all the words in Rong Kong's mouth to choke. Then, Xiao Hanshi coiled his tail around TangXiaomi, pulling her into his arms, his face dark as he warned. If you don't want to mate with me right now, then don't try to provoke me. Xiao Hanchi's tail was constricting tightly, making it hard for TangXiaomi to breathe, feeling like she was going to be choked to death. Pleading with him was useless. She could only frown and glare at him. Her little trick was seen through, and this was his counterattack. Rong Kongke laughed gloatingly. Xiao Han, you're really smart. You know TangXiaomi set me up. Seeing her in a difficult position, he felt elated. But Xiao Hanchi's expression didn't soften. Still glaring. I've heard she liked you a lot before. These words were light, yet Rong Kongke felt frozen. Who blabbed? In the past, TangXiaomi had a problem with her head, always saying she liked him and wanted to be his mate. He only considered her as someone to command. Rong Kongke wanted to explain, but was afraid of exposing himself. Before he could think it through, Xiao Hanchi's cold voice came. You've already missed your chance. There's no opportunity left. Stay away from her in the future, otherwise I will take you up on the challenge. Rong Kongke thought. Challenge you for TangXiaomi? I'm not blind. He quickly said, don't worry. I don't even fancy her. Xiao Hanshi narrowed his eyes and scrutinized him, making Rong Kongke feel like he couldn't hold on any longer before he withdrew his gaze. Rong Kongke wanted to catch up, but he heard Xiao Hanshi order his subordinates. No males are allowed to approach here, especially Rong Kongke. Especially me? Rong Kong's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly called out, I want to chase you in. How can I pursue if you don't want to get close? He hadn't chased for a few steps before he was stopped, and Xiao Hanshi carried TangXiaomi into the house, slamming the door loudly. Rong Kongke stared at the door, wanting to roar. Xiao Hanshi is blind and wants TangXiaomi. Just take her away. Why leave her here and not let me get close? TangXiaomi is definitely his nemesis. What if Xiao Hanshi's eyesight gets better and he takes a liking to Yuing? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Even though he was blocked, he wandered nearby, wanting to respond to the situation at the first moment. Outside the house, Rong Kongke and the guards stared at each other. Inside the house, TangXiaomi and Xiao Hanshi were silently staring at each other. The two locked eyes until the air felt frozen. And Xiao Hanshi spoke first. Don't think about having Rong Kongke be your mate. I won't agree. TangXiaomi mocked inwardly. Are you acting like a father? But she smiled on her face. Then leader, what kind of male would you agree to? After all, males monopolizing females is not allowed in the tribe. It would reduce the population and hinder the tribe's growth. If he, as the leader, dared to lead the way, it would give people a reason to attack. A leader must be strong and earn the respect of others. Otherwise, they could be replaced in an instant. TangXiaomi had already calculated. Xiao Hanshi was ambitious and would never give up his position as leader, nor would he relent. Seeing Xiao Hanshi's dark face and his silence, TangXiaomi advised, in this world, you have to follow the rules. Even as a leader, you can't change that. Insisting on changing it will only harm yourself. Find a female willing to give up the whole forest for you. One with mutual feelings. That's happiness. As she spoke, she observed him, and sure enough, his expression worsened, proving she was right. No matter how arrogant, he couldn't break the rules. The leader was so smart. He must understand. TangXiaomi wanted to break free from his grip, but Xiao Hanshi tightened it even more. I will agree. What? TangXiaomi was stunned. She had clearly expected him to refuse, so why did it turn around? Unless he is my brother, otherwise he has to win against me. Xiao Hanshi added, and the corner of TangXiaomi's mouth twitched. First, he had no brothers. Second, no one in the tribe could win against him. Third, it meant she still couldn't have other partners. She wasn't a snake queen, and there were no males wanting her, let alone challenging Xiao Hanshi for her. She imagined herself following him around, relying on others. Absolutely not this life. Initially, she thought he would listen to reason and remind the snake queen to stir up trouble, but now there was no need. She wouldn't wade into muddy waters. The orc who conveyed the message said, "The snake queen has looked for you." Xiao Hanshi suddenly brought this up, and TangXiaomi's heart raced. Can he read minds? Just as she thought about the snake queen, it was mentioned. She suppressed her guilty conscience and calmly replied, "You haven't managed your own female well, and you still have a nerve to say that?" Xiao Hanshi suddenly smiled wickedly, looking her up and down before letting go, pressing down on her shoulder and leaning down, breathing hot air by her ear. Who said I haven't managed? Otherwise, why would I hurry back? The warm breath brushed against her ears and neck, making TangXiaomi shrink her neck in itchiness. Why can't we just talk nicely? Why does he have to get so close? No. The key is, he knew the snake queen would stir up trouble, which is why he hurried back. But the next second, Xiao Hanshi's smile froze, and he coughed as he stepped back. What smell do you have on you? What smell? Leader, you must have smelled wrong. TangXiaomi laughed it off. Xiao Hanshi's face turned completely dark as he approached her, speaking each word clearly. I told you, don't try to provoke me, otherwise. He tightened his grip on her shoulder, a flash of hostility in his deep black eyes. No matter how much you don't want me to get close, you can't refuse. Leader, you're overthinking. Before TangXiaomi could finish her sentence, Xiao Hanshi coiled his tail around her and dragged her out of the house toward the dark forest. Bai Yueying heard the commotion and opened the door, only to find that the two had long disappeared. He felt anxious. He should have realized it was dangerous for her to be alone with Xiao Hanshi. He glanced at the rooms of Lao San and Lao Wu, but still chased after them. In the forest, the trees were dense enough to block the moonlight, and TangXiaomi couldn't see the path, only feeling that Xiao Hanshi's snake form was incredibly fast. Who would believe she was being dragged through the forest by his tail? Where are you taking me? She hated the darkness. Xiao Hanshi didn't answer until they stopped by a small stream, carelessly tossing her into the water. Splash! TangXiaomi immediately flailed. This bastard, throwing her into the icy water at night. Is he out of his mind? The water was shallow, and if she flailed too much, she really could drown. On the shore, Xiao Hanshi spoke, and TangXiaomi realized her feet could touch the bottom, and the water only reached her chest. So all that water she drank was for nothing? She wiped her face and glared angrily at the high and mighty Xiao Hanshi on the shore. In the dark, she couldn't see his expression, only feeling the darkness gathering behind her. Xiao Hanshi, what are you crazy about? Is this how you treat a female? In a lawful society, you'd be a scoundrel. Xiao Hanshi in the shadows remained still, and after a long time, he spoke in a low voice. If you intentionally spread that smell I hate again, I will personally help you wash it clean. TangXiaomi gritted her teeth. She applied snake-repelling powder to make him stay away, but unexpectedly, he just tossed her into the water. The coldness permeated through her body, and TangXiaomi remained silent. In the darkness, the voice of Xiao Hanshi echoed. Once I help you, I won't stop. His voice was cold and hoarse, as if something was trying to break free. The words sounded almost tangible, drilling into her body, making her hair stand on end, and she even had the illusion that he was speaking in her ear. TangXiaomi stared at the shadow on the shore, biting her teeth in frustration. There was no one to help her in this desolate place, and she had no doubt that Xiao Hanshi would do whatever he wanted. In fact, he had a certain allure, but she absolutely hated being forced. She curled her lips and leaned closer to the riverbank, playfully beckoning him with her finger. Xiao Hanshi's eyes darkened as he leaned down. Are you ready? TangXiaomi thought to herself. Is that all that's on his mind? She stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around his neck, looked into his deep eyes, and whispered temptingly near his lips. Is this how you pursue me? I know just how cold this dream is. Sensing the faint scent of herbs from her mouth, Xiao Hanshi's black eyes narrowed, focusing solely on her pink lips. Having tasted that delightful flavor, the memory was engraved in his bones. Under the temptation, Xiao Hanshi felt his blood rush. wanting nothing more than to devour and possess this unaware little female before him. "You asked for this," he rasped, struggling to contain his desire, leaning in to kiss that tempting little mouth. Watch closely. Just as their lips were about to touch, TangXiaomi, who was holding onto his neck, suddenly disappeared, diving underwater. When she resurfaced, she spat out a mouthful of water like a little frog. Seeing Xiao Hanqi's frustrated expression, TangXiaomi raised the corners of her lips. If he didn't let her off easy, he shouldn't expect to enjoy himself either. "You think you can hide from me like this?" Xiao Hanqi's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You'd better come over otherwise. Don't come near, or I'll scream for help." TangXiaomi interrupted directly. Xiao Hanqi frowned in confusion, noticing her eyes glinting mischievously like a swimming fish, and simply jumped into the water. The stream was refreshingly cool, but upon getting closer, he realized her bright eyes were overshadowed by her trembling little shoulders. "Come here." TangXiaomi ignored him and provocatively stared at him. Xiao Hanqi's eyes darkened, and he directly used his tail to wrap around her. Without waiting for him to speak, TangXiaomi shouted for help at the top of her lungs. Her eyes showed no fear, but she shouted with all her might. Soon, there was movement in the forest, and TangXiaomi's eyes lit up. She had guessed correctly. She even raised the stakes and shouted for help again. "Someone's dying." The first to arrive were Xiao Hanqi's two subordinates. Seeing the wild and disheveled TangXiaomi, they all expressed their disdain. How could such a terrible female exist? With her messy hair and ugly face? Just looking at her made them feel sick. They thought to themselves, the chief must want to strangle her. They were just ordered to come. "Chief, what are your orders?" The two of them eagerly stared at Xiao Hanqi, who coldly said to continue. But when they tried to ask again, they were intimidated by his fierce glare and quickly shut up and stepped aside. TangXiaomi felt disappointed. These two had no backbone, afraid to speak up. Seeing her secretly grinding her teeth, Xiao Hanqi's cold lips curled slightly. He pulled her in front of him and reached out to touch her face. "You can't escape," just as his fingers were about to touch her. TangXiaomi suddenly bit down hard. She had been waiting for this moment. Tasting the metallic flavor of blood, TangXiaomi finally released her bite. A cold smile on her blood-stained lips. "Who said I wanted to escape? While no one is here, the chief can still make his move." After saying that, she leisurely looked at him. She was ready to see who would have a last laugh. Sensing her disdain, the curve of Xiao Hanqi's lips grew colder. This was the most direct confrontation they had had in days, and it felt exhilarating. Xiao Hanqi didn't disappoint her and directly tightened his grip around her neck. "Is this how you want to die?" Xiao Hanqi spoke with a dark expression. Her neck was slender and soft, and he could easily snap it with just a bit of force. TangXiaomi looked coldly at Xiao Hanqi without speaking. How could she speak when her neck was being squeezed? "Chief, you can't kill TangXiaomi." The beastmen from Guanshan village panicked, and the village chief shouted from the shore. "She is a female who can grow food. Please show mercy." With a splash, TangXiaomi turned her gaze. Bai Yuing was wading through the water towards them. What happened next was intense. The dark clouds drifted away, revealing the full moon, and the moonlight sparkled on the water surface, illuminating Bai Ying's handsome face, making him look even more serene and elegant. TangXiaomi was mesmerized, feeling like he was walking on clouds, the scene breathtaking. Her heart pounded wildly. She had always longed for someone like a deity to protect her with warm hands. At this moment, she couldn't take her eyes off him. "Let go." Bai Ying reached Xiao Hanqi and coldly looked at him. "If you don't let go, she will die. Do you really want her to die?" Xiao Hanqi's gaze towards Bai Ying became sharper, but when it landed on TangXiaomi's face, it paused. Her face was pale, her breath weak, as if she was about to disappear from his hands. He realized that Bai Ying's arrival had inadvertently made him tighten his grip. Releasing his hand and cradling her in his arms, Xiao Hanqi wanted to take her ashore. But Bai Ying extended his hand. "Give her to me. I will take her back." Xiao Hanqi's face darkened, adamantly refusing to hand her over. But Bai Ying didn't back down, stepping closer. "Your body is too cold. Taking her back will only make her feel worse." Xiao Hanqi lowered his gaze to see TangXiaomi trembling in his arms. She was curled up, fragile, as if she might shatter. Just moments ago, she had been vibrant and dazzling, but now she looked like she was wilting. He couldn't provide warmth. She could truly die. The very thought of death made Xiao Hanqi's heart stop. She could never die. With a dark expression, he handed TangXiaomi to Bai Ying. "If anything happens to her, I won't spare you." Bai Ying held her tightly, looking coldly at him. "We all know TangXiaomi's value. You are the one who needs to explain." After saying that, he turned and left. The onlooking beastmen didn't dare to speak. Everyone could see the chief was angry and feared being implicated. When Bai Yuing reached the shore, Shi Ji also arrived, and upon seeing him, she gritted her teeth. It's him again. Just as she was about to speak, Bai Yuing didn't even glance at her and walked straight past. Shi Ji's anger surged. Bai Yuing, stop. She chased after him, blocking his way. Eyeing TangXiaomi with disdain, put her down. I have something to say to you. After being blocked, Bai Yuing finally looked at Shi Ji. His tone flat. Step aside. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? Shi Ji was enraged and ordered the beastmen beside her. Arrest them. Shi Ji shouted for the beastmen to take action, but they remained still, looking awkwardly at Xiao Hanshi. Shi Ji exploded. How dare they not listen to her? Just as she was about to take action, a cold voice came from behind. Shi Ji. She turned around to see Xiao Hanshi's face as dark as coal, his eyes warning her. Let them go. But Shi Ji was unwilling. Yet she didn't dare to confront him head-on. She didn't understand the situation, but both of them were drenched. Clearly something had happened. Asking would be pointless. She could only soften her tone. Chief, you haven't recovered. Let me help you change your bandages? She stared at his waist, itching to touch it. She liked this special waist. Other males were just rough and clumsy. No need. Xiao Hanshi replied, curtly, disappearing into the woods. The beastmen from Guanshan village dispersed, and Rong Kongke rushed over to inquire, only to learn the situation. Had she known, she wouldn't have gone to relieve herself. TangXiaomi was shivering from the cold, feeling as if her blood had turned to ice. Bai Yuing held her, and she immediately burrowed into his arms, craving that warmth. Once she regained consciousness, TangXiaomi first saw Bai Yuing's jaw. He was so thin. His lines were very pronounced. Unable to help herself, she thought, would he look even better if he were a bit chubbier? She squinted her eyes and asked, Sister Bai, how should I thank you? No need. Bai Yuing's voice was stiff. She couldn't get into trouble for the sake of the third and fifth. TangXiaomi, my. Having guessed the answer, scenting the bamboo fragrance on him and hearing his heartbeat, she seriously looked up. This is a small matter for Sister Bai. But it's not for me. Bai Yuing lowered his gaze, meeting her sparkling eyes, and quickly looked away. After everything that happened, her eyes still shone so brightly. Don't take it to heart, Bai Yuing said, staring ahead. TangXiaomi perked up, sneakily glancing at him, deliberately pointing to his heart. What if it's already in your heart? Watch closely. Bai Yuing's expression instantly stiffened, his muscles tensed tightly, and his cheeks flushed a dark red. TangXiaomi laughed. So he was hiding it so deeply. Knowing when to stop, she pointed to her own heart. Wrong point. I remember your kindness. Bai Yuing didn't understand, pursed her lips and didn't speak, but quickened her pace when she had just pressed her hand against her chest. His heart almost stopped. He wanted to put her down and hide away. After walking for a while in the dark forest, Rong Kongke caught up. Upon seeing Bai Yuing holding TangXiaomi, his face instantly lit up. Yuing, why are you holding her? Don't tire yourself out. He felt heartbroken. But Bai Yuing completely ignored him, not even giving him a glance. This indifference made Rong Kongke dislike TangXiaomi even more, and his tone dropped from the clouds of hell. TangXiaomi, get down. You look fine. Why should Yuing carry you? Seeing her comfortably leaning against Bai Yuing, Rong Kongke's teeth itched, wanted to pull her down and toss her far away. Rong Kongke's gaze shot towards her like a knife, but TangXiaomi just smiled. You're not me. How do you know if I'm good or not? I don't care. You must get down. Why should Yuing carry you? What does it have to do with you? TangXiaomi retorted with a smirk. Rong Kongke was completely enraged and blocked Bai Yuing. Yuing, look. She's just being lazy. Don't waste your energy. Let her down. Bai Yuing stopped, lowering his gaze to the weak TangXiaomi in his arms. TangXiaomi felt a bit weak. Actually, she could walk. She just feared the cold and was reluctant to leave the warmth, afraid that Bai Yuing would really put her down, and was just about to pretend to be pitiful. Pay attention, before she could gather her emotions. Bai Yuing coldly said to Rong Kongke, it really doesn't concern you. Please let go. What? Rong Kongke was stunned, thinking he heard wrong. TangXiaomi was also surprised and delighted, knowing he was doing it on purpose, but didn't dare to be too smug. Just as you heard, Bai Yuing said, bypassing Rong Kongke and walking away. Rong Kongke chased after him, feeling utterly dejected, and asked the question he dared not ask. Do you hate me? Yes. Bai Yuing answered calmly. Rong Kongke froze in place. He thought he would hesitate, but he didn't think twice. TangXiaomi felt a bit sympathetic towards him. Bai Yuing was so cold, and it wasn't like he was a true female. This question was a death sentence. Kongke, you should go back. Some things can't be changed, and entangling will only make it worse. Why do you have to laugh at me? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't. Roan Kong K was furious, convinced it was her fault for causing trouble. He suddenly ignited hope. It must be because TangXiaomi was around. TangXiaomi ignored his anger, looking up at Bai Yuing. It didn't matter before, but it might in the future because I want to. Afraid Roan Kong K would hear. She leaned closer to Bai Ying's ear and whispered, I want to pursue you. What did you say? A look of surprise flashed in Bai Ying's eyes, and his calm gaze rippled. Her voice was too soft. Did he hear it wrong? TangXiaomi's ears turned red. She looked at him seriously and said, Yes. It's a decision I just made. You. Bai Ying gazed into her clear eyes. His heart raced, and he turned away to avoid her gaze. Don't make such jokes. TangXiaomi frowned. Didn't she look serious? So, she put away her smile, coughed lightly, and planned to formally inform Bai Ying of her decision. But Bai Ying's expression was extremely poor. Before TangXiaomi could speak, he said with a stern face, Everything ends here. Don't say such things again. After saying that, he put her down and turned to leave, not leaving any room for consideration. TangXiaomi watched his back and smiled helplessly. No wonder she sympathized with Roan Kong K earlier. Her own treatment wasn't any better. Once Bai Ying's figure disappeared, Roan Kong K charged over aggressively, questioning, What did you say to Ying to make him so angry? I've never seen him like this. TangXiaomi's eyes instantly lit up. Never seen before? She hadn't either, and she noticed Bai Ying walked away quickly and urgently. Didn't this mean something? She smiled slyly, turning to Roan Kong K sweetly. Kong K, I really have to thank you this time. Thank me? Roan Kong K was stunned, frowning. Are you mocking me? I am sincere. The sun and moon can witness it. TangXiaomi seriously explained. You think this will make me let you off? Roan Kong K glared at her angrily, his clenched fist cracking. If it weren't for males not being able to hit females, he would have acted long ago. TangXiaomi was his most disliked female. Otherwise, even if you hit me, it won't do you any good. Brother Roan, haven't you learned your lesson? TangXiaomi smiled, but her eyes were sharp. Roan Kong K had wanted to hit her more than once, but each time it didn't work. She wasn't foolish enough to take a beating. TangXiaomi, do you dare? What do I have to be afraid of? You know what kind of person I am. In the darkness, TangXiaomi smiled, showing her white teeth. I've given all the advice I can. If you remain stubborn, you'll only get hurt more. Shut up. Roan Kong K gritted his teeth, staring at her, his chest heaving violently, his mind filled with thoughts of strangling her. Yet he dared not act. TangXiaomi was the precious female of Guanshan village, and also the one that Xiao Han she had his eyes on. More importantly, she was poisonous. Before, when he grabbed her arm, he got a rash that itched so badly he couldn't sleep. When she patted his shoulder, it swelled and hurt for days. With things like this happening, who would dare to touch her? Probably only Xiao Han Shi. And also, don't cling to Bai Jie in the future. Don't have any crooked ideas about him. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Seeing Roan Kong K's face change repeatedly, TangXiaomi added, What? I didn't care before, but now it's different. Roan Kong K was even more confused, disdainfully saying, You better take care of yourself. If you have a bit of sense, hurry and agree to Xiao Han Shi. Go to the city of 10,000 beasts. TangXiaomi silently laughed. Roan Kong K was too naive and dreamlike. She wouldn't leave, and she definitely wouldn't be Xiao Han Shi's partner. A breeze blew, and the coolness of the past was now only cold. TangXiaomi wanted to hurry back. Just as she turned around, she heard Roan Kong K shout, Stop. Who let you go? TangXiaomi helplessly stopped, turned to look at him. Give me a little time, I'll sort everything out. Your brain is abnormal, and yet you're so arrogant. What could such a little female have to say such things? Roan Kong K looked at TangXiaomi as if he were hearing a joke, sizing her up, mockingly laughing. She could sort everything out? How could she say such a thing? TangXiaomi didn't react, having long been used to his behavior. Laugh if you want. But I advise you to be prepared for the worst, so you don't get overwhelmed by the shock. You. Roan Kong K was so angry he wanted to grab her, but in the blink of an eye, TangXiaomi disappeared into the darkness. Damn it. He punched a tree, his hand aching and sweating coldly, cursing TangXiaomi in his heart. The road in the forest was hard to walk, and TangXiaomi wanted to get back quickly, tripped several times. Feeling cold and painful, she deeply regretted confessing to Bai Ying. Originally, she could have been carried back, but now Bai Ying would definitely avoid her. Impulsiveness is a devil. She slowly moved to a spot, weakly knocked on the door, then slumped to the ground. Feeling drained, alternating between cold and hot, her mind like mush. After waiting a long time, The door opened. She looked up to see Bai Yuing, grinning foolishly. I thought you were ignoring me. The door wasn't locked, so she entered herself. Bai Yuing said flatly. He had heard her footsteps early on, but didn't expect her to sit on the ground. He waited for TangXiaomi to get up by herself, but she leaned against the door frame and directly closed her eyes. Her clothes and hair were still wet. Sitting here would definitely make her sick, but his rationality kept him at a distance. Yet his body wouldn't listen. He glanced at TangXiaomi's flushed cheeks, squatted down to touch her, and her temperature was shockingly high. You're sick. Let me help you in. Just as he grabbed her arm, she held on to him tightly. I don't want your help. Bai Yuing withdrew his hand. She was just testing. Being rejected meant drawing a line. She used to do everything for Rong Kong K, but now she wouldn't even look at him, let alone herself. But what about Lao San and Lao Wu? He couldn't understand why she confessed, nor would he take it seriously. But if Lao Wu heard, just as he was thinking of leaving, his hand was suddenly grabbed by a hot little hand, and he was filled with tension. Wasn't she the one who said she didn't want help? Bai Yuing looked at TangXiaomi, and she suddenly smiled at him. Bright and silly. Seeing her not speak, Bai Yuing opened his mouth. You said you didn't want my help. That's because I want you to hold me. TangXiaomi blinked innocently. Bai Ying's face stiffened, his phoenix eyes dodging. I'll help you inside. Otherwise, do you want to sit here forever? Oh, then I'll just sit here. After saying that, TangXiaomi closed her heavy eyelids. Bai Yuing did not expect her to react this way, and he was momentarily stunned, the coldness on his face cracking. He looked at the weak TangXiaomi who wanted to leave. But seeing the rooms of Lao San and Lao Wu, he turned back without hesitation, picked her up, and headed toward her room. When he was about to put her down, he noticed TangXiaomi staring at him intently, and Bai Yuing quickly explained, Don't get me wrong, I'm doing this for Lao San and Lao Wu. You promised to save them. TangXiaomi's mind was in a daze, and she blinked slowly, saying blankly, Your eyes are really beautiful. Bai Yuing frowned. Was she talking nonsense? You need to change your clothes first. Otherwise, you'll get sicker. But TangXiaomi just shook her head foolishly, smiling and saying, Why don't you help me? You. Bai Yuing was even more confused. Was she awake or not? Her gaze was like the way she looked at Rong Kong K before. His chest felt heavy, and his expression darkened completely. Whether you change or not is up to you. I can't help you. Oh, Bai sister, why did you suddenly become fierce? TangXiaomi murmured softly, starting to take off her clothes. Bai Yuing was still pondering about her fierceness when he saw her tugging at the collar. And with a little more force, she was about to expose herself. His pupils contracted, and he awkwardly turned his head, hurriedly getting up and running out the door. Back in his room, Bai Yuing couldn't calm down either, his mind filled with TangXiaomi's words and the scene from earlier. He thought the darkness could suppress his unease, but now it was getting more chaotic the more he thought. Suddenly, with a bang, the door was broken down. Bai Yuing looked up and saw Xiao Han, she's face black as coal. Leader, barging into my room like this isn't good. Is it? Not good? Xiao Han, she sneered, his gaze icy. You brought her back, yet let her get sick like this? He was filled with hostility, stepping closer, looking down at Bai Yuing. If she doesn't get better, even if you're a female, don't expect to know the consequences. Bai Ying's pupils contracted as he stared directly at him. Isn't this what you wanted? TangXiaomi like this? What did you say? Xiao Han, she's eyes narrowed dangerously. But Bai Yuing remained calm, showing no fear. If you hadn't done that, there wouldn't be this beginning. Without the beginning, how could there be this result? Do you dare to blame me? No one dared to confront him like this. Xiao Han, she sized up Bai Yuing, only to realize he truly wasn't afraid. Bai Yuing nodded in response to his gaze. You should have realized that things wouldn't be this bad. Females are more delicate than males, and a little carelessness can lead to death. She won't die. Hearing the word die, Xiao Hanshi's face turned completely cold, like a devil crawling out of hell. His gaze was like a poisonous ice prick. Bai Yuing secretly clenched his fist to withstand his aura. This coldness was too strong. If he didn't hold on, he'd be forced to retreat. Yes, she won't die, as long as there's no next time, Bai Yuing said coldly. Xiao Hanshi raised an eyebrow, and instead of attacking, he turned around. Bai Yuing didn't move, and heard him say at the door, For the sake of your genuine concern for her, I will let go of the fact that you left her behind. Now come with me. Genuine concern for her? A flicker of emotion passed through Bai Ying's eyes. She was the wife of Lao San and Lao Wu. Before the contract was resolved, Bai Yuing just didn't want anything to happen to her. He stood still, and Xiao Hanshi frowned, urging him, hurry up and keep up. Bai Yuing had no choice but to lower his gaze and follow, returning to TangXiaomi's room. where he saw her curled up in the corner shivering. He couldn't help but frown tightly. This little female looked so weak and fragile. My body temperature is too low. I can only let you come over. I must warm her up. Warm her up? Bai Yu Ying's expression changed, and he instantly understood. Xiao Han, she wouldn't let a male touch her, so he could only find the nearest female for help. But thinking about holding her, her words popped into his head. I want to pursue you. He clearly should have forgotten, but he couldn't shake it off. The coldness in his eyes couldn't help but ripple. Sick people need to take medicine. I'll go cook the medicine. Bai Yuing thought of going out, but was blocked by Xiao Han Shi. Tell me how to do it. Don't let her freeze to death. Watching TangXiaomi hugging her arms and shivering, Xiao Han Shi's dark eyes shifted. Holding her himself would only make her colder. She might really lose her life. Feeling anxious and seeing Bai Yuing still standing there, his tone worsened. What are you still standing there for? Don't you want to help? Under Xiao Han Shi's gaze, Bai Yuing had to walk towards TangXiaomi, his palms sweating with nervousness. When he touched her, he found her whole body icy. She was still warm before. Why was she so cold now? If this dragged on, she would really lose her life. He hesitated no longer, bent down, and picked up TangXiaomi. TangXiaomi, wake up. Don't sleep. He kept calling her, fearing she was in a coma, and also because only she understood herbal medicine. TangXiaomi felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar. Hearing the gentle voice, she slowly warmed up, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Bai Yuing looking down at her, his cold eyes hiding worry. She tugged at her dry lips and smiled. Bai sister. I heard you calling me. This voice was so warm, even though her whole body was cold. It felt like being enveloped. If only Xiao Han, she wasn't there. Since you're awake. But I'm still cold. Luckily you came back, or I would have lost my life. Bai Yuing showed a difficult expression and felt TangXiaomi rubbing her cheek against his chest, instantly freezing him in place. His expression cracking. TangXiaomi secretly laughed, leaning weakly against him and saying, Thank you, Bai sister. Once these words came out, Bai Yuing had no way to refuse. This little female in his arms was like a cat, soft and clingy. Clearly she was cold, but Bai Yuing felt a warmth spreading through his limbs. His heart was in turmoil. If it weren't for Xiao Han, she being there, he would have run away long ago. How to get the medicine? Xiao Han, she looked coldly, increasingly irritated, his expression darkening. Bai Yuing steadied himself and leaned down to ask TangXiaomi, but she stuck her head out, intoxicated with laughter, with Bai sister's body temperature. What medicine do I need? Hearing this, both Bai Yuing and Xiao Han, she's expressions changed simultaneously, both looking very unpleasant. But the two were different. Bai Yu Ying's face looked bad, but his ears quietly turned red. Xiao Hanshi's face was truly dark, his whole demeanor gloomy. And the room was filled with a chilling aura ready to explode. You know best. Only medicine can cure illness. Bai Yuing spoke coldly. TangXiaomi pouted, fine. Afraid of provoking him, she decided to stop while she was ahead, turning to Xiao Han Shi and saying, Thank you, leader. I'm fine now. You can go back. She lazily leaned against Bai Yuing, her tone extremely light, seeing her too lazy to pay him any attention. Xiao Han Shi's forehead bulged with veins. This little female didn't regard him at all, suppressing the impulse to grab her. He glared at her ominously. I'll stay here to take care of you. If you don't want to get sicker, don't provoke me. Heh. TangXiaomi chuckled lightly, instead provoking him. I understand that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. A big shot like you, I'm not worthy. Say that again. Xiao Han Shi's anger peaked, his face dark as he walked towards her. TangXiaomi lifted her eyelids. Did you hear clearly? I only have half a life to spare. The other half was taken by you long ago. Xiao Han Shi paused, understanding her thoughts. His dark eyes narrowed, forming a poisonous smile. I want to apologize. If you don't get better, I'll send the two little ones next door on their way first. You. TangXiaomi was furious. This move was too despicable, more difficult to deal with than Rong Kong Ke. At that moment, she felt dizzy and lightheaded, almost fainting from anger. After revealing the herbs, she closed her eyes and pretended to be dead. Threatened by Lao San and Lao Wu, she could only yield. In fact, she was just speaking out of anger. She was exhausted to the point of losing half her life and wanted to irritate him. But unfortunately, he was too good at grasping her weaknesses. After Xiao Han Shi left, TangXiaomi looked at Bai Yuing's poison wound. Before, she only admired his endurance. But now seeing this wound on his white arm, her chest felt stuffy. Was this heartache? She reached out to touch the wound, and Bai Yuing's hand stiffened, moving away to ask, Is it time for the poison injection? TangXiaomi shook her head, pointing her heart. It's heart-wrenching. Bai Yu Ying's expression stiffened again. She looked at the wound again. It must hurt a lot, right? So this is what it feels like to care for someone. Bai Ying glanced at the wound, his expression unchanged. It's fine. You should rest first. I'll let you go once you're warmer. He spoke as if completing a task, staring at the door. His eyes empty. TangXiaomi felt a bit disappointed, but she was so dizzy that she leaned against him and fell asleep. She was used to hugging something while sleeping, and now it was super comfortable, so she slept soundly. Unfortunately, even though she slept comfortably, her physical condition was extremely poor. One moment, she felt as if she were in an icy wilderness, and the next, she felt like she had fallen into a pit of fire. When she woke up again, it was because she was being shaken. TangXiaomi frowned and opened her eyes, only to see a stern face. Features exceptionally handsome. But it was a face that made her grit her teeth in hatred. That's right, it was Xiao Hanshi, and he was shaking her forcefully. You. She barely managed to say a word. Her throat felt like it had been burned by fire. After just a nap, how could she feel like she had gone through a volcano and then down an ice mountain? Drink the medicine. Get better quickly, otherwise. Without giving her a chance to protest, Xiao Hanshi forced a spoonful of medicine into her mouth, and TangXiaomi spat it out. The medicine sprayed right onto his face. Xiao Hanshi's face instantly darkened, his fists cracking ominously. Cough, cough. TangXiaomi clutched Bai Yuhawk's arm, coughing so hard she almost lost her breath. You must drink it. You have to drink it. Xiao Hanshi was about to pull her out of Bai Yuhawk's arms. Bai Yuhawk's pupils constricted. Xiao Hanshi was furious. She couldn't handle it. Acting faster than his brain, when Xiao Hanshi reached out, Bai Yuhawk quickly interjected. Leader, let me feed her. TangXiaomi had finished coughing, her face flushed and tearful, looking at Xiao Hanshi. The leader isn't afraid of the heat, but I am. That medicine is so hot. My throat already hurts. Now, speaking feels like tearing my throat. Xiao Hanshi lowered his gaze at the medicine, afraid she would get sick. He hurriedly shook her awake to feed her. Forget it, I'll drink it myself. TangXiaomi knew he wouldn't take care of her, so she took the medicine herself, blew on it to cool it down, and, after drinking it, she couldn't be bothered to deal with him and close her eyes, falling back into a deep sleep. Xiao Hanshi's face was dark the entire time. Just as he turned to leave, he heard a weak murmur from behind. Hot. He paused, turning back to see TangXiaomi in Bai Yuhawk's arms, restless from the heat. She had just felt alternately cold and hot, but after drinking the medicine, it was like she had fallen into lava, burning so much she wanted to wake up but couldn't, dazedly tugging at her clothes to cool down. Ryup, her clothes tore. Both Bai Yuhawk and Xiao Hanshi were stunned, seeing her with closed eyes still tugging at her clothes, the tear exposing most of her shoulder, her fair skin faintly visible. Bai Yuhawk's breath hitched, his eyes darting away as if he had been electrocuted, his clear gaze filled with panic. But Xiao Hanshi was completely different. His eyes fixated on the tear, unmoving. His intentions were unmistakable. Bai Yuhawk glanced at him, frowning as he grabbed TangXiaomi's hand. Don't move. I'll put you down. He felt TangXiaomi in his arms, clearly sensing her unstable breath. Every time she moved, heat surged onto him. And recalling how she had saved him before, afraid of losing control himself, and also fearing Xiao Hanshi would lose control, he wanted to set her down and go out with Xiao Hanshi. Watch closely. Just as Bai Yuhawk was about to release her, the person in his arms vanished. He saw Xiao Hanshi wrap his tail around TangXiaomi and pull her into his embrace. One glance into Xiao Hanshi's eyes revealed his desire. The reaction of a male beastman was also extremely obvious. Bai Yuhawk panicked. Was he really going to force himself on her now? Staring at Xiao Hanshi, Bai Yuhawk was even more worried. She is sick and weak right now. You can't treat her like this. Xiao Hanshi shot him a cold glare. The more he looked at Bai Yuhawk's concerned expression, the more it annoyed him. You can leave. You're not needed here. Sorry. I want to go out until I'm sure TangXiaomi is safe. Bai Yuhawk stood his ground, meeting his gaze without backing down. If a female comes at this time, she would definitely be in danger, especially since she was so fragile. Xiao Hanshi sneered, brushing past Bai Yuhawk, the back of his hand grazing TangXiaomi's face. A wicked smile curling his lips. I will make her willingly remember who gave her pleasure. I understand now. Bai Yuhawk replied lightly and left, retreating to his room and hiding in the darkness. Finally able to exhale the breath he had been holding in, loosening his clenched fists, Xiao Hanshi was determined. Who could stop him? TangXiaomi, almost evaporating from the heat, immediately clung to anything cool she could find. That coolness felt like water in a desert, and even in her dazed state, she felt like crying, comfortably falling asleep again. When she woke up in the morning, feeling cold, She closed her eyes and groped for the animal skin, but instead felt something cool and smooth. When she opened her eyes, it was a large snake tail. She was shocked, staring wide-eyed, unable to make a sound. Awake? A low, lazy voice came from beside her, and TangXiaomi's body stiffened. Yesterday, it was clearly Bai Yuhawk who held her. How did it turn into Xiao Hanshi? Was it an illusion? She closed her eyes again and opened them. The snake tail was gone. She patted her chest, muttering, "It must be an illusion. It has to be. What is it?" Suddenly, she felt an arm around her waist, and she slowly looked over. This arm was much thicker than Bai Yuhawk's. She couldn't deceive herself. Thinking about having slept with a big snake all night, TangXiaomi felt goosebumps, grabbing his arm to try to break free, but he held her even tighter. "It's still early. Let us sleep a bit more." TangXiaomi was stunned. She thought he would be angry, but instead, he said this. His voice was not as cold as usual, carrying a lazy hoarseness. And it was quite sexy. She was unwilling to admit it in her heart, but her ears softened first, and her whole body went numb. TangXiaomi turned resolutely. "Xiao Hanshi, let go." But what she saw was Xiao Hanshi's cold sleeping face, his eyes still closed. Thinking he was pretending, she waited seriously, but all she could hear was his even breathing. "Hey, wake up. Can you at least let go first?" Xiao Hanshi frowned, showing his displeasure. "No more talking." TangXiaomi's mouth twitched. "Who wants to talk?" His arm was like an iron chain, trapping her tightly. "And at least open your eyes when you speak." She really wanted to slap him to wake him up, but he was not to be trifled with. After some mental preparation, she gently reminded him, "Leader, it's getting late. You should get up and attend to important matters. The other beastmen are still waiting for you." Xiao Hanshi couldn't stand the nagging by his ear. Irritated, he opened his eyes, squinting at the incessantly chattering little female. As soon as he opened his eyes, TangXiaomi immediately shut up, frozen by his gaze. His chilling aura was too overwhelming. It was unbearable up close. She was a bit shocked, but the next second, something even more shocking happened. Xiao Hanshi didn't say a word. He directly bit her lip. A sharp pain came from her lips, and TangXiaomi pushed his face away hard. This was not a kiss. It was clearly a bite. What was a snake learning to do, biting like a dog? She covered her mouth and kicked Xiao Hanshi's thigh, but ended up missing and hitting him in a place she shouldn't have. Only then did she realize that he was already hard. This guy was aroused so early in the morning. Fortunately, that was the most vulnerable part of a male. Xiao Hanshi's face turned pale, and he let go of her, and she quickly tensed up and slipped away, afraid of retaliation. TangXiaomi shouted without looking back. "It was purely an accident. Leader, please don't hold it against me." Not caring about his reaction, she ran away first, but she ran too hastily and bumped into someone as she opened the door. Luckily, Bai Yuhawk reacted quickly, grabbing her shoulder to prevent her from hitting her nose again. Their eyes met, and neither of them spoke. TangXiaomi bit her lip and pulled Bai Yuhawk to a hidden spot. "I need to explain. Last night, I thought it was you. How did I wake up to find it was Xiao Hanshi?" She had been so dizzy yesterday that she didn't know anything, and when she woke up and saw only Xiao Hanshi, she felt quite disappointed. "What explanation do you need? I believe whatever you say." For example, he didn't abandon her, but Bai Yuhawk's gaze remained indifferent, not mentioning that he had been guarding outside. There was no need to say. Facing TangXiaomi's hopeful expression, he replied coolly, "I have nothing to say." TangXiaomi scrutinized him. Seeing no flaws, she let go of his hand. "Forget it. I won't force you." Rubbing her temples to regain some energy, she turned around. "Let us go. Today is the last day. Don't delay." Bai Yuhawk lowered his gaze and followed. This last dose of poison was crucial. If he made even a slight mistake, he would lose his life. TangXiaomi splashed cold water on her face, and noticing Xiao Hanshi was silent, she asked the guarding beast man, only to find out he had gone out. Finally relieved, she walked into Bai Yuhawk's room. Bai Yuhawk sat quietly, and when he saw her come in, he slightly nodded, sorry for the trouble. His eyes and tone were filled with detachment. It was indeed quite troublesome. TangXiaomi sat down, but didn't start immediately, her fingers fiddling with the herbs on the table. After a moment of silence, she propped her chin and smiled lightly at him. "But I'm willing, and I will ensure you get through this safely." Bai Yuhawk raised his eyes to look at her. His gaze paused for a moment, and he replied, "Thank you." "Thank you for what?" "I meant what I said earlier." Bai Ying's gaze darkened as he looked at her for a while before shifting his eyes away. "No matter how serious you are, I won't agree. There's no possibility for us. Is that right?" TangXiaomi paused her actions, raised her eyes to stare at him, and smiled. "Then why don't you look at me while you answer?" Bai Ying lowered his gaze, turned to TangXiaomi, and saw her bright eyes. Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his chest and didn't speak immediately. During this pause, TangXiaomi spoke first. There's no rush. We have time. You're not yet of age, right? A trace of embarrassment flashed across by Yu Ying's cold eyes. No matter how much he tried to remain calm, he couldn't maintain his expression. His situation was special. Without his beast form, he had to pretend to be female. But once exposed, whether pretending to be female or having a special constitution, there would be no good outcome. For his sake, and for Lao San and Lao Wu, he had to make her give up her thoughts. Looking at TangXiaomi's smiling eyes, he lowered his gaze and extended his arm. Can we start now? Eat this first. TangXiaomi brought the herbs to his mouth, but Bai Yuing didn't open his mouth and reached out to take it. She didn't insist on feeding him. When she let go, she deliberately brushed her fingertips against his palm, causing Bai Ying's face to tighten even more. TangXiaomi secretly smiled and immediately entered work mode. The toxin's onset was still extremely painful, even if Bai Ying gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan this time. TangXiaomi remained tense throughout, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Fortunately, he finally got through it, but after it ended, TangXiaomi felt even weaker. A wave of dizziness hit her. You see, aside from not being strong enough, I still have my advantages. She smiled with her bloodless lips, wanting to support Bai Yuing, but her vision suddenly blurred and she blacked out. It seemed that in trying to be nice, she was truly unable to keep up. Bai Yuing didn't expect her to faint. She had just been smiling a second ago, and the next moment, she collapsed. He barely caught her, almost losing his balance himself, using the last of his strength to carry her back to the room. He wanted to leave, but found that she was still holding onto his sleeve in her unconscious state. Her face was haggard after being sick, but her grip on his sleeve was tight, looking even more helpless. Bai Ying's dark pupils dimmed, and he forcefully pulled her hand away. As he turned around, he heard her whimper like a small beast. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, picked up a cloth doll from the corner, dusted it off, and stuffed it into her arms. Seeing TangXiaomi quiet down, he finally stood up, but as he turned around, he saw Xiao Hanshi standing at the door, staring at him. Bai Yuing wasn't surprised. Instead, he walked towards Xiao Hanshi. Xiao Hanshi's eyes narrowed slightly. He clearly saw that Bai Yuing had looked at TangXiaomi differently before. Looks like you're quite good at taking care of females. Bai Yuing walked up to him, and Xiao Han, she spoke first. Bai Yuing sensed danger, and his heart raced as he met his gaze. But on the surface, he remained calm, not showing any sign of tension. Leader, I have something to discuss with you. Can you come over for a moment? Xiao Han, she glared at him, not moving, his gaze fixed on TangXiaomi. She was lively in the morning, but now she looked pitiful. Seeing him ignore him, Bai Yuing spoke again. It's about TangXiaomi. I want to talk to you. Finally, Xiao Han, she looked at him, his face cold as he followed him outside. Once they reached a secluded area, Bai Yuing stopped and turned around, getting straight to the point. I know your goal, and I know you just want time. After Bai Yuing finished speaking, Xiao Han, she finally showed interest, his eyes signaling him to continue. Bai Yuing clenched his fists secretly, raised his eyes, and said, You promise not to harm Lao San and Lao Wu, and I will let them dissolve their contract with TangXiaomi after they come of age and leave Guanshan village. If you're still worried, they can go to Nanhua tribe. You understand the business. Xiao Han, she smiled, looking at him more favorably. All right, I agree. You know what to do from here on out. Yes. Bai Yuing replied coldly, lowering his gaze and closing his mouth. Seeing him humble, Xiao Han, she smiled even wider. Interesting. This female is smart enough. His gaze towards Bai Yuing softened a bit. Damn it. In the distance, Shiji saw the two staring at each other and cursed under her breath. Just one night, and they're already eyeing each other? Did they mate? No way. She bit her lip and made a decision. Running into Rong Kong K, she shouted in a high-pitched voice, Rongge, I saw Bai Yuing with the leader. And the leader's eyes changed when he looked at him. He appreciates him. Impossible. Rong Kong K was stunned. Xiao Han, she wanted TangXiaomi. Shiji pointed to the beastmen beside her. If you don't believe me, ask them. The patrolling ones saw it too. When Rong Kong K asked, it turned out to be true, and he immediately wanted to find Xiao Han Shi. But just as he took a few steps, he was pulled back by Shiji. Don't rush. Come with me. I have something good. What good thing do you have? Rong Kong K didn't believe her. After knowing her for so long, he had only been tricked. Shiji dragged him to the side, whispering. Rong Kong K's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Can this be used on Xiao Han Shi? Just give a little to Bai Yuing, and you can be together. I don't want to. Yuing will be angry. Shiji glared at him. You're too timid. If you keep this up, when will you become partners? When will you have offspring? You'll become the lowest-ranked male. I. Rong Kong K hesitated. Biting his teeth, Shi Ji was right. Without a partner, he would be looked down upon. Seeing him waver, Shi Ji laid out the plan. I'll give you the stuff. Whether you use it or not is up to you. Just help me distract Bai Yuing. She stuffed a small bag of items into his hands, smiled, and left. Rong Kong K swallowed hard, and when he thought of mating, he reacted. He was already at the age and had no females. He hurriedly covered himself and hid to the side, afraid the beastmen would notice he was in heat. His mind was chaotic in the afternoon, and he couldn't make up his mind while holding the items. That night, he was restless, thinking of going to take a look, and finally arrived in front of a small house. From a distance, he saw a busy figure inside, and Rong Kong K smiled foolishly. How could there be such a beautiful female? Even her back was enchanting. What are you still doing here? But upon hearing Xiao Han Shi's hostile voice, Rong Kong K was startled, gasping for air, and under his gaze, he forced a stiff smile. Leader, where are you going? Shi Ji sent a beast man to tell me about some stray barbarian beasts, so I'm going over. Xiao Han, she didn't want to answer. But remembering what TangXiaomi said about him and other females being ambiguous, he simply explained. Upon hearing this, Rong Kong K's smile became even stiffer. Shi Ji really made a move. Oh, he nodded with guilt. Xiao Han, she noticed his strange reaction. But since TangXiaomi was still unconscious, he wanted to hurry back and didn't think much about it. After watching the other leave, Rong Kong K wiped his forehead, drenched in cold sweat, and the items in his palm were also sweaty. Bai Yuing was cooking medicine when he saw Rong Kong K sneak in. His face instantly turned cold. Get out. You can't come in without permission. Yuing, I mean no harm. I just want to say a few words. Rong Kong K was extremely nervous. Once Bai Yuing called, the guarding beastman would come, and he would definitely be kicked out, possibly even blamed. Bai Yuing frowned. I don't want to hear it. What do I have to do for you to accept me? It's impossible. After Bai Yuing finished speaking, he went to open the door, hoping he would leave on his own. Otherwise, he would call the beastmen to drag him out. Rong Kong K's face turned ashen. After so long, he hadn't moved him, but the other party was getting close to Xiao Han Shi. Thinking of Bai Yuing accepting Xiao Han Shi, Rong Kong K clenched his fists in anger, and as Bai Yuing opened the door, he growled, Xiao Han Shi is about to become Shi Ji's partner. Don't fight. You can't compete. Bai Yuing stopped and turned around. What did you say? Facing his cold eyes, Rong Kong K panicked, losing most of his momentum and not daring to make eye contact. But Rong Kong K felt aggrieved. It's understandable that he couldn't compare to Xiao Han Shi, but being rejected was unacceptable. A female could have multiple males, and he could accept being with the other, but Xiao Han, she was unwilling. So no matter who he chose, Xiao Han she wouldn't work competing with him. He had no confidence. Rong Kong K decided to go all out, whispering, it's too late. Xiao Han, she must have mated with Shi Ji. They mated? Bai Yuing looked at him in confusion, feeling something was off. Xiao Han, she wanted to be with Shi Ji early on, so why would he bother with so many things? But if Xiao Han, she really became Shi Ji's beast husband, wouldn't all problems be solved? Thinking of this, Bai Ying's heart raced, nervously asking, what exactly is going on? Clarify. What? What should I say? Rong Kong K's palms were sweaty, still clutching the good things Shi Ji had given him. Stealing a glance at Bai Yuing, he became even more flustered, stammering. He absolutely couldn't let the other party know, or he would definitely be completely rejected. Seeing him hesitating, Bai Yuing frowned. Why did they become partners today? Rong Kong K shook his head in distress, gritting his teeth as he looked at him. The reason can't be said, you just need to know the result. After speaking, Rong Kong K felt conflicted inside and didn't dare to look directly at Bai Yuha. If Bai Yuha got angry or wanted to destroy something, would he stop him or not? After a while, seeing that Bai Yuha didn't say anything, Rong Kong K finally managed to calm his racing heart and looked at him. He thought the other party would be angry, but found that his gaze only darkened slightly, with no other reaction. Rong Kong K mustered up his courage to test the waters. But with a creak, the door opened, and Rong Kong K was startled, swallowing his words. TangXiaomi, still half asleep, walked in and, seeing his frightened expression, raised an eyebrow. It's so late. What are you doing here? Noticing his tense demeanor and that he was hiding something behind him, she smiled and asked, Kong K, what good thing are you hiding to give his sister Bai? Rong Kong's expression changed drastically. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Seeing him break into a cold sweat and hurriedly deny it, TangXiaomi understood immediately. She turned around to close the door, glanced at the indifferent Bai Yuha, and lifted the lid of the pot. Inside was warm lotus porridge. She smiled silently at Bai Yuha. Yong Kongke saw her staring intently at Bai Yuha and gritted his teeth. How can a female look at him like that? To be able to be around Bai Yuha and get food is her fortune for 8 lifetimes. But he had sneaked in, so he could only glare at TangXiaomi and use his body to block her line of sight. With her view blocked, TangXiaomi lowered her head to eat. Only by filling her stomach could she have the strength to deal with this stumbling block. She had been attracted by Yong Kong's looks when she was confused and had clung on, but now she saw that he was just all show. He only knew how to eat, and it wasn't for him. Yong Kongke muttered quietly. How could she have the right to eat such delicious food? If you have a craving, I'll give you a bite, but Sister Bai's cooking isn't something everyone can taste. I don't want it. Yong Kongke stiffened his face and turned his head, afraid someone would see him swallow. TangXiaomi almost laughed out loud, putting down her bowl and chopsticks, suddenly pointing at the door. Hey, someone's coming, who is it? Yong Kongke instinctively turned around to look. The door was clearly closed, and she didn't have x-ray vision. He had been played again. Who is it? TangXiaomi. Yong Kongke opened his mouth in anger, but his arm went numb and the things in his hand were snatched away by TangXiaomi. Seeing her open the small bag given by the snake princess, Yong Kongke panicked. Give it back. TangXiaomi wouldn't listen, and after smelling it, her eyes narrowed. Seeing her expression change, Yong Kongke still held onto a glimmer of hope. It was just some powder. How could she tell what it was just by smelling it? Why did you casually take my stuff? Give it back. He reached out to grab it, but TangXiaomi nimbly dodged and hid behind Bai Yuha. Yong Kongke gritted his teeth in frustration, and fearing hurting Bai Yuha, he couldn't snatch it forcefully and could only glare at her. That's my stuff. What is yours? TangXiaomi interrupted him. Can it be eaten? No. Yong Kongke panicked even more. TangXiaomi, who gave you permission to take my things? If you don't return it, don't blame me for being rude. I can give it back, but you have to explain clearly. Why should I explain clearly to you? Yong Kongke was furious and clenched his fists, really wanting to reach out and break TangXiaomi's neck. But this little female was too cunning, hiding behind Bai Yuha as a shield, and Bai Yuha wouldn't allow it, so he couldn't catch her. TangXiaomi snuh. Her smile suddenly turning sharp. This is what you wanted to give to Sister Bai to eat, so of course I have to ask clearly. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Yong Kong's heart skipped a beat, meeting her eyes and feeling like he had been seen through, stuttering his words. Seeing him flustered, TangXiaomi pressed in closer. You're not moving because you dare not because you have no malicious thoughts. What malicious thoughts? Don't slander me in front of Yuha. Yong Kongke hurriedly defended, claiming he only came to take a look. TangXiaomi smiled as she returned the item to him. Fortunately, you didn't make a move otherwise. Otherwise what? Why do you have a right to threaten me? Yong Kong's face flushed red, unwilling to be seen as a disgraceful beast-man in her eyes. Seeing him stubborn, TangXiaomi stepped forward, tugging at his beast skin to pull it down, smiling as she warned. If you touch what I want, I won't go easy on you. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Yong Kongke wanted to swat her away but suddenly stopped. What did you just say? TangXiaomi smiled without answering. Seizing the moment, he was puzzled and tossed powder at his face. Cough, cough. Yong Kongke stepped back a few paces. Glaring, what did you throw? Ask yourself, darling. What? TangXiaomi pointed at the leaves in his hand. It's the powder inside this. What? Yong Kong's face turned pale. He had inhaled a little bit earlier. You. He wanted to strangle her, but in the blink of an eye, he felt the effects of the drug kicking in, his blood rushing, and his desires overwhelming. Yuha, he pleaded, looking at Bai Yuha, hoping for the other party to save him. TangXiaomi pulled Bai Yuha behind her. Don't even think about it. Just a little bit. No need to mate. Do you know what this is? Yong Kong's eyes widened. TangXiaomi paused, smiling innocently. I don't know. You're lying. You clearly know. He was sure she was doing it on purpose. I advise you to solve it yourself. Don't expect Sister Bai to help. They are both males. There's no way to mate. Yong Kongke bit his lip, holding onto a glimmer of hope. Can you save me this time? Bai Yuha's face darkened. Sorry, I can't. Please leave. Why? What is wrong with me? Yong Kongke shouted in despair. After trying so hard for so long, he just wanted to be his beast husband. He wanted to grasp the last hope, gazing at Bai Yuha, cautiously approaching. Yuha, I'm begging you. Yong Kongke, are you thinking with your lower body? Don't come any closer. Sister Bai will never agree. As Yong Kongke emotionally approached, TangXiaomi stood in front of Bai Yuha like a hen protecting her chicks, saying without looking back, Sister Bai, you should take the opportunity to leave. A riled-up male beast man didn't seem easy to deal with. Bai Yuha lowered his eyes, looking at the little female in front of him, who didn't leave as she had said. When he saw Yong Kongke reaching out his hand, Bai Yuha grabbed TangXiaomi's arm, pulling her aside, instructing her to stay still. TangXiaomi blinked, realizing that Bai Yuha's strength was so great that she was easily lifted like a chick. Yuha. Facing Bai Yuha, Yong Kongke stopped, hanging his head as he continued to plead. Let me be your beast husband. I can do anything for you. What if I don't agree? Bai Yuha's gaze was cold and chilling. Yong Kongke endured the discomfort, but the more he suppressed it, the stronger the desire coursing through his body became. Especially when looking at the female he dreamed of day and night. His blood seemed to boil, and reason was gradually being overwhelmed by desire. You'll agree, right? It was as if a voice was constantly tempting Yong Kongke in his ear. Bai Yuha was right in front of him. He could reach out and grab him. So, Yong Kongke cautiously extended his hand. Yuha. Yong Kongke, try moving your hand. TangXiaomi's eyes darkened, wishing she could chop off Yong Kong's hand at that moment. Chapter 173. Why are you back so soon? However, before TangXiaomi could make a move, she saw Bai Yuha grab Yong Kong's hand and kick him out the door. The door broke, and Yong Kongke fell to the ground in a messy position, lying on his back with a dazed expression on his face. TangXiaomi stared for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but look down at Bai Yuha's foot. His kick was so astonishing that it shattered the door and sent a beastman as big as Yong Kongke flying out. Yet, Bai Yuha's face remained expressionless, as if the chaos around him had nothing to do with him. The beastmen nearby heard the commotion and rushed over. Before they could ask what happened, Bai Yuha spoke. Take him away. Yes. These beastmen came from the Beast City and knew Yong Kong's identity. Not wanting to meddle, they planned to help Yong Kongke up and take him away as Bai Yuha instructed. However, it was inappropriate to intrude into a female's living area, especially since the leader lived there. If the leader returned and saw other male beastmen had entered the space where his female resided, who knows what might happen. Get away. Yong Kongke angrily pushed away the beastmen trying to help him, clutching his head and struggling to stand up. You weren't like this before. Why are you so heartless now? Bai Yuha frowned slightly, not wanting to talk to Yong Kongke. Being heartless was for those he didn't care about, and this was better for everyone. Yong Kongke still didn't know that Bai Yuha wasn't actually a female. In this regard, Yong Kongke could be seen as a victim, and on this point, she felt somewhat sympathetic towards him. But sympathy didn't mean she would allow him to have ulterior motives. Since she had decided to pursue Bai Yuha, she naturally had to protect his well-being. Seeing Yong Kongke gasping and glaring at her, TangXiaomi smiled helplessly. Kongke, some things won't have a good outcome if forced. Don't you understand that by now? TangXiaomi. Yong Kongke spoke each word slowly. Forget it, you'll turn back when you hit the wall. After speaking to Yong Kongke, TangXiaomi looked at the beastmen surrounding him and instructed, find a place with cold water for him to soak in. I won't go. Yong Kongke struggled desperately, refusing to let the other beastmen touch him. To be honest, Yong Kong's frantic appearance was quite frightening, his face flushed and his eyes bloodshot. The potency of that powder was much stronger than she had imagined. Yong Kongke had only inhaled a bit, and he was like this. That meant the Snake Empress must have succeeded by now, right? Thinking about finally being able to get rid of Xiao Han's snake, TangXiaomi happily linked her arm with Bai Yuha's. Sister Bai, let's go inside. Bai Yuha's body stiffened, wanting to pull his arm away, but then he saw Xiao Han's snake open the courtyard door, looking over with a gloomy face. Leader, what should we do? The beastmen were at a loss on how to handle the frantically resisting Kongke, and seeing Xiao Han's snake return was like seeing a savior. However, when they sensed the killing intent approaching, the beastmen were startled and lowered their heads, not daring to meet Xiao Han's snake's gaze. Similarly, Yong Kongke also stopped, feeling the chill emanating from Xiao Han's snake, which cleared his mind significantly. Get lost. No matter what sound you hear, no one is allowed to enter the courtyard. Yes. The beastmen shivered, and a few grabbed Yong Kongke and started to walk out. Why are you back so soon? Glancing at a certain spot where Xiao Han's snake stood, TangXiaomi was instantly filled with fear and wanted to escape. Chapter 174. Completely chilled at this moment, where is the Snake Queen? TangXiaomi, suppressing the urge to run, kept glancing behind Xiao Han's snake body. But no matter how she looked, she couldn't see the Snake Queen's figure. The fact that the Snake Queen didn't come along could only mean one thing. Something must have happened. When her gaze accidentally met Xiao Han's, TangXiaomi felt her heart stop with a thud. This was really bad. If she hadn't been holding on to Bai Yuha's arm, she might have run away at the first opportunity, acting as if she hadn't noticed anything. TangXiaomi forced an official customer service smile on her stiff face and said, Leader, You are indeed extraordinary, wise, and powerful. No one can subdue Roan Conke. With just one look from you, he surrendered. To ease the stormy rage emanating from Xiao Hanshi, TangXiaomi shamelessly praised him from head to toe. However, when she saw that Xiao Hanshi's cold expression showed no sign of changing, she had no choice but to close her mouth, feeling even chillier inside. I have something to attend to, so I'll go busy myself now. After saying this, TangXiaomi released by Yuhawk's arm and walked toward the kitchen with a serious demeanor. You should be very clear about why Roan Conke fears me. Upon hearing Xiao Hanshi's voice, TangXiaomi's back stiffened. Even though Xiao Hanshi didn't approach her, she could sense the aura of danger wrapping around her. Tensing her nerves, TangXiaomi turned to Xiao Hanshi with an innocent smile. I definitely don't know, she said, still smiling and nodding at him. She would never admit it, and seeing that Xiao Hanshi remained still, she continued walking toward the kitchen. As soon as she entered the kitchen, TangXiaomi lost her composure. Putting away all her forced calmness, she quickly climbed onto the countertop to open the kitchen window, and seeing it wasn't too high, she hurriedly prepared to jump down. If she didn't escape now, when would she? The longer she could escape, the better. Maybe Xiao Hanshi would be too preoccupied to come after her. The light outside was dim, and as TangXiaomi jumped down, she suddenly realized the tail was waiting for her. Before her feet even touched the ground, she was swept away into the air. Her heart, which had already cooled significantly, was now completely chilled. Was she being pushed to the Snake Queen so eagerly? Struggling a few times and finding it futile, TangXiaomi could only force a bitter smile and explain, I didn't do anything, really. Xiao Hanshi's lips curled into a sinister smile as he pulled TangXiaomi closer to him, stroking her lips with his finger, making his smile even more terrifying. You didn't do anything, yet you said it. TangXiaomi turned her face away, unable to smile any longer. Before he came here, he must have learned something from the Snake Queen. She had originally hoped to use the Snake Queen to shake off Xiao Hanshi, but now it seemed she had underestimated this man's self-control. If it weren't for some changes, he would have shown any signs of being drugged until now. Coughing to clear her throat, TangXiaomi said seriously to Xiao Hanshi, I want to clarify in advance that this matter has nothing to do with me. How would I know that the Snake Queen would do such a thing to the leader? But it's okay, I have the antidote. Leader, please let me down, and I'll get it for you right away. I guarantee it will work immediately. As she spoke, TangXiaomi patted Xiao Hanshi's tail, signaling him to let her go. However, the tail not only did not release her, but wrapped her even closer, causing her face to press directly against Xiao Hanshi's chest. Pressed against Xiao Hanshi's heated chest. She heard a low, muffled voice from his chest. No need. You are the best antidote. Chapter 175. Will you kill me? What did he say? TangXiaomi's eyes widened in terror. If she still didn't understand what he intended to do at this point, she would truly be a fool. While her hand fumbled in her hidden pocket, TangXiaomi maintained a serious expression and emphasized in a very earnest tone. No, Chief, you heard wrong. I'm here to bring you the antidote. I'm not the antidote. Xiao Hanshi lowered his gaze, staring at the delicate little female in his arms. She looked ignorant, as if she truly didn't know anything. Clever, cunning, feigning innocence, this little female could bite him at any moment or slip away from his fingers. From the moment you wanted me to become the partner of the Snake Queen, you should have anticipated the consequences. She really hadn't thought about the consequences. TangXiaomi's expression stiffened. If she only thought about him and the Snake Queen having already gotten together, would he strangle her? Indeed, thinking too optimistically could lead to a slap in the face. Well, since the chief insists on thinking of me this way, I have no choice. TangXiaomi looked up at the towering man, revealing a pitiful and wronged expression. What are the consequences? Seeing that Xiao Hanshi was only staring down at her in silence. TangXiaomi blinked, will you kill me? Gazing into her clear, innocent yet seductive eyes, Xiao Hanshi squinted, feeling his blood boiling. While this little female seemed utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation, attempting to dismantle his last shred of reason, unable to hold back any longer. He wrapped his arms around TangXiaomi's waist, bending down to bury his head in her neck, savoring her like a delicacy. The neck is an extremely fragile and sensitive area. When Xiao Hanshi's breath hit it, warmth seemed to spread throughout her body, especially when his lips landed there. The tingling sensation triggered an instinctual response in her body, and having never experienced this before, her toes involuntarily curled. Of course, even though the tingling felt good, TangXiaomi bit her lip, reminding herself not to get lost in the moment. As her hand grasped the cold dagger, TangXiaomi's eyes darkened, and she lunged toward Xiao Hanshi's chest. However, just as she thought she was about to strike, Her hand was grasped by a warm hand, and she felt a sharp pain in her neck. She had been bitten by the snake. Unless I die, you won't die. Looking at the small female in front of him, whose pleasant demeanor had faded, with a fierce look in her eyes, Xiao Hanshi licked his lips and swallowed her blood. TangXiaomi angrily covered her wound, wondering if being bitten by the snake would lead to poisoning. She had thought he had let his guard down, controlled by the effects of the drug, but unexpectedly, this guy was so clear-headed, his defenses impenetrable. The dagger clattered to the ground, and TangXiaomi could only glare at Xiao Hanshi, knowing her only weapon left was a murderous gaze. Xiao Hanshi, I give you two choices. Take the antidote or leave here to find another female to mate with. If you dare to force your way into becoming a partner, the first thing I'll do is kill you. The reason females are referred to as wives by their male partners is that it represents their status and power in the household. Once they become partners, the male beastman status is forever beneath the female. Male beastmen would never dare to force themselves on females. Mating is the most direct way to establish a partnership, saving the trouble of a contract. She had thought Xiao Hanshi would be furious at her threat, but instead, he whispered in her ear, "Then let me die." Chapter 176, but what should she do? Hearing this response from Xiao Hanshi, TangXiaomi was astonished, her body completely stiff. After a moment, she thought that he might have some way to nullify the partner contract, which is why he seemed so fearless. But what should she do? Between male and female, it was just that she wouldn't be conservative or shy. As long as it was something she liked, she didn't feel any need to reject it. After all, she had never been exposed to any moral constraints since childhood, and her thoughts were not fixed on a monogamous system. In ancient times, men having multiple wives and concubines was common. Since this was a beast world with such a living environment, polyandry was the most basic survival method. However, she hated being forced because if she didn't like it, she would strongly reject it. I will not agree. Do you think you have a choice? After saying this, Xiao Hanshi coiled around TangXiaomi and pulled her into the house, the feeling of pressure almost driving him crazy. The only rational thought left was to prevent anyone from seeing her body and all her reactions during mating. This was their first mating, and even though he could barely control himself now, he didn't want to leave any regrets. The blood drained completely from TangXiaomi's face. She furiously wanted to pull off Xiao Hanshi's scales. Even if she couldn't do anything to him, at least she could relieve some of her resentment. However, she soon realized that she was overly optimistic. As soon as she reached out, Xiao Hanshi knew what she was trying to do, and his tail wrapped around her again, ensnaring her arms as well, making her a living rice dumpling. With Xiao Hanshi's powerful tail, she had no room to resist. At that moment, TangXiaomi felt deep despair and finally understood why male beastmen always had to protect their partners. Once a struggle occurred, the strength of females was truly no match for male beastmen. Without the protection of a male partner, it was easy to be captured and raised. Stray beastmen often did such things. Since no female was willing to be their partner, they had to steal one, raise her, and breed the next generation. There were even instances where a female gave birth for a stray beastman tribe. Was she really unable to escape today? Despair spread in her heart until she saw the white-feathered eagle standing in front of the house, igniting hope in her eyes. But when she saw the white-feathered eagle standing still, with no ripple of emotion in his eyes, TangXiaomi felt as if a hard stone had lodged in her chest. The hope that had ignited dimmed. If he wanted to save her, he would have done so long ago. His lack of reaction now made her fear that it wasn't that he didn't know what Xiao Hanshi wanted to do to her, but rather, "Sister Bai, you will find a way to save me, right?" Before being taken into the house by Xiao Hanshi, TangXiaomi reached out to the white-feathered eagle as they passed by. Unfortunately, the white-feathered eagle did not respond to her, not even glancing her way. Xiao Hanshi moved quickly, soon familiar with the way to TangXiaomi's room. After putting her down, he eagerly pressed her against the wall, his heated lips landing chaotically and urgently on her face, but not on her lips. Because she was always able to dodge at the last moment, though her body couldn't move, at least her head could. In response to TangXiaomi's resistance, Xiao Hanshi's eyes darkened, and then with a ripping sound, he tore away her dress. TangXiaomi was taken aback, but before she could react, Xiao Hanshi found the opportunity and sealed her lips. Chapter 177. She is still too naive, like a storm suddenly arriving. Xiao Hanshi ravaged her lips and tongue, taking her breath away with a consuming kind of aggression. Urgent and patient. When the long-suppressed desire broke free like a wild beast, all that remained was to tear, bite, and swallow. TangXiaomi struggled desperately, but her efforts barely moved the man whose eyes were already crimson. A terrifying shadow loomed over her. Even in her near-death state on the hospital bed, she had never felt such fear. Facing death multiple times, death had been a form of peace for her, merely a return. What was truly frightening was the uncontrollable force, the helpless struggle, the shattered hope in her heart. Her nails dug into Xiao Han's arm, and TangXiaomi coldly seized the opportunity to bite down hard on his agile, greedy tongue. The metallic taste of blood quickly spread in her mouth, and Xiao Han, stung by the pain, momentarily released her lips. Finally able to breathe in fresh air, TangXiaomi gasped and coldly stared at Xiao Han, thinking that while she couldn't do anything to him now, given the chance in the future, she would not let him off easily for what he did to her today. Good. Xiao Han leaned in, his voice hoarse as he inhaled the faint medicinal scent emanating from her, beginning to nibble on her delicate ear. If it hurts too much, you can bite my shoulder. TangXiaomi bit her lip and said nothing. No matter what she said, he wouldn't stop, right? Why waste her breath? She had seen his body before and knew how terrifying it was, but when he touched her, even with her mental preparation, fear still consumed her. Xiao Han's temples throbbed with veins as he closed in on the trembling little female in his arms, who stubbornly bit her lip and refused to show weakness, trying to calmly complete the mating. However, the reality was far from what he expected. The little female in his arms was too petite. Be obedient, relax. Xiao Han gritted his teeth and made an effort. Knowing there was no escape, TangXiaomi prepared herself to be bitten by the snake. After all, in a situation where she had no options, all she could do was avoid injury. As long as she was alive, she could settle the score later. A gentleman's revenge is not too late, even after 10 years. But she was still too naive. TangXiaomi gasped, the indescribable pain making her feel like she might not have a chance for revenge anymore. If she continued to force herself, she really wouldn't survive. She began to understand that this man was relying solely on brute strength. The sweet words he had said before were nothing but bluster. Not only did he not understand, but he also chose this difficult position against the wall. Hiss! The pain was almost tearing her apart, and cold sweat poured down TangXiaomi's face. Seeing that Xiao Han wanted to try again, she directly punched him in the eye. Bastard! Damn it, if you can't do it, then stop trying. Xiao Han seemed momentarily stunned by her hit, and this time she actually pushed him away. Accidentally glancing at him, TangXiaomi's face turned even paler. What the hell? But Xiao Han did not give up, approaching her steadily. I can do it. No means no. Don't come any closer. He actually wanted to try again. Was he crazy? TangXiaomi turned and quickened her pace towards the door, but before her hand could touch the doorknob, the man behind her swept her up into his arms. This time, Xiao Han placed her on her bed. Was he finally getting it? Looking at the man leaning down, TangXiaomi felt even more panicked. Chapter 178. What is this? After lying down, the shadow of the cold snake enveloped her, instilling even more fear than before. Cold snake, get away from me. TangXiaomi sautait angrily, constantly shifting her body backward, trying to escape the range covered by the cold snake. However, the cold snake not only did not move aside, but also pulled her down and pressed her directly, preventing her from escaping any longer. To suppress the impulse to satisfy himself at all costs was not easy for the cold snake either. But when his gaze fell on TangXiaomi's face, and he saw her panic and fear, the boiling blood within him did not completely erode his rationality. Moving around won't do you any good. It won't do him any good either. It will only cause him to lose control. And the consequence of losing control is to follow instinct. Sweat dripped from his forehead like raindrops onto TangXiaomi's cheek, resembling the sparkling tears at the corners of her eyes. Knowing that these were not her tears, the cold snake still calmly used his hand to wipe them away. Although this little female was very resistant and terrified, she had not shed a single tear from beginning to end. I don't want this. This is absolutely unacceptable, cold snake. Stop it. TangXiaomi's eyes turned red with anger. Rushing in blindly would definitely lead to a bad outcome, and she could sense the forcefulness of his actions and what her fate would be. After failing to push the cold snake away, TangXiaomi clenched her teeth, tightened her fists, and swung her hand to hit the cold snake. One of his eyes had already shown a bruise, indicating that although her strength was small, there was still some effect. The cold snake gazed with his deep black eyes, and just as her small fist was about to hit his eye, he caught both of her swinging fists with one hand. Her hands were pinned above her head, and TangXiaomi, gasping for breath, turned her head away in disgust. A wave of despair surged in her heart, so she simply closed her eyes and refused to look at the cold snake, knowing that looking at him would only fill her with disgust. Look at me. TangXiaomi gritted her teeth and remained motionless. Did she have to look at her assailant while being assaulted, watching how she was violated. The cold snake's face darkened after releasing her hands. He turned TangXiaomi's face towards him and grabbed her chin, forcing her to open her mouth. From now on, I will only be your partner. With the cold snake's domineering declaration, a fruit was stuffed in her mouth, and before she could taste it, it was swallowed down with her breath. What was this? The lingering fragrance of that thing remained in her mouth, somewhat familiar. Since she had just eaten it not long ago, TangXiaomi immediately opened her eyes. Why go through the trouble of giving me the bonding fruit? The cold snake's expression was quite ugly as he bit down on TangXiaomi's lips in a vengeful manner. You better not speak or move, otherwise I might just change my mind. Change what mind? For a moment, TangXiaomi did not fully understand the cold snake's meaning. But she did not struggle desperately anymore, silently watching what the cold snake was up to. The cold snake had a go at her lips, then slightly pulled back. Just when TangXiaomi thought the cold snake might suddenly show kindness and let her go, her body was lifted up, pressing against his hot body from behind. TangXiaomi, you're not allowed to push me on other females, or next time, even if you cry, I won't let you go. After saying that, the cold snake bit down on TangXiaomi's neck, making a move. Feeling the heat on her back and sensing what the cold snake was doing, TangXiaomi's muscles tensed up, as if even her breathing had frozen. Chapter 179. Wait a minute, this time, there was no pain, only an indescribable shame. As long as there was no actual forceful mating with her, she could endure it. People are probably like this, choosing relatively better options under increasingly harsh circumstances. Siahung, the snake, probably endured for too long, and soon there was no movement, but her bed was ruined. Can I finally leave now? Perhaps she was too nervous. And after opening her mouth, TangXiaomi found her voice had become hoarse. But after waiting for a moment, the man behind her remained silent. TangXiaomi turned her head to look, wanting to push Xiao Hanshi away. But when she glanced over, she saw Xiao Hanshi squinting, revealing a sensual Adam's apple. His cold black eyes filled with extreme enjoyment. Sensual, charming, seductive. TangXiaomi was momentarily dazed, her gaze briefly drawn away. Even though she knew Xiao Hanshi was always easily aroused, he had a cold and abstinent handsome face. She had never seen such an expression on him apart from his usual cold and eerie demeanor. However, this expression quickly faded from Xiao Hanshi's face, and his eyes were once again filled with desire, especially after she sensed his arousal. TangXiaomi's heart jolted, and she instinctively asked, "How much did the snake lady give you?" "It's just the beginning." The hot breath sprayed by Xiao Han on TangXiaomi's ear made her feel as if she were in a sea of fire, and she was the only source of water that could save him. The Snake Queen knew what kind of person he was, understood that he would remain clear-headed in any situation, so the weight of the water must be considerable. Just the beginning? Then wouldn't her skin be worn out? Continuing like this is not an option. TangXiaomi gritted her teeth and forcefully pushed away the man who was rubbing against her like a big bear. Xiao Hanshi narrowed his eyes, a sense of unmet desire radiating from him. "Don't rush, wait for me a moment." After saying that, TangXiaomi, disregarding her disheveled clothing, got up and found what she needed from the torn clothes on the ground. She opened the wrapped leaves and poured the powder directly into her mouth, then returned to his side under Xiao Hanshi's watchful gaze. Xiao Hanshi initially thought she was going to leave, but when he saw she didn't run away, he quietly waited. Lowering his gaze, Xiao Hanshi looked at the ground, creating more distance between them. Her body appeared even more delicate and tempting. And this little female was walking back and forth in front of him, a beautiful yet painful temptation. Sweat beads slid down from his forehead along his cheeks and dripped onto the couch, quickly disappearing, but the blood within him was rushing downward rapidly. Xiao Hanshi clenched his fists, the veins in his arms standing out clearly. When he saw her delicate little feet approaching him, he suddenly felt an urge to swallow those little feet whole. TangXiaomi noticed Xiao Hanshi's bloodthirsty gaze and paused for a moment. Wouldn't he want to break her foot to prevent her from running away, would he? However, with something in her mouth, she couldn't explain. After a pause, TangXiaomi walked back to Xiao Hanshi. Just in time, she saw Xiao Hanshi with his eyes closed teasing. Taking a deep breath, TangXiaomi walked in front of Xiao Hanshi, sat on him, and forcefully kissed him. Xiao Hanshi quickly opened his eyes and, with an aggressive eagerness, took the initiative. Their breaths intertwined, lips and teeth entangled, and with breath being deprived, TangXiaomi almost lost control. After furrowing her brows, she steadied her mind, cradled Xiao Hanshi's face, and transferred all the powder in her mouth to him. Chapter 180. I won't pester you like Ron Conke. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and Bai Yuhawk walked in. However, Upon seeing Tang Xiaomi kissing Xiao Hanshi, his anxious expression turned into shock, but quickly returned to its usual calm. Hearing the noise, Tang Xiaomi pulled away from Xiao Hanchi's lips, turned her head to look at Bai Yuhak, and then slowly got up. Even though Xiao Hanchi's gaze did not leave her, she acted as if no one was around and took out clean clothes to put on. After doing all this, Tang Xiaomi looked back at Bai Yuhak, who was avoiding her gaze, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Sister Bai, is something happening? A special scent still lingered in the room, the residue left by a male beast man after arousal. After discreetly digging his fingertips into his palm, Bai Yuhak looked at Tang Xiaomi with an unchanging expression. There's a fire nearby, and the beastmen in the village are putting it out. The village chief wanted to come in to consult the leader, so he asked me to check first. After calmly finishing his sentence, Bai Yuhak took a few steps back and retreated outside. I'm sorry, I was too reckless. Saying this, Bai Yuhak lowered his head and nodded slightly to Tang Xiaomi and Xiao Hanshi, then stiffly turned to leave. However, before Bai Yuhak could take a step, Tang Xiaomi spoke up. Isn't a consultation? The leader hasn't responded yet, and Sister Bai is in such a hurry to leave? Bai Yuhak's footsteps froze, and he glanced at Tang Xiaomi, who was pale yet looked at him with a teasing expression. The scene from earlier suddenly flashed in his mind. I think I'll wait outside. Bai Yuhak withdrew his gaze and left directly. Don't look at him. Xiao Hanshi slowly stood up, his voice lazy and hoarse, yet also domineering. Why? Instead of listening to Xiao Hanshi, Tang Xiaomi continued to focus on the direction Bai Yuhak had left. Xiao Hanshi narrowed his eyes, approached Tang Xiaomi, and pinched her chin, forcibly turning her face toward him. Because you're unhappy, even if he is female, it's not okay. A beast man who could affect her emotions would make him jealous because she had never shown such a concerned expression. She had never regarded him highly from the beginning to the end. Tang Xiaomi disgustedly swatted Xiao Hanchi's hand away. He was awake now, but she hadn't forgotten what he had done. Xiao Hanchi's face darkened at her action, as if the person who had just held his face and kissed him was not her. One moment, she was proactive and dominant, and the next she looked down on him with disdain. With a smile in her eyes, Tang Xiaomi slowly looked down, finally fixing her gaze on Xiao Hanchi's chest. I said, Leader, shouldn't you adapt well to your new identity now? The mark on the male beastman's chest proved that he had become her beast husband, and this shackle was something he had forcibly put on himself. Xiao Hanchi's gaze fell on the fiery red mark on his chest as he grabbed Tang Xiaomi's hand and pressed it against the mark. And you? Tang Xiaomi expressionlessly withdrew her hand, coldly taking her gaze away from Xiao Hanshi. It's hard to find a two-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged male beast men. You dare. Xiao Hanshi clenched his fists. The fear and weakness that had existed in her now completely disappeared. This little female had turned completely ruthless. Feeling a low-pressure, gloomy aura emanating from Xiao Hanshi, Tang Xiaomi raised her eyes and smiled gently at him before calling out, Village Chief. The leader wants you to come in and talk. Chapter 181. The wife master is not your wife master. Hearing Tang Xiaomi's voice, the village chief hesitated for a moment. He thought the leader would come out, but he didn't expect them to be allowed inside. He wanted to ask Bai Yuheng to lead the way, but seeing his cold demeanor, he decided against it. With no other choice, the village chief had to enter the small house with Xia Yuqing. Upon hearing footsteps, Xiao Hanshi furrowed his brows and pulled Tang Xiaomi into the room. After closing the door, he pressed her against it, his cold eyes glinting sharply like blades as they fixed on her. Tang Xiaomi looked up and smiled, speaking nonchalantly. So, it turns out the leader can feel shy too. Otherwise, I would have thought you preferred meeting people like this, all bare and exposed. Xiao Hanshi pursed his lips, his eyes narrowing dangerously with anger. Faced with such pressure, Tang Xiaomi leaned against the door, smiling contentedly. You chose to put shackles on yourself. Although I think this behavior is foolish, it's too late to regret it now. It felt as if her chest was being burned by raging flames. Xiao Hanshi leaned closer, biting out the words near her lips. I really shouldn't let you go. At that moment, there was some commotion outside. Upon hearing the door close, the village chief and Xia Yuqing exchanged glances. Although Tang Xiaomi said so, they felt something was off. However, given the urgency of the situation, they had no choice but to approach Tang Xiaomi's door. Leader, are you inside? The village chief cleared his throat and spoke. Get lost. Hearing Xiao Hanchi's grim reply, both the village chief and Xia Yuqing were taken aback. It sounded like the leader was suppressing his anger. What should we do now? The village chief looked at Xia Yuqing, silently asking if they should just leave. Xia Yuqing bit her lip, looking at the door. Tang Xiaomi, are you inside? Yes, just a moment. Upon hearing Tang Xiaomi's response, Xia Yuqing grew even more worried. She had heard some strange rumors, like how TangXiaomi had offended the leader, and now the leader was trying to deal with her. The village chief anxiously looked at Xia Yuqing, both feeling that something was wrong. Remembering how not long ago, Xiao Hanshi had thrown TangXiaomi into the water, almost drowning her. What if something happened to her inside? They couldn't afford to let the orcs of Guanshan village go hungry, all thanks to her efforts. Thinking this, the village chief shouted through the door, "All right, but the fire is quite big. Please ask the leader to help think of a solution." Hearing the voices of the village chief and Xia Yuqing, Xiao Hansh's deep black eyes flashed with irritation. TangXiaomi raised an eyebrow, watching Xiao Hansh's increasingly dark expression with amusement. "Leader, everyone is waiting for you to put out the fire. If you don't go out soon, the village chief and the others might just barge in. What they see you like this?" "Like what?" TangXiaomi's voice was not loud, but both the village chief and Xia Yuqing heard her clearly, leaving them dumbfounded. And how could they possibly barge in? So they were quite worried. It seemed as if there was nothing TangXiaomi dared not to provoke, and now even the leader wasn't spared. The village chief and Xia Yuqing listened intently for any sound, but there was no further noise from inside. What if TangXiaomi's neck was twisted? The longer they waited, the more anxious the village chief became, trying to call out tentatively, "Leader." Creak. The door suddenly opened. It was Xiao Hanshi, and his expression was one they had never seen before, dark and grim, radiating a brutal aura of slaughter. The village chief and Xia Yuqing felt their hearts race and legs weaken, quickly lowering their heads and stepping back, worriedly glancing behind Xiao Hanshi. What if something really happened to TangXiaomi? Chapter 182. Also forgot about that day. The glances exchanged between the village chief and Xia Yuqing were too obvious. Xiao Hanshi calmly looked back and flicked his tail, wrapping TangXiaomi up and pulling her out. Seeing that TangXiaomi was only a bit pale and had swollen lips, but was otherwise unharmed, the village chief and Xia Yuqing let out a huge sigh of relief. However, being wrapped by the snake's tail was quite frightening. Xia Yuqing quietly asked, "TangXiaomi, are you okay?" Struggling to exhale the air that had been compressed in her lungs, TangXiaomi awkwardly smiled and replied, "I'm fine." Then she turned her head and glared fiercely at Xiao Hanshi. This detestable snake better not fall into her hands one day. Otherwise, she would make him cry out to the heavens without response and to the earth without answer. Knowing that the village chief and Xia Yuqing were waiting outside, he deliberately gnawed at her lips, which were now painfully swollen. The village chief nodded, intending to speak, but then saw Xiao Hanshi using his tail to pull TangXiaomi in front of him and hold her in his arms. This position, the village chief and Xia Yuqing were momentarily stunned. Weren't they supposed to deal with TangXiaomi? TangXiaomi maintained a stern face, looking annoyed at Xiao Hanshi. Wondering what he was doing. Was he not even allowed to look at her? Seeing Xiao Hanshi silent with a cold expression, Xia Yuqing grew anxious and quietly reminded her. "TangXiaomi, that's the leader. Be careful with your words." Xia Yuqing had already warned TangXiaomi about Xiao Hanshi several times, but as expected, TangXiaomi still offended him. "Leader, please don't hold it against TangXiaomi." The village chief was also extremely anxious, racking his brain to plead for TangXiaomi. However, halfway through, he suddenly saw Xiao Hanshi lean down and kiss TangXiaomi's lips, biting down in a punishing manner. The village chief's eyes widened in shock, and Xia Yuqing looked on in disbelief. Were they witnessing? What on earth was happening? No wonder TangXiaomi's lips were so swollen. It turned out it was because of this. Wait, weren't they supposed to deal with TangXiaomi for offending the leader? Which beast man spread this rumor? This kiss did not last long, and TangXiaomi's hands were not restrained. She pushed Xiao Hanchi's face away and then swung her hand toward his eyes. The movement was quick and without hesitation, but before her hand could land, it became immobilized. Xiao Hanchi held her with both arms, leaving no extra hands to stop her. But she overlooked a major issue. Xiao Hanchi still had his tail, which was as nimble as his hands. "You can certainly look at me, but using that kind of gaze will only make me want to kiss you more." Xiao Hanshi smirked, once again planting a kiss on TangXiaomi's lips. But this kiss was not as violent as the previous one. This kiss was as gentle as a feather. TangXiaomi narrowed her eyes, but she had forgotten one thing. Xiao Hanchi's dark eyes lowered, signaling her to say what it was. TangXiaomi suddenly broke into a bright smile, and while Xiao Hanchi was still pondering, she swung her left fist and punched him. After the punch, TangXiaomi earnestly explained, "You don't have a second tail, but I have a second hand." "Duh. Duh." Xia Yuqing was so frightened that she stuttered. Her heart was in shock and beyond words. TangXiaomi actually punched Xiao Hanchi. Had she gone crazy? Xiao Hanchi was famously the fiercest leader in the tribe, and those who dare to say otherwise would end up poorly, let alone hitting him, especially targeting his eyes. Chapter 183. A wonderful feeling is expected. Xiao Han's face darkened even more. The village chief and Xia Yuqing were left dumbfounded, not knowing how to react. Standing there felt like being in a freezing snowstorm, facing a howling wind and blizzard. However, just when the village chief and Xia Yuqing thought TangXiaomi was doomed, she jumped down from Xiao Hanshi like a little squirrel, while Xiao Hanshi remained gloomy throughout. But that was all. She was just gloomy, if they weren't mistaken. The leader had obvious dark circles under his eyes, and not just one eye, but both were bruised. Sensing the village chief and Xia Yuqing's prying gazes, Xiao Hanshi glanced over with a sideways look. What a terrifying gaze. The village chief and Xia Yuqing felt a chill run down their spines, making them dare not even breathe. What was happening outside? The village chief tensed up, instinctively wanting to swallow, but she held it back. Xiao Hanshi was waiting for her response. To avoid his continued gaze, the village chief quickly recounted the events. Recently, there have been sightings of stray wild beasts near their village. Not long ago, a female, namely Xiang Kaifeng, went missing, and now there was suddenly a fire. It was strange for a fire to break out like that, leading the village chief to suspect that it might be the work of the stray wild beasts. The fire was growing increasingly fierce, and the villagers had gone to fight the flames. If it wasn't controlled soon, it would reach their location. After listening, Xiao Hanshi instructed the village chief and the others a few things. Then his gaze returned to TangXiaomi. TangXiaomi acted as if she hadn't seen it and started to leave with the village chief and Xia Yuqing. But after a few steps, she was pulled back by Xiao Han's tail. Leader, do you still want it back? TangXiaomi wasn't angry. Instead, her eyes curved like crescent moons. You are the leader. You must know what the punishment is for a male beast man disrespecting his mate, and what the punishment is for beating his mate, right? Xiao Han's dark eyes deepened as he wrapped his tail around TangXiaomi and sent her back to her room. Stay in the house and don't run around. TangXiaomi was stunned for a moment. By the time she regained her senses, Xiao Hanshi had already left. The room was a mess, and the culprit told her to stay here and not run around. Her expression gradually returned to calm, and she began to clean up with a blank face, throwing everything she could move outside to burn. After Bai Yuhawk checked on the situation with the Baiyun leopard and Bai Lei lion, he came out. He had already heard the commotion in her room, but had stayed inside for quite a while before coming out. Watching the fierce fire burning from the ashes and seeing the quiet and delicate figure, Bai Yuhawk took a step back instead of approaching. Bai sister, if you have something to say, just say it. Bai Yuhawk adjusted his eyelashes, and his steps to leave halted. TangXiaomi didn't turn around, but he could imagine what expression she had now. The leader is an adult male beast man. He is now your beast husband. You officially have a partner. It's not appropriate for us to live together anymore. Once the third and fifth awaken, we will find another place. TangXiaomi's my sopti. Slowly turning to look at Bai Yuhawk in the shadows. Are you satisfied with this outcome, Bai sister? Bai Yuhawk did not answer, and TangXiaomi turned back, throwing the precious beast skin into the fire. The flames leaped high, filling the air with the smell of burning. This smell was not pleasant. Yet, standing in front of the fire was the delicate figure, as if engulfed in flames. Looking at her this way, Bai Yuhawk lost his focus. Chapter 184. It turns out he also has. I thought the conversation would end here, but after burning those things, I saw TangXiaomi walking up to me. Bai Yuhing's handsome face remained cold and distant. Looking at his phoenix eyes hidden in the shadows, TangXiaomi was very curious to explore further. But that shadow effectively concealed all emotions. Bai Jia, being so anxious, instead raises suspicions of wanting to escape. Bai Yuhing's fingers moved reflexively as he looked at the smiling little female in front of him, feeling a sense of pressure. After all, you haven't unraveled the partner contract with Lao San and Lao Wu yet, and the leader probably wouldn't want to see them. So living separately is better for everyone. But why do I hear, Bai Jia, that you are going to abandon me, or rather? With a prolonged tone, TangXiaomi gazed intensely at Bai Yuhing, as if asking if he had already abandoned her. I believe the leader has the ability to protect you better. Hearing Bai Yuheng's evasive answer, and seeing his indifferent expression, TangXiaomi let out a cold laugh, and suddenly pressed her hand against Bai Yuheng's chest. Bai Yuheng didn't expect TangXiaomi to suddenly take action. Caught off guard, he was pushed back and hit against the doorframe. Thank you, Bai Jia, for considering and planning for me, but I particularly dislike being manipulated. Before Lao San and Lao Wu come of age, don't even think about living separately. After saying this, TangXiaomi slowly withdrew her hand. Without the push, Bai Yuheng straightened his body and looked at TangXiaomi's ever-changing expression, saying, given the current situation, you should talk to the leader. Bai Yuheng, do you know? TangXiaomi's words successfully interrupted Bai Yuheng, causing his heart to tighten. Thus, Bai Yuheng stopped speaking and quietly waited for TangXiaomi to continue. Staring directly at Bai Yuheng, a faint smile gradually appeared on TangXiaomi's lips. Just now, my hand was on your heart, and the rhythm of your heartbeat was a bit chaotic. Bai Jia, what do you think this proves? Bai Yuheng pressed his lips together and averted his gaze, saying nothing. TangXiaomi smiled and didn't speak further. Not long after, the village chief came over. Upon seeing TangXiaomi, he hesitated several times, still shocked and unable to digest what had happened. It was only after TangXiaomi poured a glass of water for the village chief that he found a topic to discuss. The fire looked quite large and fierce, but luckily it was near the riverbank, and the fire couldn't spread further. The residual fire was almost extinguished. It seems we were quite fortunate. If the wind had changed direction, it could have burned here. The village chief nodded, wanting to ask TangXiaomi what was going on with the leader. But there were many things waiting for her to do. After chatting for a bit, the village chief left. After seeing off the village chief, TangXiaomi poured a glass of water for Bai Yuheng as well. Looking towards the place where the fire had been extinguished, she slowly spoke. I remember that place was quite strange. Apart from a patch of long reeds, there were hardly any other plants. Even if a big fire burned, the scattered weeds would have been nearly done for. Therefore, when I found out that the fire was in that area, I wasn't worried at all, nor did I even have the thought of going to see the excitement. Saying this, TangXiaomi gazed at Bai Yuheng with a playful smile. This fire is quite interesting, as if someone did it on purpose. What do you think, Bai Jia? Bai Yuheng lowered his eyes and took a sip of water, his expression calm, saying it should be just luck. TangXiaomi nodded in agreement. Yes, it seems we really have good luck. Chapter 185. Why isn't she coming? Not long after, Xiao Handan returned, accompanied by several beastmen, the most eye-catching of whom was Rong Conke, who was wet all over and running at the front. When Rong Conke reached them, he first glared at TangXiaomi, then looked at Bai Yuheng with a guilty and regretful expression. Yuheng, I'm sorry. It's all TangXiaomi's fault for throwing the powder at me. That's why I acted that way. But you have to believe me, I would never do such a thing. I just want you to sincerely accept me, and I won't use such means. Don't worry, I will work hard to make you truly accept me as your beast husband. Worried that Bai Yuheng might misunderstand him, Rong Conke quickly expressed his feelings. However, seeing TangXiaomi looking refreshed, Bai Yuheng's face turned cold instead, and a disturbing thought flashed through Rong Conke's mind. Yuheng, you and the chief wouldn't. He couldn't bring himself to say the words mate. Feeling both anxious and uneasy, TangXiaomi glanced at the nervous Rong Conke, feeling somewhat complicated. She wanted to tease him, but she was just as bad off. So who was she to laugh at him? Therefore, she let Rong Conke say whatever he wanted while she sat cross-legged, silently drinking her tea. Bai Yuheng slightly furrowed his brows and slowly raised his eyes to look at Rong Conke. His pair of phoenix eyes were cold, but beneath the fluttering lashes, there was another kind of beauty that made one feel restless. Just a cold glance, suddenly made Rong Conke feel warm all over, even feeling dry in his mouth. However, no matter how dull his senses were, he could tell that Bai Yuheng's expression was not good. So before Bai Yuheng could speak, Rong Conke immediately continued, "It's better if you don't answer me." He forced a dry smile, feeling his throat becoming even drier, afraid of revealing his own impatience. Rong Conke lowered his head and dared not look at Bai Yuheng anymore. Looking down, he saw a cup of water on the table. Thinking that TangXiaomi had caused him so much trouble, he felt no need to be polite with her, so he directly picked it up and drank it. Feeling it wasn't enough, he poured himself another cup. Seeing Rong Conke drink water so thirstily, TangXiaomi became uneasy. "Conke, why didn't you ask for permission? It's just a sip of water. Is it necessary to be so stingy?" Rong Conke replied irritably. TangXiaomi felt both angry and amused. "At least you should ask." Before she could finish her sentence, the cup in her hand was taken away. Xiao Handan tilted his head and drank the tea from the cup, where her lip prints remained. The curve of the masculine neck, exposed as he tilted his head, and the movement of his Adam's apple as he swallowed, exuded a wild charm in his every gesture. Even Rong Conke couldn't help but be captivated, letting out a cold snort. "Isn't that dirty?" In his impression, TangXiaomi was filthy, and Xiao Handan actually drank water that TangXiaomi had used. But suddenly, Rong Conke realized something and was about to confirm his suspicion, only to feel dizzy, as if there were two gloomy-faced Xiao Handans in front of him. What is going on? Roan Conke only managed to say one word before his vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. TangXiaomi cast a discreet glance at Roan Conke, stood up, and planned to pat her butt and leave. But before she could take 2 steps, she was pulled back by Xiao Handan. Shouldn't you explain? Chapter 186. Please come help us, did you not see it all? Do I need to explain further? Perhaps she was used to being coiled up, so when the Xiaohan snake's tail wrapped around her, TangXiaomi's expression didn't change at all. The Xiaohan snake's eyes were dark and gloomy. His deep black pupils seemed to be coated with a layer of frost. As their gazes met, TangXiaomi smiled nonchalantly. After all, the situation wouldn't worsen much from here. Leader, we are all ready, the bamboo leaf snake said, bowing his head while standing at the door, waiting for the Xiaohan snake's next instruction. The Xiaohan snake nodded, indicating for them to wait outside. Yes, the bamboo leaf snake responded respectfully, but as he turned to leave, his gaze flickered over to TangXiaomi. Feeling that gaze, TangXiaomi looked over, but when she raised her eyes, she only saw the back of the bamboo leaf snake. If she wasn't mistaken, there was hostility in the bamboo leaf snake's look just now. However, that was quite normal. She had nearly caused his death. How could he not hold a grudge against her? During the time I'm away, you're not allowed to look at other male beastmen or interact with them. You are leaving? Moreover, from what the Xiaohan snake implied, he didn't seem to plan on taking her with him, which was completely illogical, so TangXiaomi was quite surprised. The Xiaohan snake was not someone easy to deal with. His decision indicated that there were other considerations at play. Staying here is safer than in B City. Once everything is settled, I will come back for you. TangXiaomi said nothing, but her eyes spoke for her, and the Xiaohan snake, who had been staring at her, could see that clearly. Releasing his tail, the Xiaohan snake leaned down, pressing his forehead against TangXiaomi's, speaking in a warning tone, "Don't even think about running. No matter where you go, I will find you." TangXiaomi curled her lips into a cold smile. "Why would I run? I will wait for you to come back, and then give you a surprise." The Xiaohan snake furrowed his brows tighter, his voice becoming even more deep and chilling. "Do you mean I must keep you by my side?" TangXiaomi's face stiffened. Then she awkwardly turned her head away. "Leader, this time you must be in a hurry. The beastmen outside are waiting for you, so you should leave quickly." The Xiaohan snake no longer lingered, but before he left, he glanced at the white feather eagle. "You can stay here for now. Wait for my return to move." The white feather eagle remained silent, and the Xiaohan snake said no more, dragging TangXiaomi out until they stopped outside the courtyard. TangXiaomi rubbed her wrist, unable to control her rising anger inside. If you wanted to leave, then just go. Why drag her here, as if to see him off? Moreover, after bringing her here, the Xiaohan snake said nothing, just stared at her with a solemn expression. Seeing the little female's puffed up anger, the Xiaohan snake reached out and gently stroked her cheek with the back of his hand, but it was just a fleeting touch. After feeling the coolness of his hand, TangXiaomi instinctively swatted his hand away. She expected the Xiaohan snake to be furious, but there was no sign of anger after a moment. Confused, she looked at the Xiaohan snake, who had already called the village chief over, seemingly explaining something to him. Once they finished talking, she saw the Xiaohan snake's black gaze shift toward her. However, he only glanced at her once before leaving with the beastmen he had brought. After they left, the village chief finally let out a sigh of relief. Seeing TangXiaomi gazing longingly in the direction the Xiaohan snake had gone, he comforted her. "I know you just became partners, and you will miss him, but..." Chapter 187. Must stand firm and never yield, seeing TangXiaomi remain silent. The village chief continued to comfort her, but the leader was not an ordinary male orc. It seemed that something significant had happened in the Beast City, and he would surely come to find her once he had dealt with it. "Well, village chief, you can go about your business," TangXiaomi said with a smile, then sent the village chief off. Although she hadn't intentionally kept it a secret, no one had publicized the matter of Xiaohan Shi and her establishing a mate contract. Only the village chief and Xia Yuqing knew about it. Xiaohan Shi leaving overnight indicated that something serious had indeed occurred in the Beast City. But it was for the best. Roan Conke had already consumed the hypnotic water, and if Xiaohan Shi truly wanted to settle scores with her, she had no chance of winning. With Roan Conke unconscious, Xiaohan Shi had someone carry him away, returning to the Beast City together. This way it really was peaceful. The noise faded into tranquility, and day replaced night. As the sun rose in the east, a new day arrived. TangXiaomi casually prepared some food and entered Bai Yunbao's room, where Bai Yuha was waiting for her. However, all he had for her was a faint "sorry to trouble you." TangXiaomi gently acknowledged him with an placed the tools she had prepared on the ground, and began getting ready to detoxify Bai Yunbao and Bai Leisure. In the midst of her busy work, she suddenly noticed Bai Yuha's pale complexion and poor condition. TangXiaomi paused her actions and suggested, "Go eat something and then come back." Bai Yuha's calm and cold eyes hesitated slightly. He intended to say it was nothing, but upon meeting TangXiaomi's unyielding gaze, he lowered his eyes and walked out. Once everything was ready, Bai Yuho returned. This time, his complexion had improved significantly. There was some color back in his face, and even his thin lips had a hint of color, a light pink, plump and enticing. "Come sit. No need to be nervous." TangXiaomi beckoned Bai Yuha over with her eyes raised. Looking at TangXiaomi, whose eyes were calm, Bai Yuha felt the atmosphere in the room grow even heavier, and his steps towards her became increasingly stiff. After everything that happened last night, although she hadn't mentioned it, he presumed she must have some reservations in her heart. The chasm they could not cross before was what he had expected to see and considered a good outcome. However, looking at TangXiaomi's indifferent expression, Bai Yuha did not feel even a hint of satisfaction at having achieved his goal. Noticing Bai Yuha had come to sit beside her, TangXiaomi gestured for him to take a seat. Placing her fingers on Bai Yuha's wrist and feeling his muscles tense up, she raised her gaze to meet his cold expression and said, "Relax. I want to cling to you like Ron Conke. One must have self-awareness. If you lose yourself, how can you talk about pursuing others?" Hearing TangXiaomi say this, Bai Yuha couldn't help but look at her a few more times. She was far more perceptive and open-minded than he had thought, and she could let go. Yet, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him only grew heavier. Seeing Bai Yuha remain silent, TangXiaomi got straight to the point. "If there are no issues with your body, then let us begin." "Okay," Bai Yuha replied and cooperated, lending a hand. During the process of preparing the antidote, he noticed that TangXiaomi, completely immersed in her work, seemed particularly focused when treating illnesses. Her serious eyes, serious face, and serious demeanor conveyed that when she put her mind to it, there was nothing she couldn't accomplish. Chapter 188. Dare to be displeased? Bai Yunbao was deeply poisoned, and after taking the antidote, he remained unconscious for several days. When he finally woke up, he found that he couldn't move his body, so he had to lie down for several more days. Bai Leisher's condition improved significantly. Within a couple of days, he was able to move freely. Once Bai Yunbao was able to walk a bit, he couldn't lie still any longer, enduring the pain from his wounds. He staggered to his feet and took a few steps, but his feet were unsteady, causing him to fall several times. After much effort, he reached the door, but didn't see the person he was hoping to see, making Bai Yunbao's face scrunch up in disappointment. "Old Fifth, why did you come out by yourself?" Bai Yuhawk came out of the kitchen upon hearing the noise and saw Bai Yunbao with one hand on the door frame and the other scratching the door. "Second brother, why has my wife been so busy lately? Besides helping me change my bandages, I haven't seen her much, but she had been busy before, especially when she was trying to cultivate the lotus well, and he could accompany her back then. Now, he could barely walk and couldn't follow her." After Bai Yuhawk walked over and, supported by Yunbao, he wanted to take him back to his room to rest. But Bai Yunbao clung to the door frame and refused to let go. "I want to go back. I'll wait here for my wife to return." He hadn't had a chance to talk to her much. Although second brother said that Xiao Hanshi had already left, he was still uneasy and wanted to ask what had happened after he was poisoned and fell unconscious. Bai Yuhawk's expression darkened, and the feeling of heaviness in his chest grew stronger. "First, you need to take care of your health." Bai Yunbao stubbornly shook his head. He had to wait here. What if she returned before dark? He wanted to have a word with her. During these days, he felt a sense of unease in his heart, always sensing something was off and desperately wanting to see her. "Second brother, is my wife busy growing new food or searching for herbs? Why aren't you by her side to protect her? What if she encounters any danger?" "Don't worry, no one in the village will trouble her now." Before Bai Yuhawk could finish, Bai Yunbao became somewhat displeased. "With her wild beasts, my wife is so small, she could get hurt. There are other beastmen with her." "Other beastmen?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yunbao became even more anxious. "Are they female or male beastmen?" Seeing blood seep from Bai Yunbao's wound, Bai Yuhawk pressed down on him, who was eager to rush out. "Old Fifth, don't get excited." "How can I not be excited? My wife is not your wife. Of course, you might not care, but what if other male beastmen want to pursue her?" Feeling anxious and uneasy, and seeing Bai Yuhawk's indifferent expression, Bai Yunbao blurted out his thoughts without thinking. However, when he saw Bai Yuhawk's face darken, he lowered his head, afraid to move forward. "Second brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak to you like that. I'm just too worried about my wife." Bai Yuhawk silently looked at Bai Yunbao and then quietly turned around. "Come with me. There is something I need to tell you, an old fourth." "Oh." Bai Yunbao didn't want to follow, but seeing Bai Yuhawk's serious expression, he had no choice but to go along. Bai Leisure, who was grinding medicine nearby, nodded and followed them. Once they entered Bai Yuhawk's room and closed the door, Bai Yuhawk got straight to the point. Don't you want to know what happened afterward? Bai Yunbao nodded, while Bai Leisure's eyes, which had been like still water, rippled with emotion as he turned his gaze toward Bai Yuhawk. He had never dared to ask, but he too wanted to know. Chapter 189. But we can't just ignore it, omitting the details. Bai Yu-ing recounted the events of that day in a light-hearted manner. What? Bai Yunbao looked at Bai Yu-ing in disbelief after hearing him. Second brother, how can you ignore our wife? How could you agree to such a request? Facing Bai Yunbao's questioning, Bai Yu-ing replied in a calm tone, You're not kids anymore. You should understand my meaning. I hope you can think calmly about the future. This was his mistake, which led to the fifth brother genuinely believing that TangXiaomi was his wife. He should never have agreed to Rong Kongke's request to let the fourth and fifth brothers form a mate bond with TangXiaomi from the start. A sense of helplessness surged in his heart as he saw Bai Yunbao clenching his fists, his body trembling slightly. Bai Yu-ing continued, Now, no one can protect you. Do you understand? Given Xiao Hanshi's personality, he would not easily accept living with other male beastmen. Even if he reluctantly accepted, the third and fifth brothers would likely face greater difficulties and pain in the future. Once they became adult male beastmen, they would truly have no choice. I don't understand. The anger in Bai Yunbao's heart was hard to suppress as he shouted at Bai Yu-ing. I don't understand why you can be so unreasonable. Second brother, how can you do that? Our wife has been so good to us. I would rather die than have you protect me like this. Seeing Bai Yunbao's wound continuously bleeding, Bai Yu-ing furrowed his brow. Fifth brother, calm down. I can't calm down. How can I possibly calm down? Gripping his aching chest, Bai Yunbao's face turned pale. Why can you be so calm, second brother? Why don't you protect our wife and let her be bullied by Xiao Han, she all alone? Bai Yu-ing remained silent, his eyes steady. In the past, he thought his second brother was impressive, able to remain composed and calm no matter the situation. But now, he was filled with hatred for his second brother's demeanor. This version of Bai Yu-ing was cold and heartless. It shouldn't be like this. Bai Yunbao excitedly grabbed Bai Yu-ying's arm, trying to salvage the situation, seeking a different answer. Second brother, have you forgotten that it was our wife who saved you from the enchanting fruit? Even if you don't acknowledge her as our wife, you are still. Fifth brother, don't say any more. Bai Yu-ing broke free from Bai Yunbao's grip and spoke in a low voice. Also, forget about that day. Bai Yunbao staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with shock and disappointment. His second brother did not acknowledge their wife. He was unwilling to be her mate, still feeling that she was not good enough. Seeing Bai Yunbao's reaction and the look in his eyes for the first time, Bai Yu-ing felt uneasy. Fifth brother, he wanted to pat Bai Yunbao's shoulder to comfort him, but was brushed off. Third brother, you speak too. Bai Yunbao gritted his teeth and looked at the silent Bai Leisure. Bai Leisure looked at Bai Yu-ing with difficulty, understanding everything his second brother considered. He knew that his second brother did all this for them. They could not live with Xiao Hanshi. He understood the reasoning and knew that following his second brother was not wrong, but Bai Leisure still hesitated, unable to speak. Seeing Bai Leisure's demeanor, Bai Yunbao realized that the third brother would listen to the second brother, which made him even angrier. Third brother, do you not want our wife either? Fifth brother, you should stop. Bai Yu-ing pressed his aching temple, not expecting the usually obedient fifth brother to react so intensely, completely beyond his expectations. Chapter 190. Very angry second brother, third brother. Bai Yunbao gritted his teeth, his chest rising and falling violently due to his agitation. But he still stubbornly looked at the stern-faced Bai Yu-ing and the expressionless Bai Leisure. So what if the wife has a partner like Xiao Hanshi? One day, I will be stronger than Xiao Hanshi. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu-ing and Bai Leisure were momentarily stunned. From the look in the fifth brother's eyes, they could see his seriousness and determination. After saying that, Bai Yunbao opened the door and limped out without even looking at Bai Yu-ing and Bai Leisure. Old five, hearing the familiar voice, Bai Yunbao's eyes lit up, and he excitedly turned around. Wife, you're back. As soon as he saw the familiar figure, Bai Yunbao forgot everything and quickly walked towards TangXiaomi. When TangXiaomi saw Bai Yunbao excitedly approaching her, she felt like a little wolf dog at home rushing towards her. You're injured badly. You shouldn't be running around. However, her words did not stop Bai Yunbao. Instead, they made him even more excited. TangXiaomi had no choice but to walk over, but just as she took a step, she heard a thud and saw Bai Yunbao lose his balance and fall to the ground. She told him not to run around, yet he still ran about happily. She hurried over to Bai Yunbao's side, wanted to help him up but saw blood on the ground, and his wounds had all reopened. Was he in a fight? She wanted to ask what happened, but was met with by Yun Bao's pitiful gaze, looking like a little wolf dog in need of pity. The boy's eyes were red-rimmed, and his starry eyes were clouded with mist. Having watched him grow up, TangXiaomi couldn't bear to see him look at her like that. Who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll stand up for you. The now handsome boy stared at her without blinking, then shook his head. Are you about to cry? Are you sure there rests nothing? Hearing TangXiaomi say this, Bai Yunbao quickly touched his eyes and said earnestly, I'm not crying. Male beast men don't cry. He was determined to be stronger than Xiao Hanshi in the future. Crying would be too useless, even though he really wanted to cry the moment he saw her. Go ahead and cry. I won't laugh at you. TangXiaomi couldn't stand his aggrieved expression of holding back tears. Bai Yunbao bit his lip and shook his head again, then looked at TangXiaomi with utmost seriousness. I will definitely have the ability to protect you in the future. TangXiaomi smiled and patted Bai Yunbao on the head, muttering, you really resemble a silly child. But you're very cute. Bai Yunbao didn't hear her clearly. Not wanting to appear useless, he forced a smile at TangXiaomi instead. TangXiaomi was taken aback. I really can't do anything with you. Come on, I'll take you back to your room. Supporting Bai Yunbao, she led him into the room and began to tend to his wounds. Bai Yunbao was growing quickly. Although he still had some childishness and was a bit thin, he already had some muscle, exuding the unique sunshine and vitality of youth. Does it hurt? Seeing Bai Yunbao's muscles tense up, TangXiaomi paused her actions. Bai Yunbao shook his head, biting his lower lip. It doesn't hurt, it's a bit itchy. The places where her fingers accidentally touched felt very itchy, and his chest felt tingly, a peculiar sensation. Your wounds are this bad, and you think it's itchy? TangXiaomi expressed her disbelief. Chapter 191. How did you get so sick? Bai Yunbao nodded seriously and replied, it really itches a bit. Seeing TangXiaomi smiling slightly at the corners of her eyes, seemingly not believing him, Bai Yunbao straightened his face. Really, I'm not lying to you. I would never deceive you. Thinking he was just a child trying to be tough, TangXiaomi silently laughed and continued to apply medicine to Bai Yunbao. All right, then relax a bit. Bai Yunbao obediently responded and then tried to relax. But whenever her hand accidentally brushed against his skin, he couldn't help but tense up. This time, TangXiaomi didn't say anything more. Saying too much would inevitably hurt the child's tender heart and sensitive pride. After applying the medicine, she let Bai Yunbao lie down to rest and reminded him not to move around for the next few days. Bai Yunbao complied obediently, but when she was about to leave, he grabbed the corner of her clothes. Wife, where have you been recently? I can't see you. Seeing Bai Yunbao with his head down, looking pitifully at her, TangXiaomi decided to stay and told him what she was currently doing. Although they could fill their stomachs with the lotus they found, it wasn't enough to improve their lives. After discussing with the village chief, she planned to catch some wild animals that could be domesticated so they could have meat to eat. Busy as she was, she did have the intention of deliberately avoiding Bai Yunbao. He was almost an adult, and relying on her all the time wasn't good for him. After explaining most of it, TangXiaomi earnestly said, Lao Wu, you should become independent. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunbao tightened his grip on TangXiaomi's clothes, looking dejected and silently staring at her. After staring at each other for a while, TangXiaomi felt helpless and patiently explained that the first step to becoming a strong male beast man was independence. Bai Yunbao nodded, but quickly shook his head. I will become a powerful male beast man, but I have to follow you. TangXiaomi, after failing to convince him, she had to temporarily set the matter aside. Weaning would have to be done gradually. However, as soon as she compromised, Bai Yunbao took it a step further. Wife, could you bring me dinner? I want to watch you eat. Am I a side dish? TangXiaomi shot Bai Yunbao an annoyed glance, but he looked at her with his pure and innocent eyes, eagerly waiting for her response. The key was that he was gripping the corner of her clothes tightly and wouldn't let go, as if he was determined to make her agree. Considering Bai Yunbao was a patient, and an impatient one at that, to avoid any trouble, TangXiaomi agreed. As soon as she agreed, Bai Yunbao grinned like a silly dog. TangXiaomi almost wanted to pull his leopard ears and remind him that he was still a leopard and shouldn't turn into a foolish dog. Thinking that Bai Yunbao had lost quite a bit of blood today and was still growing, she decided to stew the wild chicken the village chief had given her. It took until dark for the stew to be ready, and after tasting it, she felt it wasn't as delicious as the one made with the white feathered eagle. When she brought the prepared dinner to Bai Yunbao's room, she happened to see a lion. The lion stepped back a bit and averted its gaze. Bai Li, the lion, seemed displeased to see her, but thinking about the reason for his injury, TangXiaomi still said, I've placed your portion on the table, and I've added some herbs. It will help with your recovery. A hint of subtle surprise flashed in the lion's eyes, and then he numbly nodded. He thought she was only doing this for Lao Wu, but it turned out he had a portion too. Chapter 192. No Pursuing Allowed. When TangXiaomi brought in dinner, she was greeted by a grayish-white snow leopard. The snow leopard's eyes sparkled with excitement as it saw her enter, practically wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. Noticing the snow leopard struggling to sit up to greet her, TangXiaomi signaled with her eyes for it to stay seated. The snow leopard complied, sitting in its nest and looking at her expectantly with its clean eyes. "Eat more," she said. After placing the food down, she allowed the eager snow leopard to dig in. The snow leopard let out an excited call, then lowered its head to start drinking the soup. It was so into the meal that the fur around its mouth got wet, making it look even more like a silly dog. In no time, the dinner she brought was completely devoured by the snow leopard, which made its belly bulge out. TangXiaomi teased, "I can barely afford to feed you now." The snow leopard looked at her innocently for a moment, then rubbed its cheek against her arm in a playful manner, extending its tongue as if wanting to lick her. However, remembering that its tongue was rough and might hurt her, the snow leopard squinted its eyes and rubbed against her a few more times. The snow leopard's affection warmed TangXiaomi's heart, and she smiled as she patted its head. "Rest well, and don't move around too much, okay?" The snow leopard wanted to argue, but all that came out was a whimper. Seeing that TangXiaomi was about to leave, it wrapped its front paws around her arm, hoping she would stay. TangXiaomi chuckled helplessly and gave the snow leopard's head, which was like a big cat's, a gentle tap. This time, she stood her ground and did not stay, no matter how much the snow leopard tried to look pitiful. As she was leaving, she couldn't help but glance back, only to see the snow leopard looking disappointed, lying on the ground with its limbs sprawled out and resting its chin on the floor, letting out a soft whimper. Although her heart ached, she knew she couldn't be soft-hearted when it was time to wean. Besides, she had to get used to not sleeping with it in her arms. After returning the dishes to the kitchen, she found Bai Yu-ing inside. He was staring blankly at the pot, which still had some meat in it. "Let us eat together. It won't taste good if we leave it until tomorrow." Without waiting for Bai Yu-ing to respond, TangXiaomi served a bowl of meat soup for both him and herself, along with some steamed lotus root. Eating together used to be the norm, but they hadn't done so recently. Thank you." With the food in front of him, Bai Yu-ing accepted it without refusal and began to eat quietly. After they had eaten most of their meal, he looked at TangXiaomi, who appeared calm and composed, and felt that it was he who was finding it difficult to remain calm. "Old 5 has caused you trouble." Hearing this, TangXiaomi raised her eyes to look at the gentle and polite Bai Yu-ing, then smiled softly. "How could I see it as trouble? Old 5 has brought me a lot of joy." She preferred to keep things simple and straightforward in her interactions with others. The good treat others well. The bad treat others as enemies. However, Bai Yu-ing hesitated, fearing that her care might lead Old 5 to misunderstand. But looking into TangXiaomi's clear eyes, he decided not to continue. TangXiaomi felt a bit tired and yawned repeatedly. "I'm going to sleep now." The fatigue from the past few days hit her, and she soon fell asleep, feeling drowsy. At first, she slept uneasily, hugging her own arms since there was nothing else to hold. But before long, a furry creature snuggled up to her, and once she embraced it, she found herself sinking into a deep slumber. Chapter 193. How can you know the result without trying in a hazy state? TangXiaomi struggled to open her eyes and glanced over. Sure enough, it was the white cloud leopard. She had told him not to come over, but this little guy didn't listen and actually ran over to her again. However, she was so tired that she couldn't muster the energy to chase him away, and it felt quite comfortable to sleep like this. The highest state of being alive is to live in a drunken stupor, and in a muddled sleep, there are even fewer principles to adhere to. Moreover, her sleep quality had indeed been poor these days, making it hard for her to give up a good sleep. Once she stopped struggling, she was greeted with a night of deep slumber. In the morning, TangXiaomi was still immersed in her dreams, but felt something hard resting against her leg, which forced her to wake up. She looked outside. It was still gray and overcast, and the sun hadn't come up yet. Squinting her drowsy eyes, TangXiaomi took another look at her current environment. It was definitely her room, but there was an additional sleeping snow leopard, and she was lying in the softest, most comfortable spot on its belly, thinking that it was just the snow leopard's paw that had touched her. TangXiaomi didn't think much of it and yawned as she sat up. As she had just woken up, her mind was still a bit foggy, so she sat there dazed for a moment. Hearing some movement, the snow leopard gradually woke up, opening its gray-blue eyes. Upon seeing TangXiaomi, its eyes brightened, and it leaned closer, rubbing against her to express its joy. TangXiaomi glanced at the clingy snow leopard and shook her head helplessly. However, just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt something strange. The snow leopard's paws were all fluffy, and touching them didn't feel hard at all. Furthermore, its gray-white limbs were all wrapped around her, but the hard object was pressing against her tailbone. TangXiaomi's body instantly stiffened. "Don't move." The snow leopard was startled, but since she said not to move, it dared not budge. TangXiaomi, stiff as a board, slowly got up, then turned around, bowed her head, and looked at the snow leopard. The snow leopard's eyes were pure and innocent, looking at TangXiaomi with confusion and anxiety. Was something wrong? It shouldn't have sneaked over, but it had grown accustomed to having her in its arms. If she wasn't there, it couldn't sleep. So, it had quietly come over, afraid of being chased away, and when it saw she wasn't angry and didn't drive it away, it happily rubbed against her. "You, what's going on?" TangXiaomi looked at the snow leopard, who had an innocent expression, and rubbed her forehead, following the direction of TangXiaomi's gaze. The snow leopard curiously turned its head to look underneath itself. Upon seeing this, the snow leopard's eyes widened. Why was it like this? Seeing the snow leopard look more surprised than herself, and then watching it curiously poke at the area with its paw, TangXiaomi couldn't help but laugh. This was probably the funniest scene she had ever seen. This little guy couldn't possibly be unaware of its morning erection, could it? The white cloud leopard called out to TangXiaomi, wondering if she was distancing herself because of this. But it didn't know how to explain, and, unfortunately, it couldn't speak now, so it just lowered its head and apologized. At this moment, TangXiaomi was also quite troubled. It seemed that the white cloud leopard truly didn't mean it. But how could she explain this to him? The snow leopard almost buried its head in the ground. Looking at its pleading eyes, TangXiaomi cleared her throat and, after considering her words, finally spoke. "It's normal for male beastmen to have this situation. It's okay." Chapter 194. My wife, let's go when TangXiaomi said it was fine. The snow leopard let out a sigh of relief and happily wanted to get closer to her again, but was stopped by a hand gesture from TangXiaomi. "That means you've grown up and you can't come over anymore." She needed to lock the door to prevent the white cloud leopard from sneaking over again. The snow leopard looked confused, and TangXiaomi could only sigh. Looking at the sky, the sun was about to come out, and if the snow leopard transformed back into human form and went out like that, it would be interesting. So, with a serious face, TangXiaomi said, "I'm going out to make breakfast. You hurry back to your room." The snow leopard called out anxiously, but TangXiaomi had already left. The snow leopard lowered his head in disappointment. He really didn't understand what was going on. Wasn't it good that he had grown up? After returning to his room, feeling dejected, the snow leopard obediently waited, but what he was waiting for was not TangXiaomi. When he saw that it was the white feather eagle who came in, the white cloud leopard asked dejectedly, "Where's my wife? Why isn't she coming? She went out. Why'd she go out again? She didn't even tell me." The white cloud leopard's voice became softer and softer. Then, thinking about her reaction in the morning, the white cloud leopard's eyes widened. Although his wife said it was fine, it must have been comforting words. Something must have happened. So, when the white feather eagle got closer, the white cloud leopard anxiously grabbed the white feather eagle's clothes and pleaded, "Second brother, please help me." Seeing the white cloud leopard in such a state of anxiety, the white feather eagle became a bit nervous, thinking something serious had happened. But when the white cloud leopard explained what he needed help with, a flicker of embarrassment crossed the white feather eagle's eyes. This was something he had always worried about. But he didn't expect that the fifth brother had no awareness at all. Even though he was not yet of age, he was already at the age of mating. It's not uncommon for young male beasts to mate with male partners before reaching adulthood. Once they go into heat, there's no rule that says they must wait until they are adults. If the fifth brother knew he could mate with female partners, he might rush to mate with TangXiaomi. This could really lead to trouble. "Second brother, do I have some serious illness?" Seeing the expression on the white feather eagle's face change, the white cloud leopard became even more worried. Seeing the white cloud leopard anxious, the white feather eagle retracted all emotions, his cold black eyes calm and unperturbed. "You will understand later, but you need to be more careful before you reach adulthood. Also, you are not allowed to sneak over to TangXiaomi's side at night." "Oh." The white cloud leopard obediently nodded, but still felt there was a problem. So he asked, "Second brother, is there really nothing wrong with my body? If it will make her dislike me, then I really need to pay attention." But thinking about not being able to snuggle with TangXiaomi to sleep anymore, the white cloud leopard pursed his lips. Why was his body suddenly so strange? He didn't know when it would get better. "Don't run around until your body is well." "Second brother, why do you always say the same thing as my wife?" "Don't worry, starting today, I will stay in my room and recuperate. Only when my body is better can I stay by her side to protect her. Otherwise, I will only be a burden to her. The white cloud leopard lowered his head and glanced at the part that had already stopped standing up, secretly making a decision to control it well, so that it wouldn't make his wife dislike him. The white feather eagle was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She said the same thing as me? Chapter 195. Did you take the wrong medicine? In the following days, TangXiaomi remained very busy, and raising poultry was added to her schedule. Generally, male beastmen hunt alone after reaching adulthood. Even their own brothers do not hunt together, as cooperation seems to make them feel useless. This leads to male beastmen refusing to hunt together, each looking down on the other. Hunting is an opportunity to showcase their skills. How can they highlight their prowess in front of females if they hunt together? Thus, when she broke the rules and asked them to cooperate to improve efficiency, the male beastmen had considerable objections, feeling that she was causing trouble. There were even rumors that she was pursuing personal interests under the guise of public service, leading to some male beastmen pursuing her. Hearing such rumors, TangXiaomi smiled, not knowing who spread them. If she liked someone, she would have pursued them long ago. Why go through all this trouble? Besides, would those brawny but simple-minded male beastmen be hard to pursue? Although her face hadn't fully recovered, it would be difficult to find a partner. Not wanting to waste time talking to the disobedient male beastmen, TangXiaomi summoned several females from the tribe. The females no longer held the initial hostility towards her. Upon hearing her call, they rushed over immediately. Xiaomi, have you made something good again? The beauty powder you made last time was so useful. Yeah, my face feels so smooth. My beast husbands have been touching my face a lot lately. And that spice was great too. I smell so good. My beast husbands are getting frisky every few days. I can hardly handle it. Speaking of which, my beast husband is just like. Hearing the increasingly enthusiastic discussions among the females, TangXiaomi sighed inwardly. The powder she provided didn't contain any aphrodisiac ingredients. Were they discussing things a bit too openly? When the females started talking about mating, TangXiaomi felt a bit embarrassed. They all sounded very satisfied. But after her unpleasant experience with Xiaohan's snake, what joy could she have? Instead, it was only deep fear. After a light cough, TangXiaomi interrupted their lively exchange. I actually don't have anything good today. I called you over to ask for help. Help? Help with what? I know. Xiaomi wants us to help you find a male beastman, right? The females instantly became enthusiastic again, surrounding TangXiaomi and asking who she had her eyes on. They promised to help her catch him. TangXiaomi twitched her mouth. The rumors had really taken root, making everyone think she was secretly eyeing male beastmen. Ladies, you've misunderstood. I'm not looking for a partner yet. The reason I called you over is for poultry raising. TangXiaomi forced a smile and quickly explained the matter. The females were not very interested in this, but they agreed immediately. In the end, one female comforted her, saying it was okay to be small and not to worry. They would catch whichever male beastman she wanted, even if they had to break his legs to bring him to her. They even secretly suggested she could be bold and take the initiative, making it so the male beastmen would have no choice but to comply. Faced with the enthusiastic females, TangXiaomi felt like crying without tears. She felt like a child surrounded by adults. Fortunately, Xiao Yuqing appeared just in time, allowing her to find an excuse to escape. Chapter 196. What are you doing? Xiao Yuqing glanced at TangXiaomi, who was more than half a head shorter than her. Why are you doing this? You should know that everyone wasn't nice to you before. In fact, they were very unkind, especially with Kai Feng leading the way. Many beastmen wanted to drive her out and never treated her well. Because one person's strength is limited, such matters are mutually beneficial, and I'm not that generous. I haven't taken less than what I should. This was something she had discussed in advance with the village chief. Once they had gains, she would take a portion that could satisfy her needs for a year. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yuqing nodded, feeling that TangXiaomi had a point. Previously, she could never have imagined that this crazy female would bring such a significant change to their village, and her mind was filled with endless ideas, turning some useless things into valuable ones once they were in her hands. What should we do next? Xiao Yuqing asked. A sly glint flashed in TangXiaomi's eyes, and then she smiled mysteriously at Xiao Yuqing, saying, let's take a break and later check if that group of disobedient male beastmen has become obedient. Okay. Xiao Yuqing had no objections and nodded while supporting her belly. TangXiaomi looked at Xiao Yuqing's belly and felt a bit uneasy, so she helped support her, saying, Sister Xiao, you're about to give birth, so please be more careful. It's best if you stay at home and don't come along. It's fine. Xiao Yuqing touched her belly and smiled faintly when she looked down at the nervous TangXiaomi, saying, didn't you tell me to walk more for a smooth delivery? TangXiaomi was momentarily stunned, Was she being slapped in the face? She glanced at Xia Yuqing, who was no longer serious, and pressed her lips together. No matter the era, childbirth is indeed terrifying. After resting with Xia Yuqing for a while, they went to the newly built breeding ground where the strong male beastmen had gathered. At this moment, the females were shouting, each one louder and more fierce than the last. They had the final say at home, and they were particularly outspoken towards the male beastmen who had intentions towards them. Generally, females don't show their faces much. They're taken care of by their beast husbands, and their thoughts are entirely on taking care of their offspring. Now, directing them felt quite good. From now on, you all must listen to TangXiaomi. Anyone who disobeys, don't show up in front of us again. The male beastmen murmured among themselves. The village's females were all here, and their opinions seemed very unified. They had never seen females get along so harmoniously before. The male beastmen found it hard to comprehend. What exactly had TangXiaomi done to earn the female support? They remembered that the females had the most prejudice against her, right? But even if they had significant objections in their hearts, who dared to speak out and offend them? Did they want to live their lives without a partner? Thus, when TangXiaomi arrived here, she clearly felt a wave of resentment. The male beastmen looked at her with frustration. Some male beastmen even discussed quietly, insisting on standing firm and not yielding. The discussions about her actually selecting a beast husband grew louder, and one of the representative male beastmen spoke up, saying, "Whatever happens, we cannot be chosen as TangXiaomi's beast husbands. Such an ugly female. Even if they spend their lives without a female, they would rather not yield to her." Chapter 197. Can your face heal faster? The females were immediately displeased. TangXiaomi was under their protection. How dare she complain? The male beastmen instinctively took a step back as the females turned against them one by one, lowering their heads to avoid their gazes, fearing they would become targets of their wrath. Why had the females become so terrifying? The male beastmen still had no idea what had happened. Seeing the male beastmen back down, TangXiaomi couldn't help but laugh. The relationships between women were something these burly men could never understand. Worried that the females might really force her to take a male beastman as a partner, TangXiaomi smiled politely and said, "Don't worry, I won't choose a beast husband. Don't believe in baseless rumors. If there are none, why would such rumors exist?" One male beastman asked quietly. TangXiaomi smiled gently. "I would like to know that too. I can testify that TangXiaomi wouldn't want any of you as a beast husband, because you don't even have a chance," Xia Yuqing said after glancing at the male beastmen. TangXiaomi is the partner of the frost-cold serpent. Although he is temporarily away, his influence remains. Before he left, he even asked the village chief to keep an eye on TangXiaomi. If she wants a new partner, she must first challenge him, and the consequences of the challenge are at her own risk. Challenges between male beastmen for partners were common, but very few lost their lives over it. While competing for females was important, how could one have females if they were dead? But the frost-cold serpent was very clear. Anyone who wanted to compete with him would not receive mercy. For this matter, the village chief even asked her to help keep an eye out to prevent the village's male beastmen from accidentally losing their lives. Today, I've invited everyone here mainly to hope that we can all work together to make our village better. Do they have a choice? The females had spoken. Anyone who didn't come would no longer be considered in their choice of partners. Under such a threat, who would dare not show up? Looking at the seemingly gentle and polite TangXiaomi, the expressions of the male beastmen changed repeatedly, but in the end, they still remained silent. They had already decided that they would rather die than cooperate in hunting, but they hadn't expected this little female to be so ruthless, leaving them without any anger to express. If no one has any objections, then let's divide into groups as I said. The group that catches the most live animals will be treated to grilled fish and meat. The male beastmen originally felt quite aggrieved, but upon hearing about the grilled fish and meat, their eyes lit up. Though TangXiaomi was not beautiful and was quite skinny, the food she made was undeniably delicious. Let me make it short. Seeing that the food temptation was effective, TangXiaomi explained how they should proceed. The male beastmen were used to biting their prey to death first, so she taught them how to catch prey without killing it and how to work together to set traps. After arranging everything, TangXiaomi felt her throat was a bit sore, but seeing the somewhat decent breeding ground, she felt revitalized. It wasn't easy for meat. Promising rewards, TangXiaomi began to prepare the grilled meat, and fortunately, a few females joined in and helped her, making it much easier for her. By evening, male beastmen continuously returned with prey, and according to the promise, TangXiaomi smiled as she served them grilled meat. Amidst the busyness, someone suddenly tapped her shoulder. "Xiaomi, isn't your leopard injured? Why did it come here?" The female Hong Yin asked curiously. Chapter 198. Has this little brat become even more beautiful? TangXiaomi turned her head and indeed saw the white cloud leopard. Wasn't he supposed to be resting at home? How'd he end up here? After handing the food in her hand to Hongyan, TangXiaomi walked towards the snow leopard. However, the snow leopard angrily dashed past her and lunged to Hongyan, startling both Hongyan and everyone else. Thinking the snow leopard was going to bite someone, TangXiaomi immediately shouted, "Old 5. The snow leopard was incredibly fast. Before anyone could react, it leaped up and swiped at the roasted meat that Hongyan was holding, causing the meat to scatter all over the ground before Hongyan could dodge. But that wasn't the end of it. The snow leopard directly stood fur on in towards the male beast man to whom she was going to give the meat. Letting out a warning growl roar, the male beast man was taken aback for several moments, then looked at TangXiaomi with a frustrated expression. TangXiaomi herself was puzzled, but she couldn't just ignore it. "Old 5, come here." After a few seconds, everyone else reacted as well. They had all forgotten that the fifth member of the Bai family was TangXiaomi's little beast husband. Hongyan blinked and looked at the roasted meat on the ground with a pained expression. "Xiaomi, I thought your little one was very well behaved. Why is he so fierce? Why is he so fierce?" Hongyan's question was a good one, and she also wanted to know. Moreover, this time he wasn't obedient. TangXiaomi had no choice but to walk over. As she got closer, she saw the snow leopard glaring angrily, staring unblinkingly at the male beast man in front of him, and even growling softly a few times. "Oh, you're overthinking it. I don't want to be her husband." Hearing the male beastman's response, TangXiaomi was somewhat surprised. He could actually understand what the snow leopard was saying. "So," TangXiaomi asked, "you can understand? What did old 5 say?" But the male beastman just snorted, somewhat angrily, saying he almost hurt Hongyan, you know? Hongyan's face showed embarrassment as she explained beside TangXiaomi. "They're of the same kind, so they can understand each other. I can understand too. Your old 5 is very angry right now, thinking you want to be their partner, and he said unless he can win against him, he's issuing a challenge." After saying that, Hongyan found it amusing and laughed, while TangXiaomi felt a bit helpless, thinking something serious had happened. Just as TangXiaomi was about to pull the snow leopard back, to her surprise, the snow leopard roared at the male beastman again, and even more fiercely this time. Roar! Roar! Unable to hold him back, TangXiaomi had to look at Hongyan, hoping she would translate, but Hongyan was laughing so hard she was shaking. "What's going on? Did old 5 say something funny?" After laughing for a while, Hongyan finally explained to TangXiaomi, "Your old 5 is even angrier, saying you're the best female and that he won't allow you to be disdainful, and you can't speak in that tone, or else he won't be polite." TangXiaomi was instantly even more helpless. No wonder the male beast man was angry with Hongyan laughing like that. The white cloud leopard was no match for that adult male beast man. Fortunately, the male beast man had no interest in him. Otherwise, it would only end up with him being at a loss. Looking at the snow leopard baring its teeth, after failing to call him, TangXiaomi gave its head a light tap. "All right, stop making a fuss." The snow leopard paused for a moment, then looked at her with aggrieved gray-blue eyes. But this time, TangXiaomi didn't soften her heart. After calling the white cloud leopard aside, she sternly educated him. "What you did just now is wrong. Do you understand? You can't behave like this in the future." Chapter 199. Drawn into the shadows, I originally thought that the white cloud leopard would nod obediently like before. But who knew this time he stubbornly turned his back, looking as if he just wouldn't listen. "TangXiaomi, this little guy can't be going through a rebellious phase, can he? Why don't you go back first, and I'll take care of things here." However, before TangXiaomi could finish her sentence, the snow leopard turned around and growled. This was the first time she had been growled at, and she was momentarily stunned. "Xiaomi, you should go back with Lao Wu. Look how angry he is. After all, he is your beast husband. He is still young, and if you talk to him a bit, he'll accept it later." Hongyan patted TangXiaomi on the shoulder with great loyalty, saying, "Leave this to us. We guarantee not to let you down." TangXiaomi glanced at the very angry snow leopard, who was really very angry, and could only nod. After telling Hongyan the things to pay attention to, she left first. She walked in front, and the snow leopard followed, closely, his mood seeming very low as he kept his head down and remained silent. "Now you realize you were wrong?" TangXiaomi tentatively spoke. But the snow leopard not only didn't raise his eyes to look at her, he also huffed out a breath. At this, TangXiaomi raised the corners of her eyes. What was wrong with this little guy today? She didn't understand leopard language, so how could she guide him? Not admitting his mistake. This time the snow leopard lifted his gaze and lowly growled a few times at her. TangXiaomi remained silent. How could she understand? But how dare he growl at her? She had given him plenty of good food. Ungrateful little thing. Unable to continue the one-sided conversation, TangXiaomi chose to compromise. Fine, I can't do anything about it either, but if you continue to be so impulsive, you'll end up suffering sooner or later. Having said that, she hoped the white cloud leopard could take it to heart. It wouldn't be in vain for her to speak so earnestly. Having said what needed to be said, TangXiaomi resumed walking, yawning as she headed back home, watching the small figure in the darkness. The white cloud leopard let out a sad whimper. He had obediently taken his medicine, patiently healed his wounds, and waited at home for her to return. But every day, she came back later and later. After she returned, she even locked the door, and the next morning she left again shortly after waking up. Today she was late again, and he was very worried, so he secretly ran out. But when he found her, she was laughing with other male beastmen and even giving them roasted meat. At that moment, he didn't know what was wrong with him. He was very angry. Very angry. Seeing the roasted meat she had given to others was particularly glaring, and he didn't want to let the other male beastmen have it either. Without thinking, he rushed over. He knew this was wrong, but he didn't want to admit his mistake at all. He felt very sad and also very scared. Would she stop paying attention to him if he was so disobedient? Why aren't you coming? Seeing that the snow leopard hadn't followed, TangXiaomi had to turn back to look for him. She saw the snow leopard with his head and ears drooping, looking as if he had suffered a great grievance, especially when he looked at her with his misty, round eyes, making her feel like she had done something wrong and bullied him. You're not going to hold a grudge against me, are you? The snow leopard shook his head dejectedly, then slowly walked over to sit beside TangXiaomi, wrapping his front paws around her leg like a big cat. TangXiaomi was stunned for 2 seconds. Then, she was amused. Forget it. I can't do anything about you. If you don't want to admit your mistake, then don't. We need to hurry back. After saying this, the snow leopard's eyes brightened, and he nodded, releasing his paws and then closely following her. Chapter 200. So, irritable halfway back, there was suddenly movement in the grass around them. Before TangXiaomi could react, the snow leopard was already in front of her, growling softly at the grass as a warning. Come out? With such noise, what are you hiding for? Since the village discovered traces of stray beasts, there have been beastmen watching the entrances and exits, and the paths have been blocked, so the village is relatively safe, and there's no need to be overly fearful. Soon, several male deer appeared one after another from the grass. TangXiaomi counted 5. They had bodies like horses, with deep brown fur, some white spots on their backs and sides, and a dark stripe along their spines. These 5 male deer should be sika deer. Sika deer are a large species of deer. These 5 were somewhat lean, but larger than average deer, slightly smaller than zebras. When they appeared together, they formed a wall in front of them, and these male deer were growling at her, seemingly intending to attack. Roar! The snow leopard not only did not retreat, but instead moved a little closer to the deer, baring its fangs and looking ready to pounce. Sika deer are herbivores. If they were purely wild beasts, they would have run away long ago. The fact that they dared to come and challenge her only meant that these 5 sika deer were male beastmen. Old 5, don't be impulsive. TangXiaomi bent down to pet the snow leopard's head and then looked at the deer, thinking for a moment before speaking, if I'm not mistaken. You are the offspring of the Kaifeng, right? The male deer stared at her, snorting through their noses, and TangXiaomi confirmed her guess. Male beastmen cannot come out at night. If they were treated as prey, they could only consider themselves unlucky. Deer antlers are precious medicinal materials, and deer meat is delicious. She had felt excited when she first saw them. Unfortunately, knowing they were immature beastmen, how could she eat them? The snow leopard turned to look at TangXiaomi, and seeing her eyes shining, it roared even louder and more angrily at the male deer. The 5 sika deer were not to be outdone either, lowering their heads and preparing to use their antlers as weapons to attack. As the tension in the air thickened, TangXiaomi's eyes darkened slightly, and when the snow leopard indicated for her to leave, she instead stepped in front of it. With a cold gaze sweeping over the 5 sika deer, she slowly spoke. If you want to attack me, go ahead, but it depends on whether you have the guts to do so. As TangXiaomi stepped forward, the 5 sika deer instinctively took a step back. The snow leopard was frightened and hurriedly stood beside TangXiaomi, but looked at her with some reproach. This was too dangerous. What if they really attacked her? Stop! A weak voice, gasping for breath, came from behind, and TangXiaomi saw a sickly male beastman jogging over. The man had delicate features and a slender figure, looking frail and pale due to illness, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Isn't this Lu Wenyu? How did he get so sick? TangXiaomi was somewhat surprised, thinking he would be better off after Xiang Kaifeng left. Cough, cough. After arriving, Lu Wenyu started coughing. Seeing him cough to the point of almost choking, TangXiaomi frowned and asked, "How did you get so sick?" Lu Wenyu weakly sighed and smiled helplessly at TangXiaomi. "It's nothing. They don't understand. So please don't hold it against them, okay?" Chapter 201. How could such an opportunity be missed? Earlier, Lu Wenju was very gentle. Even when facing Kai Feng's aggression, he would only endure and did not know how to resist. Now, after falling ill, he appeared even more fragile, almost resembling a sickly beauty. TangXiaomi nodded, but she always felt something was off. Otherwise, why would these 5 deer come to trouble her? If it was to confront Kai Feng, wouldn't they have come earlier? So, TangXiaomi did not leave immediately. She heard Lu Wenju seriously tell the 5 deer that it was fate, it was retribution, and it had nothing to do with others. They were never to do such things again. The 5 deer lowered their heads, their eyes showing sadness as they retracted their aggressive stances. After educating his young ones, Lu Wenju turned to TangXiaomi, gave her an apologetic smile, and then left with the 5 deer. From Lu Wenju's words, it seemed he was referring to the previous incident with Kai Feng. Kai Feng was reaping what he sowed, and there was nothing more to say about it. TangXiaomi didn't think much of it until the next day when she went outside to wash her face and saw one of Lu Wenju's young ones waiting outside. The white cloud leopard had been sticking to her since early morning, and when it saw the little male deer, its expression immediately darkened, almost ready to fight. "If you have something to say, just say it. If you want to do anything else, I won't hold back." Seeing the little male deer hiding something behind its back, TangXiaomi became alert. The little male deer seemed a bit nervous and tremblingly took out what was behind it. "This is for you." TangXiaomi's gaze slowly fell on the rabbit the little male deer was holding, and she raised an eyebrow slightly. Just last night, it seemed like it wanted to devour her, and now it was bringing her something? No. The white cloud leopard swatted the little male deer's hand away, baring its teeth and speaking with hostility. "My wife won't want your prey. Don't think you can curry favor. Don't think about pursuing her." TangXiaomi rubbed her forehead in frustration. His temper had grown, and he suddenly seemed so fierce, giving her the impression that he wanted to bite anyone he saw. "I'm not pursuing anything. Don't talk nonsense." The little male deer blushed and took a few steps back, avoiding the topic after the white cloud leopard's remark. Even though the little male deer said that, the white cloud leopard still didn't let down its guard. "Then what are you here for? You're not welcome. Old 5, let him speak." "Wife." When TangXiaomi said this, the white cloud leopard became unhappy and looked back at her with discontent. Seeing the aggrieved expression on the white cloud leopard, TangXiaomi's mouth twitched. Wasn't he the one being fierce towards the little male deer? How did it end up looking like he was the one wronged? Just as TangXiaomi was about to speak, Bai Yuing came out after hearing the commotion outside. "Old 5, come here." The white cloud leopard pursed its lips. How could it ignore a male beast man trying to be nice to her at this time? TangXiaomi glanced at Bai Yuing. If he couldn't even manage the white cloud leopard, what could she do? So, TangXiaomi decided not to intervene and directly told the little male deer, "If you're not going to say anything, then hurry up and leave." Vite. Don't chase me away yet." The little male deer nodded eagerly and said, "The shaman said my father can't be saved. You can heal, right? So I want." Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi furrowed her brows. Lu Wenju was actually beyond saving? The white cloud leopard, realizing what was happening, recalled last night's events and thought, "Is this how you ask my wife for help?" "It's not asking. It's a transaction." The little male deer lifted the rabbit to show TangXiaomi. Chapter 202. I know you're amazing, although there had been unpleasant moments in the past. Perhaps because this little male was about the same size as the white cloud leopard, she didn't have much aversion towards him. Moreover, after not being influenced by Xiang Kai Feng, this little male's temper had improved a lot compared to before. The white cloud leopard became unhappy upon hearing this. They didn't want a rabbit. If they were seeking help, why not just admit it? However, just as the white cloud leopard was about to retort, his wrist was grabbed by a small hand. Seeing this small hand, the tense lines on the white cloud leopard's face softened, and he couldn't hold it together anymore. His wife had grabbed his hand. Looking up at the grinning white cloud leopard, TangXiaomi was confused. What was wrong with him lately? Why was he so moody? She was afraid he would suddenly bite someone, but instead, he was just smiling foolishly. When did Lu Wendu's illness start? And what were the symptoms? To understand more, so she could bring some herbs, TangXiaomi directly cut to the chase. However, the little male lowered his head with red eyes, clenching his fists without answering. "Your wife asked you to speak. Why aren't you saying anything?" The white cloud leopard glared at the male beast man, who was about the same size as him, showing his dissatisfaction. But the little male seemed to be caught in some kind of dilemma, biting his lip and refusing to speak. Let me handle this. At that moment, Bai Yuing walked over, glanced at the little male, and explained to TangXiaomi. It should have started slowly after their mother left. What? TangXiaomi didn't react immediately. Bai Yuing didn't elaborate further, just added, the mate contract cannot be healed. With all her questions answered, TangXiaomi fell into deep thought. No wonder this little male was unwilling to speak. He was probably afraid that if he did, there would really be no hope left. It turned out that this could also trigger the mate contract. She had completely overlooked this point. She had heard that beastmen abandoned by females could not survive, but she didn't expect it to be for this reason. Xiang Kaifeng was taken away by Qiao, who because of her, leaving this village, leaving her beastmen. This minute had become, I do not kill Bo Run, but Bo Rin dies because of me. No wonder he wanted to settle the score with her. After murmuring this to herself, TangXiaomi continued to ask, will Xiang Caifeng's beastmen all die? Bai Yuing nodded coldly. Seeing Bai Yuing nod, TangXiaomi furrowed her brows tightly. What on earth was the mate contract? So tyrannical and inhumane? It should protect females, but this was no longer just protection. It was equivalent to depriving male beastmen of everything. Male beastmen with females and young had status in their tribes. To reproduce for status and to achieve their goals, they submitted. Such a partner relationship based on interests was, in her view, distorted and something she vehemently rejected. A partner is someone to live together with, hand in hand, a connection of feelings, hearts, and souls. Hearing her almost muttering words, Bai Yuing glanced at TangXiaomi with a cold gaze, and there was a subtle ripple in his clear eyes. He had never heard any beastman say such things, especially not a female. However, just when he thought she had given up, she slightly parted her lips and said, how would you know the result without trying? Wait for me a moment. I'll go prepare some things. Chapter 203. A bit embarrassing, Xiao Xiong raised his eyes in surprise. He thought that after revealing the reason, she would look at him like the shaman did, not want to glance at him at all. He believed their fathers were doomed, but TangXiaomi said, how do you know the result if you haven't tried? Did that mean she would go treat their fathers? The heart that had long been engulfed by despair seemed to see a glimmer of hope at that moment. You are not allowed to look at the wife. She is our wife. Upon seeing the deer beast staring excitedly at TangXiaomi's back, Bai Yunbao wished he could throw it out. When TangXiaomi came out and saw Bai Yunbao looking like a beast ready to bite, she couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. However, to establish her authority, she sternly warned, all right, don't bully others. Look how scared they are. This deer beast is about to run away. TangXiaomi smiled helplessly, said a few words to Bai Yu Hawk, and planned to set off. She didn't want Bai Yunbao to follow, but things didn't go as she wished. The little guy directly expressed his rebellious nature, and no matter what she said, it was useless. Left with no choice, she had to repeatedly instruct him not to run wild on someone else's territory before allowing Bai Yunbao to accompany her. The journey was quite peaceful. Bai Yunbao only glared at others and, according to his own promise, didn't say much. To understand the situation better, she asked the little deer beast some questions along the way. This little deer beast was called Xiang Wulu, and there were 5 brothers. They named themselves simply, with the eldest called Xiang Dalu, and then number 2, 3, 4, and 5. Lu Wenlu's body hadn't suddenly become weak. It had gradually deteriorated since Xiang Kaifeng left. Of course, the situations of Xiang Caifeng's other beast husbands were similar. Because of their weakness, finding food became difficult, but fortunately, the village chief distributed some water lilies to them. Otherwise, they might have starved to death first. She had never been interested in the village gossip, as she was busy with other things, so she only learned about it now. Lu Wenlu and the others lived at the other end of the village, and it took them a while to reach there. The sun was too bright, making TangXiaomi's face flush red from walking. As they approached a few dilapidated, thatched houses, 4 young boys came out. They looked decent, but they were still far inferior to Xiang Wulu. Xiang Wulu resembled Lu Wenlu, with handsome features and a gentle temperament. What are you here for? Are you here to see her jokes? One of them sneered. It's all because of you that we've become like this, bullied by the other beastmen in the village. Yeah, it's all your fault for making our mother go missing. If she were here, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Father, you dare come looking for revenge? Do you really think we won't do anything to you? The 4 boys glared at her, as if they had seen a red bull, snorting and ready to attack. TangXiaomi coldly curled her lips into a smile. She felt no remorse towards them. How had they treated Bai Lei Lion and Bai Yunbao back then? Had they not considered the consequences and were now complaining? You still dare to laugh. Xiang Dalu glared at TangXiaomi in anger. If it weren't for him begging the wife, she wouldn't have come to your place. Bai Yunbao angrily pulled TangXiaomi behind him. Wife, under this blazing sun, it's so hard to walk here just to listen to them. Wife, let's go. Those guys were still so annoying. Bai Yunbao was ready to leave with TangXiaomi. Xiang Wulu, seeing this, panicked and stopped Bai Yunbao. Don't go. Don't mind my brothers. Treating the patient is more important. Chapter 2. Oh, for this is my fourth brother. TangXiaomi grabbed Bai Yunbao's arm, worried he might act impulsively again. Since they were here, there was no need to rush to leave. They would wait until the communication was over before going in. Bai Yunbao lowered his gaze to the small hand gripping his arm, feeling the softness of her palm and her closeness to him. This wonderful feeling made his heart flutter, and he naturally wouldn't refute any of her opinions. Thus, Bai Yunbao obediently nodded, leading TangXiaomi to a shady spot, wiping a stone with his hand, and then helping her sit down. TangXiaomi slightly raised the corners of her eyes. This treatment was a bit too good, wasn't it? However, it wasn't over yet. He quickly ran off and returned with 2 large leaves in hand, then fanned her beside her. Is it cooler now, my wife? It was indeed quite cool, but... TangXiaomi looked at Bai Yunbao in confusion and asked, did you take the wrong medicine? No, I only take the medicine that my wife gives me. Bai Yunbao replied seriously. TangXiaomi, having someone to fan her was nice, but this kind of enjoyment felt really awkward. You can fan yourself. I see you've been sweating quite a bit. How can I not sweat after running back and forth? Bai Yunbao grinned and continued fanning earnestly. I'm not hot. If my wife is cool, then I'm cool too. What kind of talk was this? Why was he getting sweeter by the minute? Or was this just a male instinct? Bai Yunbao's eyes were pure, his smile bright, and he seemed to exude the essence of sunshine. She reached out and snatched the leaves from Bai Yunbao's hand, fanning herself with them half-heartedly. This made Bai Yunbao unhappy, and he pouted next to TangXiaomi, saying, am I not fanning well? TangXiaomi, who was squinting her eyes in the shade, turned to look at him, but unexpectedly found Bai Yunbao leaning closer, and she bumped her face against his abdomen. The boy's abdomen was still soft and had a good resilience. TangXiaomi froze for a moment as a rush of clean, sunny vitality hit her. Bai Yunbao, on the other hand, became stiff, even though there was a layer of bee skin between them. He could still feel her face and the warmth of her breath on him, especially when he inhaled the unique medicinal fragrance that clung to her. It was subtle yet sweet, more pleasant than any blooming flower. That tingling sensation crawled up his heart. Following that was the quickening of his blood flow, and he felt his body gradually heat up. When he sensed the warmth rush to his face, Bai Yunbao immediately turned around. Wait for me. I'll be right back. Looking down, he saw that he had indeed changed, just as he expected. It was unexpected to have a change at this moment. If she saw it, she would definitely be disgusted. Bai Yunbao bit his teeth in frustration and ran off without waiting for TangXiaomi's response. Watching Bai Yunbao's startled reactions. TangXiaomi's my helper. Growing up with this little guy, she was getting more and more confused about him. When she went to persuade a few of her brothers to come out and find them, she saw TangXiaomi lazily sitting under a tree, like a cat, squinting her eyes in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Perhaps because her face was still a bit red, the scars on her face were not so terrifying anymore. Can we go in? Seeing Xiang Wulu staring at her, but not speaking, TangXiaomi had to speak first. Realizing he had been lost in thought, Xiang Wulu hurriedly lowered his head and nodded with a serious face. However, his ears quietly turned red. Chapter 205. I am also your beast husband, although he knew that their fathers didn't have much time left and death was very close. He was unwilling to give up just like that. He went to find her, not really hoping for much. After all, they had treated her that way in the past. So she probably wouldn't want to come, right? But not only did she come, she also said, how would you know the outcome if you haven't tried? This sentence lingered in his mind. TangXiaomi turned to look in the direction where the white cloud leopard had just left and saw that he hadn't returned yet. She then said to Xiang Wulu, I'll go in first. You help me wait for Lao Wu. This little guy is really something. After speaking, TangXiaomi walked directly towards the thatched hut, naturally unaware that Xiang Wulu's face was silently turning red as well. Lao Wu. He is also Lao Wu. He knew she was talking about the white cloud leopard, but he actually felt a bit envious. The thatched hut that TangXiaomi entered belonged to Lu Wenju. In the dim corner, he sat there. I'm sorry for troubling you. You really didn't have to come. Seeing TangXiaomi enter, Lu Wenju smiled weakly. He could feel his life ebbing away and knew there was no hope for his condition. Facing death, he had already come to terms with everything. Apart from his few underage cubs, there was nothing else he couldn't let go of. Let's take a look. Seeing Lu Wenju like this made TangXiaomi suddenly feel a bit sad, and she reached out her hand towards him. Lu Wenju didn't understand, but still extended his hand according to her intention. After pressing her fingers on Lu Wenju's wrist for a while, TangXiaomi gradually furrowed her brows. A very strange pulse. The heartbeat was weak, but she couldn't discern any issues. It really isn't good, is it? Lu Wenju spoke with dim eyes. TangXiaomi looked up at Lu Wenju, whose complexion was dull, yet still smiling gently, and her heart felt as if something was blocked. But she didn't withdraw her hand. Instead, she continued to focus on feeling his pulse. Lu Wenju wanted to say that she didn't have to persist, but seeing her so focused and serious, he didn't want to interrupt her. After a moment, TangXiaomi slowly opened her eyes. "Can I see your chest?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lu Wenju's face, and he looked very troubled. "I don't mean anything else. I just want to see the partner mark on your chest." Generally, male beastmen are quite uninhibited before having a partner, but once they have a bond, they won't expose their bodies anymore, or else it would upset their females, and the consequences could be dire. "All right." Seeing TangXiaomi's calm gaze, Lu Wenju agreed, lowering his head to unfasten the beast skin and reveal his chest. When TangXiaomi saw the weak shoulder and the area around his heart, her eyes lit up. Indeed, there was something suspicious. Just as TangXiaomi was about to reach out to touch it, a furious roar interrupted her. "What are you doing?" The white cloud leopard entered and saw Lu Wenju with his bare chest, appearing shy yet inviting, and he shouted directly, striding over to TangXiaomi and pulling her away. TangXiaomi was startled by the shout, feeling as if she had been caught in the act. "I didn't do anything. Let go of me first." The key was that this little brat had grown up and was too strong. Being pulled by him made it impossible for her to break free. But the white cloud leopard didn't look at her. Instead, he glared at Lu Wenju and angrily said, "What are you doing? You're already bonded with a partner, and yet still trying to seduce the wife." Hearing the white cloud leopard's accusation, TangXiaomi finally understood, and she pointed at herself and said, "It was I who asked him to take it off. Let me explain." Chapter 206. Bai Yunbao was stunned. "What?" Bai Yunbao's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to look at TangXiaomi. TangXiaomi's lips stiffened. "What kind of look is that? It makes it seem like she's doing something shameful." "I'm just looking." Bai Yunbao's expression fell instantly, and before TangXiaomi could finish her sentence, he interrupted her sadly, asking why she had to look at his body when he was Xiang Caifeng's partner. "I know that, just let me explain." But before TangXiaomi could explain, she was interrupted again by Bai Yunbao, who said, "I don't want to hear it. You can't look at his body." TangXiaomi felt a bit helpless. This little guy had a temper that flared up quickly. Was she being too indulgent with him? However, just as she was thinking about how to educate him, Bai Yunbao spoke up with grievance, saying, "If you want to look, why not look at me? Why do you have to look at him? His body, isn't even good looking. I just can't understand why you like to look at it." TangXiaomi was momentarily stunned and was about to laugh when she saw Xiang Dalu and the others walking in. "With that ugly look of yours, who want to look?" Xiang Dalu said mockingly as he pulled Xiang Wulu out, making it clear that she was the kind of female who wouldn't even spare our father. A female like that begging us to be her partners would never succeed. Exactly. Even when our father is this sick, she still dares to act so brazenly. Right? "You ugly and wicked female. Take your ugly beast husband and get out of here." The group of deer beasts exchanged barbs, making the room noisy. TangXiaomi's expression darkened as she pulled the angry Bai Yunbao to her side and said to the four aggressive deer beasts, "You really haven't made any progress at all. Would it kill you to ask first before speaking?" After pulling the animal skins together, Lu Wenju started explaining in a hurry. The four deer beasts listened but remained skeptical, not believing that this was merely for treatment. TangXiaomi stopped explaining, pulling Bai Yunbao out. Bai Yunbao was unwilling to leave. How could he just walk away after being insulted like that? Even if it meant a fight to the death, he wanted them to apologize to her. Smack! TangXiaomi raised her hand and slapped the back of Bai Yunbao's head. "Wife!" Bai Yunbao's face scrunched up in grievance. TangXiaomi ignored him, making Bai Yunbao feel anxious all the way home. Unable to stand it any longer, he began to apologize to TangXiaomi, just hoping she wouldn't ignore him. "Bring your face here." TangXiaomi waved her hand at Bai Yunbao, who had been clinging to her the whole way home, still sticking close as if afraid of being abandoned like a little dog. "Okay." She finally spoke, and Bai Yunbao's heart leaped with joy as he obediently leaned in. When the cold herbal paste was applied to his face, Bai Yunbao curiously asked, "Wife, why is this medicine different from the previous ones?" "It's a new formula I came up with, so your face can heal faster," TangXiaomi replied, while continuing to apply the paste. She should have done this earlier. She had been too busy recently and had neglected it. After getting used to it, she hadn't paid attention to the white spots on his face. It was only after hearing those deer beasts today that she remembered she should have treated Bai Yunbao's white spots long ago. Once treated, he would definitely look better than them, and then she could let them see clearly who the real ugly one was. Chapter 207. Why not give it a try? Looking at TangXiaomi carefully applying powder on her face, Bai Yunbao murmured in a daze, "Wife, you look really beautiful. How come you keep getting more attractive?" "Don't think flattery will work on me," she reminded him, as she remembered all his rebellious actions. "I knew you wouldn't ignore me." Seeing TangXiaomi feigning anger, Bai Yunbao continued to smile, feeling like he could never get enough of her. His smile was bright and pure, like a flawless jade, a natural beauty. This kind of purity was extremely rare, and it was something she lacked. What one lacks is precious and deserves protection. However, being stared at so intently always made TangXiaomi feel a bit uncomfortable, so she became less meticulous in applying powder afterward. After finishing applying medicine on Bai Yunbao, she went to check the medication she had given him over the past few days. She indeed hadn't given him the wrong medicine. Was it normal for male beastmen to be so strange during puberty? She had never raised a boy and hadn't studied how males behave during puberty. At least she felt quite normal. However, shouldn't these issues be troubling Bai Yunbao? Pressing her temples, she decided not to think about it anymore. Male beastmen grow up quickly, and before she knew it, they would be past puberty. Thinking that it would soon pass, TangXiaomi began to contemplate the matter of Lu Wen deer. After much thought, she felt the problem lay with the partner contract. When male beastmen reach adulthood and mate with females, a contract would automatically be established, and there was also a method involving the fruit of the contract. Why does mating establish a contract, and how does the mark on the chest come about? If the origin is the partner contract, then to save Lu Wen deer, she must figure out what the partner contract really is. Seeing Bai Yunbao helping her organize the herbs, she felt it was really necessary. At this time, there was still some time before it got dark, so TangXiaomi quickly tidied up and slipped out while Bai Yunbao wasn't paying attention. She didn't want him to follow mainly because he was just recovering from his injury and shouldn't be running around. After finding the village chief, TangXiaomi asked about her concerns. However, she didn't receive any useful information. The partner contract had always been like this, and they lived by this rule without thinking of breaking it. Thus, TangXiaomi had to settle for the next best thing and start with the contract fruit. However, the village chief said that contract fruits were very rare, with only a few in each village. The few in Guanshan village had already been consumed by her, Bai Yunbao, and by Leisure, and if they wanted more, they would have to go to Beast City to apply with the beastmen who managed the contract fruits. The journey from here to Beast City was long and couldn't be accomplished in just a day or two. By the time they got the contract fruit, Lu Wen deer might not make it. After it didn't work out with the village chief, she was left with only one last option. Looking at the sky, it was about to rain. However, TangXiaomi went to the riverbank, walking slowly along the shore. Until she reached a relatively secluded spot, there was movement in the water. After a series of bubbles, a head emerged from the surface. If it were before, she would have thought it was a water ghost. When the head revealed a complete face, TangXiaomi muttered to herself, "It's only been a little while since we last met, but has this little brat become even prettier?" She saw Bai Liu with beautiful peach blossom eyes glistening with water droplets, seeming both real and unreal, beautiful yet enchanting. The water droplets traced down his delicate cheek like a blooming datura, exuding a deadly allure. Chapter 208. Don't let him ruin you, TangXiaomi. You really have a heart of stone. After such a long time, you only agree to see me now. You don't know that I... Before Bai Liu could finish speaking, TangXiaomi glanced at him coldly and said, "I have something to discuss with you, not to listen to your complaints." Hearing this, Bai Liu tightened his lips and lowered his butterfly-like eyelashes. She truly hadn't seen him. No matter where she was, there were always other beastmen by her side. Several times he wanted to appear, but almost got discovered instead. Moreover, ever since that incident, her attitude towards him seemed to have completely changed, as if a clear boundary had been drawn between them. In her eyes, he was even less than a stranger. "I want to know where your bonding fruit comes from, and if you have any more. If you do, I can exchange other things with you. If not, tell me where I can find some nearby. Likewise, I won't let you speak for nothing. You can propose conditions." Conditions again. Ever since he started helping her catch fish, it had been about exchanges, and now she still kept him at arm's length. Bai Liu raised his eyes and said with a hint of annoyance, "Which little male beast man doesn't want to be your partner, that you need to use bonding fruit to tie him down?" He had taken it upon himself to give her the bonding fruit and establish a partnership. Yet she was still angry at him and wouldn't even look him in the eye. "I don't need to explain what I use it for. Just say whether we were discussing this deal or not." "Discuss? Of course we will discuss. Would you still pay attention to me if we didn't?" After shooting a frustrated glare at TangXiaomi, Bai Liu looked around to make sure no one was watching, then stepped out of the water. If they were going to discuss a deal, couldn't it be a little gentler? The young man had eyes that were green with a hint of gold, sparkling like water, and droplets rolled down his translucent white cheeks, gathering at his delicate chin. Slowly, one by one, they dripped onto the ground. His long black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and water droplets traced down his fair and smooth chest, creating an illusion of invisible threads that held people's gaze captive. Just a faint smile was enough to be enchanting. Is it okay to just stand there? Xiaomi is afraid that if I get too close, I won't be able to resist my feelings. Looking at the enchanting smile, TangXiaomi reminded him in a bland tone, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist looking for trouble. From where I'm standing, you'll be exposed as soon as you appear. Seeing the cold expression of the little female in the setting sun, Bai Liu stopped in his tracks. She truly was unmoved. This made Bai Liu frown, and then as if he thought of something, he narrowed his eyes. Xiaomi, you can't still be hung up on that peacock, right? He only used you to get close to my second sister and hasn't treated you well. Besides, I think he doesn't look that great. Your taste can't really be that poor, can it? TangXiaomi's mouth twitched. Her taste was very good. Why was he bringing this up? She knew very well that he was much better looking than the peacock, but his beauty was too arrogant, making her unable to look at him favorably. Don't be fooled by this guy's cheerful demeanor. The feeling he gave her was very arrogant, as if everyone would bow down to his looks and worship him. But she only wanted to crush him, preferably to see him cry like a baby. If you don't want to say it, then there's no need to say it. After TangXiaomi finished speaking, she planned to turn and leave. Just then, her hand was suddenly grabbed and pulled into the shadows, crashing into a wall of flesh. Chapter 209. Did you just mention fourth brother? Bai Liu was no longer the soft and lovely child he once was. Perhaps the fish in the water were very nourishing. He had already outgrown her and was far stronger than she could compare to. TangXiaomi lowered her gaze, coldly watching Bai Liu without saying a word. Don't be angry. I pulled you back because I was afraid you'd leave. Did I hurt you? Bai Liu innocently smiled and reached to rub her small forehead. However, before he could touch it, TangXiaomi's other hand swatted it away. Don't think that just because she was smiling, she would be deceived. This fox-like, mischievous guy was clearly doing it on purpose. Xiaomi, why are you so rough? Look at my hand. Saying this, Bai Liu extended the hand that had been swatted, revealing a bright red five-finger mark on his delicate skin. TangXiaomi was slightly surprised, thinking Bai Liu might be exaggerating, but the fingerprint was so clear. How tender was his skin? It was simply infuriating. After trying to struggle a few times and unable to escape Bai Liu's grip, she spoke with a stern face. Let go. Seeing that she was about to lose her temper, Bai Liu immediately released her. I didn't mean to hold on to you. Let me see your hand. Did I hurt you? This time, Bai Liu acted quickly. While TangXiaomi was rubbing her wrist, he grabbed her hand again and leaned in to take a close look. It really is red. Let me help you rub it. Get lost. TangXiaomi directly shook off Bai Liu's hand. Her wrist was only slightly red, which was nothing compared to his delicate skin. Help her rub it? Don't think she didn't see the cunning in his eyes. A fish more cunning than a fox. Looking at the darkly gazing TangXiaomi, Bai Liu not only didn't obediently leave, but he also smiled even more charmingly. I didn't expect Xiaomi to say such things. But I won't leave. I will only swim. Maybe it was a mistake for me to come find you. Damn it. She really wanted to kill him. The things he talked about were all convoluted, and he didn't give her the answer she wanted at all. Bai Liu smiled at the corners of his eyes, lazily leaning back against the tree with his arms crossed. Although I don't know what you want to contract fruit for, only I know where to find it. And only I can get it. Stopping in her tracks, TangXiaomi turned to look at the calm young man. Even in the shadows, the young man's handsome face shone like a brilliant light, making her feel dazzled. Seeing TangXiaomi furrowed her brow and not speaking, Bai Liu smiled at her innocently. Xiaomi, you must be eager to have it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to find me, right? That night, she had seriously said she never wanted to see him again, and he knew she wasn't joking. TangXiaomi secretly clenched her fist. Damn it. He was slapping her in the face with her own words, of course. She remembered what she had said. Now, the sound of slapping echoed. Don't think that just because she smiled innocently, she wouldn't want to hit someone. A big man. Rambling on and on. Didn't I tell you to state your conditions? Can you stop wasting breath? TangXiaomi agis, flet. Bai Liu looked at the furious and irritated TangXiaomi, momentarily stunned. He thought she was gentle, composed, wise, and aloof. But he didn't expect her to be this irritable too. Stop just staring and not saying anything. You're such a big male beast, man. Is it that hard to be straightforward? TangXiaomi urged, frowning. Chapter 210. Do we still need face? Everyone has their temper, and everyone has a cage in their heart that holds some dark emotions. Some people's cages are not sturdy, allowing these negative emotions to take over their bodies, while others have very strong cages that enable them to remain calm no matter what happens. However, once such a cage is opened, the consequences can be terrifying. Her self-restraint lies somewhere in between. Usually, she can control her emotions well, but in situations like this, the agitation hidden in her blood has been unleashed. Little honey, you can. Bai Liu elongated the last syllable, his beautiful peach blossom eyes curving charmingly. He was truly adorable, the cutest female I had ever seen. TangXiaomi twitched her lips, thinking he might say something, but to her surprise, he could still say such things while looking at her current appearance. He must be a master of sweet talk and sugar-coated bullets, right? Of course, she wouldn't take the words of a little brat seriously, nor would she engage in a serious conversation with him. Anyway, since her face had been hit, TangXiaomi simply coldly watched Bai Liu, waiting for him to get to the point. If he hadn't revealed the whereabouts of the contract fruit before turning into a fish, she would at least pluck a few scales from him, even if she didn't chop him up. Hee. Seeing the look in TangXiaomi's eyes that seemed to want to peel off his skin, Bai Liu smiled softly. In an instant, the handsome features of the youth bloomed like the most enchanting flower. With one smile, 100 charms were born. Even TangXiaomi was captivated. Though it didn't change her urge to hit him, she had to admit that this little demon was indeed stunning, like a little fairy. I will fetch you whatever you desire, even if it means going to heaven and earth. Being gazed at by Bai Liu's affectionate eyes gave one the illusion of being deeply admired. And then, you promised to negotiate conditions with me, and you keep your word, right? Indeed, all those declarations of affection were nonsense, but it had to be within reasonable limits. If the conditions were too excessive, she would advise him not to waste his breath. She wouldn't engage in anything like murder or arson. The contract fruit was indeed important, but it also depended on the cost. If it wasn't worth it, she would have to find another way. Perhaps there was some in the neighboring Sunset Village? However, Sunset Village had always looked down on their Guanshan village. Ever since they had a harvest, they had become quite envious and secretly started planting water lilies, only to fail miserably. After failing, they became even more envious. The village chief of Sunset Village then demanded that Guanshan Village return the food borrowed in the past, meaning they wanted all the water lilies from Guanshan Village. The usually quiet village chief, after being bullied by Sunset Village, directly quarreled with their village chief, resulting in a strained relationship that shattered completely. In this case, asking Sunset Village for the contract fruit would be troublesome and a last resort. While TangXiaomi was thinking of other solutions, Bai Liu suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, leaning her back against a tree, and whispered in her ear with his hoarse voice, "I saw it when the leader kissed you, and I've been thinking about it for a long time. Those lips that can make a beast man like Xiao Han, she loses senses, must be incredibly delicious." He had been thinking about it for a long time, and upon seeing her, this thought only intensified his temptation, especially when he saw her little mouth opening and closing. He felt restless and unable to bear it. It was her turn to propose the conditions. Since that was the case, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Chapter 2:11. She must get it clear. The warm breath from Bai Liu's mouth brushed against her ear, accompanied by a physiological tingling sensation, causing TangXiaomi's gaze to darken slightly. That time he had secretly hidden away, unable to appear for his own safety. It was one thing not to show up. But what nonsense was he spouting now? Seeing TangXiaomi stiffen and her face flush slightly, Bai Liu gently curled his lips. He leaned closer to her, looking at her pink lips, thinking that once he tasted her, he wouldn't always be reminded of the scene where Xiao Han kissed her, which always made his heart itch. Perhaps this thought was finally going to come true. He suddenly felt a little nervous, his arms around TangXiaomi tightening. However, just as he leaned down to smell the fragrant medicinal scent on her, getting very close to her nose, TangXiaomi suddenly lifted her gaze. "Little brat, do you know what you're doing?" TangXiaomi gritted her teeth and spoke. "Instead of learning something good, you learn this?" If he were her son, she would have already punched his face into a bun. "Xiaomi, just let me taste it, okay?" Bai Liu stared at TangXiaomi's slightly parted pink lips, and feeling a bit dry in his throat, he instinctively licked his lip corner. This action made TangXiaomi's breath hitch, but she continued to threaten. "You dare?" Yet in Bai Liu's eyes, all he could see was the lips he longed for. Despite the many scars on her face, hideous and ugly, the more he looked at her lips, the harder it was for him to look away. Even if it might provoke her anger and lead to retaliation, he felt it was worth it at that moment. "Xiaomi, don't be afraid. I want to be rough like the leader. I'll be gentle just one time." When Bai Liu saw that not only was he not intimidated into letting her go, but he was also eager to try getting closer to her lips. TangXiaomi was furious, but she had nothing in her hands and could only hurriedly reach for her bag. However, her hand was pressed down by Luoyu's hand. Luoyu smiled mischievously, his fingers slipping through TangXiaomi's, intertwining their hands. Then he leaned close to her lips and said softly, "Xiaomi, I know you're pretty tough. Don't use your tricks on me, okay?" This was no longer a childish brat. He was clearly a cunning and slippery fish. At that moment, TangXiaomi deeply realized that not all underage male beastmen were like Bai Yunbao. Even though she knew Bai Liu was not simple, she never anticipated it would develop into this. Being restrained by a young boy, she couldn't move, and she didn't know how many curses were running through her mind. "You bastard, get away from me." As her anger surged, TangXiaomi struggled fiercely, preventing Bai Luoyu from getting the chance to kiss her. Did he think he was Xiao Hanxi? Xiao Hanxi was a strong adult male beastman. Her resistance against him was simply a waste of effort. But Bai Liu was only slightly taller than her. Although he was stronger, he was still a young boy, and she still had a chance to resist. If she let this little brat have his way today, how could she continue living? However, as she struggled, Bai Liu suddenly let out an unbearable muffled groan. Hearing this sound, TangXiaomi abruptly stopped her movements and slowly looked up at Bai Liu. She saw the beautiful young boy with spring in his brows, his fair cheeks tinged with a faint pink. The blush on his cheeks was both unbearable and pleasurable. Feeling the little female in his arms stop moving, Bai Liu's gaze became a bit dazed as he looked down at TangXiaomi, thinking it was strange. "Xiaomi, when you rub against me, it feels very good." Chapter 212. How dare they say that about you? Comfortable? TangXiaomi suddenly lost her color, and only after stopping did she feel the burning sensation of that thing. He actually gazed up at the bewildered Bai Liu. His beautiful peach blossom eyes a mix of intoxication and confusion, seemingly shrouded in a light mist. At this moment, TangXiaomi also realized that it wasn't just Bai Yunbao entering puberty, Bai Luoyu was too. If it weren't for knowing that puberty can lead to impulsiveness, seeing Bai Luoyu's dazed expression would have made her blacklist him as well. "Let go, you bastard. Don't get all emotional." TangXiaomi gritted her teeth, feeling only a bad mood being pressed against by a little brat with that burning thing. Emotional? Bai Luoyu blinked, his eyes still somewhat hazy. "Don't play dumb with me. Don't you have any idea what your thing has turned into?" Bai Luoyu's reaction was a bit slow. He only knew that he was overwhelmed by a feeling that was both tormenting and extremely pleasant. It was only when he felt the area where his blood had pooled that Bai Liu finally understood what had happened, and he looked down in surprise at the change that had occurred. "Ah, so I'm in heat." Looking at the astonished, handsome boy with surprise in his eyes, TangXiaomi twitched the corner of her mouth. "So that thing of his isn't his?" This reaction is even more surprising than hers. "Xiaomi, I'm in heat." Bai Luoyu not only didn't let go of TangXiaomi, but instead pulled her even closer. The boy's smile was radiant and enchanting. "There is no need to report this joy to me. All I know is if you don't get lost soon. Since I could go into heat, Xiaomi, let us mate early." "What?" TangXiaomi's facial muscles instantly stiffened, as hard as a wall. Going into heat means mating. What kind of logic is that? Just as TangXiaomi was about to curse, a figure suddenly jumped out from the bushes and landed a punch squarely on Bai Luoyu's face. This sudden turn of events caught both her and Bai Luoyu off guard, and Bai Luoyu stumbled a few steps due to the inertia. TangXiaomi also lost her balance, tripping over a tree root exposed on the ground, her body instinctively falling forward. However, instead of embracing the ground passionately, she was caught by someone holding her shoulder and then pulled into a warm embrace filled with the scent of fresh sunlight. "Bastard! How dare you hug her without the permission of the wife, and even think about mating with her? No way." Bai Yunbao clenched his fists and shouted at Bai Luoyu, then tightly protected TangXiaomi in his arms, patting her back to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, wife. I'm here. I will definitely protect you." When he was at home, he turned around and found she was already gone. His second brother said she had gone out for something. She would tell his second brother when she went out, but not him, which made him a bit unhappy and felt uncomfortable inside. Why was she avoiding him? Was it something he did wrong? His first reaction was to angrily go find her and ask why. But she told his second brother that she would be back soon and specifically instructed him not to look for her. He was angry, but still had to obey, so he obediently waited at home. But after waiting for a long time without seeing her return, he couldn't stand it anymore and found his way here. Finding this scene, "I'm fine, just a bit awkward." TangXiaomi adjusted her expression and her messy clothes before asking, "How did you get here?" Chapter 213. From last night until now, it's about time. "My wife, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I should have come to find you sooner." At this moment, Bai Yunbao was filled with regret. He should have come earlier. If only he had found her sooner, this situation wouldn't have happened. It was dangerous for a female to be out there alone, and their own village was just as perilous, as no one could guarantee that other male beastmen wouldn't come to seize her. This has nothing to do with you. Seeing Bai Yunbao blaming himself instead, TangXiaomi felt that no matter how thick-skinned she was, she couldn't bear it. This matter really had nothing to do with him, and it was something she had brought upon herself. She had anticipated various situations, but she never expected that Bai Liu would joyfully discover that he could go into heat, like a child seeing candy, grabbing onto her and not letting go. Just thinking about it made her head spin. TangXiaomi grabbed Bai Yunbao's arm, wanting to leave. Let's just go back first. No way. How can we just let it go after he treated you like that? Bai Yunbao refused to back down. His facial muscles tense, his eyes reddened with anger. How could he just let it go after seeing her being bullied like that? Thus, Bai Yunbao glared furiously at the male beastman who was lowering his head and rubbing his face. This male beastman had long hair, and from his angle, he could only see the tip of his nose, but even just the tip was quite sharp and fair. Looking at his physique, he was only slightly larger than Bai Yunbao, likely also an underage male beastman. What are you doing with your head down? I want to let you get away with bullying my wife like this. After saying this fiercely, Bai Yunbao hid TangXiaomi behind him, fearing that this strange male beastman would suddenly try to seize her again. Hearing Bai Yunbao's furious roar, Bai Liu slowly raised his head with a low laugh. When his stunning face appeared before Bai Yunbao, he momentarily lost his focus. The first reaction being, how could this male beastman be so good-looking? Upon closer inspection, Bai Yunbao was even more shocked and speechless. After standing there for a while, he finally managed to stammer, You are? Bai Liu tossed his long hair behind him and gave Bai Yunbao a gentle smile. Little five, it's been a long time, you've grown so tall. Fourth brother. Bai Yunbao was filled with mixed emotions as he excitedly approached Bai Liu. He had always worried about whether fourth brother was doing well outside. After being exiled, fourth brother had become a wandering beastman, and if discovered, his life would be in danger. He had planned to find fourth brother after coming of age, but he never expected fourth brother to appear here. However, after taking a few excited steps, Bai Yunbao suddenly stopped. Fourth brother, how did you end up here? Just now, he had thought it was other male beastmen bullying his wife, and he had even heard something about mating. Bai Liu smiled without speaking, only looking at TangXiaomi with ambiguous eyes. Thus, Bai Yunbao turned to TangXiaomi, Wife, this is my fourth brother. But halfway through, Bai Yunbao felt something was off when he saw TangXiaomi showing no signs of surprise, and he gradually realized. Wife, you knew fourth brother hadn't left the village. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've been so worried. Little five is still the best. Bai Liu walked over to Bai Yunbao and gently patted his head. Good thing fourth brother didn't waste his efforts on you. Chapter 214. Even a protective brother needs to be reasonable. When Bai Liu patted Bai Yunbao's head, he obediently pulled in his head like he did when he was a child. TangXiaomi watched in speechless disbelief. Bai Yunbao had looked so fierce earlier. She was worried that the brothers might get into a dispute, but it turned out she had overthought it. Bai Yunbao was tamed just like that by Bai Liu. However, fourth brother, what you did just now. Bai Yunbao's mind was in chaos. If it were any other male beastman, he would have fought him to the death, but it was his fourth brother who bullied his wife. What should he do now? Bai Liu continued to stroke Bai Yunbao's head, looking at him with a brotherly gaze filled with affection. Fifth, do you think fourth brother treated you well in the past? Fourth brother treated me the best. Bai Yunbao nodded obediently. Second brother was indifferent. Third brother was taciturn. Only fourth brother played with him and shared everything he had. Fourth brother had changed a lot. He was the most handsome male beastman Bai Yunbao had ever seen. Although he had always thought fourth brother would be the most good-looking, seeing him affectionately stroking his head now made him even more handsome than he had imagined. In comparison, he felt even uglier. So, Bai Yunbao lowered his head even more. Bai Liu smiled. Don't you want to live with fourth brother all the time? Like before, when we brothers never separated? TangXiaomi sensed something was off and thought Bai Liu looked cunningly sly. Bye. But just as she was about to speak, she saw Bai Yunbao obediently nodding his head, thinking, I always wanted fourth brother to come back. It's dangerous outside. Fourth brother, when can you come back? Seeing Bai Yunbao looking worried, genuinely concerned for Bai Liu, TangXiaomi couldn't help but twitch the corner of her eye. Bai Liu smiled brightly, then pulled Bai Yunbao in front of TangXiaomi. Without Bai Liu needing to say anything, she already knew what he wanted to say. Bai Liu, don't come up with any bad ideas. But Bai Liu completely ignored her, enticing the perplexed Bai Yunbao. As long as we follow one wife, we brothers won't be separated. Oh, Bai Yunbao felt what fourth brother said made a lot of sense, but just as he was about to nod, He instinctively looked at TangXiaomi. Once he looked, he couldn't nod anymore. Then, instinctively shaking his head, Bai Yunbao started to stutter, "Fourth brother, you..." But the wife. Looking at TangXiaomi and then at Bai Liu, Bai Yunbao felt very flustered, not knowing what to do. It would be great if second brother were here. He would definitely come up with a good solution. Bai Liu didn't expect Bai Yunbao to waver at such a critical moment. After narrowing his eyes slightly, he wrapped an arm around Bai Yunbao's shoulders. "Fifth, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of our wife with you." "I..." Bai Yunbao's body stiffened, as if two voices were fighting in his mind, one urging him to agree, the other strongly opposing it. TangXiaomi couldn't bear to watch any longer and pulled the conflicted Bai Yunbao to her side. "Bai Liu, is this how you do as an older brother? Is it fun to bully the fifth?" "Xiaomi, don't be biased." Bai Liu innocently blinked, thinking it would be easy for the fifth to accept him. But he hadn't expected the fifth to hesitate, feel troubled, and even reject the idea of him being TangXiaomi's beast husband. Meanwhile, she was protecting the fifth in a protective manner. A surge of unnamed anger rose in Bai Liu's heart, and with a slight smile, he pointed to his chest ambiguously and said, "I'm also your beast husband, you know?" Chapter 215. They would remember this scene for a lifetime. Bai Luoyu's partner mark on his chest was partially obscured by some hair. After pushing the hair behind him, the red partner mark came into their view. The same. How could this be? Bai Yunbao's face turned pale, and it felt as if his heart had been struck heavily. The one who had the same partner mark as him was his fourth brother. Bai Yunbao opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. TangXiaomi, on the other hand, frowned. The more she wanted Bai Liu to keep quiet, the more he seemed to pick at the issue. "Waifu, when did you and fourth brother?" Bai Yunbao asked in fragments. His mind was a mess, and the sorrowful feelings were almost overwhelming. He knew that asking would only make him feel worse, but he still wanted to know. When did they establish the partner contract? Fourth brother was so good-looking. His wife must be very happy, right? Thinking of his own ugliness, Bai Yunbao bit his lip tightly. He wanted nothing more than to disappear, yet he couldn't bear to. "It's been a while," Bai Liu answered slowly. After receiving this response, Bai Yunbao pursed his lips and fell silent. Seeing Bai Yunbao with his head down and eyes red, Bai Luoyu was somewhat surprised, thinking that the fifth brother would be happy. But what he saw was the unwillingness of the fifth brother. Bai Yunbao said nothing, but he couldn't hide his emotions. "Fifth brother, what are you afraid of?" After being seen through, Bai Yunbao felt even more worthless. He wasn't as good-looking as fourth brother, nor was he as smart. Fourth brother was right. He was scared, more scared than ever. He was afraid that he would be disliked from now on, that all the kindness she had shown him would be withdrawn. Just the thought of his wife laughing and talking with fourth brother made his heart feel like it was being twisted apart. The words I want to say are stuck in my throat, but Bai Yunbao couldn't express it, only looking sadly at TangXiaomi, who was holding his hand. What should he do? Would she still hold his hand in the future? As soon as TangXiaomi saw Bai Yunbao looking at her pitifully with his clear eyes misting up, she felt that her precious cub, whom she had raised with great difficulty, couldn't be bullied, not even by his own brother. "Don't listen to his nonsense." TangXiaomi shot Bai Luoyu a sideways glance, and then comforted Bai Yunbao. "This is a long story. I'll explain it to you later." Hearing her say that, Bai Yunbao felt a glimmer of hope rise in his heart and obediently nodded. After being warned with a glance, Bai Luyu's smile became somewhat stiff. Although he knew she was protective of the fifth brother, he didn't expect her to be this protective, with eyes full of tenderness and heartache. After taking a deep breath, Bai Luoyu finally put on a smile again. "Xiaomi, you should just keep quiet." Before Bai Luoyu could finish his sentence, TangXiaomi coldly interrupted him. "Bai Luoyu, stop pretending. You should know that I will never." Watching her lips move, Bai Luyu's smile gradually stiffened. He knew what she was about to say. She wouldn't agree to become his partner. She wanted to dissolve the partner contract. So, just as TangXiaomi was about to speak, Bai Luoyu suddenly leaned in, closing the distance and sealing her lips that wanted to taste but couldn't. So soft, so tender, so fragrant. A gentle touch felt like a wild beast being released. A mere taste wasn't enough. So, as TangXiaomi stood there in a daze, Bai Luyu's tongue slipped in. "Fourth brother." Bai Yunbao was stunned, watching up close. Chapter 216. "Xiaomi, you are so beautiful." Seeing fourth brother's beloved wife and seeing Xiaohan's beloved wife is completely different. Bai Yunbao held his breath, feeling like his heart was about to leap out. Fourth brother actually pried open the wife's teeth and kissed her. The stagnant breath seemed to turn into a hot current, coursing through his limbs and then flowing downward. Bai Yunbao was both shocked and terrified, quickly biting his teeth to control his body. But the sound of his heartbeat became a torrential rain, leaving him disordered and unable to control himself. TangXiaomi widened her eyes, then squinted, releasing her grip on Bai Yunbao and raising her hand to strike Bai Luyu's pretty face. However, the slippery fish was agile and had already slipped away in anticipation of her attack. What to do, Xiaomi? Your taste is simply too good. It's unforgettable. Looking at her lips that had been kissed, deepened in color because of him, pink and tender, it was practically an infinite temptation. You little rascal. Just wait until I get my hands on you. After being messed with by a brat, TangXiaomi could no longer bear it. Finding a suitable tool, she broke off a branch and walked towards Bai Liu. Since he needed discipline, she would let him know what he could and could not do. She was also extremely furious, her mind filled only with the thought of teaching that clueless brat a lesson. The branch was as thick as a finger, and Bai Liu did not dodge, so it struck him. After the first hit, TangXiaomi paused. He didn't dodge, but don't think that this would stop her from continuing. Just as she was about to strike Bai Liu again, her arm was embraced by Bai Yunbao. Wife, please don't hit fourth brother. He can't stand pain since he was little. If he can't stand pain, then he shouldn't act up. It's just a thin branch. What's the big deal with a hit? Old 5, don't say I'm not giving you face. Before TangXiaomi could finish her sentence, Bai Liu interrupted her. Old 5, don't stop Xiaomi. She is the wife. She can hit however she wants. This one T do. Bai Yunbao was anxious, holding on to TangXiaomi's arm, refusing to let go, and pleaded, Wife, if you want to hit someone, just hit me. I'm not afraid of pain. Thus, TangXiaomi stiffened her mouth, speechless. Did she really think she was using a wolf fawn club to hit Bai Liu? I have thick skin. If you're angry, just take it out on me. Fourth brother is almost bleeding. Turning to look at the anxious and fearful Bai Yunbao, TangXiaomi could only withdraw her hand, thinking Bai Yunbao was just defending Bai Liu. However, when TangXiaomi's gaze caught sight of the place where Bai Liu was hit, there was a red whip mark, and his skin seemed to be faintly cracked. It looked as if someone had whipped him mercilessly. His delicate skin was probably like this. This little rascal is really tender. Thank you, wife. Bai Yunbao let out a long sigh of relief. She was indeed different from Xiang Kaifeng. At the moment, she threw away the branch. He felt not only joy, but also a sweet taste. Seeing that TangXiaomi really didn't make a move, Bai Yunbao walked to Bai Liu's side. Fourth brother, don't make the wife angry anymore. Bai Yunbao was just about to advise Bai Liu, but Bai Liu suddenly raised his eyes, his beautiful and radiant gaze containing a glimmer of brilliance. Then, he leaned close to Bai Yunbao's ear and whispered, Old 5, have you ever touched Xiaomi? Or has she ever touched you? Hearing this, Bai Yunbao's face immediately turned red. Why not give it a try? Bai Liu understood, then smiled and patted Bai Yunbao's shoulder. Fourth brother cares about you. That's why I'm reminding you. Chapter 217, that is. TangXiaomi. I. The heat on Bai Yunbao's face surged to his ears, and both of his ears turned bright red. Even his neck was tinged with red. His heart was racing violently. Fourth brother said he could try too. His throat suddenly became very dry, and Bai Yunbao instinctively rolled his Adam's apple. He had never had a mouth-to-mouth interaction with his wife. At most, she had grabbed his arm or wrist. Did that count as his wife touching him? Bai Yunbao wanted to explain, but upon seeing Bai Liu's meaningful smile, he suddenly felt very nervous. Bai Liu, what are you saying to fifth brother? I tell you, don't lead him astray. This little brat has an insidious look on his face, and only this foolish Bai Yunbao still defends him. He didn't know what Bai Liu had whispered to Bai Yunbao just now, but it definitely wasn't anything good. Xiaomi, how can you think of me this way? I'm also doing this for fifth brother's good. He is my brother, and I care for him. Saying this, Bai Liu smiled and winked at Bai Yunbao. Fifth brother, what do you think? Is fourth brother good to you? Bai Yunbao's whole body stiffened. His neck straightened as he lowered his head, and his face was already flushed bright red. There must be something wrong. TangXiaomi frowned slightly, then worriedly pulled Bai Yunbao to her side. Don't get any funny ideas about fifth brother. Bai Liu just smiled lightly. Wait here for 3 days, and I will bring the contract fruit to you. It's best if you can bring it, otherwise you'll be struck by lightning for boasting. Upon hearing TangXiaomi's response, Bai Liu was taken aback. I thought, Xiaomi, you at least be moved. Moved? She is quite daring. If Bai Yunbao hadn't held her back today, she might have already beaten him with her fists. After giving Bai Liu a wry smile, TangXiaomi pulled Bai Yunbao and left directly. If she continued to listen to Bai Liu's nonsense, she would want to make fish head soup. Thinking of the soup, she suddenly felt a bit hungry. Back at home, Bai Yuhawk had already prepared dinner. The delicious aroma. It was fish soup. This instantly brightened TangXiaomi's gloomy mood, and she ended up drinking several bowls of soup, her belly swelling up. After eating and drinking her fill, TangXiaomi looked at Bai Yuhawk with a beaming smile. Sister Bai, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Upon meeting TangXiaomi's smiling gaze, Bai Yuhawk paused in his actions of clearing the dishes, but still did not respond. Watching Bai Yuhawk silently walk away, TangXiaomi's faint smile gradually faded. Ever since that night, he had become more considerate, maintaining a good distance from them. The previous Bai Yuhawk was cool, but now he seemed indifferent, as if he disregarded everything, and she felt like a mere pair of chopsticks in his eyes. Many times, they had walked past each other face to face, but he had ignored her presence, not even giving her an extra glance. Wife. Bai Yunbao came out of the kitchen and saw TangXiaomi lazily sitting and rubbing her belly. In that instant, he had the illusion that she was already pregnant with a little one. She seemed to radiate a warm glow. If his wife really was pregnant, she would surely be more gentle, right? Feeling Bai Yunbao's gaze, TangXiaomi quickly sucked in her belly. I just ate too much. Don't say I'm fat. But Bai Yunbao's attention was completely drawn to her lips, which were moist from the fish soup, full and pink, looking like they were about to drip. Chapter 2:18, The Era of Judging by Appearance. Wife, I want. He also wants a kiss. His heart suddenly began to race, and Bai Yunbao was startled himself. Why not give it a try? The words of the fourth brother lingered in his mind like a spell, and he almost blurted it out. But as he recalled how she had hit the fourth brother, he dared not say it. The wife seemed to dislike male beastmen kissing her. When Xiao Hanshi did it, it was forced, and her eyes were filled with disgust. The fourth brother took advantage of her inattention, but the result was that she got angry, and he had never seen her so fierce while hitting someone. What is it? No need to beat around the bush. Taking a deep breath, TangXiaomi asked seriously. She would never admit that she had gained weight recently. Bai Yunbao hurriedly shook his head, fearing he would uncontrollably want to try what the fourth brother suggested, and said he would go help, then ran to the kitchen. The wife hated being kissed. Although he still wanted to, he couldn't do anything that would make her dislike him. In the kitchen, Bai Yueying was preparing the ingredients needed for breakfast the next morning. After Bai Yunbao entered, he gently closed the door and began helping Bai Yueying pick vegetables. What's wrong? Do you have something to ask me? Bai Yueying asked after glancing at Bai Yunbao. Since the fifth brother entered, he felt something was off, especially with how he cautiously closed the door. Bai Yunbao was taken aback, and after realizing it, he smiled shyly. Second brother, you're really impressive. You figured out what I wanted to do right away. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Bai Yueying's mouth. What is it? The question he wanted to ask suddenly became hard to articulate for some reason, and Bai Yunbao stammered without being able to speak. This made Bai Yueying feel strange. The fifth brother usually said whatever was on his mind, but now he was blushing and couldn't get the words out. Moreover, he looked a lot like shy. The only thing that could make the fifth brother feel shy was Bai Yueying recalled her deliberately ambiguous gaze during dinner. Fifth brother, just say it. Then I'll know what to do next. Okay. Bai Yunbao nodded, took a deep breath, and looked at Bai Yueying with pure eyes, asking, Second brother, have you ever kissed a wife? Upon hearing this question, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Bai Yueying's eyes. He didn't expect the fifth brother to ask such a question. Only the fifth brother would use the term kiss, and he didn't know where he got such a strange question from. He hadn't kissed her, he had only been kissed. No. When he looked at Bai Yunbao again, Bai Yueying's eyes returned to their usual coolness. Why do you ask this? Didn't you? I always thought second brother had kissed the wife long ago. I saw the fourth brother kiss her. It looked really good. Bai Yunbao sighed in disappointment, initially wanting to ask second brother, but he didn't expect that second brother hadn't either. Fifth brother, did you just mention the fourth brother? No. Bai Yunbao hurriedly denied it and cursed himself for letting it slip. But he couldn't escape Bai Yueying's keen eyes. His usually calm face darkened slightly. Fifth brother, you must tell me everything you know about the fourth brother. Bai Yunbao bit his lip and didn't want to speak, but seeing Bai Yueying's increasingly serious demeanor, he had no choice but to honestly share everything he knew. After listening, Bai Yueying's expression turned grim, and he put down what he was holding and walked out. In a hurry, he knocked on TangXiaomi's door and went in, but as soon as he entered, he saw her changing clothes. Chapter 2:19, Is he stupid? Bai Yueying was momentarily stunned and turned around in a bit of panic. Although he knocked on the door, he entered without waiting for a response, never expecting her to be changing clothes. Just one glance, and the image of her fair skin lingered in his mind. She had once been thin and sallow, covered in scars, but now she was plump and her skin was fair. While she was not as robust as other females, her unique petite and voluptuous curve was something other females did not possess. His breathing became uneven, and Bai Yueying closed his eyes for a moment. Before he stepped out the door, he cleared his throat and spoke steadily. Sorry. It's not like I haven't seen it before, no need to mind. TangXiaomi casually adjusted her clothes and then raised her eyes to look at Bai Ying's back, only to see his tall figure visibly stiffen. It seemed that he had not forgotten about that night. Without saying another word, Bai Ying lowered his gaze, his face stiffened, and he walked straight out the door. Her words successfully reminded him of that night, the scenes he had deliberately tried to forget. Xiao Han, she had forcefully tried to mate with her, and if he rashly intervened, it would have no effect, so he was waiting for the right moment. But he was still too late. When he burst into her room and saw Xiao Han, she shaking violently on her, the scent of the male beast man filled the room. This scent, he might not have recognized before, but after experiencing her detoxifying the aphrodisiac for him and continuously releasing it under her hands, he knew what it meant. Sure enough, when she got up as if no one was there, he saw the sticky remnants of Xiao Han, she's release on her legs. It felt as if an invisible hand was continuously squeezing his heart, and Bai Ying furrowed his brows, breathing heavily. Second brother, you're not angry with the mistress, are you? Bai Yun Bao, seeing Bai Ying leaning against the wall near TangXiaomi's door with a very bad expression, hurried over with concern. After he had just told second brother everything he knew, second brother had left, and he was puzzled as to why he left so urgently until he saw him here. Could it be that second brother, like him, did not want the mistress to have other beast husbands, even if it was their own brother? Although I don't want that either, but it has already happened. Fortunately, it's fourth brother. If it were any other male beast man, I wouldn't be able to accept it at all. Seeing Bai Ying frowning and biting his lip in silence, Bai Yun Bao anxiously tugged at his sleeve. Second brother, please don't be angry. The mistress said she would explain her relationship with fourth brother to us later. But Bai Ying still wore a stern expression, and Bai Yun Bao became a bit anxious. He had never seen second brother like this before. This made Bai Yun Bao even more worried. Before he came here, second brother didn't have a fight with the mistress, did he? It must be that way. Mistress, are you okay? Bai Yun Bao released his grip on Bai Ying's clothes and was about to open the door to check. But his hand was pressed down by Bai Ying. We'll go in later. Follow me. Bai Yun Bao pouted and, seeing Bai Ying's ugly expression, had no choice but to follow him. After hearing no movement outside, TangXiaomi finished dressing and continued to prepare the medicinal materials. Today, Bai Yun Bao's encounter with Bai Luo, you could not be hidden from Bai Ying, but she did not expect Bai Ying to be much more anxious than she had thought. Chapter 220, here it comes. After applying the medicinal paste on her face, TangXiaomi felt a slight sting and gritted her teeth in silence. She originally didn't need a rush for results. The poison in her body was almost cured, leaving only the scars on her face. The scars weren't hard to remove, and with a month of careful conditioning, she could nearly recover. However, she didn't want to wait. She initially thought her face was just superficial and not important, but after all, it's still her face, and she wanted to keep it. Regarding Bai Liu, if she wanted to explain, she could have done so when she returned with Bai Yun Bao. She was just too lazy to explain. Should she say she was tricked by Bai Luo? What about her pride? She absolutely refused to admit she had fallen for a trap. There was no need to explain such matters. Once Bai Luo reached adulthood and broke the partner contract, if he still played any tricks, she wouldn't mind making him pay. Bai Luo's delicate skin would surely show marks if she hit him, and she was very interested in that. TangXiaomi gasped. The sting on her face was more painful than she had anticipated. Indeed, beauty comes at a price. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Kumin, releasing her clenched jaw, TangXiaomi steadied her voice. Hearing the response, the door opened from the outside, and Bai Yuhawk walked in. Upon seeing TangXiaomi's face smeared with green paste, Bai Yuhawk's gaze paused for a moment, but quickly returned to its usual coldness. I want to talk to you about the fourth one. Not wanting Bai Leisure and Bai Yun Bao to hear this, Bai Yuhawk closed the door before approaching TangXiaomi. TangXiaomi nodded. Just sit, you're much taller than me now. Standing makes me feel pressured. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Bai Yuhawk's eyes, and he obediently sat down. The faint herbal scent in her room was similar to that on her body, making him want to leave immediately. Therefore, Bai Yuhawk directly asked about his purpose. I want to know what's going on with the fourth one. Why did you also establish a partner contract with him? What do you think? TangXiaomi smiled, looking at the slightly nervous Bai Yuhawk, but instead of answering, she countered with a question. Her beautiful, clear round eyes sparkled with brilliance, causing Bai Yuhawk to clench his hands secretly. Don't forget you promised not to actually make the third and fifth ones your partners. So why did you involve the fourth one? The contracts with the third and fifth were unavoidable, but the fourth was different. He had been expelled. Even if she established a partner contract with him, it wouldn't matter. A wandering beast wouldn't be recognized as a beast husband and would face punishment if discovered. I don't know about that. You should ask Bai Luo. What is wrong with him that he insists on having this kind of relationship with me? But Bai Luo must have his reasons for doing this. Although he is young, he is not simple-minded. Bai Yuhawk slowly furrowed his brows and tentatively said, while looking at the nonchalant TangXiaomi, the fourth one is quite good-looking. It's normal for you to want him as your partner, and I can't interfere. But he isn't of age yet, and doesn't he understand the true meaning of a partner? Hearing this, TangXiaomi suddenly raised her eyes and smiled at Bai Yuhawk. Do you think I deceive him? Bai Yuhawk remained silent. TangXiaomi withdrew her smile and spoke slowly. But you should know best who I want as my partner. Chapter 221. How can this be? Bai Yuhawk's delicate face was taut, and the cool, tranquil black of her eyes showed ripples of emotion. Due to the deepening sting on her face, TangXiaomi could only touch her own face. Her face was now covered in green. And he must think she looks very ugly, right? Bai Yuhawk didn't speak immediately, and she wasn't in a hurry either. She quietly waited for him to say something. If you're trying to take revenge on the fourth, or want to use the fourth, I hope you come at me. Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi slightly furrowed her brows. Standing up with some displeasure, she looked down at Bai Yuhawk and said, Sister Bai, am I such a despicable person in your eyes? Bai Yuhawk stood there, expressionless, but the aura he exuded was one that kept strangers at bay. Since I told you I want to pursue you, I wouldn't resort to such means. I hope you can say and mean it. The scent that belonged to her lingered in the air. Even with her face smeared with green medicine, it couldn't hinder her influence on him. The closer she got, the more it stirred his memories, causing him to speak in a cold and unnatural manner. TangXiaomi, who had initially maintained a cold expression, noticed Bai Yuhawk's cold demeanor and wanted to escape. Want to escape? The thought seemed ridiculous at first. How could Bai Yuhawk want to escape? So, she tried to get a bit closer. It doesn't matter if you don't like me, but thinking of me this way is wrong on your part, Sister Bai. I pursue the person I like without coercion or deception. What I gain through that wouldn't be a person, but a heart. And the value of a sincere heart is immeasurable. The fragrant breath seemed to envelop her, and her proximity put a lot of pressure on him. Bai Yuhawk instinctively averted his gaze. He wanted to stop her approach, but was afraid of appearing too abrupt or too concerned. I naturally have my ways, Sister Bai. Don't you know that? TangXiaomi smiled slightly at the corners of her mouth, speaking with a hint of emotion. Don't forget, I have pursued you, but unfortunately, until now, he still refused to say anything. Bai Yuhawk concealed his alluring phoenix eyes and stood up coldly. Sorry, I disturbed you. I should have clarified the situation beforehand. Learning from the fifth that the fourth had also formed a bond with her, he initially assumed she wanted the fourth, perhaps to take revenge on him. However, seeing the sincerity in her eyes, he felt he might have been wrong. He should have asked the fourth before coming to find her. After saying this, Bai Yuhawk turned to leave, but as he did, TangXiaomi called out to him. Sister Bai, don't you want to explain? I was abrupt. I apologize. Bai Yuhawk turned around, expressionless, and nodded slightly at TangXiaomi. TangXiaomi shook her head. You know I'm not talking about what happened today. Don't you really feel moved? Don't you want to salvage anything? Bai Yuhawk stiffened, gripping his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. I don't understand what you're saying. We're fine as we are. Bai Yuhawk's voice was low and cool, and after saying this, he directly left. Looking at the closed door again, TangXiaomi murmured to herself, still saying you don't understand what I'm saying. I can see you know very well in your heart. The event of that night felt like a fishbone stuck in her throat, if it wasn't removed. How could she possibly feel comfortable? Therefore, that matter couldn't just pass by ambiguously. She had to clarify it. Chapter 222, where there's a commotion the next morning. Everything returned to normal. TangXiaomi left early to check on how the breeding farm was doing. However, halfway there, Bai Yunbao caught up with her, this time bringing Bai Leisure along. Hearing that the orcs from Guanshan village were helping out, Sangge and I also wanted to assist our wife. Bai Yunbao smiled brightly. So, TangXiaomi looked at the sullen Bai Leisure, wondering if he really wanted to help. Your injuries aren't fully healed yet, and there are plenty of male orcs in the village. They are enough. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunbao became unhappy and muttered quietly. It's precisely because there are so many male orcs that we need to help. What if one of those male orcs is outstanding and attracts her? He had only not followed her for a while, and she already became partners with Sangge. Thankfully, it was his Sangge, otherwise he would regret it deeply. So, he wanted to bring Sangge along. Sangge was stronger than him and could surely drive away the other male orcs. Lao Wu, what are you muttering about? It's nothing. Anyway, Sangge and I must follow our wife. While speaking, Bai Yunbao tried to reach out and grab TangXiaomi's arm, shaking it playfully to avoid being shaken off. Besides, we can also learn something. Erge said not to touch our wife, but Sangge said it was okay. He didn't know if he should listen to Erge or Sangge, but he did it anyway. Her arm was so slender and soft that he could hold it with one hand, and with a bit of force he might break it. He had grown taller, But his wife hadn't grown much or become stronger. Bai Yunbao felt it was a pity, but at the same time, he was determined to protect his wife better since she was so small. TangXiaomi couldn't do anything about Bai Yunbao, gave him a sideways glance, and agreed. They weren't small anymore. It was time to learn more to prepare for their future families. Let go, how old are you? TangXiaomi patted Bai Yunbao's hand, signaling him to release her. It was embarrassing for a little guy bigger than her to hold on like that. If others saw, they might laugh. And if misunderstood as him being incapable, it would be hard for him to find a partner later. Under TangXiaomi's disapproving gaze, Bai Yunbao chuckled and let go. Watching them chat and laugh, Bai Leisher's golden gray eyes gradually dimmed, and he consciously kept his distance, following behind them. When they arrived at the breeding farm, the sun had already risen and it was getting late. Have you heard? TangXiaomi actually went after the beast husband Lu Windeer of TangXiaomi. I said she wanted to use breeding animals to find a partner. It turns out that other partners appearing would also have delusions. She is so small and ugly. Which male orc would be willing to be her partner? Well, she can't have cubs. Wouldn't that mean she wasted her whole life? Having a partner, but no cubs would still lead to being looked down upon, with no status at all. Under a large tree, 7 or 8 male orcs were serious, seemingly discussing something important. As they walked in, they unexpectedly overheard this. TangXiaomi furrowed her brows slightly. She went after Lu Windeer. There were only a few people present at the time. Was it those dear beasts deliberately spreading rumors? Upon hearing this, Bai Yunbao instantly became furious, shouting, "Shut up! Don't speak ill of my wife." Bai Leisher also frowned tightly. He knew she was there to treat Lu Windeer and didn't believe what those male orcs were saying. Lao Wu, don't be impulsive. TangXiaomi quickly stopped Bai Yunbao. Bai Yunbao looked aggrieved. Wife, you're not ugly at all. Why do they say that about you? Chapter 223. Not even a glance at her, a few male orcs were startled and slowly turned their heads to look at her. After their gaze swept across TangXiaomi's face. Is this not ugly? Her face was green. The green face looked even uglier than before, only Bai Yunbao. This silly boy would think TangXiaomi was not ugly. In the past few days, the male orcs had been busy because of TangXiaomi and had accumulated a lot of resentment in their hearts. With their preconceived notions, seeing TangXiaomi's increasingly terrifying face made expressions of disgust appear on their faces. Of course, why can't they just say it, right? You are TangXiaomi's beast husband, so you would defend her like this. You might have gotten used to it, but we are different. We see things as they are, and don't even think about us becoming beast husbands. This was what they were most worried about. Afraid of being entangled by TangXiaomi. They remembered how she had once entangled Rong Conke, and now that the females were leaning towards her, if she got her claws on them, it would mean they had no way out. So, they needed to dissuade her early on. They would never compromise to become her beast husbands. A few male orcs exchanged glances and then nodded in tacit agreement, their opinions very unified. You guys are blind. The mistress is not ugly at all. Bai Yunbao shouted angrily at these male orcs. If his arm wasn't being held by her, he would have rushed over to teach them a lesson, afraid that pulling away too hard would hurt her. When he came here, he was very worried that she would be taken away by other male orcs. Although this situation didn't exist now, he couldn't stand hearing them slander her. The few male orcs looked at each other in speechless expressions. They hadn't said Bai Yunbao was blind, yet he was shouting so happily. Isn't it clear who was blind? Little guy, I see you must have also drunk TangXiaomi's love potion. One of the male orcs shook his head with pity as he looked at Bai Yunbao. The others laughed, watching Bai Yunbao and saying, "Kid, you really need to get your eyes checked. Even if you're unwilling to admit it, ugly is ugly. Can't you see that TangXiaomi's face is all green? It looks so scary." Hearing this, Bai Yunbao's anger burned fiercely, with veins popping on his forehead and arms. Just as he was about to rush over and tear these male orcs' mouths apart, he heard the person beside him speak calmly. "Are you done laughing? You can say I'm ugly, but how can you say our child has bad eyesight?" At the same time, Bai Yunbao felt his head being rubbed. Feeling that gentle hand, Bai Yunbao was surprised and momentarily froze. Half of his rage was instantly dissipated. So obedient, it was worth raising you. Mistress. Anger turned into grievance, and the thousands of words in his heart finally turned into a low call. The few male orcs felt a bit frustrated. They didn't quite understand what she meant. But we didn't say anything wrong. Could it be that we were blind? Yes, that's right. TangXiaomi nodded with a warm smile. The few male orcs also reacted, feeling a bit emotional. Didn't saying they were blind also deny her ugliness? This little female is quite shameless. Facing the angry yet speechless gazes of these male orcs, TangXiaomi was not in a hurry. After touching her face, she slowly said to Bai Yunbao, "It's about time from last night to now. Lao Wu, go get me some water. Chapter 224, will it be lucky? Bai Yunbao didn't understand why TangXiaomi suddenly asked him to fetch water. Was she thirsty? But since she said so, he had to go. Third brother, stay with the mistress. I'll be back soon. Feeling uneasy, Bai Yunbao pulled Bai Leisure to TangXiaomi's side, which would also help boost their presence. Once Bai Leisure stood firm, he stiffened his body, glanced at the calm TangXiaomi, and then fixed his gaze on the several male beastmen in front of him. Under Bai Leisure's glare, the male beastmen remembered that Bai Leisure was also TangXiaomi's beast husband. In their impression, he was still a scrawny figure, and they thought that now that he had grown up, he would surely be an useless male beast man. But now, he was not short even before reaching adulthood, and he looked strong, clearly well taken care of. TangXiaomi, are you trying to tell us that you also have a beast husband? One of the male beastmen sneered and took a step closer to TangXiaomi. You must have taken advantage of them while they were still young. If they weren't raised by you, would they willingly be your husbands? Who knows how many of them might not want to. Everyone knew how she got her beast husbands. Bai Leisure and Bai Yunbao were clearly forced into it. Just as TangXiaomi was about to speak, Bai Leisure stepped forward, his face expressionless. His eyes fierce like a wild beast, staring at the male beastman in front of him. Back off, Bai Leisure said with a warning, enunciating each word clearly. Looking at Bai Leisure's back, TangXiaomi couldn't help but feel emotional. She hadn't seen him much at home, but now that he was standing in front of her, she felt he had grown quite a bit. At his current rate of growth, it wouldn't be long before he was about as tall as the male beastman before them. Kid, I advise you to open your eyes and see clearly who your mistress is, lest you have no choice but to accept it when you come of age. In response to this male beastman's advice, Bai Leisure maintained a stern expression and with difficulty spat out 2 words, get lost. After saying that, he even pushed the male beastman a bit, although they had agreed to untie the partner contract. Hearing it from this malicious male beastman made him feel disgusted. And since the beastman was stepping closer, he had no choice but to push him away. Bai Leisure's behavior could be seen as a challenge, and the faces of the male beastmen darkened. They were not afraid of him, were they? The atmosphere thus intensified, and it only needed a spark to ignite an explosion. At this moment, TangXiaomi patted Bai Leisure's arm. Third brother, step back a bit, I'll talk to them. Bai Leisure was a male beastman, and it was hard to say they wouldn't get into a fight. But after the pat, she felt the muscle beneath her palm was very firm, much sturdier than Bai Yunbao. Bai Leisure seemed to be startled, his body trembling slightly, stepping back awkwardly. He had not expected her to suddenly pat his arm. The skin-to-skin contact made him feel her soft and delicate palm. Isn't it just a matter of being ugly or not? What is the deal with you adult male beastmen ganging up on third brother? Looking up at the 8 burly male beastmen, TangXiaomi questioned them with dissatisfaction. The leading male beastman, seeing TangXiaomi, who was small yet imposing, twitched his mouth. It was he who had been pushed, and clearly Bai Leisure was fiercer than them. So how could they bully him? Defending your own is one thing, but it has to make sense, right? Chapter 225, she must be very indulgent to Bai Yunbao as long as you admit it yourself. Isn't that enough? As a male beastman, he couldn't see things the same way as a female, especially someone like TangXiaomi, who was unreasonable and protective of her own. They certainly didn't want to offend her, as doing so would mean offending all the females in the village. TangXiaomi coldly smiled, admitting she was ugly. She didn't really care about being ugly or not, but being forced to admit it felt unpleasant. Wife, the water's here. Bai Yunbao, seeing TangXiaomi surrounded by several tall, male beastmen from a distance, shouted before he reached them, what do you want? Don't bully my wife. The few male beastmen were speechless. How were they bullying his wife? They hadn't even touched her. Wife, are you okay? Bai Yunbao panted as he ran to TangXiaomi, checking her up and down with his eyes, fearing he might miss any injuries on her. TangXiaomi shook her head, her gaze shifting to the water Bai Yunbao had brought in large leaves. Bai Yunbao, following TangXiaomi's gaze, realized he had been so focused on running over that he had spilled most of it. Wife, I'm sorry, I accidentally spilled it. It's okay, this is enough. But this little bit is not enough for you to drink. Bai Yunbao exclaimed. His wife loved to drink water, always finishing a big cup, saying that females were made of water and needed to hydrate more. It's not for drinking, it's for. TangXiaomi smiled mysteriously and didn't continue. At that moment, Hongyan jogged over, frowning upon seeing several male beastmen gathered there. After scanning them, she panted fiercely, what's going on here? Who wants to bully Xiaomi? You'll have to deal with me. The male beastmen, feeling guilty under Hongyan's glare, chuckled awkwardly and took a few steps back, shaking their heads in denial. However, Hongyan didn't believe them. Recently, some of the male beastmen in the village had voiced their discontent towards TangXiaomi, and being surrounded by them couldn't be a good sign. Seeing the male beastmen try and sneak away, Hong Yin pulled a stern face. No one is leaving until I figure this out, or I'll tell the village chief. Hong Yin, don't. But Hong Yin completely ignored them, glaring at them before walking over to TangXiaomi. Just as she was about to ask, TangXiaomi pulled her over. Hong Yin, you're just in time. Help me wipe my face. Without a mirror, she found it difficult to clean up. With a piece of dark cloth shoved into her hands, Hong Yin had to swallow her concerns. But seeing TangXiaomi's calm demeanor, Hong Yin relaxed a bit, and while helping her wipe her face, she said irritably, I thought something serious happened when I saw your little snow leopard so anxious. I almost got a stitch from running, and you just wanted to wipe your face. Thinking about how she had rushed over, Hong Yin shot TangXiaomi another glare. Xiaomi, why did you make your face so green? It's so hard to clean. TangXiaomi smiled without saying a word. Seeing her strange expression, Hong Yin could only mumble as she continued wiping. However, as she wiped away the layers of green, Hong Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my god, how is this possible? Hearing Hong Yin's exclamation, Bai Yunbao and Bai Lei Shi, who were staring at the male beastmen, turned to look. Both were stunned at the sight. This scene would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Chapter 226. As if she was still the same her eyebrows were lightly brushed, and her clear eyes resembled a pool of fresh spring water. Her delicate face had a rosy glow, and her cherry lips were sweet and inviting. With a touch of grace, a hint of gentleness, a dash of sweetness, and a touch of playfulness, she was stunning. My goodness, little honey, you are so beautiful. I've never seen such a lovely female before. Even your sister Bai Erji can't compare. The beauty of Bai Yuhawk is completely different from TangXiaomi. She felt that TangXiaomi was superior. It was she who helped TangXiaomi wipe her face, and she was the first to see TangXiaomi remove the green goo from her face. But she still found it hard to digest. After the surprise, Hong Yin looked on with envy. Little honey, what are you putting on your face? Let me have some too, so I can look beautiful as well. TangXiaomi was amused by Hong Yin's teasing and smiled. What I'm using is for my illness. I can't just let you use it. Next time I concoct a new beauty powder, you'll be the first to try it. Hong Yin nodded absent-mindedly, then sighed dreamily. Little honey, when you smile I get so dumbfounded. What should I do? I also want to be your partner. Hong Yin, don't exaggerate. What exaggeration? Look at your two little beast husbands. Then look at those few male beast men who bullied you. Their eyes are about to pop out. So, TangXiaomi raised her gaze. Then, her smile froze. Hong Yin really wasn't exaggerating. Bai Yun Leopard was stunned, his mind blank, blinking like a robot. Bai Lei Lion wasn't much better off, but he dared not look more, lowering his head. Yet for some reason, his face was burning, making him even more hesitant to raise his head. Wife master, is that you? Bai Yun Leopard tentatively asked, then, like a frightened puppy, took a step back. Seeing Bai Yun Leopard's reaction made TangXiaomi feel both amused and exasperated. She had merely returned to her original appearance, not like Bai Liyu's breathtaking beauty. He must have been so shocked because he was used to seeing her scarred face, right? Ha, little honey, look, your little leopard is stunned. TangXiaomi felt a bit embarrassed, but before she could speak, Hong Yin continued, now you've picked up a bargain. I wonder how many male beastmen will envy and be jealous of you too. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun Leopard felt as if a warning bell had suddenly rung in his heart, and his gaze towards the few male beastmen became even sharper. TangXiaomi also looked at those male beastmen who were still unsure how to react and asked with a gentle smile, am I okay like this? The several male beastmen mechanically nodded. It was more than okay. She was simply too beautiful, especially when she smiled sweetly and softly, sweeter than delicious fruits. Are the third and fifth ones blind? Not blind, not blind. We are the ones who are blind. The male beastmen were almost in tears. They had no idea that the green stuff on her face was medicine and had offended her, cutting off all hope. The leading male beastman had a mournful expression, while several companions were secretly kicking him. He was the one who had offended her the most, wasn't he? Don't be nervous. I'm quite easy to talk to. I won't hold it against you for what happened earlier. TangXiaomi smiled gently, pure and harmless. The male beastmen stared blankly and nodded, but then felt something was off. Someone who could make the peacock angry to death was never easy to talk to. Chapter 227. What are you looking at? As expected, TangXiaomi continued with a radiant smile. Since you all find it hard, there's no need to force you. From now on, you won't have to worry about the breeding farm. No, we're not tired. A few male beastmen stammered, trying to salvage the situation. But after TangXiaomi smiled at them with a fake grin, she turned to Hong Yin and said, Hong Yin, please tell the village chief for me. Okay. Hong Yin gleefully agreed. glaring at the few male beastmen. Beauty powder, beauty powder. Seeing TangXiaomi was like seeing the latest beauty product. With that, TangXiaomi waved her hand in front of the white cloud leopard, who was still staring at the male beastmen. Aren't his eyes tired? We should go. There are still many things to do at the breeding farm. Oh, the white cloud leopard replied dryly, but its eyes remained fixed ahead, not glancing at her at all. Initially, TangXiaomi thought the white cloud leopard just needed a moment to recover, but after seeing the white cloud leopard follow her step for step, she stopped. Was he overly stimulated? He looked so dazed. What was going on? Do I look scary like this? The white cloud leopard froze for a moment, then turned red and blankly replied, "Wife, very beautiful, very beautiful." However, he didn't look at her while speaking, not even blinking. This version of the white cloud leopard really looked like a robot. To ease the atmosphere, TangXiaomi casually chatted while walking. "I look like this originally. I'm not trying to hide anything. I was poisoned back then, and it wasn't until recently that it was completely cured." Poisoned? Upon hearing that she had been poisoned, the white cloud leopard immediately became tense, looking at her clear, smooth cheeks with concern and heartache. "How did you get poisoned? What kind of poison? Why didn't you say so earlier?" While the white cloud leopard kept firing questions, Baileisher quietly raised his head to look at TangXiaomi. Didn't T know any of this, and thought she was like Lao Wu, born with it? There was T much to say about it anyway. It could be cured. Was she trying to show off how amazing her medical skills were? Showing off was fine, but there was no need to talk about it. As they spoke, they arrived at the breeding farm. Bang! Upon seeing TangXiaomi, the male beastmen who were busy working stared blankly, dropping the tools in their hands. "Look, a female. What a beautiful female. When did such a beautiful female come to our village? I haven't heard of any neighboring villages having such a beautiful female. Could she be from Wanshou City?" The male beastmen looked at TangXiaomi eagerly, excitedly discussing among themselves. Then, it was unclear which male beastman said, "Wait, don't you think this female looks a bit familiar?" But that male beastman's words were immediately dismissed. Nonsense. How could anyone forget such a beautiful female if they had seen her before? However, look at the male beastman beside her. ISNT that by Jia's third and fifth. After one male beastman pointed it out, the others finally looked towards Baileisher and the white cloud leopard beside TangXiaomi. This delicate and petite figure was unlike any other female. Instantly, all the male beastmen's minds exploded with realization. It was TangXiaomi. Chapter 228. What is all this commotion about? Having been used to cold treatment, TangXiaomi felt quite uncomfortable being stared at by these male orcs, as if they were beasts eyeing meat. She thought the modern era was all about looks. But it seemed that in this ancient and savage time, looks truly mattered. Since her appearance had returned, she wasn't afraid of being looked at anymore. After nodding at the male orcs who were gazing at her, she walked towards the village chief. The village chief was very busy. So busy that he didn't even look up at TangXiaomi. The reason he was so busy was because of her. She would come up with ideas and then leave everything to the village chief. Xia Yuqing was also very busy, as the village chief couldn't handle everything alone. "Xiaomi, you finally came, Upon seeing the shoes, Xia Yuqing immediately recognized it was TangXiaomi, but when she looked up at her, she hesitated. After glancing at TangXiaomi several times, she tentatively spoke, "TangXiaomi?" TangXiaomi smiled and nodded. "Surprised, right? I thought there was something wrong with my eyes at that time." Hong Yin excitedly began telling Xia Yuqing about what had happened, while also playfully glaring at TangXiaomi for not informing her in advance, fearing she would be startled. At this moment, the village chief also raised his eyes, and when he saw TangXiaomi, his serious and upright face showed a hint of surprise. This made Hong Yin feel quite pleased, as if she were the one dazzling everyone. "Your face is better?" Xia Yuqing blinked. "Wasn't like this yesterday. How did it improve so quickly?" TangXiaomi nodded again, finding Xia Yuqing's serious demeanor while following the village chief quite adorable. However, ever since Xia Yuqing was about to give birth, she had become even gentler. TangXiaomi joked, "Sister Xia, is your little female still reluctant to come out?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yuqing instinctively touched her large belly. Being pregnant with a little female was a mix of joy and worry. Little females were very precious and generally hard to conceive, which made both the village chief and the orcs in the village very concerned. However, giving birth to a little female was not an easy task, as half of the females could die in childbirth. "Fortunately, you're here. I feel much more at ease." Xia Yuqing looked at TangXiaomi with gentle eyes. "Yes, don't worry. I got everything covered." After holding Xia Yuqing's hand, TangXiaomi repeatedly reminded her, "Also, make sure your beast husband takes good care of you." I told you to move around more, but I didn't mean for you to work. Xia Yuqing's beast husband, Du Yilang, immediately worriedly supported her. No matter how I say it, she doesn't listen. Please persuade her more. TangXiaomi smiled helplessly. She had already advised her a lot. But Xia Yuqing only took in the part about needing to exercise for a good delivery. It seemed that daughters particularly loved to cling to their mothers. Xia Yuqing had already passed her due date, and as the fetus grew, it would become harder for the mother to give birth, which made her quite worried about it. If your little female hasn't moved by tomorrow, be prepared for induction. What? Du Yilang asked nervously. TangXiaomi briefly explained a few points. But instead of easing Du Yilang's worries, it only made him more anxious. He had never heard of such a thing as induction. And just as he was about to speak, Xia Yuqing interrupted. All right, I trust you. Upon hearing Xia Yuqing say this, Du Yilang had no choice but to suppress his worries. But when he raised his eyes and saw the white cloud leopard staring unblinkingly at Xia Yuqing's belly, he quickly blocked his view with his body. The white cloud leopard's face turned crimson. He truly had no other intentions. Chapter 229. Wanting to ask her for clarification, feeling Du Yilang's unfriendly gaze, TangXiaomi turned to look at Bai Yunbao. What is this silly boy doing? Staring at the female's belly? It's a miracle he hasn't been beaten up. When Bai Yunbao saw TangXiaomi looking at him, he became even more embarrassed. He had genuinely lost focus by accident. Looking at Xia Yuqing's belly, he had fantasies that he dared not share with her. I see everything is in order here, which means as long as the village chief is around, I won't have any business here, TangXiaomi said, smiling and waving at the village chief. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave now. Okay, I'll find you if there's anything, the village chief replied kindly, allowing her to leave. After checking the progress of the breeding ground, TangXiaomi left happily. Indeed, working together was the most efficient. Many animals were already kept inside. At this rate, the number of animals in the breeding ground would gradually increase, and their food supply would follow suit. Maybe they would be able to eat eggs soon. Thinking about not having to worry about food and drink in the future, TangXiaomi felt delighted, affirming that all the hard work was worth it. Once she left, Bai Leishi and Bai Yunbao naturally followed, having long forgotten about their original purpose of coming here to learn. Initially, there was one little tail, but now it had turned into two. Fortunately, she needed manpower to find herbs. Otherwise, being so well protected made her feel like a big shot. After gathering herbs for a while, it was already dark. The two boys, covered in dirt from foraging for herbs, had transformed into their beast forms. Thus, on the way to find Lu Wendu, TangXiaomi was accompanied by two fierce beasts. These beasts were not just for show. As soon as a male beastman appeared, her snow leopard would fiercely attack, while the lion, although it wouldn't actively attack people, still exuded a fierce aura that made herbivorous male beastmen generally avoid them. The bald patches on the snow leopard's body had been healed, and its gray-white fur was smooth and silky, resembling a precious supersized cat. The lion's mane was starting to grow. If well fed, it wouldn't be long before it became a lion with a beautiful mane, proud and majestic. For those who raise animals, or people, a sense of satisfaction naturally arises. Companionship is always mutual, just like between parents and children, where parents exhaust their resources to raise their children, and in the process, also bring joy and companionship to the father. Aren't they just like that now? Therefore, she never felt that there was a question of who was good to whom or who owed whom. When the lion noticed TangXiaomi looking at him, he sneaked a glance at her before stiffly lowering his head. Thankfully, in beast form, his expression and skin color were not visible. Seeing the lion's stiff reaction and being unable to discern its expression, TangXiaomi thought that perhaps even if he reverted to his human form, he still wouldn't be willing to look at her more than once, and that he was only following because Bai Yunbao had dragged him along. After walking for a while, they arrived at Lu Wendu's home. Before entering, they heard voices inside. Old Fifth, no need to wait. TangXiaomi definitely won't come. Why would she have such kindness to help our father with his illness? Besides, does she even have that ability? No, she said yesterday. Old Fifth, do you really believe that? How silly. The noise inside was chaotic, but it was clear that the weak voice was directed at Wu Lu, who was definitely being schooled by his older brothers. Chapter 230. Heartfelt guilt for you. A sharp sound echoed in his ears, and Bai Yu Ying's cold face showed a barely perceptible stiffness. Sister Bai is here. Lao Wu, go call Lao San over. After calmly smiling at Bai Ying, TangXiaomi waved her hand, urging Bai Yunbao to quickly bring Bai Leishi over. It was quite strange. Bai Leishi had not come out yet. He should have been out by now. But before Bai Yunbao could urge him, they heard the sound of the door opening, and soon Bai Leishi walked over. With a blank expression, He sat down silently in his place. TangXiaomi had gotten used to Bai Leishi's demeanor. When he was not talkative, he would simply be tight-lipped, sometimes not saying a word for an entire day. Seeing Xiangwu Lu being very reserved, TangXiaomi helped her by serving some porridge. Adding some side dishes and slices of meat. It's okay, eat up. After finishing the courtesy, she intended to start eating. She hadn't eaten much yesterday, and now the warm porridge was just to her liking. However, just as TangXiaomi was about to eat, her porridge was snatched away. Bai Zunbao, undeterred by the heat, gulped it down directly. After finishing, he placed the empty bowl in front of her. I want some too. TangXiaomi was a bit taken aback. What was going on? She thought Bai Ying would intervene, but this time he seemed to see nothing. His head lowered, as if in a world of his own, elegantly sipping his porridge. Generally speaking, beastmen were rough, especially male beastmen, considered uncivilized primitive humans. Yet Bai Ying was different. His elegance was far beyond those male beastmen. Even she herself didn't eat as gracefully as he did. You can sir it yourself. No. Bai Yunbao glared at Xiangwu Lu angrily. Seeing where Bai Yunbao's gaze was directed, TangXiaomi finally understood and prepared a portion for Bai Yunbao as well. Though he was taller than her, his temperament hadn't changed at all. He was like a child fighting over a toy. However, looking at the food in his bowl, Bai Yunbao still felt very uncomfortable, to the point where he had no appetite at all. Hurry up and eat, don't waste food. After saying that, TangXiaomi officially started to eat, feeling that it wasn't easy for her. Only by raising children could one understand a parent's grace. Bai Yunbao had grown up so much. Yet things hadn't improved. Instead, she found there were more worries to contend with. Thinking about how she would only be able to relax when he settled down and started a family, TangXiaomi felt overwhelmed. At under 20, she felt like she had lived through 40 years. Oh! Bai Yunbao chewed his food like chewing wax, but the more he ate, the more he felt stuffy and uncomfortable. He couldn't describe this uncomfortable feeling in words. He only knew he couldn't catch his breath. Was he sick? So, Bai Yunbao looked up at Bai Ying and Bai Leishi, wanting to ask if they felt the same. After catching his gaze, Bai Ying calmly said, "Eat quickly, don't let it get cold." Bai Leishi merely glanced at Bai Yunbao blankly, then continued to eat in his usual manner, only looking at Xiangwu Lu when no one was paying attention. Seeing Xiangwu Lu sneaking a look at TangXiaomi, Bai Leishi secretly clenched his left hand, forcibly suppressing his discomfort. After eating a bit, Xiangwu Lu's eyes flashed with surprise. How can food be this delicious? Their mother had always said that what TangXiaomi made would poison people and was not tasty at all. But now he had tasted it. Chapter 231. No thank for being nice to you. Seeing that Xiangwu Lu was always sneaking glances at her, TangXiaomi comforted her. No need to be polite. Eat more. Xiangwu Lu softly responded with an glanced at Bai Yunbao and the others, then lowered her head and started eating seriously. After finishing her meal, she felt sleepy easily. And as she put down her chopsticks, TangXiaomi yawned repeatedly. She hadn't slept at all last night and wanted to lie down and take a nap right there. With sleepy eyes, she noticed that everyone had almost finished eating, and Xiangwu Lu had also put down her chopsticks and was sitting properly. So TangXiaomi said to her, Suddenly unable to remember Xiangwu Lu's name, TangXiaomi paused. What did she want to say? Xiangwu Lu felt inexplicably nervous, her hands secretly clenching the leather skirt. Xiangwu Lu, be careful when you go back. I'm going to sleep first. After yawning and speaking to Xiangwu Lu, TangXiaomi glanced at Bai Yunbao, wanting him to escort her. But thinking of his hostility towards Xiangwu Lu and how rude he had been right under her nose, especially since she was not present, she decided to look at Bai Ying instead. Sister Bai, I leave this to you, and please see this little deer off. Xiangwu Lu was stunned. A rush of warmth flooded her face, and she looked at TangXiaomi, feeling at a loss. Little deer. The way she lazily said it made her scalp tingle, as if there really was a little deer jumping in her heart. Crack! Bai Yunbao accidentally broke his chopsticks in one hand, unable to bear it any longer as he slowly stood up. Little deer? Xiangwu Lu's beast form is such a large deer. She has seen it before. He felt an indescribable discomfort, the suffocating feeling making it hard for him to breathe. Bai Yunbao took a deep breath, wanting to clarify things with her. However, when he lifted his head to look at her, he suddenly found that TangXiaomi was gone. Where's the mistress? Bai Leishi, who was bending down to clean up, was puzzled. Old Five was clearly here. Didn't he see that she had already left? Third brother, where did the mistress go? Seeing Bai Yunbao anxious, Bai Leishi had to answer her room, sleeping. So, it turned out the mistress just went to sleep. He was scared to death. After a sigh of relief, Bai Yunbao glared at Xiangwu Lu, who was looking at him curiously. What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave. This is our home, don't. Old 5. Before Bai Yunbao could finish, he was interrupted by Bai Yueying. Bai Yunbao, feeling frustrated, pursed his lips. What did he say wrong? At that moment, Xiang Wulu mustered her courage and said to Bai Yunbao, females have their own right to choose. Male beastmen cannot stop them. I knew you had ulterior motives. You want to become the mistress's beast husband too. Bai Yunbao was furious. And if it weren't for Bai Yueying holding him back, he would have already attacked Xiang Wulu. It turned out he was right. Old 5, stop it. What Xiang Wulu said is not wrong. Whether she accepts it or not is not for you to decide. This is something that will have to be faced sooner or later. She will have other beast husbands, especially now that her face is healed. Beautiful females easily attract male beast men. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunbao suddenly stopped struggling, his gaze slowly falling on Bai Yueying. He wanted to call him second brother, but at the last moment, he held back. Second brother really didn't care about the mistress. Seeing Bai Yunbao glaring at him with frustration, a dim look flashed in Bai Yueying's eyes. Old 5. And Bai Yunbao shrugged off Bai Yueying's hand, turning away silently. Chapter 232. Fought for her, there was a slight sting in his hands, but it was something that would spread. Bai Yueying frowned slightly. Lao had never acted this way before, but the never before had happened time and again, especially the way Lao Wu had looked at him earlier. It seemed as if everything he thought and did was wrong. Sorry, it's all because of this. Perhaps I shouldn't have stayed for dinner. Hearing Xiang Wu Lu's words, Bai Yueying raised his eyes to look at the handsome boy who was slightly taller than Bai Yunbao. Perhaps influenced by Lao Wu's mood, Bai Yueying found himself unable to speak gently. His voice was cold and icy. I'll see you out. Okay. Xiang Wu Lu nodded. Bai Yueying was tall and cold, which unconsciously put pressure on him. He also felt that Bai Yueying didn't like him. However, this was normal. Initially, his mother had always targeted Bai Yueying to make Rong Kongke become her beast husband, wanting to drive them both out of Guanshan village. So Bai Yueying's attitude towards him was understandable. After Bai Yueying sent him to the door, Xiang Wu Lu hesitated and didn't leave immediately. I apologize on behalf of our mother for the past. She shouldn't have treated you like that. Fortunately, you and TangXiaomi are fine. After saying this incoherently, Xiang Wu Lu hurriedly left. His mother's disappearance was related to them, but he couldn't bring himself to hate them. Watching Xiang Wu Lu's departing figure, Bai Yueying's cold eyes became deep and contemplative, and he turned back after a while. Upon turning back, he noticed Bai Leisure was staring blankly at the table. Lao San, I'll tidy up, you go rest first. The three of them hadn't returned all night. The situation should be similar. But Bai Leisure shook his head. He was feeling very confused and had no desire to sleep. Bai Yueying didn't insist and helped tidy up together. However, Bai Leisure was really distracted and accidentally broke a plate while cleaning up and shattered a bowl while washing dishes. Although he knew this day would eventually come, when it arrived, he found it hard to accept. If she had another true beast husband, then they would be surplus, and it would be them who should leave. Bai Leisure looked at Bai Yueying in confusion, hoping that his second brother could tell him what to do in the future. Upon meeting Bai Leisure's gaze, Bai Yueying felt a sudden tightness in his heart, as if something heavy was pressing down on his shoulders. He should have firmly told Lao San, just like before, that upon reaching adulthood, they would dissolve the partner contract and break free from their bindings. But when he opened his mouth, he found those words stuck in his throat. Bai Yueying let out a barely audible sigh. Lao San, you should go back to your room and get some sleep. Otherwise, you'll wear yourself out. Bai Leisure nodded in disappointment, then dragged his heavy feet back to his room. Looking down the corridor, Bai Yueying's expression was grave. He realized he could no longer be firm. He was determined to pull Lao San and Lao Wu out of the mire. But Lao San and Lao Wu. After heavily tidying up the kitchen, Bai Yueying planned to return to his room to think calmly. However, when he passed by TangXiaomi's room, he found Bai Yunbao sitting at her door. Upon closer inspection, Bai Yunbao had fallen asleep leaning against the door. Saying Bai Yunbao, who was rejected at the door, Bai Yueying's cold eyes stirred with waves, and his heart felt increasingly guilty. He had already rejected TangXiaomi, thinking she would shift her focus, perhaps genuinely accepting Lao San and Lao Wu as her beast husbands. But what she brought back was Xiang Wu Lu. Chapter 233, who says I'm not brave. After having something on her mind, it was hard for her to sleep soundly, and by noon, TangXiaomi woke up. With sleepy eyes, she opened the door and saw Bai Yunbao rolling in. Why was he at her door? Bai Yunbao was still in a daze, dreaming that he was holding her while sleeping, when he suddenly got kicked and rolled away. When he opened his eyes and saw TangXiaomi looking down at him, he felt even more wronged. Wife master, the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, and he forgot that he was not in beast form now. Instinctively hugging TangXiaomi's feet. It seemed like he heard a soft awoo by his ear, but the creature hugging his feet was definitely not just a snow leopard. "Stop clinging, or I'll kick you," she said. "You should know how old you are." Bai Yunbao pouted unhappily and muttered, "You've already kicked me." Did she sleepwalk? Seeing TangXiaomi's confused expression, Bai Yunbao let go of her feet and sulked on the ground. In the dream, that kick was really hard. Not only did she lock him out of the door, but she even kicked him in the dream. TangXiaomi couldn't stand Bai Yunbao's baby-like angry expression. Although he wasn't the soft little dumpling he used to be, his face had improved a lot, now resembling a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. Looking bright and charming. His spoiled behavior was even more effective than when he was younger. But it was also her fault for dreaming. There was no need to kick him like that. Why don't you sleep a little longer and make up for that kick? In the dream, you could still make sacrifices. However, Bai Yunbao frowned and seriously replied, "I don't want to, even if wife master kicks me to death. I want to kick you back." Unexpectedly, he was quite filial. It wasn't in vain that she treated him well. TangXiaomi chuckled as she rubbed Bai Yuhawk's head. It was indeed best when giving had a return. But Bai Yunbao didn't understand what filial piety meant, and didn't want to appear too foolish in front of her. Seeing TangXiaomi happy, he interpreted it as her praising him. "But I see you're quite fond of that, dear. It's okay. Xiang Wulu looks quite pleasant." Pleasant? She actually found Xiang Wulu pleasant to the eye. Bai Yunbao's eyes widened immediately, feeling as if he had been punched hard in the chest. It hurt and felt sour. He had never seen any male beast man that she found pleasing to the eye. Even fourth brother, who was so good-looking, she didn't find appealing. But she just had to find Xiang Wulu pleasing. What was so good about Xiang Wulu? He was as good-looking as fourth brother, not as strong as third brother, and not as smart as second brother. He couldn't understand what was so good about Xiang Wulu. "What are you doing?" Suddenly staring, so wide-eyed, TangXiaomi raised her eyebrows, wondering what this guy was planning with that fierce look. Bai Yunbao gritted his teeth and stood up, and seeing TangXiaomi's indifferent expression made him feel like there was a hole in his chest. TangXiaomi looked up at Bai Yunbao with some confusion. Why was he suddenly looking at her with such a pitiful and wronged expression? Did she do something else in his dream? If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm leaving. As soon as Bai Yunbao heard that TangXiaomi was going to leave, he hugged her arm. "I have something to say." Glancing at the koala hanging on his arm, TangXiaomi almost laughed out loud. "Hurry up and say it." After biting his lip, Bai Yunbao asked with a hint of grievance, "Wife master, do you like that deer?" Chapter 234, Black and Blue Bang. TangXiaomi gave Bai Yunbao a whack on the head, asking what he was thinking all day long. "I wasn't thinking about anything." Bai Yunbao covered his head and looked at TangXiaomi with a wronged expression. "Why are you so nice to that deer?" Huh? Was she really that nice to Xiang Wulu? She had no idea. She had only said a few words to Xiang Wulu, telling him not to leave hungry. And that was considered being nice? TangXiaomi remained silent, and Bai Yunbao took her silence as agreement, continuing to express his frustration. "Wife, what kind of partner do you want? I know I have no right to stop you. But when I think about you patting Xiang Wulu's head and smiling at him in the future, I don't want him to be your beast husband." Listening to Bai Yunbao's heartfelt words, TangXiaomi finally understood why he had such strong hostility towards Xiang Wulu. His reaction was probably similar to a child not wanting their mother to hold other children. Bai Yunbao had grown up in front of her, naturally different from Xiang Wulu. "It won't happen." Bai Yunbao was stunned, even in disbelief, asking TangXiaomi to repeat herself. Seeing the overly excited Bai Yunbao, TangXiaomi couldn't help but smile, realizing how innocent he was. "Wife, is what you just said true? You really won't accept Xiang Wulu?" But Bai Yunbao was met with another thwack from TangXiaomi. "You're already a big beast cub. Why are you so gossipy? Hurry up and do your work." TangXiaomi found Bai Yunbao's comments puzzling and didn't want to explain things again. Did she have to guarantee something? Stepping out of her room, she caught the smell of food. After a nap, she felt refreshed and her appetite had improved. Since there was no rice, the main dish was still earth lotus, which was glutinous and sweet, paired with delicious vegetables, making it easy to eat. When Bai Yuhawk brought out a plate of roasted meat, TangXiaomi curiously asked, "I remember there was no meat at home. How come there is some now?" Bai Yuhawk never accepted food from other male beastmen. Could this meat be from the village chief? Just as TangXiaomi thought about thanking the village chief and giving him something nice, Bai Yuhawk slowly replied, "It's from the third one's hunt." "The third one?" TangXiaomi looked at the silent Bai Lion and then smiled, resting her chin on her hand. Time flies so fast, even the third one can hunt by himself now. Bai Lion lowered his head and didn't speak, as if he hadn't heard her. But only he knew how fast his heart was beating, and her praise made him feel very happy, as if he had achieved something great. The joy and satisfaction filled him to the brim, making him afraid to look up at her. I was thinking of finding a master to teach him, but seems unnecessary now, TangXiaomi said, glancing at the happily eating Bai Yunbao, who was devouring the food like a greedy cat. Generally, when raising someone, one hopes for them to excel, but seeing Bai Yunbao eat so happily, she refrained from saying what she had originally intended. When he was old enough, he would hunt by himself like Bai Lian until he was completely independent. This is delicious. Wife, you're too thin. Eat more. Bai Yunbao, with his mouth full of grease, tore off a piece of meat for her. This piece is the best, wife. You eat it. It was indeed the best piece of meat, with a perfect balance of fat and lean. However, she had already said several times to cut it with a knife or use chopsticks. Such good meat couldn't be wasted, so TangXiaomi could only start eating silently. At that moment, there was a commotion outside. When she went out to take a look, she saw that male beastmen were actually fighting. Chapter 235, Should he refuse to learn together? This situation was unexpected for the wolf beast, who couldn't believe the reality even after being knocked to the ground. He actually lost to the adolescent male beastman, Bai Yunbao, when he could have easily defeated him. Bai Yunbao remembered TangXiaomi's words. Seeing the wolf beast down, he chose not to continue attacking him. Otherwise, during the mate competition, he would have no guilt even if he killed him. How could this be? Another male beastman who came with the wolf beast looked at Bai Yunbao in disbelief. His speed was astonishing, dodging all of the wolf beast attacks and successfully landing a hit. And you? Bai Yunbao turned to look at the other male beastman, who seemed to be a bear beast. Thinking of how TangXiaomi often mentioned bear beasts at night, Bai Yunbao clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. He had to win against the bear beast. That way, she might not keep thinking about the bear. With a fighting spirit ignited, his gaze became the best window to his emotions. Under Bai Yunbao's fierce stare, the bear beast suddenly felt an immense pressure. Having seen how Bai Yunbao dealt with the wolf beast, he lost his confidence. Lao Wu, come back, that's enough for today. TangXiaomi waved at Bai Yunbao and smiled apologetically at the wolf beast. Sorry, our little one hurt you. Her words undoubtedly dealt another blow to the wolf beast's already pitiful pride, causing his face to turn from green to red. Bai Yunbao must have done it on purpose, targeting his face, but a loss was a loss. If he asked Bai Yunbao why he hit him in the face, there would be nothing left of his pride. At this moment, the wolf beast regretted not rushing in ahead of the bear beast. Right, it's getting late. We still need to catch prey, the bear beast said with a simple smile. Since TangXiaomi had given him a way out, there was no need to continue the competition. If he lost like the wolf beast, it would be a huge embarrassment. At this moment, the bear beast felt relieved that the wolf beast had gone first. Otherwise, it would have been his face that was swollen. Well, you all go ahead, TangXiaomi said cheerfully. But the more she acted this way, the more the wolf beast and bear beast felt ashamed, leaving with their heads hung low. Once the wolf beast and bear beast completely disappeared from view, Bai Yunbao excitedly hugged TangXiaomi's arm. Wife, you're amazing. The method you taught me really works. Flattered, TangXiaomi calmly replied. In martial arts, speed is the key. Huh? Bai Yunbao was momentarily confused. TangXiaomi smiled without speaking, just feeling a bit smug. I know a bit about close combat, and since we have some free time now, I can teach you. Bai Yunbao's eyes lit up upon hearing this, like a hungry dog seeing meat, his eyes sparkling with excitement. But he still resembled a big cat while hugging her arm. After teasing Bai Yunbao a bit, TangXiaomi turned to look at Bai Leisure, who was staring blankly at the plate. Lao-san, do you want to learn a bit too? It might be useful. Yeah, third brother with a wife teaching us. We won't be afraid of any male beastman challenging us in the future. Bai Yunbao excitedly chimed in, pulling the sullen-faced Bai Leisure over. Should I teach him too? I thought I would only teach Lao Wu. Bai Leisure's dark red face was tense, but while his face was stiff, his heart raced uncontrollably, creating an overwhelming sense of joy that he found hard to suppress. So, Bai Leisure looked at Bai Yuhawk. Should he refuse to learn together? Chapter 236. It hurts this much seeing Bai Leisure hesitantly looking at Bai Yuing for guidance. TangXiaomi smiled slightly at Bai Yuing and said, Sister Bai, do you mind? The smile was the same, but it was now completely different from the past, beautiful yet cold. Bai Yuing nodded slightly to Bai Leisure, then told TangXiaomi, sorry to trouble you, and began to tidy up the dishes on the table. Originally, they didn't use chopsticks. She had taught them to be afraid. They didn't eat like this before. She had shown them how. Everything seemed to have changed since she woke up. What other changes would come in the future? Thinking of this, Bai Ying's mind flashed to Xiang Wu Lu, who was gentle and would surely be compliant with her. It would be long before Xiang Wu Lu would come through this door, eat with them, and be with her. The more she thought about it, the tighter her brows furrowed. If they were to mate and have cubs, they couldn't stay here. Suddenly, a cheerful laugh from Bai Yun Bao rang out from outside, and Bai Yuing looked up to see Lao Wu happily circling around TangXiaomi, his eyes shining and his body seemingly radiating a brilliant glow. Even Lao San had color now. Those dark days seemed to have passed. Lao San and Lao were gradually coming out of it, but only he remained, forever in the shadows. At the same time, a suffocating feeling surged in his heart. Just then, TangXiaomi suddenly looked over, and Bai Yuing awkwardly lowered his gaze, hiding all his gloom in his eyes. But what he didn't expect was a dull pain suddenly radiating from his back, turning his face pale. I've already told you all the techniques. You practice on your own first, and we'll have a competition later. I'll see what needs improvement. Fortunately, she had reviewed the materials on this aspect, so there were no major issues guiding the two younger ones. Unfortunately, she lacked the talent for strength. No matter how well she practiced her techniques, they would just be flashy moves that wouldn't give her any real advantage in a real fight. So, she was too lazy to train with Bai Yun Bao and Bai Lei Shi. After giving a few instructions, she went to one side to lazily fiddle with her herbs. After picking through them for a while, seeing that Bai Yuing hadn't come out of the kitchen yet, TangXiaomi strolled towards the kitchen. She had noticed Bai Yu Ying's expression earlier and felt that he was hiding something. Curiosity clawed at her like a cat's paw. Regardless of whether Bai Yu Ying had thought of saving her at that time, he was right to refuse her. Her pride prevented her from being clingy. She also understood that to live freely, one must be able to let go. However, even if she let go, it didn't mean she didn't care. Some emotions were beyond her control, and she had always been too lazy to control her emotions, thinking it was better to act just like now. As she directly took action, opening the kitchen door, she saw Bai Yuing gripping the windowsill, quietly groaning in pain. How long have you been like this? Don't come over. Bai Yuing gritted his teeth and replied. TangXiaomi slightly furrowed her brows, but still walked towards Bai Yuing. Do you want Lao San and Lao Wu to come over? Hearing this, Bai Yuing fell silent. Upon getting closer, she saw that Bai Yuing was already sweating profusely, and his lips were bleeding from being bitten. He looked this pained, even when he broke both hands last time. What's wrong? My back, just now, Bai Yuing replied succinctly. TangXiaomi nodded and said in a professional tone, then take off your clothes. Let me see the situation. Chapter 237. Every time at his most embarrassing moment, a flush appeared on Bai Yu Ying's pale face, like red plums blooming in the snow. TangXiaomi couldn't help but be drawn in. Perhaps only when Bai Yu Ying was in pain did he have such charm. While he was suffering, she was harboring ulterior motives, which felt a bit unkind. After pinching herself secretly, TangXiaomi refocused her attention. No need to worry. I'm just here to check on your condition. After saying this seriously, she quietly waited for Bai Yu Ying's response. The pain in his back felt like broken bones, and looking at the female in front of him, Bai Yuing felt himself sinking into chaos. Why did she come in? Moreover, it was every time he was at his most embarrassing moment. He opened his mouth to speak, but a sudden wave of tearing pain shot through his back, forcing Bai Yuing to grit his teeth to prevent any sounds from escaping. Forget it, I'll do it. It was unrealistic to expect Bai Yuing to undress himself in his current state. TangXiaomi no longer waited and quickly helped Bai Yuing take off his upper garment. Fortunately, Bai Yuing was already weakened by pain, like a puppet being manipulated, and the shirt came off quickly. Without looking elsewhere, TangXiaomi straightforwardly directed her gaze at Bai Yu Ying's back. However, upon seeing it, she was astonished. What is this? Two large lumps had formed on Bai Yu Ying's back near his shoulder blades, each as big as her fist, and they were still growing. TangXiaomi stared in shock. This was the first time she had seen such a situation, and there was no description of this pathology in any other books. It seemed to be moving. What was going on? Could there be a parasite inside? Bai Yuing furrowed his brows and struggled to turn his head to look, but as he twisted his neck, the movement tugged at his back, causing sweat to pour down instantly as he let out a muffled groan and knelt on the ground. He thought he understood enough, but he didn't expect to encounter such a tricky and difficult ailment. Just when TangXiaomi was at a loss, a voice came from outside the kitchen. It was Bai Yun Bao. Wife, come quickly. It's strange. There's light coming from the direction of the beast city. Don't let them know. Bai Yuing murmured with his head down. His voice was soft, like a breeze in the forest, and would vanish with a gust. After glancing at Bai Yuing, TangXiaomi frowned and said, I can only do my best. You hold on. She intended to step outside to deal with Bai Yun Bao, But upon seeing the sky filled with magnificent auroras, she was once again astonished. This wasn't the Arctic. The climatic conditions were completely unsuitable. How could there be auroras? How beautiful! Bai Yunbao exclaimed excitedly, then pulled TangXiaomi and said eagerly, "Wife, you..." But before Bai Yunbao could finish, he gasped sharply and then rolled on the ground in pain. "Old five, what's wrong? My foot hurts so much." Bai Yunbao's forehead bulged with veins as he continued to roar in agony. TangXiaomi became increasingly anxious. Bai Yunbao's situation was similar to Bai Yuying's, but the locations of their pain were different. Could it be food poisoning? Had they all encountered some strange poison? Why was she unaffected? By the way, where's Bai Lei Shi? TangXiaomi searched with her eyes and soon discovered Bai Lei Shi hiding in a corner, his fingers already embedded in the tree. Old 3. Roar. But Bai Lei Shi turned his head to respond with a beastly roar, his gaze fierce like a mad beast. TangXiaomi took a step back in fright. All three brothers, Bai Yuying, Bai Yunbao, and Bai Lei Shi, were affected. What on earth was happening? Chapter 238, how can it sound so real? At this moment, she didn't have anyone to ask. So, TangXiaomi gritted her teeth and went straight back to the kitchen. In this world, she could only be considered a beginner. Perhaps Bai Yuhawk would know more. Bai Yuhawk, the third and fifth brothers, encountering such a strange situation. Even she found it hard to remain calm. So before she even stepped into the kitchen, TangXiaomi was already talking about the situation of Bai Lei Shi and Bai Yunbao. However, when she entered the kitchen, she was stunned by the scene before her. What huge wings! Upon closer inspection, these wings were growing out from Bai Yuhawk's back, taking up half the kitchen. Fortunately, she remembered Bai Yuhawk saying that his father was an eagle beast. Otherwise, it would have been quite shocking to see such a large pair of wings suddenly appear. She didn't even know what kind of eagle beast Bai Yuhawk's father was. His wings were a scorching black, similar to those black angel wings in American TV shows. She also saw blood all over the floor and wondered what condition Bai Yuhawk was in. So she tentatively asked, "Bai Yuhawk, are you okay?" Just as TangXiaomi wanted to approach, she saw Bai Yuhawk's wings vanish from his back, leaving only 2 bloody holes. And then the swaying Bai Yuhawk collapsed directly to the ground. "No way. Do you have to suffer like this just for having wings?" Frowning, TangXiaomi quickly took out healing powder from her pocket and applied it to Bai Yuhawk, then used fresh hemostatic herbs to dress his wounds. Once she finished, Bai Yuhawk began to stir, still struggling to get up. The third, the fifth, I don't know where they ran off to. I can't manage everything by myself, but don't worry, their situation is definitely better than yours. The kitchen was covered in blood. If the bleeding wasn't stopped in time, death wouldn't be far away. But when Bai Yuhawk heard this, he insisted even more on getting up. "You can't get out this door like this. I'll go." Bai Lei Shi and Bai Yunbao were at least cubs she had watched grow up. And now that they were missing in this situation, she had to take care of it. But Bai Yuhawk was like a clay Buddha. If he dared to get up, she could guarantee he would faint again immediately. By the way, there was light coming from the direction of the bee city earlier. Do you know what that was about? What light? Although Bai Yuhawk was anxious, he felt a bit clearer in his mind after hearing TangXiaomi's words. TangXiaomi wasted no time and recounted what she had seen earlier. After listening, Bai Yuhawk furrowed his brows. "I felt like there was a power within my body." Power? TangXiaomi was puzzled. Why does that sound so mystical? Bai Yuhawk closed his eyes to feel for a moment and slowly said, "It really exists." TangXiaomi felt even more confused. "Can't you be a bit more straightforward?" Just then, she noticed Bai Yuhawk's wounds were healing rapidly. The speed of healing was visible to the naked eye, making her feel incredibly incredulous. She had treated Bai Yuhawk's injuries before and knew that their beastmen healed quickly. But this was an exaggerated level of speed. Just as she was about to bombard him with questions, Bai Yuhawk hoarsely said, "It said that the beast era originally had beast power, which would grant beastmen great strength. But this beast power has long since disappeared with the disappearance of the mother goddess. TangXiaomi." If it weren't for Bai Yuhawk's serious and solemn expression, she would have laughed out loud at the mention of the mother goddess. What kind of ridiculous god is that? Moreover, aren't gods often just products of human belief? Why does it sound so real? Chapter 239. What Bai Yuying said was nonsense in the past, but he claimed to feel power within his body, and he proved this with his own body. The blood on the ground had not fully dried, and the kitchen was still filled with a faint smell of blood. But apart from a light pink on Bai Yuying's back, there were no wounds to be found. It was so strange. TangXiaomi reached out to touch the spot on Bai Yuying's back where the wound had been. As she immersed herself in the realization that the wound had truly disappeared, Bai Yuying's back stiffened, and the lingering pain seemed to vanish completely under her fingertips, while his ears, hidden beneath his long hair, turned bright red. However, afraid that his reaction would seem too dramatic and make him look more awkward. He subtly avoided TangXiaomi's hand. Picking up the clothes on the ground, Bai Ying wanted to put them on, but they were already soaked in blood. Perhaps due to his long-term role as a female, he couldn't expose his body like other male beastmen, especially not under her gaze or touch. At this moment, TangXiaomi also noticed Bai Ying's discomfort. She was sure she wasn't salivating over his looks, even though Bai Ying's skin was smooth and fair. Well, sorry, what happened was truly hard to believe. After a guilty smile, TangXiaomi supported Bai Ying to stand up, wondering why the beast power had returned now that the mother god had disappeared. Bai Ying initially wanted to refuse her help, but he hesitated. In just a moment of daze, she had wrapped her arms around his arm, as intimate as when she thought of herself as a female. After managing to stand up, Bai Ying wanted her to let go, but she seemed to have avoided that and released him early. The lingering scent of the medicine she carried still hung in the air, faintly detectable, but she had already walked away. As she left, his arms felt empty, accompanied by the unpleasant smell of blood. The light was fading. TangXiaomi stood at the door, looking back at Bai Ying, who seemed to be lost in thought. Could he have thought of some important information? Therefore, she chose not to speak further and waited quietly for him to say something. When their gazes met, Bai Ying's eyes flickered with panic, and after averting his gaze, he walked toward her. I actually don't know either. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a blinding white light suddenly appeared. What was happening? An earthquake? This light was too glaring. As the ground shook violently, TangXiaomi held onto the doorframe tightly, leaving no hands free to shield her eyes. This was truly blinding. Be careful. Hearing the urgency in Bai Ying's voice, TangXiaomi heard the sound of wood breaking above her. She had her eyes closed, and when she tried to open them, she couldn't adapt to the bright light. Not only could she see nothing, but also made her dizzy. However, just when she felt helpless and didn't know where to hide for safety, a shadow enveloped her, followed by a warm body, a touch like jade, and a strong grip around her arm. The bright light was blocked, and TangXiaomi's vision slowly began to recover. The one blocking the light was Bai Ying's wings. They were large, and being sheltered beneath them felt as if all danger had been isolated. The ground continued to shake, and the sounds of collapse echoed around them. Yet, the arm holding her never loosened, and amidst the noisy backdrop, she heard the low, muffled groans coming from Bai Ying's chest. Chapter 240. TangXiaomi's heart suddenly tightened. She didn't know what was happening outside, and Bai Ying was already weak. She was afraid he couldn't bear it. Quick, let's crouch in the corner. The corner formed a triangular shape, which could withstand the most force and mechanics. Even if other places collapsed, the triangular area was the hardest to fall. After a soft from Bai Ying, he held TangXiaomi and hid in the corner. Your wings have too large a surface area. If the house collapses, it will crush you. You should fold your wings. But Bai Ying simply replied, it's fine. Crouched in his arms, TangXiaomi's heart suddenly tightened, her pupils slightly dilating. Suddenly, she felt her throat dry, unable to make a sound. The world seemed to gradually quiet down. After a while, the shaking finally stopped, and Bai Ying's wings disappeared behind him. Only then did TangXiaomi realize that it had started to rain heavily, just like when she first saw him. Even though he was dressed as a female, looking into his phoenix eyes, she felt he was different. A head suddenly pressed down on her neck, and TangXiaomi snapped back to reality. The kitchen was in ruins. Without Bai Ying's wings to shield her, she quickly got drenched. The large raindrops pounded the ground, crisp like jade beads falling on a plate, hitting her with a slight pain and a chilling cold. Bai Ying, unconscious, furrowed his brow, his delicate face pale. This was dangerous. TangXiaomi quickly slapped his cheek. Bai Ying, wake up. But Bai Ying was like a doll with the battery removed, showing no signs of life. TangXiaomi tried to break free from his embrace. But even in a coma, he held her tightly. After a lot of effort, she finally managed to stand up from his arms, only to see two blood holes appear on his back, blood mixing with rainwater flowing onto the ground, staining the ground and her eyes red. TangXiaomi bit her lip, furrowing her brow, using all her strength to help Bai Ying up. Bai Ying, you can't die. You must live, do you understand? Bai Ying's breath was weak, and his pulse almost imperceptible. This made TangXiaomi very anxious, and for the first time, she felt fear. Afraid she couldn't pull Bai Ying back from the brink of death. Desperately biting her lip, TangXiaomi struggled to drag Bai Ying to a large tree. While trying to stop his bleeding, she shouted, don't forget that Lao San and Lao Wu are still missing. You know how dangerous this world is. What will they do without you protecting them? Finally, Bai Ying's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Even if he didn't wake up, at least it showed he heard her. TangXiaomi felt a bit sour. Indeed, mentioning Bai Leishi and Bai Yunbao was effective. Fortunately, Bai Yuheng's wounds began to heal themselves again, significantly reducing blood loss. She couldn't drag Bai Yuheng very far with her own strength, and now the rain was heavy. Going out recklessly would only be more dangerous. Bai Yuheng, you must hold on, do you hear me? Holding Bai Yuheng, TangXiaomi kept rubbing his face. Try to transfer some body heat to him because his body was too cold. Wife, Bai Yunbao, who had been missing for a while, ran over in the heavy rain. What happened to Ergo? We'll talk about the rest later. Lao Wu, look for something to shield us from the rain and the ruins. We need to find a cave to hide from the rain. Bai Yunbao's return made TangXiaomi's heart leap with joy, and she quickly instructed him to get to work. Chapter 241. Tonight, you sleep holding your second brother. Although Bai Yunbao was very scared and worried, he obediently nodded and went to look for him. The home that had been perfectly fine just moments ago was destroyed in an instant. And it was very sad for Bai Yunbao to think that this terrible weather had taken away their home. After a while, Bai Leishi returned, looking disheveled. But there were no visible injuries on him. Perhaps his wounds had healed like Bai Yueng's, because there were no signs of any injuries on his body. Before Bai Leishi could say anything, TangXiaomi directly asked him to carry Bai Yueng. After using the door plank that Bai Yunbao had found to shield their heads, they headed up the mountain. The heavy rain made the already difficult path even harder to navigate, and TangXiaomi almost twisted her ankle due to the many colors hanging from her body. Wife master, that's too dangerous. Come over here, she heard Bai Yunbao say. Unsure of what Bai Yunbao wanted her to do, TangXiaomi still leaned over. However, as soon as she got close, Bai Yunbao wrapped his arms around her waist. TangXiaomi looked at Bai Yunbao, feeling uncomfortable, and asked, "What are you doing?" "Of course, I'm supporting you, wife master." "You're hurt, what if you fall?" After realizing she was overthinking it, TangXiaomi noticed Bai Yunbao's impressive strength. He held the door plank in one hand and tightly protected her with the other. With him holding her, her steps became much easier. Since it was like this, taking advantage of Bai Yunbao's support was not bad. It made the path much easier and, more importantly, saved time. Soon, they arrived at the cave where she originally lived. The location of this cave was very good, as it wouldn't be flooded by mudslides, and no rainwater had entered. Fortunately, there was still some firewood left inside. TangXiaomi took out her homemade fire starter and was thinking about how difficult it would be to start a fire when Bai Yunbao took the wood from her hands. "I'll do it." TangXiaomi wanted to say that his success rate for starting a fire was not as high as hers, and with Bai Yueng needing warmth urgently, it wasn't the time to compete. But before she could speak, she saw the piece of wood Bai Yunbao was holding burst into flames. The flames were intense, and in no time, the wood was glowing red. Starting a fire with bare hands? TangXiaomi was at a loss for words. She had already been surprised by Bai Yueng's various abilities, and now seeing Bai Yunbao start a fire like this was refreshing her understanding of the world. After regaining her voice, TangXiaomi pointed at the fire and asked, "What is going on?" Bai Yunbao shook his head in confusion. "I don't know either. I just wanted to help you," and the fire appeared by itself. "Okay." TangXiaomi nodded, trying to process this information. "Then you can put down now." The fire was already burning on his hand. Didn't he feel anything? Only then did Bai Yunbao realize his hand was on fire and hurriedly threw the burning wood away. After throwing it, he checked his hand and found it unharmed. "Wife master, what happened to me?" Looking at the bewildered Bai Yunbao, TangXiaomi speculated, "The strange light we saw earlier was unusual. If I'm not mistaken, there might have been a significant change in this world, like your body's undergoing some transformation and gaining some mysterious powers." "Huh? No. Hurry and hold your second brother." "Oh." Bai Yunbao obediently helped Bai Yueng over, but when it came to holding him, after trying to lift him a few times, Bai Yunbao looked at TangXiaomi with difficulty. He was used to being held by her while sleeping and liked to hold her now. Even if it was his second brother, he couldn't manage to do it. Without room for argument, TangXiaomi directly said, "Tonight, you sleep holding your second brother." Chapter 242. Want to speak but unable to. Seeing TangXiaomi's firm attitude, Bai Yunbao hugged Bai Yuhao closer and said to Bai Leishi, "The mistress is afraid of the cold, so third brother, you can keep her company." Upon hearing this, Bai Leishi, who was adding firewood, froze for a moment. "He? A company?" Glancing at TangXiaomi, Bai Leishi lowered his head even more, fearing that the dark red hue on his face would be discovered. He often saw the fifth brother running to her room, yet he had never been there himself. TangXiaomi couldn't help but twitch her mouth. This kid actually had such an arrangement. If she didn't know he was purely concerned about her, she would have long given him a good slap. Children should really not speak recklessly. TangXiaomi shot Bai Yunbao a glare. She couldn't possibly sleep tonight. She entrusted Bai Yuhawk to Bai Yunbao for warmth, but she had to keep an eye on them to prevent any accidents. However, Bai Yunbao was displeased when he heard her call him child. Although he wasn't yet of age, he was no longer a child. I'm not. All right, let's not talk for now. I want some quiet. So much had happened at once that she had to admit her heart was in chaos. It was difficult for her to treat Bai Yuhawk's current condition because he had no illness or wounds. The worry in her heart was accompanied by helplessness, and that feeling was unpleasant. His clothes had been changed immediately, and fortunately, a few animal skins underneath had kept him dry. But Bai Yuhawk's hair was still wet. She noticed his hair was really long, and fearing the situation would worsen since he was already on the verge of collapse. TangXiaomi squatted beside Bai Yunbao and helped Bai Yuhawk comb through his damp long hair, using the heat from the fire to dry it faster. Against the backdrop of his inky black hair, Bai Yuhawk's complexion appeared even paler, devoid of any vitality, like a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. As she continued to wipe, TangXiaomi absent-mindedly reached out to touch Bai Yuhawk's face. I know it's hard for you to admit that you actually care about me, but thank you. It was his protection that kept her safe. Without him, she might have already died. Bai Yunbao looked at TangXiaomi with confusion, feeling that her gaze towards the second brother had changed, and it made him uncomfortable. That gaze was something he had never seen before, so gentle, so beautiful, yet exclusive to the second brother. Thus, Bai Yunbao felt a strange sensation in his heart and spoke up, I also care about you, mistress. Can you touch my face too? TangXiaomi's eyelid twitched, and she awkwardly withdrew her hand, then shot Bai Yunbao an annoyed glare. Children shouldn't meddle in adult matters. I'm not a child. He was already capable of mating. A male beast man capable of that was no longer a little cub. But TangXiaomi's attention was on Bai Yuhawk's hair, and without looking up, she said, You're still not of age. Not of age means you're still a child. Besides, raising a child for 100 years is often filled with worries. Huh? Mistress, what do you mean? I don't understand. However, Bai Yunbao's next words turned into a howl, and the one holding Bai Yuhawk transformed into a snow leopard. TangXiaomi glanced at the cave entrance and realized it was pitch black outside, but the rain was still pouring heavily, showing no signs of stopping. You should sleep early. You must be exhausted today. She had seen what happened to Bai Yuhawk, witnessed his pain, and Bai Leisure and Bai Yunbao must not be doing much better either. The snow leopard whimpered and rested its chin on the ground, its pair of eyes gazing at TangXiaomi, wanting to speak, but unable to do so. Chapter 243, this almost made her fall again. Although she couldn't muster much strength, she remained uneasy, periodically checking Bai Yuhawk's pulse, and she kept vigil all night. It was only then that TangXiaomi realized her patience was actually quite good, and throughout the night, she didn't feel unhappy due to fatigue. Her only thought was that Bai Yuhawk should not die, and she needed to protect his faint heartbeat. As dawn approached, TangXiaomi gave Bai Yunbao a few instructions before venturing out into the rain. Although Bai Yuhawk was still very weak and hadn't awakened, his condition had basically stabilized, and she needed some herbs to help him recover. The rain was heavy, making the mountain path very difficult to navigate. She remembered seeing the herbs she needed nearby, but unfortunately, the rain obscured her vision and slowed her search. Finally, she spotted some lantern mushrooms by a large stone. Little guy, it's you. Wiping the rain from her face, TangXiaomi carefully collected the lantern mushrooms. However, just as she turned to look for another herb, she stepped on some loose stones at her feet, lost her balance, and her body swayed like a leaf about to be blown away by the wind. Be careful. Hearing the voice, TangXiaomi turned to look, only to see a blurry figure rushing toward her through the rain. It's okay, TangXiaomi squinted and replied. Once she grabbed the large stone, she was able to steady herself, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the stone started to shift. No way. As the large stone began to roll away, she saw Bai Leisure running toward her, and TangXiaomi took off running. Don't come over, Ron. Feeling a slight tremor in the ground, Bai Leisure stopped in his tracks. Instead of fleeing as TangXiaomi suggested, he stood there with a blank expression, looking at the small figure running toward him through the heavy rain. Whether it was the rain's impact clouding his mind or the sight of the small figure in the downpour, Bai Leisure felt as if his feet were rooted to the ground and he couldn't lift them. So when TangXiaomi came running down, she saw Bai Leisure standing there like a wooden figure. Run, there are loose stones. As she rushed down, TangXiaomi instinctively grabbed the frightened Bai Leisure, but she didn't realize the loose stones beneath her feet were shifting. Due to inertia, she stumbled forward. No way. She wanted to shout for Bai Leisure to move aside, but they were already too close for her to say anything. And then, she crashed into Bai Leisure. Bai Leisher's body was sturdy, and to be honest, it hurt a bit, but that wasn't too important. What mattered was that he couldn't steady himself after her impact either. We're doomed. But at that moment, an arm wrapped around her waist. After rolling on the ground for a few moments, Bai Leisher managed to grab onto a tree root and stopped, driven by a strong survival instinct. As Bai Leisher held her, she clung tightly to his neck, burying her face in his chest. Although it felt a bit unfair to hide like this, it was all instinct. Okay. As he stood up with a small female still hanging on him, Bai Leisher blushed and stammered. TangXiaomi awkwardly placed her feet on the ground, feeling dizzy after rolling around, and now her legs were still weak. As she pondered her legs, she realized they felt very soft and seemed to be cramping. This almost made her fall again, but she didn't because Bai Leisher had timely reached out to support her. Chapter 244. I knew you wouldn't die. Looking at Bai Leisher, who had grown much taller than herself and was now supporting her, TangXiaomi felt a moment of panic as she realized how large his hand was. He had grown up so fast, and now he was so big. Noticing that Bai Leisher seemed uncomfortable under her gaze and averted his eyes, TangXiaomi reined in her inner thoughts and said gently, "Thank you." Bai Leisher nodded slightly and then let go of her. She had little interaction with Bai Leisher, and now that he had grown so much, there was an inevitable sense of unfamiliarity. Their interaction was not as familiar as with Bai Yunbao, so TangXiaomi could only respond with a nod. Just as she was about to leave, she discovered that her foot was cramping badly and it was also slightly twisted. With her already difficult ability to walk, she wondered how she would manage to get back like this. After taking a few steps, Bai Leisher noticed her unusual condition. Maybe I should take a moment to rest. Perhaps it will feel better. Now she could only hope her foot would cooperate. Otherwise, she might end up sick from being out in the heavy rain. Bai Leisher's gaze fell on TangXiaomi's feet. Her ankles were delicate, just like her, but surprisingly beautiful, more so than any female. Upon realizing what he was thinking, Bai Leisher's gaze began to falter, and his ears grew warm. Luckily, with the heavy rain, it was hard to see the color on his face. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Bai Leisher pointed to his back. "You want me to carry you?" TangXiaomi was taken aback for a moment before she realized what he meant. After Bai Leisher confirmed, he half squatted down, waiting for TangXiaomi to climb on. Looking at Bai Leisher's broad back, TangXiaomi felt inexplicably embarrassed, as if she was the one holding him back. But this wasn't the time to feel embarrassed. After saying, "All right, thank you," she wrapped her arms around Bai Leisher's neck. It was quite miraculous. Back then, he wasn't even taller than her. And in the blink of an eye, he was now a young man, and she was the one relying on him. However, after all, she had played a part in raising Bai Leisher, and thinking of it this way gave her a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. Soon, Bai Leisher proved how wise her choice was to let him carry her. It was as if she weighed nothing at all. With a serious face and expressionless demeanor, Bai Leisher walked briskly, and before long, they returned to the cave. "Wife, third brother, you're finally back." Bai Yunbao was waiting at the entrance. If it weren't for second brother needing care, he would have definitely gone out too. So upon hearing the commotion, Bai Yunbao rushed out. Seeing Bai Leisher carrying TangXiaomi, he anxiously asked, "What happened to my wife? Is she hurt?" "I'm fine. How is second brother?" With her mind focused on Bai Yuha, TangXiaomi got down from Bai Leisher's back and hobbled inside. But why was she so dirty? She clearly had wounds on her body. However, she didn't give him a chance to voice his concerns as she hurried past him, anxiously looking for second brother. He was also very worried about second brother and hoped he would get better soon, but she seemed even more anxious than him, even disregarding the heavy rain to gather medicine for him. Upon entering, TangXiaomi saw that Bai Yuha had already opened his eyes, and her heart filled with joy, bringing a smile to her face. "I knew you wouldn't die. You would wake up." As she spoke, TangXiaomi's heart was filled with countless emotions. Chapter 245. Having these strange dreams, hearing a voice, Bai Yuhawk raised his gaze and saw her limping towards him from the cave entrance, backlit by the light. At first, he couldn't see her face, but when the firelight illuminated her features inside the cave, he finally made out her small face, which was adorned with a faint smile. Her smile was gentle and subtle, her brows and eyes like a painting, beautiful and radiant. Even though she looked disheveled, soaked, and covered in mud, she was still captivating. However, when his gaze landed on the fresh scars on TangXiaomi, Bai Yuhawk's brows furrowed slightly, remembering what Lao Wu had said to him. Bai Yuhawk paused before speaking softly. "Thank you." TangXiaomi smiled silently, confirming his expectations of her aloofness, shaking off the water on her clothes. TangXiaomi carefully took out the lamp mushroom grass she had gathered and handed it to Bai Yuhawk. "Eat it." We are now considered life and death friends, so no need to be too polite. After taking it, Bai Yuhawk didn't eat it immediately. The lamp mushroom grass still seemed to retain her body warmth. When he accidentally brushed against her fingers earlier, her hands were cold. Did she go through all this just to pick this for him? Something seemed to be burrowing deep in his chest, reminding him of the heavy night before when a soft hand kept touching his forehead, pressing his wrist, and occasionally whispering in his ear not to die. Mistress, you're soaked through. You'll get sick like this. Why not take off your clothes to dry? After staying outside the cave for a while, Bai Yunbao walked in with a gloomy expression, feeling as if something was weighing him down, making it hard to breathe. But upon seeing TangXiaomi, looking like a little mud person, he felt a pang of heartache. TangXiaomi shook her head, jokingly saying she had no change of clothes. After staying outside in the rain for a while to wash off the mud, she began to shiver as she warmed herself by the fire. Fortunately, she had taken herbs to prevent catching a cold, so even though it was very cold, she wouldn't fall ill. It's quite miraculous. She didn't know what kind of medicine her parents had developed, but not only had her sickness healed, her physical condition had improved significantly as well. Even when injured, her recovery was quick. What about Lao San? He had also been caught in the rain. He should come in and warm up too. Oh. Bai Yunbao nodded and called in Bai Leisure. After entering, Bai Leisure stared straight at the fire, then sat down stiffly. But no matter how much he pretended not to see, his peripheral vision caught sight of her tilting her head while drying her wet hair, revealing a section of her fair neck. Just a glimpse, yet he found it hard to breathe. Some images from his dreams leaped into his mind, her gently stroking his head when she was happy, tapping his forehead when she was angry, and hugging him while sleeping at night. He had dreamed of these things more than once, each time getting lost in those feelings, waking up in panic and unease. Even more afraid to tell Ergu about these strange dreams. Usually talkative Bai Yunbao grew quiet, and the cave became very silent, with only the crackling of firewood and the soft sounds of TangXiaomi fumbling around. After finally drying her hair, TangXiaomi, feeling drowsy, noticed Bai Yunbao hugging his knees. Looking quite downcast, and curiously asked, Lao Wu, what's wrong? Shouldn't you be happy to have gained beastly strength? Starting a fire used to be so troublesome, but now you just need to use your mental energy. Chapter 246. I think you're misunderstanding hearing TangXiaomi's voice. The dazed Bai Yunbao hurriedly raised his head. I'm not sad. Really, I'm not sad at all. TangXiaomi. What is wrong with this silly kid? Wife master, you have to believe me. He really isn't sad because she treats second brother differently. He just. After a moment of speechlessness, TangXiaomi responded perfunctorily with an O, as she truly didn't know how else to respond. However, Bai Yunbao obediently nodded and even smiled at her. This was nothing unusual, but she had never seen Bai Yunbao smile so awkwardly, looking almost like he was crying. Honestly, what is wrong with you? Bai Yunbao pursed his lips, shook his head, and murmured while looking down, It's nothing, I'm just not used to it. Not used to it, just as she thought. TangXiaomi comfortingly patted Bai Yunbao on the shoulder. It's okay, take it one step at a time, you'll get used to it slowly. With the appearance of that light, this world underwent significant changes, and it was normal for Bai Yunbao to struggle to adapt to his own changes. But what exactly happened in Beast City that made Xiao Hanshi rush back? I will. Bai Yunbao took a deep breath and smiled at TangXiaomi again. Seeing Bai Yunbao's smile looking much better, TangXiaomi nodded and walked towards Bai Yuhawk. Still can't eat? TangXiaomi's tone made Bai Yuhawk's pupils contract, avoiding her gaze. He saw Bai Yunbao looking at him, his eyes filled with envy and discomfort like an abandoned cub. After lowering his eyes, Bai Yuhawk spoke in a cool voice. It's okay, you don't need to take yesterday's incident to heart. As long as you are still the wife of Old Third and the others, I will definitely save you. Hearing Bai Yuhawk's cold words, TangXiaomi couldn't help but look at him a few more times, trying to see a crack in his expression. But all she saw was his rejection from 1,000 miles away. Suddenly, TangXiaomi raised the corners of her lips and leaned closer to Bai Yuhawk's ear, whispering, Is this how you deceive yourself? Bai Yuhawk froze, a suspicious red appearing on his pale ears, yet he remained motionless and calm. I don't understand what you're saying. Bai Yuhawk, you are a sensible person. Why should a sensible person speak in riddles? Getting closer, she naturally noticed that Bai Yuhawk's ears had turned red, like a drop of blood on pure white snow, blooming red. His ears were much more honest than his mouth. Weren't they? I think you're misunderstanding. Bai Yuhawk stood up, avoiding TangXiaomi, his expression resembling the bleak chill of late autumn, signaling the coming of winter, when everything would be covered in ice and snow. However, she had long since gotten used to his cold face, especially when he was avoiding something. Let it be a misunderstanding then. TangXiaomi smiled nonchalantly. She couldn't do anything about his stubbornness to repeat the same tune. But just as Bai Yuhawk was coldly about to walk away, TangXiaomi reached out and grabbed his hand. When Bai Yuhawk looked at her in confusion, she pulled him down by his collar and planted a light, fleeting kiss on his lips. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, but one day you will. Seeing Bai Yuhawk standing there in a daze, his face and neck flushed pink, TangXiaomi said seriously, "Don't misunderstand this kiss either. I just want to kiss you." Chapter 247, even a little would be good. After speaking, TangXiaomi casually found a corner to sleep in. She was extremely tired. And as for why she kissed Bai Yuhawk, the reason was just as she told him. She felt irritated listening to his words and suddenly felt like kissing him. Life is short. Who knows if one can still be alive tomorrow, so one should do what they can while they can. Moreover, she was quite satisfied to see the shock in Bai Yuhawk's eyes. The extreme exhaustion made her feel drained, and despite the poor environment, she laid down and fell asleep. Bai Yunbao remained in a daze, not even blinking. He thought that the mistress treated everyone the same, just like when the fourth brother kissed her. She found it annoying. He assumed she didn't like being treated that way. Although he also wanted to taste her lips, he didn't dare, fearing she would look at him the same way she looked at the fourth brother. But just now, she, the second brother, shocked. Bai Yunbao couldn't even organize his thoughts. At that moment, he felt a dull pain in his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Clearly, the second brother didn't treat her as a mistress, yet she acted that way, domineeringly not allowing the second brother to refuse. What about him? For a moment, he felt abandoned, rejected both by the mistress and the second brother. He wanted what the second brother had, but he felt he couldn't obtain it, because aside from the way she looked at the second brother, she treated everyone else the same. The fifth, seeing Bai Yunbao's hurt expression, Bai Yuhawk walked over, trying to explain, but found himself unable to do so. He was also surprised by TangXiaomi's actions. Although she had previously mentioned wanting to pursue him, she had never acted excessively. But just now, she did it so suddenly and freely. When her soft lips landed on his mind went blank, leaving him unsure of how to react. And she, after doing such a thing, casually fell asleep. Even he couldn't guess what she really wanted or what was on her mind. Second brother, I envy you so much, too much, so I feel a bit unable to express my dislike. How could he dislike the second brother, who was so good to him and protected him? But he couldn't control himself. He had no objections to the second brother being the mistress's mate. Compared to other male beastmen, he accepted the second brother the most. As long as the second brother was around, he felt he would be happier. However, he was not happy at all. Instead, he felt uncomfortable, as if he had fallen into water with something pulling his foot down into the depths. Bai Yunbao held his head, trying to kick this feeling out of his heart. But no matter how hard he tried, it was in vain. As long as he thought about being abandoned, he couldn't control his emotions. Fifth, stop overthinking. There's nothing to envy. There's no possibility between her and me. Why? Bai Yunbao looked up in confusion and then forced a bitter smile. Second brother, what you don't want is what I cannot have. Even a little would be good. Just a tiny bit of the way you look at her would make me very happy. Bai Yuhawk didn't expect Bai Yunbao to say such a thing. He had always thought the fifth was still young and more reliant on TangXiaomi. But at that moment, he became very perceptive, showing the sensitivity of a male beast man towards his partner. Chapter 248, is this something you can imitate casually? TangXiaomi was sleeping deeply, as if she were submerged at the bottom of a lake. Even when she felt something itchy on her cheek, she could not wake up. In her haze, she vaguely thought, could it be a bug crawling on her face? She wanted to reach out to scratch it, but her limbs felt as heavy as lead, completely unresponsive to her brain. It felt like being pressed down by a ghost. She couldn't move at all. At this moment, she just wanted to sleep and rest. Thinking that since it hadn't bitten her, she might as well ignore it and let herself sleep it off. However, just when she was about to give up on waking and continue sleeping, TangXiaomi suddenly felt something wet on her lips, which spread inside her mouth. Struggling to breathe, her drowsiness gradually dissipated. After taking a deep breath through her nose, she struggled to wake up. Frowning, she barely opened her eyes, and when she saw the enlarged face in front of her, TangXiaomi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the white cloud leopard gnawing at her lips. She spread her fingers and pushed the white cloud leopard's face away with one hand, while using the other to wipe her mouth. Old Five, what the hell are you doing? Is this something you can imitate, casually? Realizing that it was likely because she had kissed Bai Ying without avoiding him, leading him to imitate her, TangXiaomi covered her eyes, and she couldn't really blame the white cloud leopard. The white cloud leopard gradually came to his senses. He had originally just wanted to stay by her side and watch her sleep, but as he watched, his mind was filled with fourth brother's words. Why not give it a try? Once that thought took over, he really did it. He had intended to just touch her lightly, but once he made contact, he became entranced, and even after waking her up, he still felt it wasn't tea enough. She really was, as fourth brother said. It tasted great, better than anything else, even making his scalp tingle. He wanted more. What are you dazing for? Get down. Seeing the white cloud leopard staring blankly at her, TangXiaomi pushed him. The situation, now, felt like a karmic retribution. Wife master, I'm sorry. The white cloud leopard sat up beside her with an apologetic look, feeling scared. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to. Forget it, but don't do that again in the future. TangXiaomi was quite annoyed, but thinking it was her own bad example, she didn't want to dwell on it. Rubbing her forehead and standing up, she noticed that Bai Ying and Bai Leisure were not in the cave and asked, "Where did your second brother and third brother go?" The white cloud leopard slowly stood up, his head hanging low in silence. Considering the heavy rain outside and how weak Bai Ying was, TangXiaomi pressed on. "What about your second brother?" At this moment, the white cloud leopard suddenly grabbed her arm with a bit too much force, causing TangXiaomi to wince in pain. Is this little brat trying to rebel? He held on to her, but didn't say anything. Losing her patience, TangXiaomi furrowed her brow and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm not going to run away. But if you keep acting so strange, watch out, or I'll hit you." The white cloud leopard bit his lip and said softly with a hint of despair, "Just want to hold on to my wife, master." TangXiaomi was baffled and didn't understand. Couldn't he say something she could comprehend? The white cloud leopard looked at TangXiaomi with pleading eyes. He actually didn't know what was wrong with him. Ever since he saw her kiss second brother, being so gentle with him, he began to feel fear, afraid that if he didn't hold on tightly, he would lose her forever. Chapter 249, but she was angry with herself. TangXiaomi was a bit troubled and also a bit angry, but her anger was directed at herself. Seeing Bai Yunbao's pitiful expression made her feel like a cruel mother who abandoned her young child. Of course, this was an illusion. She didn't have such a big son and had never considered abandoning anyone. Life in this world is inherently about separations and reunions. Even couples whose love is stronger than gold leave this world in a certain order, let alone other people. When the time comes, separation is a natural law. Yet, she saw in Bai Yunbao's eyes that if they were to part one day, it would all be her fault. Habit is a terrifying thing. Although their relationship was merely contractual, she had no close one since childhood, and Bai Yunbao was quite obedient. Watching him grow up felt good, and unconsciously, she had come to regard him as an important person. So, even when he acted recklessly, she couldn't bring herself to blame him. Especially now, he looked like an abandoned big dog. Even saying something harsh felt like a sin. "Mistress, I'm sorry." Bai Yunbao hung his head, wanting to express his feelings, but his mind was too chaotic to know how to articulate them. He had never felt as confused as he did recently, and he did understand why he had changed. If only things could go back to when he was a child, when he could just follow her around, and she would always be the first to give him delicious food and fun things. "Haven't we settled this?" TangXiaomi said helplessly. If this continued, was she expected to comfort him? But what he had done just now was quite awkward. The best way to handle it should be to let it pass, right? "Can I let go now?" TangXiaomi tried to break free a few times. Bai Yunbao looked at TangXiaomi with a pained expression, seeing her slightly furrowed brows. As if she was unhappy, he had no choice but to release her. At that moment, there was some commotion outside, and he could hear many footsteps. Just as Bai Yunbao let go, TangXiaomi hurriedly walked out. Watching her back, Bai Yunbao's hand remained stiff in place, maintaining the position of grabbing her arm. However, his palm was now empty. The heavy rain fell like a curtain, and the village chief, along with several male beastmen, hurried over. "Chief, what's happened?" This sudden change caught her off guard. She couldn't consider the situation of the other beastmen in the village. Logically, the chief should be busy at the moment, and coming here specifically meant there was an issue. Without time to wipe the rain off her face, Hong Yin grabbed TangXiaomi's hand and pulled her outside. "It's bad. Sister Xia is unable to give birth and is in great pain." "When did this happen?" TangXiaomi frowned upon hearing this and didn't immediately follow Hong Yin, but went back to the cave to get something. Summer Yuqing's belly hadn't shown any signs of movement, and she planned that if there was still no action by tomorrow, she would help induce labor. Otherwise, the fetus would grow larger and become even more dangerous. "It was last night." "What?" TangXiaomi's expression changed, and she quickened her pace. Why did they only come to find her now? The longer it took, the more likely it would lead to complications, which would only increase the danger. Hong Yan's eyes reddened with anxiety, and she began to sob softly, ultimately needing the village chief to explain. After the white light appeared in the direction of the 10,000 beast city yesterday, the male beastmen underwent varying degrees of changes. Then, with the earth shaking and mountains moving, Summer Yuqing had fallen while trying to evade and was about to give birth. She should have come to find her, but was stopped by the shaman. Chapter 250. Who dares to move the mistress? The shaman said that the white light was a heavenly omen, a sign that the mother goddess had once again granted the orcs strength. The shaman also awakened the beast power, and the orcs in the village usually sought him for any ailments. Now that he had beast power, he confidently promised he could help Xia Yuqing deliver the baby. However, after waiting for a long time, Xia Yuqing still had not given birth, and instead, she fainted several times. Seeing that things were not going well, the shaman repeatedly assured that he would assist in the delivery, but Xia Yuqing's beast husband, disregarding the obstruction, barged out to find the village chief and asked him to bring people to her. Nonsense. TangXiaomi was a bit angry at this moment. The old shaman was already of an advanced age, yet still so competitive. After grabbing some things, TangXiaomi hurried to leave, but when she stepped into the heavy rain, she found that there was no rain over her head. Looking up, she saw that Bai Yunbao was holding a piece of bee skin over her head, but he himself was completely soaked. Mistress, I'll take you over. What about you? Bai Yunbao shook his head, indicating that he wasn't afraid of getting wet. Xia Yuqing's condition was not good, and TangXiaomi didn't dare to waste time, so she said nothing more and hurried on her way. Upon arriving as quickly as possible, she saw many orcs wandering around the cave where Xia Yuqing was. The precious female inside Xia Yuqing's belly was crucial for their entire village. Initially, when they saw the shaman's confidence, they trusted him based on years of experience and thought that such an important task as delivering Xia Yuqing's baby shouldn't be entrusted to an outsider like TangXiaomi. However, after waiting so long, they didn't know what to do anymore. They heard that it was most dangerous for a female to give birth to a female. Many females would die along with their babies, and neither would survive. Everyone pray, chant with me, asking the mother goddess to bless Xia Yuqing with a smooth delivery of her female. The shaman stood at the cave entrance, arms raised, mumbling incantations. He repeatedly reminded everyone to be sincere. Otherwise, if their sincerity was insufficient, the mother goddess would take away the female. Thinking of the beast power they had been given, the orcs began to pray as the shaman instructed. However, when TangXiaomi arrived, she was stopped. The shaman wouldn't let her in, saying she would disturb the mother goddess and ruin the prayer. And if the prayer was interrupted, they would face the mother goddess's punishment. Damn it! Get out of the way! TangXiaomi cursed and had Bai Yunbao drag the shaman away. This chapter is not finished yet. Will be replaced later. The shaman said that the white light was a heavenly omen, a sign that the mother goddess had once again granted the orcs strength. The shaman also awakened the beast power, and the orcs in the village usually sought him for any ailments. Now that he had beast power, he confidently promised he could help Xia Yuqing deliver the baby. However, after waiting for a long time, Xia Yuqing still had not given birth, and instead, she fainted several times. Seeing that things were not going well, the shaman repeatedly assured that he would assist in the delivery, but Xia Yuqing's beast husband, disregarding the obstruction, barged out to find the village chief and asked him to bring people to her. Nonsense. TangXiaomi was a bit angry at this moment. The old shaman was already of an advanced age, yet still so competitive. After grabbing some things, TangXiaomi hurried to leave, but when she stepped into the heavy rain, she found that there was no rain over her head. Looking up, she saw that Bai Yunbao was holding a piece of bee skin over her head, but he himself was completely soaked. Mistress, I'll take you over. What about you? Bai Yunbao shook his head, indicating that he wasn't afraid of getting wet. Xia Yuqing's condition was not good, and TangXiaomi didn't dare to waste time, so she said nothing more and hurried on her way. Chapter 251. The wife master is not causing trouble. Seeing Bai Yunbao blocking the way, the beastmen looked at the shaman with difficulty, wanting to suggest letting TangXiaomi try. But the shaman, with his withered yellow face, said emphatically, TangXiaomi has already offended the mother goddess. Xia Yuqing and the little female in her womb cannot be saved. If you don't believe it, just wait. Not only will Xia Yuqing not receive protection, but all the beastmen in Guanshan village will also be implicated by TangXiaomi. The heavy rain poured down, showing no signs of stopping. The shaman looked up to the sky and sighed in despair. Disaster is imminent. This is the consequence of TangXiaomi interrupting our blessing. The beastmen felt even more anxious after the shaman's words. No one wanted to be implicated in this. Bai Yunbao, you should let your wife master come out quickly. At this moment, not only one beastman stood up to persuade him, others began to join in as well. The raindrops hit his face like beans, and Bai Yunbao pushed away the male beastman who tried to pull him. I've said it before. No one is allowed to touch my wife, master. A small male beastman didn't understand anything. Don't mind him. If you don't hurry and pull him away together. Are you waiting for TangXiaomi to bring disaster upon us and make the mother goddess truly unleash calamity? The shaman commanded with his cane. He was the authority in Guanshan village. He was the one to be respected. Why should all the beastmen in the village listen to this outsider, this little female? The shaman narrowed his eyes. He wouldn't allow TangXiaomi to continue her reckless behavior in the village. Seeing the shaman's determination, the beastmen began to surround Bai Yunbao. For the sake of the whole village, we can't let TangXiaomi cause trouble. If you don't step aside, we will. My wife master is not causing trouble. She is saving people. How could she possibly harm them? Anger burned in Bai Yunbao's heart, and flames appeared in his eyes, even igniting on his body. The beastmen were greatly surprised and retreated a few steps. Is it on fire? The shaman's eyes flashed with astonishment. Bai Yunbao had actually gained beast power, and it was fire-type beast power, the most powerful beast power of their southern fire tribe. The beast power had been lost for many years, and now there were almost no beastmen with beast power left. Seeing the panic-stricken beastmen, the shaman tightly gripped his cane and spoke in a calm and authoritative tone. Everyone, don't be afraid. Bai Yunbao has already been punished by the mother goddess. The holy fire will burn him. What should we do then? The shaman scanned the crowd and slowly replied, use stones to put out the fire. But, Nobuts, do you want to be burned by the holy fire as well? Under the shaman's intimidation, the beastmen picked up stones from the ground and began to throw them at Bai Yunbao. The rocks coming from all directions struck Bai Yunbao, causing him pain all over. But he stubbornly did not step aside or retaliate against the beastmen throwing stones at him, because he feared that if he moved, beastmen would rush into the cave and harm his wife master. Rain mixed with blood flowed down, and tasting blood in his mouth, Bai Yunbao's lips slightly curled up. See, I can also protect my wife master. I am also useful. The pain at this moment helped him forget the bitterness in his heart over the past few days. Uncertain how long it had been, the sound of a child's crying echoed from the cave. The beastmen who were still about to throw stones froze in place. She gave birth. Xia Yuqing has given birth. Bai Yunbao murmured, and a happy smile blossomed on his face. Chapter 252, I am not angry. Xia Yuqing finally gave birth, and both mother and daughter are safe. TangXiaomi walked out of the cave with a smile. But when she saw the white cloud leopard covered in wounds from the heavy rain, her smile froze. The cave was a bit deep, and she had been fully focused on saving Xia Yuqing, only hearing some noise outside without knowing what had happened. Wife, the little female has been born. Upon hearing the footsteps, the white cloud leopard knew she had come out and happily turned around. TangXiaomi's expression darkened, her brows furrowing tightly. Even if the rain washed away the blood from his wounds, she could still faintly see the bright red seeping from them. Did you need to tell me she was born? I was the one who delivered her, and I was the one who pulled her out. No one knows better than I do that she has been born. And she's a little chubby. The white cloud leopard was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen her talk to him like this before. Had he done something wrong? Speak, what happened? TangXiaomi maintained her serious expression, causing the white cloud leopard to feel anxious and not daring to hide anything. So he told her everything in detail. In the end, feeling very uneasy, the white cloud leopard continued, Wife, please don't be angry. I'm not angry. What do I have to be angry about? TangXiaomi smiled. It wasn't like she had taught him to just stand there and let others hit him. The shaman, suppressing his surprise, frowned and spoke with conviction. The mother god is merciful and ultimately protected Xia Yuqing, but the white cloud leopard, in order to gain the trust of the beastmen here. The shaman dramatically pointed his finger at the white cloud leopard, saying he stole the sacred fire and is guilty. The mother god will punish every beastman. I'm not. The white cloud leopard shook his head, staring at his hands, but he could not ignore the impulse he had just wanted to destroy. So, he didn't dare to move, fearing that if he did, he would really do it. You don't need to explain. You are a disaster. Without waiting for the white cloud leopard to finish, the shaman bluntly reached a conclusion. All the beastmen turned to look at the white cloud leopard, still haunted by the fire he emitted. However, at that moment, TangXiaomi let out a low laugh. Hee. All the beastmen's gazes fell on her, but unexpectedly, she suddenly threw a stone out. A cry of pain immediately rang out as the shaman covered his bleeding forehead. The shaman never expected TangXiaomi would throw a stone at him in front of everyone, and he paused, enraged, and leaned on his cane. TangXiaomi, you dare to injure me. TangXiaomi maintained a faint smile on her face, then found a wooden stick near the cave entrance and walked step by step toward the shaman. Seeing her smiling face, but the lack of warmth in her eyes. The heavy rain soaked her loose hair. From his angle, this delicate little female exuded a chilling aura. The stick dragged on the ground, making a thud sound with TangXiaomi's slow steps, causing the shaman to instinctively take a step back. TangXiaomi, what do you want to do? TangXiaomi my wamli. But her words were icy. You have repeatedly misled the crowd. I have tolerated you for a long time. Xia Yuqing and her little female almost lost their lives because of you, and now you are inciting the crowd to say the white cloud leopard is a scourge. Wanted to put him to death. It's not that the elder has gone bad. It's that bad people have grown old. Just because someone is old doesn't mean they can rely on their age to bully others. Respect for the elderly and love for the young must be based on the character of the elder. Otherwise, they're just an old scoundrel. Chapter 253. Don't just stand there stupidly. TangXiaomi. Do you really want to hit me? I'm a shaman. I am. I don't care who you are. I only see the good things you've done. With that, TangXiaomi raised the wooden stick in her hand. Her gaze cold and resolute. It's not good to use violence against violence, but if some things aren't dealt with, they will pose a great threat. She didn't have much compassion, nor enough tolerance. If she was unhappy, she was simply unhappy. TangXiaomi has gone crazy again. Someone stop her. The shaman, seeing TangXiaomi rushing towards him like a demon, felt that she had truly lost her mind. She really intended to hit him. He had beast power and didn't need to fear such a small female. But when she raised her hand, he quickly ran behind other orcs to hide. The male orc blocking the shaman's front was somewhat confused. It was just a small female. Did the shaman really need to react this way? However, soon this male orc realized that he had been too naive. When TangXiaomi went mad, it was far more terrifying than when she was genuinely insane. When her wooden stick came down, the male orc didn't have time to defend himself and was directly knocked to the ground. Besides the shaman, there's you all. Every orc who threw stones at my house, you all have a share. TangXiaomi squeezed her arms, turned her head to look at the white cloud leopard, and said, Stand still this time, and don't just stand there stupidly in the future. The white cloud leopard was taken aback, watching her blurred figure in the rain, as if his soul trembled. He always thought she was delicate, easily breakable, but this usually gentle and easygoing girl was teaching him a very important lesson with her actions. No one expected TangXiaomi to use a wooden stick to beat those tall male orcs into bruises, although there was some exaggeration. The beaten male orcs were only defending and didn't dare to retaliate, because she was a female, and they were also uneasy about throwing stones at the white cloud leopard. However, being beaten so badly and having no ability to fight back was still quite unexpected. Taking advantage of the chaos, the shaman ran away, which annoyed TangXiaomi. As expected, he was cunning and ran the fastest. If it weren't for the fact that Xia Yuqing still needed care, she wouldn't mind chasing after him. Casually tossing aside the now broken wooden stick, TangXiaomi rubbed her numb hands and walked back to the cave. When a village chief came out, he saw the male orcs on the ground wailing, and a serious expression on his face cracked. Hong Yin's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my god, Xiaomi, I didn't expect you to be so small yet so powerful. Excitedly, he pulled TangXiaomi into the cave to escape the rain. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he slapped TangXiaomi on the back and continued to exclaim, I've never seen a female who can beat male orcs like this. Even the female who doesn't resist her beast husband, Kai Feng, can't take down so many male orcs in such a short time. Xiaomi, tell me how you did it. TangXiaomi's face twisted. Hong Yin's slap almost knocked her apart. His strength was much greater than hers. She struck at the weak points of the human body, and her hand was already numb, if it were a real fight. Her fist wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps in those male orcs' teeth. I think it's unnecessary. Your iron sandpalm is good enough. TangXiaomi hoarsely grinned as she rubbed her back. Hong Yin's hand was large, and now she might have a big handprint on her back. Hong Yin was reluctant. But at this moment, the white cloud leopard stood in front of TangXiaomi and seriously said to Hong Yin, My wife is afraid of pain. Don't hit her. Chapter 254. Why is my heart beating so fast? Hong Yin paused for a moment, looking down at the still immature white cloud leopard, and then said with a smile, I didn't hit your wife, but you really care about little me. Clearly, he had hit her, and she must be in pain now. Although white cloud leopard sensed that Hong Yin didn't mean it, he still pouted unhappily. Just now, the sound of Hong Yin's slap was so loud that his wife's face scrunched up. She didn't say anything, but she must be hurting. Hong Yin's eyes shifted, and with a playful smile, he leaned closer to white cloud leopard's ear and said, I just lightly tapped your wife, and you're already so worried. What will you do when you mate with her? You've grown so much, but Little Meat doesn't seem to have changed much. The ambiguous words made White Cloud Leopard's face flush, and his heart began to race. He had heard that females would hurt a lot, and his wife was much smaller than other females, although he hadn't thought about being with her. Haha, Hong Yin laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around TangXiaomi's shoulder and teasing. Your little leopard's reaction is really cute. TangXiaomi turned to glance at the blushing and racing White Cloud Leopard, then looked up at Hong Yin with a frown. What did you do? Teasing comes with responsibility. I didn't do anything, just teasing him a bit. Knowing that TangXiaomi cared for White Cloud Leopard, Hong Yin pouted, but didn't continue to say that he had indeed teased White Cloud Leopard. And he chuckled as he walked in with TangXiaomi. Hong Yin was much taller than her, so TangXiaomi had to follow him inside. However, she indeed needed to go in. Little female Xia Yuqing had just been born and needed care. She instructed White Cloud Leopard not to run around before following Hong Yin inside. It was rare for a little female to be born in the village, and everyone was busy figuring out how to take care of the little one. Xia Yuqing had a difficult labor and was experiencing heavy bleeding. After nursing, she was now resting, and her several partners were too scared to even move near the little female. Not only were they hesitant to touch her, but even the village chief and Hong Yin didn't dare to pick her up. The little female seemed to get bored. She had been lying quietly, but began to cry when no one paid attention to her. No one knew what to do. So TangXiaomi had no choice but to check if the little one was uncomfortable, soothing her at the same time. Once the little one fell asleep, TangXiaomi shared her recent experiences in caring for children with Xia Yuqing's partners, advising them not to be afraid of the child's softness. In fact, newborns were not as fragile as they imagined. Newborns even had the potential to swim in amniotic fluid, so it was fine to place them in water. After confirming that Xia Yuqing's condition was stable, TangXiaomi left some herbs and walked out. Just as she reached the cave entrance, a snow leopard lying there suddenly jumped up, wagging its tail and rubbing against her feet. It was already so late. TangXiaomi crouched down to rub the snow leopard's head and checked its body. When she parted its fur, she found that its wound was indeed healing automatically, just like the white featherhawks. However, when she touched the snow leopard's chest, she noticed that its heartbeat was irregular. Why is my heart beating so fast? Just as she wanted to check for any other issues, the snow leopard panicked and ran away. Her hand, the places she had touched felt like they had ignited a fire. He felt a tingling sensation all over, unable to stand steady. And that uncontrollable feeling of wanting to mate returned. If there were any changes in that area, there would be no hiding it now. It would definitely be noticed. Chapter 255, can I ask you to take a look now? The rain kept pouring down, and the village chief said it was a once-in-100 years rain. She had never seen such continuous heavy rain since she could remember. Because of this heavy rain, the orcs were unable to go out to hunt for food, but fortunately, there were a few caves on the mountain that could serve as temporary shelters. Also, they had harvested quite a bit of lotus root in the autumn, and before the heavy rain, they had caught a good amount of prey to sustain themselves, so for now, they wouldn't have a problem filling their stomachs. TangXiaomi was just about to return to her cave when she saw Xiang Wulu coming over. The rain was hitting him, making it seem as if he could fall down at any moment. It had only been a little over a day since she last saw him, but he seemed to have lost quite a bit of weight and looked much more fragile. Father, Xiang Wulu hesitated. A deep sadness etched on his brow. Can I ask you to take a look now? Seeing the expression on Xiang Wulu's face, TangXiaomi had a bad premonition in her heart. She nodded and followed him. The snow leopard, who usually bore hostility towards Xiang Wulu, was unusually quiet today, following her without making a sound, as if sensing something. There were limited caves on the mountain, and the few good large ones had already been taken by other orcs. The cave where Xiang Wulu and the others were small and had water dripping inside. Xiang Dalu and several other beastmen crowded together, making the cave look very cramped and damp. Old Five, why did you bring her here? Father is about to give up, Xiang Dalu said with red eyes, turning his head away. Big brother, it was father who asked me to bring her, Xiang Wulu replied, his eyes equally red, leading TangXiaomi inside. The dim cave made the ailing Lu Wendu appear even paler and duller. Thank you for coming. Lu Wendu slowly opened her eyes and gave TangXiaomi a faint smile. TangXiaomi could see at a glance that Lu Wendu was already at the end of her strength, much faster than she had expected. If Lu Wendu were like Xiang Kaifeng, she wouldn't feel as heavy-hearted as she did now. There are many farewells in life, and ultimately, everyone faces the farewell of death. At this moment, she felt as if the Grim Reaper was already standing beside Lu Wendu, waiting for her to close her eyes once again. This has nothing to do with you. I was indeed feeling much better, but perhaps it's just my fate. Since this heavy rain came, I know I won't last much longer. Actually, this is fine. I consider it a release, but since the rain started, he had noticed his condition worsening, which is why he asked Xiang Wulu to bring her over. After Lu Wendu's gaze drifted over her few cubs, she pleaded, "The only thing I'm worried about is them. They were once spoiled because of Xiang Kaifeng and caused harm to you and left a bad impression on other orcs. So, I hope you can help them. Father, we won't bow our heads to TangXiaomi. She said she could cure you, but she hasn't done it." Xiang Dalu shouted hysterically, clenching his fists. They had initially lost hope, but now that she had rekindled their expectations, it was all crashing down. Lu Wendu frowned and said seriously, "Big brother, don't forget what I told you before." Xiang Dalu shot a glare at TangXiaomi. His face strained as he ran out, quickly disappearing into the rain. "I'm sorry," Lu Wendu weakly apologized to TangXiaomi, then called Xiang Wulu over old 5. He has a gentle nature. Chapter 256. Shouldn't I just not look? Knowing what her father wanted to say, Xiang Wulu lowered her head and blushed, not daring to look at TangXiaomi's expression at that moment. After biting her lip, Lu Wenju gathered her last bit of courage and continued. "I'm afraid you will end up like me in the future, so I hope, if you don't mind, let him follow you. Whatever he does is fine." Upon hearing this, the snow leopard lying at TangXiaomi's feet raised its head and looked at TangXiaomi with concern. "I understand what you're worried about, but I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't help much. I believe Xiang Dalu and the others wouldn't want me to interfere. As for..." TangXiaomi glanced at Xiang Wulu and then slowly said to Lu Wenju, similarly, "The path ahead must be walked by oneself. The final request placed upon me. I think I don't have the ability to bear it. At most, I will ask the village chief to take more care." She refused. The flush on Xiang Wulu's face gradually faded, turning pale. He thought. Xiang Wulu felt his head buzzing, to the point that he couldn't hear what they said afterward. Lu Wenju felt a bit disappointed, but this was within expectation. The one who should apologize is me. I was too greedy, but still, thank you. Having her talk to the village chief has already made him feel much more at ease. TangXiaomi not that. Feeling they had said enough. After exchanging a few more words, she left. Just a few steps out, she heard shouting from inside. Lu Wenju had left, and the way he was acting just now might have been a moment of clarity, so she didn't go to help. On the way back, TangXiaomi's mood remained low, unwilling to think about Lu Wenju, but she couldn't help but remember his last smile. To say it was relief. How could there be no lingering feelings? The mountain path was rugged and difficult, and with the heavy rain blurring her vision, TangXiaomi walked very slowly. Halfway through, she felt dizzy and faint, and in a haze, she saw a person and a beast coming in her direction. With a slight smile, TangXiaomi slowly closed her eyes and lost consciousness. When she woke up, she found herself in a cave. Her clothes were dry, and since they had been buried in the ruins of a collapsed house, the only reason they were now on her could be one. Since she was awake, she should drink some porridge. The white feather eagle spoke in a flat tone and then brought a bowl of hot porridge to TangXiaomi. Once the aroma of the food wafted out, she remembered how busy she had been, hardly eating anything, and combined with lack of sleep and being soaked in the rain. It was no surprise she fainted. TangXiaomi didn't hesitate to take the porridge from the white feather eagle and began to drink. After finishing, she returned the empty bowl and said, "Thanks to you this time." "Thank you." The white feather eagle lightly acknowledged her and then walked away, truly as indifferent as ever. At that moment, the lion, who was adding firewood to the fire, secretly glanced at them, finally resting his gaze on the white feather eagle. When he saw her fall, the second brother spread his wings and flew over. It was the first time he had seen the second brother with wings, but he was also very worried. If other beastmen saw that the second brother had wings, they would definitely know he wasn't female. The rain was still falling. Stretching her limbs, TangXiaomi walked to the cave entrance and smiled. Looking at the busy figure, she asked, "How long did I sleep? And these clothes?" "You slept for 2 days. As for the clothes, you can rest assured. I didn't look at anything I shouldn't have." "Really?" The white feather eagle replied, and then continued with their tasks. Chapter 257 must be very sad, right? Bai Yuing paused while washing the dishes, and the image of her collapsing in the heavy rain appeared in his mind. She had already been soaked by the rain, looking very weak. After bringing her back, he helped her change clothes. Although he avoided looking at her, he had seen her body. Even without looking, it felt as if he had seen it. The village chief had come by, bringing some food, and, regarding Lu Wenlu, she said she would handle it well. Just mentioning Lu Wenlu made TangXiaomi's mood darken. Bai Yuing really knew how to bring up sensitive topics, deliberately making her uncomfortable. It didn't speak again. And when it was a bit brighter outside, TangXiaomi left, wanting some quiet time alone, so she didn't call Bai Yunbao. Bai Yunbao, not wanting to disturb her and his second brother, lay in the cave. When he went out to check, he found that she was no longer there. Second brother, how could you let your wife go out alone? Bai Yunbao hurriedly put on his clothes, thinking they were just not talking. But he didn't expect his second brother to let her walk out alone like that. Bai Yunbao was somewhat dissatisfied with this, but more than that, he was worried. Second brother, if you don't want to accompany her, at least tell me. After saying this, Bai Yunbao rushed out into the rain, following TangXiaomi's footprints. Yeah, brother. Bai Leisure stammered, wanting to ask why his second brother didn't he explain, but he spoke too slowly. Seeing Bai Yunbao run far away, Bai Yuing withdrew his gaze and said lightly to Bai Leisure, "It's nothing, don't worry." Bai Leisure clenched his fist secretly, his throat felt blocked. He could tell that his second brother was worried, but she said she wanted to find Lao Si alone, so his second brother let her go by herself. Watching the direction Bai Yunbao left, Bai Leisure pursed his lips tightly, but his second brother was unwilling to say anything. Just like yesterday, when he and his second brother went to find useful things and returned to find her, and Lao were no longer in the cave. His second brother waited outside until he heard that she and Lao Wu had an accident with Xia Yuqing, and then he immediately took him to look for them. By the time they arrived, those male orcs who had attacked Lao Wu with stones had been beaten by her. It was the first time he saw a female so fierce, much fiercer than that fierce-looking Xiang Kaifeng, but she spoke to Lao Wu very gently, even patting his arm. Later, he didn't know what Hong Yin said to Lao Wu, but Lao Wu's entire face turned red. After that, Lao Wu waited at the cave entrance, and they waited at a distance under the trees. It was only when it got dark that she finally came out. He thought she and Lao were finally going back to their cave, but Xiang Wulu showed up. He didn't know why, but every time he saw Xiang Wulu secretly glancing at her, he felt somewhat irritated. Xiang Wulu must want to be her beast husband too, right? She went to Xiang Wulu's cave with Lao Wu, and he and his second brother follow behind, seeing her and Lao Wu walk in from a distance. Fortunately, they came out quickly, which eased his mood a little. However, it wasn't long before they heard crying coming from the cave. Lu Wenlu had died. She had been very dedicated to saving Lu Wenlu. He knew she wanted to save him so much, but Lu Wenlu still died. No wonder her face looked so bad when she came out. She must be very sad, right? The rain was heavy, and she walked slowly in the rain, as if she would drift away at any moment, until she really collapsed in the rain, and his second brother flew over to catch her. Chapter 258. What do you mean? Previously, I had arranged to meet Bai Liu 3 days later, but with such unexpected events happening in between, today has already exceeded the agreed time, and the location we agreed upon is no longer accessible. The heavy rain over the past few days has caused rivers and lakes to overflow, resulting in floods. The low-lying areas have turned into a vast ocean, and the agreed place has long been submerged. Soon, the entire Guanshan village will be engulfed by water. Fortunately, under the leadership of the village chief, the beastmen have taken refuge on the mountains. Although there is a danger of mudslides, at least they have escaped the floods, and the remaining food should last for a while. Wearing a raincoat, TangXiaomi walked down from the mountain. The once small creek has now transformed into a wide river. Reaching this point, she couldn't continue. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't cross the rushing waters. To find Bai Luoyu, TangXiaomi had no choice but to walk along the foot of the mountain, by the water's edge. If Bai Luoyu saw her, he would surely appear. However, with such murky water, he probably wouldn't want to swim around in it, right? The heavy rain continued to pour, and although she was wearing a raincoat, she was still drenched. She had lost count of how many times she had been caught in the rain. After walking for a while, TangXiaomi felt increasingly lightheaded. Before leaving home, she had taken herbs to ward off cold and prevent fever, but the medicine seemed to have lost its effect. She touched her forehead and found that her temperature was indeed a bit high. Cursing under her breath, TangXiaomi stopped to take a break. However, just as she was about to take some medicinal powder from her pouch for prevention, she heard movement in the grass behind her. Stop playing around, come out quickly. She wasn't in the mood to play games right now. Saying this, TangXiaomi turned around, but when she saw who came out of the grass, she immediately frowned. It was not the beautiful and enchanting Bai Luoyu, but Xiang Kaifeng, whose face was covered in hideous scars. TangXiaomi, are you surprised that I'm still alive? Yes. Damn you. A mocking expression appeared on Xiang Caifeng's face, and after clicking her tongue, she said, looks like you care quite a bit about that scoundrel Lu Wendu. It's a pity that even if he dies, he is still my beast husband. At these words, TangXiaomi furrowed her brows even tighter, a bad premonition creeping into her heart. What do you mean? Looking at TangXiaomi's flawless and fair face, Xiang Caifeng's expression twisted even more. Her own face had been ruined because of TangXiaomi, yet TangXiaomi had become even more beautiful. You can't save Lu Windu, and you can't save yourself either. You caused it to end up like this, TangXiaomi. You should die. Xiang Caifeng's face contorted in rage as she reached out her hand towards TangXiaomi. This time, I won't let you go. Behind them was the rushing and fierce flood. It was clear that Xiang Caifeng wanted her life. TangXiaomi clenched her fists. It seemed she had no choice but to fight back. To avoid being overwhelmed by Xiang Caifeng's imposing presence, TangXiaomi curled her lips into a smile. Have you forgotten that you are my defeated foe? Do you not remember how you rolled on the ground, wailing? Mentioning that past humiliation made Xiang Caifeng's face even more twisted. But soon, she let out a few maniacal laughs. Do you dare to compare yourself to me now? Females can gain beastly strength through mating. How many beast husbands do you have, TangXiaomi? How many have you mated with? TangXiaomi? Can she curse? Chapter 259. Bai Yunbao had already jumped into the water. Hearing voices, he could recognize her voice even from a distance, so he hurried towards it. Bang! From afar, he heard something fall into the water, and suddenly, his heart ached as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Wife! Bai Yunbao panicked and rushed over as fast as he could. But when he arrived, apart from the rushing river, there was no one else. She must be nearby. So, Bai Yunbao began to shout loudly along the riverbank, Wife, where are you? But no matter how he called, there was no response. Reluctant to believe she was in the water, Bai Yunbao stared blankly at the turbulent current and jumped in, bending down to feel around in the water. Wife, you must be okay, right? At that moment, he heard a low laugh from the shore. Are you looking for TangXiaomi? She was swept away a long time ago, and by now, she must have drowned. You're talking nonsense. Wife is definitely fine. I pushed her down. Don't you think I'm just talking nonsense? This chapter is not finished yet. Come back tomorrow to read more. Chapter 260, unexpectedly, still alive, the water was rushing rapidly, and Bai Yunbao struggled as he jumped into the water, only to remember that he couldn't swim and hated water. But none of that mattered. He just wanted to find her. If she was truly in this water, then he had come. No matter where she was, he had to bring her back. She promised not to leave him, promised to wait for him to grow up. How could she abandon him now? Mistress, where are you? Lao Wu. Lao Wu. Amidst the rising and falling, he heard Ergu calling him, and Sangu seemed to have come too, jumping in and swimming towards him. But Bai Yunbao ignored them. He wanted to find his mistress. He wanted to be with her. Yet, he still couldn't find her. His strength was slowly being exhausted in the struggle, and his body was gradually growing tired. He thought he was worn out. Before closing his eyes, he saw Ergu and Sangu swimming towards him. He wanted to tell them not to worry about him, but his mouth and nose were filled with murky water, and he couldn't speak anymore. Forget it. Bai Yunbao thought for a moment, and then closed his eyes. He let himself drift with the current, until he lost consciousness, lost sensation. Cough, cough. Accompanied by coughing, TangXiaomi spat out a bellyful of water and finally opened her eyes with a splitting headache. It was a damp cave, and she was lying on animal skins. Looking down, her clothes had turned into animal skins. What happened? She remembered being schemed against by Xiang Caifeng and being struck into the water, where the current was strong, and she sank quickly. She thought she was doomed, but unexpectedly, she was still alive. Xiaomi, you finally woke up. Bai Luoyu walked into the cave, and, seeing TangXiaomi sitting up, smiled brightly as he approached her. Seeing the enchanting and beautiful demon smiling, TangXiaomi furrowed her brows and asked, How did I end up here? Of course, I saved you. You scare me to death. Now tell me, how do you plan to compensate me? Bai Luoyu said, still feeling a bit shaken. At the agreed time, he went to the agreed place, but she didn't come. At that time, he thought it might be due to the heavy rain, but after waiting and waiting when that place was flooded, she still hadn't arrived. Didn't she eagerly want the contract fruit? Why didn't she come to get it? So, he secretly went ashore, hiding and searching for a long time before finally spotting her, and she was on Sanji's back. Sango was fast and returned shortly, and then he saw Lao Wu rushing out, anxiously helping her inside. It turned out she had forgotten their agreement. Fortunately, he had quickly found the contract fruit for her, but he felt uneasy and threw it away. But then he thought, what if she asked him for it again? So, he had to pick it up again, feeling embarrassed. The image of Sangu carrying her and Lao Wu helping her into the cave kept appearing in his mind, making him increasingly agitated. So after leaving, he swam elsewhere, until the bond formed by the contract fruit made him feel she was in danger. He found her. At that time, she had already stopped breathing. He thought the worst thing he did in his life was to run away in anger. When she started breathing again, he felt the best thing he did in his life was to make her eat the contract fruit. although this little female still showed no sign of gratitude towards him. Facing the piercing gaze of Bai Liu, TangXiaomi rolled her eyes and said, "Speak human language." Chapter 261. You clearly understood. Bai Liu's gaze became mournful. You clearly understood. But I don't know what you're trying to do. If he wanted to make some demands after saving her, but compensation? She really didn't understand. I'm not doing anything else. You are my wife, of course. I will save you. As he spoke, Bai Liu ambiguously leaned closer, taking TangXiaomi's hand and pressing it against his heart. Making demands feels too distant. I don't really want compensation. I just want your comfort. Comfort me. My heart almost stopped beating along with yours. TangXiaomi's mouth stiffened in speechlessness. Then she ruthlessly pulled her hand away. This monster was becoming more and more out of line as he grew up, and he was getting better at entangling her. Enough with the nonsense. I will remember this favor. Looking around the damn cave, TangXiaomi said as she tried to stand up. However, she felt a sharp pain in her foot and a severe headache as soon as she moved. You shouldn't move around. You hit your head while in the water, and your foot is injured too. Bai Liu held TangXiaomi's shoulder, pressing her back down, and said thoughtfully, "But you can rest assured, I will take good care of you." Watching Bai Liu, whose flirtatious eyes were fixed on her like a hawk, TangXiaomi felt her eyelids twitching. This cave was like a wolf's den. Where is this? Give me the contract fruit. I'll go back and talk. Seeing that TangXiaomi insisted on leaving, Bai Liu's beautiful peach blossom eyes curved charmingly. I can give you the contract fruit right away, but you can't go back unless. Unless what? It's hard to have you by my side. It's such a good opportunity. Shouldn't we mate and have offspring? So, unless Xiaomi gets pregnant with my little cubs, you can't leave. Hearing Bai Liu's words, TangXiaomi's face darkened. This little brat actually wanted to restrict her freedom and make her bear his cubs? Say that again. Seeing TangXiaomi's expression, Bai Liu chuckled. The village has already been submerged. The mountain you lived on before is too far from here. I could swim over without a problem, but your swimming skills are too poor. TangXiaomi gritted her teeth. She was currently under someone else's roof, so she swallowed her insults. It seemed she could only wait until the water level dropped before returning, but just thinking about Xiang Kaifeng coming back made her very uneasy. Xiang Kaifeng probably had mated with many male beastmen and had greatly increased her strength. The first thing she would do was seek revenge on her. She might even target Bai Yu Hawk and the others since they were also her thorns in the flesh. Xiang Kaifeng had long wanted to drive them out. Noticing that TangXiaomi was biting her lip in silence, Bai Liu changed the topic. "Xiaomi, how did you fall into the water?" It was Xiang Kaifeng. After briefly explaining what had happened, TangXiaomi added, "Xiang Kaifeng doesn't know how many male beastmen she harmed." 5. What? A flash of disgust crossed Bai Liu's eyes. So this vicious female has such a big. She really deserves to die. You know? TangXiaomi was surprised. Those 5 male beastmen mated with Xiang Kaifeng and were killed by her. If there are others, we need to ask. TangXiaomi thought, who else could they ask? Just then hearing Bai Liu shout outside the cave, "Qiao Hu, come in." Chapter 262. Wouldn't it be better to do it earlier? As Bai Liu finished speaking, a tall and strong male orc appeared at the cave entrance. Bai Liu recognized this male orc, so TangXiaomi was a bit surprised and curiously looked at Bai Liu, wondering when he had gotten together with Qiao Hu. Bai Liu gently raised the corners of her lips, a beautiful yet rebellious smile. So, TangXiaomi used her gaze to ask Bai Liu. Bai Liu did not answer, but instead said to Qiao Hu, "Why don't you explain what's going on with Xiang Kaifeng?" Qiao Hu lowered his head and began to explain. At that time, he indeed took Xiang Kaifeng away, wanting her to confess whether she was responsible for his brother's death. However, while he was holding her captive, his companions were swayed by her and not only released her, but also sabotaged him, forcing him to jump into the canyon, and by chance Bai Liu saved him. He was unwilling to accept that Xiang Kaifeng had harmed him and was secretly observing her, waiting for a good opportunity to take revenge. So he was quite clear about her situation. Since that day when the sky showed signs, the male orc gained beast power, and he gained beast power too. He originally planned to use this to defeat several of Xiang Caifeng's beast husbands, but accidentally saw her crazily mating with male orcs. 5 male orcs were unwilling, and after mating, Xiang Kaifeng, finding it troublesome, killed them after gaining the corresponding beast power. After Qiao, who finished explaining, Bai Liu allowed him to leave. "Xiaomi, you must really hate Xiang Kaifeng now. How about I help you kill her?" TangXiaomi rolled her eyes at Bai Liu, who was smiling brightly, thinking that he was boasting about being able to easily deal with Xiang Kaifeng. But even if he could handle Xiang Kaifeng, she wouldn't want him to. The grudge with Xiang Kaifeng was something she would resolve herself, and she didn't want to owe this monster any more favors, lest he propose some strange way to repay her, like having a few little cubs as repayment. Moreover, he had saved Qiao Hu. And now he could command Xiao Hu so smoothly? You don't need to worry about Xiang Kaifeng. Bai Luoyu pouted, glancing at the delicate and beautiful female, and suddenly the corners of her mouth curved up again. I have a good idea. Saying this, Bai Luoyu leaned closer to TangXiaomi's ear. Xiaomi, it's simple to defeat Xiang Kaifeng. As long as you mate with me, you'll gain my beast power then. Get lost. Before Bai Luoyu could finish, TangXiaomi pushed his face away, feeling annoyed that he would suggest such a thing and even try to use seductive techniques. Her ears were flushed from the hot breath he had just blown, and she thought angrily that her composure was pretty good when facing such a monster. Xiaomi, staring at the light pink on TangXiaomi's delicate ears, Bai Luoyu smiled brightly, not only refusing to leave, but also getting closer. Don't mind that I'm not yet of age. We'll have to mate sooner or later, so wouldn't it be better to do it earlier? His gaze slowly moved from her ears to her lips, and Bai Luoyu swallowed dryly, thinking of the taste of her lips. That wonderful sensation was like a poison, growing in his heart, tempting him, making him greedy and insatiable. You little brat, dare to tease your elder? Are you itching for a beating? TangXiaomi said, with a forced smile. Bai Luoyu smiled and shook his head. He wasn't itching for a beating, but his heart was itching. Did she not know how tempting she looked when she was puffed up with anger? Chapter 263. This little rascal is quite cunning. A restless feeling surged in his heart, and he wanted to get a little closer to her, but no matter her gaze or actions, she was wary of him. Of course, Bai Luoyu was also well aware that this seemingly delicate and weak female was not easy to handle. After all, he still didn't dare to act too hastily. At least not now. It was best to put away your little schemes. Although you saved me, I once foolishly let you manipulate me. If it weren't for knowing that this beautiful male beast man was a fish, she would definitely think he was a cunning, flirtatious fox. Bai Luoyu smiled harmlessly. I just want to take care of you. TangXiaomi smiled without warmth, and she wouldn't believe him even if he killed her. This little rascal was quite cunning. Not wanting to waste more words with Bai Luoyu, TangXiaomi lay down, hoping her body could recover better. Bai Luoyu also took the hint and stopped, not wanting to provoke her impatience. His little female had quite a temper, especially towards him. It seemed she had never given him a good expression. TangXiaomi fell asleep again after lying down, and when she woke up, it was already dark. The smell of grilled fish wafted in from outside the cave, making her feel hungry. Thinking it was Bai Luoyu grilling fish, TangXiaomi limped outside to take a look, only to see Xiao Hu. Their eyes met, and TangXiaomi smiled slightly. It smells good. Xiao Hu looked strong and fierce, but since they had interacted before, she had a good impression of him. So she took the initiative to speak. It'll be ready to eat soon. Her eyes were very clear, just like when she was still ugly. Under her gaze, Xiao Hu suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. After he shifted his gaze away from her, he didn't dare to look at her again. Even when handing the grilled fish to TangXiaomi, he didn't dare to glance at her more than once. TangXiaomi was not polite and took the grilled fish. She thought Xiao Hu's fierce face, flushed with an awkward dark red, was quite cute. Thank you. You're welcome. Xiao Hu coughed lightly to ease his embarrassment and the itch in his throat. Once TangXiaomi started eating, she fell silent, and Xiao Hu curiously watched her, unable to take his eyes off her. She ate the fish slowly, tearing the meat with her fingers, and the fish she had eaten still retained its complete skeleton. For some reason, watching her eat made him feel that the fish was very delicious, and with a dry throat, Xiao Hu instinctively swallowed his saliva. TangXiaomi was hungry and focused on eating. After finishing one fish, she sucked her fingers. Can I have another one? Xiao Hu's mind exploded with a blank. A rush of heat surged to his forehead, making his scalp tingle. After her face healed, she was very beautiful, the most beautiful female he had ever seen. Her casual action just now almost made him lose control. Is it okay? Seeing him staring wide-eyed and motionless, TangXiaomi asked again. The fish wasn't big, and she was just hungry, so she wanted another one. Xiao Hu nodded in a daze, feeling that no matter where he looked, it felt wrong. Meanwhile, TangXiaomi's attention was entirely on the grilled fish. When hungry, everything seemed delicious. Thank you. Next time, I'll grill one for you. No. Just as Xiao Hu was about to speak, he saw a head popping up from the pool at their feet. From a viewpoint that TangXiaomi couldn't see, a shadowy figure was watching Xiao Hu, its gaze dark and warning. However, when TangXiaomi turned her head in confusion, Bai Luoyu was already smiling brightly. Chapter 264. Run if one of the fish was caught by me, and it was also roasted by me. Xiaomi, you thanked the wrong person. If it weren't for the darkness, he wouldn't have handed this matter over to Xiao Hu. He initially thought he was just asking Xiao Hu for a little help, but he realized he might have been mistaken. Looking at the small female who had just smiled at Xiao Hu but was now frowning at him, Bai Luoyu smiled and pointed at his partner Mark with his beautiful fingers. But you don't have to be polite with me. I am your partner. TangXiaomi twitched the corner of her mouth, as if afraid others wouldn't see the mark. His skin was very white, and the partner mark was red. As long as one's eyes weren't blind, it was obvious. I think the bottom of the water suits you. After saying this in a neutral tone, TangXiaomi continued to eat the fish. No matter who roasted it, they still had to eat. As for words of thanks, looking at Bai Luoyu's face, she felt no desire to speak. The pool of water at their feet was clearly dug by Bai Luoyu himself, and it was a bit small. Bai Luoyu's tail was very large. This pool could barely accommodate him. She didn't know what he was thinking. It was quite close to the riverbank. Yet he insisted on making a small pool here. If I don't show up, Xiaomi, you'll be taken away. With a teasing tone, Bai Luoyu pretended to glare at Xiaohu. TangXiaomi felt frustrated again. This little brat was simply too pretentious, making her hair stand on end. Xiaohu, who was glared at, also felt a chill. Bai Luoyu's glare was not a playful one in front of her. So, Xiaohu said he was leaving and walked away without looking back. Xiaohu, why is he so wary of Bai Luoyu? Watching Xiaohu's back, TangXiaomi was puzzled. Even if Bai Luoyu saved Xiaohu, it shouldn't be like this, right? After all, Bai Luoyu was just a young brat. The debt of gratitude could easily be repaid in other ways. Didn't he feel aggrieved being ordered around by Bai Luoyu? If it were her, she definitely wouldn't be willing. Don't let him help anymore. Bai Luoyu snorted angrily, lying on the shore with an unhappy face. TangXiaomi paused in her eating, shoving a nearly roasted fish to Bai Luoyu's mouth. I've never seen someone take advantage and act so coy. Be careful, or you'll end up being taken for granted. You're so hard to please, it's a wonder he isn't run away. At this moment, Bai Luoyu looked like a spoiled little brat, and the tension in her heart eased. Talking to Bai Luoyu became much more natural. To say she hated Bai Luoyu, that wasn't the case. After all, with such a pretty face, it was hard to dislike him. Perhaps it was because he unilaterally formed a partner contract with her that made her feel uncomfortable so naturally. She couldn't give him a good face when facing him. Run if you want. Bai Luoyu continued to snort coldly and secretly glanced at her a few times to gauge her reaction. Fortunately, this carefree little female also didn't seem to care about Xiaohu. He didn't want to tell her that Xiaohu's gaze towards her was clearly different. He had never seen Xiaohu blush and be shy before. He knew Xiaohu didn't have a partner, and he also knew Xiaohu had a female he liked. He had seen him often lost in thought when looking at Huijia and even smiling foolishly, until he saw the expression Xiaohu had just shown. It was the desire and hidden longing of a male beast man for a female. By the way, Xiaomi, it seems you know Xiaohu, Bai Luoyu asked casually. Chapter 265. A slap in return. TangXiaomi was puzzled for a moment, thinking that Bai Luoyu must have known long ago. However, she didn't pay much attention to how he knew Xiaohu, casually explaining a few things. After all, Bai Luoyu was also a stray beast. If it were any other beast man, she definitely wouldn't admit to knowing a stray beast, as beast men were very wary of them. Once they found out she had connections with them, who knows what kind of trouble would arise. This time, Bai Luoyu was particularly well behaved, lying quietly by the shore and listening without interrupting. After TangXiaomi finished speaking, Bai Luoyu still listened with interest and then said meaningfully, Xiaohu didn't tell me any of this. Does he have to report everything to you? Being so arrogant before even reaching adulthood, he deserves a beating. Caught off guard by her lecture, Bai Luoyu propped his chin up with one hand, smiling at TangXiaomi. However, when his gaze fell on the fish in his hand, the smile disappeared from his eyes. She was missing the point, but he wasn't and he wouldn't give Xiaohu any opportunity. Did this fish bite you before it died? If you don't want it, get it back to me. The fish was almost being stared to death by him. Bai Luoyu finally snapped back to reality and took a bite out of the fish. Xiaomi gave it to me, so how could I return it? TangXiaomi's eyes widened. What a beautiful mouth. Yet he swallowed a whole fish in one bite without spitting out the bones. This made TangXiaomi think of a monster disguised in a beautiful human skin. When Bai Luoyu raised his eyes, he saw her in a daze. A look he rarely saw. Usually, she was either indifferent or looked like she wanted to hit him. This dazed expression was simply unbearable. A voice in his heart urged him on, and with a flick of his tail, Bai Luoyu stood up, cupping TangXiaomi's face and kissed her. Slap. TangXiaomi didn't think twice and returned slap. This brat was getting more and more reckless. She had already warned him, and he dared to come again? Bai Luoyu covered half of his face, looking at TangXiaomi with a very wronged expression. Clearly, you were the one who tempted me. How could I withstand such temptation? What? She tempted him? TangXiaomi's mind flashed with all sorts of profanities. She had never seen someone so good at shirking responsibility. Before she could finish her teeth-gritting retort, Bai Luyu had already sunk to the bottom of the water. By the time TangXiaomi reacted, there was no trace of Bai Luyu left, making her grit her back teeth in frustration. Brat, if you have the ability to do it, why are you hiding? Chapter 266, Then We Are Even? The next day, when the morning sunlight spilled into the cave, TangXiaomi slowly woke up. Too many things had happened in the past few days, and her body was in a state of fatigue that needed adjustment. But no matter how much she needed sleep, she didn't sleep well last night, and even had a nightmare. After a while, Bai Luyu appeared, and to her surprise, there were faint 5 fingerprints on his face. Did she hit him that hard? You should eat some fruit to fill your stomach first. I'll roast fish for you later. As he spoke, Bai Luyu handed her the fruit in his hand, looking somewhat aggrieved about the marks on his face. Since he came in until he gave her the fruit, he had a bullied expression. It's really rare for a male beast man to have such soft skin. However, considering the preferences of females in this world, they might actually like to support a beautiful male beast man like him. With skin so delicate, it seems like it could ooze water when pinched, perfect for being pampered. I've beaten you up like this, and you still smile. Bai Luyu shot TangXiaomi a glare. If it were Lao Wu, you wouldn't have hit him. Mentioning Bai Yunbao made TangXiaomi's mouth twitch, and she noted in her heart that Bai Luyu was the one who spoiled him. Sure enough, seeing the change in TangXiaomi's expression, Bai Luyu got his answer. Lao Wu really did try, and she indeed didn't hit Lao Wu. She is the wife of their group of brothers, which shouldn't be a problem, but compared to that, it really feels damn unpleasant inside. Knowing he has delicate skin, he shouldn't do things like this anymore. Come over here. Under Bai Luyu's mournful gaze, TangXiaomi waved him over. Come over? Bai Luyu's eyes showed a hint of vigilance. Remembering the 5 fingerprints on his face, he didn't approach immediately. Seeing Bai Luyu's cautious demeanor, TangXiaomi remembered how he had been motionless at the bottom of the water last night. Are you scared? Bai Luyu snorted coldly, but his gaze couldn't help but linger on her smiling face. Her smile was faint, like a feather scratching at his heart. So beautiful, he wanted to bite her and swallow her whole. Unfortunately, she didn't see him in her eyes. Forget it. After all, she is already his wife, so there's no rush. To avoid being hit again, he couldn't afford to get slapped again. He shot a glare at TangXiaomi and muttered, How am I supposed to maintain my authority in the future? After saying that, Bai Luyu leaned closer to TangXiaomi, and when his gaze caught the deepening smile at the corner of her mouth, a sly look flashed in his eyes, filled with frustration. At least you know to care about your face. Although he was still that brat, this childish tantrum felt genuine, and he didn't reject Bai Luyu. However, he was still different from Bai Yunbao. No matter how much he didn't reject him, there wouldn't be any overly intimate actions. Letting him get close was just to let him open his mouth. Bai Luyu initially didn't understand, but after realizing her intention, he had doubts. After staring at her for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. Upon seeing this, TangXiaomi frowned tightly. She guessed that Bai Luyu's voice was hoarse due to overuse, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. Regaining her composure, she said, I will find a way to help you heal. Then we are even? Bai Luyu smiled brightly at TangXiaomi, but the line of his lips tightened, and his gaze became sharp. Why don't you ask me how my voice got ruined? Or do you not care at all? If it were Lao Wu, she wouldn't have this indifferent attitude, right? Chapter 267. None of this matters anymore. You can propose other conditions, of course. If you suggest ridiculous terms, I advise you not to waste your breath. Thinking that, Bai Luyu must have felt it wasn't worth it to be so gritted teeth. This was quite normal. After all, no matter what, Bai Luyu had saved her life. Simply breaking even was a loss for him. Bai Luyu pursed her lips, the smile on her face dissipated by her nonchalance. She truly didn't care. Not to mention her heart, there was no trace of him in her eyes. A wave of anger surged from her chest to her forehead. She had been negotiating terms with him from the very beginning, and even now, she appeared as if she could sever ties with him just by discussing conditions. All right. Staring at TangXiaomi, Bai Luyu's tense face broke into a smile again. As long as you cure my voice, I will forgive you. Forgive? TangXiaomi looked at Bai Luyu in confusion. Bai Luyu didn't respond immediately. After scrutinizing TangXiaomi for a while, she said with an inscrutable expression, It seems you really have forgotten. Your voice is related to me? None of this matters anymore. Saying this, Bai Luyu stood up, looking down at TangXiaomi with a slight smile. TangXiaomi furrowed her brows tightly. She couldn't recall any connection with Bai Luyu. In her memory, she hadn't even seen him, but his current expression clearly indicated to her that something had happened when she was out of her mind. Now, Bai Luyu was an extremely handsome young man. Although he wasn't as robust as Bai Leisure and was somewhat lean, he was very well proportioned and aesthetically pleasing. Moreover, he was already taller than her. Standing beside her, he cast a shadow over her, and she felt a sense of pressure in a daze. He was Bai Yunbao's brother, only a little older than Bai Yunbao, and naturally, she regarded him as a child who hadn't grown up yet. However, at this moment, with his back to the light and a smile that seemed both real and fake at the corners of his pretty lips, she suddenly felt that he was no longer a child. Some memories were fragmented. Then don't think about it. I will forget too. Before TangXiaomi could finish her sentence, Bai Liu interrupted her, and his tone seemed unwilling to bring it up. Furthermore, he spoke very coldly. He usually never took anything seriously and had a playful, annoying demeanor, but now he was quite surprising. However, her surprise didn't last 2 seconds when she heard Bai Liu assertively say, "I want to eat the fish you grilled. You said you would grill it for me." When did she say she would grill it for him? After thinking for a moment, TangXiaomi remembered that she did say this to Xiaohu yesterday. Looking at Bai Liu, who had made a complete 180-degree attitude change, and then back again, TangXiaomi felt a bit speechless. She looked up at him. Was she just watching him change faces? Moreover, the thing she wanted to know, he didn't mention at all. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. Without giving TangXiaomi a chance to refuse, Bai Liu bent down and picked her up. Your feet are inconvenient for walking. I'll carry you over. Being held like a princess and seeing Bai Liu's triumphant smile, TangXiaomi darkened her face. You little brat. Xiaomi, your thoughts are still so simple. Just as she was about to scold him, Bai Liu interrupted her again, shaking his head with a helpless expression. Chapter 268. She's really too dull, damn it. Bai Liu is just a green onion, so don't pretend to be garlic. Put me down. However, seeing TangXiaomi's angry and flustered expression, Bai Liu continued to hold her without feeling any pain. Only when he carried her outside the cave and set her down did he bend his beautiful peach blossom eyes and speak. Although I'm not an adult yet, I'm no longer a child. Xiaomi, can't you feel it? I'm not blind. Aren't you becoming even more of a disaster? You were so cute and chubby when you were a kid. Wouldn't it be better if you hadn't grown up? Bai Liu smiled and pointed at TangXiaomi's chest. This here doesn't work. TangXiaomi looked down at her chest, thinking he was complaining about her small breasts. It was clear she shouldn't talk to him too much. He always managed to annoy her. What does it have to do with you? Big is a burden. As a woman, it was a blatant insult, and TangXiaomi justified herself. It's always those typical guys who only know about size. Don't they know looks are what really matters? Bai Liu was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. So Xiaomi is this cute. Have Lao Wu and the others seen this side of you? You better shut up. The more Bai Liu laughed, the angrier she became, and she wanted to hit him even more. How could she be entertained by a stinky brat? After laughing for a while, Bai Liu gradually stopped, staring at TangXiaomi, whose expression had become serious. I originally thought you were smart enough to notice, but now I realize that if I don't remind you, you might stay this way for the rest of your life. TangXiaomi kept a cold expression and didn't say anything, but her sharp gaze was already boring into Bai Liu. Why didn't he just say she was stupid? Seeing that TangXiaomi only wanted to hit him, Bai Liu sighed helplessly. In some aspects, she was really too dull. So, Bai Liu emphasized again, I'm not a child anymore. You're sick. TangXiaomi couldn't take it anymore. He had already said that, and she had responded. If he said it again, it would mean he was the one with the problem. Not wanting to waste more breath with Bai Liu, TangXiaomi disdainfully glanced at him before turning to prepare to grill fish. The fish had already been cleaned, and the flames were still there. It just needed to be grilled. Thinking that Bai Liu was somewhat reliable, a shadow suddenly appeared behind her. She knew exactly who it was. Just as she turned to tell him to go play elsewhere, a cool body temperature pressed against her back, and 2 not-so-strong arms wrapped around her waist. Xiaomi. A gust of wind brushed past her ear, cool and tingling. TangXiaomi's body instinctively stiffened, and her face darkened. But before she could explode, she heard Bai Liu whispering in her ear, I know you want to hit me, but can you let me finish what I have to say before you do? Get lost. TangXiaomi spoke in a deep voice. As if he predicted her coldness, Bai Liu simply held onto TangXiaomi's arms. This action was an even bigger provocation for her, but TangXiaomi kept her eyes darkened, not moving or struggling. If one looked her in the eye, they would know she was truly angry. However, Bai Liu's next words shocked her. If I don't do this in your eyes, I'll always just be a child. So even if it costs me, I want you to understand that even if you can't see me as your beast husband yet, I hope that in the future, you can see me as a normal male beast man. Chapter 269. Of course I like you. Bai Liu was behind her, and she couldn't see his face, which meant she couldn't see his expression at that moment. However, when his words fell, they stirred up quite a wave in her heart. Her heart even tightened nervously for a moment, then started to race, treating him as a normal male orc. This sentence sounded in her ears, ambiguous enough to make her see him as a man. The concept of a man made TangXiaomi a bit dazed. So much so that when Bai Liu let go of her, she didn't unleash the anger that was supposed to erupt. Bai Liu, what do you mean? Isn't my meaning clear enough? Bai Liu said with a harmless smile, looking like an innocent young boy at first glance. TangXiaomi narrowed her eyes and asked uncertainly, "Don't tell me you like me?" Bai Liu seemed to think seriously for a moment. "Xiaomi, you reminded me." Then he smiled and nodded. "Of course I like you. You are so beautiful. It makes no sense not to like you." Not only did he like her, but other male orcs liked her too, didn't they? Just thinking of Xiao, whose gaze toward her made him want to hide her away. But when TangXiaomi heard this answer, she laughed coldly. Bai Liu's reasoning seemed so self-evident that she couldn't see any liking in it. Just like when he took advantage of her unguarded moment to make her eat the bond fruit. It was taken for granted that she would agree. Wasn't he just assuming that she would like him too? "But I don't like you." "Is that so?" "I don't really believe that." Bai Liu leaned closer to TangXiaomi, his lips near hers, with a charming smile, "As long as you no longer see me as a little cub. I don't believe you feel nothing at all." TangXiaomi looked at the beautiful boy, unperturbed, and impatiently pushed his face away. "You haven't even grown all your hair. And you want to say you're a normal male orc?" She scrutinized Bai Liu with an unapologetic gaze and continued expressionlessly, "I advise you not to waste your effort. I can clearly tell you today that I don't like your flashy kind of male orc." Regarding the question of liking or not, she never liked to beat around the bush. She gave a clear answer to avoid further trouble. "Flashy?" Bai Liu laughed in anger. He knew she would refuse. After all, her eyes were so clear, completely devoid of him. However, the reason for her refusal made him feel a sense of helplessness. Wasn't he flashy enough? Like a little demon without bones? Such a male orc was bound to be a troublemaker, and trouble had always been a hassle for her. With so many types of beauty, why invite such trouble? Bai Liu's mouth twitched. It turned out that he was so unworthy in her eyes. It was the first time he had been told he was worthless, the first time he had been looked down upon like this. "So, is this the reason you like Lao Wu?" "Bai Liu, are you done?" She felt she had made herself clear and didn't want to continue this topic. But Bai Liu wouldn't give up, grabbing TangXiaomi's hand insistently. "Of course not. I've given myself to you. Can you just say you don't want me?" TangXiaomi's temples throbbed. What did it mean that he had given himself to her? What did it mean that she could just say no? It made her feel as if she had taken his body, but was a heartless man without responsibility. But this Bai Liu inexplicably reminded her of Bai Yunbao. Chapter 270, I Disagree. Bai Liu and Bai Yunbao looked completely different, but at this moment she realized they had a terrifying similarity. So, TangXiaomi began to feel uneasy. "I warn you, don't talk nonsense in front of Lao Wu, or you might lead him astray again." Since that time, when Bai Yunbao and Bai Liu met, things had become strange. She had wondered what Bai Liu had whispered in Bai Yunbao's ear, and after what happened while Bai Yunbao was asleep, she concluded that Bai Yunbao was influenced by Bai Liu. Now that Bai Liu mentioned Bai Yunbao again, she had to warn him. She didn't care how Bai Yunbao was doing outside, but she didn't want him to be influenced by Bai Liu and do something strange. However, Bai Liu laughed, saying Lao Wu still needed him to lead him astray. If he had no thoughts of his own, how could he follow his words? He was merely reminding Lao Wu to know what he wanted. Just as Bai Liu was about to explain, TangXiaomi continued, "There are many kinds of love, but it's definitely not the kind you think. So don't get involved in Lao Wu's matters and complicate things that don't exist." Finally, TangXiaomi stared at Bai Liu to confirm. "Do you understand?" Bai Liu was momentarily stunned, and when he came to his senses, he found it quite amusing. The Lao Wu he was jealous of was not in a much better situation than him. However, he had to admit that he felt joy in his heart, even ecstasy. Although he felt a bit sorry for Lao Wu, the fact that Xiaomi didn't have a male beast man she liked was excellent news for him. Looking at Bai Liu, who was smiling with bright eyes, TangXiaomi replied gloomily, "Who said their ISNT1? Is it Sangge?" Bai Liu's smile froze on his face. His mood felt like it had soared into the sky, only to suddenly plummet from the air. He thought he had a good opportunity, but in the blink of an eye, she struck him down. TangXiaomi chuckled, wondering how he could think of Bai Liu. At this moment, she felt Bai Liu's thought process was quite unique. His expression was also quite colorful, sometimes happy with a beaming smile, and other times unhappy with a dark face. Seeing TangXiaomi looking at him without speaking, Bai Liu had to continue guessing. Could it still be that Ron Conke? "It's been so long, Xiaomi. Can you still not forget him?" "Forget it. You don't need to guess randomly," TangXiaomi said, looking speechless. She and T planned to hide it. Since Bai Liu kept chattering, she spoke directly, "If nothing unexpected happens, I will become your second sister-in-law." Bai Yuhawk's attitude was still unclear, but she was confident. "What?" Bai Liu looked incredulous at this answer, and seeing the determined look on TangXiaomi's face, his expression worsened, until his facial muscles tightened. He never expected that she wanted Ergo to be her partner. Bai Luoyu lowered his head, fists clenched. Why does it have to be Ergo? I disagree. You disagree? TangXiaomi looked at Bai Luoyu with amusement. Can you make decisions for your Ergo? That is not what I mean. Bai Luoyu's face was gloomy. He would oppose Sangu or Lao Wu, but she just had to like Ergo. Moreover, judging by her expression, she was serious. Digging his fingertips into his palm, Bai Luoyu continued with a tense face. If it's Ergo, I'll one T let you go. Chapter 271. Believe them? Not letting her go? TangXiaomi furrowed her brows tightly. She thought that after explaining things clearly to Bai Liu, he would stop bothering her, but his reaction surprised her. Bai Luoyu's attitude towards Bai Yueying seemed very subtle. From Bai Liu's face, she could even see his hostility towards Bai Yueying. Isn't he his second brother? Why this reaction? Bai Liu didn't treat Bai Yunbao this way. Why? I said no means no. Why does he have to like him? There are so many male beast men. Why is it him, when liking him brings you no benefits? Looking at the agitated Bai Liu, TangXiaomi narrowed her eyes. Do you have a grudge against your second brother? With him, there's no me. With me, there's no him. Oh. TangXiaomi pondered for a moment, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. There was originally no you, right? However, I might as well tell you, I'm definitely going for him. You. Bai Luoyu was so angry he couldn't speak, kicking the barbecue stand aside and leaving with a dark face. The ground was in disarray, and TangXiaomi was speechless. If you're going to throw a tantrum, then fine, but why resort to violence? But she had to fill her stomach, so she had to tidy up and wash the fish to put it back on the grill. After solving her hunger, TangXiaomi began to change the medicine on her injured foot. Damn it, her little foot was swollen almost as big as her thigh. Moreover, there were no suitable herbs available right now, and it would take a lot of time for her foot to heal. If her foot couldn't walk, it meant she had to continue staying here. If only she could get better quickly. While applying medicine, TangXiaomi couldn't help but mumble. Unfortunately, what she applied was just ordinary herbs. How could she expect to heal quickly? However, at that moment, she noticed a white starry glow appearing on her hand. The herb she had touched transformed into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared onto her foot. TangXiaomi was puzzled about what was happening. She felt a sudden itch in her little foot, but the original swelling sensation gradually faded away. The changes in her body were the most intuitive sensations she experienced. The redness and swelling on her foot actually disappeared. She knew her medical skills hadn't reached such a level, so TangXiaomi stared at her foot in disbelief. Her foot was actually healed. She tried to walk and found that there was not even a bit of pain. Normally, her foot injury would have required at least a month of recovery. But a miracle had just happened. Could this be related to the glow that had suddenly appeared on her hand? Looking down at her hand, she found that the glow was no longer visible. Unable to figure out the situation for a moment, TangXiaomi didn't delve deeper. The biggest issue at hand was to leave this place. After changing back into her own clothes, TangXiaomi walked out of the cave and headed deeper into the forest along the path. After walking for a while, she suddenly heard movement around her, and soon several male beastmen jumped out. These male beastmen looked quite fierce, exuding a kind of hostility that most male beastmen didn't have. Upon seeing her, their eyes filled with admiration and greed. Where did such a beautiful little female come from? One of the lewdly smiling male beastmen cautiously approached her, saying, "Little female, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you." Believe them? These male beastmen had ulterior motives. Their eyes had already betrayed them. If she guessed correctly, these male beastmen should be wandering barbarians. Chapter 272. Get lost. There were at least 30 or 40 stray savage beasts appearing one after another, and each one looked tough to deal with. TangXiaomi felt frustrated. What kind of place had Bai Liu brought her to, that there were so many stray savage beasts? He didn't even warn her in advance. Coming out here unprepared, it was difficult for her to escape. Staring at these stray, savage beasts, TangXiaomi had no choice but to plan how to get away. Get lost. A deep voice rang out, and TangXiaomi saw Qiao, who pushing through the crowd. However, the other stray savage beasts seemed displeased with his appearance, crossing their arms and sneering. Hiding a little female, Qiao who, "You're too greedy." Females were rare, and such a beautiful female was even rarer. Knowing that Qiao who wanted to monopolize her, the other stray savage beasts were all displeased. They not only did not retreat, but instead continued to close in on TangXiaomi and Qiao who. Get away. She isn't someone you can just make your partner. That's right. After all, our numbers are a bit overwhelming. Such a small female can't handle alone. Let her choose a few among us. A stray savage beast of similar size to Qiao who smirked at him. With your strength, can you really stop us? TangXiaomi frowned tightly. This fierce-looking stray savage beast was quite clear in its intentions. It had calculated that Xiao Hu alone couldn't stop them, and now it was clearly threatening Xiao Hu to hand her over so they could share the spoils. Don't mind me. Yes, right. You can't stop them. TangXiaomi stepped out from behind Xiao Hu. Since things had come to this, hiding behind him wasn't going to help, and she didn't want him to risk his life for her. She had caused this trouble, so she had to find a way to resolve it herself. Not afraid of us. Xiao Hu, this little female of yours seems quite bold. I like that, it's intriguing. Xiao Hu glanced at the expressionless TangXiaomi, feeling the same surprise. Faced with so many stray savage beasts, she actually stepped out from behind him, and indeed, there was no panic or fear in her eyes. Such a demeanor made her not only attractive in appearance. Perhaps even if her face hadn't recovered, she would still astonish him. However, Xiao Hu clenched his fists and looked away, his face serious as he spoke slowly. She is not my female. What? The stray savage beast's face showed surprise. But then it burst into laughter. Isn't that better? A female without a partner saves us a lot of trouble. As soon as this stray savage beast finished speaking, the eyes of the other stray savage beasts brightened even more, as if they couldn't wait to take her back to their den right now. Feeling their expressions, TangXiaomi felt disgusted from the bottom of her heart. No wonder all the beastmen in the tribe would reject stray savage beasts so much. Now she had witnessed firsthand how desperate and ferocious they were. She is the boss's female. Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi looked at Xiao Hu in confusion. The boss he mentioned, could it be Bai Luoyu? But when Bai Luoyu's enchanting face and soft figure appeared in her mind, she felt that was impossible. If Bai Luoyu relied on beauty to gain power, she would believe it without a doubt. The bossess? The stray savage beast stopped advancing, its eyes showing clear wariness as it looked at her. Xiao Hu nodded without changing his expression. Hey Lang, you should know the boss's meaning best, so get lost. Chapter 273. It's all a lie, I can't believe it. How could the boss's female be small? But then I thought something was off. The black wolf kept sizing up TangXiaomi with his gaze, then rubbed his chin idly. After watching for a while, the black wolf scoffed at Xiao Hu. This little female looks beautiful, but it doesn't match at all what the boss said. Xiao Hu, do you think you can fool me with this? Xiao Hu frowned, clearly not expecting that the black wolf wouldn't believe him at all. Seeing Xiao Hu's expression, the black wolf became even more convinced that he was being lied to. I almost believed you, Xiao Hu. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Xiao Hu gritted his teeth, unsure how to explain the black wolf's doubts. It's okay, TangXiaomi whispered to comfort him. She almost believed it too. She didn't expect Xiao Hu to be so good at lying. The black wolf smiled smugly at this. Fortunately, his reaction was quick. Otherwise, he would have missed such a rare opportunity to see this little female. Although small, she was indeed beautiful, and just having her around was pleasing to the eye. Come here, little female, follow me. Follow you? A cold laugh came from behind, causing the black wolf's expression to change abruptly as he stiffly turned to look. The voice was somewhat distant and faint, and out of curiosity, TangXiaomi looked over. The beastman who could make the black wolf change color at the sound must be something else. However, when she saw Bai Liu slowly walking out from under the tree shade, TangXiaomi raised her eyebrows. Be boss. The black wolf swallowed hard and forced a dry smile. Boss, what brings you here? By the way, Xiao Hu has the audacity to claim that this female is your mate. Bai Luoyu said nothing, his beautiful peach blossom eyes slowly turning to Xiao Hu. Seeing him nearly touching her with his arm, he dangerously narrowed his eyes. Xiao Hu, get away. Bai Luoyu's voice was hoarse, but had an unusual intimidation. Xiao Hu's face turned ugly. He felt repulsed but still obediently lowered his head and stepped aside. Seeing the unfriendly look in Bai Luoyu's eyes directed at Xiao Hu, the black wolf felt a thrill of amusement, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Boss, this guy Xiao Hu clearly doesn't want a hand over this little female. If you don't want to die, shut up. Bai Luoyu glanced coldly at the black wolf, making him feel a chill run from his feet to his head. Xiao not following the rules should be punished, right? He should be stripped of his qualification to be the little female's mate. You all see clearly, she's my female. Anyone who has any inappropriate thoughts will not be spared. Bai Luoyu's gaze swept across all the wandering beastmen, finally landing on Xiao Hu. No beastman is allowed to approach Xiaomi, especially you. Xiao Hu's brows furrowed tightly, his face pale. After glancing at TangXiaomi, he turned and disappeared into the forest. You all get lost too. Xiao Hu's departure didn't improve Bai Luoyu's expression. The black wolf rubbed his nose and followed the other wandering beastmen, leaving in a dejected manner. Before leaving, he took another look at Bai Liu, noticing that he seemed very angry. But he hadn't meant any harm. Who would have known that she was really his female? Besides, didn't he say that his female didn't look that great, but was quite formidable? So, he always thought that the boss's female was a very strong female. At that time, he even thought that a strong female matched such a beautiful boss perfectly. But, damn it, it's all a lie. Chapter 274. Something really happened, boss? After those stray beastmen left, TangXiaomi spoke with a hint of meaning. However, Bai Luyu still maintained a stern face, seemingly still filled with anger. All right, I admit I underestimated you. I take back what I said before. Previously, she thought he was soft and delicate, relying on his looks to get by, but from the fear those stray beastmen showed him, it was clear he was more formidable than she had imagined. So, the facts have proven it, and she readily acknowledged it. After all, a mistake is a mistake. There's no need to stubbornly deny it. Is your foot better? TangXiaomi nodded and directly stated, I want to go back. Even though there was still water everywhere, she would find a way to return. Ever since she woke up, she felt very uneasy. As long as Kai Feng was still in Guanshan village, nothing good would happen. She initially thought Bai Luyu would disagree, especially since he had just said he wouldn't let her go. But to her surprise, Bai Luyu nodded. I'll go back with you. Together? Did he forget that he had already been expelled from Guanshan village? If he were discovered by the beastmen in the tribe, it would bring him disaster. Bai Luyu lowered his head, his eyes shadowed. In this state, he didn't seem to be angry. Feeling something was wrong, TangXiaomi curiously asked, You should know you can't appear right now. Or, something happened? Bai Luyu slowly raised his gaze, looking at TangXiaomi with a deadpan expression. Lao Wu is in trouble. What? TangXiaomi pressed her lips tightly together. She had a premonition that something would happen, and it turned out something really did. After a few seconds of silence, Bai Luyu continued, When you were pushed into the flood, Lao Wu jumped in after you. He went to find you and hasn't come back up. Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi felt her heart momentarily stop. Overcome with emotion, she stumbled a step, almost losing her balance. Why did he follow me? The water was so swift. Was he crazy? Bai Luyu gave a bleak smile, feeling sorrow for Lao Wu, and also a pang of jealousy towards him because of TangXiaomi's pale face. She cared about Lao Wu, and even if she didn't realize it herself, he could see it clearly. If it were him in trouble, she might have said he brought it upon himself, or simply not reacted at all upon hearing the news. Lao Wu isn't crazy. What he did isn't just madness to you. Don't forget, you are his mate. TangXiaomi clenched her fists. After Bai Luyu said this, she felt even worse inside. Although she hadn't made Bai Yunbao do this, he did it for her. The guilt in her heart was already suffocating, and Bai Luyu's words felt like 2 more daggers stabbing in her heart. You said before that the mate bond allows for some kind of sensing between partners. Perhaps we can use that to know Lao Wu's current situation. Suppressing the anxiety rising in her heart, TangXiaomi began to analyze calmly. The event had already occurred, and there was no way to reverse it. All she could do now was try her best to salvage the situation. If she could survive, maybe Lao Wu could too. You're not wrong, but you and Ergo are quite similar. You calmed down so quickly. Bai Luyu said with a half-smile. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Before TangXiaomi could finish, Bai Luyu interrupted her. I just feel Lao Wu deserves better. He can give his life for you. Yet all you see is Ergo. Chapter 275. Don't hurt Lao Wu anymore. Bai Luyu's throat was damaged. His voice was hoarse and very soft, but his words struck like thunder. The price of life was something she could not afford, and she did not believe it should have developed into this. Some sacrifices were too heavy, and she felt it was very inappropriate. Moreover, she thought Bai Luyu must have misunderstood something. Lao Wu's dependence on her meant that she had also delayed him. Perhaps they should not have lived together from the start. TangXiaomi, feeling frustrated, pressed her forehead. But the most important thing now was to determine whether he was safe. She felt no connection between partners at all, so she needed Bai Luyu to teach her how to sense it. However, Bai Luyu, who was buried in the shadows, suddenly laughed, then held TangXiaomi's shoulders. She took a step back, and he took a step forward until he pinned her against the thick trunk of a tree and stopped. This was indeed important, but it was already too late for that. TangXiaomi gritted her teeth. Bai Luyu was right. Lao Wu had long been swept away, and whether he was dead or alive had already been determined. Perhaps it was guilt that played a role. Looking up at Bai Luyu, who was slightly taller than her, even though he tightly grasped her shoulders, she did not think of hitting or scolding him as she had before. As Lao Wu's 4th brother, I will ask you on his behalf today. If Lao Wu can still live, can you be a good wife? TangXiaomi's mind was very confused. Bai Luyu's question stirred the waters and threw her into a whirlpool. Between her, Lao San, and Lao Wu, there was merely an additional partner contract, and they had agreed that once they came of age, she would return their freedom. The title of wife was something Bai Yunbao refused to change. It was just a constraint from the contract fruit. Could being a wife be done so casually? At this point, Bai Luoyu, is that all you can think about? Shouldn't you be more concerned about how Bai Yunbao is doing now? After dwelling on this issue for too long, TangXiaomi's anger flared up, and she reached out to push Bai Luoyu away, but he stood firm like a mountain, showing no intention of moving. The contract fruit binds for life once a contract is made. I feel sorry for Lao Wu and for myself. It is impossible. The effect of the contract fruit on underage male beastmen is limited. As long as it is undone when the male beastman comes of age, there will be no problem. Seeing her outright denial and her unwillingness to accept this truth, Bai Luoyu curled his lips, wanting to smile, yet there was no trace of humor in his eyes. Of course, this cannot be blamed on her, as almost all beastmen believe that as long as the partner contract was untied in time when the underage male beastman came of age, it would no longer matter. However, generally, once a contract was established, it would not be undone. Females usually did not mind having multiple male beastmen, but he knew inadvertently that even if the partner contract was undone, the impact on male beastmen was still significant. At least they could never go into heat again for the rest of their lives and could not form partnerships with other females. After hearing Bai Luoyu's words, TangXiaomi felt completely unwell. He had directly overturned her understanding of the freedom she thought she could give. For them, it was a torture. Don't hurt Lao Wu anymore. Can you still see it now? As he spoke, Bai Luoyu weakly rested his head on TangXiaomi's shoulder. Although Lao Wu's fate was uncertain, he had long seen it. Lao Wu looked at her with the gaze of a male beastman looking at his partner. Unfortunately, she had not noticed at all and still forcefully believed that Lao Wu's feelings for her were merely dependence. Chapter 276, Seeking Death on Purpose? Perhaps it was due to being too shocked, so when Bai Luoyu leaned his head on her shoulder, TangXiaomi didn't move, allowing him to lean against her in a daze. At this moment, her mind was no longer chaotic. It had turned into a mush. All thanks to the news brought to her by the enchanting figure now resting against her. This news was toxic. Xiaomi, seeing that TangXiaomi remained stiff and motionless, Bai Luoyu gently called out to her by her ear. Noticing that TangXiaomi's body visibly stiffened at the sound of his call, Bai Luoyu, from an angle she couldn't see, stared at her petite ears, lightly licked his lip corner, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Good, I understand what you want me to know. The cool breath brushed against her ear, sending shivers down TangXiaomi's spine, and she found it hard to resist the tingling sensation that followed. She thought that Bai Luoyu was leaning on her due to emotional instability, so she didn't think much of it, nor did she pay attention to whether he was deliberately speaking into her ear. What are you planning to do next? Bai Luoyu whispered, still close to her ear. As his words lengthened, the scent belonging to Bai Luoyu became more intense. The wind blowing against her ear seemed to penetrate into her mind, causing a tingling sensation. Unable to bear it any longer, TangXiaomi pushed Bai Luoyu away, maintaining some distance from him. When she raised her eyes to look at him, she found his gaze filled with emotions, slightly restrained, revealing a sense of grievance and humility. Occasionally, he would sneak glances at her with his beautiful eyes, like a shy little demon, yet also like a bride-to-be who was hesitant to speak in front of her beloved. TangXiaomi felt overwhelmed by Bai Luoyu's gaze. What to do? She wanted to know too. She initially thought the situation was simple and didn't take it to heart, thinking that raising the third and fifth would be a way to atone for her past mistakes when she was out of her mind. However, Bai Luoyu's words directly overturned everything she had done. Rubbing her temples, TangXiaomi suddenly looked sharply at Bai Luoyu. And what about you? Seeking death on purpose? Bai Luoyu obviously froze for a moment, a flicker of avoidance appearing in his eyes, but upon closer inspection, it had vanished without a trace. With a charming look, Bai Luoyu seemed to sigh with a hint of sorrow. I, like you, am self-righteous, thinking you would definitely like me. Who would have thought you were so proud and special, not even considering me? Bai Luoyu's answer, seemingly true yet also false, successfully avoided the critical point. Based on her understanding of him, his initiative to bond wouldn't be simple, yet she had failed to get an answer after asking several times. What exactly was he hiding, and what was his purpose? Bai Luoyu, don't you think your answer lacks sincerity? Bai Luoyu pursed his lips, gently bit his lower lip, then smiled charmingly as he took her hand. Not knowing what he intended, TangXiaomi didn't pull her hand away, but quietly watched him. However, Bai Luoyu didn't speak. Instead, after pulling her along for a while, he turned to her and said, from now on, can we live well together? Huh? TangXiaomi was puzzled by the question, and goosebumps rose all over her body. She wanted to shake off Bai Luoyu's hand, but he held it tightly. Looking at his hand wrapped around hers, she realized that his hand was much larger than hers. His hand was beautiful, smooth, and pale, and at that moment, her hand seemed to be enveloped in his. Suddenly, TangXiaomi's heart raced, and she felt uncomfortable all over. Chapter 277. My meaning is clearly. Especially being held like this, she got goosebumps all over again and even shivered. Although Bai Luoyu was taller than her, she couldn't get over that mental barrier. Her mind filled with, he is still a child. I will find a way to deal with the partner contract. Perhaps it is not irretrievable. She tried to break free from Bai Luoyu's hand, but he only gripped tighter. TangXiaomi frowned. Bai Luoyu, do you understand moderation? Since I have chosen this path, I will not let go. Bai Luoyu smiled gently, his smile like a flower with deadly poison. It was stunningly beautiful. TangXiaomi had a moment of distraction. People are visual creatures, and when faced with extreme beauty, even knowing it is toxic, they still want to reach out. Before she could be tempted to stretch out her hand, Bai Luoyu pressed her hand against his heart. I only know that this place will become greedy and very foolish. This was not the original plan. Things kept developing and changing, gradually surpassing his control. After she couldn't break free, TangXiaomi shot Bai Luoyu an annoyed glance. You seem to know quite well what you are like. It is precisely because I know that I know what I want. Rather, it is you who is unclear. Was unclear about me. Regarding whether she liked him or not, she thought she was straightforward enough and had acted on it. Bai Luoyu snorted unhappily at her words. TangXiaomi's mouth twitched slightly, but she patiently said, do you know what a partner means? ISNT it living together? Only by giving one's heart can one accompany each other in life. Conversely, being with someone who doesn't love you, or whom you don't love, is pathetic. Looking at her seriously speaking, at her beautiful and serious little face, and at the hand he was holding, Bai Luoyu felt strange sensations coursing through his body, tickling his heart, as if something was about to break ground and then grow wildly, spreading, making him excited and giddy, and her hand seemed to be in his heart. However she manipulated it, his emotions swayed according to her. This feeling was wonderful, something he had never experienced with any female or any beast man. Bai Luoyu, are you listening to me? After talking for a long time with heartfelt words, realizing Bai Luoyu was in a daze, TangXiaomi irritably shook her hand. Bai Luoyu nodded, then shook his head. Seeing his reaction, TangXiaomi's first thought was that this guy was out of his mind. Xiaomi, you said so much. Doesn't that show you care about me and don't want to hurt me? What? Even if none of this is true, at least you are seriously thinking about it now. This is a good start. I assent it. TangXiaomi was taken aback, feeling as if Bai Luoyu had taken her on quite a detour, and then she felt dizzy. Wait, what could start? My meaning is clearly. Everything must be nipped in the bud. But Bai Luoyu suddenly pulled her into his arms, and she bumped into him, cutting off what she wanted to say. They must have never seen such a cute side of Xiaomi, right? Bai Luoyu, are you looking for death? TangXiaomi said in a muffled voice. Her hands were already prepared to attack, but at that moment, Bai Luoyu suddenly said, second brother has been exposed. They are going to execute him. Chapter 278. Don't be afraid. I'm here. TangXiaomi pushed Bai Luoyu away, grabbing him by the collar and demanding clarity. You just had a long talk with her, and now you tell her about Bai Yuhawk? Bai Luoyu lowered his gaze, a smile on his lips, but his eyes were devoid of emotion. At least I told you. If you hurry over now, you might still be able to save him. TangXiaomi furrowed her brows. After all, he's your second brother. He sees someone dying and doesn't he help? So why can't I? Bai Luoyu chuckled lightly, his face full of mockery. He only has the third and fifth brothers. Where do I fit in? At this moment, she couldn't help but see through it all. Although there was a real rift between Bai Yuhawk and Bai Lu, whatever happened between them was undeniable. Fine, I won team medal in your brotherly affairs. After releasing her grip, TangXiaomi walked towards the riverbank. But after taking a few steps, she turned around fiercely and yanked Bai Luoyu along. Bai Luoyu did not resist. He followed her obediently. Enough chit-chat. Take me to Guanshan village. What if I refuse? TangXiaomi stopped, her gaze sharp as she looked at Bai Luoyu. From the moment you told me, you knew I would go save him. You just didn't want to agree easily. You wanted to see me anxious, wanted me to beg you, or promise you something to say Bai Yuhawk. A flash of surprise crossed Bai Luoyu's beautiful peach blossom eyes. After locking eyes with her for a moment, Bai Luoyu held TangXiaomi's hand in return and led her to a large rock by the river. There was a wooden raft bobbing with the waves. Seeing this, TangXiaomi felt a surge of joy. This was exactly what she wanted. Remembering Bai Luoyu's resentful expression just now, she shot him a sideways glance. Little brat, although I really dislike my second brother, you've already told me you like him. Xiaomi, you must know I'm doing this for you, not for him. Oomph. TangXiaomi scoffed. I believe you, sure. After throwing Bai Liu a retort, TangXiaomi jumped onto the wooden raft, expecting Bai Liu to follow. But he stood on the rock, lost in thought as he watched her. After untangling the vines, and still not seeing Bai Liu move, TangXiaomi urged, "What are you hesitating for? With a raging flood, where do you want me to go? I was just thinking, if one day I were to die, would Xiaomi come rushing to save me like this?" TangXiaomi almost rolled her eyes in disbelief. How could he be thinking about such things at a time like this? All I know is that disasters last for 1,000 years. A nuisance like him will never die. Standing on the rock, Bai Liu looked down at TangXiaomi, a smile gradually spreading across his face, genuinely happy and mesmerizing. From TangXiaomi's perspective, he looked like a beautiful disaster, even in ragged clothes. It didn't detract from the visual feast brought by his face. Every frown and smile was captivating. Then, TangXiaomi awkwardly realized she had zoned out. The wooden raft she had loosened was swept away by the flood. "Damn, what are you doing up there acting cool? Get down here." There were no oars on the raft. How was she supposed to row? Plus, she realized, she was feeling a bit seasick. Standing on the raft made her dizzy. The sound of rushing water filled her ears, reminding her of being submerged, and she started to feel faint. Just as she desperately clung to the raft to keep from falling, a person emerged from the water, cradling her face, saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Chapter 279, So serious? TangXiaomi was quite unconvinced upon hearing this. She wasn't afraid at all. However, she had to admit that Bai Liu's appearance made her breathe a sigh of relief. But why was he holding her? As she saw Bai Liu's face getting closer, TangXiaomi somewhat disdainfully swatted his hand away and seriously explained, "I'm seasick, you know?" Bai Liu raised an eyebrow, lying on the wooden raft, smiling silently. TangXiaomi, feeling a bit awkward, cleared her throat and looked at Bai Liu's fishtail, urging him impatiently, "Since you prepared the fishtail paddle, why don't you row?" The more she insisted, the deeper his smile grew. Just when TangXiaomi could no longer endure it, her forehead almost showing veins, Bai Liu cheerfully said, "As you command." "My wife." "What?" But Bai Liu had already dived into the water, and the wooden raft began to move forward rapidly. As a result, the raft rocked back and forth in the water, and she was tossed about on it. By the time they reached the shore, her hands and feet felt weak. And when Bai Liu carried her off the raft, she didn't even have the strength to speak. "Xiaomi, if only you could be this gentle all the time." Bai Liu lamented with a serious expression. TangXiaomi rolled her eyes, knowing he was aware of her discomfort. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, a wave of nausea hit her, and she pushed Bai Liu away and started to vomit. "So serious?" Bai Liu put away his playful smile and gently patted TangXiaomi's back while she shot him a glare. Bai Liu smiled helplessly. "All right, it's all my fault." After vomiting, she felt much better, and her strength gradually returned. Only then did she realize that Bai Liu was supporting her in an embrace, which felt quite strange. So TangXiaomi straightened her back and kept some distance from him. "Let's hurry over." But after taking 2 steps, TangXiaomi stopped again, almost forgetting that he couldn't appear. "You shouldn't follow me. I'll find a way." Bai Liu stood still, his expression not looking good. Her deliberate avoidance was too obvious. He was only helping her without any other intentions, but she seemed to want to avoid him at all costs. Seeing her like this made it impossible for him to pretend not to notice. "Someone's coming, hide." After hearing footsteps and seeing Bai Liu standing still, TangXiaomi had no choice but to pull him under a big tree to hide. Usually, he was quite clever and quick to react. Why was he just standing there now, knowing that other beastmen might pass by? After hiding in the shadows, 2 male beastmen walked past them. It was hard to believe that Bai Hawk was actually a male beastman. He was so bold to disguise himself as a female, which was a serious crime. No wonder he looked more beautiful than other females. She had been deceived for so long. What a pity, 2 females were suddenly gone. Bai Hawk was too cruel, pushing TangXiaomi into the water after being discovered as a male, and even sending his 2 younger brothers to their doom. Who says it's not true? As the 2 male beastmen walked away, their voices gradually faded. TangXiaomi understood the gist of it. She initially thought Bai Hawk would simply be executed for being discovered as a male, but it turned out there was more to it, which was completely unfounded. After the surroundings fell silent, TangXiaomi stood up just as she was about to speak to Bai Liu. When she turned to look at him, he suddenly leaned in and placed a light kiss on her lips. Chapter 280. She wants to capture this cold, yet gentle feeling. TangXiaomi was full of questions. What was he doing at this critical moment? Bai Liu's kiss was very gentle. He just kissed her lightly and then pulled away, but she was still somewhat annoyed. "You better give me a reasonable explanation, or I'll tear you apart. I'm jealous." Bai Liu smiled innocently, seemingly unconcerned about what he had done. His tone and expression were natural, without any hint of impropriety. Jealous? TangXiaomi looked at Bai Luoyu with frustration. Was he out of his mind? What was he talking about at a time like this? All this way, Xiaomi, you only thought of second brother, so I'm jealous. I want you to see me. Bai Luoyu's eyes were clear and bright, looking at her with calmness and straightforwardness. TangXiaomi felt a strange sensation again. After shooting Bai Luoyu a glare, she said, I'm not blind, just handle it yourself, and walked away. As she hurriedly left, Bai Luoyu curled his lips into a smile, and his figure quickly disappeared into the shadows. So when TangXiaomi turned back to check on Bai Luoyu, there was no sign of him. However, even if Bai Luoyu didn't tell her where Bai Yu Hawk was right now, she probably still knew where the beastmen from Guanshan village were gathering. Moreover, there were a few beastmen heading towards the mountaintop, and after hiding for a while, TangXiaomi managed to find her way there. The mountaintop, which used to be densely forested, had now been cleared to make way for an open area. At this moment, Bai Yu Hawk was bound to a wooden post, his wings fixed to a horizontal beam, resembling Jesus on the cross. The ground was covered with firewood, and once ignited, the flames would be fierce. Bai Yu Hawk hung his head weakly, his long hair covering his face and partially hiding his bare chest. Even though she couldn't see Bai Yu Hawk's expression clearly, she could sense his life withering away. Looking at this calm and elegant man who always seemed indifferent to her, yet protected her during life and death situations, TangXiaomi bit her lip and clenched her fists. In Bai Luoyu's eyes, perhaps she was just making a fool of herself. After all, he had always rejected her pursuit, which embarrassed her and hurt her pride. So knowing the truth, but refusing to speak it out loud, perhaps deep down she wanted to conquer him, wanting him to speak first, leading to a stalemate where neither could persuade the other. Over time, their relationship became lukewarm and indifferent. Bai Luoyu said she liked the wrong person, that it should be someone other than Bai Yu Hawk. He was wrong. Bai Yu Hawk was not ice-cold. He was more like a gentle stream, cool yet mild. She always thought he was a very gentle person, even though he never expressed his warmth, never spoke of it, nor flaunted it. Not to mention how he protected the third and fifth brothers, just considering their first official meeting after she regained consciousness in the cave with the snake. He could have ignored her but still carried her out, gave her a cane, and escorted her back. Then there was that night when Xiao Han's snake forced her. She was indeed angry at the time, but later she realized he had set a fire, trying to save her in his own way. Later, during the earthquake, knowing that using his wings would cause him to bleed profusely, he still protected her with his wings, leaving her unharmed while he was on the brink of death. At that moment, she made a decision in her heart. She wanted to capture this gentleness. Chapter 281. Who is willing to light the fire, regardless of the emotions involved? Bai Yuing was someone who held weight in her heart, and now seeing him nailed to the cross, a surge of anger filled TangXiaomi. However, despite her intense anger, TangXiaomi did not act recklessly but was waiting for the right moment. The fact that Bai Yuing was being falsely accused indicated that someone was obstructing him. If she were to appear recklessly, it might not have any effect. More and more orcs gathered at the mountaintop, including some familiar faces. TangXiaomi huddled and observed her surroundings until she inadvertently saw a female orc running down the mountain in anger. She felt a surge of joy and carefully hid as she walked, pulling the female orc behind a large rock as she passed by. "Shoo, it's me." Once Hong Yin stopped crying out, TangXiaomi released her hand from covering her mouth. "Xiaomi, you're not dead." Hong Yan's eyes were filled with tears. Seeing TangXiaomi nod, she couldn't hold back her tears and hugged her tightly. "Everyone said you died. I thought you were dead." Hong Yin cried uncontrollably as TangXiaomi comforted her by patting her back, then got straight to the point. How was Bai Yuing discovered, and who proposed to execute him now? Logically, executing a male orc should be reported to the tribe, but the surrounding area was flooded, so it was clear there had been no report to the tribe. Hearing TangXiaomi's question, Hong Yin realized she had been too caught up in crying and forgot that Bai Yuing was still tied up and about to be burned alive. Sniffling, Hong Yin wiped her tears and pulled TangXiaomi to leave. TangXiaomi shook her head, saying it wouldn't do. Even if she could clarify that she wasn't dead, it wouldn't change the fact that Bai Yuing had disguised himself as a female. What should we do then? Hong Yin was anxious. Although disguising as a female was a serious crime, she cared for Bai Yuing, and TangXiaomi was worried she would also become anxious. Understanding Hong Yan's urgency, TangXiaomi comforted her a bit, advising her not to reveal any signs, so she could secretly help her. She didn't keep Hong Yin long, and Hong Yin shared important information with her. After she fell into the water, Bai Yin Bao, Bai Lei Shi, and Bai Yuing all fell in too. The village chief noticed the commotion and immediately sent other orcs to rescue them. But unfortunately, the current was too strong, and only Bai Yuing was saved. The fact that Bai Yuing was a male orc was revealed to Kai Feng, who intended to execute him. The village chief originally wanted to report to the tribe before making a decision, but Kai Feng had gained significant beast power, directly sidelining the village chief and seizing power. Now, she called the shots in the village, and executing Bai Yuing bypassed other procedures, justified by the need to protect the reputation of Guanshan village. It was an era where strength spoke volumes. Kai Feng's beast power surpassed that of other orcs in Guanshan village, and those who did not comply had already been dealt with. Others had no choice but to obediently obey, especially since the shaman was also on her side, allowing Kai Feng to quickly control the entire Guanshan village. Once Kai Feng gathered all the orcs, she raised a torch and said sternly, "I might as well tell everyone that my face became like this because of Bai Yuing. That night, he broke both my arms and sent me to the wandering savage beasts. Luckily, I survived." Afterward, Kai Feng spoke with righteous indignation until she raised her torch high and declared, "If I take action, it might be suspected that I have selfish motives. Now I will give this opportunity up. Who is willing to light the fire?" Chapter 282, they remember clearly the orcs looked at each other, and no one made a sound. After all, they had been living peacefully in the same village, and now they were witnessing the live burning of Bai Yuing. Even executing him in such a manner was hard for the orcs to watch, let alone carrying out the act themselves. Xiang Kai Feng glanced around before her gaze finally settled on the shaman. The shaman understood and nodded slightly at Xiang Kai Feng before stepping forward. "Bai Yuying's actions have brought shame to our Guanshan village. For the future status of our Guanshan village in the tribe, let this old man handle it today." The shaman, being of advanced age, hesitated. "Let me do it." His voice was clear and gentle, causing all the orcs to turn and look at the smiling TangXiaomi. Upon seeing her, the orcs began to murmur in surprise. The timid young males hid behind their mothers, looking at TangXiaomi with fear. They had heard she was dead, yet here she was again. Was she alive or dead? Xiang Kai Feng narrowed her eyes, while the shaman was shocked, his frail body trembling. He had clearly seen her injured and fall into the water, in such a strong current. It was impossible for her to have survived. TangXiaomi maintained her smile and walked slowly towards Xiang Kai Feng under the watchful eyes of all the orcs. At that moment, the lifeless Bai Yuing, nailed to the cross, began to move. He slowly raised his head, perhaps due to his unclear consciousness. His dazed gaze searched around before finally landing on TangXiaomi. His expression was unreadable, yet there was a spark in his eyes, as if a withering plant had suddenly received the rain it craved and come back to life. "TangXiaomi, you." Xiang Kai Feng gripped the torch tightly in her hands. She had watched TangXiaomi sink into the water and was certain she had drowned. She never imagined that this girl, so lucky, would appear so boldly. But even if she had returned, it didn't matter. Today, she would have to deal with Bai Yuing, and then find a way to eliminate TangXiaomi as well. "Did you think I was dead, or did you hope I was dead?" Without glancing back at Bai Yuing, TangXiaomi's gaze remained fixed on Xiang Kai Feng. In the face of Xiang Caifeng's anger, she maintained a reserved smile. At this moment, all the orcs of Guanshan village were present, and Xiang Kai Feng couldn't afford to lash out. She suppressed her murderous intent toward TangXiaomi and curled her lips into a disdainful smile. "You are the great benefactor of Guanshan village. No one wants you dead. But this Bai Yuing is audacious and must be executed. Are you sure you want to do it yourself?" Xiang Kai Feng tried to soften her expression, but inadvertently emphasized the word dead as she spoke. TangXiaomi could easily detect Xiang Caifeng's murderous intent toward her. It was as if she was openly declaring she wanted her dead. Speaking of which, she had indeed been dead once. Remembering that, Bai Liu said her heart had stopped beating at that time. TangXiaomi's smile became even more pronounced. The orcs were nervously watching TangXiaomi and Xiang Kai Feng. Although they were just talking, it felt far more tense than watching a duel between male orcs. Yet, in this increasingly tense atmosphere, the smile on TangXiaomi's beautiful face grew even sweeter, drawing the attention of the male orcs. They couldn't help but feel that this little female was truly beautiful. Changing their aesthetic preferences, they thought that a strong female couldn't compare to her. Small, beautiful, someone they could easily protect in their arms. But the male orcs present knew very well that TangXiaomi only appeared this way. They remembered clearly how she had fought in that heavy rain. Chapter 283, You Are Still Alive. Well, before taking action, I want to take a good look at him and see if he will change his mind. What do you mean? TangXiaomi tucked her long hair behind her, smiling without speaking, as she took the torch from Kai Feng's hands under her puzzled gaze. Logically, TangXiaomi would want to save Bai Yueying, but her actions of wanting to personally burn Bai Yueying alive from the moment she appeared were beyond Kai Feng's expectations. Not knowing what she was up to, Kai Feng subtly signaled the witch doctor to prepare a few more torches, just in case. Step by step, she slowly walked onto the wooden platform and raised her gaze to look at Bai Yueying when she reached him. Bai Yueying's beautiful phoenix eyes no longer held their usual cold detachment. They were now looking at her with a dazed expression. She had never seen Bai Yueying like this before. In her impression, he was like a plum blossom in the pure white snow, only visible through the harsh cold, which was difficult to endure, but the tenderness behind that coldness was something she found hard to resist. He always kept his distance from her, yet he still took care of her and protected her. Therefore, even when he was still her older brother, she had already begun to get close to him. It wasn't until he was forced by Kai Feng to eat the aphrodisiac fruit that she realized he was not female. When she helped him relieve it, she saw a side of him that was no longer cold and aloof. She has never forgotten all his expressions: forbearance, helplessness, allure. That was a completely different Bai Yueying, and only she had seen it. Now that he was tied up here, he must have been treated quite harshly by Kai Feng. Kai Feng was ruthless. There was nothing she couldn't do. TangXiaomi wore a smile on her face, but her heart was in turmoil. "I'm here. Do you hope to see me?" Bai Yueying stared at TangXiaomi, his beautiful phoenix eyes slightly trembling, but his expression remained unchanged. TangXiaomi felt a little disappointed, but still asked in front of all the beastmen, "At this point, are you still unwilling to agree to be my beast husband?" Upon hearing this, the beastmen present erupted in an uproar. Kai Feng frowned tightly. "TangXiaomi, do you think saying this?" TangXiaomi ignored Kai Feng and didn't listen to what she had to say. Her gaze remained fixed on Bai Yueying's face. "This is the contract fruit. You understand what I mean." Saying this, she brought the fruit to Bai Yueying's lips. "Eat it, and you will be my beast husband. No one can punish you without my permission." Kai Feng's eyes narrowed with anger. She knew TangXiaomi wouldn't really want to burn Bai Yueying alive. It turned out she had this idea in mind. Seeing TangXiaomi take out the contract fruit, Kai Feng's first reaction was that she couldn't let them form a contract as partners. Once a male beastman had a wife, he would have protection. Just as Kai Feng was about to approach TangXiaomi to stop her, the village chief suddenly appeared in front of her. Kai Feng was surprised. Wasn't the village chief unconscious? Even at this point, are you still unwilling? TangXiaomi bit her lip in disappointment. She had never lowered her pride to treat someone like this before. Although she had always wanted him to be willing, she had no choice but to do this now. What if he would rather die than submit? Would she really have to force him to eat the contract fruit? However, at that moment, Bai Yueying, who had been expressionless, suddenly smiled and, with a very hoarse voice, slightly parted his lips. "You didn't die." Chapter 284. Now TangXiaomi is the wife of Bai Yueying. His dim black eyes seemed to be adorned with stars, deep and radiant, like brilliant fireworks in the darkness. With light, the darkness was no longer lonely. His smile lost its coolness, genuinely smiling, handsome yet extremely enchanting, like a celestial being that had fallen into the mortal world. Pure and dust-free, yet tinged with the flavors of human life. Looking into Bai Yueying's vortex-like eyes, TangXiaomi almost lost herself within. In his obsidian gaze focused on her, she saw her own dazed reflection. At that moment, she sensed that Bai Yueying had undergone great changes. Perhaps this change could only last for an instant, but she felt that it was normal to be enchanted by his smile. Is that decided? Though it's due to circumstances. But Before TangXiaomi could finish, Bai Yueying lowered his head and swallowed the bonding fruit, then gazed deeply at her. TangXiaomi was momentarily taken aback, her fingertips still warm from his lips, while the bonding fruit had already been consumed by him. In this way, her unfinished words were rendered unnecessary. Seeing the same partner mark appear on his chest as by Luo Yu, TangXiaomi felt a knot in her heart. Yet there was no time for her to think too much. The village chief could no longer stop Xiang Kaifeng, who was quickly approaching. Tossing the torch aside, TangXiaomi began to cut the vines binding Bai Yueying with a dagger. While cutting, she reminded Xiang Kaifeng, "Now Bai Yueying is my partner. I let him wear whatever I want, and moreover, he has never claimed to be female. So where does the accusation of impersonation come from?" "TangXiaomi, who doesn't know you can argue?" Xiang Kaifeng gritted her teeth, signaling the shaman, who timidly handed over the torch to her. Xiang Caifeng's eyes gleamed with determination. Thinking that just because you gave Bai Yueying a title, you can protect him, the accusation has already been established. And it can't be overturned just because you want it to. The beastmen watched nervously, not daring to breathe, wondering whether Bai Yueying would be killed or spared. Seeing no beastmen stepping forward, Hong Yin pushed away the beast man, holding her angrily. Xiang Kaifeng, you said you weren't seeking revenge. Now TangXiaomi is Bai Ying's wife. Even if Bai Ying is guilty, he shouldn't be burned to death. Male beastmen with partners have a much higher status than those without. With the protection of a wife, he wouldn't be subjected to execution, just when they were about to put Bai Ying to death. Xiang Kaifeng was unwilling to let go of this opportunity. With a thought, she unleashed the beast power in her hands. And Hong Yin was pushed away by her with a single palm. If it weren't for a beast man catching Hong Yin in time, she might have been injured. Chapter 285, he was somewhat looking forward to it. The heat of the flames made TangXiaomi sweat profusely. As she saw the fire about to reach her feet, she couldn't care about anything else and desperately tried to untie the bindings on Bai Ying. Naturally, she didn't notice the smile at the corner of Bai Ying's lips at that moment. Just a little longer, almost done. She cursed Xiang Kaifeng in her heart several times. The flames were fierce, and TangXiaomi comforted Bai Ying without raising her head. The feeling of being burned must be terrible, but she only had one thought left in her mind. No matter how fierce the flames were, no matter what the cost. She had to say Bai Ying, not daring to waste a second. TangXiaomi gritted her teeth and desperately cut through the tough vines. Xiang Kaifeng was indeed cautious. Even after injuring Bai Ying like this, she still tied him up with so many dense vines. When a person focuses on one thing without regard for everything else, they tend to overlook other details. For example, the temperature was no longer so scorching, and the flames that reached her feet had stopped spreading. All right. After cutting through the last thick vine as quickly as possible, TangXiaomi hurried to support Bai Ying and leave. But when she raised her eyes, she inadvertently caught sight of them being in a golden light circle, completely isolated from the fire set by Xiang Kaifeng. What was going on? Where did this light circle come from? With questions in her mind, TangXiaomi looked at Bai Ying, who was gazing at her with his head down. His eyes fixed. Before she could say anything, she saw Bai Ying lean closer and then hold her in his arms. From TangXiaomi's angle, Bai Ying's hand around her waist was slightly trembling, and his cool black eyes seemed to flow with a warm stream. With a dry throat, Bai Ying closed his eyes briefly before whispering in TangXiaomi's ear, "It's okay, Xiang Kaifeng can't hurt you." TangXiaomi's ears tingled, and her heart skipped a beat. Bai Ying didn't say he would protect her, but he said that Xiang Kaifeng couldn't hurt her, not us. Smelling the faint bamboo fragrance on Bai Ying and feeling his warmth, TangXiaomi gradually recovered from her shock. After eating the contract fruit, he was quite proactive. Soon, Bai Ying let her go, and a blush quietly stained his ears. Under TangXiaomi's probing gaze, he calmly said, "It's good that you're alive." When he learned that she had likely drowned, when he saw Lao Wu resolutely go to find her, and when he witnessed Lao Wu and Lao San disappearing from his sight, he felt hopeless, especially when Xiang Kaifeng deliberately described to him how she had injured her, how she had thrown her into the water, and how she had sunk. He felt what it was like to be pierced with heartache. The more he tried not to think of her, the more her figure appeared in his mind, and the pain that originated from his chest spread throughout his body like a deadly poison. It was his fault. If he hadn't let her go out alone, she wouldn't have given Xiang Kaifeng an opportunity. He had always regarded regret as the most useless thing, but when he realized she might disappear forever, he finally tasted the flavor of it. If she died, Lao San and Lao Wu would be greatly affected. It would be better not to die and suffer. Therefore, being tormented by Xiang Kaifeng, being tied here, being burned to death, he no longer cared. Consider it paying with his life. It could also end the pain that seemed to be gnawing at his soul. At the same time, he felt somewhat hopeful. Perhaps on the way after death, he could meet her, who had long been etched in his heart. He hoped she hadn't changed her mind. Chapter 286, he was momentarily stunned. However, just as he was resigned to death, she appeared. At the moment he saw her, he couldn't describe his feelings. She always brought surprises, and this surprise made him forget everything else. In his eyes, there was only her, and the heart that seemed to have stopped beating began to thump again because of her presence. He thought he was dead, that he should be dead, until she stood alive right in front of him. The calmness he once had was long gone from the moment she appeared. Everything around her was just a blur of white in his vision. As she walked closer, his sight finally cleared, allowing him to see every subtle change in her expression. He watched her lips move as she spoke to him, but he couldn't hear what she was saying until she took out the contract fruit. This surprised him, and he felt as if his blood was flowing backward. Did this mean she hadn't changed her feelings for him? Finally, his mind was forcibly pulled back, and he heard her say it was out of necessity. He understood what she wanted to do. She wanted to save him through their partnership. The excitement in his heart was gradually suppressed, yet a sour taste still overflowed within him. It was merely out of necessity. The discomfort in his heart made it hard for him to breathe. He didn't understand why he had become like this. He shouldn't be feeling this way. But when he saw that she intended to take the contract fruit back, he didn't think much and swallowed it down. I have a strong life force. TangXiaomi forced a nonchalant smile, and then supported by Yue, advising him, I've sensed it. San and Wu are definitely still alive, so you must live well. When she realized that this golden halo was formed by him, she understood that he didn't want to live anymore. Otherwise, how could he have created this halo? And how could Kai Feng have dealt with him? Bai Yueying's gaze paused, and he obediently nodded, then smiled softly at her. Although his smile was faint, it was clear and beautiful, like the melting snow in early spring, carrying a different kind of beautiful meaning. TangXiaomi was a bit dazed watching this. Bai Yueying was usually indifferent, rarely smiling, and even when he did, it was very perfunctory, just a formal twitch of his lips. But since just now, his smile had clearly changed. It was still faint, but warmed with a new warmth. Meanwhile, Xiang Kaifeng was shouting at the other beastmen to destroy the halo. The other beastmen didn't move, so Xiang Kaifeng called out Xiang Dalu and his 5 brothers to take action. Mother, let's not continue this. Bai Yueying is already her beast husband. Xiang Wulu pleaded beside Xiang Kaifeng, feeling a pang of discomfort when mentioning her. When he learned that TangXiaomi had died, he secretly cried until his eyes were swollen, even beginning to resent his mother for killing her, but he didn't dare to ask. He knew his mother's temperament. If she knew he cared about TangXiaomi, he wouldn't be spared. Get lost. Useless thing. Xiang Kaifeng kicked Xiang Wulu away. Anyone who tried to stop her now would be her enemy. She didn't believe they could hide from the pair in that halo. Xiang Dalu helped the pale Xiang Wulu up and shook his head, signaling him not to plead any further. Xiang Wulu pressed his lips tightly together and remained silent, his gaze fixed on TangXiaomi, constantly praying for her safety. Noticing Xiang Wulu's gaze, Bai Yueying frowned slightly. At that moment, Xiang Wulu also felt Bai Yueying's gaze, and their eyes met, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 287. Just at this moment he arrived, he had interacted with Bai Yueying before. His impression was that he was quite aloof, but still polite. However, at this moment, the way Bai Yueying looked at him seemed to carry an unspoken wariness and caution. Xiang Wulu bit his lower lip, feeling increasingly frustrated. After all, Bai Yueying was now her partner, and he would naturally reject him like Bai Yunbao did. When he saw TangXiaomi still alive, he couldn't express how happy he was. If it weren't for his mother being present, he would have rushed over in excitement. Seeing her save Bai Yueying filled him with bitterness and worry, especially when he saw her also caught in the sea of fire. He wanted to rush over madly, but his elder brother and the others held him back, effectively restraining him. Thinking she would also perish in the flames, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. It wasn't until a golden halo appeared beside them, blocking the flames, that he stopped struggling and hope reignited in his heart. However, when he saw her tenderly supporting Bai Yueying, her eyes full of him, he felt envy and jealousy. After hearing the commotion from Xiang Kaifeng's side, TangXiaomi frowned tightly. Xiang Kaifeng was indeed stubborn, even kicking her own offspring without hesitation. At this moment, Bai Yueying looked at Xiang Wulu, straightened his body, and wrapped an arm around TangXiaomi's waist. You want to save him? Who? TangXiaomi was stunned by the embrace and the question. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Bai Yueying's lips. Upon closer inspection, his gaze had softened significantly. This halo won't last long. We need to leave quickly. But your wings. Knowing what Bai Yueying intended to do, TangXiaomi worriedly looked at his wings, which had just been pierced by 2 wooden stakes. She was the one who had helped pull them out, and she knew best how serious his injuries were. It's okay. Bai Yueying's words were like a gentle breeze in her ears, yet they felt like a fine rain nourishing her heart. She was concerned about his injuries, but had to nod in agreement. Once the halo disappeared, Xiang Kaifeng would surely not let it go, and they would be the ones at a disadvantage in the ensuing entanglement. Therefore, the best course of action now was to leave quickly. Thus, TangXiaomi nodded and grasped the hand Bai Yueying had placed on her waist. Bai Yueying looked down, his gaze deep and cool, making TangXiaomi suddenly feel a bit flustered. She realized she had never been so intimately close to anyone before, although she had intentionally kissed him. Now holding his hand made her feel shy. Chapter 288. I won't let you touch him. TangXiaomi saw it, and the other beastmen followed suit. Naturally, Xiang Kaifeng wouldn't miss it either. Who is coming? Xiang Kaifeng whispered to the shaman. A few large gray birds were circling in the air, looking fierce and strong, and the beastmen standing on them shouldn't be weak either, especially the leading male beastman with a cold face. Just lowering his gaze made her feel a chill running down her spine, sweating profusely. That can't be. It can't be. The shaman was quite nervous, stumbling over his words several times. It's the chief. Why is he back again? Is it for the white feather eagle? For the white feather eagle? Seeing Xiang Caifeng's confusion, the shaman suddenly remembered that when the chief came to their village, Xiang Caifeng had just gone missing. No wonder she didn't know who had come. The shaman was already tense. They were feeling guilty about burning the white feather eagle. And now the chief had arrived at this moment. He didn't know if he would punish them. Thus, the shaman quickly explained to Xiang Caifeng what had happened earlier. After hearing this, instead of being as anxious as the shaman, Xiang Caifeng's lips curled into a knowing smile. As you said, the chief was previously pursuing the white feather eagle, so it's even better that he has come. If he finds out that the white feather eagle is a male beast man, he would probably want to kill him first, right? Upon hearing this, the shaman thought it made sense. He was worried that the chief would protect the white feather eagle. But since the white feather eagle was not female at all, the deception would have embarrassed the chief, and he might hate the white feather eagle even more. With this thought, the shaman stroked his beard, regaining his composure. Damn it, he chose this moment to come. TangXiaomi almost bit her teeth in frustration. The few large birds of unknown species from the Shaohan snake looked fierce, and the white feather eagle was still in a state of readiness. If there were no interruptions, they could barely escape. Even at a distance, she could feel Shaohan snake's gaze. How could he possibly let her go? The white feather eagle furrowed his brows tightly, pulling the person beside him a little closer. He hadn't protected her in time before, but he wouldn't let that happen again. We'll act according to the situation. If there's a chance, I'll take you away. TangXiaomi nodded. This was the only plan. If they tried to fly away forcefully now, they didn't know what kind of attack Shaohan snake would launch against them, so they could only take a step back to preserve their strength. Since escape was not an option, TangXiaomi took out some healing herbs from her hidden pouch for the white feather eagle to eat first. They were ordinary herbs, but the effect was surprisingly good, and the white feather eagle's complexion improved significantly. The white feather eagle was also a bit surprised by the efficacy of the medicine. If he wasn't mistaken, when she had just fed him the herbs, they emitted a faint glow, and he thought he must have seen it wrong. You also have beast power? TangXiaomi looked at her hands. I'm not sure. The possibility should be very small. She wasn't a beast man from this world and hadn't mated with a male beast man. Where would her beast power come from? However, strangely enough, as long as the herbs infused with her strong thoughts passed through her hands, they would emit a faint light, and then the effects would be surprisingly good. The village chief had woken up after drinking the herbal juice. How are you feeling now? Much better. Meeting her concerned gaze, a gentle smile appeared on the white feather eagle's face. TangXiaomi's heart trembled. Didn't he know he had such captivating phoenix eyes? While TangXiaomi was mesmerized, Shaohan snake, exuding a chill, narrowed his eyes and coldly ordered to land on the ground. Chapter 289. You go first after leaping down from the bird. Shaohan Shi's venomous gaze fell on TangXiaomi and Bai Yuing. He had thought that Guanshan village would be in trouble due to the flood, but unexpectedly, it seemed quite lively. Is there anyone willing to explain what exactly is going on? A mocking smile curved at the corners of Shaohan Shi's mouth, but the chill radiating from him made the orcs present hesitate. It's like this. Let me explain. The village chief was about to clarify when Xiang Caifeng interrupted, seizing the opportunity to speak. Shaohan Shi exuded a fierce aura, smiling yet furious, confirming Xiang Caifeng's thoughts. After embellishing the story of how Bai Yuing had harmed her, Xiang Caifeng continued with a disdainful smile, saying that due to the flood, they didn't have time to report to the tribe and decided to handle things first before informing the tribe later. Bai Yuing had audaciously deceived everyone. He pretended to be female while being a male orc, which was a crime upon crime. TangXiaomi, however, wanted to use the bonding fruit to establish a partnership with Bai Yuing to save him from execution. Upon hearing this, Shaohan Shi's expression darkened further. A closer look revealed that Bai Yuing indeed had her partner mark on his chest. As Shaohan Shi's face grew increasingly terrifying, Xiang Caifeng felt even more triumphant. Chief, Bai Yuing has so wickedly deceived you. Don't you think he deserves to be executed? TangXiaomi clenched her fists, seeing Shaohan Shi's venomous glare fixed on Bai Yuing. She protectively stood behind him. I won't let you harm him. Shaohan Shi's eyes grew colder, a chilling smile spreading across his lips as he slowly spoke. So, he is the beast man you acknowledge, the one you desperately want to save. A sense of foreboding filled TangXiaomi as she felt that Shaohan Shi had ill intentions, especially with that sinister smile. A shiver seemed to rise from her feet to the top of her head, and she couldn't help but worry more about Bai Yuing's situation. Shaohan Shi wouldn't kill her, but others might not be so merciful. He had once coldly sent Lao San and Lao Wu to their deaths without blinking. How could he let Bai Yuing go now? Let him go, I'll stay. Xiao Han, she chuckled softly, lowering his gaze, then murmured, to stay for him? You really care for him? Since Xiao Han, she was laughing with his head down. The others felt the danger, but couldn't see his expression. Xiang Kai-feng grew anxious, as although TangXiaomi was still small in stature, her face was passable at the moment. What if the chief was swayed by her? Chief, this TangXiaomi is sharp-tongued and full of tricks. Don't fall for her. Of course. Xiao Han, she slowly raised his face and eyes, smiling lightly. Whether you let Bai Yuing go or not, you will stay. No one can leave. His deep, cold eyes carried a murderous aura, causing TangXiaomi's heart to sink. Xiang Kai-feng was ecstatic. Chief, do you mean? Xiao Han, she didn't even glance at Xiang Kai-feng. His gaze fixed on TangXiaomi's face, coldly uttering two words, continue. Xiang Kai-feng was overjoyed and immediately spoke sharply to TangXiaomi. TangXiaomi, you can give up now. The chief agrees to execute Bai Yuing. Even if you are his wife, you cannot save him. TangXiaomi gritted her teeth. How could Xiao Han she possibly disagree with such a good opportunity before him? Seeing TangXiaomi seething with hatred, Xiang Kai-feng laughed even more wildly. TangXiaomi, if you don't leave there soon, you'll be burned along with him. Chapter 290. Get away from me after making a harsh remark. Xiang Kai-feng stole another glance at Xiao Han Shi. She saw that his gaze towards TangXiaomi, due to his hatred for Bai Ying's deception, seemed to be poisoned as well, and a trace of malice flashed in Xiang Caifeng's eyes. Why not take advantage of the leader's dislike for TangXiaomi and burn her along with him? After all, she would never give up on Bai Yuing. Leader, TangXiaomi is ungrateful. I've advised her many times, yet she's still aiding the enemy, determined to save Bai Yuing. She looks like a useless female who won't even bear offspring. If she wants to accompany Bai Yuing to death, let's just burn her together, shall we? Xiao Han, she squinted slightly and turned his gaze towards the spirited Xiang Kai-feng. Xiang Kai-feng shivered. After being taken away by Xiao Hu, she had seen many ferocious stray beasts, but just a glance from Xiao Han, she sent a chill down her spine that she had never experienced before. She couldn't help but think that he was indeed the leader, far more dangerous than other male beastmen. Seeing that Xiang Kai-feng had stopped chattering, Xiao Hanxi's gaze returned to TangXiaomi. I'll give you one last chance. You can plead with me. TangXiaomi scoffed coldly. Pleading with you would be useless? I won't ask you for anything. Even in a disadvantageous position, TangXiaomi refused to compromise with Xiao Hanxi. Instead, she had Bai Yuing withdraw the protective light around them. If you want to kill him today, you'll have to kill me too. You can try to see if I will evade. TangXiaomi, you're being too arrogant. Who do you think you are? You dare to threaten the leader? You really don't know when to stop. Do you think just because you're a female, the leader would really hold back? Xiang Kai-feng mocked, laughing at TangXiaomi's audacity to speak to Xiao Han, she in such a manner, even when death was imminent. Since she's seeking her own death, so be it. Now it just depends on Xiao Hanxi's command. They are burning Bai Yuing. It's TangXiaomi who refuses to step aside. If she accidentally gets burned to death, it has nothing to do with them. Who am I? Looking at Xiang Caifeng's smug expression, TangXiaomi smiled, then playfully directed her gaze at Xiao Hanxi. Why not let the esteemed leader tell her who I am? Xiang Kai-feng furrowed her brows. What did TangXiaomi mean? She glanced at Xiao Hanxi, but she didn't dare to ask him. TangXiaomi, stop being so cryptic. Before Xiang Kai-feng could finish, she heard Xiao Hanxi speak in a dark, low voice. Chapter 291. It's more dangerous to be by your side. Glaring at TangXiaomi, Xiang Kai-feng gritted her teeth in anger. No wonder she was so arrogant. It turned out she was in a relationship with Xiao Hanxi. Just a moment ago, she wanted Xiao Hanxi to deal with TangXiaomi as well. But now it was undoubtedly a slap in her face, extremely embarrassing. TangXiaomi might be secretly mocking her in her heart. After a cold snort, Xiang Kai-feng clenched her jaw unwillingly and said, Chief, you wouldn't want to show favoritism, would you? Xiao Hanxi remained silent, his obsidian-like eyes dark and inscrutable. Deeply afraid that Xiao Hanxi would really listen to TangXiaomi and not intervene, allowing Bai Yuing to leave, Xiang Kai-feng was furious. Even if she was the chief's mate, using that status to threaten the chief was too shameless, right? TangXiaomi's public command was equivalent to embarrassing Xiao Hanxi. Would a chief allow himself to lose face in public? Especially not Xiao Hanxi, when she had fallen to the status of a wandering beast female. She had heard of Xiao Hanxi. The new chief of the Nanfang tribe was ruthless and cold-blooded. Even those wandering beasts showed fear at the mere mention of his name. No matter what means TangXiaomi used to make Xiao Hanxi her beast husband, She did not believe that Xiao Hanshi would truly listen to TangXiaomi. Seeing that Xiao Hanshi was unresponsive, Xiang Kaifeng added fuel to the fire. You're the chief. Aren't you afraid of mere female? What capability does TangXiaomi have to shake you? As she spoke, Xiang Kaifeng shot a squint at the shaman, urging him to say a few words to prompt Xiao Hanshi into action. Ah! The shaman mumbled softly. He felt fear at Xiao Hanshi's stillness. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead, let alone speaking to him. Just now, under Xiao Hanshi's cold gaze, his legs couldn't help but tremble. He intended to echo Xiang Caifeng's words, but thought better of it and swallowed them back. Seeing this, Xiang Kaifeng shot the shaman a fierce glare, cursing him silently. Useless old man. The shaman was unreliable. She had to take matters into her own hands. Chief, did you hear what I said? Xiao Hanshi remained non-committal, which made Xiang Kaifeng anxious. Gathering her resolve, she lowered her voice and spoke softly next to Xiao Hanshi. To put another way, Bai Yueying is your threat. Isn't this a good opportunity to eliminate him? No matter what, it was better to use Xiao Hanshi's hands to get rid of Bai Yueying to avoid future troubles. Finally, under Xiang Caifeng's eager anticipation, Xiao Hanshi spoke again. What you said seems quite reasonable. Xiang Caifeng's spirits soared. This time, she finally bet correctly. Male partners often fought openly and secretly for the favor of their mate, and many wanted their mate to eliminate their beast husband, to avoid dirtying the chief's hands. Let me handle this. If they waited any longer, there might be changes. Once Xiao Hanshi changed his mind, such a good opportunity would not come again. Therefore, as soon as Xiang Kaifeng finished speaking, she walked towards TangXiaomi and Bai Yueying, instructing the beastmen to pull TangXiaomi down as she walked. The other beastmen thought Xiao Hanshi had tacitly agreed, and under Xiang Caifeng's urging, they could only follow along with gritted teeth. You go first. TangXiaomi released Bai Yueying's hand and whispered, they don't dare do anything to me. I'll hold them off for you. But Bai Yueying shook his head, subtly parting his lips to say only what she could hear, Xiao Hanshi can't kill me. Chapter 292, What about the reverse? Bai Yuhawk's voice was warm and calm, as if he were discussing something completely ordinary with her. Surprised, TangXiaomi raised her eyes to scrutinize Bai Yuhawk, trying to read something from his face. But his expression revealed no additional information. So, you don't need to worry about me. This time he would stay by her side, even if it meant losing a bet. After giving TangXiaomi a reassuring smile, Bai Yuhawk gently held her hand in his palm, saying, You're too tense. Your hands are cold. How could she not be tense? Instead, he seemed oddly composed. However, apart from noticing that his face was no longer cold, she couldn't see any confidence in him regarding his claim that Xiao Hanshi couldn't kill him. Did he have some secret weapon? Nevertheless, the warm temperature from Bai Yuhawk's palm gradually spread through her skin and into her body, making her feel warm and tingly. Fine, you handle it. Feeling a tickle in her throat, TangXiaomi coughed lightly. After all, Bai Yuhawk always had his own ideas, so she didn't need to worry too much. He dared to say that, which meant he was confident. My wife will only be my wife. Do you think you can protect her? Seeing her and Bai Yuhawk exchanging glances filled with something ambiguous, Xiao Hanshi's eyes darkened further, and the knuckles of his fists cracked ominously. Observing Xiao Hanshi's demeanor, the bamboo leaf snake beside him furrowed his brows tightly, worry evident in his eyes, and he felt a bit resentful towards TangXiaomi. In response, TangXiaomi gave a faint smile. Indeed, even if she threatened him with her status, the outcome remained unchanged. What right do you, an unruly beast husband, have to say such things? You think I'm protecting or caring for her? Since the mask was already torn, the more Xiao Hanshi disliked her, the more she felt compelled to speak and act. Thus, under Xiao Hanshi's cold gaze, TangXiaomi quickly stood on her tiptoes and planted a light kiss on Bai Yuhawk's lips. Bai Yuhawk neither rejected nor dodged it. His gaze towards TangXiaomi remained gentle, though a hint of color crept up to his ears. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanshi's expression darkened completely as he flicked his tail and slithered towards them. The sense of oppression felt like dark clouds gathering overhead. It seemed the provocation had worked well, but perhaps it had gone a bit too far. Cold sweat beaded on TangXiaomi's forehead, trickling down her cheeks to her chin. Faced with such a dangerous enemy, her calves felt numb, and she had to force herself not to run. After all, even if she acted cowardly, she couldn't escape, so it was better to endure it. At least she could annoy this big black snake who thought he was the boss. Leader, are you planning to personally? Xiang Kaifeng thought to herself. TangXiaomi directly angered Xiao Hanshi, who then took matters into his own hands, saving her the trouble. Now, she wanted to ask how she could help. such as holding on to TangXiaomi to let her see how Bai Yu Hawk would be burned to death. Just thinking about TangXiaomi's pained expression excited her. However, before Xiang Kaifeng could finish her excited thoughts, a shadow appeared before her. Before she could see clearly, she felt a sharp pain in her body and was flung far away by Xiao Hanche's tail. Get lost. Xiao Hanche's eyes were cold as he scanned the area. All of you get far away. The beastmen who had been following Xiang Kaifeng to attack TangXiaomi scrambled to hide at the back of the crowd after hearing Xiao Hanche's roar. Chapter 293. Do you dare to threaten me? Looking at the fierce appearance of the Xiaohan snake, which could tear a person apart with its mouth open, to be honest, she felt a bit anxious. Just as she stood in front of the Bai Yu eagle, she was unexpectedly pulled behind him. Watching the back of Bai Yu eagle, TangXiaomi blinked. Wait, if she hid behind him, wouldn't the Xiaohan snake target him even more? Don't worry, it's fine. Bai Yu eagle turned to look at TangXiaomi, who was trying to squeeze out from beside him. She was small and could dart out in a flash. TangXiaomi bit her lip and finally nodded. Since he was so certain she should trust him. Bai Yu eagle's back was not broad. In fact, it was quite slender, swaying like a willow in the breeze. Yet in an instant, his figure resembled the most solid wall, firmly protecting her within. There was bitterness, astringency in her heart, and more were the ripples that began to rise. Then be careful. If anything goes wrong, we must execute Plan B. Bai Yu eagle smiled gently, nodded, and suddenly turned to give TangXiaomi a light kiss on the forehead. I'm glad you can survive. After saying that, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Bai Yu eagle's cool black eyes, but when he turned back to face the Xiaohan snake, there was no trace of tenderness left on his face. The Xiaohan snake coldly smiled, her gaze sweeping over Bai Yu eagle. When she clearly saw the mate mark on his chest, her eyes narrowed with bloodthirst. I asked you to watch her, and this is how you look after her? At that time, he felt something inexplicably strange about Bai Yu eagle, but he didn't take it to heart, thinking that Bai Yu eagle was also female. So he didn't drive his brothers away from her. Bai Yu eagle slightly nodded. Sorry. Not finished yet. Come back later. Good night, little fairies. Chapter 294. You wouldn't fail to recognize me, would you? A shadow of gloom appeared in Xiao Hanche's snake-like eyes. So what? After a brief pause, Bai Yuing looked directly at Xiao Hanshi, his gaze cold and unwavering. Even if you are the leader, you cannot guarantee Xiao Mi's safety. The shift from Yu to Yuan by Yu Ying's speech was natural and cut straight to the point. Hong Yin nervously clutched the village chief's arm, her heart trembling. Although Bai Yuing remained composed, his words were audacious. Xiao Hanshi already intended to deal with him, and now he spoke so boldly, making Xiao Hanshi uncomfortable. Did he not know the consequences? Seeing Xiao Hanche's face grow darker, Hong Yin dared not breathe and could only look to the village chief for help, hoping he would think of a solution. Unfortunately, the village chief shook his head, signaling her not to intervene at this moment. TangXiaomi, listening behind Bai Yuing, felt a quiet tension. However, from Bai Ying's tone, it was clear he did not fear Xiao Hanshi like other beastmen did. On the contrary, Bai Yuing was calm and steady. Although he was not as tall as Xiao Hanshi standing before him, he did not seem to be at a significant disadvantage in terms of presence, even giving the impression that he could contend with Xiao Hanshi. Xiao Hanche's deep black eyes were cold and chilling, yet Bai Yuing seemed oblivious. He continued, saying that when the leader hurried to leave, he should consider whether other male beastmen would become Xiao Mi's partner in his absence. Today it's not me, but it could be someone else. Xiao Hanshi coldly smiled, his snake tail suddenly moving, wrapping around Bai Yuing. Then I can tell you, I won't let that someone else happen, especially you. Bai Yuing was a significant threat. Not only was he calmer than other beastmen, but more importantly, she treated him differently. A murderous intent flickered in Xiao Hanche's eyes, and the force in his tail increased. Stop! TangXiaomi shouted. Bai Ying's already pale face turned ashen. If Xiao Hanshi continued to tighten his grip, he would truly lose his life. However, before she could intervene, she heard Bai Yuing weakly say, "Don't come over. This is between me and the leader." TangXiaomi was very surprised. He still intended to confront Xiao Hanshi, not realizing that his life was hanging by a thread. Looking at the weak yet determined Bai Yuing, TangXiaomi ultimately stopped, biting her lip to suppress everything, refraining from intervening. On the brink of death, you still have confidence that I want to kill you? Xiao Hanshi narrowed his eyes, as if holding a ragged item, pulling Bai Yuing closer with his tail. Bai Yuing did not struggle, his gaze calmly meeting Xiao Hanche's. I have said from the beginning, killing me is not beneficial for the leader. I'm sure the leader understands this. Since you understand, why do you want to kill me? Xiao Hanshi dangerously narrowed his eyes again, speaking ominously. I will not spare a beast man who poses a threat to me. What about the opposite? Bai Yuing then turned his gaze to TangXiaomi, a gentle curve appearing at the corner of his mouth like, I am willing to help you solidify your position. TangXiaomi's heart raced. Bai Ying's words were directed at Xiao Hanshi, but felt more like a promise to her, protecting her in his own way. From her perspective, even though Bai Ying was on the brink of death, he exuded an indescribable elegance. Chapter 295, you have a familiar scent. TangXiaomi understood what Bai Yuhawk meant. And so did Xiao Hanshi. But he didn't pay much attention to it, and certainly didn't take Bai Yuhawk seriously. The reason he hesitated to kill Bai Yuhawk was partly to see if Bai Yuhawk was really unafraid of him, and partly to find out how much TangXiaomi actually cared about Bai Yuhawk. Seeing that TangXiaomi didn't rush him, Xiao Hanshi's expression eased a bit, and he became interested in what Bai Yuhawk might say next, whether it was a boast to survive or if he truly meant what he said. The Nanhua tribe seemed to be gradually emerging among the four major tribes, but in reality, it faced both internal and external troubles. Stray savage beasts lurked around the tribe, waiting for a chance to strike. As for internal troubles, the leader should know best. If I guess correctly, the last time you hurried back to the tribe was because of this, right? Perhaps the resurgence of beast power across the Ore continent is also related to this? Upon hearing this, a dark glimmer flashed in Xiao Hanshi's deep black eyes, while the bamboo leaf snake beside him showed a look of surprise. You? How could you? Xiao Hanshi waved a hand to stop the bamboo leaf snake from continuing, and his tail tightened its grip again. In a low voice, he asked, have you been observing me in secret? Bai Yuhawk felt all his bones creak as if they were rubbing against each other, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, but his gaze remained calm and unperturbed. As if he felt no pain, Bai Yuhawk slowly opened his lips. I don't have the ability to make someone follow the leader. Xiao Hanshi didn't speak further, only coldly stared at Bai Yuhawk. Their gazes locked in a tangible confrontation, testing each other silently. After a long while, Xiao Hanshi suddenly released his tail, causing Bai Yuhawk to fall to the ground. All right, I accept your terms. But if you dare betray me, I will make you understand what it means to wish for death rather than live, Hanshi said, stepping closer to Bai Yuhawk. Looking down at him with disdain, Bai Yuhawk slowly stood up from the ground, unsteady on his feet, but his eyes were clear and resolute. That may not be the case. The leader should understand that we have only one common goal. After a pause, Bai Yuhawk, panting and appearing disheveled, continued, in the future, I hope the leader can try to understand how to be a true partner. If you can't do that, I won't let you harm Xiaomi. Are you threatening me? I dare not. Bai Yuhawk's smile was faint, but his cold eyes held deep meaning. I just want to protect what I wish to protect. I don't want her to face death alone again. When you were not around, Xiaomi had already died once. She shouldn't be harmed again. Can the leader understand this feeling? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanshi's brows furrowed tightly. She has already died once? What happened? Xiao Hanshi pressed on. If what Bai Yuhawk said was true, Xiao Hanshi's expression darkened, exuding an extremely fierce killing intent. TangXiaomi ignored Xiao Hanshi and tried to walk over to Bai Yuhawk, but was grabbed by the wrist by Xiao Hanshi. The grip on her wrist was painfully tight, and TangXiaomi frowned. I don't need you to stand up for me. I will handle this myself. The grudge against Kaifeng would eventually be avenged, but it would never be with Xiao Hanshi's help. She wanted nothing to do with him. At the same time, TangXiaomi looked at Bai Yuhawk. Her feelings very complicated. It was clear that Bai Yuhawk had deliberately said those words for Xiao Hanshi's benefit. Just then, Bai Yuhawk approached and grabbed Xiao Hanshi's hand, saying, if you grip her like that, it will hurt. Chapter 296. But dislike is dislike. The gazes of Bai Ying and Xiao Han, she collided, and the aura of the two seemed to twist into a storm that was about to break. Continuing like this wasn't a good idea. The most important thing was the fear that Xiao Han, she might suddenly strike again. Bai Ying's current situation was not good, and if he were to be attacked again, the consequences would be unimaginable. He could have calmly talked to Xiao Hanshi, but now that his hand was on Xiao Hanshi's, it was undoubtedly a silent provocation. He wasn't normally this impulsive. How did it come to this? Worried about the situation worsening, TangXiaomi furrowed her brow and kindly reminded Xiao Hanshi, your strength is immense. Perhaps you haven't noticed, but I have. Bai Ying saw that it was better to retreat, so he released his hand, then used his gaze to keep watch. Xiao Hanshi's gaze finally slowly fell on TangXiaomi's wrist, and upon seeing the red marks on her fair wrist, he loosened his grip. Thus, TangXiaomi successfully pulled her hand away. I'm sorry, I know you won't be happy about this and won't accept it, but I have to do this. He understood her nature and knew she didn't want Xiao Hanshi to interfere with her matters, but Kaifeng had already threatened her. After taking Tang Xiaomi's hand, Bai Yuing helped her massage her wrist. Does it still hurt? It's fine, but what about you? This little pain was nothing. Just a moment ago, Xiao Han, she had almost choked him to death. What Tang Xiaomi really wanted to say was, is this intentionally making me feel bad? She didn't continue. As Xiao Han, she's two glaring gazes were fixed on them, fearing that her concern for Bai Yuing would instead bring him trouble. So she kept silent. She wanted to say they should leave here first, but a strand of hair unexpectedly ended up in her mouth, causing her to stick out her tongue and brush away the hair that always wanted to invade her mouth. She had previously made her own hair ties, but they had disappeared after she fell into the water. Her hair was fine and soft, and the temporary vine she found couldn't hold her hair at all. It was gone in no time, so she had to let her hair down. As a result, the wind was a bit strong, and her hair was in a mess in front of her. How about I help you? Tang Xiaomi looked at Bai Yuing in confusion, and then she saw him take out a beautifully woven rope from his belt. This rope was brown, but had added red and yellow colors, and the end had pretty tassels. Upon seeing this hair tie, she liked it immediately. It was much more exquisite than the one she made. How did he have something like this on him? Bai Yuing didn't explain. After gathering the strands of hair that were sticking to Tang Xiaomi's face with his gentle gaze, he used the rope to tie up her messy long hair. Finally feeling refreshed, Tang Xiaomi touched the area where the hair tie was, finding it wouldn't fall off, and she happily lifted her head. But as soon as she raised her head, someone pinched her chin, and the smile on Bai Yuing's face instantly froze. Being pinched on the chin was something she really disliked. Xiao Hanshi, what are you doing? Xiao Hanshi's brows furrowed deeply, and his dark eyes were stirring up a storm. Who are you? Hearing Xiao Hanshi's words, which came out through clenched teeth, Tang Xiaomi was quite speechless. Only then did she realize her face had recovered, and it turned out he hadn't recognized her after all this time. This action of Xiao Han, she not only puzzled Tang Xiaomi, but the other beastmen were also curious. Although Tang Xiaomi had changed a lot, they were so close to her, surely he wouldn't fail to recognize her, right? Chapter 297. Hurry and bring the leader back, leader. She really is Tang Xiaomi. The bamboo leaf snake reminded anxiously from his side. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Xiaomi was already the leader's wife, he wouldn't care whether she would be crushed by the leader. However, Xiao Hanshi still didn't let go, staring at Tang Xiaomi with a dark expression. TangXiaomi snuck Gon Li, hoping that he had truly mistaken her, so they could all go their separate ways. Let her go. The white feather eagle attempted to intervene, but Xiao Hanshi cast a sinister glance at him and signaled the bamboo leaf snake to block the white feather eagle. The bamboo leaf snake had reservations but still stood in front of the white feather eagle, saying, Tang Xiaomi is the leader's wife. You can rest assured. Tang Xiaomi rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, rest assured my ass. Xiao Hanshi is unpredictable. Even if he doesn't kill me, what if he maims me? At this moment, she couldn't tell what was wrong with him. The grip on her jaw wasn't too tight, and she didn't feel much pain. But who would want to be restrained like this? You have a familiar scent, your face. I must have seen you somewhere before. A sense of familiarity emerged in his mind, accompanied by a splitting headache. He wanted to see clearly the figure that had been appearing in his dreams. But all it did was give him a headache, and he couldn't recall anything. To verify his feelings, Xiao Hanshi endured the excruciating pain in his head as he focused on Tang Xiaomi, slowly closing the distance until they were only a finger's breadth apart. The strange scene, the odd Xiao Hanshi, the bizarre words. Looking at Xiao Hanshi's face, which was magnifying before her eyes, Tang Xiaomi didn't dare to breathe, fearing that if she did, this snake's spirit would absorb her vitality. I haven't seen the leader before. If I had, how could I forget? Maybe he was mistaking her for some old flame, and truly mistaking her for someone else? That would be great. If he had a new target, she would be burning incense to worship the deities. It's you. It can't be wrong. Xiao Hanshi stared at Tang Xiaomi without blinking, as if trying to confirm something, extending his finger to trace her outline. Although he had seen her face in his dreams, he could feel and even clearly know what her touch was like. You must be sick. Get treated. Tang Xiaomi was thoroughly annoyed, but this wasn't an insult. Xiao Hanshi was indeed sick. She secretly concluded that he had a case of mental disorder. Why is it me? Don't mistake your old flame for me. I'm not that generous to dabble in secondhand goods. If you have someone in your heart, hurry up and find the real deal. After all, I can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. Xiao Hanshi was still acting the same way. She was already upset, and now being mistaken for someone else made it even worse. How could you be so unlucky to catch Xiao Hanshi's blind eye? The headache grew stronger, and eventually, Xiao Hanshi didn't hear Tang Xiaomi's dissatisfied muttering. Seeing Xiao Hanshi clutching his head and letting out a painful groan, the bamboo leaf snake quickly supported him. Leader, is your headache getting worse? Normally, the leader wouldn't show any signs of a headache, and the pain that could make his expression change so drastically must be unimaginable. Meanwhile, TangXiaomi took the opportunity to shake off Xiao Hanshi's hand, finally freeing her jaw. We're leaving. She shot a cold glance at Xiao Hanshi and was about to leave with a white feather eagle. You can't go. The leader is doing this all for you. The bamboo leaf snake shouted. Chapter 298, What if I don't leave? Seeing TangXiaomi really about to leave, the bamboo leaf snake could no longer hold back. He truly couldn't understand why the leader chose TangXiaomi out of so many females. This female didn't even regard the leader, and even though they had become partners, she still wanted to leave. Do you know that you almost harmed the leader? If the leader hadn't been injured by you, he wouldn't have given Cho Chai an opportunity. Shut up. Xiao Hanshi coldly interrupted the bamboo leaf snake's words. How he treats me is how I treat him. Is there anything wrong with that? TangXiaomi smiled at the agitated bamboo leaf snake and continued in a gentle tone. Just because of his noble status, do I have to grovel? But sorry, even though I have no backbone, I still dislike him, and I have no regrets about what I've done, so don't expect me to feel guilty. She knew that Xiao Hanshi was sick. She could help alleviate his pain and find a cause for treatment, but there was no need for that. Leader. The bamboo leaf snake was both angry and anxious, but when Xiao Hanshi shot him a cold glance, he dared not say anything more. After enduring a wave of pain, Xiao Hanshi calmly looked at the beastmen who were watching him with fear and said, Bring Xiang Kaifeng over. Leader, do you want to rest first? Seeing that Xiao Hanshi's expression was grim, the village chief wanted him to take a break. The bamboo leaf snake also urged him a few times, but he couldn't persuade Xiao Hanshi and had to give up. Without waiting for the bamboo leaf snake to instruct the beastmen to search for people, Hong Yin pointed in one direction and said, But Xiang Kaifeng has already run away, and the shaman has also fled. Chase. Xiao Hanshi's face was dark as he simply uttered one word. The bamboo leaf snake was anxious inside. Others might not understand the leader's condition, but he did. It's just one female. She can't turn the tide. Leader, can you please rest first? The bamboo leaf snake was almost begging on his knees. Xiao Hanshi narrowed his eyes. No. Thinking about how TangXiaomi had made him furious, he couldn't bear to really do anything to her, but now Xiang Kaifeng had almost cost him his life. Could he let her go? The village chief was also troubled, but since the leader stood still, she was also restless, clearly unwilling to give up. Were they not supposed to accompany him? Helpless, the village chief had to send all the beastmen to search and brought a chair for Xiao Hanshi. At first, Xiao Hanshi didn't even glance at it, maintaining a highly oppressive standing posture. He already had a dominating aura, and when he had a grim face, it was even more terrifying. Chapter 299, already looking like it wants to bite after helping Bai Yuing back to the cave where they originally stayed. He fell into a deep unconsciousness. According to Hong Yin, it was because the tools used by Xiang Kaifeng were special, which prevented Bai Yuing from healing himself like before. As for what the tools were, Hong Yin was unclear, and she had no way of knowing. Bai Ying's already thin body was covered in scars, with wounds that were gaping and raw, and his eyes were gradually turning red. She felt both angry and heartbroken. Fortunately, there were still plenty of herbs she had left in the cave. Gritting her teeth and suppressing her emotions, TangXiaomi lowered her gaze and continued to tend to Bai Ying's wounds, in order to prove whether she had gained beast power. While applying the herbs to Bai Ying, she constantly infused her mental energy, and a faint light truly appeared. However, by the time she had treated all of Bai Ying's wounds, she was close to exhaustion herself. As night began to fall, TangXiaomi started a fire, planning to cook something to eat. Xiaomi, how can you still have the mood to eat? Come with me quickly. Hong Yin rushed over, pulling TangXiaomi to leave. The force of her pull nearly made TangXiaomi choke. Can I at least have a sip of water? But seeing Hong Yan's tense expression, she coughed a few times and asked what happened. It's the leader he killed and set fire. It should be soon. Hurry and come with me. The leader is furious, and the village chief can't handle it. Oh, TangXiaomi was about to follow, but after taking a step, she turned back. What if no one is watching my second child, and Xiang Kaifeng comes back? Your second child? Hong Yin was momentarily confused, wondering where this second child came from. Then she realized the second child was by Erjia, Bai Yuing. She almost forgot that Bai Yuing was actually a male beastman. Seeing TangXiaomi unwilling to follow her, Hong Yin's mouth twitched. She had never heard her refer to the third and fifth as affectionately as she did the second. Did she really have a special preference? Was Bai Yuing's disguise as a female something she suggested? Hong Yan's thoughts became a jumbled mess, and the more she thought, the more dizzy she felt, until she remembered Xiao Han, Shi's gloomy face, which brought her back to her senses. Xiang Kaifeng had already run off, and the leader was angry about it. She had no other choice but to come find her. I'll stay here and keep an eye on things. After all, he is your beast husband, and you're the only one who can talk to him. Xiaomi, I'm begging you, please bring the leader back. Just the thought of Xiao Han, she made Hong Yan shiver. The mountains have been searched several times, yet Xiang Kaifeng could not be found. While Xiao Han, she had no intention of leaving, sitting there without moving, showing no sign of wanting to go. If he didn't leave, who would dare to? Then I'll give it a try. TangXiaomi, feeling helpless, glanced back at the cave with concern and then left. When she arrived at the mountaintop, the place where Bai Yuing was supposed to be executed, she indeed saw Xiao Han. She's sitting there, the vast area empty except for him. Even while sitting, he gave off an aura as if a dark cloud loomed over him. The bamboo leaf snake glared at her in complaint, but also with a hint of anticipation. Under the pleading gazes of the beastmen, TangXiaomi nervously walked up to Xiao Han. We've been looking for so long, let's go. Finally, the unmoving Xiao Han, she lifted his eyelids. His sharp, cold black eyes piercingly stared at her. Xiao Han, she's gaze was extremely penetrating, but at that moment, she could not show weakness and had no choice but to meet his stare. Chapter 300. You look better when you're angry, however, aside from watching her. Xiahanch made no move. TangXiaomi looked helplessly at the village chief, conveying with her eyes. Did you see? Xiahanch is not someone who listens. She just came here to make a fool of herself. A look of difficulty appeared on the village chief's upright face, but continuing like this was not a solution. He could only harden his resolve and advise Xiahanch, Chief, why don't you go back with Xiaomi first? We can continue searching for Xiang Kaifeng here. However, Xiahanch didn't even blink, insisting on searching, declaring that no one could rest until Xiang Kaifeng was found. The village chief could only pull TangXiaomi over and whispered, Xiaomi, why don't you try to persuade the chief? It's fine if we don't rest, but the chief needs to rest. Besides, look at his complexion. He seems to be injured. Village chief, it's not that I don't want to persuade him. You saw it too. He ignores me. Although you haven't said anything, I can tell you're reluctant. But at this point, the chief is already your beast husband, and that cannot be changed. Instead of confronting him head-on, why not try a different way to interact? Saying this, the village chief patted TangXiaomi's shoulder sincerely. Moreover, Bai Yuing is fine now. The chief has been here for most of the day looking for Xiang Kaifeng. It seems like the chief does care about you as his wife, right? It was rare for the village chief to say so much, and TangXiaomi knew he meant well. Her gaze fell again on Xiahanch, who sat on a small wooden chair as if on a throne. Xiaomi, you handle it. I'm going to prepare some food. TangXiaomi nodded and walked back to Xiahanch, then awkwardly extended her hand. Chief, may I trouble you to move? Seeing her delicate, fair hand, Xiahanch's cold black eyes finally showed a hint of warmth. What if I don't move? TangXiaomi bit her lip, and her outstretched hand was about to slap him in the face. What a big face! After hearing the village chief's advice, she initially wanted to speak nicely, but thinking of Xiahanch's various misdeeds, she couldn't suppress her desire to punish him. Why so much nonsense? She grabbed Xiahanch's hand and pulled him up. Fortunately, she managed to move him. If Xiahanch remained motionless, she would really leave him behind. Anyway, with the person already in her grasp, TangXiaomi didn't bother saying anything else and silently dragged this imposing figure away. Xiahanch agreed to follow TangXiaomi, and the beastmen breathed a sigh of relief, almost thinking they would really be exhausted under the chief's dark cloud. The bamboo leaf snake was initially angry at TangXiaomi's rudeness and worried at the same time, torn between conflicting feelings. Unexpectedly, the chief was just dragged away by the small TangXiaomi. Watching Xiahanch's back in disbelief, the bamboo leaf snake suddenly thought of the word obedient. No, this must be an illusion. Furrowing his brows, the bamboo leaf snake reaffirmed in his heart that his chief was the strongest and most fierce leader, possessing a nobility that all male beastmen could only aspire to. How would he bow his head to a female? After firmly nodding internally, the bamboo leaf snake stepped forward to follow, but just as he lifted his foot, he saw Xiahanch turn his head to look at him. Thinking there was an important order, the bamboo leaf snake stood tall and awaited commands. However, he saw his esteemed chief's gaze land on the wooden chair, and the bamboo leaf snake couldn't help but twitch his mouth internally, while outwardly he could only silently take the chair away. Chapter 301. Only you dare to negotiate with me after stepping out of the crowd. TangXiaomi wanted to let go, but the shadow behind her loomed over her. Is he going to act like a rogue again? TangXiaomi clenched her other fist secretly, ready to retaliate at the right moment. But what she heard next was a low, "Horse, I'm sorry," which made her stop at her tracks, thinking she must be hearing things. Yet she was sure she hadn't misheard. This was certainly not something Xiao Hanshi would say. Her heart was pricked by something. As a result, when Xiao Hanshi hugged her from behind, she didn't react in time. He wasn't really hugging her. It seemed like he was leaning on her for support. Getting closer, TangXiaomi could sense something was off about Xiao Hanshi. His breath was unstable, his steps unsteady. On the surface, everything seemed normal. But he was not much better than Bai Yuhawk. She didn't know what he had done to end up in this state. "You should let Zhuye help you back. I don't have the strength. Carry me back to the nest." After blowing a warm breath into TangXiaomi's ear, Xiao Hanshi's gaze lingered on her ear. The more he looked, the more he wanted to bite it. Xiao Hanshi's gaze was already very intense, and being this close made it even more penetrating. Thinking about what Xiao Hanshi had said, none of it was what she wanted to hear, so TangXiaomi looked toward Zhuye. To her surprise, she found Zhuye carrying a wooden chair, looking awkward, and she thought about how he had fought alongside the leader to get here. And now, the more Zhuye thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, while TangXiaomi raised an eyebrow, wondering, how poor is the leader? All of Xiao Hanshi's other subordinates had been sent to look for Xiang Kaifeng, leaving only Zhuye, but he was carrying a wooden chair and couldn't free his hands to support Xiao Hanshi. Truly cunning. The warm breath continued by her ear. A tickling sensation started to irritate her. Covering her ear with her hand, TangXiaomi warned Xiao Hanshi, "Respectful leader, do you know what will happen if you keep being restless?" Xiao Hanshi chuckled softly, and under the threat, he bit down on her long-desired earlobe. So sweet. A shiver coursed through her body like a small electric current, and after freezing for a few seconds, TangXiaomi swung her fist at Xiao Hanshi. "Damn you." This punch had been prepared for a long time, crisp and powerful, aimed at Xiao Hanshi's eye, guaranteeing it would leave a mark. However, that was just a beautiful fantasy. As soon as she threw the punch, it was caught by Xiao Hanshi, held tightly. He really doesn't have any strength? TangXiaomi gritted her teeth in frustration. No matter how good he was, the village chief and the others were relieved, but she had gotten herself into big trouble. Would bringing back a venomous snake lead to a good outcome? Just from biting her ear, he reacted this much. Wouldn't you want to tie her up during mating? The deep, hoarse, and magnetic voice unique to males filled her ears, making half of her body tingle, and unhealthy images of bondage flashed through her mind. Was this all he could think about? It seemed that from the moment he appeared, he wanted to mate with her. Was he that hungry? "Can I still take you back now? What do you think?" Xiao Hanshi's eyes narrowed slightly, glancing at the wooden chair. Since he brought a chair, was there still a possibility? "I hold grudges. I remember grudges." Saying this, TangXiaomi narrowed her eyes at Xiao Hanshi in a sinister manner, forcefully pulling her hand back, her gaze telling Xiao Hanshi that she had picked him up for a reason. Chapter 302. Shameless. Xiao Hanshi naturally knew that she held grudges. From the first moment he saw her, he understood what kind of person she was. But he just liked to see her fierce expression, especially when she extended her self-proclaimed, sharp little claws, scratching at his heart. "Do you know what I like the most?" "I don't want to know." Xiao Hanshi curled the corner of his lips wickedly, saying that he liked it the most when she held grudges, keeping him firmly in her heart. After saying that, Xiao Hanshi brushed his upper gums with his tongue, his gaze towards her becoming even more fervent. TangXiaomi was furious, feeling like this guy was born to argue. After cursing a few times in her heart, TangXiaomi suddenly smiled at Xiao Hanshi. "You're really bad. What's so good about being angry?" She softened her voice, winked at Xiao Hanshi, and playfully tapped his chest. TangXiaomi's sudden change made Xiao Hanshi raise an eyebrow, looking down at her with anticipation of what she was going to do, knowing she was doing it on purpose, but when her beautiful and clear eyes brimmed with ambiguity, her delicate and charming face instantly came to life. Playful, pure, and enchanting, like a cunning little fox using charm to confuse his mind, making him scratch his heart. Watching the beautiful scene unfold before his eyes and storing it all in his mind, Xiao Hanshi unconsciously loosened his grip on her. However, the sweet smile that danced on TangXiaomi's lips disappeared in an instant. "You look good when you're angry." Breaking free from Xiao Hanshi's hand, TangXiaomi kicked him right between the legs. "Boss!" Bamboo Leaf Snake was shocked, unable to believe that TangXiaomi dared to kick the boss like that. He stared at Xiao Hanshi's lower body and felt pain himself. This was the lifeline of male beast men, the most vulnerable spot. "Boss, are you okay?" Xiao Hanshi shot a cold glance at Bamboo Leaf Snake, and he immediately fell silent. He wanted to settle the score with TangXiaomi. but she was small and had already run off. Thinking that the boss's face must be very grim, Bamboo Leaf Snake nervously followed, ready to catch TangXiaomi at any moment. But to his utter surprise, he saw the boss's lips curling into a smile. He must be blind. Bamboo Leaf Snake squinted his eyes, and the smile on the boss's lips hadn't completely faded. This couldn't be real. How could their esteemed and untouchable boss be kicked in such a vulnerable spot and still smile? Bamboo Leaf Snake was internally devastated but didn't dare to say anything, only following behind Xiao Hanshi, trying to track down TangXiaomi. Xiaomi, why did you come back so quickly? When Hongyan saw TangXiaomi return in a huff, his heart sank. He thought it was normal that Xiao Hanshi, being the boss, didn't bring him along. After all, she had asked him for help. If she suffered, she also had some responsibility. Hongyan hurriedly consoled her, saying, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. The boss is different from ordinary male beast men. By the way, when did Xiaomi get involved with the boss?" As they talked, Hongyan couldn't help but become a bit nosy. TangXiaomi's temples throbbed. Seeing Hongyan's excited expression, she rubbed her temples and said angrily, "At first glance, it was probably my bad luck, being haunted by an evil spirit, just unfortunate." She remembered every word Xiao Hanshi had said. She had never met such a bastard man. He wanted to get with her right from the start. Chapter 303. Is this okay? There's nothing much to say. Just consider me unlucky. Unlucky. Hongyan's eyes widened, and with strong curiosity, she grabbed TangXiaomi's arm. How could that be unlucky? He asked the chief. How many females want him to be their mate? Xiaomi, why don't you tell me more? TangXiaomi couldn't smile. She patted Hongyan's hand with a bitter expression. It wasn't that she was hiding anything. It was just that such an unfortunate situation left her with no words. But Hongyan clearly didn't notice her distress, continuing to hold onto TangXiaomi's arm excitedly. Xiaomi, you don't know how thrilled I am. Just thinking that the chief has become your partner makes me feel so excited. Xiaomi, you really are amazing. The chief looks so terrifying, yet only you can be his mate. Hongyan was so excited she almost made TangXiaomi dizzy. After feeling dizzy, TangXiaomi smirked and leaned into Hongyan's ear, whispering temptingly, "It is quite thrilling. Do you want to give it a try?" At her words, Hongyan shook her head without thinking, then shivered. The chief was too terrifying. Standing next to him made her feel cold all over. Facing him every day made her doubt she would live long. Hongyan's frantic shaking of her head made TangXiaomi chuckle softly, but her smile quickly froze upon seeing Xiao Hanshi's figure. Sensing TangXiaomi's stiffness, Hongyan turned to look and saw Xiao Hanshi approaching from afar. It felt like the most terrifying ghost. Even from a distance, she felt a dark cloud rushing towards her. He is coming. Why is the chief here? Hongyan's tongue trembled, pulling TangXiaomi in panic. Moreover, it seemed the chief was staring at her. A chilling fear crept over her head, and Hongyan quickly released TangXiaomi. I think I should leave first. Although she had many questions, seeing Xiao Hanshi getting closer, it was better to leave. After saying a quick goodbye, Hongyan ran off decisively. While running, she caught a glimpse of the bamboo leaf snake actually bringing a wooden chair, and Hongyan shot at a resentful glare. The bamboo leaf snake's mouth twitched, its face looking even worse. It wasn't him who wanted to take it. As Xiao Hanshi approached, he glanced at the cave, and it was acceptable. After saying that, Xiao Hanshi walked inside. This made TangXiaomi, who hadn't had the chance to speak, feel a bit frustrated. Was this considered inviting a wolf into the house? From Xiao Hanshi's return, she knew she couldn't escape him. The current situation was actually better than she expected. The village chief was right. At least the white feather eagle was safe. Seeing Xiao Hanshi's gaze fall on the white feather eagle, TangXiaomi stepped in front of him, looking up seriously and saying, "You can stay here to recuperate, but we must set some ground rules. You want to negotiate terms with me?" That is one way to put it. However, Xiao Hanshi merely sneered dismissively. "Only you would dare to negotiate terms with me. First, you cannot harm anyone else, especially the white feather eagle. Second, keep your hands, feet, and snaketail to yourself. Don't come too close to me. Third, please don't treat me like your old lover again. Even if you've eaten the bonding fruit, it doesn't necessarily change our relationship." Finished? If you want to hear more, of course, there's more. I just fear you might not have the patience. She only mentioned the most important ones. However, what greeted her was a whirlwind and a claim on her lips. Chapter 304. Don't be afraid. Sleep while the punishing kiss stole her breath away. At first, TangXiaomi struggled desperately, but the hands gripping her waist and supporting her neck were too strong for her to resist. As her breath was gradually taken away, TangXiaomi's consciousness began to blur, and the only thought in her mind was that this guy was indeed a beast, biting her like a madman, as if he wanted to tear her apart and swallow her whole. Xiao Han's chest rose and fell with urgent gasps. He intended to punish her little mouth. But once he tasted her, he lost control and wanted to take everything from her. It wasn't until her body went limp in his arms that Xiao Hanshi reluctantly left her delicious lips. Don't let me hear those words again. The more you want to protect by Yueying, the more I want to eliminate him. He traced TangXiaomi's swollen lips with his fingers, his dark eyes burning with desire. And you can't keep me away. Not only will I get close to you, but I will also make you accustomed to my touch until you fully accept me. After her breathing steadied, TangXiaomi's mind became clearer. After all, every word from Xiao Hanshi was provocative. Bastard. She gritted her teeth. This person was completely unreasonable. Not only was he unreasonable, but he also had an air of certainty that she couldn't do anything about it. I don't mind that you have by Yueying in your heart, because sooner or later, I will occupy everything about you. Under TangXiaomi's furious glare, Xiao Hanshi not only didn't back down, but instead raised the corner of his mouth arrogantly. Shameless. I really want to tear his face off. TangXiaomi zhao yinhua li. And after a cold snort, she pushed Xiao Hanshi away. Fuming with anger, TangXiaomi exited the cave, almost bumping into Jia's snake, who was awkwardly carrying a wooden chair. You could just leave it outside. There's no need to bring it in for Xiao Hanshi to sit comfortably. Jia's snake eyed TangXiaomi warily and set the chair down. But just as he was about to let go, he picked it up again. You won't smash the chair, will you? This is what the leader wants. TangXiaomi's mouth twitched. Although she really wanted to smash it, this wooden chair was something she had worked hard to make. Why would she destroy her own hard work? Oh! Jia's snake carefully set it down, realizing why the leader insisted he bring the chair. After placing the chair down, Jia's snake stood at a respectful distance, trained to observe the surroundings. Night soon fell, and the village chief brought a lot of food, making her dinner much more plentiful. Because they had caught a lot of game before the flood, there was still meat to eat, which was fortunate for her, as she was someone who couldn't live without meat. She had also foreseen the need for raising poultry. After roasting the meat to a delicious aroma, TangXiaomi glanced back at the dark cave. Bai Yueying wouldn't wake up anytime soon, but Xiao Hanshi was definitely awake, perhaps waiting for her to bring him meat. Here, have some. TangXiaomi politely offered a piece of meat to Jia's snake. As the smell of roasted meat wafted through the air, Jia's snake's mouth automatically produced saliva, and his throat involuntarily swallowed. I think I'll pass. You should give it to the leader. TangXiaomi smiled and shook her head. This is my sincerity. I hope you won't hold last time against me. Consider this my apology. Jia's snake then remembered how she had sprinkled him with powder last time, causing him quite a bit of pain. Chapter 305, what did you say? Seeing TangXiaomi smile brightly again, the bamboo leaf serpent felt a chill in his heart. She had laughed like this last time too. Memories of being tormented by her powder surged back, and the bamboo leaf serpent's face changed. I didn't do anything this time. As soon as the words came out, he regretted it and wanted to smash his own head. How could he be so spineless? Seeing his reaction, TangXiaomi smiled sweetly. Don't worry, I didn't poison it. She hoped he could help, preferably bringing the Xiao Han snake back to the Beast City. The bamboo leaf serpent's face turned red upon having his thought seen through, but no matter what, he would never admit to being afraid of a little female. To save his pride, he took the roasted meat and started to eat with a reckless demeanor. What are you doing? A low voice reached his ears, and the bamboo leaf serpent choked on a piece of meat, his face turning pale. And nothing. Nothing? The Xiao Han snake's dark eyes looked at the roasted meat in the bamboo leaf serpent's hand. The meaning couldn't be clearer. The bamboo leaf serpent instantly felt the meat was hot in his hands. He was afraid of being looked down upon by TangXiaomi and only wanted to prove himself by eating. The leader hadn't even eaten yet, and he had eaten first. Thud! The bamboo leaf serpent knelt heavily on the ground. It's my subordinate's fault. Please punish me, leader. The Xiao Han snake snorted coldly, his dark eyes slowly narrowing as he looked down at the bamboo leaf serpent. Good, then I will punish you. What punishment? Eating a piece of meat? Can only you eat? TangXiaomi angrily interrupted the Xiao Han snake's words. She intended to get closer to the bamboo leaf serpent, but ended up pushing him into the fire pit. Yes. The Xiao Han snake turned to look at TangXiaomi. What you made, only I can eat. TangXiaomi's temples throbbed. So, giving food to other beastmen was more poisonous than feeding them poison? She couldn't really let the bamboo leaf serpent suffer punishment, so after grinding her back teeth, she said, if you want to punish someone, punish me. The roasted meat was given by me. Do you like him? The Xiao Han snake narrowed his eyes dangerously, dark currents of violence swirling beneath his deep black pupils. TangXiaomi was speechless. He really could think in a twisted way. The bamboo leaf serpent was sweating profusely, not daring to breathe, thinking this time it might really be over. Leader, I absolutely do not have that kind of thought. Did I ask you to speak? The Xiao Han snake coldly interrupted. The bamboo leaf serpent's face turned pale. His heart sank to the bottom. Xiao Han snake, are you reasonable at all? But the Xiao Han snake's face remained gloomy. Why did she get close to him? Why did she give him roasted meat? Why did she smile at him? TangXiaomi was bewildered by the questions. If it weren't for the murderous aura surrounding the Xiao Han snake, she would have thought he was possessed by a white cloud leopard. Do you want to ask me if I wanted to be my partner? You don't think? The Xiao Han snake spoke slowly. Then that's right, I never thought of that. TangXiaomi glared at the Xiao Han snake but softened her tone to avoid implicating the bamboo leaf serpent. I'm apologizing to him. At least give me some face. I can roast your meat too. Is that okay? The Xiao Han snake looked down at the bamboo leaf serpent and didn't speak, seemingly really pondering the question. What is there to think about? Saying this, TangXiaomi grabbed his hand and forcibly led him away, telling the bamboo leaf serpent that it was fine and to go rest aside. The bamboo leaf serpent looked at the leader with great trepidation, just about to say to punish him instead, when he heard the Xiao Han snake coldly say, "Get lost." Chapter 306. Just a simple thought, get lost? He actually told him to get lost? The bamboo leaf snake was overjoyed and disappeared in front of them at the fastest speed. Only then did Xiao Hanshi retract his gaze and, with a serious face, asked, "Where's my roasted meat?" TangXiaomi's hand, picking herbs, stiffened. She had just said that casually because there was no extra meat left. Didn't snakes eat only once every few days? I'll roast it for you tomorrow. Are you trying to force me to eat you? Hearing Xiao Hanshi's ominous words, TangXiaomi's hair stood on end. She was infuriated. But when she looked up at Xiao Hanshi, she sincerely said, "I'll find something else for you to eat. You're injured and shouldn't eat greasy food." She thought Xiao Hanshi would not let it go or would be difficult for a while longer, but he calmly replied that it wasn't necessary. So easy to talk to? TangXiaomi was quite surprised. We'll deal with these things tomorrow. Looking disdainfully at the herbs, Xiao Hanshi grabbed TangXiaomi's arm and walked toward the cave. The white feathered eagle was still asleep, and she didn't want to disturb him, so she lowered her voice and asked, "What do you want to do?" Xiao Hanshi didn't answer, but directly pulled TangXiaomi down beside him. TangXiaomi's body stiffened, her mind racing with thoughts of how Xiao Hanshi wanted to eat her and how she should resist. But once Xiao Hanshi lay down, he became still. After a while, TangXiaomi heard his even breathing. He fell asleep so quickly, making her so nervous. Looking at the way Xiao Hanshi was holding her, TangXiaomi deeply suspected that he had taken her as a pillow. One arm wrapped around her head and went behind her, while the other arm hugged her waist, and his snake tail was on her other side, locking her tightly in his embrace. TangXiaomi tried to move, wanting to escape. But as she moved, Xiao Hanshi, who had originally closed his eyes, slowly opened them, and she saw that his eyes were actually vertically slit like a snake's. He already gave off a very dangerous vibe, and now it was even more overwhelming. So, when she spoke, her voice automatically lowered significantly. "You're pressing on me. I can't sleep well. Why don't I sleep beside you instead?" Under TangXiaomi's hopeful gaze, Xiao Hanshi closed his eyes again. Was that a tacit agreement? Just as she was about to wriggle out, she heard Xiao Hanshi's cold and unarguable whisper, "No way." TangXiaomi's movements froze. Was he really asleep or not? However, before she could say anything, a hand covered her mouth. "Don't talk while sleeping." TangXiaomi was so angry she wanted to bite someone, and she indeed opened her mouth to bite Xiao Hanshi's hand. But before she could do so, his hand was already removed, and he held her hand and placed it on his waist. So he had heard everything. Just when she thought it was over, she felt something gently touch her. "Don't be afraid, sleep well." His deep voice carried a unique husky laziness of someone who is sleepy, and it was more gentle than cold, like a lover's intoxicating whispers in her ear. It made her dazed, feeling her ears tingle. "Don't be afraid, sleep well." How did he know she was afraid of sleeping? This was a secret in her heart. The reason she needed something to hold while sleeping was that her parents had never held her since she could remember, and she had always slept alone, leading to a severe lack of security and frequent nightmares at night. Chapter 307. What can you do? After several days of poor sleep and constant traveling, TangXiaomi found herself exhausted and unknowingly fell asleep. Perhaps influenced by the Xiao Han snake, she let her guard down and ended up sleeping through the night. When she woke up, the day had already brightened. It had been a long time since she had slept so soundly, and her senses were still lingering in the dream. She snuggled against the comfortable object in her arms, feeling its coolness and the scent of grass. This smell felt somewhat familiar, but the texture seemed off. Still groggy, even with the light, she couldn't open her eyes and mumbled, "Xiao Han, you've gained weight again. It's terrifying if you get too big." "What did you say?" A low, hoarse voice came from above her head, causing TangXiaomi to suddenly open her eyes. Her consciousness returned to the present. She thought she was in her own bed. When she saw what she was holding, she released the tip of the shiny black snake tail as if she had seen a ghost. Oh my god, she couldn't have been hugging a snake tail all night, could she? Even hugging Xiao Han, Snake himself, would be better than hugging his tail. Anyone who saw her would definitely think she was a freak. "What did you just say?" "Repeat it." Xiao Han Snake tightened his grip on TangXiaomi's shoulders. Enduring a severe headache, wanted to know the answer. Looking at Xiao Han Snake's already terrifying face twisted in anger made TangXiaomi shudder. Why was he acting crazy so early in the morning? But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that his hands were almost crushing her shoulders. Yesterday, he had let her hug him, so why was he acting like this now? "Can we talk properly?" TangXiaomi frowned and spoke. At that moment, she deeply suspected that the severity of her own expression was about to match that of Xiao Han Snake. Hearing TangXiaomi gasp in shock, Xiao Han Snake regained some clarity. After releasing his grip, he covered his head. In the depths of his mind, a voice was laughing, saying, "Little thing, you feel cool all over. How about I call you Xiao Han?" "Xiao Han, you're not allowed to bite me. I've checked, you're a king cobra, and your venom is not only strong, but also abundant. Xiao Han, I raised you as my first pet. I actually don't like snakes very much. But thankfully you're quite cute. I didn't raise you in vain. Xiao Han, my parents haven't visited me in a long time. Now, I only have you left. Only you to keep me company. Xiao Han." Each mention of Xiao Han felt like a needle piercing his head. The voice in his mind had never been so clear, but it also brought him multiplied pain. Seeing Xiao Han Snake's eyes turning red and gripping his head tightly, TangXiaomi nervously asked, "Xiao Han Snake, what is wrong with you?" To be honest, she felt a bit panicked. After all, Xiao Han Snake looked like he was going insane, and it was hard to guarantee he wouldn't accidentally crush her. The leader must have been injured before, hurting his head, which was causing the headache, but I still advise the leader not to think too much until he recovers. Hearing a low, clear voice, TangXiaomi looked up and saw Bai Yuying walking in from outside. Bai Yuying's already fair face now looked almost translucent. It was only then that TangXiaomi realized Bai Yuying had woken up and was no longer in the cave. Thinking about the image of herself sleeping while hugging Xiao Han Snake's tail, TangXiaomi began to feel guilty. If she considered it from another angle, she definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. Chapter 308, and it's very important. But she saw no sign of abnormality on Bai Yuying's face. His expression was as natural as ever, and his voice showed no fluctuations. She had been somewhat worried, but now she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. "Chief, your condition is still unstable. I can't risk hurting Xiaomi in a moment of loss of control. I'll take her out first." Bai Yuying's voice was warm and cool. After speaking, he really walked into the range of Xiao Han Shi and reached out his hand towards TangXiaomi. As she extended her hand to Bai Yuying, she couldn't help but glance at Xiao Han Shi, only to see him gritting his teeth, enduring extreme pain. For some reason, just as she was about to take Bai Yuying's hand, TangXiaomi gave him an apologetic look, then grabbed Xiao Han Shi's hand and focused on checking his pulse. Only after checking did she realize that Xiao Han Shi's situation was not good. "Xiao Han Shi, if you don't want her brain to burst from a blood vessel, stop thinking." Cold sweat kept breaking out on Xiao Han Shi's forehead as he looked at TangXiaomi with blurred vision. If she stayed here, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't do something to her. For example, continue to hold on and ask her for an answer that he didn't even know existed. "Of course. I'll go out. You're not a fairy. If you don't see enough, you don't want to go out." After coldly huffing, TangXiaomi's movements in her hands didn't stop. She ran around the cave, prepared the medicinal powder, and quickly brought it to Xiao Han Shi, urging him to drink. "But I tell you, I'm not trying to save you. I just don't want a corpse in my perfectly fine cave. It's unlucky." Xiao Han Shi's gaze slowly shifted from TangXiaomi's face to the cup of dark liquid in her hand. Without any hesitation, he took it and drank it down. TangXiaomi blinked, drinking it without a second thought. Such a good opportunity. It's a pity not to add some extra ingredients. TangXiaomi muttered softly. Her voice was very quiet, but Xiao Han Shi seemed to hear it, and he was glaring at her with a dark expression. TangXiaomi bit her lip. After getting hurt, He should just stay put and not think about messy things for the time being. Anyway, she had already forgotten, so it didn't matter now. He should be clear about his own injuries. But yesterday he not only didn't mention it, but also acted particularly deliberately. He insisted on having people bring TangXiaomi over, and instead of thinking about letting her treat his injuries, he was just thinking about pulling her to sleep. She narrowed his eyes, seemingly displeased with what she said, but TangXiaomi didn't care. After all, the more unhappy she was, the more comfortable she felt. However, after being stared at by she with a chilling gaze, TangXiaomi couldn't stand it anymore and explained impatiently. What I mean is, your memory is slowly recovering. It doesn't matter if it takes some time. Being impatient will only backfire. After she finished speaking, she's expression indeed improved a lot. At least his gaze was no longer fixed on her. What needed to be done had been done, and what shouldn't have been done had also been done. Whether she lived or died, she was too lazy to care, but she still meddled, which was not something she would usually do. Ever since he appeared, she had been forced into a state of anxiety, oppressed by his domineering rule, yet just now. She clearly knew that she didn't want this person she hated so much to die. It was unrelated to pity. It was just a simple thought. After failing to understand a reason, TangXiaomi followed by Yu Ying out of the cave, feeling somewhat irritated. Chapter 309. The curse. As soon as she stepped outside, she caught a faint aroma of food. Steam was wafting from the pot, and the morning sunlight added a touch of warmth to the scene. However, she knew that the warmth she felt was merely a fleeting moment of distraction. It would be a while before they could eat. Saying this, Bai Yuing lifted the lid and stirred the lotus porridge, each movement an expression indistinguishable from before. It was as if nothing had happened and they had not formed a partner contract. You're feeling a bit better. Let me handle this. Although what I make isn't as good as yours. After offering a smile that she tried to make as natural as possible, TangXiaomi reached for the long spoon in Bai Ying's hand. He was the patient, just back from the brink of death. Yet he showed no awareness of his condition, not to mention the serpent lurking in the cave. However, Bai Ying did not let go. As soon as her hand grasped his, it held on to Bai Ying's hand. She had expected Bai Ying to pull away. After all, he had managed to dodge her touch before without leaving a trace. Unexpectedly, taking advantage turned into her holding on to him. TangXiaomi did not immediately release her grip, fearing that letting go too quickly would seem too eager, and Bai Ying's hand was certainly not hot to the touch. He was naturally slender, and after being tormented by TangXiaomi, there was even less flesh on his hands. Bai Ying's hand was as handsome as his face, but unfortunately, it was too thin, all bone and no meat. Let me do it. Your medicine is very effective, and I'm almost better now, plus. Looking at TangXiaomi, Bai Ying's face revealed a faint, warm smile. This is what I should do. There was no rule about who should do what, and it wasn't particularly pleasant work, so there was no need to take it upon himself. TangXiaomi was focused on her own recovery and thought it unreasonable to do nothing. But she failed to notice the unnatural flicker of avoidance in Bai Ying's eyes, his ears subtly tinged with a dark red. To avoid further exploiting the patient, TangXiaomi released Bai Ying's hand and took the long spoon from him, preparing to take over everything. Estimating that Bai Ying was unwilling to rest in the cave, TangXiaomi pointed to a wooden chair and said, "You should rest first. I'll handle the rest." Speaking of which, she had taught him how to make porridge, yet now his skill had surpassed hers by quite a bit. After stirring it well, seeing that Bai Ying had moved away, TangXiaomi looked at him in confusion, and upon noticing him looking back, she raised the corners of her lips slightly. "What, don't you trust me?" Bai Ying paused, then shook his head. "Of course I trust you. I just thought I could." He thought he could take care of her, as a partner. But under TangXiaomi's clear gaze, Bai Ying did not finish his sentence. She had consumed the contract fruit out of necessity, and more importantly, to save him. "You can what?" "Nothing." After shaking his head, Bai Ying smiled faintly. "The leader seemed to have a strong reaction upon seeing you. You really don't know the leader? He has amnesia, not me." TangXiaomi nodded firmly, resting her fist against her chin, pondering for a moment before becoming uncertain. "I was a bit out of it for a while, and my memory is somewhat fragmented. Could it be that I met him during that time? But if Xiaohan encountered a madman, what would his reaction be?" She was certain she wouldn't still be standing here alive. Chapter 310. Protect what you shouldn't have been at that time. You were discovered by Ron Conke. You were unconscious for several days, and we were afraid you wouldn't survive. You were female, and Ron Conke entrusted you to me. What? Why have I never heard you mention this before? TangXiaomi looked at Bai Ying in surprise. It turned out that when she first crossed over, she had been picked up by Ron Conke, and taken care of by Yueying to survive. Her memories from that time were very vague. All she could remember was her infatuation with Rong Kongke and her obedience to him. Feeling a bit embarrassed about her past attraction to Rong Kongke, TangXiaomi realized that her irrational self was like this. Perhaps the seeds had already been sown back then. When she woke up, she only recognized Rong Kongke and insisted on having him as her partner. Therefore, he didn't want to bring it up, or perhaps buried deep within his heart, he didn't want her to develop an obsession with Rong Kongke again. These extremely dark thoughts were buried deep, and he had never admitted them. Although she was unconscious at that time, she would unconsciously talk in her sleep. Several times, when he applied herbs to her head, she would suddenly grab his hand and hold it tightly, as if she were holding on to someone extremely precious. The delicate her, when holding his hand with all her might, appeared very helpless and endearing. When she woke up that day, he had gone out to avoid Rong Kongke, and when he returned, she was already gone. Later, she followed Rong Kongke, recognizing no one in her madness except him, doing whatever Rong Kongke asked her to do. Originally, she was just a little female he had taken care of, and there would be no further relationship. Until that incident occurred, when the fourth brother was expelled, and they were also to be driven out of Guanshan village. With Rong Kongke pleading with the village chief, the third and fifth brothers formed a partnership with her, and they were allowed to stay. The situation developed step by step into what it became later, which he had not anticipated. From the moment she woke up, all his plans were disrupted, and everything progressed in a direction he could not control. The fifth brother had once angrily scolded him, saying he would definitely regret it. At that time, he only felt a sting in his chest and didn't truly consider the possibilities. Regret is the most useless thing. Once a decision is made, one must be resolute in not regretting it. Until he heard about her death and saw the fifth brother determined to follow her, and witnessed the third brother push him away, yet still not give up, he truly tasted what regret was like, the most useless thing, yet the one that could reduce pain the most. At that moment, everything he had denied and refused to acknowledge surfaced. He completely saw through his own heart. What you mean is, TangXiaomi looked at by Yueying uncertainly. Was there self-mockery at the corner of his lips? Did he mean to say that he had long since? It's all in the past. There is no need to dwell on it. How could there be no need? She really wanted to hear, and it was very important. But before TangXiaomi could organize her thoughts to get a clearer answer from Bai Yueying, she heard him say, "You don't need to worry about me. Females have the right to choose their partners." As he spoke, Bai Yueying's gaze was fixed on the cave, and his meaning couldn't be clearer. TangXiaomi immediately lost the desire to ask further. Her emotional state was terrible. It should have been clear, but she didn't know when it had started to become muddled. The supposed enemies weren't enemies. The supposed children weren't children, and invisibly, like a spider spinning silk, it became a tangled web, complex and difficult to unravel. Chapter 3:11. The leader's curse of affection later, after they had filled their stomachs. She and Bai Yueying tacitly decided not to continue discussing the issue. Afterward, she let Bai Yueying return to the cave and began to apply medicine to his wounds. The injuries had healed quite a bit, but the scabbed wounds looked even more hideous. The herbal paste might have been a bit irritating, as Bai Yueying slightly furrowed his brows, and his face turned a lot paler. Just bear with it a bit longer, it will be fine soon. It's nothing. Bai Yueying glanced at TangXiaomi, who was frowning in concentration, seemingly worried about his pain, and her movements became much gentler. Thus, Bai Yueying's gaze softened. It really didn't hurt that much, even with such severe injuries. He thought, if he said it didn't hurt, then it didn't hurt. Why was she so worried? The dark corner where Xiao Hanshi lurked slowly lifted his gaze, his black eyes seemingly merging with the darkness as he looked over. A male beast man couldn't even endure such a minor injury. What right did he have to protect a female? TangXiaomi's lips stiffened. Bai Yueying's injuries were still considered minor? That was what the leader said. Bai Yueying coldly stared at Xiao Hanshi and slightly nodded. However, his response only earned him a disdainful snort from Xiao Hanshi. TangXiaomi pressed her lips tightly together. Now was not the time to talk. She needed to quickly bandage Bai Yueying's wounds. After finishing the last touches, TangXiaomi then approached Xiao Hanshi, saying, "Now it's your turn, leader. Let me see what a serious injury looks like." Xiao Hanshi narrowed his eyes. "Do you dare to mock me?" TangXiaomi smiled and nodded. "Isn't it better to take revenge now rather than waiting until he recovers and being crushed under your tyranny?" Seeing Xiao Hanshi's expression grow darker, his gaze as piercing as ice, TangXiaomi cleared her throat. "What is the point of being so serious? Can I crack a joke?" However, Xiao Hanshi suddenly smiled. A wicked and cold grin. It would be best to eliminate him. Do you think it's still too late now? TangXiaomi's expression stiffened, and after grinding her back teeth, she replied, Leader, one should spare others when possible. Arrogant, really annoying. Xiao Hanshi coldly laughed as he took off his black snakeskin outfit. But since you took the initiative, I will spare him. TangXiaomi smiled slightly. Kid, you are too arrogant. However, when her gaze fell on Xiao Hanshi, she was drawn to his wounds. His chest was covered with distinct black patterns, resembling a spider's web, and although his abdominal wound was bandaged, it was still bleeding. Wow, you really have a strong life force. How did you survive this? When she checked his pulse last night, she noticed he was injured but didn't realize he was also poisoned. Strange, why didn't I see any signs of poisoning in your pulse? Focusing on the deadly situation, she only had complicated thoughts in her mind. It was no longer important who had inflicted the injury. Therefore, without asking, TangXiaomi grabbed Xiao Hanshi's hand and began to check his pulse again. But the results were the same as last night. Impossible. It looks like you are clearly poisoned. Could it be? After a long sigh, TangXiaomi stared at Xiao Hanshi and speculated. Could it be that your character is so poor that you got poisoned by your own venom? Instantly, Xiao Hanshi's expression darkened even more. If I'm not mistaken, leader, it's not poison. It's a curse by Yue, who had been silent, suddenly explained. Chapter 312. The Curse of the Leader's Affection? TangXiaomi looked at Bai Yuing in surprise, wondering if there was really such a thing as a curse. Seeing her gaze, Bai Yuing gently nodded and shifted his focus back to Xiao Hanshi. Am I correct in my guess? Xiao Hanshi did not respond verbally, but his complex look towards Bai Yuing indicated that he acknowledged the guess. I said the character. What did you say? Xiao Hanshi stared at TangXiaomi calmly. You seem quite happy? TangXiaomi shook her head. Although he noticed, she wasn't happy. She was merely curious. Curses seemed very mystical. There were descriptions in some books that made them sound mysterious, yet unreal. In modern times, few would believe in them. However, the curse on Xiao Hanshi had clearly manifested, as evidenced by his pulse indicating illness. So it was indeed the effect of a curse. Feeling uneasy under Xiao Hanshi's intense gaze, TangXiaomi composed herself and asked seriously, How did you get cursed? And is there a way to lift it? You care about me, or do you care about the curse? That's not the point. Under Xiao Hanshi's cold glare, TangXiaomi hesitated before continuing. You are the leader of the Southern Fire Tribe. Your every action, your life and safety, are tied to the future of the entire tribe. As your subject, I naturally care about your health. After saying this, she noticed Xiao Hanshi's expression darken further. His black eyes seemed to ignite with flames, staring at her with a consuming intensity. Since you understand my thoughts, why provoke me? TangXiaomi chuckled and gently reminded him. Getting angry can raise blood pressure and cause cerebral hemorrhage. To be honest, anger is quite harmful, especially with a rather stimulating curse attached to you. Xiao Hanshi narrowed his dangerous eyes and reached out towards TangXiaomi. This time, she was already on guard and quickly dodged his grasp. Leader, you should take care of yourself. Originally, she thought Xiao Hanshi would consider his injuries, and she believed she had evaded him. Unexpectedly, she caught a glimpse of a shadow flash, and her whole body was lifted off the ground. After the dizziness subsided, she found herself in Xiao Hanshi's arms. TangXiaomi cursed silently and quickly covered her mouth, fearing Xiao Hanshi would use the same trick again. Do you think this can stop me? Facing Xiao Hanshi's wild and arrogant gaze, TangXiaomi pressed her lips together even tighter. A little prevention was better than none. She would protect herself as much as she could. Watching the seemingly calm little female in his arms, Xiao Hanshi let his tongue glide over TangXiaomi's hand, slowly moving to her ear. Don't you want to know how I got cursed? I can tell you. TangXiaomi's body stiffened. When the moist sensation touched her hand and the deep, rich whisper reached her ear, her first thought was to not want to hear it at all. But Xiao Hanshi seemed to be in high spirits, continuously blowing air into her ear and speaking slowly. I'm afraid that after I tell you, you want to run away even more. What does that have to do with her? Could it be that the curse was contagious? The tip of his tongue brushed her ear, and Xiao Hanshi continued to whisper, that curse of mine. Just then, Bai Yuying's face suddenly loomed large in front of her, and she felt a pair of hands on her back. Bai Yuying was not particularly strong, but he effortlessly lifted her up, saying, The leader is injured. Let me handle this. Chapter 313. What else could this be but a sudden misfortune? Xiao Hanshi looked at Bai Yuing with a sinister gaze, a cold anger beginning to burn within him, concerned that Xiao Hanshi might attack Bai Yuing. TangXiaomi anxiously patted Bai Yuing's arm, urging him to put her down. After a nod, Bai Yuing leisurely set her down. To be honest, she hadn't expected Bai Yuing to be so direct. When he had just picked her up, she had felt somewhat dazed. However, this action was undoubtedly the greatest provocation to Xiao Hanshi, and given his vengeful nature, this matter was definitely not over. Let us talk things over calmly. Please don't bring the cave down, TangXiaomi said, signaling Bai Yueying to go out first. If a fight broke out, her small frame would be insufficient to withstand either of them. To her surprise, Bai Yueying not only stayed but also gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze, indicating that he would take care of it. This gesture eased TangXiaomi's heart quite a bit, and she took a step back to give space to Xiao Hanshi and Bai Yueying. If possible, she hoped to just watch the show, since it had nothing to do with her anyway. Bai Yueying, since you want to speak, I'll give you this opportunity, she thought. Xiao Hanshi gave a cold smile at Bai Yueying, but added, if you say something wrong, it only means you're being pretentious. I want to let you off lightly. Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi scoffed in her heart. Even as the leader, he was being quite arrogant. She looked down on Xiao Hanshi's arrogance, but she was still eager to see what Bai Yueying would say. The current Bai Yueying was very different from the one she knew. The Bai Yueying she understood was cold, steady, and taciturn, seemingly indifferent to everything except for his few brothers. But now, he dared to confront Xiao Hanshi directly, handling the situation with great finesse, successfully turning danger into safety. The current Bai Yueying seemed to shine like a gem, radiating brilliance. Bai Yueying was not in a hurry to explain. He first gave a gentle and polite nod to Xiao Hanshi, then slowly lifted his gaze and spoke. If I'm not mistaken, leader, you are under the spell of the love thread curse. Love arises from the heart, lingers in the chest. If love is not broken, it must be devoured by the heart. Love thread curse. TangXiaomi raised an eyebrow at Xiao Hanshi with interest. He looked cold and ascetic. It turned out his emotional life was quite rich. A glint of dark light flashed in Xiao Hanshi's eyes. After staring at Bai Yueying for a while, he finally spoke. I didn't expect you to know quite a bit. You are not simple. Although seen as a threat by Xiao Hanshi, Bai Yueying's gaze remained clear and cold. After a moment, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Bai Yueying's lips. I have promised the leader that wherever you need my help, I will do my best. As for the love thread curse, it was merely a coincidence. Before arriving at Guanshan village, my brothers and I were wandering and once had brief contact with the Wuman tribe. Xiao Hanshi narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly still skeptical of Bai Yueying's words. Bai Yueying, however, was unbothered by Xiao Hanshi's scrutinizing gaze, calmly meeting his eyes. The tension in the atmosphere eased significantly, but something strange still flickered beneath the surface. Bai Yueying shook his head, a hint of worry appearing between his brows. Love thread curse? Is this curse, leader, under your peach blossom curse? TangXiaomi asked with a smile. Chapter 314. Lack of virtue. Xiao Han's snake-like eyes stared coldly at Bai Yueying, a chilling rage beginning to ignite within him. Fearing that Xiao Han might attack Bai Yueying, TangXiaomi anxiously patted Bai Yueying's arm, urging him to put her down. After a nod, Bai Yueying slowly set her down. To be honest, she hadn't expected Bai Yueying to be so straightforward. When he had just picked her up, she felt a bit lightheaded. However, this action was undoubtedly the greatest provocation to Xiao Han, and given his vengeful nature, this matter would surely not end here. It would be better to talk things out and avoid collapsing the cave. As TangXiaomi spoke, she signaled Bai Yueying to go out first, fearing that if a fight broke out, they would be at a disadvantage, and her small stature wouldn't be enough to matter. To her surprise, Bai Yueying not only stayed but also gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze, saying it's fine, I got this. With this gesture, TangXiaomi felt a lot more at ease and stepped back, giving space to Xiao Han and Bai Yueying. If possible, she hoped to grab some sunflower seeds, since this had nothing to do with her anymore. Bai Yueying, since you want to speak, then I will give this opportunity to you. Xiao Han looked at Bai Yueying with a cold smile, but warned, if you say the wrong thing, it will only show that you are being pretentious, and I will not let you off easily. Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi snorted coldly in her heart. Even as the leader, he was being a bit too arrogant. She looked down on Xiao Han's arrogance, but was still eager to see what Bai Yueying would say. The current Bai Yueying was very different from the one she knew. The Bai Yueying she understood was cold, steady, and taciturn, showing indifference to everything except for his few brothers. But now, even in front of Xiao Han, he dared to confront him directly, and he managed to handle every situation with great finesse, successfully turning danger into safety. The current Bai Yueying was more like a gem that had been thrown, shining with brilliance. Bai Yueying was not in a hurry to explain. He first gave a gentle and polite nod to Xiao Han, then slowly raised his gaze to speak. If I'm not mistaken, leader, you're under the influence of the love thread curse. Love arises from the heart, lingers in the chest, and if love is unbreakable, one will surely suffer from heartache. The love thread curse? TangXiaomi raised an eyebrow at Xiao Han with interest. He looked cold and abstinent, yet it turned out his emotional life was quite rich. A flicker of dark light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. And after staring at Bai Yuing for a while, he said, I didn't expect you to know quite a lot. You are not simple. Even though Xiao Han regarded him as a threat, Bai Ying's gaze remained calm and cold. However, after a moment, a faint smile appeared on Bai Ying's lips. Since I have pledged to the leader, I will naturally assist you with all my strength whenever you need me. As for the love thread curse, I believe it is merely a coincidence. Before coming to Guanshan village, my brothers and I were wandering, and once we had a brief encounter with the Wu Man tribe. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes, seemingly still skeptical of Bai Ying's words. Bai Ying, however, did not mind being scrutinized by Xiao Han's gaze and calmly met his eyes. The tension in the atmosphere eased considerably, but something strange was still lurking. Bai Ying shook his head, a trace of worry appearing between his brows. The love thread curse? Is this curse, leader, under your peach blossom curse? TangXiaomi asked with a smile. Chapter 315. Do you have any news about Lao San and Lao Wu? What? TangXiaomi nearly bulged her eyes out. Casting a curse is one thing, but why do I have to take the blame? Isn't this just a stroke of bad luck? She wondered to herself. She hadn't really mocked Xiao Hanshi, so why was she being dragged into this mess? Seeing TangXiaomi's tearful expression, Bai Ying comforted her, don't worry. How can I not worry? Xiao Hanshi is definitely a trap. In her frustration, TangXiaomi couldn't vent her feelings. So she ran to a tree and started scratching the bark with her nails. That snake couldn't control his little brother at all. If he got caught, he would be living the high life while she would be done for. Although she had only interacted with Xiao Hanshi a few times, his little brother was quite impressive, always wanting to showcase his presence. The first time they met, Xiao Hanshi's thing was rock hard, so she thought he was very needy, and anything could happen. Seeing the scratch marks left on the tree trunk, Bai Ying reached out and held TangXiaomi's hand, then pressed it against his chest. The bark is too hard. It will hurt your hand. It's fine. I can't feel anything anyway. All she felt now was the urge to scratch Xiao Hanshi to death. Having fallen into his trap, she wouldn't just suffer a little, but would lose a chunk of herself. Bai Ying furrowed his delicate brows. Her fingertips were already red. And it couldn't go on like this. If you want to scratch, just scratch me. That way, your fingers won't hurt. TangXiaomi was taken aback, realizing that his holding her hand against his chest meant that a blush spread across her cheeks, and she started to feel awkward. Clearly, she had teased him before. But now, just the thought of changing her target made her feel shy. Bai Ying, still nursing his own injury, couldn't really let her scratch him. So TangXiaomi forced a smile and said, No, I won't scratch the bark anymore. Bai Ying nodded. So what's the deal with that curse? Thinking about how there were many ways to deal with Xiao Hanshi, why did it have to be so malicious? Perhaps he wanted to kill two birds with one stone? Prompted by Bai Ying, TangXiaomi thought of someone and immediately ran back to the cave. The one who cast the love thread curse on you is the snake princess, right? Xiao Hanshi, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Do you still think this has nothing to do with you? Hearing this response, TangXiaomi felt like she could crush her own teeth. The snake princess must have already known. She misunderstood that Xiao Hanshi wanted Bai Ying as his female partner. But there was no need to hate her that much. After all, she had genuinely wanted to facilitate Xiao Hanshi and her relationship at that time. After cursing the snake princess in her heart, TangXiaomi stormed off, wanting to avoid seeing Xiao Hanshi, lest she unwittingly add to his injuries. As soon as she exited the cave, she saw Bai Ying standing there. The moment she appeared, his gaze landed on her. TangXiaomi forced a tearful smile. There must be other ways, right? The love thread curse survives by devouring the mate contract, and it doesn't harm male beastmen. Once the mate contract is severed, it will disappear. Aside from those two methods, the remaining way is to enhance the mate contract, counter the love thread curse, and use the mate contract to devour the love thread curse. How to enhance it? This time, Bai Ying didn't answer, and TangXiaomi quickly understood. How else could the mate contract be enhanced? It was just that. What if we ignore the curse? TangXiaomi asked with her last hope. Chapter 316. Speaking human language, Bai Ying shook his head gently. No, the love thread curse gets worse every time it acts up, until it consumes the partner contract and ends your lives. Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi slumped her shoulders and sighed despondently. I really want to strangle the snake princess. Looking at the pouting and complaining girl, the heaviness in Bai Ying's heart eased quite a bit. Her complaints were even more endearing to him than sweet words. as it felt like the kind of spoiled behavior she would exhibit. In the past, he had always resisted her influence on him, dare not to look at her too much. The more he suppressed it, the deeper it rooted in his heart, and every thought of her would torment him. He would never have predicted that he would be in this situation today, even looking at her without restraint. He didn't know who came up with the love thread curse, but it was truly malicious. Thinking about the only path she had to take, TangXiaomi felt agitated, worried that she might start tearing bark off trees to vent her frustration. Bai Yuing gathered his thoughts and comforted her. Don't worry. I think this is the last thing the Snake Princess wants. If the Xiao Han snake dies because of the love thread curse, she would suffer backlash too. You mean, if the Xiao Han snake doesn't mate with the Snake Princess and dies, the Snake Princess has to go down with him? That's about the gist of it. That's more like it. She finally heard some good news. Seeing that the anger had faded from TangXiaomi's face and she looked quite satisfied, Bai Yuing smiled. Curses are not good things. When cast upon others, there is a price to pay. TangXiaomi nodded in agreement. Harming others also harms oneself. Yes, the Snake Princess will bring about her own demise. Bai Yuying's voice was cold, and a dark, sharp glint flashed in his eyes. But when TangXiaomi looked at him, Bai Yuying had already reigned in the resolve that had been revealed in his gaze. Did she miss something? Although Bai Yuing still appeared calm and elegant, her intuition told her that it was just a facade, a flawless facade. By the way, how long can a Xiao Han snake hold on? How often does the love thread curse act up? I'm not sure. I only know that once the caster of the love thread curse appears, it will greatly affect the cursed male beast man. If their willpower is not strong enough, they will succumb to the love thread curse, severing their original partner contract and forming a new one with the caster. Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi chuckled dryly. Simply put, the Xiao Han snake will uncontrollably become aroused when he sees the Snake Princess. Bai Yuing thought for a moment and then nodded. After thoroughly cursing the Snake Princess in her mind, TangXiaomi sincerely sighed. This curse is quite something. If a male beast man wants to get rid of his original mate, the love thread curse is definitely a great way to kill two birds with one stone. Bai Yuying's expression became slightly serious, but his voice softened when he spoke. The Snake Princess can't do anything to the Xiao Han snake. If you really don't want to be with him, I can think of other ways. Do you want to? Or have you accepted the Xiao Han snake? This question had actually been on her mind for a long time. From Bai Yuying's behavior, it was clear he had acknowledged the Xiao Han snake, and even helped her to do the same. Bai Yuying's expression began to stiffen. He gazed into TangXiaomi's clear eyes for a long time. Then a bitter smile appeared at the corners of his lips. I don't want to, but in order to protect you better, I am willing to accept it. Chapter 317 No tricks allowed. Looking at the still elegant Bai Yuing, TangXiaomi felt as if her heart had been stabbed hard. She had always thought from her own perspective and had never considered his situation. Her pursuits were a burden to him, and now, making him her beast husband meant he was on a more difficult path than ordinary people. Because of her, he had a rival like Xiao Han Shi. It turned out she was too arrogant. It wasn't Bai Yuing who wronged her, but rather she who brought him into a predicament. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked such questions, TangXiaomi said with her eyes downcast, feeling a bit sad. She didn't know when it had come to this point, with so many helpless situations before them. At this moment, she felt guilty. Bai Yuing reached out and pulled TangXiaomi into his embrace, saying, no need to apologize. It's my lack of ability that put me in a passive position. But not everyone can remain undefeated. As long as we are alive, everything is possible. He had always chosen to endure, but it was she who taught him to try and step out of the confines he had placed on himself. From the moment he made his decision, he would not regret the path he chose. With her face pressed against Bai Yuying's chest, TangXiaomi felt her cheeks flush and her heart racing. Thus, the heavy atmosphere was instantly dispelled. Bai Yuing held her gently and soon released her. To mask her embarrassment, TangXiaomi pretended to be calm and changed the topic. The herbs are running low. I plan to go pick some more. Bai Yuing lightly responded, I'll accompany you. No, you still need to rest. TangXiaomi shook her head in disagreement and said before Bai Yuing could speak again, after Xiao Han, Shi's people conducted a large-scale search. This area should be quite safe. Besides, didn't he bring quite a few subordinates? He needs the herbs too, so it makes sense to borrow a few of his subordinates. Seeing her insistence, and noticing Zhu Yi waiting on the side, Bai Yuing had no choice but to agree. In fact, he knew that she didn't need to borrow anyone. Xiao Han, she would send people to protect her anyway. After everything was ready, TangXiaomi set off, followed by Zhu Yi and two other snake beasts to protect her. Saying she wanted to borrow people from Xiao Han, she was merely to persuade Bai Yuing. She didn't expect they would follow her, and not just one but three of them. After gathering enough herbs, TangXiaomi arrived by the riverbank. Gurgle. A faint bubbling sound came from not far away, prompting TangXiaomi to tell Zhu Yishi and the others to wait in place. However, they were reluctant to let her disappear from their sight, so they refused. She had to say she wanted to take a bath and told them to stay nearby. Upon hearing she wanted to bathe, Zhu Yishi's face turned slightly red. She was the leader's wife, and how could they dare to watch her bathe? Reluctantly, they agreed and then kept a heightened vigilance on their surroundings. Once she had settled things with Zhu Yishi and the others, TangXiaomi strolled leisurely along the riverbank until she passed a thicket of trees and weeds, where she was suddenly pulled into the shadows. She bumped into someone's chest, and feeling the rudeness of the action, TangXiaomi pushed the person away in disgust. Bai Luo Yu, have you eaten enough to have no strength left? You pulled me with such force. Bai Luo Yu snorted coldly and replied unhappily, if I didn't teach you some strength, how could you have fallen onto me? You. Seeing Bai Luo Yu's expression as if daring her to do something, TangXiaomi bit her tongue to hold back her insults and instead asked, forget it. Do you have any news about Lao San and Lao Wu? Chapter 318. Every time she gets anxious, you still care about third brother and fifth brother. I thought you had forgotten them and were just chasing after new things. Bai Luo Yu said sorrowfully. Her captivating peach blossom eyes could make people dazed even in dim light. But while she was beautiful, what was all that nonsense he was talking about? Speak human language. Bai Luo Yu bit her full and tempting lips, pointed in the direction where the bamboo leaf snake and the others were, and gritted her teeth. Then tell me, what is the deal with those 3 male beastmen who have been following you? TangXiaomi felt a dull throbbing in her temples. Bai Luo Yu's tone was just like a wife questioning her husband about cheating. I'm asking you about something serious. Am I not asking about something serious? This is important, Bai Luo Yu said, turning around angrily, clearly not planning to reason with her. Seeing that Bai Luo Yu was really about to leave, TangXiaomi hurriedly grabbed her arm. You can't stoop to the level of a brat. You can't stoop to the level of a brat. After silently repeating this a few times in her mind and exhaling a breath of hot air, TangXiaomi began to explain. Actually, she was quite lazy and didn't want to explain such baseless matters, but now she had no choice but to explain. Are you satisfied now? Of course not. I knew you were tough on the outside but soft on the inside, and you even left the Shaohan snake behind. Do you think I wanted to? As the topic shifted from the bamboo leaf snake to the Shaohan snake, TangXiaomi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Bai Luo Yu. Now, she was tied to the Shaohan snake. Not only did she have to keep him around to take care of him, but she also had to ensure he lived well. However, she had no intention of telling him about the emotional curse. Otherwise, her headache wouldn't just be a headache. Forget it. You don't need to worry about this. Just quickly tell me about third and fifth brothers. Bai Luo Yu reluctantly pursed her lips, but didn't press further this time. I've inquired, and there haven't been any male beastmen rescued from drowning nearby. Third brother and fifth brother might have been swept away quite far. When it came to the issue of Bai Lei Lion and Bai Yun Leopard, Bai Luo Yu's expression became much more serious. TangXiaomi nodded, then continued to investigate. Once your second brother is feeling better, we'll go look for them together. Bai Luo Yu responded with an then fixed her gaze on TangXiaomi without moving. TangXiaomi's mouth stiffened. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Bai Luo Yu casually say, why are your eyes so bad? Why did you have to fall for second brother? He looks quite ordinary. In his eyes, of course, everyone looked ordinary. She didn't want to answer Bai Luo Yu's question, but knowing Bai Luo Yu's nature, it would definitely be endless in the future. So TangXiaomi seriously replied, reliable, gentle, speaks little, can live a good life. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo Yu's face darkened. None of the points she mentioned had anything to do with him. Are you talking about second brother? I don't care how you see him. This is how I see him. Bai Luo Yu's stunning face wrinkled, staring at TangXiaomi as if trying to pry open her head. Is that really the only way to live? Are your standards that different? Among the females he had seen, who didn't want to have both left and right embraces, especially those who adored handsome male beastmen, but she was different. Not only did she treat that little brat fifth brother like a child, but she also considered him as one, even though he had clearly told her. Her gaze still didn't work. All she cared about was second brother. To monopolize affection really made him jealous, but unfortunately, he wouldn't let second brother have his way. Chapter 319. Could it be that she fainted? Seeing Bai Luo Yu's face change unpredictably, looking like something bad was about to happen, TangXiaomi pulled a serious face and said, you don't pull any tricks. Bai Luo Yu turned her beautiful eyes and smiled at TangXiaomi. TangXiaomi's hair stood on end and her brows furrowed, with a hint of mischief in her brows. Bai Yuhawk's expressive eyes seemed to glisten with emotion. TangXiaomi glanced at her and quickly looked away, Fortunately, she was used to Bai Luyu's beauty. Otherwise, she believed that ordinary people would lose their wits over it. I should go. Okay, then be careful. Thinking that, Bai Luyu would say a few more words to her. She was surprised that Bai Luyu was quite straightforward, but his gentle demeanor made her feel uneasy. It even gave her a chilling sensation down her spine. So, TangXiaomi nodded dismissively, but as soon as she turned around, Bai Luoyu grabbed her arm. Sure enough, being straightforward was out of the question. Xiao Hanxi was not easy to deal with. Even if you were his wife, he wouldn't listen to you. TangXiaomi snorted in her heart, feeling that his good intentions were like pouring salt on her wounds. I know my own strengths and weaknesses. You don't need to emphasize it. Xiaomi, you're too soft-hearted. I'm just worried you'll be at a disadvantage. Cut it out. As Bai Luyu spoke, he reluctantly tried to cling to her, but TangXiaomi raised her hand to press against his chest. In her eyes, he was not much different from Xiao Hanxi. Xiao Hanxi was tough and domineering when taking advantage, while Bai Luoyu was just as shameless when he took advantage. Yet he would act as if he had been wronged afterward. Xiaomi, if you want to touch my chest, just do it. Why act like you dislike it? A sly glint flashed in Bai Luyu's eyes, and before TangXiaomi could pull her hand away, he pressed down on it. TangXiaomi was speechless. What did she just say? She knew exactly what he was thinking. Under Bai Luyu's meaningful gaze, TangXiaomi suddenly smiled sweetly and said, "What is there to touch on this little body of yours?" Although she knew she was deliberately provoking him, Bai Luoyu was still stimulated. Perhaps he felt superior on the outside, but his body was not very strong. As a result, while he was feeling sulky, TangXiaomi successfully pulled her hand back and walked away without looking back. Bai Luoyu pouted in frustration, staring at TangXiaomi's disappearing figure until he was finally satisfied. "Master, you finally came back." As soon as GS Snake saw TangXiaomi approaching, he came forward, his expression unwilling but still respectful. Moreover, when he heard Master, he didn't immediately react. What did she have these subordinates? GS Snake was really anxious. They had been waiting here for a long time. But hadn't T seen her come out? They didn't dare to approach her to find her. If they accidentally saw her bathing, the leader would definitely gouge out their eyes. Luckily, she was safe and sound. Otherwise, if she got even a little hurt, they wouldn't be able to make up for it tenfold. "Look at how nervous you all are. What could have happened to me?" GS Snake's tense expression was not good, and he responded in his heart, "Of course we're nervous. Did you forget that you almost died at Xiang Saifeng's hands?" TangXiaomi saw a hint of his thoughts on GS Snake's face and smiled at him. After clearing her throat, she walked while asking GS Snake, "What happened in Wanshou City?" There was an abnormal phenomenon in the sky shortly after you returned. Chapter 320. A corner rabbit will bite. GS Snake followed behind TangXiaomi and paused when she heard her question. TangXiaomi turned around in confusion, wondering if there was an unspeakable secret involved. Realizing she had reacted a bit too strongly, a blush flashed across GS Snake's face. "I was just curious." GS Snake didn't continue immediately, prompting TangXiaomi to raise an eyebrow. "Curious about what? Feel free to speak boldly." "Nothing much. Actually, you can ask the leader yourself. You are his wife, and he should answer any questions you have." "You also said should." GS Snake seemed to overestimate her. She could hardly exchange a couple of words with Xiao Hanxi, let alone engage in friendly conversation. Knowing full well that the conversation would not only end unpleasantly, but also yield no results, why waste her energy on Xiao Hanxi? "Well, you know the leader is sensitive and usually keeps to himself. I can't really help much, but I need to understand a bit to advise him. However, this matter shouldn't let the leader know, or it might hurt his pride." To persuade GS Snake, TangXiaomi emotionally hinted that she actually cared about Xiao Hanxi. By the end, she almost convinced herself, but fortunately, GS Snake eventually relented. It turned out that something had indeed happened in Beast City. The secret box kept by the leader had been opened. This box sealed mysterious powers, and each of the 4 major tribes had one. The other tribes had already opened theirs one after another, and unexpectedly, the last one had also been breached. Once the box was opened, the entire Orc continent was affected, leading to the Orcs gaining beast power. Initially, it was thought that being granted beast power was a good thing, but GS Snake shook her head, explaining that it was merely superficial. While the Orcs would grow stronger with this power, there were significant hidden dangers behind that strength, and a heavy rain was a warning sign. The flood not only struck Guanshan village, but also affected almost the entire Orc continent, resulting in casualties numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Speaking of this, GS Snake had to secretly admire this little female before her. Guanshan village was actually the luckiest, with not a single Orc perishing in the flood, while the Orcs in other villages suffered from hunger and cold, enduring great hardships. while the orcs in Guanshan village were all glowing with health. After getting a rough understanding, they were nearing the cave. Perhaps due to the trouble caused by eating meat last time, Jia's snake deliberately kept her distance from her as they approached the cave. TangXiaomi my hao. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of ropes for 10 years. Although Jia's snake was also a snake. Who could blame her when Xiao Hansh's venom was much stronger? The king cobra could even eat other snakes. Thinking about snakes eating snakes made TangXiaomi shiver. Did she catch a chill while gathering herbs? When Bai Ying saw TangXiaomi return, he walked over and took the things from her hands, touching her cheek with the back of his hand. TangXiaomi silently shook her head. She couldn't admit that she was thinking about snakes, could she? The cool breeze brushed against her cheek, but when Bai Ying's hand touched her face, it felt surprisingly warm. Unwilling to admit her blush, TangXiaomi changed the topic and chatted with Bai Ying about the herbs she had gathered. In truth, even though she genuinely wanted to pursue Bai Ying at that time, she was still not quite accustomed to such contact, and it always made her feel flustered. Chapter 321, it seemed she was being nosy after simply processing the herbs she had just picked. TangXiaomi walked into the cave, intending to check on Xiao Hansh's injuries. The cave was dark even during the day without a fire, and knowing that a large snake was coiled inside made her feel even chillier. If it weren't for Xiao Hansh's rule against lighting a fire inside, she would have already made a big blaze. Approaching Xiao Hanshi, a wave of cold air hit her, and suppressing the urge to rub her arms, TangXiaomi directly stated her intention. I want to check on the healing of your wound. However, after waiting for a while, she heard no response. Could he have passed out? Thinking about how her own life would be at stake if this grasshopper died, TangXiaomi leaned in closer to take a look, her hand touching Xiao Hansh's face. She had expected his face to feel rough, but surprisingly, it was smooth except for being a bit cold. After lingering on his face for a moment, TangXiaomi gently patted him a few times. Xiao Hanshi, are you okay? Xiao Hanshi suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed TangXiaomi's hand, and pulled her into his embrace. Are you hitting me? Just as TangXiaomi was about to struggle, she stopped. Xiao Hansh's face was not something one could just hit. Did he think she was seeking revenge? Realizing that this was a distinct possibility, TangXiaomi became serious. I thought you had lost consciousness because you didn't respond when I was speaking to you. Slapping the face can help someone wake up faster. If you think I was intentionally hitting you, then you are underestimating me. Besides, if I really wanted to hit you, I would do it with force. You can touch your face and see if it hurts. Are you nervous? Of course. She had no reason to take the blame or offend him, which would only bring her misfortune. No, I have nothing to worry about if my conscience is clear. What is there to be nervous about? In the darkness, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Hansh's cool lips, and then he lifted his finger to gently rub TangXiaomi's lips. Your little mouth is not being honest at all. A shiver ran from her lips straight to her forehead, leaving her unsure whether to move or stay still. Leader, this isn't good, is it? What's wrong? I think I might be pressing on your wound. Your body is precious. Don't mistreat it. Having said that, he should understand, right? If he had any sense, he would let her go. Otherwise, his wound would only worsen, and it might even reopen. But Xiao Hanshi quickly demonstrated what it meant to be calm, while others panicked. He remained composed, continuing to rub her lips. You're nervous about me, right? No. TangXiaomi glared at Xiao Hanshi, almost ready to shout. Although there was a significant difference between being nervous about him and being nervous in general, to her ears, they meant the same thing. Of course I'm nervous about you, leader. But before she could finish, her lips were pressed down by Xiao Hansh's index finger. A clever little female, like you shouldn't always act impulsively. No, there's no shouldn't. TangXiaomi turned her head away in anger. It wasn't wise to argue with Xiao Hanshi. The best way was to go along with him. Oh wait, he didn't have any hair. However, she couldn't just go along with him. You could deceive yourself, but you can't deceive me. Saying this, Xiao Hanshi poked at TangXiaomi's chest. Chapter 322, how embarrassing? TangXiaomi cursed inwardly, quickly grabbing Xiao Hansh's finger. Talking is one thing, but where is his finger pointing? Is he deliberately trying to be a rogue? Despite her inner turmoil, TangXiaomi forced a smile, knowing where her heart lies, so there was no need for the leader to point it out. Looking down at her small hand, Xiao Hanshi suddenly spoke. Your hand is really small. As soon as he said that, TangXiaomi instinctively released his finger as if she had been electrocuted. I just picked some herbs outside. If you want to heal your injuries sooner, let go of me. What if I don't want to? Xiao Hanshi leaned closer, his cool breath brushing against TangXiaomi's lips, making her feel as if her whole mouth had gone numb. She was even starting to get irritated. This patient was not just a bit difficult. He was being utterly unreasonable. If the place you were injured wasn't your head, I don't think you'd think this way. Only someone with a problem in their head wouldn't want their injury to heal. Xiao Hanshi chuckled softly, leaning closer to TangXiaomi's ear and whispering in a husky, seductive voice, "If you want to say I have a problem in my head, I actually do." Crazy. TangXiaomi couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Of course, this did not escape Xiao Hansh's ears. His cold eyes suddenly darkened as he bit down on the pulse point of TangXiaomi's neck. The moment his cool lips touched her skin, she instinctively held her breath. The neck is the most vulnerable part of the body, especially when bitten by a poisonous snake. Calling him crazy didn't elevate him at all. Xiao Hanshi, if you're going to bite, then bite deeper. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanshi released his teeth and gently licked the spot he had just bitten, saying, "How could I bear to?" TangXiaomi gritted her teeth, unsure of what sound might escape her lips if she didn't. "Come on, who did you meet?" "What do you mean, who did I meet?" TangXiaomi tried to push Xiao Hanshi away, but found herself pulled into his embrace. She could call Bai Yu Hawk to help, but she didn't want him to see her like this, nor did she want to put him in a difficult position or create more conflict with Xiao Hanshi. The bamboo leaf snake said you want to take a shower, but you didn't shower at all. With her neck being invaded, TangXiaomi's breathing became uncontrollably rapid, and the strange sensations coming from her neck made her feel weak all over. It was a feeling that was both itchy and numb, making her toes curl involuntarily. In the end, TangXiaomi couldn't hold back any longer. I said, "You need to stop right now." Was he a snake or a dog? This was never-ending. It would be better if he just bit her. Perhaps that would be easier. At her command, Xiao Hanshi reluctantly stopped, his tongue sweeping over his teeth as he wickedly and hoarsely said, "Indeed, your body is more honest than your little mouth." TangXiaomi sne inwa li. Was this something all men instinctively knew? After catching her breath, she didn't want to be foolishly tangled in this issue. I've sent someone to inquire about the whereabouts of the third and fifth. Upon hearing third and fifth, Xiao Hanshi's previously piqued interest cooled down. Who? Their identities are somewhat special, and they don't want to be seen by others. Afraid that Xiao Hanshi would be relentless, TangXiaomi added seriously, "I've told you everything I should, but I can't disclose anything else." Chapter 323. Now they are in the same boat. She didn't want to conflict with Xiao Hanshi, and she tried her best to endure it. However, when she could no longer suppress her temper, what she would do was another matter. A rabbit will bite when it's cornered. There was no way she could tell Xiao Hanshi about Bai Luoyu. First, Bai Luoyu was a wandering barbaric beast, which was something everyone wanted to eliminate. Second, Bai Luoyu had a good rapport with Xiao Hanshi, and they had both given her the contract fruit, making him her beast husband in name. Xiao Han, she had a strong possessiveness, and the possibility of him accepting Bai Luoyu was very slim. For whatever reason, she was unwilling to bring Bai Luoyu into this. However, just when TangXiaomi was preparing for the worst, Xiao Han, she let her go, not willing to show weakness. TangXiaomi straightened her back and met Xiao Han, she's probing gaze. She was not raising a little lover outside. Even if she did, there was no need for his consent. In this world, even if he did not abide by the rules here, external pressure would naturally force him to comply. Even an invincible leader would likely be no exception. The environment was such that even if one thought they could jump out of the circle, they were still very much within it. And she had always been adaptable. If being female was a handy weapon, she wouldn't hold back. "Leader, your wound has reopened." Because her hands were already stained with his blood. "It doesn't hurt." TangXiaomi's mouth twitched. Was he determined to keep his life? Taking a deep breath, TangXiaomi crushed the freshly picked herbs and applied them to Xiao Hanshi's body, but he showed no awareness. She held the medicine, waiting for him to take off the beast's skin himself, but he just sat there like a master waiting to be served, quietly waiting for her to help him undress. "Could you please take off your upper garment yourself, leader? My hand hurts, I can't move." "Xiao Han," she said calmly. TangXiaomi's face nearly turned green. How could he say it didn't hurt with such a big hole in his chest? His hand wasn't broken. How could it hurt? This was exactly the kind of thing Bai Luoyu would say. Looking at the still cold Xiao Hanshi, TangXiaomi secretly ground her back teeth. But despite her complaints in her heart, she reluctantly put down the herbs in her hand. "All right, then please don't move, leader." Xiao Han, she didn't speak, but his presence was always there, accompanying her like a shadow. Being too concerned about his gaze would only make it seem like she cared about him. So TangXiaomi quietly took off Xiao Hanshi's skin clothing. Then, with a serious face, she treated his wound. She treated it as if she was treating a wild beast. Try to think of Xiao Hanshi's toned muscles as pork jerky, chicken breast, and beef ribs. Thus, she successfully made his gaze on her seem non-existent. However, after a while, TangXiaomi realized that although this fantasy method was good, There was a huge problem. She was hungry and craving. The more she thought about it, the hungrier she became, imagining the sizzling roasted meat on paper, the red color gradually turning into a beautiful dark red, sprinkled with some pepper and salt, and adding some barbecue powder. One bite would be tender and juicy, wrapped in lettuce, sure to be crispy. Xiao Han, she let out a muffled grunt, looking pale as he glanced at TangXiaomi, who was staring hungrily at his wound. Are you planning to stick your hand in my wound? TangXiaomi snapped back to reality and quickly lightened her grip. No, I'm just hungry. Chapter 324. Don't stimulate him too much. Are you hungry? Xiao Han's tone was subtle. TangXiaomi immediately thought of what other meanings hungry could imply, several possibilities flashing through her mind. But she was sure that Xiao Han wasn't just talking about being hungry for food, afraid that Xiao Han would propose reinforcing some kind of partner contract. Before he could speak again, TangXiaomi quickly interjected, Yes, you heard me right, I'm hungry, really want to eat. Under Xiao Han's meaningful gaze, TangXiaomi changed her tone and continued with a smile. Right now, I really want to eat snake meat. Catching a snake by its 7-inch spot, skinning it, cleaning out the insides, cutting it into pieces, and then frying it in oil until golden brown. After taking it out, sprinkle some seasoning on it, crispy and delicious. Plus, it's good for beauty and cooling down heat. The more she spoke, the hungrier she felt, and TangXiaomi gulped. Speaking of which, she had never eaten snake meat. What is oil? TangXiaomi responded with slight surprise. Shouldn't Xiao Han's normal reaction be to grit his teeth and want to strangle her? But instead, a meaningful smile appeared at the corners of Xiao Han's mouth. Snakes are easy to catch, but the oil you mentioned, you have to prepare it yourself. Why the urgency to harm your own kind? Are you sure you want to catch a snake? What you want, I will naturally satisfy you. Xiao Han continued to smile, his dark eyes flickering with light. TangXiaomi felt her body stiffen under his gaze, and in a daze, she heard Xiao Han's next words. What I want, how will you satisfy me? After a shiver, TangXiaomi immediately cooled her expression and said seriously, making your kind kill each other is a crime. I will never do such a thing. Just pretend I didn't say anything earlier. Looking at this little female who was so serious about being slippery, a hint of amusement appeared in Xiao Han's charming eyes. But at the same time, he really wanted to pull her into his arms and take her breath away, savoring the true delicacy. Feeling guilty, TangXiaomi quickly applied medicine to the injury on Xiao Han's chest, her gaze never wandering. Turn around. Let me see if you're injured on your back. After a long look at TangXiaomi, Xiao Han slowly turned around. Without the pressure of Xiao Han's gaze, TangXiaomi felt much more at ease. When her eyes landed on Xiao Han's back, she noticed the ugly scars left by the burns, imagining how severe his injuries must have been at that time. But that wasn't her concern. She needed to deal with his current wound. Xiao Han's back was not as heavily injured as the front, but one area had the skin peeled back, and the wound was quite bloody and terrifying. You have an injury on your back. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Xiao Han turned to look at TangXiaomi, who was seriously tending to the wound, watching the herbs in her hands emit a faint glow. Seeing that Xiao Han didn't speak, TangXiaomi lifted her gaze, only to find him looking deeply at her. Xiao Han's eyes were inherently aggressive, and especially being stared at like this, it made her scalp tingle. Do you want to know? I was just asking casually. I don't really want to know anymore. It's just a minor injury on my back. You don't need to put in the effort to treat it. Why did that sound so uncomfortable? TangXiaomi thought to herself. It seemed she was being too nosy. However, at that moment, Xiao Han suddenly grasped her hand. What if I said it's because I can't bear to let your strength be wasted on me? Chapter 325. It's not in vain that I've hidden for so long in that moment. TangXiaomi felt as if she was swallowed by those eyes that seemed to carry a black vortex. Her heart raced uncontrollably, making her somewhat awkward when she pulled her hand back. Just now, his gaze, those dark and heavy eyes, contained something profound. But when she calmed down and looked again, Xiao Han had returned to his cold and domineering self, looking at her from a superior position. My power is of no use. It's hard to say whether it's wasted or not, TangXiaomi spoke with feigned calmness. Her power had no practical use. Not saving lives was what constituted waste. If her power were lethal, she wouldn't have been pushed into the water by Xiang Kaifeng. This was also her sadness. She wished her bestowed power was lethal. At least then she would have the ability to protect herself. You underestimate your own power too much. You will find that your power is not only unique, but also something other beastmen desire, but cannot obtain. TangXiaomi paused in her actions of sorting herbs, then raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting the leader to be comforting. Xiao Han smiled without speaking, and after sensing the medicinal effect taking place in his body, he closed his eyes, putting away his smile. Seeing him like this, TangXiaomi didn't intend to disturb him. After all, Xiao Hanqi's well-being was crucial for her own. Stepping out of the cave, the light outside was blinding, and once she adjusted, she noticed that Bai Ying was not outside the cave. She thought he was helping her organize the herbs. So where had he gone? After looking around, unable to suppress her worries, TangXiaomi sought out Zhu Yishi. Zhu Yishi appeared guilty upon seeing her, unsure if the leader had made things difficult for her. When he heard that the leader said she only sent them away and did not take a bath, he was very surprised and still found it hard to believe he had been tricked. But he couldn't bring himself to ask, so he kept quiet, pretending to know nothing. Zhu Yishi, have you seen where Bai Ying went? He went that way. Should be behind that rock. Zhu Yishi replied earnestly, standing at attention after answering. Thank you. TangXiaomi nodded at Zhu Yishi and walked away, but after a few steps, she suddenly turned back and looked at him. By the way, don't report so clearly in the future, or I'll say you spied on me while I was bathing. What? Zhu Yishi's face contorted. You can't do that. But before he could finish, TangXiaomi had already walked far away. The large rock Zhu Yishi pointed to was only 20 or 30 meters away, and she quickly arrived after walking a few steps. She initially intended to appear directly, but curiosity struck her, so she lowered her footsteps, crouched down, and slowly poked her head out from behind the rock to take a look. What was Bai Ying doing hiding here? If he was sad, she hadn't figured out how to comfort him yet. Thinking this way, she felt it was better to assess the situation first. At least it would give her more time to think about what to do. A very faint, muffled groan reached her ears, and TangXiaomi's face inexplicably flushed. It was broad daylight. He couldn't be hiding here to deal with personal issues. Could he? Good thing she didn't show up. If she had barged in, how embarrassing would that have been? Although this place was secluded, it was still possible for other beastmen to pass by. So, should she leave now, or should she stay and help him keep watch? Chapter 326, He is the enemy Chai. The more she struggled, the more her heart raced, beating wildly as if it would go insane. Blood began to flow quickly, surging towards her forehead. This is not good. Thinking about what his expression might be, TangXiaomi felt a surge of heat throughout her body. She hadn't been this nervous even when she helped him relieve the aphrodisiac. If she continued to watch, she might end up with a nosebleed. So, TangXiaomi quietly adjusted her breathing, only to realize that she had been so tense that she hadn't taken a breath. However, just as she was about to step back and keep her distance, TangXiaomi suddenly saw a drop of blood quietly fall. Because it was blocked by the white-feathered eagle's foot, she couldn't see clearly what the drop of blood landed on. The red light flashed by, and TangXiaomi frowned. She wouldn't naively think that the red liquid coming out was just a solution to a physiological need. To understand the situation better, TangXiaomi turned her steps towards the white-feathered eagle. Hearing the footsteps, the white-feathered eagle also turned around, his usually cold eyes flashing with a hint of panic. What you always worried about you, so I came to find you. The white-feathered eagle's face seemed to pale a little more, and his expression became somewhat flustered. TangXiaomi remained silent, just smiling as usual. Your injuries haven't healed yet. It's not good to be exposed to the wind for too long. We should head back soon. The white-feathered eagle nodded slightly, looking calmly at TangXiaomi, indicating for her to go ahead. However, TangXiaomi had no intention of leaving and focused her gaze on the white-feathered eagle's feet, waiting for him to lift his foot. The white-feathered eagle furrowed his brow slightly, seeming to prepare himself mentally before speaking. I didn't want you to see this. I accidentally hurt my hand and bled a little, but you don't need to worry. Ordinary wounds heal quickly. Listening to the white-feathered eagle's calm explanation, TangXiaomi reached out her hand. Let me see your hand. The white-feathered eagle hesitated, but slowly extended his hand. The action of extending his hand should have taken 1 or 2 seconds, but he took quite a bit of time, which deepened TangXiaomi's doubts. The white-feathered eagle was not someone who dawdled. Now it seemed more like he was doing it on purpose, indicating that he was stalling for time. TangXiaomi's gaze darkened, and she grabbed the white-feathered eagle's hand. The white-feathered eagle's weak body swayed slightly, and a look of pain flashed across his face. Feeling the dampness on his hand and seeing the wound on his palm, TangXiaomi's face turned pale. The wound that was healing varied in depth, but there was a discernible pattern to it. It's nothing. It's almost healed. The white-feathered eagle smiled faintly, pulling his hand back and firmly grasping TangXiaomi's hand. Let us go back first. But TangXiaomi not only refused to follow, but also pulled the white-feathered eagle back. Anger flushed her face, but she held it in, feeling her heart tremble with suppressed emotions. It turned out that she hadn't healed him at all. Even if the external injuries had healed, he still bore a serious mental scar. She never expected that someone so mature and steady would secretly self-harm. The white-feathered eagle gradually suppressed his smile. Sure enough, he couldn't hide it from her once she saw it, although it was somewhat ridiculous. It made him feel a bit better. TangXiaomi clenched her fists, staring at the white-feathered eagle, her heart filled with shock, disbelief, and confusion, and even more. She was angry that he didn't cherish himself. But as all these emotions merged together, she found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 327, I Will Support You from Behind. Self-harm is a manifestation of mental illness, and many people experience it to some extent. They seek stimulation through self-injury to satisfy special needs, and in severe cases, they may resort to self-mutilation or even suicide. It is understandable that Bai Yu-ing would engage in such behavior. He is very disciplined and has high expectations of himself, yet he is not one to share his inner thoughts with others. The more someone strives for perfection, the more likely they are to walk this path. He seldom spoke about the uncertain fate of Lao San and Lao Wu, appearing not to care much. However, she knew that he was tormented by the knowledge that they were still alive, filled with self-reproach, leading him to use such extreme measures to feel better. Because of this, her anger quickly dissipated. Let's go back, she said. Bai Yu-ing must be aware of this himself, so saying anything more would be redundant. TangXiaomi took Bai Yu-ing's hand again and said, don't do such things anymore. Hurting yourself can become addictive. I'll make you some nourishing soup later, and you should rest well tonight. External injuries are easy to treat, but psychological issues are not her forte. This was all she could do for now. She hoped that once Lao San and Lao were found, he could open up and stop doing such things. A complex emotion appeared in Bai Yu-ing's eyes as he lowered his gaze and stared deeply at TangXiaomi. She felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze. Normally, being looked at wasn't a big deal, but at that moment, Bai Yu-ing's eyes seemed to be turbulent, as if a giant wave could drown her. Not wanting to be truly engulfed, TangXiaomi averted her gaze and pulled Bai Yu-ing to walk ahead. As they walked, they heard someone calling out. TangXiaomi looked around and saw no one. Then she looked up at the sky, noticing a number of large birds circling above. The scene was even more impressive than when Xiao Han, she had appeared. If Xiao Han, she weren't recuperating in the cave, she might have thought it was him returning. Yu-ing, I'm back. Ron Kong K joyfully jumped down from among the birds and beasts. Last time, he had been taken by Xiao Han while he was unconscious, and by the time he woke up, he was already in the Bee City. This realization frustrated him, and he only then understood that he had been poisoned unconscious by TangXiaomi. Once back in the Bee City, he found it difficult to escape. Despite thinking about returning day and night, he had exhausted all his options and still couldn't come back immediately, leading to the delay. Finally, he was back. Ron Kong K's gaze was fixed on Bai Yu-ing as he ran over, knowing the pain of longing only after parting. TangXiaomi paused, feeling a headache as she turned to glance at Bai Yu-ing. Why was Ron Kong K here? And he seemed unaware of Bai Yu-ing's true gender. As soon as she stopped, Bai Yu-ing naturally halted as well. Maybe we should be more subtle and not stimulate him too much, TangXiaomi murmured softly. Ron Kong K came with great joy, and besides, he had saved her. If he knew Bai Yu-ing was her partner, she doubted he could handle the shock. Bai Yu-ing slightly nodded, acknowledging her suggestion. After missing someone too much, everyone else becomes non-existent. TangXiaomi was automatically blurred out of his mind, and Ron Kong K didn't even notice her in his peripheral vision. Yu-ing, I really miss you. I miss you so much. Ron Kong K exclaimed. Bai Yu-ing subtly furrowed his brows and slowly replied, I already have a partner. Chapter 328. The heart is warmer than the face. What? Ron Kong K took a step back, his face filled with joy replaced by shock. How could it be so quick? Who is it? Ron Kong K gritted his teeth, feeling even more resentment towards Xiao Hanshi, blaming him for bringing him back to the Beast City. In such a short time, other male beastmen had already taken a lead. But now that things had come to this, what was the use of complaining? So Ron Kong K forced a smile again. It's okay, females ought to. My partner is her. Bai Yuhawk held TangXiaomi's hand, his gaze focused solely on her. Ron Kong K was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly burst into laughter. Yuhawk, don't use such a reason to brush me off. Both of you are females. I am not a female. I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. Saying this, Bai Yuhawk released TangXiaomi's hand, letting her stand aside, and then solemnly bowed to Ron Kong K. After finishing this, Bai Yuhawk took TangXiaomi's hand again and glanced at the large birds in the sky, saying, we should go back quickly. The ones coming are not friendly. TangXiaomi was slightly taken aback, unsure how he could tell, but since he said so, it would be better to hurry back. And by Yuhawk, wasn't he wrong? Zhu Yeshi had already come over, his expression showing undeniable anxiety. The enemy wolf has come. My lord, please hide with me. What kind of ruthless character is this enemy wolf that scares you like this? Speaking of the enemy wolf, Zhu Yeshi also gritted his teeth in hatred and explained to TangXiaomi. The enemy wolf has coveted the leader's position for a long time and has secretly tripped the leader many times, using the most insidious methods. If he finds out you're the leader's wife, he might use that to threaten Xiao Hanshi. Zhu Yeshi nodded. That was exactly what he was worried about. This is causing collateral damage and a buy one get one free deal. TangXiaomi rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a few seconds, and nodded in agreement. What you said makes sense. However, TangXiaomi's reaction left Zhu Yeshi momentarily stunned. Did she agree too quickly? Doesn't she care about the leader at all? Seeing the originally anxious Zhu Yeshi now in a daze, TangXiaomi asked, Where are we hiding? This is such an important matter, we can't waste time. Zhu Yeshi's face changed colors. She actually couldn't wait to run away. In her heart, she thought it was worth it for the leader, but she had to listen to the leader, so Zhu Yeshi reluctantly began to lead the way. Follow me. TangXiaomi was not polite, pulling by Yuhawk along as they followed. After walking a few steps, Zhu Yeshi couldn't help but suddenly stop. My lord. The leader is injured. Aren't you really going to care about him? Are you really abandoning the leader like this with by Yuhawk? Seeing Zhu Yeshi's frustration, TangXiaomi smiled. The best help I can give Xiao Hanshi right now is to hide. Isn't it? You said so yourself. Huh? Zhu Yeshi's dazed look actually caught her eye, and TangXiaomi explained again, if my presence poses a threat to Xiao Hanshi, then I should hide this weakness. I believe Xiao Hanshi thinks the same, so I am cooperating actively. Well said. The leader's wife doesn't seem as incapable as the Snake Princess said. With a cheer, a handsome and elegant male beast man emerged from the hidden thicket. Seeing the leader's beautiful wife, it was worth hiding for so long. TangXiaomi turned her head and raised her eyebrows at Zhu Yeshi. Who is this cultured rogue? Chapter 329. Qiuchai is testing a cultured rogue? The bamboo leaf snake paused before replying. Master, he is Qiuchai, and we can't hide from him. He is? TangXiaomi was quite surprised. The handsome male orc in front of her, she never expected to be Qiuchai. Qiuchai smiled elegantly. Yes, that's me. Seems to have caught you off guard. TangXiaomi nodded and, looking at the confidently smiling Qiuchai, said seriously, it is indeed surprising. I thought what? TangXiaomi smiled, but didn't continue. Listening to Qiuchai's exploits, she had already painted a picture of him in her mind as a sharp-nosed, rat-eyed, sinister, and cunning character with ruthless methods. Qiuchai, being perceptive, realized her silence and smile indicated she understood. It seems we already have something in common upon our first meeting. It's quite a nice acquaintance. Qiuchai's eyes were like crescent moons, looking at TangXiaomi with great interest. Bai Ying appeared vigilant, sidestepping to block Qiuchai's gaze. Only then did Qiuchai shift his attention to Bai Ying, raising an eyebrow, casually. And you are? Sorry, Elder Qiu, you are blocking our way. Please move aside. Huh? Am I that famous? Just heard of you. Is that so? I didn't expect this inconspicuous Guanshan village to have so many surprises. After sizing up Bai Ying, Qiuchai gently smiled. I think we get along well. How about you follow me from now on? Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi was a bit dumbfounded. Qiuchai had a good eye and acted quickly, wanting to recruit her on their first meeting. The bamboo leaf snake's face turned ashen, suppressing his anger. I'm sorry. Elder Qiu, but this one is also the master's beast husband and cannot serve you. Is that so? Qiuchai pretended to be surprised, then laughed. The chief hides his wife so carefully. I thought he wanted to keep her to himself, making a precedent for having only one female partner. But it turns out he has to compromise like other male orcs. As he spoke, Qiuchai grew even more curious about TangXiaomi, his eyes rolling over her. TangXiaomi felt her lips stiffen under his gaze but maintained a natural facade, calmly saying, Elder Qiu, you can speak directly. I just find it very interesting. Although you're very beautiful, unfortunately, you're a bit too small. You should know the chief has high standards. There are so many females, yet he doesn't fancy any of them. Looking at TangXiaomi's petite frame, Qiuchai stroked his chin, pondering, you're so small, it must be difficult to have cubs, right? But the chief has set his sights on you, a female who already has other beast husbands. As he spoke, Qiuchai glanced at Bai Ying. And he's still alive and well. I really can't understand how you managed to get the chief to accept you. TangXiaomi was at a loss for words. It turned out his excitement was fueled by gossip. Well, TangXiaomi hesitated, dragging out her tone. Elder Qiu, do you really want to know? Chiu Chai eagerly nodded. Actually, TangXiaomi teased, then suddenly gave Chiu Chai a sly smile. I also want to know. Since Elder Chiu is so concerned about the chief, please let me know once you find out. Oh, Chiu Chai deliberately said, oh, and smiled at TangXiaomi. Turns out you're a cunning little fox. Chapter 330, don't do this kind of thing again. A cultured rogue? The bamboo leaf snake paused before replying, Master. He is Chiu Chai. We can't avoid him. He is? TangXiaomi was quite surprised. The male orc in front of her was elegant and handsome. She never expected this male orc was Chiu Chai. Chiu Chai smiled elegantly. Yes, it's me. Seems to have caught you by surprise. TangXiaomi nodded, looking at Chiu Chai, who was smiling confidently, and said seriously, it is indeed a surprise. I thought. Thought what? TangXiaomi smiled, but didn't continue. Listening to Chiu Chai's deeds, she had already painted an image of him in her mind as a sharp-faced, cunning, treacherous, ruthless character. However, Chiu Chai was also perceptive. Seeing her smile without speaking, he immediately understood the situation. It seems we already have something in common upon our first meeting. Consider it a good acquaintance. Chiu Chai's eyes, like crescent moons, looked at TangXiaomi with great interest. Bai Yuing's eyes showed vigilance as he stood sideways to block Chiu Chai's scrutinizing gaze. Only then did Chiu Chai shift his gaze to Bai Yuing, raising an eyebrow and casually asking, And you are? Sorry, Elder Chiu, you are blocking our way. Please step aside. Huh? Am I that famous? Just heard of you. Is that so? I didn't expect such surprises hidden in an unremarkable place like Guanshan Village. After sizing up Bai Yuing while stroking his chin, Chiu Chai smiled gently. I think we get along well. How about you follow me from now on? Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi was somewhat dumbfounded. Chiu Chai had a good eye and was quick to act, wanting to recruit her on their first meeting. The bamboo leaf snake's face turned dark, suppressing his anger as he said, I'm very sorry, Elder Chiu. But this one is also the master's beast husband and cannot serve you. Is that so? Chiu Chai pretended to be very surprised, and then laughed. The chief hides his wife so carefully. I thought he wanted to monopolize her, setting a precedent for having only one female partner. I didn't expect he had a compromise like other male orcs. As he spoke, Chiu Chai became even more curious about TangXiaomi, his eyes rolling over her. TangXiaomi felt uncomfortable under his gaze, but she maintained a natural facade and casually said, Elder Chiu, you can speak directly. I just find it very interesting. Although you're beautiful, it's a pity you're a bit too small. You should know the chief has high standards. There are so many females, and not a single one has caught his eye. Looking at TangXiaomi's petite frame, Chiu Chai stroked his chin, deep in thought, you're so small. It must be hard to bear children, right? Yet the chief has his eye on you, a female who already has other beast husbands. Saying this, Chiu Chai glanced at Bai Yuing, and he is still alive and well. I really can't understand how you managed to get the chief to accept you. TangXiaomi was speechless. It turned out his excitement was fueled by gossip. Well, TangXiaomi hesitated, dragging out her words, Elder Chiu. Do you really want to know? Chiu Chai nodded eagerly. Actually, TangXiaomi teased, then suddenly smiled slyly at Chiu Chai. I also want to know. Since Elder Chiu is so concerned about the chief, please ask him and let me know. Oh, Chiu Chai deliberately exclaimed, then smiled and stared at TangXiaomi. So you are a cunning little fox. Chapter 331. We'll also make a serious attempt, a refined rogue? The bamboo leaf snake paused before replying, Master. He is Chiu Chai, and we can't avoid him. He is? TangXiaomi was quite surprised. The masculine orc in front of her was refined and handsome. She never expected this orc to be Chiu Chai. Chiu Chai smiled elegantly. Yes, that's me. It seems to have surprised you. TangXiaomi not that? Looking at the confidently smiling Chiu Chai, and said seriously, it is indeed surprising. I thought. Thought what? TangXiaomi smiled and didn't continue. Listening to Chiu Chai's reputation, she had already pictured him as a sharp-faced, crafty, and ruthless character. Chiu Chai was also perceptive. Seeing her smile without speaking, he guessed what was going on. It seems we already have something in common at our first meeting. It's a nice acquaintance, Chiu Chai said, his eyes like crescent moons. Looking at TangXiaomi with great interest, Bai Yuing's eyes turned vigilant, positioning himself to block Chiu Chai's gaze. Only then did Chiu Chai shift his attention to Bai Yuing, raising an eyebrow and casually asking, And you are? Sorry, Elder Chiu, you are blocking our way. Please move aside. Huh? Am I that famous? Just heard of you. Is that so? I didn't expect the unassuming Guanshan village to hide quite a few surprises. After sizing up Bai Yuing while stroking his chin, Chiu Chai smiled gently. I think we get along well. How about you follow me in the future? Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi was somewhat taken aback. Chiu Chai had a good eye and acted quickly, attempting to recruit her on their first meeting. The bamboo leaf snake's face turned pale, suppressing his anger. I'm very sorry, Elder Chiao, but this one is also the master's beast husband and cannot serve you. Is that so? Chiao Chai pretended to be very surprised and then laughed. The leader hides his wife so carefully. I thought he wanted to monopolize her, setting a precedent of having only one female partner. But turns out he also has to compromise like other male orcs. As he spoke, Chiao Chai became even more curious about TangXiaomi, his eyes rolling over her. TangXiaomi felt her mouth twitch under his gaze but maintained a natural facade and calmly said, Elder Chiao, you can speak directly. I just find it very interesting. Although you are beautiful, unfortunately, you are a bit too small. You should know the leader has high standards. He hasn't looked at any of the many females. Looking at TangXiaomi's small figure, Chiao Chai stroked his chin in contemplation. You're so small. It must be difficult to have cubs, right? Yet the leader has set his sights on you, a female who already has other beast husbands. As he spoke, Chiao Chai glanced at Bai Yuing, and he is still doing well. I really can't understand how you managed to get the leader to accept you. TangXiaomi was speechless. It turned out his excitement was fueled by gossip. Well, TangXiaomi hesitated, dragging out her words. Elder Chiao, do you really want to know? Chiao Chai nodded eagerly. Actually, TangXiaomi teased, then suddenly smiled mischievously at Chiao Chai. I also want to know. Since Elder Chiao is so concerned about the leader, please ask and let me know. Oh, Chiao Chai deliberately responded with a drawn-out, oh, then grinned at TangXiaomi. Turns out you are a cunning little fox. Chapter 332. Swallow? Ah, sophisticated rogue? After a pause, the bamboo leaf snake replied, Master, he is Chiao Chai, and we can't avoid him. He is? TangXiaomi expressed considerable surprise. The handsome male orc in front of her, she never expected this male orc to be Chiao Chai. Chiao Chai smiled elegantly. Yes, that's me. It seems to surprise you. TangXiaomi nodded and looked at the confidently smiling Chiao Chai, seriously saying, it is indeed surprising. I thought. Thought what? TangXiaomi smiled, but did not continue. Listening to Chiao Chai's stories, she had already pictured him as having a sharp nose and chin, thieving eyebrows and rat-like eyes, cunning and treacherous with ruthless methods. Chiao Chai, being perceptive, guessed what she was thinking when she smiled but said nothing. It seems we already have a common point in our first meeting. It's quite nice to meet you, Chiao Chai said, his eyes like crescent moons. Looking at TangXiaomi with great interest, Bai Yuing showed vigilance, turning sideways to block Chiao Chai's scrutinizing gaze. Only then did Chiao Chai shift his attention to Bai Yuing, raising an eyebrow and casually asking, Who are you? Sorry, Elder Chiao, you are blocking our way. Please move aside. Huh? Am I that famous? Just heard of you. Is that so? I didn't expect the unassuming Guanshan village to hide so many surprises. After sizing up Bai Yuing while stroking his chin, Chiao Chai smiled gently. I think we get along quite well. How about you follow me from now on? Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi was somewhat dumbfounded. Chiao Chai had a good eye and acted quickly, wanting to recruit her on their first meeting. The bamboo leaf snake's face turned ashen, holding back his anger. I'm sorry, Elder Chiao, but this one is also the master's beast husband and cannot serve you. Is that so? Chiao Chai pretended to be surprised and then laughed. The chief has hidden his wife so carefully. I thought he wanted to monopolize her, to set a precedent for having only one female partner. But it turns out he also has to compromise like other male orcs. As he spoke, Chiao Chai became even more curious about TangXiaomi, his eyes rolling over her. TangXiaomi felt her mouth twitch from being stared at, but maintained a natural facade, calmly saying, Elder Chiao, you can speak directly. I just find it very interesting. Although you are very beautiful, unfortunately, you are a bit too small. You should know the chief's standards are quite high, and there are many females he doesn't fancy. Looking at TangXiaomi's petite figure, Chiao Chai stroked his chin and speculated. You're so small, it must be hard to have cubs, right? But the chief has set his sights on you, a female who already has other beast husbands. As he spoke, Chiao Chai glanced at Bai Yuing, and he is still alive and well. I really can't understand how you managed to make the chief accept you. TangXiaomi was speechless. It turned out he was so excited because of his gossiping enthusiasm. Well, TangXiaomi hesitated, dragging out her words. Elder Chiao, do you really want to know? Chiao Chai nodded eagerly. Actually, TangXiaomi teased him, then suddenly smiled slyly at Chiao Chai. I also want to know. Since Elder Chiao cares so much about the chief, please let me know once you find out. Oh, Chiao Chai deliberately responded with a drawn-out oh, then smiled at TangXiaomi, saying, So you are a cunning little fox. Chapter 333. How about a drink? A refined robe? The bamboo leaf snake paused before replying. Master, he is Chiao Chai. We can't avoid him. He is? TangXiaomi was quite surprised. The male orc in front of her was refined and handsome, She never expected this male orc to be Chiao-Chai. Chiao-Chai smiled elegantly. Yes, that's me. It seems I've caught you off guard. TangXiaomi nodded, looking at the confidently smiling Chiao-Chai, and said seriously, it is indeed surprising. I thought. Thought what? TangXiaomi smiled, but didn't continue. Listening to Chiao-Chai's deeds, she had already portrayed him in her mind as a scheming, treacherous figure with a sharp mouth and sly eyes. Chiao-Chai was also perceptive. Seeing her smile without speaking, he guessed what was going on. It seems we already have something in common upon our first meeting. It's a nice acquaintance. Chiao-Chai's eyes were like crescent moons, gazing at TangXiaomi with great interest. Bai Yuying's eyes showed vigilance as he positioned himself to block Chiao-Chai's scrutinizing gaze. Only then did Chiao-Chai shift his focus to Bai Yuying, raising an eyebrow casually and asking, "Who are you?" "Sorry, Elder Chiao, you are blocking our way. Please let us pass." "Huh? Am I that famous? Just heard a bit about you. Is that so?" I didn't expect that the inconspicuous Guanshan village hides quite a few surprises. After sizing up Bai Yuying, Chiao-Chai stroked his chin and said with a gentle smile, "I think we get along well. How about you follow me from now on?" Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi was somewhat dumbfounded. Chiao-Chai had a good eye and acted quickly, trying to recruit her on their first meeting. The bamboo leaf snake's face turned pale as he suppressed his anger and said, "I'm sorry, Elder Chiao, but this one is also the master's beast husband and cannot serve you. Is that so?" Chiao-Chai feigned surprise, then laughed. "The chief is so careful in hiding his wife. I thought he wanted to monopolize her and set a precedent of having only one female partner. I didn't expect he also had a compromise like other male orcs." As he spoke, Chiao-Chai became even more curious about TangXiaomi, his eyes rolling over her. TangXiaomi felt her mouth twitch under his gaze but maintained a natural facade as she calmly said, "Elder Chiao, feel free to speak your mind. I just find it very interesting. Although you're beautiful, it's a pity you're a bit small. You should know the chief has high standards. He hasn't found a suitable female among so many." Looking at TangXiaomi's petite figure, Chiao-Chai stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You're so small. It must be difficult for you to have offspring, right? Yet the chief has set his sights on you, a female who already has other beast husbands." As Chiao-Chai glanced at Bai Yuying, he added, "And he is still alive and well. I really can't understand how you managed to get the chief to accept you." TangXiaomi felt speechless. It turned out his excitement was fueled by gossip. TangXiaomi hesitated, dragging out her words, "Elder Chiao, do you really want to know?" Chiao-Chai nodded eagerly. "Actually," TangXiaomi teased a bit, then suddenly smiled slyly at Chiao-Chai. "I also want to know. Since Elder Chiao is so concerned about the chief, please ask him and let me know." "Oh," Chiao-Chai deliberately exclaimed, then smiled at TangXiaomi. "So you're a cunning little fox." Chapter 334. Drinking to excess back and forth, a refined rogue? The bamboo leaf snake paused before replying, "Master, he is Chiao-Chai, and we can't avoid him." "He is?" TangXiaomi expressed considerable surprise. The refined and handsome male orc in front of her was someone she never expected to be Chiao-Chai. Chiao-Chai smiled elegantly and said, "Yes, that's me. It seems to have surprised you." TangXiaomi nodded and looked at the confidently smiling Chiao-Chai, saying seriously, "It is indeed surprising. I thought." "Thought what?" TangXiaomi smiled, but didn't continue. Listening to Chiao-Chai's exploits, she had already painted a picture of him in her mind. A sharp-nosed, rat-eyed, cunning and treacherous figure, with ruthless methods. Chiao-Chai was also perceptive. Seeing her smile without speaking, he guessed what was going on. "It seems we have a commonality from our first meeting. It's quite a nice acquaintance." Chiao-Chai's eyes were like crescent moons, gazing at TangXiaomi with great interest. Bai Yuying's eyes showed vigilance as he stepped to the side to block Chiao-Chai's scrutinizing gaze. Only then did Chiao-Chai shift his attention to Bai Yuying, raising an eyebrow casually and asking, "And you are?" "Sorry, Elder Chiao, you are blocking our path. Please move aside," Bai Yuying replied. "Huh? Am I that famous? Just heard of you. Is that so?" I didn't expect the inconspicuous Guanshan village to hide so many surprises. After sizing up Bai Yuying while stroking his chin, Chiao-Chai smiled gently. "I think we get along well. How about you follow me in the future?" Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi was somewhat dumbfounded. Chiao-Chai had a good eye and acted quickly, trying to recruit her on their first meeting. The bamboo leaf snake's face turned ashen, suppressing his anger, and said, "I'm very sorry, Elder Chiao, but this one is also the master's beast husband and cannot serve you. Is that so?" Chiao-Chai pretended to be surprised and then laughed. "The chief hides his wife so carefully. I thought he wanted to keep her to himself, breaking new ground for having a female partner only for himself. I didn't expect he had a compromise like other male orcs." As he spoke, Chiu Chai became even more curious about TangXiaomi, his eyes rolling over her. TangXiaomi felt her mouth twitch from being stared at, but she maintained a natural facade and calmly said, "Elder Chiu, you can speak directly. I just find it very interesting. Although you are beautiful, it's a pity you are a bit too small. You should know the chief's standards are quite high. There are so many females, and not one of them caught his eye." Looking at TangXiaomi's petite figure, Chiu Chai stroked his chin and speculated, "You are so small. It can't be easy to have offspring, right? Yet the chief is fixated on you, a female who already has other beast husbands." As he spoke, Chiu Chai glanced at Bai Ying, adding, "And he's doing just fine. I really can't understand how you managed to get the chief to accept you." TangXiaomi was speechless. It turned out his excitement stemmed from gossip. "Well," TangXiaomi hesitated, dragging out her words, "Elder Chiu, do you really want to know?" Chiu Chai nodded eagerly. "Actually," TangXiaomi teased him, then suddenly gave Chiu Chai a sly smile. "I would also like to know. Since Elder Chiu cares so much about the chief, please let me know once you find out." "Oh," Chiu Chai deliberately echoed, then smiled and stared at TangXiaomi. "So you are a cunning little fox." Chapter 335. TangXiaomi never expected that her heartfelt efforts would lead her into a trap. Frustrated, she wanted to stuff a cloth into Xiao Hanqi's mouth and then clean and disinfect him with bleach inside and out, enduring the tingling sensation in her ears. TangXiaomi pushed Xiao Hanqi, saying, "I see, leader, you must be delusional." Xiao Hanqi chuckled indifferently, pinching her chin and directing her gaze to Bai Yuhawk. TangXiaomi was puzzled until Xiao Hanqi leaned in close and maliciously whispered, "Bai Yuhawk seems to understand a lot. If we let him watch from the side, perhaps he can point out the problems and we can successfully collaborate." TangXiaomi's face flushed red with anger, and she pushed Xiao Hanqi's hand away. "Are you speaking human language? How can you say such things in front of Bai Yuhawk? How am I supposed to face him later?" But she underestimated Xiao Hanqi's shamelessness. He not only seemed unfazed, but also slipped his hand under the hem of her clothes. This made TangXiaomi lose her temper, grabbing Xiao Hanqi's hand and preparing to bite him. Calling him a bastard was an understatement. Regardless of the consequences of biting him, all TangXiaomi could think about was that if she couldn't beat him, she would bite him until she tasted blood and her teeth ached before letting go. Having done this to Xiao Hanqi, she hadn't thought it through. She reached out and placed her delicate hand near his mouth, allowing only for a tit-for-tat response. Otherwise, their relationship would be over. As if oblivious to the injury on her hand, Xiao Hanqi's gaze remained fixed on TangXiaomi's face until she placed her fair, delicate hand near her mouth. She was usually smart. Did she not realize that this action was akin to placing a piece of meat in front of a hungry beast? Thus, a deep smile gradually appeared at the corner of Xiao Hanqi's mouth. TangXiaomi suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. When Xiao Hanqi didn't smile, he exuded a chilling aura, but when he did smile, it was eerily cold, like a monstrous creature opening its huge mouth. One careless moment could lead to her demise. "If you don't bite, then forget it. I'll heal your wound, but you can't come after me for revenge. Who told you to say such hateful things? If you don't bite him, you might end up biting your own teeth." Just as TangXiaomi was about to retract her hand, Xiao Hanqi suddenly grabbed her wrist. TangXiaomi didn't struggle. She wisely gave up resisting. Resistance was pointless and might even pique his interest further. Most importantly, Xiao Hanqi's hand was much larger than hers. Holding her wrist as if lifting a little chick, she could barely shake it. The result would be the same, so why struggle? However, for her to be too lazy to even resist, Xiao Hanqi had indeed succeeded. "I could swallow your little paw whole." "Swallow?" TangXiaomi looked at Xiao Hanqi with a face that said, "Are you a pervert?" If not for his still stern expression, she might have thought he was joking. Once he revealed his true form, swallowing her hand would be nothing more than a snack. Although she had never seen his complete beast form, judging by the proportion of his snake tail, he must be an oversized snake. "You heard me right. I really want to swallow you, and not just your hand." TangXiaomi's mouth twitched, her gaze full of disbelief. "You can't be telling me that to love someone means you should eat them, right?" Chapter 336. This choice doesn't need to be made, but soon, Bai Ying's gaze returned to its coolness, and she explained that she was drunk. What I was waiting for was for her to get drunk. Xiao Hanqi walked to Bai Ying's side, looking down at Bai Ying and the restless TangXiaomi in her arms. I could see that she seemed to want to say something. TangXiaomi was furious, having her mouth covered by someone. Which bastard dared to cover her mouth? Unfortunately, what she wanted to say, muffled by the hand over her mouth, turned into pitiful whimpers. Who said she was drunk? She wasn't drunk. If it didn't let her speak. She would insist on speaking. The more they opposed her, the more she refused to back down. They were bullying her. How could she let that happen? Therefore, The drunken TangXiaomi, unable to stand steadily, opened her mouth and bit down hard on Bai Ying's palm, using all her strength to hold on and refusing to let go. She looked like a little mouse, fiercely clinging to its food. Bai Ying didn't pull her hand away despite the pain. Instead, she gently patted TangXiaomi's head with a soft gaze. If she kept biting, her teeth would hurt, and her face would hurt too. "Xiaomi, let go." Hearing the warm words like a spring breeze, TangXiaomi froze for a moment, then dazedly looked up at Bai Ying. After getting drunk, all her reactions slowed down significantly. After staring for a while, she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" Bai Ying jumped in surprise and nervously asked, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable or hurt anywhere?" Xiao Hanqi frowned, wanted to pull TangXiaomi out from Bai Ying to check on her, but Bai Ying was already checking. Since he had already promised to keep Bai Ying, he considered it wise to stay put at times like this. So, Xiao Han, she stood still. With tears in her eyes, TangXiaomi grabbed Bai Ying's hand and began to apologize pitifully. "I'm sorry I bit you. I didn't see it was you. Does it hurt a lot?" The ice in her heart gradually melted under her tender gaze. Afraid that she would really shed precious tears, Bai Ying, using a gentle tone she was even aware of, comforted her. "It doesn't hurt. It's okay." "It hurts. How could it not hurt? I bit down really hard." Whimpering, TangXiaomi was on the verge of crying out of regret. Seeing her like this, the pain in Bai Ying's hand was nothing compared to the ache in his heart. He didn't expect her to be so lovable, fragile, kind, and tearful after getting drunk, her clear eyes now misty with tears. The moisture in her eyes seemed like it would overflow with just a blink, and Bai Ying had to comfort her over and over again. Xiao Hanqi's expression grew darker, his fists tightening, his nails digging into the recently healed spot where she had bitten him, making his face even gloomier. How could she, in such a drunken state, have the strength to hurt Bai Ying? Bai Ying's hand wasn't even bleeding, yet she was about to cry from the pain. The suppressed anger in Xiao Han, she made his chest heave significantly. "Hand her over to me." Xiao Han, she gritted his teeth, speaking each word clearly. Bai Ying lowered her eyelashes, her eyes deepening. "Xiaomi is drunk and needs care. I'm her partner. I will take care of her." Xiao Hanqi's voice was cold and hard. The air around them seemed to thin due to his restraint, making it difficult to breathe. "Zuami, Zo." Bai Ying slowly raised her gaze, giving Xiao Hanqi a faint smile. "Let Xiaomi decide for herself." The muscles in Xiao Hanqi's face tightened even more, feeling sorrow for the non-existent injury of Bai Ying. This choice didn't need to be made at all. Chapter 337, Don't Make Noise. Xiao Hanqi squinted slightly, looking down at Bai Ying with a dark gaze. Bai Ying met his gaze without flinching, silently conveying to Xiao Hanqi that he would not compromise. "Bai Ying, I agree to let you stay, but if you..." "So noisy, don't make noise." TangXiaomi, comfortably leaning against Bai Ying, was already drowsy from his soothing voice. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she heard a voice that still managed to make her feel cold. At times like this, she just wanted to sleep well, and no one was allowed to disturb her. Xiao Hanqi's warning to Bai Ying was interrupted, and the cold aura around him began to surge. Xiaomi was drunk, and she didn't even know what she was saying. Concerned about what Xiao Hanqi might do, Bai Ying explained Xiaomi's current state. Xiao Hanqi smiled in anger. If he hadn't known she was completely drunk and out of her mind, he wouldn't still be standing there unmoving. Ying, Roan Conke, who didn't know when she had woken up, lay on the ground, gazing foolishly at Bai Ying. "Ying, don't hold TangXiaomi, don't hold her." Xiao Hanqi raised an eyebrow slightly in amusement. "You're quite popular." Bai Ying picked up TangXiaomi without even glancing at Roan Conke. "I'll take Xiaomi inside. She needs to rest." Seeing that Bai Ying was ignoring her, Roan Conke could no longer hold back and burst into loud tears. Xiao Hanqi's lips stiffened as he beckoned for Zhuye to come over. "Take him far away." "Yes." Zhuye respectfully complied. Looking at the heartbroken Roan Conke, Zhuye touched his nose. It was quite funny to see a male beast man crying like this. However, thinking about the reason for Roan Conke's tears, he couldn't bring himself to make fun of him. It was unbearable to like a female who was actually a male beast man. After silently sighing, Zhuye bent down to help Roan Conke, but he couldn't touch Roan Conke. She stubbornly refused to let him approach. "Get away. No one can make me leave here. I won't go. I just want to be with Ying. Ying, I'm not going anywhere." Roan Conke's cries continued, and Zhuye looked helplessly at Xiao Hanqi. "Chief, what should we do?" Xiao Hanqi's dark eyes flashed with sharpness, making Zhuye shiver. Why was the chief's gaze so fierce? Even if he had to tie him up, he had to take him away. Zhuye had long been frightened by Xiao Han's glare and dared not refuse. After apologizing to Rong Kongke, he called over several strong subordinates to lift her away. I don't want to. Xiao Hanshi, save me. Rong Kongke cried out in despair, and Zhuye felt his ears hurt. He wanted to tell Rong Kongke that it was the chief who ordered him to leave. But Rong Kongke didn't care, continuously calling out to Xiao Hanshi for help. Just let me stay, I'll do anything. Anything? Xiao Han's expression darkened even further, and he coldly instructed Zhuye from now on. He is not allowed to come near here, not even a step. Huh? Zhuye was puzzled. Rong Kongke liked Bai Yueying, so was the chief protecting Bai Yueying? But the chief clearly looked down on Bai Yueying. Unable to figure it out, Zhuye simply nodded and noted the matter. Xiao Hanshi squinted as he watched Rong Kongke being taken away. No matter the reason, he would not allow Rong Kongke to stay. Chapter 338. Don't mention it to her. After withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Hanshi returned to the cave, but upon seeing the scene inside, his eyes turned red and a surge of hostility erupted. TangXiaomi was completely pressed against Bai Yueying, and her appearance was a mess. Before he could question Bai Yueying spoke first, seemingly feeling hot after getting drunk. This reminded Xiao Hanshi of TangXiaomi's last fever and made him understand what Bai Yueying meant. The murderous aura around him instantly dissipated as he picked up TangXiaomi and brought her back. She immediately burrowed into his armpit, clearly craving his body heat. Xiao Hanshi shot a cold glance at Bai Yueying, his face stern as he carried TangXiaomi back to his snake den. Wasn't she complaining about the noise? Xiao Hanshi looked down at the little female nestled in his arms, thinking, now she knows how good he is? However, his cold demeanor didn't last long, and his breath began to grow unsteady. He had long wanted to officially become her partner, and his desire for her consumed all his attention. Yet she was still wriggling in his arms, undoubtedly worsening his condition. Don't move, or you'll regret it. Xiao Hanshi gritted his teeth. Damn it. Later, he thought about it. Leader, there's something wrong with the love curse on you. Normally, the love thread is red, but yours is black. Ordinary methods can't break it, right? Xiao Hanshi slowly raised his eyes, looking deeply at Bai Yueying. In the quiet atmosphere, Bai Yueying waited calmly for an answer, but rather than waiting for an answer, it felt more like he was affirming the answer and seeking another explanation. After a cold smile, Xiao Hanshi spoke with a hint of amusement. You're not wrong. But I can't, and you won't either. Bai Yueying nodded slightly, merely smiling lightly. What are you smiling about? Xiao Hanshi asked displeasedly. Although Bai Yueying's smile was faint, he looked confident, seeming humble, yet more self-assured than anyone else. I'm glad everyone can have some breathing room. I believe Xiaomi will feel much more relaxed too. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han's expression darkened as he looked down at TangXiaomi. Don't mention her or... I understand. Before Xiao Hanshi could finish his threatening words, Bai Yueying already agreed. Although he did not approve of Xiao Han's way of pursuing her, it was his responsibility to protect her. And he needed a barrier like Xiao Hanshi, so as long as it didn't harm her, he would remain silent. Xiao Hanshi snorted coldly, considering Bai Yueying perceptive. He had to help her adapt to his presence and understand what it meant to truly become a partner. Was it the Snake Princess's doing? No. She is too foolish to do that. Bai Yueying nodded, a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, seeming to indicate that Xiao Chai couldn't wait any longer. They share an unspoken understanding, and Xiao Hanshi let out a cold laugh. Xiao Chai was afraid he would secure his position as leader, even going so far as to scheme against the Snake Princess. I will continue to think of ways to deal with the love curse. Xiao Hanshi gave Bai Yueying a deep look before closing his eyes and falling silent. Chapter 339. Stealing from her bowl too? When TangXiaomi woke up, she was a bit dumbfounded to find herself hugging a snake tail, having slept comfortably through the night. Despite the size of the snake tail, she actually felt incredibly comfortable. Comfort aside, due to her determination not to provoke Xiao Hanshi, she was resolved not to admit it. No matter what, now that she was awake, there was no need to pretend to be dead. She could let go whenever she wanted. As TangXiaomi's hand began to stiffen, she wondered how Xiao Hanshi knew she was awake. Taking a deep breath to calm herself and ensure her face looked composed, she finally let go. Immediately, the oppressive aura behind her intensified. Ha! TangXiaomi sneered inwardly. Men were indeed full of contradictions. With a tone that suggested try letting go if you dare, he said she could let go whenever she wanted, but she pretended not to understand his meaning. Yuha! It's still too early to wake me up. TangXiaomi quickly rolled over and nestled in the corner to continue pretending to sleep. Xiao Han's face darkened as he was about to explode when Bai Yuha walked in. Xiaomi, I just heard you calling me. Yeah, that's right. TangXiaomi, like a salted fish flipping over, stood up from the corner, avoiding looking at Bai Yuha, and tried hard to ignore Xiao Hancha's burning gaze as she calmly walked out of the cave. At that moment, she just wanted to get outside, not caring about the storm that might follow. Once outside, TangXiaomi collapsed onto a wooden chair in frustration, unable to remember what had happened after getting drunk. There was also a hangover symptom. Her head was pounding. "Are you feeling unwell?" Bai Yuha asked, and she nodded sheepishly, having promised him to drink less, only to end up getting drunk. Seeing her pale face, Bai Yuha poured her a glass of water. "What do you feel uncomfortable? What medicine do you need? I'll get it for you." In fact, the headache was manageable. What bothered her more was the other aspects, like how he had taken care of her. Yet she woke up hugging Xiao Hancha's snaketail. According to her logic, if someone was on your mind, it was hard to let go willingly. Not wanting to question Bai Yuha about what had happened last night, TangXiaomi ultimately held back her curiosity. "I'm Yufine. I just need to eat something." TangXiaomi's mood seemed a bit low, obviously troubled. Bai Yuha quickly guessed what was on her mind, but he didn't explain. What he did was never tailored to her temperament. No matter how she viewed it, he hoped she would always be carefree, flamboyant, and lively. "It's delicious." After drinking the porridge that Bai Yuha had prepared, TangXiaomi felt her previously sluggish body regain energy. Bai Yuha watched her instantly brighten up, a tender smile spreading across his lips. Thinking she couldn't eat alone, TangXiaomi raised her eyes to look at Bai Yuha, just about to invite him to eat together when she caught the look in his eyes. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She quickly bit down on the spoon to prevent herself from sinking deeper. "What are you eating?" Xiao Hanshi walked out of the cave and headed straight for TangXiaomi. She thought he was just taking a look, but unexpectedly, Xiao Hanshi picked up her bowl of porridge and took a sip. "Stealing from my bowl too?" TangXiaomi glared at Xiao Hanshi with resentment and gritted her teeth. "There's more in the pot." Xiao Hanshi scanned TangXiaomi from head to toe with his icy gaze. "You've eaten so much, but haven't gained any weight." Faced with such blatant disdain, TangXiaomi slammed the table and stood up. She rose with the momentum of a tiger, but she was still shorter than Xiao Hanshi's neck. Chapter 340. Take me to find him right now. The disadvantage of her height was too obvious, causing her momentum to instantly dissipate. And she was once again crushed by the invisible aura of Xiao Hanshi. "What do you want?" Xiao Hanshi raised an eyebrow. TangXiaomi, with a serious face, retorted powerfully, "I want to serve porridge." After snorting proudly, TangXiaomi went to serve porridge with an air of "I am your master." Her height had almost stabilized, now about 165 meters. It wasn't that she was short, it was that they were tall. After filling herself up with indignation, TangXiaomi began her daily task, changing their bandages. Bai Yueying's injuries had improved a lot and would heal soon, but it was hard to say for Xiao Hanshi. She couldn't concentrate on changing his bandages at all, and several times she wanted to give up. His mouth couldn't speak kind words, and his gaze was particularly imposing, making her feel as if she were wearing nothing at all, unable to resist the urge to put on more clothes. After finally taking care of Lord Snake, TangXiaomi was exhausted. "My injury is almost healed. Don't waste your energy on me anymore." Seeing her weak, Bai Yueying furrowed his brows. She had been consuming too much energy for him and Xiao Hanshi, which was too taxing for her. TangXiaomi considered it seriously and nodded. "Then I won't treat that big snake anymore." Bai Yueying's gaze paused, and a suspicious red appeared on his earlobes. TangXiaomi liked Bai Yueying's reaction and smiled at him. Suddenly, a stone rolled over by her feet. Bai Yueying had just stood up when TangXiaomi pulled him down and made a shushing gesture at him. This was her secret signal to meet with Bai Lu. Did his approach mean he had news about Bai Leisure and Bai Yinbao? After explaining a few things to Bai Yueying in a low voice, and since Bai Lu didn't want to see Bai Yueying, TangXiaomi took the opportunity to go to the agreed place under the pretext of gathering herbs. The bamboo leaf snake followed her, helping to gather herbs at her command. There was a place where the herbs grew that was very dangerous, requiring careful climbing to the cliff to pick them. The bamboo leaf snake focused all its attention on this. After finally picking the herbs TangXiaomi wanted, the bamboo leaf snake happily wanted to hand them to her. But where was her figure? The bamboo leaf snake's smile suddenly stiffened, and it hurriedly went to look for her. After shaking off the bamboo leaf snake, TangXiaomi arrived at a hidden shadowy place, where Bai Luoyu was waiting for her. "Xiaomi, I miss you so much. Stop joking around, get to the point. Do you have news about the third and fifth?" Bai Luoyu pouted his beautiful thin lips. "Xiaomi, you're so heartless. They're all your partners. It's fine for you to have them both, but you don't even think about me. Having them both?" TangXiaomi twitched her lips. He must be seeing things if he thought she had them both. Seeing TangXiaomi's speechless expression, Bai Luoyu snorted coldly. Xiaomi, my heart is about to be shattered by you. Stop being ridiculous. Hurry up and talk about business, or there won't be time when the bamboo leaf snake comes back. If Bai Luoyu were in modern times, he would definitely be a powerful idol superstar. All right. Indeed, Bai Luoyu immediately put away his grievances. Currently, I have some news about the fifth. He should be near Heezy village. TangXiaomi's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing this, and she excitedly grabbed Bai Luoyu's arm. Take me to find him right now. Chapter 341. Is it fun to get into trouble? Looking at the small hand gripping her arm, and seeing her cheeks become more lively and beautiful with joy, Bai Luoyu's pretty peach blossom eyes slightly darkened, then immediately showed a bright and radiant smile. All right, I'll take you there right now. Bai Luoyu pressed down on TangXiaomi's hand that was holding his arm, saying this as he was about to lead her away. It was only then that TangXiaomi realized she had been too excited and forgotten that she couldn't leave alone. There was a considerable distance between villages, and since she had never heard of Heezy village, it meant that this village was quite far away. She didn't know how long it would take to get there, so how could she leave recklessly? Therefore, TangXiaomi pulled Bai Luoyu back. Wait, I need to prepare some things. Xiaomi, you actually want to bring your second brother and Xiao Hanxi along, right? Of course my second brother has to come. He is also worried about the third and fifth. TangXiaomi shot a sidelong glance at Bai Lu. The third and fifth were Bai Yuhawk's precious younger brothers, and he should be more concerned about them. As for Xiao Hanxi, she felt conflicted. Right now, they were in the same boat, facing difficulties together. If something happened to Xiao Hanxi, she would be in trouble too. However, she couldn't forget what he had done before. Back then, he genuinely wanted to eliminate Bai Leisure and Bai Yunbao, and they nearly died. So, even if Xiao Hanxi had become easier to talk to, her wariness of him had long been deeply ingrained in her heart. Bai Liu released TangXiaomi's hand and spoke casually. I thought you were in such a hurry because it was just you and me. TangXiaomi forced a smile. How could she not tell that? Bai Liu was teasing her. But if he disappeared without saying a word, she feared that Guanshan village would once again be turned upside down by Xiao Hanxi. Fifth is doing well over there. Xiaomi, what do you plan to do after you find the fifth? Bai Liu asked with a smile, seemingly casually, but his gaze fixed on TangXiaomi, taking in all her reactions. What to do? I haven't thought about that yet. The most important thing was that the third and fifth were safe. Other matters could be discussed later. Xiaomi, you're avoiding it. You're just being chatty. TangXiaomi shot Bai Luoyu a glare. Her initial goal was simple. As long as Bai Leisure and Bai Yunbao grew up, she could untie the bonds between them. After all, the so-called partner contract was formed under duress, and she had always thought they felt the same way. Out of guilt, she took extra care of them, but all along she treated them like children. Seeing them grow taller than her from such a small size made her feel gratified, even a sense of pride in raising them well. So, a sudden shift from raising her sons to raising her husbands caught her off guard. Bai Luoyu was right. To some extent, she indeed had the suspicion of avoidance. There was no choice. It was too different from what she had expected. Moreover, she didn't want their feelings to be unclear, and she didn't want any distorted emotions formed by mother-son or son-mother complexes. It would be terrifying to wake up from such a dream. But what if I got into trouble, Xiaomi? Would you worry about me? No. TangXiaomi answered without a second thought. Bai Lu looked disappointed, his shoulders drooping. Xiaomi, is it fun to get into trouble? TangXiaomi rolled her eyes at Bai Luoyu again, annoyed. Only someone with a problem would hope for misfortune. Chapter 342. It's not that he wants to betray her, I understand now. Bai Luoyu's face bloomed with light again. And then she suddenly leaned in and gave TangXiaomi a quick peck on the cheek. TangXiaomi's eyes widened, wanting to push Bai Luoyu away. But this slippery fish had already escaped her arm's reach. Just as TangXiaomi was about to speak in response to Bai Luoyu's sudden attack, she heard the sound of the bamboo leaf snake searching for her. I have to go now. I'll come over once I pack my things. Let us meet tonight. Fearing being discovered by the bamboo leaf snake, TangXiaomi left without waiting for Bai Luoyu's reply. The smile at the corner of Bai Luoyu's mouth gradually faded as she looked towards Heezy village and whispered softly, Old Wu, for the happiness of fourth brother. Just wait a little longer. When the bamboo leaf snake saw TangXiaomi appear, he was almost in tears. The leader had instructed him to protect her. Yet she had vanished right beside him. Even if his skin were to be peeled off, it wouldn't quell the leader's rage. Fortunately, she hadn't really disappeared, but his heart was racing uncontrollably. Master, where have you been? I couldn't find you anywhere. I'm right here. How big is this mountain? You can hear me if I speak loudly. Where can I go? The bamboo leaf snake twitched the corner of his mouth. This time he didn't believe her words. If speaking loudly meant she could hear, then why hadn't she heard him calling out for so long? Seeing the bamboo leaf snake still holding herbs, TangXiaomi took them without hesitation. Thanks, let us head back. Back. The bamboo leaf snake was surprised. The last time they had gathered herbs, it took a long time. Why were they leaving so soon this time? TangXiaomi nodded, a smile on her face as she led the way ahead. The bamboo leaf snake scratched the back of his head in confusion. Why was she suddenly so happy? As they hurried back to the cave, TangXiaomi suddenly stopped, nearly causing the bamboo leaf snake to bump into her. His heart leaped into his throat. Every time he followed her, he thought it was calm and peaceful, but it always caught him off guard. Protecting her was definitely a tough job, yet his companions thought he was very lucky, saying she was kind and generous, always sharing food with him. But they didn't know that every time he was watched by the leader while eating, all the delicious food was poisonous. By the way, Xiaohan Snake will ask you questions later. Besides saying we were gathering herbs, don't say anything else. TangXiaomi turned around and warned her anxiously, fearing that Xiaohan Snake might grow suspicious. The bamboo leaf snake's expression darkened, reminding him of her previous threat. If he spoke too detailed, she would tell the leader that he was peeking at her while she bathed. This little female was indeed cunning, much smarter than the average female. What should he do? Seeing that her threat was effective, TangXiaomi turned around and continued back. The bamboo leaf snake was filled with worry, his heart hanging uneasily, so much so that when he reported to Xiaohan Snake, he was immediately noticed by Xiaohan Snake for his odd behavior. The bamboo leaf snake didn't dare to hide anything and recounted everything that had happened today, including TangXiaomi's threat. After finishing, he knelt down, awaiting Xiaohan Snake's judgment. Stealing a glance at Xiaohan Snake, seeing his dark expression, the bamboo leaf snake began to mutter to himself. It's not that he wants to betray her, but what kind of eyes does the leader have? Before he even spoke, he was already seen through. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohan Snake called the bamboo leaf snake over, whispered a few words to him, and then let him go. Chapter 343. Watching the night in the evening, TangXiaomi still decided to trust Xiaohan's abilities. Since he was able to become the leader, he must have some skills. After preparing the herbs that Xiaohan would need in the next few days and setting them aside, TangXiaomi woke up by Yuhawk, who, to be fair, had not been asleep but was sitting with his eyes closed, resting. Bai Yuhawk slowly opened his eyes and immediately guessed what was going on, looking at Xiaohan with concern. It's fine, I added some calming medicine to Xiaohan's drink. He's currently in a deep sleep and won't wake up for a while. But I feel. Bai Yuhawk still seemed worried. Don't worry, I guarantee the medicine works well. After confidently winking at Bai Yuhawk, TangXiaomi quickly organized some necessary items. Once she was done packing, TangXiaomi urged, let's go quickly. Though feeling uneasy, Bai Yuhawk nodded in agreement, taking the bundle from TangXiaomi's hands and reminding her, if anything happens, do not confront Xiaohan directly. TangXiaomi looked at Bai Yuhawk in confusion, wondering why he suddenly said that. Just remember what I said. Bai Yuhawk did not elaborate further and signaled that they could set off. The mountain path was difficult to navigate, especially in the dark and under the cover of night. Their pace slowed to half of what it usually was, and just as they were nearing the place they had arranged to meet Bai Liu, she saw several torches moving around. TangXiaomi's heart sank, and a bad premonition washed over her. Why are there so many beastmen around here? Could it be that the colorful phoenix has appeared? Bai Yuhawk furrowed his brows tightly and grasped TangXiaomi's hand. We need to go back. Why? We come all this way. Don't worry about what is happening here. We must go back immediately. Seeing Bai Yuhawk's determined tone and serious expression, TangXiaomi had no choice but to nod and follow him, perhaps feeling an underlying unease. The return journey seemed to shorten unexpectedly. Before long, they were back in the cave. It was only after returning that she understood why Bai Yuhawk was in such a rush. The cave was brightly lit, and Xiaohan, who should have been sound asleep, was sitting in a wooden chair that was too small for him, while his subordinates stood by holding torches, seemingly waiting for his orders. With their arrival, the gazes of those people turned towards them, filled with surprise, sympathy, and dislike. Each beastman looked at them differently. The bamboo leaf snake shrank its neck and tried to hide, making itself less noticeable, but standing right next to Xiaohan. It was clear that the bamboo leaf snake was his right-hand man, something TangXiaomi could not ignore. After adjusting her expression, TangXiaomi asked naturally, what happened here? Xiaohan slowly raised his gaze towards TangXiaomi, his cold eyes shifting in the firelight, revealing a mix of emotions. It seems I should be the one asking you. Where have you been at this late hour? TangXiaomi's limbs stiffened, and Xiaohan's piercing gaze made her feel a chill. After trying to maintain her composure, TangXiaomi forced a nonchalant smile. Just enjoying the night and discussing love, is that not allowed? Knowing she was making excuses, Xiao Hanqi's expression darkened. Is that so? After a cold laugh, Xiao Hanqi fixed his eyes on TangXiaomi as he spoke. Then you must be very interested to know that the village chief just caught a stray barbarian beast. Chapter 344. How arrogant are you? You captured a stray beast. TangXiaomi's face turned dark as she stared at Xiao Hanqi, her eyes nearly popping out. Was it you? Xiao Hanqi did not deny it, the corners of her icy lips curling into a cold smirk. I only urged the village chief to step up patrols. I didn't expect a stray beast to be lurking here, especially such an exceptionally handsome young male. Based on Xiao Hanqi's description, there was no doubt who this young male was. After being saved by Bailu, she had seen almost all the stray beasts nearby, and none were as outstanding in appearance as him. You, TangXiaomi gritted her teeth in anger. But at a critical moment, she remembered what Bai Yueying had told her. No matter what, she should avoid direct confrontation with Xiao Hanqi. After calming down a bit, she realized Bai Yueying was right. The more critical the situation, the less she could confront her head-on. Otherwise, not only would she not help Bai Luoyu, but she would also drag him down, ultimately leading to a dead end. I heard the captured stray young male is your fourth brother, Bai Luoyu. Xiao Hanqi turned her gaze to Bai Yueying, who had remained silent. Even when it was clearly stated that it was Bai Luoyu, there was no significant change in Bai Yueying's expression, as if the person being talked about had nothing to do with him. Bai Yueying's calmness exceeded Xiao Hanqi's expectations, her gaze deepening, a cryptic smile playing at her lips. But Bai Yueying's calmness did not mean that TangXiaomi was calm. She gritted her teeth. It was indeed Bai Luoyu who was captured. The appearance of so many beastmen in that area was no coincidence. TangXiaomi felt regret at this moment. She should have been more cautious. If she had been careful enough, she believed Bai Luoyu would not have been captured. The expelled stray beasts had no good ending. Even if they did not die immediately, they would eventually meet their demise. He is still young. I hope the chief can spare him. Xiao Hanqi let out a cold laugh, her imperial gaze looking down on Bai Yueying with disdain. Stray beasts have always been a hidden danger to the tribe, and I have long said that any stray beast captured can be executed on the spot. The fact that Bai Luoyu is still alive is already merciful. Bai Yueying's cold gaze deepened, his fists clenched at his sides. Stray beasts do indeed have a bad reputation, but you can't just condemn an entire group based on that, right? TangXiaomi frowned at Xiao Hanqi's willingness to wrongfully execute 1,000 rather than let one go. She cursed Xiao Hanqi in her heart as a tyrant. Xiao Hanqi smiled coldly, her gaze suddenly sharp. Bai Yueying, as Bai Luoyu's second brother, was not nervous at all, yet you seem anxious. Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi felt a chill running down her spine. Was her anxiety that obvious? I only have doubts about the policies you're implementing. Does that mean your decisions are always right? Then you can ask around and see if you'll get the answers you want to hear. Looking at Xiao Hanqi's self-assured demeanor, TangXiaomi glanced at the surrounding beastmen, who were loyal to Xiao Hanqi and saw no need to question her. If she only heard about the stray beasts' numerous misdeeds, she would agree that they brought it upon themselves. However, she had seen those stray beasts with her own eyes, and not all of them were vicious. For example, the seemingly fierce Qiao, who was actually quite honest and did not harm others without reason. To condemn someone to death based solely on rumors is too hasty. Angrily, TangXiaomi stepped closer, her face taut as she grabbed Xiao Hanqi's collar. I will prove how arrogant you are. Chapter 345. She is taking revenge on me. All the beastmen present gasped in shock at TangXiaomi's actions. No one understood how she had inexplicably become the wife of their leader, and deep down, they did not accept this fact. Most speculated that the leader had been coerced by some means employed by TangXiaomi. They thought that just because she was female, she could stand above the leader. But their leader was known for his ruthlessness and never showed mercy to females. TangXiaomi was finished. They had been following the leader for quite some time and had already resigned themselves to what was to come. However, just as all the beastmen expected Xiao Hanqi to attack TangXiaomi, Zhu Yishi quietly reminded her, "Master, please don't get angry. This isn't actually the leader's fault. If you talk to him nicely, he will definitely help you. You're the only one in this world who can make the leader listen." Zhu Yishi didn't continue, as Xiao Hanqi's cold gaze shifted to him. "I won't beg him." TangXiaomi glared at Zhu Yishi, perhaps feeling unwilling. She released her grip on Xiao Hanqi's collar and, in disbelief, playfully pinched Zhu Yishi's face. Her bright, clear eyes sparkled with admiration as she teasingly praised. "Has anyone ever told you that you're quite handsome? You're not inferior to your leader. Thank you for protecting me these past few days. I haven't had the chance to say thank you." Zhu Yishi stood there in shock, momentarily dazed. This little female was beautiful, especially when she displayed such a deliberately charming and enchanting expression. However, the color drained from his face in an instant. He didn't need to look to know how dark the leader's expression would be. "Leader, you must be very busy, so I won't disturb you." With that, TangXiaomi turned away from Xiao Han, she without even glancing at him, distancing herself as far as possible to avoid seeing his current expression, which sent chills down her spine. "Let's go find the village chief." Without wasting a second, she grabbed Bai Ying's hand and left. As they watched TangXiaomi and Bai Ying disappear into the night, the beastmen present were shocked. TangXiaomi had confronted the leader in such a manner. And while he looked fierce, why didn't he take action? Zhu Yishi was drenched in sweat. What was there to be shocked about? He had initially thought that TangXiaomi was merely a figurehead as the leader's wife, but after observing her these past few days, it was clear that she was a genuine wife, someone the leader truly acknowledged. He wanted to explain, but was afraid to speak up, fearing that he would appear too anxious and inadvertently turn a non-issue into a real one. With a mournful expression, Zhu Yishi wished he could cling to the leader's leg and cry out, "Please take care of your wife. I'm really not as good-looking as you." "According to what I just instructed, you can disperse, Xiao Han," she said coldly. The beastmen present obediently scattered, and Zhu Yishi attempted to sneak away, but was left behind by Xiao Han Shi. The other beastmen couldn't help but silently sympathize with Zhu Yishi. Being praised by the leader's wife as being better than the leader was simply fatal. "Leader, what the master said doesn't exist. She's taking revenge on me." Under the pressure of Xiao Han Shi's oppressive aura, Zhu Yishi's voice became quieter. He never expected TangXiaomi would say something more damaging than when she caught him peeping at her while she bathed. However, what surprised Zhu Yishi even more was when Xiao Han Shi coldly replied, "Since it's revenge, then just bear it." Zhu Yishi was instantly petrified upon hearing this. Chapter 346, Is It Really Me? On the way to find Bai Liu, TangXiaomi asked Bai Ying about the situation at that time, and only then did she realize that Bai Liu's expulsion was closely related to her. At that time, she had injured her head and was confused, but she went crazy. She would attack anyone she saw. On the day of the incident, she had an episode, causing all the beastmen to avoid her, which led to a young male beastman falling into the water. Coincidentally, Bai Liu was in that area of water, and by the time she dragged the male beastman ashore, he had already drowned. So, when the other beastmen arrived to rescue, they saw Bai Liu next to the corpse, and since that young male beastman had previously teased Bai Liu and they had fought before Bai Liu could explain, she was unjustly branded as a wandering beast who was expelled. Hearing this, TangXiaomi felt complicated. She had some impression of this event, but her memory was only of a noisy group of beastmen by the river, surrounding Bai Liu and the young male beastman's corpse so tightly that she saw nothing and didn't know what had really happened. Now, asking Bai Ying about it, she realized that the cause of the incident was her. Thinking of this, TangXiaomi pressed her lips together and understood why Bai Liu had taken advantage of her unawareness to make her eat the contract fruit. That little rascal really dared to do anything. Fortunately, she had not been seduced by his looks. Otherwise, what would have happened was hard to say. "There is one more thing I think I should tell you first." Bai Ying paused after thinking for a moment. Seeing Bai Ying's serious expression, TangXiaomi instinctively felt that he was about to get to the main point. When Lao Si was identified as having drowned Qiu Xiong, he actually tried to defend himself, saying he saw someone attacking Qiu Xiong from a distance, and that Qiu Xiong was forced to jump into the water. TangXiaomi felt a chill run down her back after hearing this, her pupils slightly dilating. "Did I attack that Qiu Xiong?" Lao Si didn't see clearly, only mentioned that the height was similar to yours. "Could it really be me?" Bai Ying shook his head, holding TangXiaomi's cold hand, saying it wasn't you. "You were with Roan Conke at the time, and he testified for you." Suddenly, TangXiaomi thought of something and asked, "You believe it wasn't me?" Bai Ying nodded, lowering his gaze with a somewhat dim and complex expression. "Before Qiu Xiong drowned, I saw you with Roan Conke. You couldn't have had the time to attack Qiu Xiong." Hearing this, TangXiaomi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "So you—" "Yes." Before TangXiaomi could ask, Bai Ying had already confirmed what she wanted to know. TangXiaomi fell silent, feeling heavy-hearted and unsure of what to say. Bai Liu's situation must have been terrible. He tried to save someone, but was instead deemed the murderer. He argued, but no one believed him, not even his most trusted brother. That feeling of being abandoned by the whole world must have been unbearable, especially since he was so young at that time. However, this clarified many things and increased hope for rescuing Bai Liu. Once she sorted out her emotions, she noticed that Bai Ying's complexion was not good, which made her a bit anxious. After all, he had a history of self-harm. It's all in the past. You mustn't blame yourself. Bai Yueying remained silent, forcing a smile. So TangXiaomi stood on her tiptoes to hold his face seriously and said, "We will find the real culprit together." Chapter 347, Just follow me to find a killer? TangXiaomi nodded, but Bai Yueying's brows did not relax. It had been so long. Could they still find a culprit? Dead people can speak too. Even if they couldn't find the killer at the very least, they could clear the fourth's name. After understanding the situation, she instead found direction on how to rescue Bai Luoyu. Yes, captivated by her expression at that moment. Bai Yueying responded absent-mindedly. He always thought her eyes were beautiful, the clearest and most vibrant he had ever seen, and at that moment, the light shining in her eyes seemed to swallow all darkness, penetrating his flesh and bones, sweeping away the gloom in his heart and granting him gentle peace. However, TangXiaomi did not notice Bai Yueying's distraction. She was still preoccupied with wanting to get to Bai Luoyu as soon as possible. Whatever needed to be said could wait until they found him. Otherwise, it would all be in vain if he were gone. With a sense of urgency that she herself was unaware of, TangXiaomi quickened her pace, and soon they reached the mountaintop. It was that same mountaintop, the place where Bai Yueying was originally to be executed. At that moment, Bai Luoyu was tied up with his back facing them against a wooden post, his long, smooth black hair cascading over his chest, obscuring his face, making it impossible to see his expression. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, TangXiaomi approached the village chief to inquire about the situation, only to find that Qiuchai was also present. Qiuchai looked unwell, his lips pale, sitting weakly, but perked up upon seeing her and Bai Yueying. "Xiaomi, what are you doing here? There are a lot of bugs here. It's not a place for you to be." TangXiaomi smiled gently and, in a roundabout way, remarked to the visibly better Qiuchai, "It's fine. The bug won't bite me. Rather, there are quite a few flying around Elder Qiu. You shouldn't be here." Qiuchai's smile froze as he realized that there really were no bugs around TangXiaomi. Logically, with her delicate skin, she should be the one getting bitten, yet the bugs kept their distance from her, having heard she not only could heal, but also create all sorts of things. He wondered if the bugs avoided her because she had something good hidden away. This only deepened Qiuchai's curiosity about TangXiaomi. He wanted to ask more, but TangXiaomi's gaze had already moved past him. Was he really being ignored like this as a senior elder? Although he was reluctant, Qiuchai stayed silent and listened attentively to what TangXiaomi would say. "Village chief, I have something to tell you about Bai Liu," TangXiaomi stated directly. The village chief nodded, and as TangXiaomi opened her mouth to speak, she caught a glimpse of Qiuchai's eager eyes eavesdropping. Qiuchai appeared harmless, but she had an instinctive wariness towards him, so she led the village chief to a secluded spot before she began to speak. "What can I hear?" Qiuchai yawned with boredom, then suddenly grinned at Bai Yueying, who in tea followed them. "Really not considering coming with me? As long as you follow me, you might not have to worry about Xiaomi's other partners pointing fingers at you anymore." Hearing this, Bai Yueying's cold gaze fell on Qiuchai, but he did not speak immediately. After locking eyes with Bai Yueying for a moment, Qiuchai threw out an even greater temptation. "What if it's to ensure Bai Luoyu's safety? You didn't protect your brother well back then, watching him get expelled. Do you want to watch him die this time?" Chapter 348. It's me. Bai Yueying's expression darkened slightly. His cold, emotionless eyes revealed a hint of sharpness. I didn't understand what Elder Qiu was talking about. Qiuchai let out a meaningful "oh" and then smiled as he looked at Bai Yueying. "If you're smart enough, you'll know what to do. Otherwise," his voice suddenly turned fierce. "Otherwise, I will feel sorry for Bai Luoyu. It's a pity he doesn't have a good brother." Bai Yueying remained silent, casting a cold glance at Qiuchai before turning and walking towards TangXiaomi and the others. TangXiaomi and the village chief had finished their conversation, and when she saw Bai Yueying approaching, she smiled and made an okay gesture. She said this was their signal, indicating everything was fine, all sorted out. "Now, let's see what the fourth one can provide us with." Bai Yueying nodded, but he didn't follow her over. TangXiaomi was puzzled, and Bai Yueying didn't explain, just smiled gently. "I'll wait for you here." After a few seconds of staring at Bai Yueying, TangXiaomi could only nod in agreement. She probably guessed Bai Yueying's avoidance. She felt this avoidance was not good and would only lead to more misunderstandings for Bai Luoyu. However, even if she pulled Bai Yueying along, if they didn't clarify things at this moment, it would only worsen their relationship, so it was better to let it go. Looking at Bai Luoyu, who was bound to a wooden post, looking disheveled and lonely, her mind flashed back to his half-joking words, asking if she would worry about him if something happened. The crow's mouth indeed lived up to its name, occasionally asking her this question, and now it had come true. Bai Luoyu's skin was very delicate, like it was made of water. The more precious a person was, the more they appeared particularly miserable and pitiful when encountering someone slightly rough. Thus, when she first saw the scars on by Luo Yu's body, TangXiaomi felt it was glaring. He must have resisted and fought back. There were deep scratches on his arms, abdomen, and legs, cutting into the skin and drawing blood. Bai Luo Yu was a natural beauty. She really didn't know which blind person had hurt him like this. Unknowingly, TangXiaomi's eyes turned red, and she clenched her fists, wanting to drag that person out and beat them up. "Xiaomi, is that you?" Hearing the weak, hoarse voice, TangXiaomi came back to her senses. When she opened her mouth, she found her throat was a bit painful. "Yes, it's me." Bai Luo Yu's body noticeably moved, but he was bound, causing him to not only fail to break free from the thick ropes, but also to pull at his wounds. However, she didn't hear Bai Luo Yu's cries of pain. Instead, she heard his muffled laughter. "Xiaomi, you're Xiaomi, it really is you." Hearing Bai Luo Yu's excited murmurs, TangXiaomi felt even more conflicted inside. What was there to be happy about? Just look at how miserable you are right now. "Very miserable?" Bai Luo Yu retorted, as if he were not talking about himself, and as if the wounds on his body weren't his. "Not very miserable. It's unbearable to look at." "Unbearable to look at? Xiaomi, do you mean you can't bear to see me and feel sorry for me?" TangXiaomi was stunned for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Even at this time, he was still joking. "Xiaomi, you don't even dare to look at me when answering. Are you afraid?" Bai Luo Yu's words were like needles that pierced through her inescapably. When he hit a sensitive spot, TangXiaomi directly interrupted him. "What's there to be afraid of? You're just overthinking it." However, when she faced Bai Luo Yu and saw his face, TangXiaomi immediately flew into a rage. Chapter 349, Little Honey. "You are truly a good wife. Who the hell did this?" Tang Momo yelled loudly, her voice particularly clear in the quiet night. So much so that when her voice fell, all the beastmen present seemed to hit the pause button, frozen in place. But it wasn't over yet. Under the astonished gazes, Tang Momo continued to curse, "XXXXXX. You can hit a person but not their face. Is it possible to just grab their face?" Bai Luo Yu's face was ruined, with gaping wounds and blood everywhere, not a clean spot on him, looking like a demon that had just crawled out of the 18 layers of hell. Although she despised him for always using his devilishly handsome face to confuse her, when she saw it bloodied and mangled, all that was left was a surge of anger. "Am I really ugly now?" Hearing Bai Liu's weak voice, Tang Momo suppressed her anger, thinking, "Ugly? Even if it's ruined, I will help you restore it. No need to think about unnecessary things." Upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared at the corners of Bai Liu's mouth, his gaze towards Tang Momo deep and devoted. Instead, Tang Momo felt uncomfortable under his gaze, thinking, "How can you still smile like this? Doesn't it hurt to smile? You say you don't care about me, but Momo, you're not being honest at all. What's it to care about? Isn't it you who is in pain?" Tang Momo zito angili. Bai Liu looked at her with his affectionate peach blossom eyes, pitifully and cautiously asked, "Really?" She couldn't stand that weak and pitiful look, especially with that tone. It felt as if saying the wrong thing would send him back to the 18 layers of hell. In the end, Tang Momo squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. "Fake." Bai Liu's eyebrows regained a hint of joy, like a pure and easily satisfied innocent youth. But a youth is a youth. Any notion of innocence must be an illusion. Bai Liu didn't continue to pursue the matter, as he had already gotten what he wanted. Soon, the village chief, who was about to leave, hurried back. Tang Momo insisted that they first put Bai Liu down. The village chief hesitated and told her it required Elder Chio's consent. Therefore, Tang Momo quickly asked what had happened to Bai Liu's injuries. The subordinates of Chiao Chai, who had captured Bai Liu, helped a lot, saying it was an accidental injury. And anyway, a stray beast man would be executed regardless, so who cared about where he got hurt? But she had a gut feeling that this wasn't just an accidental injury. Gritting her teeth, Tang Momo looked at Chiao Chai, who was also watching her, smiling at her amicably. "Elder Chiao, please put Bai Liu down in his current state. He can't escape." Tang Momo called out to Chiao Chai from a distance. Chiao Chai showed a troubled expression, saying, "I'm afraid that's not possible. You don't know how hard it is to catch Bai Liu." Tang Momo took a deep breath, trying to communicate calmly with Chiao Chai. "But he is seriously injured and needs timely treatment. I ask Elder Chiao to be accommodating. I can guarantee he won't escape." Seeing Tang Momo so earnest, a playful smile appeared at the corners of Chiao Chai's mouth. "Little honey, you're truly a good wife. Even Bai Yuang isn't worried about Bai Liu. Yet you're the one getting anxious first. Or do you want Bai Liu to be your partner?" To be honest, before his face was ruined, Bai Liu was indeed extraordinarily handsome. Even male beastmen would be captivated by him. So, did you have someone ruin his face? Tang Momo asked with a sinister gaze. Chapter 350. Who can still make a move? Xiao Chai sighed softly and did not deny it. One could say that such a beautiful face was hard for him to bear to ruin. As he spoke, Xiao Chai showed a pained expression. But if he didn't destroy it, he believed all the beastmen would be captivated by his face. Who would still dare to make a move? As if deliberately provoking TangXiaomi. Xiao Chai expressed both regret and a burning desire in his eyes. Therefore, I have to take matters into my own hands. My hands were trembling at that time. TangXiaomi narrowed her eyes and walked briskly toward him, filled with anger. Damn you! She had long known that Xiao Chai was not a good person. But she didn't expect him to be so despicable. If a vicious person had said such things to her, it would have been better. But he had to act like a white lotus, making it seem as if he was making great sacrifices for everyone. Xiaomi, it's wrong to curse. Especially since I didn't do anything wrong, Xiao Chai said with a smile, watching TangXiaomi approach him aggressively while casually signaling to his two subordinates beside him. The two male beastmen were tall and strong, blocking him like a wall. So Xiao Chai felt fearless and completely disregarded TangXiaomi, lazily watching her struggle. Get out of the way, TangXiaomi snapped as she reached the two male beastmen. But these two male beastmen were ordered to protect Xiao Chai, so how could they step aside? They looked down at the small TangXiaomi, whose height only reached their chests, and displayed mocking smiles. This little female may be small, but her tone is quite big. Xiaomi, why are you so angry? Although Bai Luyu is the brother of the Bai Yuing, he is a wandering savage beast. And wandering savage beasts should not be taken lightly. TangXiaomi steadied her gaze, and after releasing her clenched teeth, she coldly laughed. Right now, I just find you unpleasant. You don't need to talk nonsense with me. Xiao Chai's expression slightly changed. Someone found him unpleasant? No one had ever spoken to him so arrogantly, especially not a little female. However, thinking of Xiao Hanxi, who was his wife, Xiao Chai regained his composure. Xiaomi, the leader may not be able to protect you for a lifetime. Xiao Chai offered a seemingly friendly reminder, then looked at his two subordinates. How about this? To avoid accidentally hurting the leader's wife, you two should protect her for now. You're wrong. TangXiaomi coldly smiled, her eyes revealing a fierce intent. I don't need him to protect me, and you don't need to protect me either. What you should be worried about is yourself. Hee hee. Xiao Chai chuckled softly, as if he found it amusing, the corners of his mouth rising. Even if she wouldn't admit it. The fact was that it was precisely because of her special identity that she had the confidence to say such things. For others, just hearing Xiao Hanxi's name would make them afraid, but unfortunately, that did not include him. Even if Xiao Hanxi came, what could he do to him? Why would he need to worry about himself? However, Xiao Chai's smile froze when he saw TangXiaomi suddenly close in on him. In the blink of an eye, the two subordinates who were supposed to grab TangXiaomi had fallen. How is this possible? Xiao Chai was shocked, and seeing the bloody dagger in TangXiaomi's hand. He instinctively wanted to run. Run? He was a male beastman with beast power. Wouldn't it be a joke to be afraid of a female? But just as Xiao Chai was about to use his beast power, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his thigh. Looking down, he saw that TangXiaomi's dagger had already been plunged into his thigh. Chapter 351. Your wife is trying to kill me, Elder Qiao. You better not move. I have pierced your major artery, and this dagger is coated with the juice of the broken mysterious flower. You. Xiao Chai's already pale face now completely drained of color. She actually knows about the broken mysterious flower. Even if the orc has strong self-healing abilities, injuries caused by it heal slowly, and applying more will worsen the wound, causing it to fester and become irreparable. At this moment, Xiao Chai suddenly understood some things. She looked petite and delicate, speaking softly and sweetly, always with a smiling and agreeable demeanor. But now she stared unblinkingly, without a hint of hesitation, and lunged forward. The injuries on both of them I had stabbed a bit off. TangXiaomi looked expressionlessly at Xiao Chai's two subordinates, who were bleeding profusely, then imitated Xiao Chai's previous friendly tone to remind her. But as for Elder Qiao here, I had stabbed very accurately. If you pull it out yourself, I guarantee the blood will drain quickly. Perhaps not expecting TangXiaomi to really dare to stab him, Xiao Chai stared at the dagger in her leg for a while, before her eyes filled with a fierce intensity that had never been shown before. You dare to kill an elder for a wandering beast. Even if you were the leader's wife, do you think you can escape responsibility? TangXiaomi was unfazed, coldly meeting Xiao Chai's gaze. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have acted. First, all the orcs have wronged Bai Lu. He shouldn't have been exiled to become a wandering beast. He is not deserving of punishment. Rather, Those who criticized him owe him an apology. Second, my daring to stab you has nothing to do with whether I am the leader's wife. I am betting on whether you value your life, Elder Chiao. Chiao Chai gritted her teeth and grasped the dagger's handle, staring at TangXiaomi with a desperate gaze. Then I dare bet that you will definitely save me. TangXiaomi only intended to intimidate her. How could he be threatened by a little female? After saying that, Chiao Chai raised her hand and pulled the dagger out. Puffed. Blood gushed out of the wound, and the height of the splatter left even Chiao Chai stunned. Elder Chiao. Chiao Chai's two subordinates exclaimed in shock. What are you shouting for? She's not dead yet. Realizing something was wrong, Chiao Chai immediately slumped weakly onto the chair, but her gaze remained fixed on TangXiaomi. If I die in Guanshan village, the entire Guanshan village will. But before Chiao Chai could finish, TangXiaomi walked away as if nothing had happened. Chiao Chai's lips began to tremble. She should save him. She had to save him. TangXiaomi, you must understand if I die, Xiao Hanshi will also be implicated and will not be able to become the leader. TangXiaomi paused her steps and looked at Chiao Chai with an expression of disbelief. Did he think this could threaten her? Suddenly, TangXiaomi heard footsteps and turned to see Xiao Hanshi and his group approaching. What happened? Xiao Hanshi asked in a deep voice, glancing at Chiao Chai. Your wife is trying to kill me. If I die, I believe the leader will not fare well either. Chiao Chai forced a smile and confidently said to Xiao Hanshi, so if you don't want me to die, please ask TangXiaomi to come and heal my wounds. Thus, Xiao Hanshi's icy gaze shifted to TangXiaomi. TangXiaomi's tense face suddenly broke into a smile. He chose to ignore my advice and pull out the dagger. Since he didn't listen to me, why should I listen to him? Chiao Chai's face almost twisted in anger, just as she was about to speak. She heard Xiao Hanshi's cold voice say, Do you understand? Chapter 352, don't go. Save me. What? Chiao Chai instinctively spoke up. TangXiaomi also flashed a look of confusion. Xiao Hanshi had only said a few simple words, and she wasn't sure what he meant. Not even certain if he was speaking to Chiao Chai. Chiao Chai had been waiting for Xiao Hanshi to continue speaking, but as his consciousness gradually faded, he never heard the next word from Xiao Hanshi. At this point, even if he couldn't understand it, he finally realized. Xiao Hanshi was probably feeling pleased that he was about to die, right? Didn't he consider that if he died here, Xiao Hanshi wouldn't fare well either? However, no matter how Chiao Chai looked at Xiao Hanshi, he couldn't detect a hint of emotional change on his face. It seemed he was truly watching coldly from the sidelines. Elder Chiao, how are you? You've lost so much blood. You can't afford to lose more. The terrified voices in his ears made Chiao Chai feel very restless. He showed no reaction when he should be nervous, but he was overly anxious when he shouldn't be, especially to Xiong and Heir Xiong, who really thought he was going to die, even getting teary-eyed. This was clearly embarrassing for him. Chiao Chai gritted his teeth. With Xiao Hanshi silent, all the beastmen were just watching him, making him feel like a joke. But, looking at the unresponsive TangXiaomi, and then at his uncontrollable blood, if this continued, he really would die. He was the great elder of the Nanhua tribe. How could he die just because a small female had stabbed his leg? If that got out, wouldn't he be laughed at? Chiao Chai's mood kept shifting, and his arrogance plummeted. In just a short time, his feelings went from looking down at TangXiaomi from the clouds, seeing her as merely a beautiful little female, to realizing she was wise, courageous, and calm. However, when she saw Bai Liu injured, she became furious, like a fox whose tail had been stepped on. No, at first he thought she was just a little fox, but now he clearly understood she was a beautiful fairy, capable of delivering a deadly blow at any moment. Seeing TangXiaomi about to leave, Chiao Chai, whose consciousness was already blurred, panicked. This was the most embarrassing moment of his life. Don't go. Save me. It was also his first time asking for help. Chiao Chai let out a sigh, and TangXiaomi's anxious heart finally relaxed. What about sincerity? Let go, let it go, let it go. Chiao Chai waved his hand and immediately ordered someone to take Bai Luoyu down from the wooden pillar. Seeing Bai Yu Hawk had already gone over, TangXiaomi then focused on bandaging Chiao Chai. As soon as she touched the wound, she heard Chiao Chai scream in pain. TangXiaomi thought to herself, why doesn't he just faint? Unfortunately, the more she wished for Chiao Chai to stop shouting, the more he shouted, gradually changing the tone of his cries. My leg, At this point, if she still couldn't tell that Chiao Chai was doing it on purpose, then her ears really had a problem. Moreover, she felt the surrounding atmosphere growing heavier, and the two intense gazes from Xiao Hanshi made it hard for her to ignore. Please, Elder Chiao, don't make a sound, otherwise it will affect my treatment, and your leg might end up permanently damaged. Thinking this would intimidate Chiao Chai, she was surprised when he weakly and pitifully replied, I really am in pain. If I can't make a sound, I'll burst. Then hold it in, TangXiaomi said expressionlessly. How could that be? Many females like my leg. However, before Qiu Chai could finish his smiling words, the person in front of him turned into Xiao Hanxi. Chapter 353. Don't touch them. Qiu Chai's expression was grim. Looking at TangXiaomi was much better than looking at the eerie and terrifying face of Xiao Hanxi. Did the leader have regrets? Qiu Chai chuckled lightly, watching Xiao Hanxi with a composed demeanor. TangXiaomi was also confused. Xiao Hanxi suddenly pulled her aside and brought her behind him. What did this mean? Was he not letting her treat Qiu Chai's wounds? However, just as she and Qiu Chai were puzzled about what Xiao Hanxi intended to do, he spoke slowly. I'll do it. Qiu Chai was dumbfounded. What are you doing? But when he saw Xiao Hanxi pick up the herbs, he finally began to understand. Leader, are you going to bandage me? You are the first orc to personally help me with bandaging. As he spoke, Xiao Hanxi rarely curled the corners of his lips, giving Qiu Chai a dangerously charming smile. This isn't good. How can I trouble you, leader? Qiu Chai's face turned even paler. Could Xiao Hanxi be planning to kill him while he was at it? TangXiaomi stood behind Xiao Hanxi, stifling a laugh. She seemed to hear Qiu Chai's voice trembling, despite him claiming he didn't take Xiao Hanxi seriously. Seeing that Xiao Hanxi was really going to take action, Qiu Chai hurriedly tried to save himself. Okay, I won't call out anymore. I won't call anymore. Let TangXiaomi bandage me instead. He thought Xiao Hanxi would back off, but unexpectedly, he ignored the wounded man's howls and proceeded to bandage Qiu Chai. Seeing Qiu Chai sweating profusely, even TangXiaomi couldn't bear to watch anymore. However, this was just the last step. Once it was done, he wouldn't die, and how well it was done was another matter. From the look on Qiu Chai's face, it was undoubtedly incredibly amusing. Not needing her to intervene, TangXiaomi began to stop the bleeding of Big Bear and Second Bear. She had been quite angry with Qiu Chai earlier, which led her to be rougher with Big Bear and Second Bear. But before she could touch their legs, a broad and powerful hand intercepted hers. TangXiaomi looked at Xiao Hanxi in confusion. Why are you grabbing me? Don't touch them. She thought he was going to say something, but instead, he uttered such a nonsensical statement. How could she help them treat their wounds if she wasn't allowed to touch them? She certainly didn't have the skill to heal from a distance. But before TangXiaomi could respond, she heard Xiao Hanxi instructing Bamboo Leaf Snake, you go help. Caught off guard by being called out, Bamboo Leaf Snake took a while to react. You want me to treat Big Bear and Second Bear's wounds? I can't do that. Glancing at Xiao Hanxi's cold profile and the ominous glare in his peripheral vision, Bamboo Leaf Snake dared not defy him and could only brace himself. Big Bear and Second Bear's expressions changed drastically. They had just been slightly flushed, but upon seeing Bamboo Leaf Snake, their faces turned pale, and they quickly said their wounds were fine. However, just like their master Qiu Chai, they ended up getting bandaged despite not wanting to be. Although Xiao Hanxi's behavior was strange, it gave her time. After explaining the areas that needed attention to Bamboo Leaf Snake, TangXiaomi quickly walked towards Bai Luoyu. After being taken down from the wooden pillar, Bai Luoyu had lost his support and could not sit upright with his fishtail. He was now lying helplessly on his side. Seeing Bai Luoyu like this made TangXiaomi feel uncomfortable. The beautiful youth she remembered was eloquent and infuriating. Not like this lifeless figure. I'll apply the medicine. Just bear with it. After pushing aside Bai Luoyu's long hair, TangXiaomi was once again stung by the sight of the wounds on his face. Chapter 354. You'll be a good wife. Bai Luoyu remained silent, instead staring intently at TangXiaomi. What's wrong? Are you being silly? TangXiaomi said irritably when Bai Luoyu looked at her that way. Bai Luoyu's reaction was indeed foolish. He smiled while looking at her with bright eyes. Xiaomi, what you said just now is true. What do you mean true? I mean the first point you mentioned just now. The shock Bai Luoyu felt when he heard her speak so forcefully to Qiu Chai still seemed to tremble within him. Oh, you mean that? TangXiaomi nodded nonchalantly and reassured him. I asked about it. It has nothing to do with you. Do you believe me? TangXiaomi replied with a soft If her mind had been clearer at that time, perhaps Bai Luoyu wouldn't have been expelled at such a young age. However, her casual sounded like thunder in Bai Luoyu's ears, striking him like lightning from within. As a result, the corners of Bai Luoyu's eyes turned slightly red. Xiaomi. Seeing the tears glistening in Bai Luoyu's eyes, even though his peach blossom eyes were often watery, it felt different now. He looked like a homeless puppy, asking her for a bit of care after enduring the harshness of life. TangXiaomi suddenly felt a pang of sadness. For the first time, she willingly reached out and touched Bai Luoyu's head, soothing her voice as she comforted him. It's okay. Everything will be over soon, and I will help you get rid of this identity of a wandering beast. Feeling the gentle touch on his head, Bai Luoyu stiffened. and it took him a while to relax. Once he relaxed, it turned into a longing. It felt so good to be patted on the head by her. All his restlessness, anxiety, and resentment seemed to be calmed down bit by bit. Looking at her delicate face and gentle expression, Bai Liu was entranced and then blurted out, "Xiaomi, if there was something I was hiding from you, would you be very angry?" After asking, Bai Liu felt inexplicably anxious. And when he looked at TangXiaomi, he felt very uneasy. After applying the herbs to Bai Liu, TangXiaomi raised her gaze to meet his eyes. His eyes were beautiful, and it was rare to see genuine emotions within them at that moment. "I already know," TangXiaomi said calmly. But Bai Liu's heart was anything but calm. She already knows, but she doesn't seem to think so at all. Seeing Bai Liu's astonishment, TangXiaomi shot him an annoyed glance. "With your little thoughts, do you think I can't see through them? You think I killed Xiao and made you bear the blame for drowning him? So you resent me and don't want me to be well? Actually, that's not." He wasn't referring to that. Since being captured, he knew she would be able to piece together the cause and effect. However, whether it was your overconfidence or foolishness, to use such a stupid method of forming a partner relationship for revenge was absurd. To sacrifice your entire life for revenge against her, anyone with a functioning brain wouldn't do such a thing. "No, Xiaomi, you're wrong. I think the decision I made at that time was very correct." Bai Liu gazed deeply into TangXiaomi's eyes. "I didn't misjudge you. You'll be a good wife." TangXiaomi's mouth twitched. He was just a tiny little kid back then. Where did his confidence in judgment come from? Or was it that he was too mature for his age? Chapter 355. I am not your brother. Hearing the slow footsteps approaching from behind, TangXiaomi made a shushing gesture to Bai Liu, signaling him to stop talking. The footsteps of Xiao Hanshi were as recognizable as the man himself. Even in a crowd, one could spot him at a glance. After all, not everyone could carry an invisible aura of darkness. In fact, Xiao Hanshi rarely walked when he did. His steps were steady and slow, like a beast stalking its prey, each step akin to a pounce. Once Bai Liu's wounds were roughly treated, TangXiaomi stood up and turned to face the newcomer. As expected, it was Xiao Hanshi. He had darkened eyes, watching Bai Liu with an unpredictable expression. "Let's wait until I help him heal before discussing anything." Driven by an instinctive sense of crisis, TangXiaomi instinctively blocked Xiao Hanshi's line of sight with her body. As a result, his gaze fell on her, and for a moment, she felt that his icy stare could penetrate through her body. The chill from deep within was not an illusion. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Xiao Hanshi spoke in a calm voice. "What if I don't agree?" TangXiaomi furrowed her brows. Analyzing the current situation, she realized she couldn't attack Xiao Hanshi like she did earlier. Surprise attacks only worked against those who underestimated their opponents. And that tactic wouldn't work on Xiao Hanshi. Furthermore, if she wanted to help Bai Liu clear his name, it was fine if she didn't get Xiao Hanshi's support. But he couldn't obstruct her. If he intervened, things would get more complicated. After much contemplation, TangXiaomi smiled sweetly at Xiao Hanshi. "Then I hope you can agree. Bai Liu is the brother of Bai Yuang, which makes him my brother, and also your brother, right?" Xiao Hanshi's face darkened, clearly displeased at suddenly being given a brother. Similarly, Bai Liu frowned, looking equally unhappy. "I am not your brother, nor his." Hearing Bai Liu's complaints, TangXiaomi quickly covered his mouth with her hand and shot him a warning glance, signaling him not to ruin her plans or the act would fall apart. She herself felt goosebumps. Would it really hurt to temporarily accept being called a brother? "Let him continue," Xiao Hanshi spoke in a commanding tone. TangXiaomi bit her lip. Although she didn't want to comply, the situation was special, so she endured it. After reluctantly releasing her grip on Bai Liu, she turned to Xiao Hanshi and spoke with a very pleasant attitude. "He is still a minor, so he is a bit rebellious. Please don't hold it against him." Xiao Hanshi remained expressionless, seemingly not listening to her. But when his gaze slowly shifted to Bai Liu's tail, she knew he was still paying attention. As long as he was listening, things would be much easier. "The merfolk are quite rare," TangXiaomi said earnestly. "Rare things are precious, so they need to be protected." Then, she received a different look from Xiao Hanshi, as if suggesting it would be better if she remained silent. Sure enough, TangXiaomi soon saw a mocking smile appear at the corner of Xiao Hanshi's mouth as he coldly remarked, "Merfolk possess deadly poison, their voices enchanting and mind-altering. They are inherently cunning and fierce, and will stop at nothing to achieve their goals." After hearing Xiao Hanshi's description, all TangXiaomi could think was, no wonder Xiao Hanshi looked at me that way earlier, protecting him. It's a miracle he hasn't been eliminated immediately. Chapter 356. I'm not that weak. TangXiaomi was thinking this when she heard Xiao Hanshi continue. saying that even if he wasn't a stray beast, he couldn't stay in the tribe. If he forcibly stayed, it would be best to eliminate the potential threat before he fully matured. TangXiaomi felt frustrated. Xiaohan's thoughts were indeed in line with her own, but he could think whatever he wanted. She would still do what she needed to do. At that moment, Bai Luoyu snorted coldly and said to Xiaohanshi with a half-smile, "It's truly an honor to be feared by the leader." TangXiaomi felt a throbbing in her temples. Wasn't he supposed to be quiet? Such a blatant provocation. Did he want Xiaohanshi to take action? Sure enough, Xiaohanshi squinted his eyes, showing signs of irritation. Realizing the situation was getting worse, TangXiaomi immediately took Xiaohanshi's arm and pulled him towards Qiu Chai. Thinking that Bai Luoyu in this state was not pleasant to look at, and that Elder Qiu was much better looking. He must want to catch up with the leader. After bringing Xiaohanshi in front of Qiu Chai, TangXiaomi enthusiastically greeted him. When Qiu Chai heard that she wanted him to chat with Xiaohanshi, his expression changed several times before it twisted into a grimace. But TangXiaomi seemed oblivious, completely unaware of how bad the expressions on Qiu Chai and Xiaohanshi were. "Xiaohan, you should stay here and keep Elder Qiu company. He has lost a lot of blood, and his condition is unstable." After saying this understandingly, TangXiaomi walked away. Qiu Chai glanced at Xiaohanshi beside him, wondering why he wasn't leaving. Did TangXiaomi really expect him to stay here? Xiaohanshi felt a splitting headache as he looked at TangXiaomi's retreating figure, clearly knowing that his headache was caused by her calling out his name. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember who had called him that before. That voice seemed engraved in his bones. As soon as it was touched, it would stab at his head, reminding him that he had forgotten something very important. Qiu Chai felt uneasy. Why was Xiaohan's expression getting worse? Not wanting to lose face, Qiu Chai had to keep a stern face. If Xiaohanshi didn't give him a good look, why should he give one back? Thus, while secretly competing with Xiaohanshi, Qiu Chai complained inwardly about TangXiaomi, wondering why she brought Xiaohanshi here. After TangXiaomi had taken away the Buddha that was Xiaohanshi, she returned to treat Bai Luoyu's wounds. Bai Luoyu's wounds had been smeared with broken mysterious flower powder, which needed to be dealt with promptly or it wouldn't heal well. After chiding Bai Luoyu a few times, TangXiaomi got into the zone, infusing her power into the herbs, to the point that after treating Bai Luoyu's wounds, her legs felt weak, and she found it hard to stand as her vision blurred. "Be careful." Bai Yuhak, standing nearby, reached out to support TangXiaomi, saying, "You've expended too much energy. You should tell me if you want to stand." TangXiaomi smiled dismissively. "It's just an accident. I'm not that weak." However, Bai Yuhak frowned tightly. She had already consumed energy for him and Xiaohanshi, and now, with the fourth one injured so severely, her condition wouldn't be much better after helping him heal. "How are you?" Bai Luoyu worriedly propped himself up to look at TangXiaomi. Seeing her pale face and about to fall, a complex expression appeared in his eyes, and he muttered softly, "If I had known, I would have taken fewer injuries." Bai Luoyu's voice was very soft, but TangXiaomi's keen ears caught it, and she shot him a glare. "Stop bragging. Can you really decide that for yourself?" Chapter 357. Don't you care about this? You should rest for a while. Bai Luoyu wanted to support TangXiaomi to find a place to sit, but TangXiaomi waved her hand, insisting that they first resolve the matter of the fourth brother. TangXiaomi was determined, and Bai Yuhak knew that once she made up her mind, it would be hard to change it. With no choice, he nodded in agreement. However, while Bai Yuhak nodded, Bai Luoyu did not. He disagreed. "This little matter of mine is nothing. Xiaomi, you don't need to worry about me." Bai Luoyu wanted to get up to see TangXiaomi and check on her condition, but it was nighttime, and his legs were like a fish's tail. His head was giving a command to stand, but in reality, he could only move his fish tail slightly, and with his injuries, he couldn't get up at all. TangXiaomi was speechless. Even when he was on the torture rack, he still thought it was a small matter. After whispering to Bai Luoyu to behave himself, TangXiaomi let Bai Yuhak support her to find the village chief, asking him to gather all the orcs who were present at the time. Seeing TangXiaomi's serious demeanor, Qiu Chai couldn't help but chuckle lightly and glanced at Xiaohan's snake, genuinely seeming to want to engage in conversation with him. The little male who had drowned was now just bones. How could they prove Bai Luoyu's innocence? Did the chief's wife have resurrection magic? Xiaohan's snake's gaze was also on TangXiaomi, watching her stand at a height and raise her voice to recount what had happened to those orcs. The orcs looked skeptical, regarding TangXiaomi with the same expression, waiting for her answer. However, when it came to the crucial moment, TangXiaomi fell silent with a smile, only saying they should look at the corpse first. The orcs, seeing TangXiaomi's confident words, began to believe her more. But TangXiaomi knew that no matter how beautifully she spoke, without evidence to support it, she could easily be questioned and overturned. Thus, She proposed to excavate the corpse of TangXiaomi for an autopsy. The orcs were in an uproar upon hearing this, and even the village chief showed signs of difficulty. TangXiaomi's mother could not bear it any longer, wiping her tears in opposition. My child is already drowned. Now you want to dig him up? Don't you want him to rest in peace? Why can't he have peace even after death? TangXiaomi, my TangXiaomi, has already died so tragically. Why must he suffer even in death? TangXiaomi's mother was in tears, every word filled with heart-wrenching pain. Because of this, the other orcs echoed her sentiments, hoping that TangXiaomi's remains would not be dug up. I don't care who did it. No matter what, TangXiaomi cannot be dug up again. TangXiaomi's eyes darkened as she looked at TangXiaomi's mother, saying, TangXiaomi's fate is unfortunate, and I can understand your feelings. But TangXiaomi is dead, and now Bailuoyu is alive. He is about to be executed. The orcs who once dragged TangXiaomi ashore and tried to save him not only did not receive the respect they deserved, but are now burdened with such a crime to die for. Don't you care about this? Good people suffer undeserved disasters, while the wicked go unpunished. Can we bury an innocent life to accompany the dead so that TangXiaomi can find peace? With a calm gaze sweeping over the orcs opposing the excavation of the remains, TangXiaomi's eyes were resolute as she continued, Bailuoyu needs the truth. TangXiaomi needs the truth even more, and I need the truth as well. Therefore, whether you agree or disagree, I am determined to excavate TangXiaomi's remains. Chapter 358. Second brother, you're really pathetic because of her weakness. TangXiaomi's voice was not loud, and it was even a bit hoarse. However, after her words fell, all the beast men fell silent. Her words made them realize that they actually hoped it was Bailuoyu who had done it. And this hope turned into a belief that Bailuoyu was indeed the culprit, leading them to think he deserved to suffer everything. What they were unwilling to accept might not be TangXiaomi's inability to rest in peace, but rather that the truth was not what they had always believed. But if that were the case, Bailuoyu would have to die. Should he die? Since they identified Bailuoyu as the culprit, they had never thought about this question. All they thought about was expelling Bailuoyu, and if they found him, they would kill him. As for the truth, perhaps it had long ceased to be important. TangXiaomi's mother stopped crying, and after meeting TangXiaomi's clear gaze, she suddenly felt that her insistence had turned into an ugly mindset. It shouldn't be like this. TangXiaomi's mother slowly looked at Bailuoyu. To be honest, he was quite miserable. When he was first captured, he was covered in blood, and she had even said he should die painfully and make up for TangXiaomi's life. But what if Bailuoyu didn't drown TangXiaomi? What if it was as TangXiaomi said? Just a moment ago, she was still convinced that Bailuoyu was the murderer, regardless of whether he was or not. She had made up her mind that it was him, and he deserved to be executed. Seeing that the beastmen were silent, TangXiaomi spoke up, saying that if everyone had no more questions, then they should leave. The beastmen, trapped in silence, looked at each other, wanted to say something, but unsure of what to say. Just as TangXiaomi was about to leave, she found someone gripping her ankle. Looking down, she saw Bailuoyu lying on the ground, tightly holding onto her ankle with one hand. Your fishtail can't walk. Just wait here, she said. Bailuoyu pouted, looking up at TangXiaomi with a pitiful expression. Xiaomi, why do you always say something disheartening when I'm about to be moved to tears? TangXiaomi chuckled slightly. Let's forget about your feelings for now. The village chief and the others were still waiting for her, and she glared at Bailuoyu's hand. Aren't you going to let go? Can we finish work and go to sleep? Unknowingly, it was already midnight. If they didn't wrap things up soon, she would fall asleep standing. But Bailuoyu still refused to let go, continuing to cling to her like a tragic female lead in a drama. I don't want anything. I don't care about the truth. As long as Xiaomi, you're here, don't leave. Seeing Bailuoyu acting like a drama queen, TangXiaomi had no choice but to squat down and forcibly pry his hand off. If he weren't injured, she might have even kicked him. Afraid that Bailuoyu would cling to her again, TangXiaomi lightened her steps and caught up to the village chief without needing Bai Yuying's support. Bai Yuying did not immediately chase after TangXiaomi. Instead, he stood in front of Bailuoyu, looking at him quietly with his head lowered. Fourth, you don't need to talk to me. No matter what you say, I will not forgive you. Bailuoyu's expression immediately darkened, and he turned his head away, not even glancing at Bai Yuying. However, Bai Yuying showed no change in expression. I never expected you to forgive me. I just want to tell you that Xiaomi treats you sincerely. Don't do something you'll regret. Upon hearing this, Bailuoyu's body stiffened. His second brother, without saying a word, indeed saw through everything. Bailuoyu coldly smiled and raised his eyes to look at the back of Xiao Han Shi as he left with TangXiaomi. Second brother, you're really pathetic. Chapter 359. Not losing is not an option. Cho Chai had injured his leg and couldn't walk. But he was too curious about what TangXiaomi would do after excavating the remains of the autumn bear. So he gritted his teeth and called over 2 strong male beastmen to carry him over. Since it was already late when they arrived, Chochai saw that the beastmen had encircled TangXiaomi in a tight circle. Unable to get in, he had to cough a few times to make way for himself. By the time he was carried to the innermost circle, the remains of the autumn bear had already been unearthed, and TangXiaomi was examining them. The stark white bones were unsettling even for him, but there was no sign of fear on TangXiaomi's face. Instead, her bright eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. How much did she want to help? Bai Luoyu, clear his name. Look, the skull behind the autumn bear's head is shattered, clearly indicating it was subjected to a violent blow, he said. How can you be sure it wasn't Bai Luoyu who did it? He could have attacked the autumn bear in the water. Chochai smiled as he watched TangXiaomi, unwittingly becoming the spokesperson. From the moment he squeezed in, she knew he wouldn't just keep quiet, so she was mentally prepared. Thus, TangXiaomi calmly explained, Elder Cho, you may not know this, but such injuries cannot be inflicted in the water. If Bai Luoyu wanted to drown the autumn bear, why would he go to the trouble of smashing a hole in its head? Moreover, I've already asked the village chief and the beastmen who arrived at the scene first. They saw bloodstains not far away, indicating that the autumn bear was injured before it fell into the water. As she spoke, TangXiaomi waved to Chochai, who approached with a stern expression, wanting to cover his nose, but since TangXiaomi showed no signs of disgust, he had to pretend to be calm. What's there to see? It's just bones. Elder Cho, take a closer look at the autumn bear's wound. The injury must have been inflicted from above. There is still this stuck in the skull. After forcefully extracting a small stone from the autumn bear's skull, TangXiaomi placed it in Chochai's hand, which was filled with disgust. Chochai was still absorbed in watching her extract the stone from the skull, so he didn't immediately react when the small stone was placed in his palm. Once he realized what had happened, he found himself in a dilemma, to throw it away or not. Chochai's face turned from blue to black as he glared at TangXiaomi, his teeth itching with anger. How could this filthy thing be put directly in his hand? She even knew to wrap it in a leaf. The wound on the back of the head is fatal. I can conclude that it wasn't Bai Luoyu because he was only this tall at the time, while the autumn bear was about my height. With that height difference, it would have been impossible for Bai Luoyu to hit the autumn bear even on tiptoe. Someone else must have attacked the autumn bear. Bai Luoyu was right. He saw someone roughly the same height as the autumn bear attacking it. He thought it was me, and I almost thought it was myself too. After surveying the area, TangXiaomi slowly continued, but it wasn't me. I wasn't at the scene. Therefore, I can conclude that the beast man was about the same height as me. Our village has no underage females, so the remaining possibility is that it must be an underage male beast man. Chochai felt disgusted by the small stone in his hand, but after hearing TangXiaomi's logical explanation, he began to find it somewhat intriguing. Chapter 360, she must have done it on purpose. So, who do you think that underage orc is? There must be someone, right? I can vaguely smell the stench of the bones coming from the small stone in my hand. And Chochai asked with a very unpleasant expression, what do you plan to do with this stone? TangXiaomi pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, Elder Chio, why haven't you discarded it yet? Everyone has seen this, or are you saying, you want to keep it as a memento? She must have done it on purpose. Chochai's face turned green, and he almost threw the small stone at TangXiaomi's face, then pretended to be surprised and say it was an accident, but before he could lift his hand, Xiao Han's sharp gaze shot over. Thus, Chochai forcefully suppressed his impulse to throw the stone at TangXiaomi. Seeing that Chochai gave up on that thought, Xiao Han continued to watch TangXiaomi without changing his expression. At this moment, TangXiaomi raised her eyes to sneak a glance at Xiao Han, and when he turned his gaze over, she was caught in the act, with a flash of avoidance in her eyes. TangXiaomi immediately regained her composure and continued to reason. I don't know who this orc is, but Qiu knows. After being attacked, Qiu must have fought back. He has signs of struggle on him, and an important item was found in the gaps of his nails. As long as we examine all the underage orcs in that time frame, we will get the answer. Upon hearing this, Chochai's gaze fell on TangXiaomi's hand, and he saw her snap off the hand of Qiu's corpse with a crack. Qiu's mother let out a gasp. This is a corpse, not some firewood. She didn't even blink while doing it. Fearing that this bony hand would be thrown at him, Chochai had secretly prepared himself, and this time he would definitely throw away whatever TangXiaomi threw at him far away. However, TangXiaomi smiled at Chochai but wrapped up the bony hand, saying, if I'm right, Qiu must have injured that orc badly, leaving a wound. Once I extract the item from Qiu's nail gap and compare it with the wound, identifying that orc will just be a matter of time. Can it really be done? Qiu's mother asked, puzzled. What exactly is left in the nail gap? Unfortunately, TangXiaomi moved too quickly for her to see clearly. Qiu Chai snorted coldly, pouring cold water on her, saying, "Don't just be boasting." TangXiaomi smiled without speaking, but her expression was confident, which was even more persuasive. "Well then, I hope you can really find the murderer who killed Qiu Xiong." Qiu Xiong's mother looked at Qiu Xiong's corpse and started to cry again. With his hand broken by TangXiaomi, she also wanted to know who the poisoner was. It's chilling to think that such a malicious little male orc has been among them. TangXiaomi nodded, "Of course, but I hope that when the time comes, you not only clear Bai Luoyu's name, but also apologize to him." Qiu Xiong's mother sniffed, a look of embarrassment flashing across her face. And the other orcs also had complex expressions, but they all nodded in agreement. "All right, that's all for today. Everyone can go rest now." After TangXiaomi hid the bony hand, she planned to leave. The orcs all looked at each other with expressions of "Is that it?" They were waiting for her to continue. Although this matter was quite hard for them to accept, they couldn't help but feel that her explanation was wonderful, and they were still left wanting more. Chapter 361. Did he know what she wanted to do? Qiu Chai kept glancing at TangXiaomi, or more specifically, at the white bone hand she was hiding. How could a little female manage to hide that thing without changing her expression? TangXiaomi also noticed Qiu Chai's gaze and understood what he was thinking as she followed his line of sight. Did Elder Qiu want it? Qiu Chai coldly snorted, feeling quite proud. "I don't want that cursed thing. I don't believe you can really catch the so-called true culprit. What if by then there isn't even shadow? Then Bai Luoyu will still die. Thank you, Elder Qiu, for your concern. And please thank Qiu Xiong for me as well." At first, Qiu Chai didn't understand why TangXiaomi was thanking Qiu Xiong until she took out the white bone hand and shook it with him. Qiu Chai's face turned green again, and he finally couldn't hold back his fury, roaring, "TangXiaomi!" TangXiaomi smiled innocently and waved goodbye to Qiu Chai, ignoring him. On the way back, TangXiaomi keenly sensed a gaze fixed on her. Of course, she clearly knew it wasn't tea from Xiao Hanshi. It seemed that the fish was about to be hooked. "Give me your hand." The silent Xiao Hanshi reached out his hand toward TangXiaomi. At first, she thought he wanted to hold her hand, but when she saw his gaze fixed on the white bone hand hidden in her bag, she realized she had mistakenly thought too much, thinking Xiao Hanshi had suddenly turned innocent. "No way." TangXiaomi pressed down on the bag, fearing that Xiao Hanshi might snatch it away without saying a word. Xiao Hanshi furrowed his brows, signaling her with his eyes to hand it over quickly. But TangXiaomi pursed her lips and shook her head desperately. This thing was crucial. How could she give it to him? If she did, how could she lure the snake out of its hole? Would he even want to fight over a dead person's bones? She absolutely wouldn't agree. Looking at the little female with a tense expression, Xiao Hanshi thought of her vivid expressions and lively eyes from earlier that night. In the end, Xiao Hanshi didn't try to snatch it. Instead, he calmly said, "Don't run around when you're near me. It's south best to stick close." TangXiaomi was taken aback. She had already prepared to protect the white bone hand fiercely, and now he didn't want it. Thinking carefully about Xiao Hanshi's words, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Did he know what she wanted to do? But if she was by his side, how would the fish dare to come to the bait? TangXiaomi didn't speak. Since Xiao Hanshi returned here, he seemed a bit different, and this difference made her heart feel chaotic. She thought he would be better off being the previous annoying version of himself. That way she could thoroughly dislike him. Feeling complicated, she returned to the mountaintop, where Bai Liu was already sitting up, using his fishtail in a strangely humorous way. As soon as he saw her, a smile immediately blossomed on his face. This smile wasn't fake. He had originally planned to smile like this, but came out naturally without any effort. He didn't expect that she had only left for a short while, and he was already looking forward to her return. "Bai Luoyu, do you know that you look terrifying when you smile?" His stunning face was overshadowed by a fierce and horrifying expression, and smiling so happily only added to the terror. Like a ghost appearing in a horror movie with blood streaming down its face. Bai Liu didn't care and even ignored Xiao Hanshi's presence, continuing to smile at TangXiaomi, forming a stark contrast to the expression of Bai Yuhawk beside him. Chapter 362. When did they become so in sync? The reactions of the two were vastly different. TangXiaomi squinted her eyes and stared at Bai Liu, wondering if he had bullied Bai Yueying while she was away. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. TangXiaomi irritably reminded him, "You stay here honestly. The village chief will take care of you, so you don't have to worry about anything." The only thing she was concerned about was that he might cause some trouble again. Bai Luoyu pouted and looked at TangXiaomi with disappointment. "Xiaomi, are you not going to take care of me? Not take care of him?" TangXiaomi secretly cursed Bai Luoyu for being ungrateful, then smiled and said, Yes, so you behave yourself. Having said what needed to be said, TangXiaomi went to find the village chief again, asking her to keep an eye on by Liu and let her know if anything happened, especially regarding Chiao Chai. On the way back, it inexplicably turned into a trio. TangXiaomi signaled the bamboo leaf snake with her eyes to hurry up, but at first, he shook his head. After hinting at him a few times, he actually started to walk even slower, increasing the distance between them. TangXiaomi secretly gritted her teeth and deliberately moved closer to Bai Yueying. When she reached out to link arms with him, Xiao Hanxi's voice suddenly appeared ominously in her ear. Do you want me to carry you back? Her hand froze, and TangXiaomi awkwardly retracted her outstretched hand. She believed that if Xiao Hanxi said it, he could do it, so she had to walk in the middle, sharing the space equally. Due to the height difference, she felt like she was being protected by her parents. The atmosphere was exceptionally strange, and it did not improve even after they returned to the cave. But she couldn't care less because she was very tired and just wanted to sleep. Seeing the hay and animal skins was like seeing Duke Zhou waving at her. TangXiaomi smiled hazily and then dove into it. However, when she lunged, she did not land in her beloved nest, but was instead pulled by the back of her collar. Already feeling like a child, this tugging made it even more so, which made TangXiaomi frown unhappily. I want to sleep. TangXiaomi turned her head and glared at Xiao Hanxi. Don't think just because you're tall, you can pick me up like this with 2 fingers. Eat something before sleeping. You've consumed too much and need to replenish, Bai Yueying said. If Xiao Hanxi had said this, she would have definitely snapped back. Mind your own business. But since it was Bai Yueying speaking, hearing his gentle voice made her anger dissipate. Then, TangXiaomi felt a bit depressed. When did they become so in sync? But she was too tired to think much about it, so she didn't dwell on it. To be able to sleep sooner, she obediently ate something. As she ate, her eyelids began to droop. Eventually, unable to hold on any longer, TangXiaomi fell asleep while eating. Watching TangXiaomi fall asleep instantly, breathing evenly, Bai Yueying paused, a warm yet helpless smile appearing on his face. He remembered a time when she did the same, falling asleep while eating lotus seeds. Get out. I have something to ask you, Xiao Hanxi said with a stern face. Seeing Bai Yueying show such an expression, he found it very annoying. Bai Yueying concealed his inadvertently revealed emotions, glanced coldly at Xiao Hanxi, and walked out of the cave. Chapter 363. Why don't you turn into a snake? The Law Avatar sensed a crisis and was very wary, realizing that he had to interrupt the opponent's attack. However, after forcing out the black sword, the energy consumption was too great, and he couldn't recover in time to organize a counterattack. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Brother Zhang, I was wrong. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do whatever you want. The Song brothers knelt on the ground, banging their heads like garlic, crying and begging for mercy. Upon hearing this request, some in the audience were pleased and began discussing it excitedly, while others fell into deep thought and some furrowed their brows. Perhaps this was indeed necessary. Otherwise, once the spring breeze passed, those people would return, and by then it would be too late for me to deal with them one by one. With the intelligence of the crown prince, it was impossible to guess. Not even the queen could foresee that the two would lay everything bare, let alone think that Prince Xian would expose his ambitions in front of Prince Ling. Others believed that Wei Qing's hope of winning lay in survival until the end, so no one understood why he took the risk to attack the Devil Squad. The man in the white robe formed seals with both hands. Dao, immortal technique. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, and with the blessing of the Dao, immortal technique, his presence became even more terrifying. The staff patiently waited for the 3 to sign their names before taking the registration form from Chia. Then she began to inquire about their future arrangements. Brother, Pan Yu was already extremely excited when he said this, to help his brother. He had suffered a lot for this sports car, so he said excitedly, Brother Yi, I am in awe. There is no one in the entire Yuanhong city who plays like you. Pingyang City wasn't large, and after Mao Zheng provided the specific address, Mao Yuning didn't even turn on the navigation, driving straight there. Didn't I say so? I'm just an ordinary person. Zhang Jiwei said, this wasn't a lie, as he truly couldn't achieve that yet. A boy behind Liu Yu was also a bit angry. In his opinion, he brought people to rescue others and provided food. So these people should be respectful. Wang Su thought this was an exaggerated rhetorical device used by the old village head. After all, many people also thought snail noodles were very smelly. Because AI Huaz was in deadly danger, his sister Yulia suddenly lost control. Under the catalysis of the blood crystal stone, she turned into the illusion demon, Butterfly of Rebellion Flame, the first 8-person main boss. He felt a bit disheveled, but then his heart chilled from Zhang Jiwei's casual demeanor. He vaguely sensed a killing intent. Don't be like this. We've known each other for several years. If you're unhappy, just vent it on me. After saying this, he pounded his chest twice. I know I've made a big mistake. Regardless of the reason, I shouldn't have treated him like this. From the implications in the conversation, the sex cross-border magic array could only transport them to other worlds and could not bring them back. I have a question. We don't understand the languages of other countries. How do we communicate? Zhao Mingqi asked. I've only tried my best to restrain my power, but I still didn't expect it to turn out like this. I think if I hadn't controlled it, this Sin Blood City might have disappeared along with everything else. Li Tian said innocently as he looked at the great wizard in front of him. Endless flames instantly surged into the ocean of flesh and blood, igniting everything in the blink of an eye. It might also be a geographical issue. Perhaps it was blocked by the distant mountains. Suddenly he added. This statement was clearly self-comforting. Hey, you young man, I'm a dignified expert. Is there any need for me to deceive you? If you don't believe this, I can't tell you anything else, Musk said very seriously. It wasn't critical to drill into the nose and mouth. As long as one rinsed their mouth when free and cleaned the nostrils, it was fine. However, if it got into the eyes, quicklime would heat up, and to put it mildly, it would temporarily burn away vision. To put it severely, it could cause instant blindness. She looked at the full glass of milk. Even though it wasn't very close, she seemed to smell an unpleasant milky scent. However, Lin Feng disagreed because others sang beautifully, but when he sang, it was life-threatening. He knew that a howl could summon wolves. What puzzled Hao Chun was that after stepping down the stairs, the surroundings became gloomy, no longer as dark as before, allowing him to roughly see the environment around him. As the news spread, Siyu Mountain sighed. Just yesterday, he had notified the island of his impending arrival, and evidently, the residents on the island already knew that a high-level evil cultivator was coming to practice evil methods. However, although Li Ru and the Western Liang army he led remained calm and could cruelly choose to abandon the northern soldiers who were beyond rescue. The problem was that the northern soldiers who had been rescued and regained their normal sanity could not simply let go as easily as one might think. Mr. Lin Air had his back to the hospital room, unable to see anything, only hearing exclamations and urgent alarm bells. His heart tightened and his heartbeat raced. The smile at the corner of Ling Jiao's lips became increasingly charming, as if she could already see the prey throwing itself into the net. Zhou made a brief statement before cutting off contact, and before leaving, he granted Bai Tianfan a level 2 permission, allowing him to mobilize a portion of the Creation Jade discs to demonstrate power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to suppress this old master who had lived for over 2,000 years. On the video platform of the New World, many farm scenes displayed through virtual helmets began to appear. Meanwhile, not long after returning, Kai Su, who was resting and drinking tea, suddenly saw the gate guards rushing over in a hurry. Chapter 364 afterward. I will be permitted to teleport through the starry sky to the ancient hall. Han Dong can return directly to the fire zone. He does not need to go through the hall passage. The ancient hall will actively recognize the Stargate permissions, confirming that Han Dong belongs to the original Stargate of the fire zone, and will transfer him to the fire zone. The surface of the armor, transformed from the Sky Dragon scale armor, is seamless, with not a single visible joint. There are also exquisite connection structures at the joints of the hands, feet, and knees. By the time Lin AI arrived at Pascal Village, the entire village was in chaos, with sparks flying everywhere. Lin AI could still see Liderson, 2B, and others fighting in the sea of flames. In terms of willpower, Ning Mo was not inferior to the primordial Han Dong, but no matter how strong the subjective will, it is still difficult to rewrite objective facts. How old is Ling Hao this year? And he's also a cultivator. It is said that the cultivation methods of cultivators can truly grant immortality. So what level will he reach in the future? Just thinking about it made Situ Shu's heart tremble. Yi Tian looked carefully, and, indeed, it resembled a dragon, with a huge serpentine body, fierce foreclaws, and stiff scales on its body. The people from the White Chalk Court seemed to be able to accurately locate the position of the colorful stone, as their direction of advance was almost a straight line, with no turns at all. If they didn't know better, it would be too abrupt. Thus, they must have some powerful treasure in hand that could ignore the interference of two-dimensional spatial laws. In an instant, a piercing shriek broke through the air, drowning out the monster's whimpering. His figure darted towards the monster, as if a strong countercurrent wind had suddenly risen from the ground, stirring up dust everywhere. Before he even collided with the monster, his clothes were already pressed tightly against his body by the strong wind. The spellbound Zhao Zhen's body. preventing him from being overturned by this acceleration while leaving his head uncovered for breathing. You want to rely on cultivators, right? Then I will sever your reliance and slowly play with you. Weigh family, like slow torture. Clear all obstacles around me. Mainly responsible for checking my food and living environment for any toxic substances. She did not participate in Lin Lin's past, but she will be involved in the future, ensuring that Lin Lin grows up healthily. Li Boishue was even more puzzled, but he did not elaborate on this topic, as Lu Chun might have his own unspeakable difficulties. Knowing that the Luo kingdom was sending troops again, Wei Qiyao did not dare to be careless. Years of experience in killing enemies made him unable to underestimate them. But he did not expect that this time it was the crown prince of the Luo kingdom leading the charge. The beings here did not face destruction. Chun Xin Tian spent some effort to incorporate them all into his own world. During the waiting process, everyone dispersed to do their own activities. And Luo Su gently patted Su Xing's shoulder. He discovered that the life force of the title de Law was surprisingly strong. Having been severely injured by a missile and buried under a pile of stones for so long, yet still retaining a trace of life force. As a Western doctor, yet diagnosing patients with traditional Chinese medicine methods. Do you have a medical license for traditional Chinese medicine? However, wanting to see the Celestial Star Emperor is not an easy task. It seems necessary to find the fifth prince. Originally, those who were sharing a bitter smile at each other now closed their mouths, their eyes heavy as the dark energy descended, gradually spreading before everyone. The Battle King's ship revived once again, a similarly grand aura arising. The white-boned Pegasus was knocked away several miles, but shockingly, its body shimmered with a silvery divine light, completely unharmed. The snow demon sneered coldly. She casually waved her right hand, and countless sword lights instantly shot out from her hand. With Gu Fei's powerful martial body and having cultivated the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path and the Breaking Extremes secret technique, he could even kill those at the peak of the Immortal King level. A clue recording the growth location of a top-grade Yang sunflower, which could enhance 5 years of external family cultivation through hard practice and refinement, is right on this island. According to our Roman tradition, since new nobles have emerged from the surrounding land, the nearby upper-class people will inevitably accept the first invitation to visit. The warrior leader said. Looking at the giant skeleton before them, a group of ruffians was suddenly surprised and delighted, but when the skeleton's bone club swung down towards their heads, in that instant, they likely wouldn't even know what hit them before turning into a pile of mosaics. Previously, Locke saw the emblem of Baekmondi on the battlefield, alongside another flag featuring a soaring golden eagle, the Jila Principality. His aura surged, creating winds as he stepped forward, completely blocking Chu He behind him. And the crazy dragon-breaking tiger gun instantly transformed into a fierce wind that swept across the ground. The entire venue suddenly darkened, and the spotlight shone towards the contestant passage, where Issei Hui pushed a flatbed cart into the venue, on top of which was placed a block of ice about 1 cubic meter in size. Drinking cold water could even be fatal. This illness indeed carries certain risks. Wang Yao said seriously, I am different from you. You thought about it and acted, while I merely thought about it. Miao Qing Yuan smiled, the smile bittersweet. Chapter 365, they still had to return to the lounge to wait for the results. After all the singers had finished singing, the host chatted for a while before announcing the results. Very good. You have successfully angered me. However, Yin Xiao still maintained his aloof and arrogant demeanor. Master, give me another chance. Let me enter the heavenly cave again. I can break through the golden pattern. Su simpliti despriti. Yao. Their essay call from the store. They said a major client wants to come in and sign a long-term contract to establish a partnership. And they want us to supply all the goods we sell to them at double the usual retail price. Logically, the strange death of his mother and his suddenly genius younger sister should raise suspicions. The audience suddenly saw darkness, followed by the humorous dialogue between Zheng Rui and the staff. Jean Baihe was in a good mood. Allowing the old man Fu to move away during the new year showed how much he disliked the main house, which was good news for the second house. To be honest, he wasn't too keen on spending money. Spending millions in one go was just a normal need. He would eventually have to buy a house. Luo Xia raised his gun and ran towards the basement exit. When he burst out of the villa, there was no sign of Salabi outside at all. All right, now that we're all insiders, let us speak freely. Those who can drink, fill your glasses. King Lu instructed someone to close the private room door and turn to speak to everyone. That smile, stunning and radiant, was more beautiful than the most exquisite flower in the world, making her heart race and her body feel hot. Her eyes were only on him. unable to see anything else. At this point, Feng Qingyang suddenly froze, as if realizing something, and looked at Lung Lingyun and the others with disbelief. At a glance, he still looked like the standard version, waving the flamboyant fan in his hand, making a whoosh-whoosh sound. Second brother, if you dare kick me, you're dead. The third brother exploded, rolling up his sleeves and rushing up to fight. Meng Yao's words made me a bit angry, but before I could speak, she pushed me down. Having had a bit to drink, my reaction was slow, and I couldn't dodge in time. She leaned over me, our eyes meeting, although there was no soul-snatching breath. Her body scent mixed with alcohol still made me dizzy. Every time the space expanded, a mysterious energy transformed Zhuang Yi's body. By now, Zhuang didn't even know how powerful his body had become. After sending off Getter, Fang Bai looked at the flying snow outside, reached out, but unfortunately, the pure white snowflakes only passed through his hand and continued to fall to the ground. The next morning, before the old couple got up, Chu Si quietly left the fruit orchard. Now, to make the Tang sect part of his Wuhan sect, some things had to be done more ruthlessly. No way. I absolutely cannot let this go. How dare she act so recklessly in front of me? Su Jiling. She must be taught a lesson. Fortunately, Zhang Yang finally took the pill and swallowed it. This guy was so shameless. He was still hesitating a moment ago, but swallowed the other S pill in the blink of an eye. The carefree Bian Jinwei no longer had to worry about his family being attacked by enemies. In his excitement, Xiao Ming's gratitude towards Zhang Yang deepened. Following Zhang Yang's method, he really could refine pills, and it wasn't as complicated as when he refined them before. He didn't expect his brother-in-law, Xia Kajuan, to have such big ambitions, even preparing to enter the film industry. Chun Yin felt the chaotic, demonic energy suppressed within him. His eyes flickered between dark and bright, and the demonic patterns were about to uncontrollably appear. Although these people were close to him, it wasn't a good time to reveal his identity. Lei Shan suddenly kicked up, and during the lifting process, dark energy surged towards his right foot, which turned pure black in the blink of an eye, with fierce power rolling on it. The Tianlanji sect was originally associated with the moon, and it was rumored that once night fell, these magical powers would be enhanced by moonlight, far exceeding their usual power. The members of the Bang Kluod group were amazed. Everything in this valley was so novel to them. You really want to take her away? Chunyan noticed that Jian Lingxi and Jian Xinxiang had grown closer and felt a bit puzzled. Hearing this name, Bian Bian could judge his status and position in the Gangji society, drawing warriors to attract zombies and soldiers to attack Mingzhou City. The tens of thousands of soldiers in Mingzhou City would naturally not be a match for Shenlang's army. After saying this, Lan Fei no longer looked at the fallen Luo Yu, who still couldn't get up, and easily turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he saw old Zhou with a birdcage smiling at her ahead. Unknowingly, I felt as if I'd taken root, standing there foolishly, neither advancing nor retreating, hesitant and unwilling. I pondered whether to muster the courage to knock on the door or retreat due to the sudden danger that flashed in my mind, thus giving up the tempting path to make money. Don't mind her, the shadow isn't targeting you. Seeing this, Xiao Jin smiled at Yiqing Luo and explained gently, "Let us go. We'll leave first." Xiao Jin grabbed Yin Xiaoyi's hand, his broad palm enveloping hers. Upon seeing the aircraft, everyone was excited. They had only heard of it, but had never experienced it. Accustomed to fighting and learning combat skills, she had only practiced some medicine in the past. And that was also for Yi Feng's sake. She glanced around. The misty light red shrouded the distance, making it somewhat hazy. Chapter 366. He won't let you off, Does this count as being unable to repay a debt and offering oneself in return? It's true that what you worry about often comes to pass. Saving someone is just instinct, no matter who is by her side. She will always lend a helping hand when she can. I don't need anything in return, as long as you're fine. After Tang, Xiaomi smiled at Xiang Wulu. She turned to the now shocked bamboo leaf snake. I suspect someone caused this accident on purpose. What? On purpose? The bamboo leaf snake was greatly surprised. It's not uncommon for rocks to fall on a mountain. He thought they were just having a bad day until Tang Xiaomi said this, making him feel that something was off. Tang Xiaomi nodded. She was almost certain, but if they looked for the beast man now, he would have already run away. Xiang Wulu felt a bit frightened and looked at Tang Xiaomi with concern. Who wants to harm you? Remembering that he had invited her here, Xiang Wulu felt guilty and lowered his head. I'm sorry. If it weren't for me looking for you, you wouldn't have encountered any danger. Don't think too much about it. This isn't your fault. After saying that, Tang Xiaomi patted Xiang Wulu's arm to comfort him. Someone has set their sights on her. Coming here was just an opportunity. In other places, she would still encounter danger when the timing was right. However, the bamboo leaf snake frowned, staring intently at Xiang Wulu's arm. How could she touch other male beastmen? The leader wouldn't be happy, and if the leader wasn't happy, he wouldn't be able to relax. Master Yu, TangXiaomi was deep in thought, and upon hearing the bamboo leaf snake's voice, she looked up at him. Seeing her indifferent demeanor, not taking it to heart at all, the bamboo leaf snake felt a pang of heartache for the leader. However, he didn't know how to remind her, and, as he looked at TangXiaomi, he found himself at a loss for words. TangXiaomi felt a bit frustrated. The bamboo leaf snake seemed to want to say something, but held back, his expression changing repeatedly, as if he was becoming increasingly abnormal. So, TangXiaomi leaned closer to the bamboo leaf snake and quietly asked, "Do you want to be a slave too?" The bamboo leaf snake's face instantly flushed, but he quickly assumed a serious expression. "I will never betray the leader, and neither will you. Even if you females have the right to choose partners, it must be with the leader's consent. It's not just anyone who can live with the leader." TangXiaomi. I didn't expect the bamboo leaf snake to be so straightforward and loyal. But why did his earnest words sound so strange? "There's no need to look at me like that. I'm talking about you." The bamboo leaf snake shot a sharp look at Xiang Wulu. "I've tolerated you for a long time. If you don't want to die, stay away from the master. If the leader finds out your thoughts, he won't let you off." Xiang Wulu swayed slightly at these words, although he was aware and had self-awareness. Being exposed like this was somewhat embarrassing. "I am sorry." Xiang Wulu's voice was very soft, revealing his deep embarrassment. Xiang Wulu already resembled the willow deer, especially in his frail appearance. TangXiaomi shot a warning glance at the bamboo leaf snake. His loyalty to Xiao Hanqi was genuine, but was this considered overstepping? The bamboo leaf snake also realized his emotional outburst and knelt down without waiting for TangXiaomi to speak. "I have overstepped. Please punish me, master. We don't do this hierarchy stuff here. Just be mindful of your words in the future." Looking down at the bamboo leaf snake, she felt that now that he had knelt, she couldn't criticize him. Chapter 367, what do you want to say? The bamboo leaf snake has restored its disciplined subordinates who obey orders. TangXiaomi raised the corner of her eye. "Forget it. This is fine too. At least they're behaving." The crisis has passed, and TangXiaomi let Xiang Wulu continue to lead the way. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped. The bamboo leaf snake was startled, thinking she had changed her mind and wanted to settle scores with him. "Bamboo leaf snake, go up and take a look for me. It would be best if you could find some clues. But who would protect her if he left? If anything happened to her, the leader would definitely not spare him. Don't worry, there's no way another accident will happen so soon, especially since the cave is just ahead. Just go take a look on the mountain and come back to find me right away." Since TangXiaomi said so, the bamboo leaf snake had no choice but to nod in agreement, transforming its body into a large green snake tail and climbing up the mountain. After the bamboo leaf snake left, Xiang Wulu began to lead the way again. He couldn't help but think, was she dismissing the bamboo leaf snake because of him? Xiang Wulu's sour feelings began to sprout a hint of sweetness. "You are because. Xiang Wulu shyly opened his mouth. But when he lifted his gaze to look at TangXiaomi, he was stunned, forgetting what he wanted to say. He saw her smooth dark hair cascading down like ink, making her pretty face appear smaller and more exquisite. Although he knew she was much more beautiful than other females, it still startled him. Usually, she would tie her hair up or wear a straw hat, never letting her long hair dance lightly in the wind like now. "What do you want to say?" I didn't hear clearly. After tying up her hair, TangXiaomi began to dust off the dirt on her body. She had rolled on the ground earlier, and with the stones falling, there was sand and dust. A lot stuck to her hair. She let down her hair, patted it to make it a bit cleaner, and then tied it back up again. Xiang Wulu's face turned red, his ears filled with the sound of his own heartbeat. I. What was he trying to say? "We should hurry over, don't waste time." Seeing that Xiang Wulu couldn't say anything, TangXiaomi walked ahead. By this point, she had some impression of the place and didn't need Xiang Wulu to lead her anymore. After stepping over the stones that had fallen from the mountain, TangXiaomi quickened her pace. Lu Wendu was a regret in her heart, the first person she had treated but watched die before her eyes. So, when she heard that Xiang Kaifeng and the other 4 beast husbands were in trouble, she came over without a second thought. Xiang Wulu saw that TangXiaomi had left and hurriedly followed her. Just before entering the cave, TangXiaomi suddenly stopped. She recalled the day it rained heavily when she hurried to the cave to see Lu Wendu for the last time. The cave was still the same. Although it wasn't raining now, the location of the cave was poor. Even before entering, she could already feel the dampness and chill. Such caves were suitable for beastmen like the cold snake type, and most beastmen wouldn't like it. They would usually only stay here if they had no other choice. Once the river has receded, you should find a place with plenty of sunlight to stay. This environment is not suitable for you. Xiang Wulu was momentarily stunned. His eyes misty as he nodded. Ever since their mother had an accident, no one had cared for them, even when their mother returned. She had never cared about these things. All she had was hatred, a terrifying obsession with revenge. This kind of mother made him feel increasingly estranged, especially since she was determined to eliminate TangXiaomi, which was what he least wanted to see. Chapter 368. She didn't want you either after regaining her senses. TangXiaomi saw Xiang Wulu with tears in his eyes, thinking that he had the same thoughts as her. She patted his shoulder silently to express her condolences. In fact, while comforting Xiang Wulu, she was also encouraging herself. She did not want what happened to Lu Wenlu to happen again. Xiang Wulu was immediately stunned in place. Was she concerned about him? But before he could react, TangXiaomi had already walked in, and Xiang Wulu, suppressing his excitement, had no choice but to follow her inside. As soon as they entered, TangXiaomi saw Xiang Caifeng's 4 beast husbands lying on the hay, while Xiang Dalu and the others were taking care of them. Upon seeing her enter, they all looked up at her. Old 5, why did you bring her here again? She can't help it all. Xiang Dalu glared at Xiang Wulu with an unfriendly tone. Don't forget that when our father died, she just took a look and left. Is she here just to take a look again? No. TangXiaomi has done her best, and father didn't blame her. Big brother, you can't say that about her. Xiang Wulu mustered his courage and stood in front of TangXiaomi. He had come to terms with the past. As father said, it was all fate. Moreover, TangXiaomi had never intended to harm them, despite the grievances with their mother. On the other hand, their mother wanted to eliminate anyone who got in her way. In the past, he didn't understand and thought his mother was overbearing, that other beastmen avoided her because she was impressive. But now he understood many things. The avoidance born from fear was very different from true respect. Perhaps being shunned by the village beastmen was what they deserved. Old 5, are you siding with her now? Don't forget, even if father entrusted you to her on his deathbed, she didn't want you. What makes you think you can help and protect her? After hitting a nerve, Xiang Wulu turned pale and bit his lip. Indeed, she didn't even want him as a slave. Xiang Dalu, watch your words. Xiang Wulu is worried about your other fathers. I'm here to see a doctor, not to argue with you. After stepping out from behind Xiang Wulu, TangXiaomi slowly turned her gaze towards Xiang Dalu. She thought that perhaps Lu Wenlu's death had a huge impact on him, leading to his disdain for her, so she didn't want to engage in a war of words. You're not needed here. Just don't harm us anymore. Xiang Dalu glared at TangXiaomi, refusing to step aside and even moving forward to shove her away, trying to make her leave. Seeing Xiang Dalu attempt to push her, TangXiaomi instinctively took a step back. She felt displeased, but considering they had just experienced the pain of losing a loved one, she didn't show it too obviously and simply looked at Xiang Dalu in silence. However, her silence and retreat did not calm Xiang Dalu's agitation. In fact, his emotions grew even more intense. You are not needed here. Mind your own business and leave quickly. Or even if you're the chief's wife, I want to be polite to you. TangXiaomi furrowed her brows. Why did Xiang Dalu dislike her so much? Had Xiang Caifeng said something to him? I'm sorry, I didn't know Big Brother would act like this. I thought. Xiang Wulu spoke up, feeling ashamed and uncomfortable. He just wanted to hold on to the last shred of hope. What if TangXiaomi could really save their fathers? So, Xiang Wulu anxiously looked at his other brothers, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Don't you also want to save our fathers? Chapter 369. The unusual situation necessitates some trickery this. Xiang Erlu looked awkwardly at Xiang Dalu. They had always followed their elder brother, but at this moment they felt he was being a bit excessive. They could tell whether his feelings were genuine or not, and although they were reluctant to admit it, they had to acknowledge that if TangXiaomi didn't want them to have a good time, it would be easy for her. She could simply speak ill of them to the village chief. However, the village chief not only didn't he make things difficult for them, but also took extra care of them, and they knew the reason behind it. TangXiaomi had done everything she promised their father, yet they, when their mother wanted to burn by Yueying, had thought of burning her along with him. They were afraid of their mother, and couldn't help to stop it. In fact, it was quite surprising that she could come here to see the other fathers in their place. They felt quite ashamed for not being able to help her. Not only did she not blame them for their mother's actions, but she also hurried over to treat them. So it seemed a bit excessive for their elder brother to stop her like this. Elder brother, let's not bring up the past. Fifth brother went through a lot to invite TangXiaomi here. Why don't we let her take a look? Xiang Dalu frowned as he looked at his younger brothers. You all are actually siding with her? Have you forgotten why our mother is being hunted? We know, but Xiang Erlu bit his lip and hesitated before speaking softly. Elder brother, don't you think mother is actually being a bit unreasonable? What are you saying? I. Facing Xiang Dao's aggressive gaze, Xiang Erlu looked at TangXiaomi. Her eyes were clear and calm, never changing. It's not that we think she is a bad female. She is simply bad. We didn't know right from wrong before, but we have grown up now, and we learned all these things from her. Although we have experienced many bad things with her, we can't pretend we haven't seen what is now clear. Right and wrong are just a thought away. We have made many mistakes and can't afford to make any more. You. Xiang Dalu pointed angrily at his younger brothers. What has TangXiaomi given you that makes you side with her? What benefits could there be? I think you, as the elder brother, are the least understanding. We are brothers, and you have no right to speak here. If you want to be recognized, just get out. TangXiaomi smiled instead of getting angry, beaming at Xiang Dalu. I'm really sorry, I've never been good at taking hints. Since you insist on me leaving, I must stay. Moreover, she felt that Xiang Dalu's attitude today was too intense. As if he really didn't want her to help Xiang Kaifeng's other 4 beast husbands. She had always believed that unusual situations necessitate some trickery. Xiang Kaifeng was still missing, and it was possible that it was related to her. So, she needed to clarify why Xiang Dalu was so eager for her to leave. Xiang Dalu glared at her, grinding his teeth. TangXiaomi smiled and bypassed Xiang Dalu, walking inside. She first checked the pulse of the beast husband called Peng Ke, who belonged to Xiang Kaifeng. After taking the pulse, TangXiaomi showed an incredulous expression. How could this be? It's actually a pulse of excessive indulgence. She had initially guessed that it might be related to Xiang Kaifeng, but now it seemed almost certain that it was connected to her. Otherwise, who would be so unscrupulous as to engage with these male beastmen who had wives? Chapter 370. You did very well this time. After learning this result, TangXiaomi did not make a fuss, but instead checked the pulses of the other 3. After finishing the last pulse, TangXiaomi became unsettled. No matter how hard she thought, she could not expect this outcome. Seeing TangXiaomi's serious expression, Xiang Wu Lu asked worriedly, Are our fathers? Can they still be saved? TangXiaomi awkwardly coughed, and then revealed the truth. Upon hearing this, Xiang Wu Lu and the others blushed. They were all male beastmen without females, and this aspect was still a blank slate for them. The issue wasn't a big problem, but their health was already poor, and forcing that would exhaust them. You understand what I mean, right? However, fathers did not. With mothers, Xiang Wu Lu stuttered, finding it hard to speak. When their mother was around, she did indeed require their father to fulfill his responsibilities as a beast husband. However, their fathers had only started this today. TangXiaomi looked at Xiang Dalu and successfully caught a glimpse of avoidance in his eyes. You don't know, but your older brother might know. Like someone who had stepped on a tail, Xiang Dalu raised his voice. You're talking nonsense. You just want to inquire about our mother's whereabouts. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. TangXiaomi coldly smiled. From Xiang Dalu's behavior, she could already confirm some things. If Xiang Dalu remained stubborn, she wouldn't feel sympathetic. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. But please pass a message to Xiang Kaifeng. Those who do evil will bring about their own demise. She won't have a good ending. Xiang Dalu gritted his teeth and pointed to the cave entrance, saying, You've seen what you needed to see. Now leave immediately. TangXiaomi couldn't had feasts. Xiang Dalu must have inherited traits from Xiang Kaifeng. After taking out some herbs, TangXiaomi handed them to Xiang Wu Lu, and after giving him instructions, she slowly walked towards the cave entrance under Xiang Dalu's watchful gaze. At the cave entrance, the bamboo leaf snake was waiting for her, seemingly having stepped on something, as it was disgustedly wiping its feet on the grass. Stepped in dog, SHT? TangXiaomi craned her neck to look over. The bamboo leaf snake had somewhat gotten used to TangXiaomi's occasional teasing. After pausing for a moment, it stiffened its face and withdrew its foot. In response to your command, there was nothing on the mountain you asked me to check. All I found was this. Saying that, the bamboo leaf snake lifted its foot, revealing yellow-colored dirt stuck to the bottom. This dirt was very sticky, causing it to still not have cleaned the shoe sole, and it couldn't help but complain internally. Knowing that the beastman hiding above had already run away, why did it need to check anything? That beastman was clever enough to act in secret and wouldn't leave any clues for them. While the bamboo leaf snake was feeling down, it saw TangXiaomi intently looking at its foot. What is so interesting about the bottom of my foot? Although male beastmen would show their bodies to females to pursue them, it was just showing her the dirt stuck to its foot. She wouldn't misunderstand, would she? Suddenly, the face of Xiao Han snake flashed through its mind, and the bamboo leaf snake quickly withdrew its foot. Master, please don't misunderstand. I wasn't showing you. However, while the bamboo leaf snake was anxiously explaining, TangXiaomi suddenly slapped its arm hard. Xiaoqing, you did very well this time. Did well? And is Xiaoqing what you're calling me? The bamboo leaf snake's face turned pale. She couldn't possibly be satisfied with him. Could she? Chapter 371. Why wait? To be noticed by a female, especially one with countless suitors, would naturally evoke some vanity in a normal male beast man. Being recognized signifies excellence. However, the bamboo leaf snake felt as if facing a great enemy, with cold sweat constantly breaking out. Watching TangXiaomi's slender and delicate figure, sadness far outweighed joy. Finally, as they were approaching the village chief, the bamboo leaf snake blocked TangXiaomi's path. Master, I don't want to be your beast husband. I've said before that I will never betray the leader. TangXiaomi looked confused. When the bamboo leaf snake suddenly appeared before her, she panicked for a moment, and it took her a while to understand what he said. When did she ever ask him to be her beast husband? Xiaoqing, did you misunderstand something? Misunderstand? Seeing TangXiaomi's puzzled expression, the bamboo leaf snake suddenly felt uncertain. Didn't you pat my arm and compliment my feet? Isn't that a form of recognition? Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi couldn't help but laugh, especially seeing the bamboo leaf snake's serious demeanor as he rejected her. Xiaoqing, I didn't expect you to be quite confident, but I need to clarify one thing. I was complimenting the dirt on your feet. Huh. Now it was the bamboo leaf snake's turn to look bewildered. That annoying dirt? I saw the same dirt on the big deer's feet. What do you think? Putting away her smile, TangXiaomi's expression gradually became serious. At first, she hadn't noticed, but when she realized that the big deer was acting strangely, she scrutinized him closely and saw that he had yellow dirt on his feet. That in itself wasn't unusual. But when she noticed the same dirt on the bamboo leaf snake's feet, she got so excited that she patted his arm. The bamboo leaf snake's eyes widened, and he said excitedly, doesn't that mean it's the big deer? No wonder I heard him driving people away outside the cave. He must be worried you discover something and felt guilty. I suspected the same, but I can't be 100% sure. This is already the best evidence. What is there to be unsure about? I'm going to tell the leader right now. As the bamboo leaf snake spoke, he was about to leave, but TangXiaomi stopped him. Now is not the time. Let us wait a bit longer. Why wait? The bamboo leaf snake found it hard to understand. Shouldn't they immediately capture the big deer at a time, like this, to prevent him from escaping? Even if the big deer didn't admit it, as long as they applied some punishment, he wouldn't dare deny it. Killing Qiu Xiong and framing Bai Lu. Such a beast man should be executed by all. Even exiling him from the tribe would be lenient. Catch both the big fish and the small fish. As long as Xiong Kaifeng isn't dealt with, they wouldn't have peace. In her view, the big deer was far less dangerous than Xiong Kaifeng. Given the signs that the 4 beast husbands of Xiong Kaifeng had been drained, she suspected that Xiong Kaifeng was still lurking nearby, perhaps secretly watching her. Xiong Kaifeng? The bamboo leaf snake finally reacted and immediately shook his head. No, Xiong Kaifeng is too dangerous. You should leave this matter to the leader. The leader will definitely help you catch Xiong Kaifeng. TangXiaomi squinted her eyes and then smiled kindly at the bamboo leaf snake. Don't tell Xiao Hanxi about this for now. I don't want to scare away the fish I'm trying to catch. The bamboo leaf snake strongly disagreed. But under the threat of TangXiaomi, who he mistakenly thought wanted him to be her beast husband, he refrained from bringing up the matter. Forced by the situation, the bamboo leaf snake could only agree with a tearful expression. Chapter 372. For example, to avoid alarming the snake, TangXiaomi pretended to know nothing and went to the village chief as planned. Once there, she called all the female orcs who were present during the incident with Qiu Xiong, and she would question them one by one. Since each orc was questioned and examined individually, and those who finished remained tight-lipped, the male orcs who had yet to be examined felt uneasy, worried that TangXiaomi might make a mistake. However, under the pressure from the village chief and with the support of the leader behind TangXiaomi, these male orcs, though reluctant, reminded themselves to accept the examination with trepidation. These checks were merely a facade, and TangXiaomi treated them courteously, with the only request being that they should not say anything. If they leaked any information, it would indicate that they had significant suspicions against them. In such a tense atmosphere among the orcs, naturally, no one dared to leak any information, fearing that once suspected, they would be unable to explain themselves, even if they tried. After receiving a few orcs for questioning, the sky had already darkened. Considering she had been out for a while, after helping Bai Lu tend to his wounds, she should be heading back soon. Next, TangXiaomi called out from the makeshift straw shed. She had expected another anxious orc to enter, but when she looked up and saw the newcomer, a smile immediately appeared on her face. You came too? Do you want to verify your identity as well? Caught off guard by her suddenly bright smile, Bai Yuhawk momentarily lost his composure. His instant reaction was genuine, and it sparked feelings within him, like seeds taking root and sprouting in his heart. Noticing the playful teasing in TangXiaomi's eyes, Bai Yuhawk smiled gently and said, for fairness' sake, I should also accept the examination. Seeing Bai Yuhawk's calm demeanor, TangXiaomi felt a bit dissatisfied. She had hoped to see him flustered, but he deftly turned the situation around, leaving her with a feeling of being lightly teased. Thus, TangXiaomi began to secretly compete with him, glancing at Bai Yuhawk with a flirtatious look, and continued, Aren't you going to ask how I conduct the examination? Aren't you? Afraid I might do something? Cough, cough. The bamboo leaf snake clenched his fist and coughed loudly, then looked at TangXiaomi with a gaze that said, So this is the kind of person you are. He was still here, and, when she was being flirtatious, couldn't she consider his feelings? However, not only did TangXiaomi ignore his presence, but even Bai Yuhawk seemed not to notice him at all. Soon, the facts proved that the bamboo leaf snake's suspicions were entirely correct. He was indeed completely ignored. Even when he coughed, it did not elicit a glance from Bai Yuhawk, let alone from TangXiaomi. Bai Yuhawk's gaze slightly retracted, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you going to treat me to food and drinks as well? Seeing through it all, TangXiaomi raised her eyebrows. She had thought her secret activities would lead Bai Yuhawk to misunderstand, but it seemed she had overthought it. It was better this way, as it spared her from having to explain. If it's you, shouldn't you be given special treatment? Confronted by TangXiaomi's ambiguous gaze, Bai Yuhawk felt a sudden tightness in his chest, and then he had a stirring in his heart, but he still maintained his composure on the surface. For example, TangXiaomi merely smiled without speaking, her eyes becoming even more meaningful, and then she keenly noticed that Bai Yuhawk's cool eyes showed a hint of evasion. Chapter 373 We are now family. The bamboo leaf snake felt a shiver run down its spine and wanted to leave immediately. But thinking of what the cold-blooded snake had instructed, it could only force itself to continue coughing. It used its gaze to warn TangXiaomi that even though the white-feathered eagle was her beast husband, the leader would not allow her to get too close to the eagle. In fact, the bamboo leaf snake thought it was unreasonable for the leader to have to keep an eye on TangXiaomi and the white-feathered eagle. Hadn't the leader already tacitly acknowledged the eagle's existence? Why was there still so much precaution? Although the bamboo leaf snake found the cold-blooded snake's contradictions puzzling, it knew these were not its concerns. It only needed to follow orders. So, while TangXiaomi and the white-feathered eagle exchanged flirtatious glances, the bamboo leaf snake almost coughed its throat out. Are you? TangXiaomi deliberately left her sentence unfinished, leaning closer to the white-feathered eagle, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she caught his gaze. I smell something delicious. The white-feathered eagle's cool, handsome face stiffened slightly. When she showcased her charm like an enchanting little cat in front of him, he indeed lost his composure. Following TangXiaomi's gaze, the white-feathered eagle looked at the basket he was holding. I haven't seen you come back, and I thought you must be busy, so I brought some food. Saying this, the white-feathered eagle took out the food from the basket on the table. There was roasted meat, boiled meat slices, grilled lotus roots, and fresh green vegetables. Although there was no rice that she had never eaten since arriving in this world, this food was considered top-notch for the wealthy here. Moreover, she was genuinely starving at this moment, and just looking at the food made her appetite surge. However, TangXiaomi did not immediately pick up her chopsticks. Instead, she sighed dramatically. Oh, is it that you don't have an appetite? Seeing her like this, the white-feathered eagle frowned. What do you want to eat? I can make it for you again. TangXiaomi shook her head, unable to hold back her laughter. I'm sighing because you're here. I can't even afford to starve. One day I'll be fattened up by you. Vertical development was not feasible, but horizontal development still had great potential. If she continued to eat like this, it wouldn't be long before it happened. Hearing this, the white-feathered eagle realized he had been played by this little glutton in front of him. Go ahead and eat. It might be a bit cold and taste a little worse. The white-feathered eagle smiled gently, then silently helped TangXiaomi serve the dishes. She was always enthusiastic about eating, so she wouldn't be polite with the food presented to her and happily dug in. It was only after a while of eating that she remembered the bamboo leaf snake was secretly swallowing its saliva. Xiaoqing, come eat with us. TangXiaomi warmly invited the bamboo leaf snake, always polite to her own people. The bamboo leaf snake, with a stiff face, shook its head with difficulty, almost roaring in its heart at TangXiaomi. Why bring it up when I'm trying so hard to ignore it? It was definitely unaware of how hard it was to refuse her invitation. Xiaoqing, don't be so distant. We are family now. Family? The white-feathered eagle slowly turned his cold gaze toward the bamboo leaf snake, his expression unchanged, but his eyes had grown significantly deeper. The bamboo leaf snake felt a pang of panic and quickly knelt down. You are the master. I wouldn't dare to offend you. I wouldn't dare to consider myself family. We're all in the same boat. If the cold-blooded snake is done for, we all will be. So of course we are family. TangXiaomi smiled sweetly, looking down at the frightened bamboo leaf snake. Chapter 374 No. You don't understand. After listening to TangXiaomi's explanation, the bamboo leaf snake's mouth twitched. So, this is what she meant by own people. Just now his legs had gone weak, and his first reaction to the term own people was that she was her partner. Only a partner can be considered own people, right? If the leader heard this, the bamboo leaf snake felt a chill running down his back. Therefore, he couldn't let this happen. Master, I think I need to explain to you what own people means. Seeing the serious expression on the bamboo leaf snake's face, TangXiaomi felt a bit amused and disheartened. He looked as if he had encountered a great disaster, which somewhat affected her character, as if being associated with her would bring misfortune. The more he tried to distance himself from her, the more she wanted to see how he would do it. You don't need to explain to me, I understand. No, you don't understand. The bamboo leaf snake roared inwardly. Seeing her smiling face, he knew she didn't get it. Master, you have to understand that only your beast husband can be your own person. However, before the bamboo leaf snake could finish, Bai Yuing took a large piece of roasted meat from the bottom of the basket and handed it to the bamboo leaf snake. The bamboo leaf snake was stunned and stared at the roasted meat in his hand for several seconds. This? Why was Bai Yuing giving him roasted meat? Shouldn't he be repulsed by him? No need to be polite. Xiaomi has worked hard these days, and you protected her. Bai Yuing smiled slightly at the bamboo leaf snake. See? Yuing considers you on his own too. TangXiaomi smiled as she watched the dazed bamboo leaf snake while biting her chopsticks. Go ahead and eat, or else you won't have the energy later to help me block the knife. The bamboo leaf snake's mouth twitched again, holding the roasted meat with a very complicated mood. This roasted meat wasn't cut into small pieces like what TangXiaomi ate. This was probably meant for him, right? After this thought crossed his mind, the bamboo leaf snake felt even more conflicted. Then, the more he saw Bai Yuing and TangXiaomi eating together, the more he felt they were a perfect match, as if they were meant to be together. But soon, the bamboo leaf snake began to shake his head. No, it shouldn't be like this. He was on the leader's side. What would happen if their relationship got better? To avoid betraying the leader, the bamboo leaf snake thought about returning the roasted meat. Xiaoqing, why aren't you eating? We're not going back tonight. If you don't eat, you'll be hungry all night. It's fine, but I have a concern. How can you protect me if you don't have the energy? Don't project your self-esteem onto me. My life can't be lost. The bamboo leaf snake felt his face completely stiffen, and his hand holding the roasted meat also froze, ultimately having to eat it. And he even accidentally bit his own tongue while eating. The same roasted meat. Why was Bai Yuing so delicious? After TangXiaomi had eaten enough, she remembered Bai Luoyu. Since returning last night, she hadn't gone to see him. How's the situation with the fourth? His wounds are healing. Bai Yuing responded in a question-and-answer manner. After TangXiaomi nodded, she continued to ask, has he eaten the medicinal cuisine? She was supposed to take it to him, but after going back and forth, she had run out of time. He has eaten. Bai Yuing replied calmly. Really? It's not that she didn't trust him, but Bai Luoyu had misunderstandings about him, and she was worried that Bai Luoyu would not only give him a cold shoulder, but also ruin the medicinal cuisine. Chapter 375. What are you thinking? Bai Yuing nodded slightly, reassuringly. Don't worry, the fourth one has eaten it all. All eaten? Bai Luoyu has such a good appetite? The way Bai Yuing said it sounded a bit strange to her, but she couldn't pinpoint what was odd. After not seeing anything unusual on Bai Yuying's face, TangXiaomi continued to eat. After getting hungry, she had a particularly good appetite, and soon she implemented a clean plate policy, finishing off every last crumb. When she walked outside, she saw that it was completely dark. The still juvenile male beastmen had already transformed into their beast forms. Today's inspection was nearly over. Bai Luoyu's wounds had already healed on their own, but the wound on his face, contaminated with broken mysterious flower pollen, was healing very slowly. After applying the herbs to Bai Luoyu's terrifying face, TangXiaomi felt a bit drained. After all, it was his face, and she had to be more careful to avoid leaving any blemish on his devilishly handsome face. Xiaomi, I've been waiting for you so long. Why are you only coming now? I had something to do. What kind of explanation is that? Xiaomi, can't you be a bit more considerate? Bai Luoyu pouted, clearly displeased with her indifferent response. After packing her things, TangXiaomi shot a speechless glance at Bai Luoyu. How else could she explain? You just stay here with the village chief. I have some leads on the beast man who killed Xiong. It should be resolved soon. But I just want you to accompany me. I don't care about the resolution. Hearing Bai Luoyu speak so earnestly, TangXiaomi shot him another glare. Are you saying I'm a nuisance? Of course not. I'm very touched. But I can't bear to see you running around for me and suffering. Bai Luoyu's expression was sincere and serious, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with beautiful colors. In this matter, he wasn't exaggerating at all. He hadn't expected her to help him so seriously, not just saving him, but also clearing his name. He had long lost hope for something that happened so long ago. Perhaps when he was expelled from Guanshan village, he had already been thoroughly disappointed. Many times, he felt that being a wandering beast wasn't so bad. It was much better than living among those hypocritical beastmen. So, whether he was a wandering beast or not became unimportant, and gradually he let it go, especially after his failed revenge, which backfired on him. The resentment he felt when he was expelled from the village gradually faded. Xiaomi, you're so good to me. I will definitely not let you suffer any grievances. Not at all. Bai Luoyu reached out to hold TangXiaomi's hand, a confident smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Almost blinded by Bai Luoyu's smile, TangXiaomi awkwardly withdrew her hand. What grievances? Just take care of yourself. Don't you know you're like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, unable to protect yourself? Xiaomi, I will prove to you that I can protect you. Better than Erge. Erge has let you suffer, but I won't. What are you thinking? TangXiaomi said, quite speechless. How has Bai Yuing made her feel wronged? Why didn't she know anything about it? But looking at Bai Luoyu's determined expression, it seemed like Bai Yuing had indeed done something to make her feel wronged. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. TangXiaomi warned him, I warn you, don't cause trouble. After all, Yuing is your second brother. He has his own considerations and difficulties, understand? Chapter 376. Where is there a fish that doesn't like water? Seeing her so anxious about Bai Yuing, Bai Luoyu couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Xiaomi, how bad do you think I am in your heart? No matter what, my second brother is still my second brother, I know in my heart. After all, they are brothers, and there's an indescribable connection between them. No matter what, he never thought of truly hurting his second brother, especially now that they have a common enemy. TangXiaomi was a bit skeptical. After all, Bai Luoyu was quite slippery. Her gaze fell on Bai Luoyu's fishtail. The tail of a fish out of water lost its luster and appeared dim and pitiful. Where is there a fish that doesn't like water? You better know in your heart, otherwise I won't spare you. After dropping a harsh word, TangXiaomi walked out, which left Bai Luoyu, who wanted to say a few more words to her, feeling very disappointed. After quietly sighing, Bai Luoyu's expression gradually became serious, as if he had made up his mind, and his peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. The lonely night was always long, especially during the wait. It felt even more endless. But not long after, there was movement outside, and Bai Luoyu vigilantly watched the entrance of the cave, his hands turning into sharp claws, already prepared to attack. Shaoqing, just put the wooden barrel here. The bamboo leaf snake coiled the wooden barrel and placed it at the spot TangXiaomi designated. He was saying that his snake tail was good, but in reality, it was just to let him carry things. His snake tail had killed quite a few enemies, but he had never carried things like this. Just that short distance had exhausted him. Thinking about how she wanted him to do such physical work without letting Bai Yuing lift a finger, the bamboo leaf snake was filled with resentment. His beast husband was indeed protective. Subsequently, a few male beastmen arrived, and TangXiaomi had them help fill the wooden barrel with water. Upon seeing the water, Bai Luoyu's eyes revealed a look of longing, and his fishtail uncontrollably slapped the ground lightly, showing how impatient he was. Xiaomi. However, as soon as Bai Luoyu opened his mouth, TangXiaomi turned around and waved her hand, not allowing him to break the wooden barrel, and added that the favor owed would be repaid later. There would be no large wooden barrels on this mountain, and the beastmen didn't live that meticulously. So this large wooden barrel was made by asking the village chief to call a few male beastmen. Making a wooden barrel at night was a bit noisy, which attracted other beastmen who were very curious about what she was making. Thus, she held an impromptu class, teaching the beastmen present how to make a wooden barrel. As soon as she mentioned it could be used to please females, those male beastmen were filled with fighting spirit, and in no time, they had made the wooden barrel. The females, upon seeing the finished product, had an innate fondness for the bathing barrel, and on the spot, a skillful male beastman was taken away by a female. After hearing the sound of water behind her, TangXiaomi could imagine Bai Luoyu curled up in the wooden barrel. His fishtail was twice the size of his upper body, likely making it impossible for the barrel to contain his tail. So he must have looked quite comical curled up in there. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of TangXiaomi's mouth as she walked towards Bai Yuing. Let's go back. Bai Yuing nodded and reached out his hand to TangXiaomi, asking if she was tired, offering to carry her back. TangXiaomi, half asleep, replied that she wasn't very tired, just very sleepy. Bai Yuing smiled, squatted down, and carried TangXiaomi on his back, saying she could sleep for a while on his back if she was sleepy. TangXiaomi wrapped her arms around Bai Yuing and comfortably leaned against him. Chapter 377. Your sacrifice is too great. Her arms wrapped around his neck. Her cheek pressed against his back. Bai Yuying's body stiffened, and a hint of embarrassment flashed in his cold black eyes. Zhu Yishi followed behind, watching TangXiaomi lie on Bai Yuying's back like a little cat, and he couldn't help but worry more about the leader. Bai Yuing was considerate in every aspect. He knew what TangXiaomi wanted and would give it to her. But the leader? It was the exact opposite. What the leader wanted was what it was. With such a comparison, he became even more anxious about the leader. What should the leader do if this continued? The mountain road was uneven, and even though Bai Yuing tried hard to avoid obstacles and walk as smoothly as possible, TangXiaomi still woke up from the jolting. I'll walk by myself, TangXiaomi yawned and said. Bai Yuing smiled and shook his head, but his smile quickly froze when he saw the flames coming toward them. Rong Kong K, accompanied by several beastmen, blocked their way. He had been looking at Bai Yuing with affection, but when he saw TangXiaomi on Bai Yuying's back, jealousy appeared on his face. Elder Chiu wants you to heal his injuries. Come with me quickly. Seeing Rong Kong K's expression as if she owed him 8 million, TangXiaomi, who had just wanted to get down, tightened her grip around Bai Yuying's neck. I know about Elder Chiu's injuries. He definitely won't die. He'll just suffer a bit. Even so, she still felt that it was too lenient for Chiu Chai to only injure his thigh. He should have to experience all the injuries on Bai Luoyu's face. Rong Kong K's face darkened. He knew that TangXiaomi was already Bai Yuying's wife, but he still couldn't accept it. You must come. What if I don't go? Even if you don't want to go, you have to. I'll tie you up and take you. The more Rong Kong K spoke, the angrier he became. He never expected that Bai Yuing was the one she had taken away, and she was deliberately being intimate in front of him. Shameless. Seeing Rong Kong K almost jumping with rage, TangXiaomi casually said while playing with Bai Yuying's hair, "You don't look like you're here to ask me to see a doctor. It seems more like you want to take me to face punishment." That's right. Rong Kong K shouted in his heart. He wanted to ask her when she found out that Bai Yuing was not female and how she managed to attract Bai Yuying's attention. However, at the same time, TangXiaomi's words reminded him that after seeing them so close, he had forgotten the purpose of coming here. It can't be. Zhu Yishi stepped forward to block Rong Kong K's line of sight, his gaze sharp as he looked at Rong Kong Quebec. She is the leader's wife, not someone you can take away as you please. Rong Kong K's face turned green and black, and after several deep breaths, he looked at TangXiaomi with a reluctant expression. TangXiaomi, you win. I agree. What did I win? TangXiaomi was confused and didn't understand Rong Kong K's sudden statement. Rong Kong K clenched his fists, thinking that TangXiaomi was too good at pretending. Haven't you always wanted me to be your partner? Listen clearly, I agree to you now. Seeing Rong Kong K's brave and self-sacrificing demeanor, TangXiaomi couldn't help but laugh. How could she take seriously what he said when his mind was not right? Moreover, Rong Kong K clearly came for Bai Yuing. Could she allow him to secretly flirt with Bai Yuing? I say, Kong K, your sacrifice is too great. As long as it's for Yuing, I am willing to give anything, Rong Kong K said firmly, then nervously glanced at Bai Yuing, waiting to see what he would say. Chapter 378. Let us go drink, I won't agree. The silent Bai Yuing slowly turned his gaze to Rong Kong K and continued coldly, no matter which male orc Xiaomi chooses, I will respect her choice. But if it's you, I will be the first to oppose it. It's not because of who you are, but because of your intentions. An unfaithful male orc is not qualified to be Xiaomi's partner. Bai Yuying's words carried a strong sense of unworthiness. Rong Kong K looked at Bai Yuing for a long time, unable to speak. He felt a suffocating pain in his heart. If Bai Yuying's rejection was because of him, it would be one thing, but he had always stood in the position of TangXiaomi's beast husband. His opposition to Rong Kong K becoming TangXiaomi's beast husband was simply because he was not sincere and could never be loyal to TangXiaomi. He had already been very humble, but in Bai Yuying's eyes, no matter how humble he was, even if buried in the ground, he would still not enter his sight, nor receive any response. If he couldn't be a partner, couldn't he at least be a brother? Kuk, kungke. What can I say about you? Are you really this stubborn? The young man was quite flexible and his actions were bold. TangXiaomi spoke up, indicating that she, the main character, was still present. However, openly demonstrating brotherhood like this and putting a green hat on her was somewhat disrespectful, wasn't it? No. Bai Ying's gaze was cold and devoid of warmth. Moreover, all male orcs that posed a threat to Xiaomi were regarded as enemies. If there was a next time, I wouldn't talk to you about this again. Meeting Bai Ying's gaze, Rong Kong K's heart completely sank. This was a warning from a male orc defending his wife against other male orcs. Forget it, don't hit Kong K any further. A person's obsession can't be eliminated in a short time. This would be a heavy blow to anyone. Rong Kong K thought he would give up after realizing Bai Ying wasn't a female, but unexpectedly, he was still struggling desperately as a male orc, even setting his sights on her. A roundabout way to save himself? While feeling deeply sorry for Rong Kong K, she also found it amusing. I don't need your sympathy. TangXiaomi was not angry. Instead, she smiled at Rong Kong Quebec. Being brothers with Bai Ying was definitely out of the question, but being with me is fine. What? Come on, let us go drink. TangXiaomi waved at Rong Kong K, signaling him to follow her back. Rong Kong K was somewhat dumbfounded, tried hard to maintain his disdain for TangXiaomi. But thinking of the wine made his mouth water. Having never drunk before, he didn't know its taste, but once he had, it was hard to forget, especially after getting drunk and temporarily forgetting his pain. Faced with this temptation, Rong Kong K was eager to give in. However, at this moment, Bai Ying furrowed his brows tightly. You can't get drunk again. He had never seen what being drunk was like before, but he had witnessed how they both got completely wasted last time, and he thought it was best to avoid drinking as much as possible. Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi felt very disappointed, leaning weakly against Bai Ying's back and pitifully pleading, just a little bit, I won't get drunk. Hearing her soft voice, Bai Ying's resolve began to waver, and in the end, he had no choice but to agree, allowing her to drink just a little. Rong Kong K watched their interaction, feeling a dull pain in his heart, but suddenly realized something in his mind. If you want to drink, hurry up and get down. It's rare for a wife to be as weak as you. After saying this, Rong Kong K turned around and led the way ahead. Chapter 379. Do you think he's particularly unsnake-like? TangXiaomi smiled knowingly, ignoring Bai Ying's objections, and quickly climbed down from his back. Looking at her, who had just been lifeless on his back, now following Rong Kong K like a lively cat, Bai Ying's stiff mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Is the wine really that good, to make her so happy? Rong Kong K turned his head arrogantly to glance at TangXiaomi, and seeing that she really had followed him, his gloomy mood brightened considerably. At that moment, he felt a sense of her sticking closely behind him like before. Although she was foolish and silly back then, she was much more pleasant to look at than her current annoying self. Countless times, he had wanted to strangle her, yet she remained lively, having nearly driven him to his wits' end. TangXiaomi, have you eaten so much for nothing? You haven't grown at all after such a long time. Truly the worst female. Yes, I am terrible, but who was it that agreed to be the mate of this terrible female? You. I didn't agree because of you, I just wanted to. Rong Kong K was furious but didn't know how to explain it well. TangXiaomi Godin leaned closer to Rong Kong K and whispered, in your eyes, isn't Wang the best? Of course, even as a male beast man, he is the best. That's right. Right about what? Rong Kong K was confused by TangXiaomi's words, while she leisurely continued, since Yuang is my partner, his choice can't be wrong. So from this point, it shows that I am not only not terrible, but also commendable. Ha! Rong Kong K sneered. How did I not notice before how annoying you are, and how shameless you can be? TangXiaomi suddenly stopped, and Rong Kong K looked at her in puzzlement. Why did you stop suddenly? Under Rong Kong's confused gaze, TangXiaomi patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Brother, did you just realize your eyesight is bad? Instantly, Rong Kong's expression changed dramatically, staring at TangXiaomi as if his eyes were about to pop out. Seeing him like this, TangXiaomi couldn't help but laugh. It's okay, in the future, brother. I will keep an eye on you. Now let's go drink. This time, I'll let you try another kind of wine I've saved, guaranteed to be delicious. Rong Kong K stood still, not thinking he could let this go just because she wanted him to drink. TangXiaomi knew Rong Kong K was getting angry again, so she cheerfully continued. That wine is snake wine, the most nourishing. After drinking it, you'll be strong and not afraid of the cold. Snake wine? Uh-huh. Rong Kong's expression changed again, looking at TangXiaomi with a strange gaze, knowing that Shaohan's snake is a snake beast. How could you use snakes to make wine right under his nose? Hearing this, TangXiaomi's expression gradually became serious. Seeing her like this, Roan Conque raised the corners of his mouth. Now you were scared, right? TangXiaomi shook her head, then spoke mysteriously. That snake was caught by Xiaohan's snake. Don't you think he is particularly unsnake-like? Last time, she had just casually said she wanted to eat snake meat, and unexpectedly, Xiaohan's snake caught one the next day. Roan Conque tilted his head, looking at TangXiaomi with a face of constipation. Xiaohan's snake caught a snake for you? But speaking of it, snake meat really is delicious. Yue Ying grilled that snake until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, both crunchy and fragrant. Looking at TangXiaomi's face full of reminiscence. Roan Conque's face twitched. Even Xiaohan's snake ate it? Chapter 380, and you were sold by him. TangXiaomi nodded. Yeah. Do you really think he's a snake beast? Roan Conque. Okay, he lost. Whether he's a snake beast or not. You're his wife. Shouldn't you know best? This time, it was TangXiaomi who was speechless. Fine. Let's pretend she didn't ask. After having a drink, they considered themselves friends, and although Roan Conque had approached fiercely, they were now walking together under the temptation of fine wine, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. As they walked, TangXiaomi remembered Roan Conque's purpose. Wasn't it that you were supposed to take me to help Qiuchai with his injuries? Didn't you say he wouldn't die? Then why go at all? Brother, you are too wise. TangXiaomi nodded in appreciation. Roan Conque rolled his eyes. I don't want to drink your disgusting snake wine. Just the fruit wine from last time. Okay, you really don't know good stuff. However, before TangXiaomi could finish her sentence, they heard the rustling of leaves and saw a figure flash past them. Who was there? Stop! The bamboo leaf snake quickly chased after it. At that moment, several male beastmen who had been quietly following Roan Conque suddenly surrounded them. Excuse us. The chief's wife, please come with us to Elder Chiao. TangXiaomi turned her head to look at Roan Conque, who also appeared confused. What are you doing? I've already said I won't go. If you want to go, you could go see Qiuchai yourselves. Roan Conque impatiently tried to push past the male beastmen, but they showed no signs of letting him go and prepared to subdue him. So, TangXiaomi pulled Roan Conque back, but he was unwilling. What do you mean? You won't even listen to my words? Sorry, we only listen to Elder Chiao. We asked the chief's wife to come with us, otherwise we will have to use force. Having seen TangXiaomi stab Qiuchai, the male beastmen eyed her with deep wariness. Roan Conque was furious, especially because Qiuchai had embarrassed him, particularly in front of TangXiaomi. Elder Chiao has such boldness. TangXiaomi is the wife of the Xiaohan snake. Are you openly kidnapping her? Are you trying to rebel? Upon hearing Roan Conque's words, the beastmen's expressions darkened, and the leader directly ordered, take action. The male beastmen were burly and already exhibited 3-pattern beast power. Being surrounded by them, their situation was not optimistic. TangXiaomi looked at Bai Yuing, who also lowered his gaze at her. It seems something has happened. We need to hurry back. TangXiaomi furrowed her brows. If she guessed correctly, what Roan Conque just said to threaten the male beastmen actually hit the mark. Qiuchai had already acted, faster than she had expected, successfully catching them off guard. Seriously, is Qiuchai really going to? TangXiaomi smiled coldly. Yes. And you were sold by him. Roan Conque's face turned somewhat awkward. He hadn't expected to be used like this. What else did Qiuchai say to you? Bai Yuing asked. Bai Yuing finally took the initiative to speak to him. Roan Conque was excited inside. But upon seeing Bai Yuying's calmness in the face of danger, he didn't dare to show too much enthusiasm. He simply answered Bai Yuying's question, saying that Qiuchai hadn't asked him to do much, just told him to bring a few subordinates to boost his presence and courage. The current situation was beyond his expectations. He had really made a big fool of himself. Chapter 381. Be careful of my older brother. After listening to what Roan Conque said, Bai Yuing's expression did not relax. Instead, it became even more serious. Perhaps the situation was not that simple. Yue Ying, are you thinking of something else? TangXiaomi asked with some concern. Bai Yuing's expression indicated that the matter was more complicated than she thought. However, Bai Ying shook his head, hoping that it wasn't as he feared. Don't worry too much. Once we resolve this, we can return quickly. Perhaps we'll still make in time, or maybe the leader won't need us to rush back. All right, TangXiaomi note that, realizing that it was more important to deal with the immediate problem. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. If they were caught, they could easily become hostages. Roan Conque felt a bit overwhelmed and looked at TangXiaomi and Bai Yuing in disbelief. Resolve? How do you plan to do that? These are some of Elder Chiao's most powerful beastmen. It wasn't that he doubted their strength, but he couldn't understand where their confidence came from. They were already outnumbered and outmatched in strength, and for them to say they would deal with Chiu Chai's subordinates was already a stretch. Glancing at the retreating Rong Kongke, TangXiaomi turned to Bai Yueying. How we know if we don't try, right? With you by my side, there shouldn't be a problem, Bai Yueying replied calmly. TangXiaomi was taken aback, not because she was surprised by Bai Yueying's confidence. He had clearly analyzed the situation, but because she was a bit unsure of herself. They had discussed her abilities before. Bai Yueying speculated that in addition to enhancing the effects of herbs, she could also amplify the beast power of other beastmen. Since she had been busy healing them recently and had expended a lot of energy, Bai Yueying hadn't let her try it out. So, this was the first practical test of his guess, and the results were still uncertain. Watching TangXiaomi and Bai Yueying gaze into each other's eyes, oblivious to everything else, Rong Kongke felt uncomfortable. He couldn't even speak at such a critical moment. Since you refused to come with us willingly, we have no choice but to offend you. One of Chiu Chai's subordinates squinted, warily reaching out towards TangXiaomi while launching an attack at Bai Yueying. As for Rong Kongke, as long as he didn't move, they ignored him. Thus, Rong Kongke stood there, watching them without anyone paying him any mind. TangXiaomi took Bai Yueying's hand and slowly closed her eyes, transmitting her power from her palm to Bai Yueying's. A golden light emerged, forming a barrier that protected them inside. The male beastmen who had launched an attack were suddenly repelled by this light. But it didn't end there. The barrier shot out beams of strong light, blinding those male beastmen who tried to continue their assault, causing them to cover their eyes and wail in pain. Huff! TangXiaomi breathed heavily, partly due to exhaustion and partly because she felt her power had indeed been effective. She sensed Bai Yueying's beast power had increased, transforming from a defensive type to an offensive one. How could this be? Rong Kongke watched in shock. Bai Yueying worriedly supported TangXiaomi, saying, I'll carry you back. Okay. Thinking about getting back quickly, TangXiaomi extended her arm. Just then, she saw Xiang Wulu running out of the bushes, anxiously shouting to them. Be careful of my older brother. Chapter 382. So, I'm afraid you're in danger. A trace of surprise flashed in TangXiaomi's eyes, but her expression didn't change much as she stood still, watching Xiang Wulu run over. When Xiang Wulu reached them, panting, he was clearly startled by the scene before him. What's going on? He asked, stammering, as he looked at the male orcs rolling on the ground. It's nothing serious. Why did you say that just now? It was only after TangXiaomi reminded him that Xiang Wulu remembered the purpose of his hurried arrival. After biting his lip and hesitating for a moment, Xiang Wulu nervously looked at TangXiaomi and said, I secretly followed my brother and saw him meet with Mother. Mother asked him to do something to hurt you, and they might be nearby, so I'm afraid you are in danger. Thank you. After TangXiaomi smiled gratefully at Xiang Wulu. She raised her eyes to look at the white feather eagle. Sure enough, Xiang Kaifeng was nearby, and her appearance at this time would only make the current situation worse. The white feather eagle grasped TangXiaomi's hand in return and applied a bit of pressure. Don't worry, Chiu Chai and Xiang Kaifeng won't succeed. MHM. A faint smile appeared on TangXiaomi's lips. No matter how dire the situation, with someone supporting her, she felt there was nothing that couldn't be resolved. Seeing TangXiaomi and the white feather eagle holding hands, Xiang Wulu couldn't suppress his envy. How wonderful it must be to share hardships with one's partner. The white feather eagle clearly had TangXiaomi's genuine affection. Male orcs often did not cherish their partners, and those who were treated well were few and far between. His father once said she would be a good partner, and being her male partner was definitely a stroke of luck. Since he could remember, his father had never smiled happily, and the most his mother had given his father were punches and kicks. So seeing a glimmer of hope in his father's eyes, and knowing it came from TangXiaomi, made her image deeply etched in his heart. Unfortunately, the hand she held was that of the white feather eagle, and her eyes were only for him, making everything unrelated to him. You all should leave here immediately and find a safe place to hide. I'm afraid my brother will really do something to hurt you. Some things, once done, cannot be undone. He didn't want his brother to be manipulated by their mother. He wanted to save not only them, but also his brother. TangXiaomi remained silent, smiling. Xiang Dalo had already made his move, and he didn't even consider that Xiang Wulu was with her when he acted. If she had reacted a moment slower, it would have been Xiang Wulu who got into trouble first. It's all right, let it come, just. TangXiaomi paused for a moment before looking apologetically at Xiang Wulu. After all, Xiang Wulu and Xiang Kaifeng are your relatives, so I think it's best you avoid this. Xiang Wulu lowered his head, his face pale. He was enemies with his mother and brother, and as the person closest to them, he shouldn't be here. MHM. I understand. Sorry. TangXiaomi nodded slightly in apology. This apology was for what was to come. Their positions were different, And whether it was Xiang Kaifeng or Xiang Dalu, as long as they dared to do anything, she would dare to. It had already come to a life-and-death situation. Perhaps it was truly time for a decisive battle. A strong wind suddenly swept through the forest, so powerful that it nearly knocked her off her feet. Fortunately, she was held by the white feather eagle. But Xiang Wulu was lifted by the wind and crashed into a tree. Chapter 383, I also don't know what the fourth one wants to do. Useless thing. How dare you come to relay information? Truly a character like Lu Wenyu. After hearing this voice, Xiang Wulu, who was sitting on the ground, trembled slightly. TangXiaomi squinted her eyes. She wouldn't mishear this voice. Sure enough, Xiang Kaifeng was still hiding in the mountains. With Xiang Caifeng's appearance, the wind in the forest became even stronger. If it weren't for the timely formation of a golden protective circle by Yu Hawk, they might have already been blown away. Just a protective beast power. Let us see how long you can hold on. Xiang Kaifeng smiled coldly, like a man eating Rakshasa in the night. TangXiaomi turned her head to look at Yu Hawk, who had a serious expression. Seeing her looking at him, he said, I'm fine for now, you. Wait a little longer. Understanding what Yu Hawk was worried about, TangXiaomi felt tired after consuming quite a bit just now, plus the energy spent on by Liu. If she forced herself to use her power, she might faint, and then she wouldn't know what would happen next. Not only would she be unable to participate, but she would also become a burden. For now, it seemed there was nothing left but to wait until she regained some strength. She could see that Xiang Kaifeng had the power to control the wind, and her strength was even greater than before. So, those beast husbands of Xiang Kaifeng must have been drained by her. She really had the heart to do that. Wait? Xiang Kaifeng sneered. Perhaps your leader can't wait any longer. What do you mean? You'll have to ask Yu Hawk's good little brother. Xiang Kaifeng looked at Yu Hawk with a smile. Good little brother? TangXiaomi felt as if she had been hit in the head. It couldn't be by Luoyu, could it? Confused, she looked at Yu Hawk, who furrowed his brow, and said, I don't know what the fourth one is planning. I hope it's not what I think. TangXiaomi gritted her teeth. It seemed Yu Hawk also thought it was by Luoyu. Xiang Kaifeng, how dare you show up? A shout came from afar, and Zhuye's snake threw away the shaman he was dragging and instantly attacked Xiang Kaifeng. Xiang Kaifeng narrowed her eyes and extended her other hand toward Zhuye's snake. Like a tornado, a vortex swept up Zhuye's snake. He didn't expect that a female like Xiang Kaifeng would have such strength, but by the time he realized it, it was too late. He was trapped in it and couldn't use his beast power. Mother, I beg you, please stop doing harm to others. Just stop. Xiang Wulu knelt on the ground, pleading with a sobbing tone towards Xiang Kaifeng. However, instead of restraining herself in response to Xiang Wulu's plea, Xiang Kaifeng's gaze became even sharper. I have no child like you. With a twist of her hand, Zhuye's snake was heavily thrown to the ground, and the vortex wind turned to sweep up Xiang Wulu. Aren't you infatuated with TangXiaomi like Lu Wenyu? Then go die like Lu Wenyu. At least you'll have company underground. Xiang Kaifeng, Xiang Wulu is your son. Do you have no humanity left? Seeing Xiang Kaifeng actually being so ruthless to her own son, TangXiaomi was furious. I didn't expect you to have some feelings for my child. Then I can't keep him any longer. A cruel smile appeared on Xiang Caifeng's lips, and the vortex engulfing Xiang Wulu became even more violent, threatening to tear him apart. Chapter 384. How can you be so heartless? TangXiaomi was just about to intervene when she saw Xiang Dala grab Xiang Caifeng's hand. Mother, please spare Lao Wu. He's still young and was just momentarily confused. You still acknowledge him as your brother? Did he think about which side he was on when he came to report? Knowing very well that she and TangXiaomi are like fire and water, he still sneaked over. Since he is just like Lu Wenyu, I don't want to see him anymore. Even if he is my own flesh and blood, I will destroy him myself. Seeing Xiang Wulu beside TangXiaomi made her feel humiliated. However, under Xiang Dala's obstruction, Xiang Kaifeng coldly snorted and then let Xiang Wulu go. Xiang Wulu fell to the ground in a sorry state, with many wounds on his body. Mother, what you just said isn't true, right? Unable to stand up, Xiang Wulu gritted his teeth and crawled toward Xiang Kaifeng. His voice choked as he continued, Father, was Father's death related to you? It was his own death wish. My beast husband actually preferred other females. Shouldn't he die for that? TangXiaomi clenched her fists, her anger nearly burning her eyes. She had always felt regret over Lu Wenyu's death, and although she had suspected Xiang Kaifeng, hearing it directly now weighed heavily on her heart. I did not kill Bo Run, yet Bo Rin died because of me. Lu Wenyu's death was ultimately inextricably linked to her. Xiang Wulu's body trembled violently, his eyes wide with shock, unable to accept the reality as he stared blankly at Xiang Kaifeng. During the time when his mother disappeared, It was his father who taught them, imparting many lessons, and his feelings for his father had gradually deepened beyond those for his mother. But now, father was also devoted to serving you, mother. How can you be so heartless? Xiang Wulu cried out. His sorrowful wails were heart-wrenching, and listening to his cries made one feel as if their insides were being twisted. Useless thing. All you know is to cry. Not even half as good as your elder brother. Xiang Kaifeng spoke with a harsh tone. Xiang Wulu seemed to ignore Xiang Caifeng's curses, completely immersed in his grief. Xiang Kaifeng, too, was too lazy to pay attention to Xiang Wulu. After giving him a disgusted glance, she said to Xiang Dalu, "Big brother, take this dagger and go behind them, kill them." After speaking, Xiang Kaifeng handed a dagger to Xiang Dalu. Xiang Dalu raised his eyes to look at TangXiaomi and Bai Yuheng, gritting his teeth as he slowly approached them while holding the dagger. Bai Yuheng needed to focus on countering the storm conjured by Xiang Kaifeng, while TangXiaomi's gaze was locked on Xiang Dalu. "You killed Xiao, right?" Xiang Dalu paused, his gaze shifting to the bag hanging at TangXiaomi's waist. "Give me the handbone. Now that the evidence is clear, do you still need to take it away?" TangXiaomi sneered. The murderer she was looking for was right in front of her, and not only was he not the one being captured, but their roles had also been reversed. "Give it to me. To commemorate you? Aren't you afraid that Xiong's vengeful spirit will come for you?" The more Xiang Dalu wanted it, the less she was willing to give it to him. Now that the murderer was found, Xiong should rest in peace. "I did not kill Xiong." Xiang Dalu slowly raised his gaze, staring directly at TangXiaomi as he spoke. "Although you won't believe it. I certainly won't believe it. The yellow earth from that day is the best evidence. He was on the mountain at the time. Try to use the rocks to eliminate her." Chapter 385. I never expected that the spirit pill I casually took would have so much significance. Now I'm really tempted, to be honest. I am truly tempted, and I don't care if people laugh at me. Hey, Konohamaru has worked really hard. Besides, what right do you have to criticize him? Naruto was very angry. These few sentences finally pulled Wang Ying out of his gluttonous appearance, barely managing to cover it up. Bai Lingfeng, having failed in his sneak attack, looked helplessly up at Li Bin in the sky, shouting in a mix of Turkish, his face full of anger and resentment. The prince often disappeared during breaks, and once was caught by leader Natsum, who called his name but got no response. Only upon getting closer did he realize he was sleeping with his eyes tightly closed. Most of the time, he was found within the base and rarely left it. "Gee, Caesar, let's not talk about anything else. From now on, if there's anything, just call me Mutu, and I won't hesitate to smash myself to pieces." Mutu said with an extremely serious expression. Jiang, and this guy who somehow sensed something was off, wanted to be a loyal minister to the Han dynasty. But he, Qin Feng, and Kong Zhang were not here to be mere loyal subjects of the Han court. The key now is to quickly distance ourselves from this matter, and before Jiang and ruffian kills Wei Yi, we need to hurry and call him back. However, we were dispatched by the Lord of the Land Waterfall, Kakashi. Originally, a dragon head emerged from the flowing earth, spraying meteor-shaped earth blocks forward from its mouth. Since Brother Qin likes it too, I'll take this one. Hearing Qin Jian's praise, Shi Ling'er felt quite shy, then decided on this one. "Squad leader, let me put on a show." At that moment, a sweet and crisp voice suddenly spoke up. "The Angkelia Empire has declared war on the eastern continent." Situ Shaoshan said coldly. "With you here, why would I need to take action?" Hu Sisi said with a smile, as the two slowly walked past the four drunken men, enjoying this rare, quiet city night. "It's really beautiful. If you wore an evening gown, it would definitely be stunning." Yuan Dong exclaimed. "Manjia, what should we do about Manjia?" Clearly told her that everything was fake, but Manjia couldn't accept it, knowing that she had done such a thing. And it certainly wouldn't stay hidden. Now she really didn't know what to do. But, isn't the country lord and the prince living well? Qin Jiu looked at Bong. Wu Anfu was a general in the Center Army, which was led by the Yang family generals close to Yangsu. Aside from a few like Li Jing, Wang Junqiao, Sun Simiao, and Yu Shuangren, there were no direct lineages. Since there were no constraints on his subordinates' tasks, he was happy to chat with Qiu He. However, perhaps this was a great opportunity for her, Bai Jinyan, a chance to please Fu Sinian and earn his trust. Shi Ling'er smiled lightly as she walked toward Xiao Lang and Qin Jian. With each step closer, their hearts raced with excitement. When she was just a few steps away, Xiao Lang rushed over, embracing her tightly and unwilling to let go, as if holding onto a rare treasure. "You already know, I'm going home." She had flown from Fengjing, thousands of miles away, to Yinxiu, to this Jinghua Lake, the phoenix slowly returning to its nest. However, just moments ago, A simple spar between Master Qingxing and Heavenly Gate Master Yi Daoming completely overturned his life values. All right, I'll see you off. Aoni didn't linger either. He waved his arm and followed Shan out the door. Indeed, while Bai Nyangzi's feelings for Su Xian seemed sincere, in reality, it was more about her whims. For a moment, Di was filled with shock. After all, when Huang Chong pulled the second personality into the field and disappeared without a trace, Diyu immediately seized the opportunity to lead many strong individuals from Xanadu to recklessly destroy the remaining dragon-sealing nails and locks. She suddenly clung to see each one's neck and kissed him actively. The man's gaze was fiery as he tightened his hold on her, deepening the kiss. Since the future is unpredictable, let's cherish the present. The graceful and delicate 13, the budding beauty of early February. The spring breeze along the Yangzhou Road, rolling up the pearl curtains, is still not as good. Your Majesty's Qi Yuan Emperor's daughter, even without stunning beauty, can still make people sigh upon seeing her, let alone with such heavenly beauty. Seeing this scene, Huang Chong was also slightly taken aback, then turned to glance at Xia Dai, who was exerting all her strength to activate the divine dragon wood and the 10,000 insect cauldron, empowering those goo worms, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Shan and Chelsea ignored her dissatisfaction, lowering their heads to discuss where to find people, all indicating that at this moment, they didn't have the right to speak due to their low intelligence. However, the master who took away Dog Sheng actually said that back when they hadn't returned to Huadu, Dog Sheng had already been abducted, which infuriated Uncle Zhong to the point of almost fighting the master. Ning Kaichen knew that people in this era were like this. Even Lin Chong, when asking such questions, pointed out Zhao Ji, but his true thoughts were about this country. The ruler is the will of this country, and the ruler's matters are the matters of this country. The 7th Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1907 was awarded to French scientist Alphonse Laveran for his discovery of the role of the malaria parasite in disease. Guojia's thin face was filled with confidence as he said, I discussed with the Lord the other day that this Central Plains War mainly involves Chao Mengda and Yuan Gonglu, as well as Gongsun Boguei and Yuan Benchu's wars. Tao Gongzu is merely a guest. Their combined strength is basically balanced. Chapter 386. She was persuaded listening to what Xiang Kaifeng said. TangXiaomi really wanted to sympathize with Rong Kongke, but then she felt a bit like blaming Rong Kongke for being a beauty that brings disaster. Whether it was her or Bai Yuheng, they were both being pursued and bitten by Xiang Kaifeng. Who was it all for? They say women are trouble, but when men cause trouble, it's just as serious. After Xiang Kaifeng and Xiang Dao's attention was drawn away by Rong Kongke, they finally had a moment to catch their breath. However, they couldn't just sit back and watch Rong Kongke really be whatever it was Xiang Kaifeng was planning. After wriggling out of Bai Yuheng's arms, TangXiaomi said to Xiang Kaifeng, do you know what kind of status Rong Kongke has? If you force him into something like this, do you really think you'll have a chance to turn things around? If I were you, I'd treat Rong Kongke a bit better. Who knows? You might be able to leverage him to go to the Beast City. Xiang Kaifeng looked up at TangXiaomi, her lips curling into a sarcastic smile, but deep down, she actually found some truth in what she said. She almost forgot about Rong Kong's status. If she wasn't careful, she might really end up making things worse. She didn't know what kind of status Rong Kongke had, but she only knew that Xiao Hanshi and Xiao Chai would give him some face, and their attitude towards him was completely different from how they treated other beastmen. Therefore, she should indeed be cautious regarding Rong Kongke. After all, she had had enough of living as a wandering female, and if she missed this excellent opportunity to turn her situation around, she couldn't afford to make a mistake regarding Rong Kongke. Rong Kongke turned back to look at TangXiaomi, feeling quite perplexed. What did that mean? And how did she know about his identity? Did Xiao Hanshi tell her? TangXiaomi maintained a composed expression, her lips always curved into a faint smile, which infuriated Xiang Kaifeng even more. She already disliked TangXiaomi, and now she was looking at her with an air of assured victory. But what made her secretly resentful was that TangXiaomi had hit the nail on the head. She was indeed persuaded. I'm not going to say much more. You can weigh the situation with Rong Kongke yourself. After putting away her smile, TangXiaomi slowly spoke. Seeing that Xiang Kaifeng genuinely had a bit of apprehension towards Rong Kongke, TangXiaomi's anxious heart finally felt a little more settled. She was just guessing about Rong Kong's identity. She didn't care what it was. But why was Rong Kongke looking at her with such a resentful gaze? Did he actually want to surrender and be at the mercy of Xiang Kaifeng? I never intended to make things difficult for Brother Rong, but you all, I will never let go. Xiang Kaifeng narrowed her eyes, a chilling, killing intent beginning to spread from her gaze. You've said this from the beginning, but you've never succeeded, so you won't succeed this time either. After saying that, TangXiaomi closed her eyes while holding Bai Yuheng's hand, channeling all her strength into her palm and transferring it to Bai Yuheng. As soon as he felt her power, Bai Yuheng felt his body filled with beastly energy. With a muffled groan, he flapped his wings towards Xiang Kaifeng. In an instant, feathers shot towards her like arrows. Over a dozen feathers flew towards Xiang Kaifeng, and she wanted to use her power to block them, but it was already too late. With no way to dodge, a single thought remained in her mind. Bai Yuheng could actually use feather blades. How was that possible? Feather blades could only be used by birds and beasts with level 5 beast power or above. Chapter 387, I want you to watch it happen. TangXiaomi could barely stand and fell to the ground, but the smile on her face was one of satisfaction. Finally, she could completely get rid of Xiang Kaifeng. However, just when Xiang Kaifeng thought she couldn't escape, those feathers did not fall on her. With a terrible scream, Xiang Dalu knelt on the ground. The feathers pierced into Xiang Dalu's flesh, and blood continuously oozed from the wounds. To her surprise, Xiang Dalu chose to protect her with his life, which even moved Xiang Kaifeng. Looking at the countless wounds on Xiang Dalu's body bleeding, Xiang Kaifeng gritted her teeth. Big brother, hold on, I will avenge you now. Xiang Kaifeng grabbed the dagger from Xiang Dalu's hand, her eyes filled with blood, and rushed madly towards TangXiaomi and the white-feathered eagle. No. Xiang Dalu struggled to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Go, hurry up. With the help of the white-feathered eagle, TangXiaomi began to retreat weakly. She thought that the previous blow was a fatal one for Xiang Kaifeng, and they had exhausted all their strength, but unexpectedly, it was blocked by Xiang Dalu's body. Although disappointed, this also changed her impression of Xiang Dalu significantly. Want to run? Let's see where you can go. Xiang Kaifeng shouted furiously, with the wind blocking their path. Their steps became even more difficult. Before long, Xiang Kaifeng grabbed TangXiaomi's arm. The white-feathered eagle also saw Xiang Kaifeng and wanted to pull TangXiaomi into his arms, but was suddenly blown away by a violent whirlwind. Xiang Kaifeng forcefully pulled TangXiaomi towards Xiang Dalu. I want the white-feathered eagle to watch you die in my hands. One stab at a time. Mother, no. Cough, cough. Xiang Wulu pleaded. Xiang Kaifeng seemed not to hear, pushing TangXiaomi away, causing her to fall to the ground. Stop. I was the one who injured Xiang Dalu. Xiang Kaifeng, come at me. The white-feathered eagle shouted with red eyes. Wanted to go over, but trapped in a whirlwind, unable to escape. Xiang Kaifeng coldly smiled, her scarred and twisted face now more terrifying. I wanted to watch helplessly. After laughing a few times toward the sky, Xiang Kaifeng raised the dagger and stabbed down at TangXiaomi. No. The white-feathered eagle and Xiang Wulu, in different places, let out the same roar. But the more they tried to stop her, the less she would let them go. Filled with intense hatred, Xiang Kaifeng smiled wickedly. TangXiaomi, today is your day to die. TangXiaomi wanted to resist, to push Xiang Kaifeng away, but after being heavily kicked by Xiang Kaifeng, she was also pinned down by Xiang Caifeng's foot on her hand. Looking at the cold light from the dagger, TangXiaomi sensed the smell of death at that moment. But this time, it seemed she would really die, falling victim to Xiang Kaifeng, truly dying at her hands. Mother, no. Just as the dagger was about to pierce TangXiaomi's heart, Xiang Dalu gritted his teeth and lunged at TangXiaomi. PFF. The sound of the knife entering flesh echoed in her ears. TangXiaomi stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, and with a dazed expression, she asked Xiang Dalu, "Why did you save me?" Xiang Dalu smiled with the corners of his mouth, but soon his expression changed, and he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Chapter 388, It's not your fault, Xiang Xiong. It's really not me. This is not the time to talk about this. Let me stop the bleeding first. After realizing what was happening, TangXiaomi hurriedly tried to cover Xiang Dalu's wound. But the dagger had already been tainted with the broken Xinhua, and not only did Xiang Dalu's wound not heal, but the blood flowed even more. If she still had some strength left, she might be able to help him stop the bleeding, but now she didn't even have the strength to walk. No, it's fine, Xiang Dalu said as he began to cough again. The blood he coughed up left Xiang Kaifeng dumbfounded. She had stabbed him, thinking she had finally dealt with TangXiaomi, but unexpectedly, Xiang Dalu had suddenly taken a stab for her. This stab was fueled by all of Xiang Caifeng's rage and was naturally deep. Everything happened too suddenly. Looking at her blood-soaked hands, Xiang Kaifeng felt dazed. And at that moment, there was no trace of the hatred she felt for TangXiaomi in her eyes. Xiang Kaifeng never understood that she wanted to take revenge for Xiang Dalu, yet she had pushed him toward death with her own hands. As the blood flowed out, Xiang Dalu's gaze became hollow, but Xiao Xiong's death is also related to me. This way, I feel a bit better. TangXiaomi looked at Xiang Dalu with complicated feelings. She was convinced that he was the murderer of Xiao, and all the evidence supported her suspicion. But Xiang Dalu was dying. Just like Lu Wen Deer, she wanted to save his life but could only watch helplessly as it faded away. She was ultimately not omnipotent. Her proud medical skills had to compromise in front of fragile life. Is there something we don't know? TangXiaomi asked, in Xiang Dalu's final moments. Perhaps the only thing she could do was to stop looking at him through color glasses. However, at that moment, Xiang Dalu smiled silently, saying, "Let me repay Xiong's life." Xiang Dalu's pupils gradually dilated, and his gaze began to darken. He painfully turned his head to glance at Xiang Kaifeng, then said to TangXiaomi, "My mother has done many wrong things, but I still want to ask you, in the future, don't let her die. Our fathers will be grateful to you." TangXiaomi paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Okay, I understand." Seeing her agree so readily, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Xiang Dalu's mouth, and then his eyes completely dimmed. Xiang Dalu died. Her hand was still pressed against his wound. TangXiaomi recalled how just yesterday, Xiang Dalu had cruelly told her to get lost, not wanting her to treat the other 4 beast husbands of Xiang Kaifeng, constantly obstructing her. At that time, she thought Xiang Dalu was like a mad dog biting at random, having truly inherited Xiang Caifeng's traits. She even felt that such a person would not have a good outcome. And indeed, Xiang Dalu did not have a good outcome, but not because of Xiang Kaifeng, but because of her. "Big brother, wake up." Xiang Wulu helplessly shook Xiang Dalu. "Big brother, I'm sorry." Xiang Wulu regretted it. He had thought his brother was unreasonable, following their mother in wrongdoing without distinguishing right from wrong. But he didn't realize that his brother was very clear in his heart, trying hard to bring their mother back, while they were still blaming him, even saying hurtful things to him. TangXiaomi stepped aside for Xiang Wulu, but as she retreated, she tripped, staggering a few steps before someone supported her shoulder. "It's not your fault." As he spoke, Bai Yuing pulled TangXiaomi into his embrace. Chapter 389. It's my fault. Bai Yuing was patting her back. After TangXiaomi took a deep breath, she stepped out of Bai Ying's embrace. "I'm fine, don't worry about me. Look, my hands are covered in blood. You like cleanliness, don't get dirty because of me." Not only were her hands stained, but there was also fresh red blood on her body and even on her face. Seeing her smile at that moment, Bai Ying's eyes darkened. But Bai Ying said nothing, just slowly reached out to help TangXiaomi wipe the blood off her face. TangXiaomi smiled rose, and she held Bai Ying's hand. After a sigh, she looked at him sincerely and said, "Thank you." She tried to cover up her feelings, but she couldn't escape Bai Ying's eyes. However, having someone with her felt like being pulled up from a mud pit. If it wasn't for Xiang Dalu, who could it be? TangXiaomi temporarily set aside her emotions and began to think about this question. If she couldn't find a murderer, then she couldn't help Bai Luo Yu clear his name. "It's my fault." Xiang Wu Lu, who was crying in Xiang Dalu's arms, spoke through her swollen eyes. "Xiong hit me, and then my brother got into a fight with Xiong. Xiong wanted to hit my brother with a rock, and in the struggle, my brother accidentally hit Xiong, causing him to fall into the water in a daze. My brother really didn't mean to. After hitting Xiong, we ran away, and when we heard that Xiong drowned, my brother and I were very scared. Out of fear, when all the beastmen blamed Bai Luo Yu for drowning Xiong, we didn't dare to admit it. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. My brother is trying to make amends, and he has done his best. It's all my fault. Although it was unintentional because of my cowardice, Bai Luo Yu had to bear their mistakes." At that time, they actually had the chance to stand up and clarify things, but as soon as they spoke, under the intimidation of their mother-esque gaze, both he and his brother didn't dare to say anything further. Later, their mother insisted that the beast man who killed Xiong must be executed, and they became even less daring to reveal the truth. When they learned that Bai Luo Yu was captured and she had to find the truth for him, there were several times she wanted to speak up and sought out her brother, but he said not to interfere with this matter, that he would handle it and would clear Bai Luo Yu's name. She thought her brother had a good plan, but didn't he expect him to repay in this way? So, Xiang Dalu was not only not an accomplice, but was actually protecting them in secret, right? The strange occurrence of the falling rocks yesterday made a sound before hitting them, alerting her to their danger and enabling their successful escape. As for Xiang Dalu stopping her from treating Xiang Kaifeng's beast husbands, it was likely because Xiang Dalu knew the truth and that they were not in life-threatening danger. However, letting Xiang Kaifeng know she was helping with the treatment might lead to misunderstandings, perhaps treating them the same way she treated Lu and Lu. Xiang Wu Lu nodded with tears in his eyes. "It must be so. Actually, my brother hinted at it, but He asked her not to look for him again, but he had his own selfish reasons. He knew that their mother would be angry if he saw her, yet he still held onto a lucky mindset. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong. Xiang Wulu regretted not acting earlier, but it was already too late. Seeing that Xiang Delu would never open his eyes again, and witnessing Xiang Wulu's deep sorrow, TangXiaomi comforted him. Your brother is gone, taking all his regrets with him, including yours, so you don't need to apologize anymore. Chapter 390. Go find the leader. Xiang Kaifeng suddenly burst into laughter, her expression becoming twisted and insane. First, it was the peacock I liked, then my beast husband, and now my child. You have taken everything from me, TangXiaomi. I will never let you have it easy. Xiang Kaifeng, are you still stubborn at this point? How obsessed must she be with hatred to say such things? Can't the death of Xiang Dalu wash away her resentment? But the answer disappoints her. Xiang Kaifeng has not let go of her hatred, but instead, it burns even stronger. It's not because of you that the boss died. You caused his death. Xiang Kaifeng comes with a madness fueled by hatred, a storm swirling around her, each step seeming to shake the ground. Bai Yuing quickly held TangXiaomi tightly and started to retreat. Master, you must run, go find the leader. Hearing the words of Zhu Yeshi, Xiang Kaifeng let out another maniacal laugh. Can Xiao Hanshi still protect you? He can't even protect himself. Although they knew that Xiao Hanshi might also be in danger, Xiang Caifeng's words confirmed that his situation was likely no better than theirs. It was evident that Xiang Kaifeng was in league with Cho Chai. TangXiaomi clenched her teeth tightly. Zhu Yeshi was no match for Xiang Kaifeng. But Bai Yuing did not give her a chance to look back and took off with her. Yuing, we can't just leave. I know, but I must protect your safety. Zhu Yeshi was not a consideration for him. Without any chance of victory, he would not let her take risks. Looking at Bai Ying's cold face, he was very rational, almost terrifyingly so. But she knew he was right. Even if she stayed to deal with Xiang Kaifeng, it would betray Zhu Ye's sacrifice for them. TangXiaomi tightly clenched her fists, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. However, just as she was still worrying about Zhu Ye's safety, birds and beasts appeared in the sky, circling around them and constantly screeching, as if issuing a warning, ready to attack with their beaks and claws at any moment. These birds and beasts were clearly not the beastmen brought by Xiao Hanshi, judging by their aggressive demeanor. She thought they must have been sent by Cho Chai. With the sky occupied by these birds and beasts, it meant that those beastmen who followed Xiao Hanshi had either been defeated or killed. The struggle for power, whether among humans or beastmen, whether ancient or modern, is brutal. I didn't expect Cho Chai's forces to be so strong, even controlling the sky. We're in trouble now. But Bai Yuing shook his head at the sight of those birds and beasts. No, these are not the birds and beasts that came with Cho Chai. They don't intend to attack us, but are waiting for us. What? She didn't understand bird language, and seeing the fierce birds and beasts flying around them, she assumed they were going to attack. It turned out her guess was completely wrong. Did this mean she could breathe a sigh of relief? What do you want? Bai Yuing asked in a deep voice. The birds and beasts called out a few times, seemingly communicating with Bai Yuing. This time, she didn't misinterpret. The birds and beasts were indeed explaining something to Bai Yuing, but after hearing it, Bai Ying's expression turned extremely grave. What's wrong? TangXiaomi asked worriedly. Bai Ying's expression was very serious as he increased his flying speed and said to TangXiaomi, "They are stray savage beasts." Chapter 391. What have you done to Xiao Hanshi? These birds and beasts are actually wandering savage beasts? She had completely failed to think in this direction. TangXiaomi's heart sank, and she felt very uneasy. Speaking of wandering savage beasts, without needing to think, the figure of Bai Liu automatically appeared in her mind. It can't be the fourth one, right? For some unknown reason, TangXiaomi was making a fearless struggle. However, Bai Yuing only looked at her deeply. Although he said nothing, his eyes already told her the answer. At first, she didn't believe it. Bai Liu should be pitifully curled up in a bathtub right now. How could a fish turn the tide? But when she learned that these fierce birds and beasts were wandering savage beasts, her heart kept sinking. Seeing Bai Yuing's expression, TangXiaomi stopped asking questions, only hoping that once they reached their destination, it would all just be a misunderstanding. After speeding up their flight, they quickly arrived at the mountain peak. The peak was crowded with all the beastmen, but these beastmen were not gathered here voluntarily. They were surrounded by the wandering savage beasts. Bai Luoyu was sitting on the high platform that had previously bound him, casually scanning the anxious beastmen with his beautiful peach blossom eyes, his tail rhythmically slapping the ground. Listening to the crisp sound, the timid beastmen were almost fainting. From high above, seeing this scene, TangXiaomi felt her heart chill, and now it was completely frozen. We'll land over there, Tang Xiaomi pointed to Bai Liyu's position. Bai Yueying nodded and flew down in front of Bai Liyu. Xiaomi, you finally came. I was so worried about you. Bai Liyu's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile upon seeing Tang Xiaomi. But the brighter Bai Liyu's smile became, the more it hurt her eyes, reminding her that she had misjudged him. All her efforts were just a joke. Not wanting to say another word to Bai Liyu, Tang Xiaomi asked with a stern face. What happened to Xiao Hanxi? Where is he? Xiaomi, are you angry? But I did it all for you. I'll ask again, where is Xiao Hanxi? Tang Xiaomi gritted her teeth and spoke each word slowly. Seeing that she was truly angry for the first time, Bai Liyu suddenly felt panicked. But with so many beastmen watching, he still wore a casual smile. Xiao Hanxi has been constantly threatening you because he is the leader. Why do you care about his life or death? Tang Xiaomi said nothing, but stared intently at Bai Liyu. Under her gaze, Bai Liyu reluctantly said, he got away. Otherwise, I would have killed him long ago. As he spoke, Bai Liyu sneered. I thought the leader was so impressive, but when it was time to run, he fled like a scared rat. Xiaomi, now that I'm here to protect you, you don't have to be afraid of him anymore. Once I completely deal with him, no one will threaten you. Tang Xiaomi stared at Bai Liyu for a long time before looking away, suddenly laughing in anger. When you and Qiu Chai were colluding, did Qiu Chai ever tell you that if Xiao Hanxi dies, I will die too? If I die, what about you and your brothers? Can you survive? Fortunately, Xiao Hanxi managed to escape. Things Haven T reached an irretrievable point. What? Bai Liyu's smile instantly froze at the corners of his mouth. Tang Xiaomi was so angry that she didn't want to explain anymore. So she clenched her fists and fell silent, leaving the explanation to Bai Yueying. Chapter 392. I'm sorry, I was wrong. After listening to Bai Yuying's explanation, Bai Luoyu's expression changed repeatedly, and finally, his face sank completely. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he murmured Qiu Chai. Although he and Qiu Chai were merely using each other for their own needs, he never expected Qiu Chai's overall plan to be so meticulous. The existence of Xiao Hanxi was a threat. He knew very well that as long as he was around, he had almost no chance of securing a position. So while Xiao Hanxi was here and he was injured, he had to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Qiu Chai concealed from him that Xiao Hanxi was under the influence of the love thread curse, intending to use his hands to eliminate Xiao Hanxi. Once Xiao Hanxi died, Tang Xiaomi would also die. He had a mate contract with her, and he feared he wouldn't survive either. In this way, Qiu Chai could remain uninvolved, eliminating not only Xiao Hanxi, but also him as a potential hazard without anyone knowing. The only thing Bai Luo you didn't expect was that his hidden urgency was seen through by Qiu Chai. When Qiu Chai sought his cooperation, it coincided perfectly with his intentions. After all, he was already planning to take action. Qiu Chai secretly assisting him actually resolved many troubles and increased the chances of eliminating Xiao Hanxi. Xiaomi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Bai Luo, you tried to put on the most pitiful expression to look at Tang Xiaomi. But when he reached out to hold her hand, she ruthlessly swatted it away, knowing he had made a mistake and that she was angry. Bai Luo, you felt some dissatisfaction, but continued to look at Tang Xiaomi with a pitiful gaze. I hate being schemed against by those I trust the most. You don't have to say sorry to me. From now on, just act as if you don't know me. Take care of yourself. After Tang Xiaomi coldly finished speaking, she reached for Bai Yuying's hand, wanting to leave, but she couldn't pull him along. Bai Yuying's expression wasn't good either. He looked at Bai Luoyu with some reproach. He understood the personality of the fourth brother and was worried that he might do something reckless. When he brought him medicine, he had specifically warned him, but in the end, he still insisted on acting recklessly. The fourth brother thought he was clever, but didn't he realize that his deception was pushing him into an abyss? He wanted to get the female he was scheming against, not just any ordinary female. If he understood Tang Xiaomi, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Tang Xiaomi tightened her grip on Bai Yuying's hand. If he had to choose between Bai Luoyu and herself, it would only put him in a difficult position. She didn't want to force him, so she remained silent, quietly waiting for an uncertain answer. Could he be given another chance? After all, he had no way out. After shifting his gaze away from Bai Luoyu, Bai Yuying turned his hand to tightly hold Tang Xiaomi's hand. Tang Xiaomi looked up seriously at Bai Yuying, seemingly aware that he knew about her relationship with Bai Luoyu. In the past, he schemed against me. I can overlook that, but you must understand that trust and betrayal only come with one chance. Since he was deliberately caught and started scheming against me again, all trust has been shattered. Even if he is your brother, I can no longer trust him. As for the mate contract, I don't believe it's unsolvable. Bai Luoyu doesn't have no way out. If he truly feels there is no way out, how could he be so unrestrained? After saying this, Tang Xiaomi released Bai Yuying's hand. I'm sorry, but Bai Luoyu doesn't need me to give him a chance, does he? I think I should go find Xiao Han, she first. Watching her hand leave his palm, Bai Ying's cold black eyes were tinged with a layer of gloom. It was precisely because he understood her that he knew this would be the result from the moment he spoke. Chapter 393. Of course, we must continue. Fourth brother. I don't need you to look at me with that sympathetic gaze, nor do I want your sympathy. You should be happy. I've lost now. And third brother and fifth brother are not around little me, so you can monopolize her. Although you have some misunderstandings about me, I still don't want to hear you say such things. Bai Ying spoke coldly. Monopolizing is too extravagant. He wouldn't think of it, nor dare to think of it. Because once he did, greed would ensue, and if greed were unleashed, he might really be unable to control himself. Bai Luoyu smiled coldly. At this moment, she wasn't here, and she was too lazy to engage in false pleasantries with Bai Ying. Misunderstanding? Let's not talk about the past, just regarding the current matter. My dear second brother, have you told me that Xiao Han, she was under the love spell? Have you informed me what the consequences would be if I dealt with Xiao Han she? Bai Ying's pupils slightly constricted. It's not that I intentionally didn't say it. Whether it was intentional, you know in your heart, Bai Luoyu chuckled softly. Her gaze sharp as she continued looking at Bai Ying. You have never trusted me. Third brother and fifth brother are your true brothers. Therefore, no matter what I do or what my outcome is, you don't need to feign concern. After speaking, Bai Luoyu called over Xiao Hu, telling him not to obstruct her view anymore. Xiao Hu, with his rugged face, nodded and used his physical advantage to block Bai Ying's line of sight, gesturing for him to leave. After a slight furrow of his brow, Bai Ying offered no further explanation and spread his wings, flying in the direction where TangXiaomi had left. Once he disappeared from sight, Xiao Hu couldn't help but feel worried about the current situation. Boss, what should we do now? Bai Luoyu sat on the chair, gripping the handle, squinting her eyes before speaking in a calm, hoarse voice. Let the birds and beasts keep a distant watch on Xiaomi's whereabouts. As long as Xiaomi is still here, Xiao Han, she won't run far. But, knowing what Xiao Hu was worried about, Bai Luoyu gave a self-deprecating smile. Since the situation won't improve and the retreat has long been cut off, we must continue. All right. After a complex glance at Bai Luoyu, Xiao Hu agreed and immediately began issuing orders. Once everything was arranged, Bai Luoyu's smile returned, and she looked at the village chief with great friendliness. Village chief, long time no see. There is nothing much going on right now. How about we have a good chat? The village chief, with a stern face, coldly returned Bai Luoyu's gaze. What do you want? Didn't the village chief realize that the situation has changed? What do you mean? Bai Luoyu rested her chin on her hand, her enchanting eyes smiling at the village chief, speaking calmly and unhurriedly. The Nanhua tribe will have a new leader, and that is Elder Chiao. Therefore, village chief, you should recognize the situation. You. The village chief stared at Bai Luoyu, considering his words before asking, did Elder Chiao command you to do this? Elder Chiao gave me this opportunity so that I could escape the fate of being a wandering beast. As long as Elder Chiao sits in the leader's position, he naturally won't forget the benefits for me. When I do well, won't you do well, village chief? However, upon hearing Bai Luoyu's words, the village chief's expression grew increasingly worse. Elder Chiao colluded with the wandering beasts, attempting to kill the leader. I would rather die than submit to you. Chapter 394. Things will be much easier since I have advised the village chief kindly, and he refuses to listen. I have no choice but to offend him. With a smile wiped from my face, Bai Luoyu snapped his fingers, and two wandering barbarian beasts appeared in front of the village chief. Under Bai Luoyu's gaze, they restrained the village chief on both sides. The village chief was furious, losing the calm he usually had, and cursed Bai Luoyu with many harsh words. However, Bai Luoyu remained unfazed, even showing a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He planned to detain the village chief and treat him well, hoping to change the village chief's mind soon. Bai Luoyu, following Elder Chiao will lead you to no good end. As long as I still breathe, I will send word to the Bee City that Elder Chiao colludes with wandering barbarian beasts and is unforgivable. He has no right to be a leader. After the village chief shouted with righteous indignation, he was taken away, leaving the orcs on the mountaintop in a state of fear. Colluding with wandering barbarian beasts and plotting against the leader. What a grave accusation. It turned out that Elder Chiao wanted to be the leader. They never expected that the amiable Elder Chiao would have such audacity and ambition. The orcs present were filled with worry and fear, while Bai Luoyu had come prepared. The wandering barbarian beasts he led were very fierce, and the male orcs who initially resisted had already fallen, leaving the rest too scared to act rashly. It's simple if you want to leave. Whoever obeys Elder Chiao can go. Bai Luoyu's eyes sparkled with a smile as he surveyed the silent orcs below who dared not speak. After his words, there was complete silence. Submitting to Elder Qiao would mean joining his faction, rebelling? They were merely orcs from a small village. How could they dare to rebel? Bai Luoyu was not in a hurry. He lazily sat in a chair, patiently waiting for the orc's response. However, while Bai Luoyu was very patient, Qiao Chai could not sit still. Xiang Kaifeng was truly useless, failing to stop TangXiaomi and Bai Yueying. Qiao Chai slammed the table in frustration, but winced in pain from his injury. Whether it was Xiang Kaifeng or Bai Luoyu who succeeded, he only needed to reap the benefits, especially with Xiang Kaifeng. He had given her such a good opportunity. Yet she still messed things up. Now that Bai Luoyu realized he had fallen into his trap, how could he obediently listen to him and be manipulated? Bai Luoyu did not disappoint him, not only refusing to settle scores with him, but also competing for the position of leader. The position of leader was already almost in Qiao Chai's grasp, but after Bai Luoyu openly seized it, he and Bai Luoyu were now on the same side. What was Bai Luoyu's identity? A wandering barbarian beast. Anyone associated with wandering barbarian beasts was rejected by the tribe. He could now imagine how the orcs of Guanshan village viewed him. Elder Qiao, what should we do next? Should we clarify the situation? A guard beside Qiao Chai asked with a furrowed brow. However, Qiao Chai shook his head. It would not be clear if they went to explain now. Instead, it would only entangle Bai Luoyu further. It was better to wait until he found Xiao Hanshi before they made their appearance. Bai Luoyu could not be retained anyway, and now that he had stirred things up, it was even more impossible. Did he not want to find Xiao Hanshi? Well then, he did not mind helping Bai Luoyu a bit, so that he could find Xiao Hanshi sooner. By then, when he appeared again, things would be much easier to handle. Qiao Chai's expression changed from worry to a smirk as he began to give instructions. Chapter 395, The Monkeys of the Himalayas. Hu Shundang felt a bit ridiculous for not understanding the meaning behind that thing's words earlier. No way, absolutely not. Helian Ziyun shouted, seeing that Princess Midwa was even more beautiful than her by half. What if Longming fed her and developed feelings for her? Manga. The Dark Elves were originally kind by nature. We need to find a way to restore their true nature, Princess Midwa said. Zhongli Luo widened his eyes, staring incredulously at Su Jin before slowly releasing his grip on the sword handle and retreating, shaking his head in disbelief at his own hands. He stumbled and fell to the ground, feeling as if something in his head was about to explode, causing him great discomfort as he curled up on the ground in pain. Faced with Sun Wei's fierce assault, Yunlai immediately counterattacked with his sword. The other Sky Warriors also engaged in direct combat, and upon seeing Yunlai and Sun Wei evenly matched, Blood Sea hurried over to assist. It was crucial to kill Sun Wei, and there was no need for solo duels. Long Quan heard that Princess Mingyao was about to return to the royal city and wanted to go with Long Shan, but Long Shan consistently disagreed. Long Ming had a nonchalant attitude towards the matter. With a loud cry, Nangong Wei began to sob, her shoulders shaking, tears and snot streaming down her face. This startled by Yufei beside her, who hurriedly tried to comfort her, only to find it ineffective. Nangong Wei's body shook even more violently while crying. Yes, my esteemed master. I am fully following your instructions to secure the rights to handle this research. Ferdinand did not dare to slack off, putting on a confident demeanor. What are you laughing at? I'm asking you a question. Dantai Ruoxi, seeing Gu Fan laughing without answering, felt incredibly arrogant and rude, and immediately became furious. His right hand lifted, as if a mountain was crashing down towards Gu Fan's shoulder. Where did the fragrance on you come from? Completely forgetting the instructions from the demon leader Pu Xiaoji, Tong Guai Guai implanted the theme. After hearing this, Yunzei's lips curled into a smile, thinking she was jealous. Thank you, my lord. Kai Mingzhu's mission has failed. A man in black half knelt on the ground, speaking to the old man. Husband is their local dialect, meaning our husband. Now what the master sees is just a clone of him, Ling Long explained to her master. She never expected the man would suddenly pull such a stunt. Catching Yiling off guard, her face instantly turning red, but she didn't lose her composure. So after angrily stepping on a man's foot, she calmly answered Wan Qingshi's question. The big shot's face turned awkwardly red, but in the end, he didn't dare to say a word, leaving with his subordinates in a dejected manner. You mean for us to sit idly by? To ignore Ling Yun's life and death? Chu Shuyao knew that the beast forest was very dangerous. But Ling Yun's life was uncertain. Even if there were dangers ahead, she had to take the risk. Perhaps she could find Ling Yun. At this moment, the dagger in Qin Yilong's hand was already gripped tightly. Distance, distance. Only by closing the distance could Qin Yilong achieve a one-hit kill. Although dressed as usual, the cold sharpness was absent, and the tenderness in her eyes made her features even more elegant and refined, like a sculpture. If it weren't for Su Mufeng's reminder, she would have really overlooked how the usually laid-back and casually dressed Qingming Wang had become so rigorous and solemn in the warm, early summer attire. I won't leave either. I want to stay and fight to the death with them, Shun Jin said, his eyes red. Equally calm was the old man guarding the Nile Hall, a distant uncle of the deceased emperor, a former madman who resented the various clans. Due to the kidnapping incident, Lu Mingming and Yin Yiqian's wedding was naturally postponed once again, but no specific date was set, and Lu Mingming didn't care much about it. Her injury hadn't healed yet, so she habitually left everything to Yin Yiqian, trusting him to handle it well. With both hands around Lu Mingming's waist, Yin Yiqian's gaze naturally fell on her face. Although he wanted to kiss her, looking at her swollen and bruised face, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Lan Ruo then realized that it was clearly Qing Ziqin who saved her, yet she had that attitude. Lan Ruo reached out to grab Qing Ziqin's hand to apologize, but missed. Let's go with you. The third section of chapter 24 said first. In this place, it was a bit stuffy, and since they had previously given up on going out, they had no longings. Any treasure stolen from them could always be retrieved through various strange means, and as compensation, they would bring back even more to reward themselves. I understand. Not issuing a bounty is correct. By the way, when do we start investigating? Are we acting later? I asked. Zhou Ailing spotted Lu Yuxia at first glance. Anxiously peering into the cave from the entrance, it seemed that the rescue operation was quite difficult. I shared all these issues with Lan Qin, who felt that we should perhaps visit the Long family again to try to revive old Master Long. This time without any interference. There might be new discoveries. Still the same, sometimes understanding, sometimes confused. A golden koi squeezed its way over, its entire body golden and beautiful. I thought to myself, if this guy were stewed, would it taste the same as ordinary carp? Upon his arrival, the man's seemingly cold face appeared to show a hint of a smile as he spoke softly. Hearing Tsunade's words, Kimamaro fell silent for a moment before lifting his gaze to look at Tsunade gently, speaking calmly. Li Feng was saying he could meet the demands of Emperor Krashini, yet his feet remained rooted in place, still standing there and talking nonsense. If Lin Jiruo got involved, wouldn't his status as a major shareholder be at risk? Now Tang Tian held 40 of the shares. If he gave Lin Jiruo 10, his shares would be equal to those of Zhou Renwu and Xiongyun, each holding 30. Chapter 396. Lowering her stance several times, TangXiaomi cast a faint glance around her. She couldn't tolerate such poor tracking skills. Bai Yuheng also noticed the undercurrents in the surroundings. He remained expressionless, but his grip on TangXiaomi's hand tightened a bit. TangXiaomi was taken aback and looked down at Bai Yuheng's hand, wondering how it felt as if she could suddenly disappear. Well, let them follow. She wasn't in the mood to care about that now. The bamboo leaf snake's life and death were still uncertain, and she had to find him quickly, hoping that the herb she brought would still have a chance to be useful. Quietly returning to the incident site, she saw large patches of blood on the ground, and the surrounding weeds and trees were in disarray. Xiang Kaifeng probably didn't expect them to return. Her figure was already gone. However, during the search, TangXiaomi remained very tense, fearing she might find a green snake in the grass. Yet, after checking every nearby spot, she found no trace of the bamboo leaf snake. Not long after, the sky began to lighten, but there was no sun today. The dark clouds covered the sky, and TangXiaomi looked up. The day was gloomy, and the wind and rain seemed imminent. Gloomy days can easily dampen one's spirits, especially in their situation. She originally wanted to find the village chief, but found that there wasn't a single beastman nearby, which meant they were still on the mountaintop. And naturally, she couldn't find the village chief. This meant Bai Luoyu was still surrounding them. She had thought that after she left, Bai Luoyu would back off, but unexpectedly, not only did he not leave, but he also intensified the confinement of the beastmen in Guanshan village. Yuang, do you know what Lao Si is up to? I feel like things aren't that simple. TangXiaomi looked at Bai Yuheng. Bai Yuheng's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze unclear, and he shook his head, saying, not really sure. Forget it. We'll take it one step at a time. Let's go check the situation on the mountaintop first. We need to ensure that the beastmen in Guanshan village are safe. Bai Yuheng nodded slightly, remaining silent until they walked a little further before speaking. Although Lao Si deceived you at first, I believe he never intended to harm you or truly do anything to the beastmen of Guanshan village. TangXiaomi turned to look at Bai Yuheng. Bai Luoyu said his second brother didn't care about him and didn't treat him as a brother, but she felt otherwise. Bai Yuheng's character was actually quite cold, with an underlying pride. He wouldn't repeat things he had said once. However, for Bai Liu, he had lowered his stance several times. Thinking that even though Bai Liu had done this much, Bai Yuheng still chose to trust him, something she couldn't do. She had no siblings and could only try to understand Bai Yuheng's feelings. Thus, TangXiaomi forced a smile. Well, I hope Lao Si won't let you down. Bai Yuheng nodded gently, but didn't say anything more, accompanying her as they began to ascend the mountain. To understand Bai Luoyu's intentions, they didn't show themselves, but quietly observed near the mountaintop. Bai Luoyu remained in his original position, and the villagers of Guanshan village stood still. However, as time passed, the females could no longer hold on. They had never endured such hardships, standing all night without sleep, and their hearts were already crying out in distress. TangXiaomi initially wanted to communicate secretly with the village chief, but found that he wasn't at the mountaintop, so she felt puzzled and went to search nearby. Chapter 397. Our boss wants you to go see him. At first, they couldn't find anyone. It was only after capturing a wandering beast man that they discovered the village chief had been locked up, along with Hong Yin and Xia Yuqing. They were the backbone of Guanshan village, and once they were captured, the beast men in the village were like a pile of loose sand. Did Bai Liu really want to take over the village and rule the land? The village chief and the others were held in a cave. The same cave where Xia Yuqing had given birth to a female cub. Just as TangXiaomi was pondering what to do next, angry curses and screams echoed from the cave. Upon hearing those sounds, she knew that the village chief and the others were suffering, and TangXiaomi could no longer think calmly. The wandering beast men recognized her. When she appeared, they did not attack but immediately reported to Bai Liu. Get out of the way, TangXiaomi said with a stern face, disregarding the male beast men guarding the cave, and rushed inside. Upon entering, she clenched her fists and quickly grabbed the hand of the male beast man who was torturing the others, snatched the whip from him, and swung it down on his body. The male beast man did not expect TangXiaomi to appear so quickly and strike him. By the time he reacted, he felt a burning pain on his body where the whip had hit, and the skin had already split open. Too much. TangXiaomi got pet, whipping the male beast man so that he stumbled and fled. Xiaomi woo woo. Upon seeing TangXiaomi, Hong Yin broke down and cried heavily. Seeing Hong Yin in tears with numerous whip marks on her body, TangXiaomi felt a surge of anger and immediately helped Hong Yin untie her bonds. It's okay. I will definitely heal you, and you will be even more beautiful than before. Hong Yin finally stopped crying and looked at TangXiaomi with tearful eyes. I'm Fina, Xiaomi. You should quickly check on the village chief and Sister Xia. Their situation is much worse than mine. Okay. After freeing Hong Yin, TangXiaomi immediately went to check on the unconscious village chief and Xia Yuqing. Their condition was indeed much more severe than Hong Yan's. Seeing them covered in wounds, TangXiaomi felt a fierce fire burning in her heart, accompanied by deep disappointment towards Bai Liu. What kind of male beast man tortures females? Isn't it the basic survival principle for male beast men to protect females? Or has he been a wandering savage for too long, losing even the most basic principles? As she simply tended to their wounds, there was movement outside the cave, but it was blocked by Bai Yu Hawk, and the beastmen outside did not enter. Once she finished, TangXiaomi stood up. As she was about to leave, Hong Yin grabbed her hand in a state of panic. Xiaomi, don't leave us. That Bai Luoyu is too terrifying. Don't be afraid, I will be back soon. After reassuringly patting Hong Yan's hand, TangXiaomi walked out of the cave. Outside the cave were several unfamiliar wandering savages. It seemed Bai Liu had recruited quite a few minions. When these wandering savages saw her come out, they said to her, Our boss wants you to go see him. This was undoubtedly a show of power. However, for the sake of the village chief and the others, TangXiaomi gritted her teeth and agreed. Okay, Bai Yu Hawk wanted to follow her, but she was worried about leaving the village chief and the others behind. So she asked him to stay. However, Bai Yu Hawk did not agree. With no other choice, TangXiaomi had to use the reason of brotherly debt to ask him to stay behind. Chapter 398, but still can't help but worry the mountaintop was not far from here. After Bai Yuing promised to stay and watch over the village chief and the others, he reminded TangXiaomi with concern as she was leaving. Be careful on the way. If anything happens, be sure to call me loudly, and I will come immediately. TangXiaomi nodded obediently, reassuring him. You should trust that Lao Si won't do anything to me. This was something he had always believed, but he still couldn't help but worry. So, Bai Yuing seriously held TangXiaomi's shoulders and reiterated, no matter what happens, your first priority is to protect yourself. Don't try to be a hero. It's only a short distance. You can fly there in no time, so don't worry too much about me. The cave was only about 100 meters from a mountaintop, but seeing Bai Ying's constant reminders made her suddenly feel a sense of reluctance to part. The days they had spent together were vividly etched in her memory. Feeling a surge of emotion, TangXiaomi stood on her tiptoes and kissed Bai Ying on the cheek. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." This time, Bai Ying didn't remind her again, but kept staring at her figure. When she was about to walk out of sight, she seemed to sense that he was watching her. After glancing back at him, she continued to leave. Bai Ying only withdrew his gaze after TangXiaomi's figure had completely disappeared from view, and his clear, cold phoenix eyes no longer held warmth. With a chill in the air, he entered the cave, handed a dagger to Hong Yin, and then left the cave. "Hey, Bai Ying, why did you just leave?" Hong Yin looked at Bai Ying in dismay, clutching the dagger. Didn't he promise to protect them? But there was no trace of Bai Ying in the cave. Had he really just left? Holding the dagger, Hong Yin anxiously looked outside, wondering if she should tell Xiaomi that Bai Ying had abandoned them when she returned. Before long, footsteps echoed in the cave, hurried and numerous. This meant that it wasn't TangXiaomi returning, but rather other beast men. Hong Yin's hands began to tremble even more as she gripped the dagger tightly. The village chief and Xia Yuqing were still unconscious, and at this moment, no one could help her. This made Hong Yan's hands shake even worse, but despite this, she held the dagger tightly and shouted, "Don't come over. Otherwise, I will really kill you." Bai Luoyu entered the cave and saw Hong Yin trembling with the dagger in her hand. At a glance, Bai Luoyu recognized the dagger and frowned, asking, "Wasn't it said that Xiaomi came? Where's she? Also, give me back my dagger." Seeing her crafted dagger in the hands of another female, Bai Luoyu stepped forward and reached out to Hong Yin. Overwhelmed by fear, Hong Yin began to retreat. "You bad guy, don't come over. I won't let you harm the village chief and Sister Xia again." Only then did Bai Luoyu notice that Hong Yin was injured, and the village chief and Xia Yuqing were in even worse condition, unconscious. Seeing this, Bai Luoyu turned to Qiao Hu and asked, "What happened to their injuries?" I don't know," Qiao Hu replied, his rugged face showing confusion. "I only kept them in confinement as you instructed. How could it turn out like this?" At this, Bai Luoyu's expression changed dramatically. She hurriedly rushed outside while coldly ordering Qiao Hu, "Gather all the brothers immediately." Chapter 399. A beastman disguised as a stray barbarian took away my wife, Master Qiao, who saw that Bai Luoyu looked this way and knew something was wrong. So he gathered all their brothers as instructed. The stray barbarians were confused and looked at Bai Luoyu with puzzled expressions. Bai Luoyu didn't speak immediately. Instead, he called over a bird beast to ask questions. Did the beastmen from Guanshan village no longer need to watch them? If it were up to me, I'd say just kill them all. It would be less trouble. However, seeing how terrified those beastmen were, since Bai Luoyu remained silent, the restless stray barbarians began to grow uneasy. They were tired of being hunted and had accumulated some resentment towards these pampered beastmen, having been chased for so long. Now that they had the upper hand, they naturally wanted to experience the thrill of hunting them instead. A few stray barbarians grew more excited, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they planned to unleash a massacre. However, at that moment, Bai Luoyu cast a dark glance their way. "I said no one from the village is to be touched. If you disregard my words, then you'll be my enemy, and you should know what the consequences will be." Bai Luoyu's voice was not loud, but after he spoke, there was a sudden silence. The few tall stray barbarians who had been shouting the loudest fell silent, scratching their noses. A beastman disguised as a stray barbarian took away my wife, Master. They must still be on this mountain. So you all search for me. After saying this, Bai Luoyu did not linger and began to follow the traces to search. TangXiaomi clutched her chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this point, the ground was littered with corpses, and she herself was on the verge of collapse. She knew which paths led to the mountaintop. So when the few male beastmen leading her did not take the familiar route, she became alert and prepared for defense. Sure enough, when they reached a secluded area, the true faces of those male beastmen revealed themselves. Fortunately, she was prepared. Before they could make a move, she struck first. However, the situation did not resolve simply. Before she could catch her breath, Xiang Kaifeng appeared. This time, it seemed Xiang Kaifeng had come prepared, not wasting words. Striking fiercely and decisively with a palm to her chest, catching her off guard. The events unfolded too suddenly. She didn't even have time to scream for help. By the time she wanted to call out, her voice was already hoarse. She thought she was doomed this time. But the bird beast that had been hiding in the shadows to monitor her appeared to escort her to escape. However, they hadn't run far when Xiang Kaifeng caught up, and in just a few moves, killed the bird beast. "TangXiaomi, let's see where you can run this time." Xiang Kaifeng smirked coldly at TangXiaomi. "Behind you is a cliff. If you fall down, there will be nothing left of you. So, It's better if you come here willingly, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. TangXiaomi clutched her ribs, seemingly having her chest broken, and struggled to speak. Unfortunately, I won't choose either. Hee, that's not up to you. Xiang Kaifeng smiled, looking behind TangXiaomi. Bring her to me. Hearing Xiang Caifeng's words, TangXiaomi suddenly realized someone was behind her. But by the time she reacted, it was too late. A hand suddenly appeared on her back and pushed her hard. With the force of inertia, TangXiaomi stumbled several steps towards Xiang Kaifeng before barely stabilizing herself to avoid falling. Chapter 400. Soon she will be yours. Xiang Kaifeng looked at the disheveled TangXiaomi with a smile. She had let her escape last night, but now she was in her hands. TangXiaomi, you're quite the runner. Let's see where you can run to now. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, TangXiaomi faced Xiang Kaifeng without showing an ounce of fear. What have you done with the bamboo leaf snake? Upon hearing this question, Xiang Kaifeng was somewhat taken aback, but a mocking smile quickly appeared on her lips. At this point, still concerned about the lives of other beasts? How kind of you, TangXiaomi. I don't need you to worry about me. Just tell me what happened to the bamboo leaf snake. Xiang Kaifeng had originally wanted to humiliate TangXiaomi, to see her weep and plead for mercy at her feet. However, instead of the expected reaction, TangXiaomi held herself with a haughty air, speaking to her with an accusatory tone. The more you want to know, the more you hesitate to say it. Doesn't it mean you can't do anything to the bamboo leaf snake? After being belittled by TangXiaomi, Xiang Kaifeng became furious, her eyes practically shooting fire. That useless snake? I can certainly handle it. It's a joke. With one blow from me, it would have been dead already. You could definitely find its corpse if you went looking, but unfortunately, I won't give you that chance. However, after hearing Xiang Caifeng's words, a glimmer of hope arose in TangXiaomi's heart. She and Bai Yueying had searched the area where the incident occurred and found no sign of the bamboo leaf snake, which meant there was still hope it was alive. Her concern for the bamboo leaf snake wasn't out of kindness, but guilt. Although it was tasked with protecting her, she felt deeply grateful for its willingness to risk its life for her, and she had always hoped it would survive. Seeing TangXiaomi reveal a half-smile, Xiang Kaifeng felt a deep sense of mockery from her, igniting her murderous intent. Grab her for me. I want to rip her mouth apart right now. Xiang Kaifeng ordered sharply. However, the several male beastmen around exchanged glances but did not move. One of them spoke up. Wait a bit longer. Now is not the time. What? Xiang Caifeng's eyes widened, but then narrowed again. If you don't do as I say, get out. At her words, the male beastmen tightened their faces, their eyes revealing a fierce and cold light, like beasts lurking in the darkness, extremely dangerous. Even Xiang Kaifeng was intimidated by their gaze. One of the male beastmen spoke slowly. Soon she will be yours. Xiang Kaifeng snorted coldly, unsure of what these male beastmen were up to. However, since their strength was not weak, she didn't want to provoke them into a fight. After thinking it over, she could only glare at TangXiaomi without making a move. At this point, TangXiaomi began to understand. Initially, she thought these male beastmen were Xiang Kaifeng's subordinates or beast husbands, but it seemed they were not with her and were perhaps only cooperating temporarily. Who were these male beastmen, and what were they waiting for from Xiang Kaifeng? TangXiaomi had many questions in her heart but kept a calm demeanor, observing and looking for an opportunity to escape. Before long, there was movement nearby. She thought the male beastmen were about to act, but instead, they turned and left. Chapter 401. This is a trap. The departure of the several male orcs not only surprised TangXiaomi, but also left Xiang Kaifeng puzzled. However, it no longer mattered to her. Just as those male orcs had said, TangXiaomi was now hers, and since TangXiaomi was already injured, dealing with her would be a piece of cake. TangXiaomi was aware that her current situation was extremely unfavorable, and she slowly began to step back. But just as she intended to turn and flee, Xiang Kaifeng had already seen through her intentions. A gust of wind swirled around her, forming a vortex that sucked her in. Seeing TangXiaomi under her control, Xiang Kaifeng let out a wild laugh. Want to run? You will never have the chance. As she spoke, Xiang Kaifeng extended another hand, gathering her power to form another wind vortex, which was filled with rubble, branches, weeds, and other filthy things. Look, TangXiaomi, you deserve to be surrounded by these dirty and smelly things. I will make you merge with them. The thought of the upcoming scene made Xiang Kaifeng increasingly excited. She wanted to grind TangXiaomi into the dirtiest mud, thus relieving the hatred in her heart. TangXiaomi's face turned pale as she gritted her teeth. Having to admire Xiang Caifeng's creativity, actually thinking of using the power of wind to grind her like a blender. Looking at the chaotic vortex filled with junk, She realized that once she was sucked in, she might indeed fulfill Xiang Caifeng's wish and meet her end there. Spinning in the vortex made her head dizzy and her limbs clumsy, but in order to survive, TangXiaomi managed to find her hidden pouch, which contained a box of hidden weapons she had crafted herself. The box was about the size of a palm, filled with tiny darts coated with a paralyzing poison. As long as she pressed the button, they would be shot out. However, being in the wind vortex, the darts might be affected by the wind and not travel far. She feared that if they got caught up in the vortex, they would end up hitting her instead. In that case, Xiang Caifeng wouldn't need to make a blender. She would have blended herself. But if she did nothing, it would be equivalent to waiting for death. And in the end, she would still die. Gripping the box tightly, TangXiaomi began to inject her power into the hidden weapon. If her power served as an enhancement, would it have a similar effect on the darts? The answer was uncertain. Trying out normally wouldn't matter, but now she needed to take the risk for her life. Danger was danger, but at least trying would give her a glimmer of hope. TangXiaomi's stiff and numb fingers pressed the button switch, but the wind was strong, and she couldn't press it down immediately despite using all her strength. Just then, a black figure suddenly appeared, instantly sending Xiang Caifeng flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Looking for death, Xiao Hanjie said coldly, wrapping his snake tail around Xiang Caifeng. The force of the snake tail was heavy, and Xiang Caifeng felt her bones and internal organs being crushed together. No. Xiang Caifeng struggled to speak. Xiao Hanjie would definitely strangle her. And she didn't want to die. Gasping for breath, TangXiaomi saw the fierce expression on Xiao Hanjie's face and felt a sense of dread. Xiao Hanjie, this is a trap. You need to leave quickly. From the moment Xiao Hanjie appeared, she understood the strange behavior of the male orcs earlier. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have shown up. As she spoke, Xiao Hanjie coldly curled the corners of his lips. Chapter 402. I only feel like I've done something stupid at first. They couldn't find her. After capturing a stray orc, they realized that the village chief was locked up, along with Hong Yin and Xia Yuqing. They were the backbone of Guanshan village, and after they were captured, the orcs in the village fell apart like loose sand. Did Bai Liu really want to take over the village and rule the land? The village chief and the others were imprisoned in a cave. The same cave where Xia Yuqing had given birth to a female cub. Just as TangXiaomi was contemplating what to do next, angry curses and screams echoed from the cave. Upon hearing those sounds, she knew the village chief and the others were suffering, and TangXiaomi could no longer think calmly. These stray orcs recognized her. When she appeared, they didn't attack her, but immediately reported to Bai Liu. Get lost. TangXiaomi maintained a serious expression and charged into the cave, despite the male orcs guarding the entrance trying to stop her. Once inside, TangXiaomi clenched her fists and quickly approached, grabbing the hand of the male orc who was torturing them. She snatched the whip from him and swung it down on the male orc's body. The male orc was caught off guard by TangXiaomi's sudden and swift attack. By the time he reacted, he felt a burning pain on his body, and the skin where the whip struck had already split open. Too much. TangXiaomi got pet, whipping the whip like a serpent, causing the male orc to flee in panic. Xiaomi, woo-woo. Upon seeing TangXiaomi, Hong Yin completely broke down and started crying heavily. Seeing Hong Yan's miserable state, with numerous whip marks on her body, TangXiaomi felt a fire burning in her heart. She furrowed her brows and immediately helped Hong Yin loosen her bindings. It's okay. I'll make sure you recover, and you'll be even more beautiful than before. Hong Yin finally stopped crying and looked at TangXiaomi with tearful eyes. I'm fine, Xiaomi. You should quickly check on the village chief and Sister Xia. Their situation is much worse than mine. Okay. After helping Hong Yin free herself, TangXiaomi rushed to check on the village chief, Xia Yuqing, who had fainted. Their condition was indeed much more serious than Hong Yan's. Seeing them covered in wounds, a raging fire ignited in TangXiaomi's heart, mostly disappointment towards Bai Liu. What kind of male orc tortures females? Aren't male orcs supposed to protect females as a basic survival principle? Or had he lost even the most basic principles after being a stray barbarian for so long? While she was simply treating their wounds, there was commotion outside the cave, but was blocked by Bai Yu Hawk, and the orcs outside didn't come in. Once she finished, TangXiaomi stood up, seeing her about to leave. Hong Yin desperately grabbed TangXiaomi's hand. Xiaomi, don't leave us. That Bai Liu is too terrifying. Don't be afraid. I'll be back soon. TangXiaomi comforted Hong Yin with a pat on her hand before stepping out of the cave. Outside the cave were several unfamiliar stray barbarian beasts. It seemed Bai Liu had recruited quite a few new subordinates. As soon as the stray barbarian beasts saw her come out, they said, "Our boss wants you to go meet him." This was undoubtedly a show of power. However, for the sake of the village chief and the others. TangXiaomi gritted her teeth and agreed. All right. Bai Yuhawk wanted to follow her, but she was worried about leaving the village chief and the others behind, so she asked him to stay. Bai Yuhawk refused, and with no other option, TangXiaomi had to use the excuse of brother's debt must be repaid by brother to persuade him to stay behind. Chapter 403 Bai Luoyu snorted coldly. But before he could speak, TangXiaomi turned her gaze to him. Bai Luoyu had no choice but to continue to keep his mouth shut. On the other side, Xiao Hanshi raised the corners of his eyes, seemingly interested in what she was saying. In her view, the struggles among various forces were merely for the sake of greater benefits. If the interests were sufficient, then enemies could also become allies. In the end, I want to say that the current situation is unstable. Rather than sacrificing your subordinates to deal with the wandering savage beasts, it would be better to strengthen your own power. Bai Luoyu has the ability to tame the wandering savage beasts. Why not make good use of it? In the future, the South Fire Tribe will have one less major hidden danger, and you can then focus your energy on other tribes. As long as the orcs of the South Fire Tribe unite, the tribe will grow stronger and perhaps become a dominant power in the near future. TangXiaomi worked hard to paint a grand vision for Xiao Hanshi, tempting him to let Bai Luoyu go. Of course, what she said was not without reason. It was just that getting the wandering savage beasts to truly submit was very difficult. However, once they submitted, this force should not be underestimated. After all, the combat power of the wandering savage beasts has always been quite formidable. You're quite clever. Xiao Hanshi walked over to TangXiaomi with long strides. TangXiaomi did not move, merely looking back at him with indifference. Unfortunately, his expression was too difficult to read, and she was unsure if she had convinced him. You are racking your brain to get me to let Bai Luoyu go. There must be some selfish motive behind it, right? Looking at the enlarged face in front of her, which was extremely sinister and terrifying, TangXiaomi's face stiffened, and she was slow to react. What selfish motive? Don't tell me you don't know how good-looking Bai Luoyu is. Xiao Hanshi chuckled coldly, his sharp gaze seeming to see right through her. TangXiaomi was stunned for a moment, thinking he was going to say something else, but it turned out to be this. Anyway, she would never tell him that she and Bai Luoyu had both consumed the contract fruit, just like he had. At least at this moment, it was absolutely not something she could disclose. Xiao Hanshi could tolerate Bai Yuhawk, which was already his limit. If it were Bai Luoyu, with Bai Luoyu's beauty, she was afraid he would feel insecure. Fortunately, Bai Luoyu's face was now covered in scars, looking like a demon, posing no threat at all. After quickly gathering her thoughts, TangXiaomi raised her eyes and smiled at Xiao Hanshi, saying, I'm doing this for your own good. If you are well, then I'll be well, right? After all, they were all in the same boat, so she might as well persuade him. Ha! A sudden loud laugh broke out, drawing everyone's attention to the source of the sound. After laughing, Xiang Kaifeng slowly stood up while leaning against the tree trunk. Xiao Hanshi, it's a pity that you are the leader, yet you are swayed by TangXiaomi's sweet words. Xiao Hanshi's eyes darkened as he coldly spoke. I've already spared your life. If you don't leave, there won't be a second chance for you to live. Facing Xiao Hanshi's gaze, Xiang Kaifeng felt an instinctive fear in her heart, but this fear was quickly controlled. I suppose the leader still doesn't know why TangXiaomi is so protective of Bai Luoyu, right? Xiao Hanshi narrowed his eyes dangerously, coldly glancing at Xiang Kaifeng before turning his gaze to TangXiaomi. Are you hiding something from me? TangXiaomi's expression changed, despite her best efforts to conceal it. She didn't expect it to be exposed by Xiang Kaifeng. She had no idea how Xiang Kaifeng found out. Chapter 404 Course TangXiaomi. Seeing Xiao Hanshi questioning TangXiaomi, Xiang Kaifeng sarcastically opened her mouth, but before she finished speaking, she received a cold glare from Xiao Hanshi, who ordered her to shut up. After that, two trained male beastmen held Xiang Kaifeng down. Xiang Kaifeng wanted to resist, but after struggling a few times, she was pinned down tightly, her mouth stuffed with grass. Watching the swift actions of the two male beastmen, TangXiaomi couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. Their movements were indeed quick. However, this was not the time to think about Xiang Caifeng's self-inflicted troubles, as she had caught the attention of Xiao Hanshi. Xiao Hanshi's meaning was clear. He didn't want Xiang Kaifeng to know and wanted her to confess. After glancing nervously at Xiao Hanshi, TangXiaomi forced a smile, claiming there was nothing much to say. Reluctantly, TangXiaomi had to tell the truth. My situation with Bai Luoyu is similar to mine with you. Is he also your partner? In name, yes, but it's complicated. As TangXiaomi spoke, her voice grew softer, and seeing Xiao Hanshi's face darken to the extreme made her scalp tingle. At that moment, she felt like someone caught red-handed while cheating. but I assure you that what I just said has nothing to do with me. I will work hard to persuade Bai Liu. You can cooperate for mutual benefit. However, Xiao Hanshi grabbed TangXiaomi's arm, his icy black eyes filled with turbulent anger. You want me to get along well with your other beastmen? I said this has nothing to do with whether he is my beastman. With her arm in pain from his grip, TangXiaomi furrowed her brows. But her words did not ease Xiao Hanchi's mood. He leaned closer, coldly stating word by word near her lips. No wonder Bai Liu calculated against me so recklessly. In that case, I cannot spare him. After saying this, Xiao Hanshi released TangXiaomi and, with a dark face, walked towards Bai Liu, declaring that all the stray beasts here would pay for your stupidity, and he would take action personally against you. Seeing that Xiao Hanshi was determined to act, TangXiaomi could no longer remain calm. In her anxiety, she looked at Bai Yu Hawk, who was also frowning but reassured her not to worry. He would find a way. TangXiaomi, not that. This situation was precisely what she feared. She hadn't accounted for Xiang Kaifeng at all. All right, I want to see the chief's abilities. Bai Liu was pleased to see Xiao Hanshi take action. If it were during Xiao Hanchi's peak, he wouldn't have much confidence. But Xiao Hanshi was currently injured and under a love curse, so it was uncertain who would win or lose. Xiao Hanchi's subordinates were worried about their leader's injury and wanted to help, but they were all dismissed by Xiao Hanshi. Seeing this, Bai Liu smirked, appreciating the chief's spirit. Xiao Hanshi, with a gloomy face and without speaking, transformed his legs into a serpent tail, wrapping Bai Liu up under circumstances that were unclear to everyone. You lost. It should end here. Xiao Hanchi's expressionless words announced the outcome that Bai Liu would face. Bai Liu was wrapped around twice by Xiao Hanchi's serpent tail as it tightened. His face turned blue, and he couldn't utter a word, illustrating just how powerful Xiao Hanchi's serpent tail was. Chapter 405. Without a doubt, Xiao Han, she had murderous intentions. If this was not stopped, the outcome was predictable. Bai Yuing originally wanted to think of a way, but TangXiaomi couldn't wait any longer. She didn't even know why she felt so anxious. Xiao Hanshi stopped. After shouting, TangXiaomi tiptoed and bit Xiao Hanshi's hand. Her teeth were now her best weapon. Although she had a dagger in her hand, she found that she could not stab like she used to without considering the consequences. Something was quietly changing, something she didn't want to admit or acknowledge. This was not her. She was supposed to be solitary, not burdened by so many thoughts, which made her hesitant in her actions. Just like now, she used the least harmful way to stop Xiao Hanshi. If this had happened before, she would have found it ridiculous, yet she did it now. She bit down hard on Xiao Hanshi's arm, and only when she tasted blood did she release her grip. I'm not going to waste words with you. We are in the same boat now. You must listen to me on this matter, otherwise we will really capsize. Are you threatening me with your own life? Xiao Hanshi's dark eyes were deep and cold, as if a violent storm could break out at any moment. TangXiaomi did not retreat and could not retreat. After smiling, she added, even if you are the leader, you cannot stop the wife from choosing a new beast husband, right? As soon as she said this, Xiao Hanshi's expression darkened completely. Say it again. Isn't it already good enough for the wife to inform her beast husband? As the leader, do you not understand the natural rules of survival? Xiao Hanshi's black pupils gradually shrank, becoming like a serpent's vertical pupils. Although he was not in beast form now, he felt more dangerous than encountering a large snake. She had been trying hard to coexist peacefully with Xiao Hanshi, and had already given in as much as she could. Now provoking him was unavoidable. If you are angry, you can direct it at me. Bai Luoyu is just a young male beast man who hasn't reached adulthood. Fighting with him feels like bullying a child, doesn't it? Bai Luoyu struggled to roll his eyes, wanting to tell her that he was not a child. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak at the moment. Have I been too indulgent with you, making you think I wouldn't do anything to you? Xiao Hanshi's voice reached freezing point. To be honest, TangXiaomi was a bit intimidated. With Xiao Hanshi's power, what couldn't he do? Power is effective in any era. Surrounded by Xiao Hanshi's subordinates, seeing how obedient they were to him, she believed they wouldn't follow any female protection rules. So, are you planning to tear your face with me and go hard against me? TangXiaomi asked Xiao Hanshi lightly. But no matter how calm she appeared, she was still unsure inside. If you're doing this to protect Bai Luoyu, then I don't mind doing it. As she spoke, Xiao Han, she reached out her hand. Just when TangXiaomi thought her arm was about to be grabbed by Xiao Hanshi again, she was instead pulled into a warm embrace that smelled faintly fragrant. Bai Yuing had one hand around TangXiaomi's waist and the other grabbing Xiao Hanshi's wrist. Leader, please calm down and think. Actually, what Xiaomi said is not without reason. Bai Luoyu is your brother. That's why you say that. Xiao Han, she snorted coldly. Chapter 406, I don't want Fourth to lose his life, which is good, but after putting aside prejudices, can a leader look at the problem from another perspective? Facing the chilling Xiao Hanshi, Bai Yueying spoke calmly and assertively. If I'm not mistaken, Elder Qiao is waiting for the best opportunity to arise. When a situation becomes chaotic, if something goes wrong while chasing the wandering barbaric beasts, no one will be to blame, right? Xiao Hanshi fixed his sharp black eyes on Bai Yueying, trying to see through him, but he could not. Seeing that Xiao Hanshi seemed to be considering this issue, TangXiaomi turned her eyes and whispered to Xiao Hanshi, if you don't believe it, we can stage a scene first to see if Elder Qiao is indeed planning to take action. However, a cold smile appeared on Xiao Hanshi's lips, seemingly dismissive of her suggestion. TangXiaomi bit her lip, thinking to herself, indeed, Xiao Hanshi is confident. Perhaps he doesn't care whether Qiao Chai is lurking in the shadows at all. Perhaps he already knows Qiao Chai's intentions. So, with a hint of flattery, TangXiaomi said, of course, with your strength, you don't need to perform for Qiao Chai, but wouldn't it be best if we could achieve our goal without losing troops? Moreover, a sly glint flashed in TangXiaomi's eyes as she seductively said to Xiao Hanshi, Qiao Chai has been calculating well, wanted to hit 2 birds with 1 stone. So why don't we catch him off guard and make him so angry his eyes pop out? Wouldn't that be thrilling? Looking at her lively eyes and listening to her mischievous plan, for a moment, Xiao Hanshi wanted to laugh and almost couldn't control the lines of his face. Seeing that Xiao Hanshi was just looking at her without speaking, TangXiaomi pressed, so, what do you think of my idea? Qiao Chai is cunning and has been manipulating things from behind. It's time for him to suffer a bit. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. TangXiaomi smiled, and then, without looking at Xiao Hanshi's expression, walked around the front half of him toward his snake tail. Bai Li was being coiled by Xiao Hanshi's tail, his face pale and breath weak, no longer having the fierce momentum from before. This just shows that experience is crucial. A young brat like him is still too green to compete with Xiao Hanshi. Even if their strengths are similar in terms of experience, Xiao Hanshi would definitely crush Bai Luoyu. Sure enough, without even making a move, he was slapped in the face. TangXiaomi reached out and patted Xiao Hanshi's black tail. Speaking in a friendly and gentle manner, Xiao Han, loosen up a bit. The rest is up to me. Siyan. A sharp pain shot through Xiao Hanshi's mind, and after focusing on his head, he loosened the tail that was wrapped around by Luoyu a little. Seeing that Xiao Hanshi had loosened up, TangXiaomi thought he was being obedient and quickly pulled Bai Luoyu out with Bai Yueying. After being able to breathe again, Bai Luoyu suddenly coughed. Seeing TangXiaomi about to leave, he pitifully grabbed her hand. Xiaomi, it's hard to finally catch a breath. So let's not talk much. TangXiaomi paused, not turning back as she spoke. She was afraid that if she turned around, she would see Bai Liyu's pitiful face, which would only make her softer-hearted. But I want to say, hearing Bai Liyu's low and sorrowful voice, TangXiaomi said irritably, then hurry up and say it. Chapter 407 Bai Liyu lowered his eyes, a bitter smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Tang Mimi, I'm sorry, I'm really useless. Tang Mimi frowned slightly. Do you still not know where you went wrong? Saying this, she turned her head. Aren't you supposed to be smart? Now you act like a foolish child. Looking at the confusion reflected in Bai Liyu's eyes, Tang Mimi felt especially helpless, but mostly frustrated. Suddenly, she thought that usually clever children tend to make mistakes. Just like Bai Luoyu, it's not that you're useless, but you take your own thoughts from my thoughts too easily. You keep saying it's for me, but did you ever ask me before doing things for me? Forget about not asking, but when I try to stop you, did you ever pause? You still went on with your own way, claiming it's for me, but actually, it's just an excuse for yourself. Therefore, I think you don't need to apologize to me. Your uselessness only applies to yourself. After saying this, Tang Mimi shook off Bai Liyu's hand and began communicating with both sides of the beastmen. Both beastmen looked unhappy, clearly unwilling to cooperate, and each turned their gaze to Xiao Hanshi and Bai Liyu, waiting to see what they would say, but neither of them made a move. No need to look at them anymore. I'm their wife. I have the final say. Tang Mimi boldly brought up her title to first persuade both sides of the beastmen. The stray beastmen understood their leader's thoughts, gritted their teeth, and agreed, especially since the current situation was unfavorable for them. And she was also trying to find a way to save them. The subordinates of Xiao Hanshi looked at each other, having never known that their leader had a little wife, and it seemed their leader valued her quite a bit. Should they obey or not? Without their leader giving an order, they were hesitant to act on their own. Your leader can't bring himself to do it, but listening to me won't be wrong. After it's done, I'll treat you to some good food. However, before the leading male beastman could finish speaking, they heard Xiao Hanshi's sharp, cold voice, no. Upon hearing this, the leading male beastman tensed up glancing at Tang Mimi with a complicated expression. Sorry, the leader doesn't allow us to do that. Tang Mimi's mouth twitched. From her understanding of Xiao Hanshi, what he said definitely didn't mean the same thing as what his subordinates understood. So, Tang Mimi turned to Xiao Hanshi and, after a speechless smile appeared on her face, said, "Could you please finish your sentence, leader? No food is to be made for other beastmen." Xiao Hanshi was very cooperative with this request, his dark eyes scanning his subordinates, making it clear that no one should think of eating secretly. Hearing Xiao Hanshi's warning, the male beastman across from Tang Mimi nearly dropped his jaw. So this was the leader's meaning. Seeing that they had understood, Tang Mimi chuckled and whispered, "Your leader is a bit stingy." The words slipped out, but were quickly retracted. The leading male beastman's facial expression changed subtly before looking at Xiao Hanshi again, noticing that he showed no dissent, ultimately nodding. He hoped he hadn't misunderstood, right? That's right. Tang Mimi nodded in satisfaction, and before leaving, she specifically reminded them, make sure to shout loudly later and make it sound more tragic. It has to be realistic. The beastmen all wore bitter expressions. Little wife, your demands are a bit excessive. Chapter 408, a somewhat awkward battle began under TangXiaomi's hint. Initially, both sides of the orcs were just pretending, but somehow one of them accidentally hit too hard, causing the feigned battle to turn serious. The orcs soon entered into a chaotic fight, enjoying themselves immensely. Fortunately, despite their enthusiasm, they remembered that this was just a performance and not to fight to the death. So even though the battle was intense, neither side truly harmed the other. TangXiaomi watched nervously, fearing that things might turn real, and all her efforts would be in vain. Bai Yuhawk wanted to help Bai Luoyu up, but Bai Luoyu coldly refused. Xiaomi. TangXiaomi's eyelids twitched. Could he not call her that? Every time Bai Luoyu called her, her heart raced. However, considering that this act needed to convince Qiuchai, TangXiaomi squatted down in front of Bai Luoyu. I'll help you up. Unlike her disdain for Bai Yuhawk, Bai Luoyu was quite obedient at this moment, nodding and handing his hand to TangXiaomi. Bai Luoyu's already pale face now looked almost transparent, and since he was feigning weakness, it naturally enhanced his pitiful appearance. As she supported him, they became the weaker side. As for Xiao Hanshi, there was no need to coordinate with him. His expression was already very cooperative. In TangXiaomi's memory, his face seemed never to have looked good. It should be soon. Feeling a chill from Xiao Hanshi's gaze, TangXiaomi spoke softly. Endure for a moment and you'll gain a lot. Just wait for Qiuchai to walk into the trap. But Xiao Hanshi's expression remained poor. He coldly commanded, come here. No need to be so cooperative. Before TangXiaomi could finish, she was swept away by Xiao Hanshi's tail. His sudden move caused Bai Luoyu to stagger, almost losing his balance. Seeing TangXiaomi being taken away by Xiao Hanshi without a word, Bai Luoyu clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Xiao Hanshi. After the world spun around, TangXiaomi felt dizzy. Ever since she mentioned Xiao Hanshi last time, he hadn't taken her away like this. Being swept away suddenly was quite thrilling. Once the dizziness faded a bit, TangXiaomi focused her eyes on Xiao Hanshi. It really wasn't a loss at all, and besides, she wasn't his possession, so what was the point of taking her like this? TangXiaomi muttered a few thoughts, but held back. If you want to take her, let him. It would be good for Qiuchai to see, as it could be considered genuine at this point. You put Xiaomi down. What right do you have to take her? So what if you're the leader? She is your wife, and her status will always be above yours. Due to his agitation, Bai Luoyu coughed while speaking. Hearing Bai Luoyu's words made TangXiaomi feel a bit secretly pleased, but upon hearing his severe cough, she furrowed her brows. You should say less and take care of yourself first. He looked much worse than she did. However, Bai Luoyu didn't heed her words and didn't consider his own situation. Xiao Hanshi, if you don't let go of Xiaomi, don't blame me for being rude. Another threat? TangXiaomi found Bai Luoyu's fierce demeanor somewhat amusing. Had he just been slapped in the face? I'm Fine. However, before TangXiaomi could finish her sentence, Bai Luoyu suddenly vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Xiao Hanshi. Chapter 409. Be careful. Out of instinct, TangXiaomi shouted for Bai Luoyu to be careful. However, her warning came too late. The tail of the Shaohan snake had already coiled around her, leaving her unable to react in time. Moreover, Bai Luoyu's movements were swift, creating several afterimages as he moved, then suddenly disappearing and reappearing. Slash! In a flash of cold light, Bai Luoyu's sharp claws left 5 deep gashes on the back of the Shaohan snake, causing its skin to tear and bleed. TangXiaomi was somewhat dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Bai Luoyu to actually pull it off. She even suspected that he had hidden his strength earlier. Did he not fear being taken down by the Shaohan snake? Where did he get the confidence to know that the Shaohan snake would let him go? Just as TangXiaomi was still in shock, the Shaohan snake retaliated with a palm strike aimed at Bai Luoyu. The Shaohan snake's strike was fierce, sending Bai Luoyu flying several meters away. What are you doing? They were only supposed to be acting, yet they truly inflicted serious injuries on each other. Was this their way of ensuring a realistic effect, willing to sacrifice themselves? Of course, she didn't believe that. The Shaohan snake released TangXiaomi, its face dark and serpent-like as it moved toward Bai Luoyu. It was obvious what it intended to do, and TangXiaomi hurriedly chased after it. But she couldn't match the speed of the Shaohan snake's tail. The Shaohan snake was in a furious rage, and the consequences of not stopping it were unimaginable. However, as she chased, a shadow flew overhead, and upon seeing it was the white feather eagle, TangXiaomi felt a slight sense of relief. She couldn't catch up, but the white feather eagle surely could. That meant Bai Luoyu would be saved. Shaohan snake, don't hurt. But before she could finish her sentence, TangXiaomi saw the Shaohan snake had already reached Bai Luoyu and struck without hesitation. The speed was so fast that it felt like her heart had stopped beating. Come on. Bai Luoyu struggled to stand up, the corners of his lips stained with blood curling up into a smile. Seeking death. After coldly uttering those words, the Shaohan snake grabbed Bai Luoyu by the neck, lifting him up. Bai Luoyu's face turned red from lack of oxygen, yet he continued to smile, completely unconcerned about how dangerous his situation was. The Shaohan snake narrowed its eyes. Do you think I won't dare to kill you? Then you are mistaken. Bai Luoyu slowly turned his gaze towards TangXiaomi, who was rushing over, her eyes only on him. He smiled, his grin more vibrant than the blood on his face. Stop. After catching up, the white feather eagle launched an attack on the Shaohan snake with its claws. The Shaohan snake had to fend off Bai Luoyu with one hand, while coldly speaking. Are you sure you want to betray me for Bai Luoyu? There has never been a question of betrayal between you and the leader, the white feather eagle replied calmly. The Shaohan snake snorted coldly, realizing that the white feather eagle was merely pretending to be submissive. After a few exchanges, the white feather eagle still couldn't get close to the Shaohan snake. So it had to say, let go of the fourth. Fine, then I'll deal with you first. The Shaohan snake tossed Bai Luoyu aside and focused all its energy on the white feather eagle. By the time TangXiaomi arrived, the Shaohan snake and the white feather eagle were already locked in a fierce battle, both using deadly force. After dragging Bai Luoyu to the side, TangXiaomi was about to intervene when she heard an anxious voice, Feather Eagle. Shaohan, don't hurt Feather Eagle. Chapter 410, Be careful. Out of instinct, TangXiaomi instinctively shouted for Bai Luoyu to be careful. However, her words were already too late. The tail of the Shaohan snake had wrapped around her, leaving her unable to react in time. Moreover, Bai Luoyu moved quickly, his figure creating several afterimages before suddenly disappearing and reappearing. Slash! A cold light flashed as Bai Luoyu's sharp claws left 5 deep gashes on the back of the Shaohan snake, causing its back to split open and the bee skin to be cut. TangXiaomi was a bit dumbfounded, not expecting Bai Luoyu to actually succeed. She even suspected that he had concealed his true strength. Was he not afraid of being dealt with by the Shaohan snake just now? Where did he get the confidence to know that the Shaohan snake would definitely let him go? Just as TangXiaomi was still in shock, the Shaohan snake retaliated with a palm strike aimed at Bai Luoyu. The force of the Shaohan snake's palm was fierce, sending Bai Luoyu flying several meters away. What are you doing? They were only supposed to be acting, yet they truly inflicted heavy injuries on each other, risking everything for the sake of realism? Of course, she didn't believe it. The Shaohan snake released TangXiaomi, its face dark as it slithered toward Bai Luoyu. It was clear what it intended to do, and TangXiaomi hurriedly chased after it, but her speed was nowhere near that of the Shaohan snake's tail and slithering form. The Shaohan snake was currently in a rage, and the consequences of not stopping it were unimaginable. However, as she chased, a shadow flew overhead. Upon seeing it was the white feather eagle, TangXiaomi felt a slight sense of relief. She couldn't catch up, but the white feather eagle would surely be able to, and then Bai Luoyu would be saved. Shaohan snake, don't hurt. But before she could finish her words, TangXiaomi saw the Shaohan snake had already reached Bai Luoyu and struck without hesitation. The speed was so fast that it felt like her heart had stopped beating. Come on. Bai Luoyu staggered to his feet, the corner of his bloodied lips curling up in a smile. Seeking death. After coldly uttering those words, the Shaohan snake grabbed Bai Luoyu by the neck with one hand and lifted him up. Bai Luoyu's face turned red from lack of oxygen. Yet he continued to smile, completely indifferent to how dangerous his situation was. The Shaohan snake narrowed its eyes. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Then you are mistaken. Bai Luoyu slowly turned his wide eyes toward TangXiaomi's direction. Seeing her rushing over with a look of urgency and only having eyes for him, Bai Liu smiled, his grin more vibrant than his blood. Stop. After catching up, the white feather eagle immediately began to attack the Shaohan snake with its claws. The Shaohan snake had no choice but to use the other hand to deal with Bai Liu, its tone grim as it asked, "Are you sure you want to betray me for Bai Liu?" "There has never been a question of betrayal between the leader and me," the white feather eagle replied coolly. The Shaohan snake snorted coldly, realizing that the white feather eagle was only superficially obedient. After several exchanges, the white feather eagle still couldn't get close to the Shaohan snake and had to say, "Let go of the fourth." "All right, then I'll deal with you first." The Shaohan snake casually tossed Bai Liu aside and began to fully focus on the white feather eagle. So by the time TangXiaomi arrived, the Shaohan snake and white feather eagle were already locked in a fierce battle, both using serious force. After dragging Bai Liu to the side, TangXiaomi was just about to intervene when she heard an anxious voice, "Yu Hang. Shaohan, don't hit Yu Hang." Chapter 411 Rong Kongke quickly appeared in TangXiaomi's line of sight, rushing towards Bai Yueying with a worried expression, shouting, "No one is allowed to harm Yueying." Bai Yueying frowned slightly. Rong Kong's approach forced him to be distracted, and the consequence of that distraction was that Xiao Hanshi seized the opportunity and struck him on the shoulder with a palm. The force of Xiao Hanshi's palm was fierce, and Bai Yueying felt a sweetness in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Yueying." Rong Kongke immediately stood in front of Xiao Hanshi, declaring, "If you lay a finger on Bai Yueying today, you'll have to step over my dead body." TangXiaomi also became anxious and spoke to Xiao Hanshi in a low voice, "Xiao Hanshi, if you make another move, there's nothing more to discuss between us." The friendship boat can capsize at any moment, and she was not afraid of anything. Xiao Hanshi glared at Rong Kongke coldly, saying, "Get out of the way. I want to let you. You can't harm Yueying," I said. But before Rong Kongke could finish, Xiao Hanshi brushed him aside. Rong Kongke fell heavily to the ground, but he didn't hesitate and immediately stood up again, blocking Xiao Hanshi's path. Perhaps after being thrown by Xiao Hanshi, Rong Kongke was also infuriated. In an emotional outburst, he grabbed Xiao Hanshi's clothing tightly. "Don't forget, you still owe me a life. Otherwise, you would have died back then." "So?" Xiao Hanshi's voice remained icy. "Back then, you were severely injured, with only a breath left, and Bai Yueying helped too. It's not that I'm asking you to repay me. It's a favor to him." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanshi looked at Bai Yueying. After sizing up Bai Yueying, who was holding his shoulder, Xiao Hanshi lowered his gaze and asked, "Is what he said true?" Bai Yueying pressed his lips together, looking at Xiao Hanshi without speaking, but his expression almost confirmed what Rong Kongke said. He simply disdained to use this to threaten anyone. However, after hearing Rong Kong's words, TangXiaomi was quite surprised. It turned out that Bai Yueying had also saved Xiao Hanshi before, but he had never mentioned it, just as he never brought up how he had saved her. So, it was quite a coincidence that both Xiao Hanshi and she had been saved by Rong Kongke and Bai Yueying. "Of course it's true. Back then, I didn't do much. At most, I just helped support you." Bai Yueying interrupted Rong Kongke coldly. He had never intended to bring this up, nor had he thought of using it as leverage. Hearing Bai Yueying downplay the matter and not regard it as important, as if he didn't regard him as important either, Xiao Hanshi's face darkened, but the murderous aura around him diminished significantly. He never went easy on enemies, but he also knew how to distinguish between gratitude and grudges. "You can leave and take Bai Liu far away, but don't let me see you again." After saying this from a higher position, Xiao Hanshi forcibly pulled TangXiaomi to his side, not allowing her to go any closer. Since he chose Bai Liu, he should keep his distance. TangXiaomi was so angry that she laughed, imitating Rong Kongke by grabbing Xiao Hanshi's bee-skin clothing. "Xiao Hanshi, you are too overbearing. Do you think others will really do whatever you say just because you say it? Even if you're the leader, that's too arrogant. Don't you know to be humble?" However, it was clear that Xiao Hanshi did not understand what humility was. Chapter 412 Oh really? Qiu Chai smiled at TangXiaomi, but there wasn't much warmth in his eyes. TangXiaomi raised her gaze to meet Qiu Chai's, and upon seeing the vigilance in his eyes, her smile deepened. Qiu Chai appeared gentle and harmless, but she wouldn't forget that it was his people who tricked her into bringing Xiang Kaifeng, intending to use Xiang Kaifeng to lure out Xiao Hanshi. If she died carelessly, it would be even better. Her death would exacerbate Xiao Hanshi's demise. This scheme was malicious and thorough. If successful, it would kill 3 birds with 1 stone, allowing Qiu Chai to rest easy as the new leader. "Yes, because we must strike first." TangXiaomi returned the smile. Hearing this, the smile on Qiu Chai's face gradually faded, and his peripheral vision swept around, discovering that the two sides of orcs who were originally fighting fiercely had stopped. Realizing something was amiss, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Are you plotting against me? Trying to trick me? Is it only Elder Chiao who can scheme against us? TangXiaomi retorted without answering. After a cold laugh, Chiao narrowed his eyes. Since when did the leader have such an unusual relationship with the wandering barbaric beasts? The leader should know that the wandering barbaric beasts are taboo, yet now they're mixed together. Could it be that the leader, if Elder Chiao doesn't mind the wandering barbaric beasts, why should the leader care? Before Chiao could finish his lengthy speech, TangXiaomi interrupted him, saying, "Don't deny it. Elder Chiao's relationship with the wandering barbaric beasts is well known. At least the orcs of Guanshan village understand this." Connecting all the events, Chiao's expression could no longer be maintained and darkened directly. After glancing at Bailu, Chiao turned to Xiao Hanshi, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth as he spoke. "So, you'd already plotted this, just to draw me into the game?" Xiao Hanshi remained silent, and after a moment of surprise, TangXiaomi understood that Chiao believed that Xiao Hanshi and Bai Luoyu were in collusion from the start to eliminate him. Quickly recalling the events of the past few days, she realized that everything was interconnected, and it indeed seemed that way. No wonder Chiao would mistakenly think it was all part of Xiao Hanshi's clever plotting. So, TangXiaomi decided to play along. Elder Chiao now realizes it might be a bit late. Your current situation is quite unfavorable. Chiao remained silent with a dark expression, and TangXiaomi continued with a bright smile. The wandering barbaric beasts have already been subdued by the leader, which is an unprecedented joy. I believe that under the leader's guidance, the Nanhua tribe will grow stronger, but as for your words, Elder Chiao. Chiao snorted coldly, his eyes, which usually held a chilling smile, now revealed a fierce intensity. Although I am in Guanshan village, if anything happens, the other side of Wanshou City will not spare you, including our cunning leader. After saying this, Chiao straightened his back, believing that Xiao Hanshi wouldn't dare to truly tear their relationship apart. Feeling assured, Chiao's eyes toward Xiao Hanshi concealed provocation. The Nanhua tribe was not Xiao Hanshi's tribe. After all, Xiao Hanshi had emerged from who knows where. With his foundation in Wanshou City, if Xiao Hanshi truly made a move against him, it would not end well for him. Xiao Hanshi suddenly let out a cold laugh, the corners of his lips curling into a cruel smile. What does he want to do? After seeing this smile from Xiao Hanshi, TangXiaomi felt a chill run down her spine. Chapter 413. After the bad premonition arrives, she heard Xiao Hanshi issue a simple command. With his thin lips slightly parted, he spoke slowly in his deep, resonant voice, "Leave no one alive except Elder Chiao." Before TangXiaomi could react, and before Chiao could intervene, cries of anguish erupted, and a faint smell of blood appeared at the tip of her nose. Orcs, emerging from who knows where, came and went without a trace, their swift actions leaving no time to react. Once the orcs led by Chiao fell, the few orcs who had appeared in response to Xiao Hanshi's command vanished. This scene drew expressions of surprise from all the orcs, except for Xiao Hanshi's subordinates, who remained indifferent. TangXiaomi was naturally included among the surprised. She suddenly realized that Xiao Hanshi was being merciful towards Bai Liu and the wandering beasts he led, otherwise at his command. Those wandering beasts would have met the same fate as Chiao subordinates. Chiao was dumbfounded, and even Bai Ying showed considerable astonishment. Therefore, there was a reason why Xiao Hanshi could sit in the position of leader. "Xiao Hanshi, you are ruthless." Chiao could no longer remain calm. Each word squeezed out from between his teeth. All dead, not one left behind, including those orcs who followed him, among them his trusted aides. Since Elder Chiao failed to discipline his subordinates, I'll do you this favor. You're just making excuses. What you want is to deal with me. Do you think this will make me submit to you? Chiao glared angrily at Xiao Hanshi, his emotions so stirred that his eyes turned red. Xiao Hanshi's black eyes slightly lowered, his expression unchanged as he returned Chiao's gaze. "Someone among them harmed my wife. Damn it." Chiao's facial muscles began to stiffen, as if all his strength had been drained away. After he could no longer stand on his heels, he took a step back. It seemed Xiao Hanshi already knew that he had used his subordinates to disguise themselves as wandering beasts to lure TangXiaomi up the mountain, intending to use Xiang Caifeng's hand against her, and he had considered that Xiao Hanshi would find out eventually, but this was not the result he had expected. "What evidence do you have to prove?" "No need for evidence." Xiao Hanshi's tone was calm, but his black eyes were like ink, unfathomable and indifferent. Chiao was once again at a loss for words. This was exactly the kind of thing Xiao Hanshi would do, wasn't it? Upon arriving at Guanshan village and seeing his cowardly behavior in front of TangXiaomi, it gave him the illusion that Xiao Hanshi was actually not difficult to deal with. Moreover, asking Xiao Hanshi for evidence was now meaningless, as all the orcs he had brought to Guanshan village had already fallen in pools of blood. Qiu Chai clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Even if I am defeated by you today, Xiao Hanshi, do you think you can live for long? I can tell you, the love spell you are under cannot be undone by anyone. Xiao Hanshi remained silent, coldly watching Qiu Chai before signaling to one of his subordinates. The orc immediately understood, nodded, and walked in front of Qiu Chai. Help me restrain Elder Qiu. Understood. The other two orcs coldly watched Qiu Chai, quickly subduing him. The once graceful Elder Qiu now lay on the ground in a disheveled state, pinned down by the two orcs. Xiao Hanshi, what do you want to do? Feeling a strong sense of danger, Qiu Chai shouted loudly, Don't forget, I'm an elder of the city of 10,000 beasts. However, Xiao Hanshi did not even glance at Qiu Chai, let alone take his threat seriously. Chapter 414. TangXiaomi felt a bit uneasy watching the scene. But since Qiu Chai had already developed a murderous intent, she had almost died under his scheme. So even if she found it cruel, she wouldn't show mercy. After offending him, the orc standing in front of Qiu Chai squatted down, forcibly pried open Qiu Chai's mouth, and fed him a dark object. When TangXiaomi looked closely, she realized that the dark object was a bug. The bug quickly disappeared into Qiu Chai's mouth, and the orc turned to Xiao Hanshi, nodded slightly to indicate the task was complete, and then silently retreated to the side. Among the orcs, he seemed very ordinary, showing no signs of being special. But TangXiaomi knew that the black bug was not simple. Soon, Qiu Chai let out a muffled groan, and the two orcs restraining him released their hold upon receiving Xiao Hanshi's order. Unable to bear the pain, Qiu Chai clutched his stomach and began to roll on the ground. Just now, was that a worm? Shifting her gaze from Qiu Chai to Xiao Hanshi, TangXiaomi couldn't help but ask. Xiao Hanshi curled his lips into a cold smile, indirectly confirming her suspicion. The orc who had just fed the bug to Qiu Chai showed surprise in his otherwise expressionless eyes when TangXiaomi spoke up. She actually figured it out. Qiu Chai gritted his teeth, his forehead covered in veins and cold sweat. Given Qiu Chai's condition, one could imagine how powerful that bug was. Xiao Hanshi, what did you make me eat? Qiu Chai struggled to speak, almost biting his own tongue. But Xiao Hanshi still didn't speak to him. Instead, he instructed the orc, Ren Xie. Explain it well to Elder Qiu Chai. Ren Xie stepped forward again, bowed his head to Xiao Hanshi, and then explained. The bug you just fed to Elder Qiu Chai is called a mother bug goo. It likes to lay eggs in living organisms, and the larvae feed on the host's blood and flesh until the host dies, at which point they seek a new host. Hearing this, TangXiaomi felt a bit nauseous. After all, the idea of larvae was really disgusting. The mother bug goo was actually similar to a parasite, except that parasites wouldn't be immediately fatal or consume flesh and blood. Qiu Chai's face turned pale, wanting to speak but unable to, the pain preventing him from opening his mouth. After finishing the explanation, Ren Xie quietly returned but glanced at TangXiaomi before standing still. His face showed no expression, yet he nodded at her friendly. Now we're even. Seeing that Qiu Chai no longer had the strength to speak, Xiao Hanshi finally spoke. Elder Qiu Chai ate something unclean in Guanshan village. You should take him back. You. Qiu Chai glared fiercely at Xiao Hanshi, but after just one word, the pain made him only able to gasp. The two avian beasts took their orders and flew away with Qiu Chai. After Qiu Chai was sent off, it resolved a major issue. TangXiaomi looked around and found that Xiang Kaifeng had already run away. However, without external enemies, there was only internal strife left. Watching Xiao Hanshi still looking the same as before, TangXiaomi's heart lifted again. After thinking for a moment, TangXiaomi wanted to say something to salvage the situation. But just as she finally opened her mouth, she saw Xiao Hanshi frown, his face suddenly turning pale, and the black patterns on his body seemed to come alive and move. Could it be the emotional thread curse was acting up? Chapter 415 soon. TangXiaomi's guess was confirmed. Bai Yuing approached Xiao Hanshi, clutching his injured shoulder, and comfortingly patted TangXiaomi on the shoulder before looking at Xiao Hanshi and asking, Is it the emotional thread curse acting up? Xiao Hanshi's face was pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead due to enduring some pain. I'm Fine, Xiao Hanshi said coldly. He clearly didn't want Bai Yuing to intervene, but Bai Yuing didn't lose interest in Xiao Hanshi's condition because of that response. On the contrary, he moved in closer, reaching for the black patterns on Xiao Hanshi's body. Disgust flashed in Xiao Han's eyes as he tried to swat Bai Yueying's hand away. But Bai Yueying was already prepared and withdrew his hand before Xiao Han could hit it. Chief, your situation with the emotional thread curse is much more complicated than a typical one. The caster has put in a lot of effort into the curse, and if we try to break it using standard methods, it will backfire. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han finally looked directly at Bai Yueying. What do you mean? The caster has calculated that you wouldn't want to become a partner with the Snake Lady. So as long as you seek other females, when you truly become partners, the emotional thread curse will fully activate, and by then, it will be truly hopeless. Bai Yueying said, glancing at TangXiaomi. At that moment, he didn't think to stop her. She might not want to admit it, but she and Xiao Han already had countless connections. Becoming true partners would actually be beneficial for them, as it could break the curse and stabilize Xiao Han. However, that thought at the time was a mistake. One wrong step could lead to more mistakes. If she and Xiao Han had truly become partners back then, they wouldn't be alive now. Fortunately, every step taken had turned out right. After simply explaining a few things to Xiao Han, Bai Yueying continued. It seems the chief still needs to go with us to a certain place. You mean the shaman tribes, orc settlement? Bai Yueying wasn't surprised that Xiao Han could guess that and nodded. The shaman tribes orcs have always rejected foreign orcs, so this time, the chief should avoid bringing too many orcs along. Xiao Han gazed deeply into Bai Yueying's eyes for a moment before responding with a nasal sound of agreement. Their fates were now intertwined, and Bai Yueying would be even more eager to break the emotional thread curse than he was. However, Xiao Han's gaze slowly fell on TangXiaomi's face, who was also looking at Bai Yueying with expectation in her eyes. Was she placing her hopes on Bai Yueying? Bai Yueying's influence on her would likely be greater, which made Xiao Han tighten his lips. So when he turned his gaze back to Bai Yueying, it carried a hint of hostility. You'd better not have any other thoughts. Rest assured, the previous agreement has never changed. For him, there was no concept of betrayal. There was only what should and shouldn't be done. Breaking the emotional thread curse for Xiao Han was simply something he couldn't allow himself to do. But it wasn't for Xiao Han or even for himself. The first thought that came to his mind wasn't even about the others. But her. She had to live well. Xiao Han's expression was inscrutable as he withdrew his gaze and turned to quietly instruct his subordinates. It wasn't until Xiao Han turned around that TangXiaomi's gaze shamelessly lingered on his back. Chapter 416. Xiao Han had extensive burn scars on his back, which had now healed but still looked quite shocking. One can only imagine how severe the wounds were that left these scars. It's hard to believe that Xiao Han could sustain such serious injuries. After all, there are almost no beastmen capable of inflicting heavy damage on Xiao Han. So, what happened to him at that time? Bai Yueying's dark eyes returned to their usual coldness, showing no interest in Xiao Han's body, not even glancing at him. Just like that, Bai Luoyu let out a cold snort when she saw TangXiaomi looking at Xiao Han, very unwilling for her attention to be drawn away by him. Besides, Xiao Han's back looked so ugly, what was there to see? Looking at the scars on Xiao Han's back, Bai Luoyu disdainfully mocked. What on earth was the chief doing? How did his back get so injured? Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi shot Bai Luoyu a sideways glance, wondering why he was trying to make his presence felt again when he was already a bit better. Xiao Han had temporarily forgotten about their ongoing disputes, and yet he still had to butt in? I didn't say anything, I was just expressing my surprise. After all, such a back is quite frightening. After pursing his lips, Bai Luoyu innocently smiled at TangXiaomi. TangXiaomi knew very well that Bai Luoyu was being intentional and shot him another annoyed glance, telling him to stop talking. However, at that moment, Xiao Han turned around after hearing Bai Luoyu's words. Bai Luoyu provocatively stared at Xiao Han, thinking that while he couldn't do anything to him, at least he could have a verbal advantage. But when he saw a mark on Xiao Han's waist, the mocking smile on Bai Luoyu's face froze. No. How could this be? Seeing Bai Luoyu suddenly in a daze, TangXiaomi looked over in confusion. What was he up to? Why was he looking at Xiao Han with such a shocked expression? Didn't he know Xiao Han? Hadn't he always looked down on him? What was going on? Was he going to ask her to stop Xiao Han? To be honest, if she could choose, she wouldn't bother saying another word, let alone communicate with Xiao Han in such a frightened manner. However, Bai Luoyu seemed to ignore her question, still lost in his daze. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Hearing Bai Luoyu repeatedly say the same thing, TangXiaomi walked over. What's impossible? She originally wanted to wake Bai Luoyu up, but he suddenly darted past her. Huh? TangXiaomi had no choice but to stop, turning her head to follow the direction Bai Luoyu had gone. Not paying attention was fine, but upon looking, TangXiaomi was dumbfounded. She saw Bai Luoyu grabbing Xiao Hanshi's arm and, with a grim expression, pointing at the mark on Xiao Hanshi's waist, asking, "Where did this mark come from? Why do you have it?" Xiao Hanshi frowned slightly, directly shaking off the neurotic Bai Luoyu because he disliked being touched by him. Bai Luoyu was already weak, and after being ruthlessly shaken off by Xiao Hanshi, he staggered back a few steps before sitting down on the ground. "Why, this is impossible." TangXiaomi was puzzled, not understanding why Bai Luoyu suddenly reacted this way. She had already seen that mark on Xiao Hanshi's side. Wasn't it just a birthmark? Bai Luoyu's strange reaction also caught Bai Yuying's attention, and he looked over, only to widen his eyes in shock as well. Chapter 417 Modification. How is this possible? Bai Yuying murmured in great surprise. When the same words came out of Bai Yuying's mouth, TangXiaomi became alert. Could it be that there are other issues with Xiao Hanshi? Xiao Hanshi's brow furrowed even more. He didn't pay much attention to Bai Luoyu's strange behavior, but Bai Yuying's sudden change in expression caught his attention. Moreover, judging by Bai Yuying's reaction, he seemed very shocked. Bai Yuying was usually calm, and this was the first time Xiao Hanshi had seen such a shocked expression on him. Thus, Xiao Hanshi coldly spoke, "This mark has always been on me. What is the problem?" Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyu and Bai Yuying's faces turned even darker. Bai Luoyu clenched his fists and glanced at Bai Yuying before lowering his gaze, seemingly unwilling to speak. "Let my second brother explain. It's like this." As he spoke, Bai Yuying's gaze fell below Xiao Hanshi's side waist. "Among us brothers, we all have this mark in the position of the leader." "What?" TangXiaomi was taken aback and looked at Xiao Hanshi, then back at Bai Yuying. They all had it, and Xiao Hanshi also had it. Doesn't that mean? This is too hard to believe, and too coincidental. How is this possible? After hearing Bai Yuying's words, a hint of surprise also appeared in Xiao Hanshi's cold black eyes. But Xiao Hanshi quickly regained his composure, lightly parting his lips to say two words. "Let us see." Bai Yuying hesitated for a moment. After glancing at TangXiaomi out of the corner of his eye, he lifted his clothing to show Xiao Hanshi the mark. The mark looked like a fish, and even the size was the same. Xiao Hanshi's expression changed repeatedly, and finally, his gaze settled on Bai Luoyu. Bai Luoyu understood what Xiao Hanshi meant at a glance, and, feeling irritated and unwilling, lifted his beast skin. Out of shock, TangXiaomi also leaned closer to carefully examine the marks on the three of them. Sure enough, they were the same. This mark is in this position, generally unnoticed, if she hadn't deliberately torn off Xiao Hanshi's beast skin. Perhaps it would have taken a long time to discover this mark. Thus, after seeing the mark, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down and dropped to freezing point. Ahem. Speaking of which, TangXiaomi lightly coughed to break the eerie silence, and asked Bai Yuying, pretending not to know anything, "By the way, I've never asked about your elder brother. What's he like?" As she spoke, TangXiaomi couldn't help but look at Xiao Hanshi. Bai Yuying and Bai Luoyu both turned their gazes towards Xiao Hanshi. Bai Luoyu bit his lip and refused to speak, leaving the explanation to Bai Yuying. At this moment, Bai Yuying collected the shock from his face and eyes. There was only a cold calmness in his gaze, as if what he was about to say had nothing to do with him. "We have never met our elder brother. We only heard from our mother that he has the same mark as us. This mark is innate, impossible to eliminate or forge." Then, in that case, there is no need to say more. With Xiao Hanshi's aloof personality, he wouldn't have been able to create this mark. Family reunions should be a time for celebration, but looking at their expressions, one worse than the other, if she said congratulations on brotherly recognition, she might get choked to death, right? Thinking that it's best not to bring up the topic of brothers, TangXiaomi changed the subject and asked, "I haven't heard you mention your mother. How is she?" Chapter 418. We don't have much impression of our mother. Every time she appeared, she would bring our younger brother back. A faint and dim smile appeared at the corner of Bai Yuying's mouth, and that was all he remembered about their mother. He was still better off than the fifth brother, who had no impression at all and didn't know what their mother was like. Hearing Bai Yuying's response, TangXiaomi felt that this topic was somewhat sad, and she felt a bit down. Their mother seemed to have failed in her responsibilities, leaving them, still young, without a trace. Although Bai Yuying did not show any emotion, she could vaguely sense that deep down, he actually longed for a mother's care and love. She had this longing too, but unfortunately, she hadn't received much. Her mother was always too busy, and every time she saw her, she would leave in a hurry. Unintentionally, it brought up her own memories. After a bitter smile, TangXiaomi comforted, "Perhaps your mother had her reasons?" Bai Yuying responded with a faint smile. Seeing him like this, she chose not to continue. Some things couldn't be comforted just by wanting to. If they were lucky this time, they might encounter her. Bai Yuing looked up at Xiao Han Shi. This was clearly directed at him. TangXiaomi then felt curious, thinking that their mother must be extraordinary to have raised such a son. If they were able to meet her this time, would it mean she was from the shaman tribe? After digesting all the shock, Xiao Han Shi's face was already calm as usual. His ability to accept was indeed strong. TangXiaomi muttered to herself, such a shocking matter, yet Xiao Han, she didn't even show any reaction. When he raised a question, it was as if he was asking about something completely unrelated to himself. But if all the guesses were correct, he was likely their eldest brother. Bai Yuing slightly shook his head, then nodded. I don't have many memories of my mother, but from my observations, she is not a shaman tribe beastman. But she has an extraordinary relationship with them. It seemed that a trip to the shaman tribe was unavoidable. As he spoke, Xiao Han she narrowed his eyes. It would be best to set out as soon as possible. The emotional thread curse could not be delayed any longer. Originally, just for TangXiaomi. Now knowing that Xiao Han she was their long-lost eldest brother, Bai Yuing looked at him with mixed emotions. Similarly, Xiao Han she took another glance at Bai Yuing and Bai Luoyu. Although he said nothing, he no longer made things difficult for them. On the surface, nothing had changed, but invisibly many things had changed. Xiao Han Shi's identity was actually a good thing for her. At least she didn't have to worry that he would suddenly harm Bai Yuing and the others. Although none of them were willing to admit each other, the bond was there, blood was thicker than water, and there would definitely be some restraint when it came to hurting each other. To avoid prolonged troubles, they decided to head to the shaman tribe immediately, because the matter of the emotional thread curse was urgent. The search for Bai Leisure and Bai Yun Bao had to be put on hold for now. After setting the itinerary, Xiao Han she ordered 3 bird beasts to escort them. However, a disagreement arose when they got on the backs of the bird beasts. Bai Luoyu stubbornly refused to let go of her arms, while Xiao Han she insisted that she must go with him. Seeing Bai Luoyu and Xiao Han she locking eyes, it seemed they were about to argue. Seizing the opportunity, TangXiaomi pulled Bai Yuing and jumped on his bird beast, setting off first. Chapter 419. The bird-like beast was quite large, accommodating 2 people with ease. After standing firmly on the beast's back, feeling a bit anxious, TangXiaomi turned to look at Xiao Han Shi and Bai Luoyu. Seeing them both standing on the beast's back, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they kept up, there wouldn't be much of a problem. If they tried to settle scores with her, it was still early before they could land and rest, and she would deal with whatever came. Bai Yuing had injuries, so TangXiaomi pulled him down to sit. There was no need to stay so tense now. It was just the 2 of them here. TangXiaomi smiled at Bai Yuing. Bai Yuing didn't dare to relax, but followed TangXiaomi and sat down. The beast carrying them huffed in dissatisfaction, thinking, is it just the 2 of you here? You better pay attention on my back, or else. The wind in the air was strong, and TangXiaomi squinted her eyes, her hair a mess. Seeing her disheveled in the wind, Bai Yuing spread his wings and sheltered her inside. Finally, the sound of the wind by her ears stopped. But TangXiaomi frowned. It was just some wind, nothing serious. You can fold your wings now, Yuing. Every time Bai Yuing used his wings, there was a cost, leaving 2 big holes behind. So how could he use them at this time? It's fine, Bai Yuing replied lightly, but he held her a little tighter, as if just protecting her like this wasn't enough. After some hesitation, TangXiaomi finally compromised. When Bai Yuing was stubborn, he wouldn't listen to advice. Even if he spoke in a very gentle tone, he wouldn't do as she said. The differences in appearance and personality between the brothers were significant, but the more they interacted, the more similarities they found. After their discussions yielded no results, TangXiaomi leaned under Bai Yuing's wing. After a period of silence, her curiosity about Xiao Han she got the better of her, and she nestled under Bai Yuing's wing and asked, Yuing, is Xiao Han she really your eldest brother? Bai Yuing didn't answer immediately. He stared blankly for a moment before replying, yeah, there shouldn't be a mistake. Our mother said the eldest brother is a snake beast, but he was taken away right after he was born. Taken away? This was definitely another surprising piece of news. Bai Yuing nodded. I don't know the other details. The leader lost his memory, so the specifics can only be known when we see our mother. TangXiaomi nodded along. It was the only way. They would soon meet their mother, and she felt a bit nervous. If their mother found out that the brothers had all made a mate contract with her, what would her reaction be? Would she chase after her with a knife? Just as TangXiaomi was imagining certain scenarios, the beast suddenly shook and stopped, causing them to jolt slightly on its back. But this was just the beginning. If Bai Yuing hadn't held her tightly, she might have been scared out of her wits. After all, they were high in the sky, and falling would definitely mean certain death with a terrible end. Once things stabilized a bit, TangXiaomi peeked out and asked, what just happened? Why did it shake so violently? Bai Yuing's expression was serious. It's nothing. You don't have to worry with me around. Of course, she knew that, but she was still very worried about him. The moment he showed such an expression, it indicated that the situation wasn't good. Chapter 420. The White Feather Eagle. Although she said that, TangXiaomi felt he was definitely trying to comfort her. So, she surveyed her surroundings with her gaze, but nothing seemed unusual until she turned her head and saw what was happening on the ground, her eyes widening slightly in shock. She saw that a fire had erupted below, flames visibly leaping high into the air. It was on fire. No wonder the strong airflow earlier had made it difficult for the birds and beasts to fly steadily. What a huge fire! But before TangXiaomi could finish her astonishment, they were hit by another tremor, and this time she heard the sound of mountains collapsing. Following the sound, she saw a nearby mountain sinking. It was clearly just a mountain, but with the booming noise, it transformed into a large pit. No matter how many books she had read, she had never seen anything like this. TangXiaomi was somewhat dumbfounded as they narrowly escaped, and only after did she dazedly ask, "Is that giant pit just my imagination?" The White Feather Eagle shook his head, furrowing his brow, concern evident in his eyes. "When I was in the witch clan, I heard a legend. It says that when the mother goddess disappeared, she took the beastman's beast power with her. The beast power is suppressed in the 4 clans, and breaking the seal would release it, but doing so would bring disaster. Then isn't this confirming the legend?" Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi felt a wave of worry in her heart. Perhaps the day they obtained the beast power would mark the beginning of that disaster. The White Feather Eagle nodded in agreement. "I'm afraid so. I initially thought it was just a legend." He and T thought much of it at the time, believing it to be coincidence, but seeing the disaster unfold before his eyes forced him to consider that possibility, knowing it would bring disaster. Why would they want to break the seal? Human nature is greedy. The benefits of beast power are too great, and there will always be beastmen wanting to take a chance. TangXiaomi sighed silently and nodded, having to admit that the White Feather Eagle's perspective was very accurate. Human nature always feels insufficient. For their own benefit, they reach for what they shouldn't touch, and this is a common trait. Beastmen are no exception. However, in doing so, the innocent beastmen living on those mountains would inevitably suffer. So, is there any way to prevent this disaster? She asked. If the disaster was not eliminated, everyone would be in danger, not knowing when it might strike them. The White Feather Eagle was slightly taken aback, surprised that she would ask such a question. There is no way. Once the beast power is unleashed, the entire beast world will has already begun to turn. Hearing the White Feather Eagle say this, TangXiaomi felt her heart sink. Wouldn't she soon meet an untimely end? This bad news came too suddenly. Are you scared? Seeing TangXiaomi's distressed expression, the White Feather Eagle lowered his gaze with a smile. Of course, I don't want to die. I haven't experienced all the joys of life yet. TangXiaomi replied half-jokingly. The White Feather Eagle smiled, but his eyes were serious. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Whether alive or dead, you will always have me by your side. Upon hearing the White Feather Eagle's promise, TangXiaomi's heart fluttered, with her eyes sparkling. She looked up at the White Feather Eagle and smiled back. Then it seems I'm actually quite lucky. Looking into her clear eyes, the White Feather Eagle couldn't help but lean down slowly. He was going to. Understanding what the White Feather Eagle intended, TangXiaomi felt a rush of excitement and shyness, tilting her head to give him a better angle. Chapter 421. However, little honey, how did you run so fast that you disappear in no time? I finally caught up with you. Bai Luyu smiled harmlessly at TangXiaomi, seemingly oblivious to the stiffness and awkwardness on her face, and even not noticing that Bai Yuhawk was also present. To be more precise, Bai Liu didn't even register Bai Yuhawk in his eyes. After awkwardly clearing her throat and clenching her fist, TangXiaomi said seriously, "You're injured. It's better not to talk, so you don't exhaust your energy." "Yes, I'm seriously injured. Shouldn't you be helping me heal?" Looking at Bai Liyu's shameless expression, TangXiaomi shot him a glare. Since she knew his situation was not serious, she didn't bother to argue further. Sitting cross-legged on the back of the bird, she began to close her eyes and rest. "I need a rest. Let us talk about anything when we get to the ground." Bai Liu pursed his lips unwillingly and was about to speak when he met Bai Yuhawk's cold gaze. She needed rest, partly because she didn't want to continue talking with the 4th brother, but she indeed needed to recuperate. Others might not know, but he was very clear that she had exhausted herself too much and needed proper rest. Meeting Bai Yuhawk's gaze, Bai Liu snorted but had no intention of continuing the conversation, although they were not stable on the back of the bird, after Bai Yuhawk shielded her with his wings. TangXiaomi quickly fell asleep, forgetting all her worries and entering a dream state. When she awoke, they were already in a cave. Sitting up groggily, TangXiaomi smelled a delicious aroma that made her mouth water. She was already hungry, and the scent made her even hungrier. It must be that Bai Yu Hawk was cooking something tasty. After swallowing her saliva quietly, TangXiaomi wanted to stand up and take a look outside. But unexpectedly, when she tried to support herself against a rock, she touched something slippery. TangXiaomi was startled, but maintained her composure on the surface and withdrew her hand. Her first reaction was that she had touched the tail of the Shaohan snake. However, the texture felt a bit off. Seeing Bai Luoyu's enlarged face, TangXiaomi completely confirmed what kind of rock she had touched. What else could it be other than Bai Luoyu's fishtail? Are you blind? Why are you getting so close? As she spoke, TangXiaomi disdainfully pushed Bai Luoyu's face away. Little honey, shut up. Don't talk to me in that tone. Hearing Bai Luoyu's tone that gave her goosebumps, TangXiaomi interrupted him. It was better for him to say less, otherwise things could spiral out of control. What tone should I use then? As long as it's for little honey, I can do anything. Bai Luoyu smiled, looking at TangXiaomi in a flirtatious manner. The corners of TangXiaomi's mouth began to stiffen, and thinking about the many days she would have to be with him, her head started to ache. Since I'm awake, let us go eat something. The silhouette of the Shaohan snake faced away from the moonlight, making it impossible to see his face or gauge his emotions. Previously, she had been worried that he would come looking for her to settle scores while resting on the ground, or that Bai Yu Hawk would be a threat. Since there was no movement from him now, did it mean they were getting along well? After pushing Bai Luoyu away, TangXiaomi adjusted her clothes and walked toward the Shaohan snake, asking, "Where's this place?" Chapter 422. What does Shaohan snake mean by looking at Bai Yu eagle? So, TangXiaomi reconsidered what Shaohan snake had just said. She usually didn't like to ponder over boring things, but reality didn't allow it. If she didn't understand Shaohan snake's meaning, how could she adjust accordingly? Given their intense eye contact and the undercurrents swirling between them, she really didn't know how the situation would develop if she just let it be. After carefully thinking about Shaohan snake's words, TangXiaomi finally understood what he meant. He was mocking her for giving food to Bai Yu eagle first, right? How could this man's mind be narrower than a needle's eye? Then should I make some more for you? TangXiaomi asked cautiously. Shaohan snake withdrew his gaze. His cold voice softly uttered, "No need." After saying that, he turned around and flicked his snake tail, heading deeper into the forest. Watching Shaohan snake's cold, hard back and feeling the chill radiating from him lingering in the air, TangXiaomi couldn't help but smile. This smile successfully caught Bai Yu eagle's attention, and he turned to look at her. After hiding her smile, TangXiaomi cleared her throat and said, "It seems there's still plenty of meat left. Should I make some more?" I'll take this to fourth." Bai Yu eagle smiled slightly and intended to go get the remaining food. Knowing that Bai Yu eagle was as clear as day about the situation, TangXiaomi pressed down on his hand. "Let me do it. You just get scolded if you go." Right now, Bai Luoyu still had misunderstandings about Bai Yu eagle, and she had witnessed how quickly Bai Luoyu could change his expression. If Bai Yu eagle went to deliver the food, he probably wouldn't receive a good reaction. She shouldn't interfere in their brotherly matters, but she couldn't bear to see him wronged, so she took the initiative to handle it. All right. Bai Yu eagle didn't insist and prepared the food, handing it over to TangXiaomi. TangXiaomi carried the food back to the cave, and after adapting to the dim light inside, she finally saw the huge figure in front of her. Indeed, Bai Luoyu was standing right in front of her, standing tall with his fishtail, looking down at her. Bai Luoyu was originally not much taller than her, but his lower body was a fishtail, which added quite a bit to his height. TangXiaomi then realized that Bai Luoyu had grown a lot, but seeing his expression, it was clear that it wasn't a good sign. So before Bai Luoyu could speak, she directly told him not to say anything and to obediently eat the food she brought. Bai Luoyu was naturally unwilling, but under TangXiaomi's coercion and temptation, he could only temporarily comply to avoid truly upsetting her. After staying overnight at their temporary lodging, they continued their journey the next day. Worried about Bai Yu eagle's situation, TangXiaomi got up early, urging everyone to mount the birds and beasts. After another day's flight on the birds and beasts, they finally arrived at the witch clan tribe. After passing through layers of mist and walking through the quiet depths of the forest, they finally found the witch clan tribe. A place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, resembling a paradise on earth. TangXiaomi initially thought the witch clan tribe would be like other tribes, housing a community, but after entering the tribe, they searched for a while before finding a small wooden house. Upon entering the small wooden house, TangXiaomi was taken aback. The tables and chairs inside resembled those used by ancient people, far more exquisite and advanced than those inhabited by the beastmen of this world. Looking at the scene before her, A bold thought appeared in TangXiaomi's mind. Chapter 423, seeing TangXiaomi standing at the door with a strange expression. Xiaohan Shi, Bai Yuing, and Bai Luo Yu exchanged knowing glances and focused on her. Xiaomi, did you figure something out? Bai Luo Yu said with a smile as he stepped forward, wanting to put his arm around her shoulders, but TangXiaomi sensed it and dodged first. Xiaomi. Bai Luo Yu was about to insist when Xiaohan Shi narrowed his eyes and quickly moved towards the attack behind the wooden house. Seeing Xiaohan Shi make a move, TangXiaomi hurriedly followed him. Bai Luo Yu and Bai Yuing, worried about TangXiaomi's safety, quickly shielded her after she had only taken a few steps. All TangXiaomi could see was their backs. She felt anxious and speechless, only able to catch a glimpse of Xiaohan Shi fighting with a person in a black robe through the gaps between Bai Luo Yu and Bai Yuing. The person in the black robe was no match for Xiaohan Shi and soon fell into a disadvantage. Just when Xiaohan Shi was about to land a blow on the black-robed figure, a familiar voice came from not far away. Stop, please stop. Hearing this voice, TangXiaomi turned around in surprise, and when she saw Bai Yunbao and Bai Leisure rushing towards them, her eyes couldn't help but mist up from excitement. Great! Lao San and Lao Wu are still alive. Similarly, Bai Yuing and Bai Luo Yu showed varying degrees of surprise on their faces. After being called to stop, Xiaohan Shi glared at Bai Yunbao and Bai Leisure, filled with hostility. Two more have come. Bai Yunbao turned red-eyed upon seeing TangXiaomi and rushed forward, tightly hugging her. Wife, I knew you would be fine. I missed you so much. Bai Yunbao kept whispering in TangXiaomi's ear, his voice gradually choking with emotion. Xiaohan Shi watched this scene, feeling quite displeased. But before he could pull Bai Yunbao away from TangXiaomi, the black-robed figure slowly stepped out of the shadows and approached TangXiaomi. At this moment, Bai Yunbao also let go of her, and TangXiaomi curiously looked at the black-robed person. Seemingly aware of her question, the black-robed figure took off the hood, revealing a beautiful face. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, with bright eyes and a friendly smile, and her appearance was strikingly similar to Bai Yuying's. TangXiaomi turned around in surprise to look at Bai Yuing. Bai Yuing nodded slightly and respectfully called out to the woman, Mother. TangXiaomi stared blankly for a while before realizing why they looked alike. It turned out this woman was indeed Bai Yuying's mother. The woman embraced Bai Yuing and then hugged Bai Luo Yu. As their family reunited, TangXiaomi didn't want to intrude and quietly stepped back, only to bump into a wall behind her. Looking up, she collided with Xiaohan Shi's gaze. It felt as if the two outsiders were together, both feeling out of place. After patting Bai Yuing and Bai Luo Yu's arms, the woman nodded in satisfaction, her gaze finally landing on Xiaohan Shi. Upon seeing him, the woman's eyes instantly turned red, and she was so moved she couldn't speak. Seeing the situation, TangXiaomi quickly stepped aside. She fell out of place here. Xiaohan Shi showed a hint of reluctance in his eyes at TangXiaomi's automatic retreat. But there were some things he needed to clarify, so he didn't pull the fleeing female back. Xiao, it's you, right? You've come back. The woman hugged Xiaohan Shi tightly and began to cry in his arms. Xiaohan Shi clearly didn't expect this and stood there, frozen in place. Chapter 424, Don't Exaggerate. TangXiaomi chuckled awkwardly. Your father, Dr. Tang, entrusted you to me, so I naturally have to take good care of you for a lifetime. My father? Xiaohan Shi nodded, saying that your father also participated in this experiment. But he has been secretly helping me all along, which is why I was able to bring you here smoothly. The circumstances are quite complicated, and I'll tell you more about it later. With so many people in the room watching, TangXiaomi coughed awkwardly before speaking. Okay, I understand. However, the most important thing right now is still the emotional curse on Yuing. I didn't expect to gain so much from coming to the witch tribe. Not only were Bai Yunbao and Bai Leisure rescued and safe thanks to Bai Ling, but Xiaohan Shi and Bai Yuhong, Bai Liu also found their mother. It seems like fate has arranged everything, and once the darkness passes, light will come. Have they now cleared the clouds to see the blue sky? Upon hearing this, Bai Ling immediately showed a look of difficulty. TangXiaomi felt a moment of joy, but then her mood fell again. Noticing that TangXiaomi's expression was off, Bai Ling comforted her by patting her shoulder, saying that while the emotional curse could be easy to break, it could also be difficult, depending on themselves. Hearing Bai Ling say this, TangXiaomi instantly felt hopeful and urged Bai Ling to tell her how to break it. The emotional curse must be resolved, and she would do her utmost if her help was needed. The so-called emotional curse is actually a type of poison, and its toxin comes from a flower of emotion. The antidote is also derived from this flower. As long as they can let the emotional flower bloom and gather enough of it to brew a medicinal soup, they could detoxify. Unfortunately, The emotional flower is not easy to make bloom. You say that, so you must have a way, TangXiaomi said confidently, looking at Bai Ling. Bai Ling nodded and revealed a method to make the emotional flower bloom. To obtain the emotional flower, a pair of true lovers must enter the emotional flower grove together. But the grove is filled with thorns, and the spikes of the emotional flower are poisonous. If something goes wrong, it is uncertain whether they can come out alive from the grove. As long as there's a way, that's good. Without waiting for Bai Ling to finish her worried words, TangXiaomi interrupted, dismissing the concern. It's just flowers and plants. By the way, where can we find the emotional flower? Can you take us there now? She was eager to go because she feared that the emotional curse on by Yu Hong might change. It was a matter of life and death, and the sooner it was dealt with, the better. TangXiaomi urged Bai Ling to take them there. Xiaomi. Bai Yu Hong grabbed TangXiaomi's hand, asking her not to take risks for him. But TangXiaomi shook her head and said to everyone who was worried about her, I will save anyone in danger. You don't need to advise me. Seeing that she was determined to go, although Xiao Hanxi and the others were very worried, they could only accompany her. Under Bai Ling's guidance, after crossing a mountain, they found the emotional flower grove. When they saw that the thorns of the emotional flower were taller than her, and realizing how sharp they were, TangXiaomi finally realized that her mental preparation for coming here was completely inadequate. But since they were already here, Bai Yu Hong had to be saved. She couldn't back out at the last moment. So, TangXiaomi could only pretend to be calm and naturally counter all the worried remarks, forcibly taking Bai Yu Hong's hand, pulling him into the emotional flower grove. Chapter 425. The poison of the love flower, as expected from what Bai Ling said. TangXiaomi almost fainted several times due to the poison of a love flower, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. When faced with death, nothing is more important than being alive. Moreover, Bai Yu Hang's life was in her hands. Since she brought him in, she had to be responsible for taking him out safely. Fortunately, they were quite lucky. When their blood fell on the thorns of the love flower, it truly blossomed. After picking all the love flowers, TangXiaomi finally supported Bai Yu Hang out. However, during the process, he kept looking at her with his beautiful, deep phoenix eyes, making TangXiaomi feel a bit shy under his gaze. When Xiao Hanxi and Bai Luoyu saw Bai Yu Hang and TangXiaomi come out, they tightly held hands, squinting their eyes uncomfortably, and tacitly stepped forward to help TangXiaomi. Bai Leisure and Bai Yunbao, on the other hand, were overjoyed, their eyes filled with excitement and envy. Xiaomi, I want to go into the love flower thicket with you, Bai Luoyu said, acting spoiled and reaching out to support TangXiaomi. Hearing this, TangXiaomi rolled her eyes at Bai Luoyu without hesitation. She was almost in unbearable pain, yet Bai Luoyu still wanted her to go in. Was she trying to hasten her death? Xiao Han, she snorted coldly and picked up TangXiaomi before Bai Luoyu could react, while Bai Luoyu cursed at them from behind. Bai Leisure and Bai Yunbao supported the weak but blushing Bai Yu Hang as they headed towards the small wooden house. Bai Ling watched the backs of her 5 sons, a look of relief appearing on her face. She had thought things would go badly for her, but it seemed it was not as terrible as she had imagined. After resting for 3 days, TangXiaomi finally recovered, and during this time, Bai Ling also came to find her. She told her that since her children were safe, she felt at ease and saw no point in staying in this world any longer. Bai Ling wanted to leave this place filled with painful memories and return to the modern world to start anew. The way back was through the so-called beast god power that was sealed in all directions. This mysterious power could travel through time, and the previous disturbances were due to it being triggered. Hearing this news made TangXiaomi feel very complicated. She also wanted to go back. Originally, both she and Bai Ling were people of this world. Bai Ling had a goal to return, but what about her? The snow leopard whimpered, its pair of blue eyes looking at her pitifully, fearing she would abandon it. Bai Luoyu was more direct, saying, wherever Xiaomi goes, I will go. I'm willing to go to Xiaomi's world. Xiao Han, she looked disdainful. He had a strong aversion to humans, who only used them for experiments. He would not go back, nor would he let her go back. However, he did not immediately express his stance. He wanted to hear what she had to say first. Bai Leisure pretended to be busy preparing food, but his gaze couldn't help but fall on TangXiaomi from time to time, completely distracted from what he was doing. Bai Yu Hang smiled slightly at TangXiaomi, saying, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. After looking around at the various gazes directed at her, all waiting for her answer, TangXiaomi finally sighed helplessly and said, forget it. I'll leave when I get tired of this world, anyway. Before TangXiaomi could finish her sentence, the snow leopard excitedly pounced on her, causing her heart to drop. Bai Yu Hang, Xiao Hanxi, Bai Liu, and Bai Leisure all smiled, their smiles genuine and heartfelt. This day was perhaps the most thrilling and joyful day for them all. What would happen next was unknown to anyone, but one thing was certain. None of them would be without the others. The only thing that could be confirmed was that this was the beginning of happiness. At least, that is how they thought. With her, there was no greater happiness. The end. Chapter 426, however. Xiaomi, how did you run so fast? You disappeared in no time, but I finally caught up with you. Bai Luoyu smiled innocently at TangXiaomi, as if he didn't see the stiffness and embarrassment on her face, or even notice that Bai Yuhuang was also there. To be more precise, Bai Luoyu didn't acknowledge Bai Yuhuang at all. After clearing her throat awkwardly and clenching her fist, TangXiaomi said seriously, "You're injured. It's better not to talk so you don't exhaust your energy." "Yes, I'm badly hurt. Aren't you supposed to help me heal?" Seeing Bai Luoyu's shameless expression, TangXiaomi shot him a glare. Bai Luoyu was not in a critical condition, and since she understood his situation, she didn't bother to talk to him anymore. Sitting cross-legged on the back of the bird, she began to close her eyes and rest. "I need to take a break. Let us talk about anything when we get to the ground." Bai Luoyu pouted unwillingly and was about to speak when he met Bai Yuhuang's cold gaze. Although she needed rest partly because she didn't want to continue talking to the fourth brother, she indeed needed a rest. Others might not understand, but he knew very well that she was too exhausted and needed to recuperate. Facing Bai Yuhuang's gaze, Bai Luoyu snorted coldly, but had no intention of continuing the conversation. Although they were not stable on the back of the bird, after Bai Yuhuang protected her with his wings, TangXiaomi quickly fell asleep. She forgot all her worries and entered dreamland. When she finally woke up, they were already in a cave. TangXiaomi, groggy and sitting up, smelled a delicious aroma that made her mouth water. She was already hungry, and the smell made her even hungrier. It must be that Bai Yuhuang was cooking something tasty. After swallowing her saliva, TangXiaomi wanted to stand up and take a look outside. But unexpectedly, when she tried to push herself up with a rock, she touched something slippery. TangXiaomi was startled, but calmly withdrew her hand. Her first reaction was that she had touched the tail of the Shaohan snake. However, the texture felt a bit off. Recognizing Bai Luoyu's enlarged face, TangXiaomi completely confirmed what kind of stone she had touched. What else could it be but Bai Luoyu's fishtail? "You're not blind. Why are you getting so close?" Saying this, TangXiaomi disdainfully pushed Bai Luoyu's face away. "Xiaomi, shut up, don't talk to me in that tone." Hearing Bai Luoyu's voice that gave her goosebumps, TangXiaomi interrupted him. It was better for him to say less, otherwise things would get out of hand. "What kind of tone should I use? As long as it's for Xiaomi, I'm fine with anything." Bai Luoyu grinned, looking at TangXiaomi with a flattering and coy expression. TangXiaomi's mouth began to stiffen, and thinking about how she would have to spend a lot of time with him in the future made her head ache. "Since I'm awake, let's go eat something." The Shaohan snake's figure was silhouetted against the moonlight, making it impossible to see his face or gauge his emotions. Earlier, she had been worried he would come to settle scores with her while they were resting on the ground, or that Bai Yuhuang might pose a threat. The fact that there had been no movement since she fell asleep, did that mean they were getting along well? After pushing Bai Luoyu away, TangXiaomi adjusted her clothes and walked towards the Shaohan snake, asking, "Where's this place?" Chapter 427. The White Feather Eagle. Although she said so, TangXiaomi felt that he was definitely comforting her. So, she scanned her surroundings with her gaze, and everything seemed normal until she turned her head and saw what was happening on the ground, causing her pupils to widen slightly. She saw that a fire had ignited fiercely below, with flames visibly soaring high. It was on fire. No wonder the strong airflow earlier made it difficult for birds and beasts to fly steadily. Such a big fire. But before TangXiaomi could finish her astonishment, they were hit by another tremor, this time accompanied by the sound of mountains collapsing. Following the sound, she saw that a mountain not far away had sunk down. It was clearly just a mountain, but with the rumbling sound, it turned into a large pit. No matter how many books she had read, she had never seen anything like this. TangXiaomi was somewhat dumbfounded as they narrowly escaped, and only after that did she ask dazedly, "Is that giant pit just my imagination?" The White Feather Eagle shook his head, furrowing his brow, his eyes filled with concern. "When I was in the Witch Clan tribe, I heard a legend that when the mother goddess disappeared, she took away the beastman's beast power, which was sealed in the 4 tribes. Breaking the seal would release the beast power, but releasing it would bring disaster. So doesn't that mean this is confirming the legend?" Upon hearing this, TangXiaomi also felt a sense of worry in her heart. Perhaps the day they obtained the beast power, that heavy rain would be the beginning of the disaster. The White Feather Eagle nodded in agreement. "It seems so. I initially thought it was just a legend." At that time, he hadn't thought much, believing it to be a coincidence, but seeing the disaster unfold with his own eyes forced him to consider that possibility. knowing it would bring disaster. Why would they still want to break the seal? Human hearts are greedy. The benefits brought by beast power are too great. There will always be beast men who want to take a chance. TangXiaomi sighed silently and then nodded, having to admit that the white feather eagle's viewpoint was very correct. Human hearts always feel insufficient and will touch what shouldn't be touched for their own interests. This is human nature, and beastmen are no exception. However, in this case, the innocent beastmen living on those mountains would undoubtedly suffer a calamity. So, is there any way to stop this disaster? If the disaster isn't removed, everyone would live in fear, not knowing when it might descend upon them. The white feather eagle was slightly taken aback, surprised that she would ask such a question. There is no way. Once the beast power is activated, the entire beast world will has already begun to turn. After hearing the white feather eagle say this, TangXiaomi felt her heart sink. Wouldn't she soon meet an untimely end? This bad news came too suddenly. Are you scared? Seeing TangXiaomi's distressed expression, the white feather eagle lowered his gaze with a smile. Of course, I don't want to die. I haven't even experienced the joys of life yet, TangXiaomi replied half-jokingly. The white feather eagle smiled, but his gaze was serious. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Whether alive or dead, I will always be by your side. Hearing the white feather eagle's promise, TangXiaomi's heart fluttered. Her eyes sparkling, she looked up at the white feather eagle and smiled. Then it seems I'm actually quite lucky. Looking into her clear eyes, the white feather eagle couldn't help but slowly lean down. He was about to, understanding what the white feather eagle wanted to do. TangXiaomi felt a mix of excitement and shyness as she tilted her head to give him a good angle. Chapter 428, however. Xiaomi, how did you run so fast? In no time, you disappeared, and now I've finally caught up with you. By the way, you smiled harmlessly at TangXiaomi, as if he didn't notice the stiffness and awkwardness on her face, or even that Bai Yuing was also present. To be more precise, Balu didn't seem to acknowledge Bai Yuing at all. After awkwardly clenching her fist and clearing her throat, TangXiaomi said seriously, "You've been injured. It's better not to talk so as not to exhaust your energy." "Yes, I'm seriously injured." "Xiaomi, aren't you supposed to help me heal?" Looking at Bai Luyu's shameless demeanor, TangXiaomi shot him a glare. Bai Luyu wasn't in any serious trouble, and knowing his situation, TangXiaomi couldn't be bothered to talk to him. She sat cross-legged on the back of the bird and beast and began to rest, saying, "I need to take a break. We'll talk about anything when we get to the ground." Bai Luyu pressed his lips together in dissatisfaction, and just as he was about to say something, he met Bai Ying's cold gaze. She needed to rest, not only because she didn't want to continue talking to Lao Si, but also because she genuinely needed to recuperate. Others might not understand, but he knew very well that she had exhausted herself and needed proper rest. Upon meeting Bai Ying's gaze, Bai Luyu snorted, but had no intention of continuing the conversation, although they were not stable on the back of the bird and beast. After Bai Ying shielded her with his wings, TangXiaomi quickly fell asleep, forgetting all her worries and entering dreamland. When TangXiaomi woke up, she found herself in a cave. Sitting up sleepily, she caught a whiff of an appetizing aroma that made her mouth water. She was already hungry, and the scent intensified her hunger. It must be Bai Ying cooking something delicious. After swallowing her saliva quietly, TangXiaomi wanted to stand up and take a look outside. However, when she tried to push herself up with her hand against the stone, she touched something slippery. TangXiaomi was startled, but calmly retracted her hand. Her first reaction was that she had touched the tail of the Shaohan snake. But the texture felt a bit off. Seeing Bai Liyu's enlarged face, TangXiaomi was completely sure of what she had touched. What else could it be besides Bai Liyu's fishtail? "You're not blind. Why are you getting so close?" Saying this, TangXiaomi pushed Bai Liyu's face away in disdain. "Xiaomi, shut up. Don't talk to me in that tone." Hearing Bai Liyu's tone that gave her goosebumps, TangXiaomi interrupted him. The less they interacted, the better. Otherwise, things would spiral out of control. "What tone should I use then? As long as it's for Xiaomi, I can do anything." Bai Luyu curled his lips, looking at TangXiaomi with a face full of flattery and affection. TangXiaomi's mouth corner began to stiffen, and thinking about how she would have to spend many more days with him, her head started to ache. "Since I'm awake, I might as well go eat something." The figure of the Shaohan snake was turned away from the moonlight, making it impossible to see his face or judge his emotions at that moment. She had previously been very worried that he would come to settle scores with her while resting on the ground, or that Bai Ying might cause her trouble. The fact that there had been no movement since she fell asleep, did that mean they were getting along well? After pushing Bai Luoyu away, TangXiaomi adjusted her clothes, stood up, and walked toward the Shaohan snake, asking, "Where's this place?" Chapter 429. Deadline. Looking down at the book, Tian raised her head and found that the surrounding tourists had disappeared. Is this still the bustling Kunlun Mountain? The book in her hand suddenly transformed into a stream of ethereal light that drilled into her body. Before she could scream, Mom, a beautiful snake appeared before her. Startled, she fell to the ground, her face pale and speechless. Don't be afraid, I am Nuwa, and this is my avatar. Nuwa. Fearfully, she scooted back, thinking this was too horrifying. She was so scared that she forgot to scream. Nuwa smiled gently, as if radiating light, inexplicably calming her fears. In the beginning of chaos, Pangu opened the heavens, but a foul atmosphere emerged in the world, gradually forming an evil god that replaced the emergence of Fushi. Now, Fushi's spirit and your body have merged into one, and a serpent beast is needed as a partner to give birth to him. I have already arranged a partner for you, but you can also choose another. If you want to know anything, you can ask Xianming. My true self has been suppressed by the evil god and cannot explain further for you. As she spoke, Nuwa transformed into an illusion and disappeared. Hey, Nuwa, don't go. I don't want to be your mother-in-law. But there was no one left, and everything returned to calm. What the heck? She slapped her face. Was she dreaming just now? SSSSS hearing that sound, she suddenly looked up to see the most terrifying scene of her life. There's a snake. Such a big snake. Her vision went dark. She must be scared to faint. But unexpectedly, the large black snake sprayed a breath of cold air onto her face. And she couldn't faint. Don't come over, she stuttered, trembling. The snake was going to swallow her whole. The large black snake flicked its red tongue, curving and coiling towards her, making her afraid to even breathe. The large black snake's pitch-black eyes were fixed on her. And for some reason, she suddenly felt that the snake had a spirit. You can understand me, right? Please don't eat me, I'm not tasty. With a trembling voice, she tried to speak, hoping for a glimmer of hope. She had only seen such a large python in the animal world. But it was different from a python. It was entirely black and shiny. The pythons in the animal world looked heavy, but this one seemed very agile as it lifted its head. The large black snake actually backed off, keeping a bit of distance from her. Now completely terrified and at a loss, Tian hugged her knees in the corner and started to chant. Amit Ba, Amen, heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, I must be dreaming. Wake up. Are female creatures this timid? A cold male voice entered her ears. Someone, without knowing where her strength came from. She jumped up and hugged the suddenly appearing man. Run, there's a snake. Hiding in the unfamiliar man's arms, she cautiously looked around. Had that big black snake left? What a big snake, we need to hurry. When she looked up and saw his face, she was dumbfounded. He was such a handsome man. Much more handsome than those young idols she drooled over in photos. Blushing after hugging such a handsome guy, she released him and stepped aside. There is no time. Let us hurry. Are you afraid of snakes? Especially big snakes. Tian nodded vigorously. But I am your partner. You need to get used to it. Partner? Tian's eyes widened. Did she just go deaf? The man smiled slightly, and her already round eyes grew even wider, looking a bit silly. Chapter 430 complete. Followed by another book. Your sin is not bad. I can accept you as my partner. Handsome. Why aren't we on the same wavelength? Suddenly encountering a handsome guy in the wilderness, and he seems a bit off in the head. This is too bizarre. A beautiful man is nice, but life is important. Handsome, I've already warned you. Consider it my kindness. When that snake comes back to eat you, don't blame me. I'm out of here. She waved at the strangely dressed handsome guy and turned to run. But after just a few steps, something flexible wrapped around her, and she felt the world spin. Little female, are you talking about me? Dazed, she opened her eyes to see a magnified handsome face. But when she looked down to see what was wrapping around her, she screamed in shock. Ah! The handsome guy frowned and covered her mouth with his hand. Don't scream. His icy gaze turned into slits, scaring her into silence. At that moment, the man loosened his grip and held her around the waist. I am Xianming, your partner. Now I will take you back to my lair. You mean the Xianming that Yuan mentioned? With a low gaze, Xianming spoke. It seems you've remembered. Trembling and afraid to look at the man with the serpent's tail. She internally wailed countless times about the monster, but she dared not voice it. His eyes had already frightened her into submission. Where's this place? Can you let me go back? Xianming withdrew his gaze and continued walking, but still explained. This is the beast world. There are only beastmen here, no kind like you. It was the connection between Nuwa and Fushi that brought you here. If you want to go back, there is a way. Once you give birth to Fushi and the 4 sacred beasts guarding the beast world return to their positions, you can go back. Tian's face turned pale. She had only casually bought a copy of Shanhai Jing. How did she become Fushi's spirit? I'm still young. I can't have children. It's okay. I will raise you. When you come into heat, I will mate with you. Mate. If she really had a mate with a snake, she might as well go to heaven. Just a moment ago, she felt she wouldn't live a month. Now she felt she wouldn't survive a day. I don't want to. Only by mating with the snake beast can you give birth to Fushi. To restore everything to its original order, you must give birth to Fushi. After saying this, he glanced at her and noticed she seemed quite frightened, her face entirely white. The little female from another world looked too fragile. It seemed she wouldn't be easy to raise, but since he promised Niwa, he had to fulfill it. Why am I so unlucky? Tian's face turned ashen. According to Xianming, she was truly doomed. What on earth is the beast world? What is your name, little female? Seeing her face full of grievance, as if she were about to cry, Xianming frowned. He thought to himself that females were indeed delicate. No wonder other males protected them so much. Tian. Sweet. Still quite sweet. Xianming recalled her scent and spoke. His words made her face flush and pale. She realized he had just sniffed her like an animal. What to do? Was she really going to be taken back by this big black snake and then mate? Just thinking about it sent chills down her spine. She had to think of a way quickly, or she was definitely finished. Was it really just about mating with the snake beast to give birth to Fushi? The words mate were difficult for her to utter. Xuanming's eyes turned into slits as he gazed down at her and said, "Don't you want me to be your partner?" Chapter 431. Of course, she didn't want to. She was 100% against it. But this was a fierce snake beast, and if it got unhappy, she wouldn't survive this moment. Her mind raced, and she mustered her courage to cautiously probe. Actually, I know you don't like me. You're just completing a task, right? Yes. What Niwa entrusted is a matter concerning all living beings. She didn't expect Xianming to answer so honestly. Suddenly realizing that this terrifying snake seemed to speak without any concealment or scheming. Since you don't like me, does that mean I can choose to be with other snake beasts? After all, a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet. The key was to buy time. What could a little girl like her do for all living beings? Xianming pondered her opinion for a moment and then spoke. That works, but you must conceive Fushi within 6 months. All right, he agreed so easily, which was much better than she had imagined. With 6 months, she should be able to get rid of Xianming, right? It was like a faint light breaking through a dark cloud. Tian saw a glimmer of hope. She was taken to a damp and cold cave. Initially, he felt cold just holding her, and once inside, she hugged her arms tightly. It was summer, and she was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a skirt. The weather outside was fine, but it was a bit chilly inside. He set her down on a pile of grass in the corner and looked down at the small female who had curled up into a ball. Don't be afraid. I will take care of you and ensure your safety until you give birth to Fushi. Oh. She timidly glanced up at Xianming. Could she not be afraid? Although he was incredibly handsome, his human body and snake tail were terrifying. Okay? With a long face, she realized she was being raised like an animal by a snake. She was just an ordinary student with slightly big eyes and an average appearance. After finally getting into a decent university, she had released the pressure of the college entrance exam. Her parents took leave to accompany her on a trip to Kunlun Mountain because she was interested in Chinese mythology. While browsing a small bookstore, she bought Shanhai Jing, which was transformed by the soul of Fushi and then inexplicably ended up here. Even if she had crossed over, it could have been to the Tang, Song, or Qing dynasties. Even the Xia, Shang, or Zhou would have been fine. But she had crossed into the primordial era, a chaotic beast world full of beastmen like Xianming. She thought it was probably because Niwa's creation of humans had failed, and she was unlucky enough to be caught in it. I don't know how to raise a female. Tian, what do you want to eat? Anything is fine. She had no appetite at all, not wanting to eat anything. She felt that if she got fat, she would end up like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. It's very dangerous here. You don't have the ability to protect yourself, so don't run around. I'll be back soon. Oh, okay. She nodded obediently for her own safety. This female was relatively docile. After giving her a glance, Xianming went out. Did he really leave her behind and walk away with peace of mind? Tian tiptoed to the cave entrance to peek outside, and, confirming there was no sign of Xianming, she ran out. She still refused to believe this was a beast world. How could the world change in just the time it took to lift her head? With only thoughts of escape. She didn't consider much, and when she looked at the dense jungle, she felt lost. There really was no one. There should have been many tourists here. As she tried to verify her location, she found the forest was too dense, resembling a jungle, and without any outdoor survival experience. It would be hard for her to survive. Should she go back? Xianming seemed not bad, but she didn't want to mate with a snake and give birth to Fushi. Big brother, come quickly. I found a female. Chapter 432. Female? Is she talking about her? turning to look at the source of the voice. It was a handsome young man, not as good-looking as Xianming, but still quite decent. However, the way he looked at her was as if he had seen a rare treasure, making Tian feel secretly distressed. Please don't come over. His voice was really nice, and he looked beautiful too. Did he have a problem with his ears or his eyes? She was ordinary looking, and her voice was ordinary too, okay. But the young man didn't retreat. Instead, he moved closer, forcing her to step back. She didn't know what kind of beast man stood before her, but she knew that if she got caught, it would be the end. She turned around, ready to run, but unexpectedly, 4 large gray wolves jumped out from behind. With their massive bodies, they could crush her with a single step. She was surrounded like a poor little lamb. What do you want? I'm Wolf 5. Little female, don't be scared. We just want you to be the female of our 5 brothers and give birth to little wolf cubs. Wolf 5 said with a silly grin, his wolf eyes staring at her unblinkingly. Such a beautiful female. Today is really lucky. I don't want to. To think they wanted her to be the female of 5 wolves at once, what a shock. You were the first one we found, so you have to be our female. Suddenly, the 4 fierce wolves transformed into humans, and they were all completely naked. This was her first time seeing naked men, with their strong masculine bodies and that. Seeing her astonished expression, all 4 wolves showed proud looks. Wolf 5 thought he should show himself off like his brothers, but the little female who had just been so scared hid behind him. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Don't females like strong males? The 4 wolves exchanged puzzled glances. However, Wolf 5 felt a surge of protectiveness because of her action. Brothers, the little female is scared. Why don't you put on some clothes first? Wolf 4, the female is so timid. Wolf 3, but she looks very delicious. Saying this, he even licked his lips. And Wolf 2 slapped Wolf 3 on the head. It's not easy to find a lone female, and you're thinking about eating her. Second brother, I'm definitely not going to eat her. Don't you think this little female looks very delicious? Wolf 3 felt he couldn't explain it clearly. He just thought she looked delicious. All right, let us all put on some clothes first. Wolf 1 spoke up. The little female hid behind Wolf 5, not daring to look over, so Wolf 1 wrapped a bee skin around his waist first. The remaining 3 brothers had no choice but to cover their male pride with their own wolf skins. I wonder if this little female has a mate. If she does, that would be troublesome, Wolf 4 suddenly said. To check if she has any beast marks on her, Wolf 3 replied. What check? What beast marks? The 4 of them looked at her intently, clearly up to no good. She stealthily stepped back, then suddenly turned and began to run desperately. But even if she ran until her legs broke, she was no match for these beast men. After only 2 steps, she was surrounded again. Little female, do you have a mate? Wolf 5 asked. Thinking of her mate, Xianming, she immediately nodded and said, yes, he is very powerful. If you don't want to die, you better get away quickly. So what if you have one? Now that we found you, you belong to us. Once you have our beast marks on you, your male 1T be able to say anything, Wolf 3 said. Wolf 1 gave Wolf 5 a glance. Little 5, check what beast mark she has on her. Chapter 433. The 5 tall men formed an impenetrable wall, and she was truly terrified. No matter which angle she stepped back from, the heat radiated from her back. Don't look, if you want to know anything, I'll tell you. He is a serpent beast named Xianming. Xianming? Wolf 2 looked at Wolf 1. Wolf 4 scoffed. How could it possibly be Xianming? But little female, you were quite clever to bring up Xianming to scare us away. She had said it casually, but it turned out they really knew Xianming, and they seemed quite afraid of him. Little female, don't be afraid, just take a look. It will give us a better idea. Wolf 5 said, try not to frighten her. Really, I'm not lying to you. Xianming is truly my mate. He'll come to find me soon. Tian said earnestly, hoping they would believe her. This was her last lifeline. Otherwise, if she were really taken back by the 5 wolves and made to bear cubs, she would just die faster. It's not that we don't believe you. We just want to confirm if you really are Xianming's female. It's not easy to find a female. Little 5, you're too slow. It's obvious whether it's true or false. Not to mention her clothes are really ugly. While speaking, Wolf 3 had already made a move. Rip, her back clothes were torn, creating a large hole. The young girl's tender back was exposed, smooth and unmarked, without any beast mark. She screamed loudly, hoping Xianming would notice her absence, and, with a bit of luck, hear her cries. With tears in her eyes, she looked weak and pitiful at that moment. However, she truly felt miserable. Wolf 5 shielded her behind him. Third brother, why are you so rough? How would this female agree to form a contract with us? The other brothers looked at him reproachfully, and Wolf 3 awkwardly scratched his head. Aren't I just anxious? Since there's no beast mark on her back. Let's take her back and raise her first, Wolf 1 declared. Okay, Okay, okay. Wolf 2, Wolf 4, and Wolf 5 all happily nodded in agreement. It was Wolf 5 who discovered her first, so he carried her on his shoulder. Put me down. I'm really not lying to you. Tian struggled desperately, her heart in complete turmoil, but no matter how much she struggled, it was useless. You are kidnapping me. This is illegal. The little female didn't understand what she was saying, but when competing for a female, it first depended on the female's choice, and second on the male's ability. Choice. Tian's eyes lit up, and she shouted, I want to choose. You're different. A female without a master belongs to whoever finds her first. Wolf 5 replied proudly. What a ridiculous rule. Wolf 5, please let me go, okay? Among these wolf beasts, she found Wolf 5 to be relatively decent, so she pleaded. No way. If we let you go, we won't have a female anymore, and then we definitely won't have little wolf cubs. Damn. This completely refreshed her entire worldview and outlook on life. Little female, your eyes are so big. You must be from the rabbit tribe, right? Let me down. And I'll tell you. She just wanted to buy time, and Wolf 5 really wanted to let her go, but was stopped by Wolf 3. This female is quite cunning. She might be from the fox tribe. Little 5, don't be fooled by her. Hiss, the sound of a serpent flicking its tongue appeared in her ears. Chapter 434. Xianming. Is it him? This feeling is strange. She was terrified of Xianming, yet now she really hopes that he is the one to save her. The 5 wolves sensed danger gathering, and Wolf 5 put her behind him for protection. The big black snake emerged from the shadows, its upper body surrounded by black mist transforming into a human form. Give me Tian back, or I will kill you all. Xianming coldly glared at the 5 wolves, his tone icy and authoritative, making it impossible for them to resist. Wolf 1 stepped forward and bowed to Xianming. My lord Xianming, we are very sorry. We didn't know she was your female. The powerful aura of Xianming made all the wolves lower their heads. This was the only way to be spared and not killed. Wolf 2 nudged Wolf 5 and whispered, hurry up and let my lord Xianming's female go. Oh! Wolf 5 responded with extreme disappointment. So your name is Tian, and you really are my lord Xianming's female. Wolf 5 took a step back. You can go now. Xianming was right in front of them, and the wolves didn't dare to breathe loudly. This gave her a feeling of being protected by a leader. She didn't flee in panic towards Xianming to avoid appearing flustered. She walked a little slowly. Watching her back, Wolf 5, under the pressure from Xianming, shouted from behind, Tian, I want to be your partner. Is that okay? Tian turned around. A handsome guy like him at school would make her swoon. But he is a wolf, only wanting her to bear wolf cubs. So she firmly shook her head, no. When she reached Xianming, she lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake. I was wrong. Apologizing might be the best first step. Considering her good attitude, Xianming shouldn't hold it against her, right? Xianming lowered his head and saw a large hole in her back, his pupils narrowing sharply. The dangerous aura around him intensified, and Wolf 5 felt a wave of dread. Oops! Wolf 3 awkwardly laughed and spoke up. Who did this? Xianming's icy face showed no signs of emotion. It was me. Wolf 3 reacted the fastest and stepped forward. If someone had to take the blame, it should be him, so as not to implicate the other brothers. He bent down and picked up Tian, asking, is it him? You're not going to kill him, are you? Although she was very angry at Wolf 3's rudeness, killing was still not good. Xianming turned around while holding her, and in a direction she couldn't see. His tail swept and sent Wolf 3 flying. Hearing the noise, she looked over and saw Wolf 3 lying on the ground in a very sorry state, his brother surrounding him. She thought a single hit shouldn't have killed him, right? Without a word, Xianming quietly took her back to the cave. After putting her down, Xianming finally spoke. Why did you run? I don't know. Could she say she regretted it later? She regretted it immensely when the 5 wolves captured her to bear cubs. Maybe I should leave a beast mark on you. What is a beast mark? Hearing about the beast mark again, she looked at Xianming with curiosity. It is the mark that binds a female and a male as partners, appearing on each other's backs. So that's how it is. No wonder Wolf 3 tore her clothes in the back. The beast mark was such a thing. But what did he just say about leaving a beast mark on her? If the beast mark can only be obtained through contract, then I'd rather not have it. With my beast mark, ordinary beastmen wouldn't dare to fight over you. Xianming leaned closer to her, leaning down. Chapter 435. No, I won't take this advantage. Hee. Tian chuckled awkwardly, and then pushed Xianming away with her hand. Having a beast mark is good. The wolves won't dare to snatch her away, but there's no reason to take advantage without a cost. Once they establish a contract, they become partners, and as partners, he would definitely mate with her to fulfill his mission, which would be a huge loss. Don't want to bond with me? I'm still young. I don't want to bond right away. Tian tried hard to squeeze out tears to make herself look more pitiful. If the female refuses, the male can force the contract. Looking into his black eyes, she felt a chill in her heart. He wouldn't want to force her, would he? Hugging her arms, she kept retreating until her back hit the cold stone wall with nowhere else to go. Xianming, I definitely won't run away next time. This lesson is enough for me. Like a pitiful young beast, she looked at him with watery eyes. Xianming coiled his tail around her, pulling her in front of him, biting her lip to keep herself from crying out. This time Xianming really seemed unwilling to let her go. Your heart is beating so fast. Are you that scared? The tail. With the snake tail wrapping around her, how could she not be afraid? Glancing at his tail, Xianming roughly understood what she was afraid of. He let her down, retracting his snake tail and standing barefoot beside her. He was very tall, nearly 9 meters, and she only reached his chest, needing to look up to speak to him. Thank you. Without that thick snake tail, she felt much more at ease. Xianming shot her a cold glance with his black eyes, but didn't speak. Staying in beast form made him comfortable and at ease. But to communicate with her, he had shifted to a half-beast state. However, facing the pitiful look from the little female, he had to maintain his human form. But the effect was still obvious. At least her fear was not as pronounced. Snakes are inherently indifferent. Other beastmen eagerly pursue females for mating, but he had never shown any interest. Yet when he saw this little female's body, his animal instincts awakened, making him feel restless, wanting to mate for the first time. But she was still too young to mate with him. When you go into heat, we can mate. Hearing such a shocking statement, Tian suddenly looked up. She found that Xianming's eyes were now slit pupils, and his body was no longer as cold as before. It seemed to radiate heat. She didn't understand what going into heat meant, but she knew Xianming wasn't joking with her. Snatching the beast skin skirt from his hands, she ran to a corner to put it on. You know I'm not a beast man. I can't mate like you guys do at any moment. If there's really no other way, I hope to choose a snake beast I like. You promised me I could choose. A snake beast she likes? Xianming was somewhat confused. In his impression, it was only about whether they could mate, not about liking or not. Tian nodded earnestly. She realized Xianming was reasonable, so she hoped to appeal to his emotions and reason. You don't want to mate with me? Of course not. To be more precise, I don't like mating. But she was afraid of upsetting Xianming, so after some consideration, she spoke up. I'm not familiar with you yet, and besides, I actually don't really like that you treat mating as a task to complete. Then that means you don't like it. Xianming clearly grasped the main point, and Tian smiled even more awkwardly. Stealing glances at his expression, she felt very anxious. Yet he still maintained his cold demeanor, making it hard to tell if he was happy or not. I'll bring in food. Oh, Xianming stepped outside barefoot, one step at a time. She patted her chest and let out a long sigh. This matter seemed to be over. After a while, Xianming returned, carrying a leg and placing it in front of her. She gasped in shock. The leg was bigger than both of her legs combined and, crucially, still bloody. Seeing that she didn't take it, Xianming nudged it forward again. Eat more. You're too thin to survive. Facing Xianming's politeness, she felt like crying without tears. I eat meat, but I don't eat it raw. But other females do eat it. Raw food can make them stronger. Xianming looked down at the fluffy little female dressed in beast skin, prettier than other females, but too immature. But I'm not a beast man. We only eat cooked food. Seeing her so cautious, she directly avoided him. I'm not hard to raise. I just need it cooked, whether steamed, boiled, fried, or roasted. In that case, I'll ask again. He usually kept to himself and ate raw food, so figuring out how to cook it was indeed a problem. Xianming turned to leave with the bloody leg, but she chased after him. I could try to cook it myself. Can you? Xianming stopped. It should be fine. She had played with barbecuing outside before, but sadly, that was for fun. Now it was for survival. Such a large piece would definitely not be cooked through, so she said a small half is enough. With a couple of snaps, Xianming tore off half and handed it to her. She reluctantly took the meat, but tried to hold it as far away from herself as possible. Chapter 436. Her disdainful behavior towards meat seemed quite amusing in Xianming's eyes, and the cold corners of his mouth curved slightly. After washing off the blood, she set the meat aside. Can you help me find something to light a fire? As her feet transformed into a serpent's tail, Xianming left, moving several times faster than walking, disappearing in no time. The urge to escape temporarily faded. She still needed to fill her stomach first. Survival was the most important thing. Sighing, she picked up some dry branches. Hearing a noise behind her, she quickly turned around, alert. Wolf 5, why are you here? She dropped the branches in her hands and cautiously stepped back. Did he want to catch her again? Wolf 5, noticing her tension, made a shushing gesture. Tian, don't be afraid. I'm here to bring you food. After quickly stuffing several fruits in her arms, he kept his distance. Wolf 5's movements were agile, and she passively accepted his kindness. His unsolicited attentiveness, combined with what he said when she left, made Tian bold enough to approach him and directly stuff the fruits into his arms. Don't come back again. Tian, don't say that. A female can have several males. Although Xianming is powerful, he's just one. Just like he is not by your side now. Who will protect you? Being rejected hurt. But Wolf 5 was persistent and followed her closely, unwilling to leave. Tian felt her head spinning. What was going on? I can protect myself. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. She suddenly turned her head, startling Wolf 5 into taking several steps back. She had actually scared a wolf. Her mood improved slightly. However, she warned, you should leave quickly. Xianming will be back soon. You won't be able to handle it. Take these fruits. I'll leave right away. Wolf 5 was afraid of Xianming, but didn't want her to refuse the fruits he had worked hard to find. I really don't need them. I don't want. Wolf 5 offered. She pushed back, and in the back and forth, the fruits fell to the ground. What are you doing? Xianming returned just in time to see them tugging at each other, quickly approaching them and grabbing Wolf 5 by the neck with one hand, lifting him up. Me no harm, Wolf 5 managed to say. Xianming's strength was immense, and he squeezed Wolf 5's neck until the veins on his forehead bulged. At that moment, the dangerous aura emanating from Xianming was so intense that she could feel it. Wolf 5 might really have his neck broken by him. She stepped closer and tugged at Xianming's arm. What he said is true. He came to bring fruits. Glancing down at the fruits on the ground, Xianming then threw Wolf 5 aside with a flick of his hand. Coldly, he said, get lost. Wolf 5 awkwardly stood up, clenching his fists and staring defiantly at Xianming. I won't give up. Although I can't beat you now, it doesn't mean I don't have the right to pursue Tian. I like Tian, and even if you are Xianming, you must abide by the first rule of the Beastmen. After saying this, Wolf 5 transformed into a silver wolf and jumped into the bushes, disappearing from sight. She had seen his 4 brothers were gray. She didn't expect him to be silver. Looking in the direction Wolf 5 had disappeared, Xianming found it somewhat puzzling. How awkward. They had only met once, and he already said he liked her. That was a bit exaggerated. Thus, in her mind, it translated directly to, I want to mate with you. Therefore, her attention focused on Wolf 5's last sentence. The Beastman's Code? She asked Xianming, what is the Beastman's Code, and what is the first rule? Chapter 437. This is the survival rule of the Beastmen. The first rule is, as long as the female agrees, other Beastmen are not allowed to interfere. Xianming looked at her, his expression still cold. So I won't stop you, especially since you also need other Beastmen to protect you. But this wolf beast is still too weak. Hee. Tian helplessly chuckled a few times. I can't believe there is such a rule. What can I say? Xianming handed her the flint and said, once you adapt to the environment here, I will take you to the tribe, and you will understand when you see it. All right. Taking the flint, she started to get busy. This was a brand new beginning for her, and she really needed to adapt and understand. She simply skewered the meat with small twigs and roasted it. It was ready in no time. The meat smelled delicious, though she didn't know what kind it was. But it was definitely game. Do you want some? She offered a skewer to Xianming, who opened his eyes and shook his head. I don't eat hot food. Oh, okay. Not wanting to imagine how he ate it raw, she finished the meat herself. To avoid wasting food, she picked up the fruits sent by Wolf 5, washed them, and ate them. Is there anything else you need? I have never taken care of a female before, so it's best if you say what you want. This time, Xianming sat cross-legged and didn't open his eyes to speak to her. After wiping her mouth clean, Tian thought for a moment and said, it's a bit cold. It would be best to have something to cover up. Being honest often leads to losses. So she shamelessly stated her needs. Anything else? I haven't thought of anything else yet. They'll go change later. He still didn't open his eyes. So she boldly started to size him up. Xianming's facial features were smooth, his skin very fair and delicate, so fine that there were no visible pores. His black eyes, when not transformed into vertical pupils, were very dark, steady, and understated. His nose was high and straight, and his lips were perfectly shaped. He would definitely be a hot male god in modern times. Feeling her gaze on him, Xianming opened his eyes, startled by the sudden opening of his eyes. Her heart raced. I was just curious about what you were doing, Tian said, feeling very guilty. Cultivating. You can still cultivate? Seeing her surprise, Xianming explained, beastmen evolve from beasts through cultivation. After reaching human form, they still need to continue cultivating. Don't tell me you can fly and become an immortal? So you know, Xianming didn't expect her to know this. No, I don't know. I'm just guessing. You are human, and merging with Fuxi's divine soul makes you more suited for cultivation. I will teach you in the future. I also need to cultivate. This is just a corner. The beast world is far more terrifying than you imagine. You must learn to protect yourself, and you cannot reveal this secret, or countless male beastmen will fight over you and make you bear their offspring. Xianming's warning sounded terrifying. Why is that? The evolution of beastmen is actually due to Nua's failure in creating humans. The offspring born from humans as mothers are superior and more refined. Sure enough, all her previous guesses were correct. Xianming suddenly leaned closer to her, almost nose to nose. The distance was so close that she could feel his breath carrying a coolness. If they hadn't spent half a day together, she would have definitely fallen to the ground, scared and trembling. Suddenly, what is this for? She had never been this close to a boy before, especially to such a handsome male god, and her face turned red uncontrollably. Her warm breath sprayed onto his face, carrying the sweet scent of fruits. And Xianming's black eyes gradually narrowed. Chapter 438. What do you really mean by that? I was just guessing. It turns out he wanted to ask this question. Why get so close? She stepped back a bit, leaving his shadow. I remember this is the second time you've guessed blindly. I come from the future, and although I'm not quite clear on how the order of this world is messed up, I do know a bit about mythological stories. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, she began to explain. She had always thought that myths were just figments of ancient people's imagination, not realizing they were actually happening to her. It turns out there are tales passed down from later generations. Yes, there are figures like Nua and Fuxi, but what about the evil god? Before Nua disappeared, she said if there were any problems, one could ask Xianming. So since we're on the topic, I want to ask. The evil god is a deity formed from a corrupt aura at the beginning of heaven and earth, attempting to replace Pangu's creation and wanting to create a dark, evil world. Then he failed, but also disrupted the order of the entire world? You're very smart. Xianming thought this little female was much smarter than he had expected. At his compliment, she smiled sadly. After all, she was a post-evolution human, educated for 9 years and 3 years in high school, covering subjects like math, language, foreign languages, astronomy, geography, biology, and chemistry, which could be considered quite broad. Well, that doesn't help at all here. Xianming handed her a fruit the size of a small tomato. Eat this first. What is this? She hesitated to take a bite of the bright red fruit. Suddenly, she wondered if eating this would turn her into a beastman. This is a celestial cultivation fruit, the only one in nearly 100 years. Nearly 100 years? Isn't that very valuable? A small fruit, but who knows what it's good for? What is money? A type of currency used for exchange. Much more convenient than your barter system. Seeing his confusion, he explained further. You can understand it as something very precious. It's not easy to obtain. If I eat something that's so rare, will I explode and die? She joked. It will merge into your meridians, purifying your body. If you can't endure it, then maybe. What? The motion of bringing it to her mouth halted. She was joking, but he told her that there was indeed such a possibility. A deadly thing? Then I won't eat it. Fortunately, she asked. Otherwise, she would have foolishly eaten it like an ordinary fruit. She returned the celestial cultivation fruit to Xianming. Although the item was precious, it wasn't worth her life. This is the fastest way for you to cultivate. You must eat it. Don't make me force you, Xianming said coldly, opening his palm to place the celestial cultivation fruit in front of her. His fingers were long. This might be the most beautiful hand she had ever seen in her life. But she didn't like how he was pressuring her. Biting her lip, she looked up at him. What if I die? I won't let you die. Will Nua find another unlucky person to replace me? Taking the celestial cultivation fruit from his hand, she pretended to be indifferent and smiled. Xianming retracted his hand, but his gaze never left her for a moment. Clearly scared, yet still forcing a smile, this little female seemed not to cry that easily. For the sake of all living beings, I believe Nua would do that. Fine. I knew it. You were truly honest. After saying this, she swallowed it down. She was merely without any power to choose. Chapter 439. Her performance was beyond his expectations. He thought she would at least cry and fuss, but she just gave a self-deprecating smile and ate. But I can't die. Mom and Dad must be waiting for me to come back. After all the hard work, I finally got into university and can enter the ivory tower of my dreams. The most important thing is, I haven't even had a chance to fall in love yet. A wave of heat surged in her abdomen, and she clenched her fists, continuously giving herself the strength to hold on. Listening to her mumble to herself, although he couldn't understand what she was saying, he felt she was stronger than he had imagined. With a flick of its tail, Xianming held her in his arms. The cleansing process would be very uncomfortable, but I will protect you. Actually, besides being afraid of death, I'm also afraid of pain. Unfortunately, all he could care about was whether she could give birth to Fushi, not whether she was afraid of pain. The temperature of the small female curled up his arms was rising, so Xianming emitted his own cold air to make her feel more comfortable. It felt like rolling on red-hot coals. This pain and suffering was something she had never experienced before. She was in so much pain that she couldn't even curse, tears streaming down her face. This time, she stubbornly didn't scream, but bit down hard on Xuanming's arm. The pain she felt was transmitted to him through her teeth. She felt like she was going to be burned to death, but there was a coolness countering the heat. Drenched in sweat, she felt as if she was soaking in water. After an unknown amount of time, the heat finally subsided, and she weakly released her grip. Xuanming's arm was bitten to the point of being bloody, and she had a mouthful of the metallic taste of blood. Wiping her mouth, she said, "I want to apologize." To be honest, she was very angry. Who would want to be used and led around by the nose? Cici, a large black snake, suddenly appeared behind her, and Tian shouted, "Xianming, you rogue." She crossed her arms and glared angrily at Xianming. No wonder she felt like someone was watching her earlier. It turned out Xianming had slipped into the water while she wasn't paying attention. Surrounded by black mist, Xuanming's upper body transformed into a human. Were there other beasts watching you just now? Wasn't it you, Color Snake? The other party was very agile. Although he'd already left, he would stay nearby. After saying this, Xianming transformed back into a large black snake and disappeared into the water. Phew! Seeing that Xianming was still a gentleman, she breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly emerged from the water and got dressed. After eating that immortal fruit, she felt much lighter. Looking at her arms and legs, she noticed they had become much whiter. She asked Xianming to retrieve her discarded backpack, took out a small mirror, and gasped in surprise. Does this immortal fruit also have beauty effects? Her face looked very fair and tender, just like the shell of a peeled egg. The blackheads and some small spots she originally had disappeared. Could it be that the cleansing process eliminates all impurities from the body? She had always had a doll-like face, and now that it was so fair and tender, it made her look even younger. What is this? Xianming asked, looking at the mirror in her hand. This is a mirror. Look at yourself. She generously handed the mirror to Xianming, who took a glance and then returned it to her. Much cleaner than the reflection in the water. Putting the mirror away, she proudly said, "Of course. This is something you don't have here." Sitting down on a grassy mound, she began to yawn. "I'm going to sleep." After saying that, she lay down and closed her eyes. As long as Xianming didn't come to bother her, he could do whatever he wanted. She soon fell asleep, and seeing her hugging her arms, Xianming covered her with another piece of animal skin. The little female was warm, and Xianming transformed into a human form and slept beside her. Early in the morning, she was awakened by the cold. Rubbing her eyes uncomfortably, she groggily reached out to touch the thing beside her. It was slippery and cool. What was it? Blinking her eyes open, she was startled to see a large snakehead and jumped up. It's not the first time you've seen my true form." At this moment, Xianming had already transformed back into human form. Reining in her screams, Tian patted her chest and swallowed hard, saying, "I wasn't awake just now. My brain short-circuited." Then she glared at Xianming with annoyance. "You can't blame me for this. Why did you sleep next to me? You scared me to death." Who would be frightened when they opened their eyes to see a large snake? She felt her ability to handle such shocks had improved significantly. She wanted to experience what it felt like to sleep next to a female. "Huh, it feels pretty good, but your sleeping posture isn't great." "Huh?" Xianming smiled gently, then reached out to stroke her head. After that, Xianming walked out. What does this mean? Tian was a bit dumbfounded, but when he smiled, he really looked good, losing the coldness and the aloofness. She vaguely felt that Xianming was not an ordinary beastman. Only someone with a high level would not behave like those other beastmen. Chapter 440, he was cold, but his coldness was calm and transcendent. Compared to those passionate orcs, Xianming was almost indifferent. To use a popular phrase nowadays, he definitely belonged to the abstinent type. Fortunately, because of this, he wouldn't be like those wolf beasts, gazing at her with sparkling eyes as if he would pounce on her at any moment. Rubbing her throat, which was almost hoarse from calling out, she followed him outside. "Can you take me outside to have a look?" She couldn't leave here for the time being, so she had to familiarize herself with the surroundings. Just like in battle, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy would ensure victory in 100 battles. Once she was familiar with the environment, she could plan for the future and wouldn't run around blindly like yesterday. "You've just completed your purification. I'll teach you how to focus your energy." Really coming? But she still had a lingering frustration in her stomach. Wouldn't focusing her energy just make her more frustrated? However, she still felt strange about practicing, and it made her feel that the place she was in was unreal. Focusing energy is the foundation of cultivation, the basis of everything. Then can I use spells? If you call a spell, then yes. So can I fly? Xianming shook his head. Only beastmen who can fly can actually fly. So I can't? Her enthusiasm immediately deflated. When I watch TV, people can fly around, and they can. It turns out there aren't such good things. Seeing her longing for flight, Xianming spoke. Cultivating to the end is about transcending tribulations and becoming an immortal. If you practice well, perhaps one day you'll be able to fly. How long will it take? It depends on talent and opportunity. Looking at his profound demeanor, she suddenly asked, "You must have lived quite a long time, right?" Gently pinching her chin, Xianming gazed at her. "You're quite perceptive." His cold breath brushed against her face, and Tian wrinkled her nose and pushed his hand away. She shot him a sidelong glance. We call this behavior teasing. After eating the immortal cultivation fruit, she seemed to be even more beautiful than other females. Her skin was whiter and more tender, her big eyes even more watery, and her pink lips looked soft and delicate. "Your face feels very soft and comfortable to touch." Again? So what you meant by teasing is this. Xianming smiled and poked her slightly puffed cheeks with his finger. She swatted his hand away. He really treated her like a pet. "I'm not fun. Don't touch me, otherwise I'll bite. You should have seen that yesterday." She tried to look fierce, but no matter how hard she tried, her face had no intimidating power. Rubbing her head with a smile on his lips, "You're quite an interesting little female." "Interesting? No way." She muttered under her breath and stepped away from him. She wasn't interesting at all and didn't want to be, okay? Xianming didn't say he would take her out, but she walked out on her own. Perhaps he felt guilty for forcibly feeding her the immortal cultivation fruit. But Xianming didn't say anything, at least that's what she thought. Soon they arrived at the nearest orc residential area, and when she saw wolves and men, she felt a pang of fear. However, since Xianming was behind her, she didn't have to worry about being snatched away again. The rule that a female without an owner could be taken as one's own was truly dark. To put it bluntly, she felt that females were just raised to bear offspring. What significance did it have to be served like a queen if the purpose was just for a female to produce offspring? Chapter 441. Xianming followed closely beside her, making it feel like an inspection by a leader. The wolf beasts nodded and bowed, all addressing him as Lord Xianming. Wolves are social animals and very exclusive. She thought these wolf beasts would be afraid of and wary of Xianming. To her surprise, they respected him, tilting their heads in curiosity, wondering who he was. Oh no, what kind of snake he was. She was also wondering if there would be any females taken from elsewhere. Perhaps they could form an alliance or something, but looking around, she didn't see any female beastmen. It seemed that escaping would be quite difficult, which added to her worries. Suddenly, 6 little wolf cubs ran to her feet, fluffy like puppies. She squatted down and poked them carefully. Are these little wolf cubs? Will they bite? Although they couldn't speak, they understood and wouldn't bite. A woman walked out from a simple thatched hut, looking somewhat rugged with a big belly. She nodded at Xianming. Honglin has met Lord Xianming. At that moment, Xianming was focused on her, not even glancing at Honglin, casually responding with an mm. The little wolf cubs were affectionately licking her hand. She liked small animals and held one in her arms. The small one was not scary at all. Instead, it was very cute. Her mother Wunti let her have a dog at home, and every time she saw someone walking their dog, she liked to go up and pet it. Did you give birth to these? One she held, 3 were trying to hug her legs, and 2 had already run to Honglin's feet. The one in her arms was licking her face, while the 3 at her feet were scratching her, making her laugh. Tian smiled happily, a shallow dimple appearing on her left cheek. The little wolves instantly healed her. Yes, they're all my little wolf cubs. How old are they? For months. Still so mischievous. She lovingly picked up one little wolf cub, stroking its neck fur, making it comfortably squint its eyes. No way, but your belly. It must be at least 9 months, and it's already this big after giving birth. This was more shocking than seeing a ghost. They could really breed a lot, right? Regarding Tian's astonishment, Honglin smiled gently. It's been 2 months, and she'll give birth soon. Huh, so fast. They can give birth in just 2 months. Their reproductive ability is impressive. Tian looked dumbfounded, and Honglin covered her mouth, laughing. Lucky if you get pregnant. But Lord Xianming's female is really cute. Xianming thought so too and ruffled her hair. Tian, if you have any questions, you can ask Honglin. It's good to be prepared when you go in a heat. She glared at Xianming with her mouth shut. This person just wouldn't stop saying shocking things. She didn't want to prepare for that, but what exactly is going in a heat? Maybe she could really ask Hong Lin. Yeah, Lord Xianming's little snake cub must be even cuter. Tian's hair stood on end. A snake cub? Could she say she only liked furry animals? She certainly couldn't reject that in front of Xianming, so she awkwardly laughed. I'll chat with Hong Lin for a while. It's not convenient for males to hear. Xianming, could you please step away? She walked away from Xianming towards Hong Lin. A heavily pregnant female shouldn't be scary, right? Hong Lin smiled at Xianming. Lord Xianming, don't worry, I'll take good care of Tian. Then I'll leave her in your hands for now. After saying this, Xianming left. He was somewhat reassured about Hong Lin. Any questions about raising a little female would also be directed to her. And it was a good thing that Tian took the initiative to chat with her. Chapter 442. Recently, I always feel that something is about to happen. Xianming summoned a few wolf beasts to ask some questions. Unfortunately, he didn't get anything useful from them. Feeling a bit uneasy, he transformed into a snake and disappeared into the grass. Entering the small grass house in the red forest, it was just like Xuanming's cave, with only a grass ball inside. Why is it like this? Is there something that can't be said in front of Lord Xianming? Now it can be said. The red forest is very friendly, which made her let go of her grievances. Beasts are beasts. She can accept such gentle ones. However, this question was indeed quite embarrassing. After some hesitation, she finally asked, what does being in heat mean? Hong Lin chuckled and laughed. I heard Lord Xianming say he wants to raise small females. So that's how it is. Did anyone teach you this at home? No, they probably thought I was still too young and didn't need to know these things. Tian tried to make something up. If her family knew she was in this strange place, they would probably faint. Hong Lin believed her words and said, it's okay. I've had quite a few little cubs, and I'm close to you. If you don't understand anything in the future, you can come to me. Thank you. Tian nodded obediently. Seeing her so obedient and sensible, Hong Lin wished to treat her like a little sister. So she explained, being in heat means that the female can have cubs, and there will be bleeding. There will be bleeding. Her head buzzed. Isn't that just like having a period? She got her period back in middle school, and it was quite regular every month. This is a big deal. She thought being in heat was a sign that a female wanted a mate, and she thought she wouldn't need to go into heat. But it turned out to be a period. Okay, maybe she was slow to react. This reminded her of when she lived at her grandmother's house in the countryside as a child, where they had a farm dog. One day, the female dog bled, and during that time, several male dogs lingered outside the house, and they couldn't be chased away. Wasn't she just like that female dog now? How could she compare herself to a dog? Counting the days, her period was just a few days away. If Xianming found out, he would definitely force her to give birth to some fushi or something, which made her anxious. Tian, what's wrong? Seeing her face go from pale to flushed, Hong Lin asked with concern. Shaking her head and smiling, Tian didn't dare to show anything. After all, Hong Lin was nice to her because she was Xuanming's female. Not because she was petty, but because she was afraid of making a mistake and ending up in trouble. So, she changed the subject and asked, why do I only see you as a female? They have given birth and can't come out. Would you like me to take you to see them? Hong Lin was very enthusiastic. Tian nodded and said, okay. Following Hong Lin to another small grass house, she discovered 3 wolves lurking outside. She immediately hid behind Hong Lin. Damn, she now had a psychological shadow regarding wolves. Don't be nervous. Those are Ziline's beast husbands. Ziline is my sister. She is currently giving birth. They may be too nervous and can't even maintain their human forms, Hong Lin said, playfully winking at her. Giving birth? Is it okay for me to go over like this? Directly taking her to see someone giving birth, is that really okay? She had heard that giving birth was terrifying and bloody, and she felt a bit hesitant. Chapter 443, since you came to learn, isn't it better to give birth? Actually, giving birth is quite easy. Oh, sweet, don't be scared. Seeing that she seemed to want to run away, Hong Lin held her arm and pulled her into the room. Oh, fine. Trying to stay calm. She followed Hong Lin inside. The 3 wolves moved aside, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Upon entering the room, there were no midwives, just an orc accompanying Ziline. At this moment, a little wolf cub had already been born, and Wang Yu was cleaning the cub. Seeing them enter, he happily said, my little wolf cub has finally arrived. Hong Lin picked it up and gently stroked the cub's back. Congratulations, it's a very healthy little wolf cub. Laughing, she sat down beside Ziline and rubbed her belly. It's tough on Ziline, there are still many little cubs to come. It's okay, it's not too hard. At this moment, Ziline grabbed Wang Yu's hand and, gritting her teeth, said with difficulty, another little one is coming. Hong Lin handed the just-born little wolf cub to her. I'll help Wang Yu, sweet. Can you take care of the little wolf cub? Okay. Holding the little wolf cub, she stepped aside and looked down at it, thinking it was so small and soft. It seemed hungry, whining and trying to burrow into her chest, making her feel a bit shy. But fortunately, no one else was paying attention to her. Before long, several more wolf cubs were born. Seeing they were busy, she helped clean the little cubs and place them together. One by one, finally Zeline said there were no more, and she counted 7 in total. But Zeline didn't seem to be in pain at all, smiling throughout. This was quite different from what she had seen on TV about childbirth. But watching the little wolf cubs was heartwarming. Cute little lives are always full of healing power, adorably so. See, giving birth is quite easy. Lord Xuanming's snake eggs should be even easier, Hong Lin said with a smile in her ear. What are you talking about? Don't be shy. There's always a first time. But thank you for being here to help. It made things much easier for us. You're welcome, but this is my first time assisting with childbirth. She was also quite impressed with herself for having watched the whole process. Thankfully, it wasn't as terrifying or disgusting as she had imagined. The little wolf cubs were already greedily drinking milk, so they walked out. As soon as they went out, Ziline's other beast husbands walked in. A glance at Wolf 5 showed she didn't pay attention. She was looking for Xuanming's figure, while Hong Lin noticed Wolf 5's eyes were fixed on Tian. Wolf 5, do you know Sweet? Wolf 5 nodded without blinking, and seeing his expression, Hong Lin frowned. Lord Xianming hasn't returned yet. Sweet, you wait here for a moment. I'll talk to Wolf 5. Tian nodded, and Hong Lin pulled Wolf 5 aside. Wolf 5, you aren't actually falling for Lord Xuanming's female, are you? I like Sweet. I liked her the moment I saw her. Hong Lin pinched Wolf 5's arm, causing him to wince in pain. Sister, what are you doing? That hurts. I want to wake up a bit. Do you think you can covet Lord Xuanming's female? Wolf 5, already feeling down, became a bit angry at Hong Lin's words. Why can't I? As long as Sweet accepts me, according to the Orc Code, Xianming can't stop me. Chapter 444. Are you stupid? Lord Xianming is just an ordinary beastman. He could squash you with just one little finger. Hong Lin glared at her foolish brother with annoyance while rubbing her stomach. So what if he can? I'm not afraid. Xiao Wu, where do you get the courage to say such things? Wake up. With a powerful beastman like Lord Xianming around, how could Tian still look at you? Just a moment ago, he was filled with ambition, but now he felt hurt by Hong Lin's words. It turned out that even she thought that way. Thinking back to Tian's previous attitude, he felt deflated. Sigh. You're right, sis. Tian doesn't agree. Since keep her distance from Tian in the future. That's somewhat reasonable, but Hong Lin still felt uneasy and urged him. He didn't want to hear such reminders. They felt like another blow to him. After responding dejectedly, Wolf Wu said weakly, but I still want to apologize to Tian. Apologize? Wolf Wu nodded. Sis, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. After saying that, Wolf Wu walked towards Tian. She seemed even more beautiful than when he first saw her. She was the most beautiful female beastman he had ever seen. When she was scared, she hid behind him. Did she think he would protect her then? Forcing a smile, Wolf Wu approached her, but she seemed to frown slightly. That subtle change in her expression stabbed at Wolf Wu's heart. He couldn't help but wonder if she really didn't like him this much. I haven't apologized to you for the last incident. We didn't know you were Lord Xianming's female, and we shouldn't have thought about taking you away. Moreover, third brother was too impulsive. He is still lying down now and has learned quite a lesson. Oh, I see. Is this forgiveness? Her response left Wolf Wu a bit confused. She wanted to hypocritically be the good person and generously say it was okay. But she couldn't accept such an apology. If I weren't Lord Xianming's female, would you have already kept me as your pet? If not, Wolf Wu was stunned. Looking into her clear eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say otherwise. Females are too rare for us, so you don't need to apologize anymore. This is your survival rule. Whether I forgive you or not. What does it matter? What I want is not for you to have such a poor impression of me. Wolf Wu looked at her with determination, as if he wouldn't give up until she forgave him. It really was a headache by looking at her like that. Wasn't he forcing her to forgive him? Forget it. Let this matter be as it is. After waving her hand, she wanted to leave. Wolf Wu made her feel very awkward. His sincere apology seemed to turn into her fault for not forgiving him, but she was just that petty. She wanted to avoid Wolf Wu, but where did Xianming go? It's been a while, and he still hasn't returned? Little female, how dare you wander around without a male companion? It will only lead others to misunderstand that you don't have a mate, which could bring trouble. Wolf Sen suddenly appeared from somewhere, limping slightly. He recovered surprisingly quickly. She had thought Wolf San would be incapacitated by Lord Xianming's snaketail, but now he seemed fine. I told you in advance. You just didn't believe me. If you didn't have greedy thoughts, how could you have gotten hurt? She didn't like Wolf San's sarcastic tone, and he was shifting the blame onto her. If he hadn't torn her clothes, Xianming wouldn't have acted against him, right? His mouth is quite sharp, but unfortunately. Chapter 445. Wolf 3 limped around her, sneering, a poorly developed female, like you wouldn't catch the eye of Lord Xianming, would you? Otherwise, how could you not even have a beast mark? Wolf 3, don't say that about Tian. Wolf 5 frowned at the contemptuous tone of Wolf 3 and positioned himself in front of her. Standing face to face with Wolf 3, she noticed that Wolf 5 was significantly taller, which made Wolf 3 appear shorter by comparison. Little 5, do you think protecting her like this gives you the right to be her mate? Stop dreaming. Brother 3, my feelings for Tian are my own business. Please don't talk to her like that in the future. Wolf 3 maintained a stern expression while Wolf 5 stood his ground, unwilling to back down. Wolf 5, do you still consider me your brother? If you were any other male, I would have challenged you to a duel right away. Wolf 5 clenched his fists. No one could bully Tian, not even their brothers. Looking up at Wolf 5's back, she thought, is he really willing to turn against his brother just to protect her? Wolf 3, I think you are not as good as Wolf 5. With such a narrow mind, what kind of male are you? Tian stepped out from behind Wolf 5. She didn't want to hide behind him, especially since she had a strong ally now. She could still be fierce when needed. She couldn't just endure bullying. Oh, I'm not considered a male? Wolf 3 seemed to dismiss her, finding it amusing that a small female could be so arrogant without Xianming around. Tian beckoned him with her finger. Dare to come over? Wolf 3 raised an eyebrow and limped closer to her, his height giving him an advantage, and he smirked. Your leg still hurts, doesn't it? Tian blinked at him, causing Wolf 3 to be momentarily confused. Why are you asking that? I'm just checking on you, and by the way, here's a little reminder. You brought this on yourself. Wolf 3 was infuriated and at a loss for words. You. Tian met his gaze defiantly. She was small and seemingly weak, but that didn't mean she should stay silent or be bullied. Living in this world meant she had to strive to survive. Just because she lacked strength now didn't mean she always would. Wolf 3 extended his claws to attack her, but Tian blocked Wolf 5, who was trying to protect her. Determined not to show fear, she raised her chin and said to Wolf 3, Wolf 3, do you dare to hurt me a bit? I have Xianming, do you? She added, or have you forgotten that your leg still hurts? Wolf 3 halted his actions, gritting his teeth but unable to respond. You. It was exceedingly rude to act out against me without cause. If you want to blame me, go ahead. But what if other females aren't as lucky as I am? Shouldn't they also bear the brunt of your rudeness? Seeing how those beastmen treated Xianming made it clear to her. Xianming was regarded as noble and untouchable. She wasn't afraid that Wolf 3 would actually attack her. Wolf 3 was merely trying to provoke her while Xianming was absent, hoping to gain some advantage in their verbal sparring and vent his frustrations from the last encounter. Wolf 3 wasn't foolish. He knew the consequences of hurting her. Therefore, his reaction was exactly as she expected. He gritted his teeth, posed an attack, yet dare not strike. But what she thought was, aren't males supposed to protect females? Why was he so quick to anger and want to attack? At this rate, he'd likely remain single for a lifetime. Chapter 446. Little female, aren't you a bit too arrogant? Aren't you afraid I'll really make a move? As long as I grab your neck and twist, you'll be dead. Wolf 3 said, mimicking the action of breaking a neck in the air. In response to his threat, Tian raised her eyebrows and smiled. Your legs hurt, right? If it hurts, remember it well. It's better not to speak if you can't articulate clearly, so you won't be mocked, and then keep thinking about it. I've never seen a little female like you. No need to thank me for broadening your horizons. Bye-bye. She turned gracefully, leaving Wolf 3 looking dumbfounded. Is this little female sure of herself? Wolf 5 followed her, looking down at the little female and sincerely saying, Tian, you're really impressive. I haven't seen anyone make third brother so speechless. Feeling a bit defeated? Tian smiled happily. With her grudge avenged, her mood naturally improved, and she spoke more with Wolf 5 beside her. Look at your dazed expression. I didn't expect you to dare confront third brother. Even third brother can't bully you. Wolf 3 laughed foolishly, feeling a bit embarrassed. But are you sure you won't get taught a lesson by Wolf 3 when you go back? I think he's quite petty. Is Tian concerned about me? Does that mean I can be your partner? Wolf 5 looked at her with expectation. Tian looked at Wolf 5 strangely. How could he still be so focused on wanting to be your partner? A partner isn't about quantity, it's about quality. Having Xianming is enough for me. Do you understand what I mean? Oh, I understand. Wolf 5 lowered his head in disappointment. The little female still refused to let him be her partner. Reality made him give up, but he still held onto a glimmer of hope in his heart. Do you know where Xianming has gone? Xianming still hadn't returned, and she felt very insecure being alone in a place mostly filled with male beastmen. I don't know, can I stay with you? Wolf 5 sought her opinion, as he didn't want other wolf beasts to stare at her. No need, I'll go find Hong Lin. Having a wolf beast who immediately wanted to be her partner accompany her felt awkward to her. Then I'll go with you to find sister. Wolf 5 blushed, but didn't leave. If Xianming were beside her at that moment, he wouldn't even have the chance to get close, so even though she rejected him, he still thickened his face to want to stay a little longer. She glanced at Wolf 5 and saw him nervously looking around, pretending not to be following her. He looked quite comical, and she wanted to laugh, but was afraid he would misunderstand, making her rejection feel less weighty. Hong Lin's place was very close, and she didn't force Wolf 5 not to follow. She just stopped talking. Tian, I'll take you to eat something. Hong Lin soon spotted them and shot a glare at Wolf 5, who walked away dejectedly. Okay, thank you. Tian said without being overly polite. Having not eaten breakfast and busy with deliveries, she was already very hungry. Hong Lin's beast husbands had prepared food for her, and seeing she had brought a guest, they treated her very courteously. One very good thing about beastmen is their simplicity and enthusiasm, which is a part that has gradually disappeared in city life. Feeling this warmth, she sat down with her, and soon the food was served. The stone plate had fresh meat, cut into pieces and placed neatly. Hong Lin picked up a piece and tasted it. Tian, this is freshly hunted wild boar meat. But her face had already changed color, and she hurriedly stood up, suppressing her nausea. Chapter 447. I'm sorry, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. You all eat first. Struggling to suppress the discomfort, she bowed and then left. Even if she tried to convince herself they were human, seeing them eat raw meat sent chills down her spine. Hong Lin, with her big belly, couldn't chase after her, so she called one of her beast husbands to follow. After a few evasive remarks, she said she wanted to go back, and they didn't stop her. The distance wasn't far. She remembered how to return. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? The trees here were tall and dense, and even the grass grew high, making the place look a bit eerie. It's fine, wolves and other wild beasts surely wouldn't dare to come here. After comforting herself with these thoughts, she stepped into the woods. The sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Butterflies fluttered about, creating a serene scene. Shaking her head with a smile, she realized she had been scaring herself just moments ago. After walking for a while, everything seemed normal, and she relaxed her guard, starting to hum a little tune. In my eyes, in my heart, your presence brings a blue sky, a castle of dreams, guarded by love. Since no one was around, she sang louder, and her steps felt lighter. The little female sang beautifully. What a good mood. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of her. Startling her, she quickly patted her chest and complained, Are you a ghost? How did you appear out of nowhere? With narrow, elongated phoenix eyes and a flawless face. This man was truly handsome, but she had no interest in werewolves. Please move aside. The narrow path could only accommodate 2 people, but he stood in the middle, blocking her way. His green eyes flashed with amusement as he stepped aside to let her pass. She thought these werewolves feared Xianming and wouldn't do anything to her, so she walked past confidently. But just as she brushed past him, her arm was pulled, and she tumbled into an embrace. It was solid and powerful, making her nose tingle. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Xianming and have him teach you a lesson? He didn't let go, and she angrily lifted her head to threaten him. TSK, still not Xuanming's female, but acting so arrogantly under his banner? The man smiled slyly, especially with his fox-like eyes squinting, making her feel uneasy. How did he know she wasn't Xuanming's female? Who are you? The man smiled slightly and leaned in to whisper in her ear. My name is Li Jiao. You could just call me Jiao Go. No one had ever breathed hot air against her ear like this before. The tingling sensation made her want to escape, but there was nowhere to run. Stiffening her body, she desperately tried to break free. The feeling of panic intensified, and her face turned pale as she shouted angrily. Who the hell are you? Let me go. Little female. Don't move around, or I'll dig open your chest and eat your heart. What? With deep green eyes, the man revealed 2 fangs. At that moment, she finally realized that this man was likely not a werewolf. Frightened by Li Jiao, she dared not move. There were indeed stories of monsters eating hearts. You look so amusing when you're scared, little female. As he spoke, Tian felt a sharp pain in her neck. She was taken aback. He had suddenly bitten into her neck, and she had no chance to resist. Gulp. She heard the sound of him swallowing. He was drinking her blood. Could he be a vampire? Chapter 448. Save. Woo. She wanted to scream for help, but her mouth was covered by a large hand. They were actually guarding against her. Excessive blood loss could lead to shock, and she couldn't remain in a passive state. So, she opened her mouth and bit down hard on Li Jio's palm. With all her strength, she bit down hard enough to break the skin. Li Jio finally released her neck and looked down at his palm. Little female, your teeth are quite sharp. If I had bitten your neck, you might have been dead by now. She couldn't lose her momentum, so she gritted her teeth and glared angrily at Li Jio. Li Jio licked his palm with his tongue, wrapped his arms around her waist, and licked her neck. Are you a dog? Why do you like to lick people so much? We can't waste this precious blood. How does the taste of the little female's immortal fruit compare? Tian was taken aback, her expression changing. How do you know? Xianming stole my immortal fruit. So taking a little bit of your blood isn't too much, right? Staring at the smiling man, she realized why he wasn't afraid of Xianming at all. It turned out he was an enemy. She was too naive. She should have run away the moment he appeared. What do you want? I should have dug out your heart and eaten it. It would have some effect of the immortal fruit. Saying this, he pinched her chin and leaned closer with a smile. Little female, you are very beautiful. And you don't have a beast mark yet. How about I mark you? So it was you who was peeping at me while I bathed. Li Jio shrugged and did not deny it. Bastard. Scoundrel. Beast. Dream on. I will never agree. He. Li Jio looked at the angrily cursing little female with amusement and said close to her lips, Tian, I want to leave a beast mark. I don't need your consent at all. What? She struggled desperately. She didn't want to be a female of a peeper. Is this forced marking any different from being forcibly taken? Tian, stop struggling. Xianming can't come to save you right now. You plotted against Xianming. If only Xianming had a little female as smart as you. Li Jio stroked her cheek with his fingertip. The little female's face was really nice to touch. Let her have the immortal fruit. Raising her isn't bad either. Come back with me, and you will give birth to beautiful little fox cubs. Fox cubs? You're a fox? Yeah. Li Jio wiggled his butt, and Nine Tails appeared behind him. I am a nine-tailed celestial fox. I am not inferior to Xianming. He is so cold. You will definitely be better off with me than with him. Just like in a movie where Fan Bingbing played dodgy. 9 huge white tails appeared behind Li Jio. It was just that dodgy, the beauty, had turned into a handsome man. The scene was quite shocking, and she was momentarily stunned. How could she have thought he was a wolf beast earlier? Let Tian go. Wolf 5 shouted. A wolf. He immediately transformed into a silver wolf and charged straight at Li Jio. Li Jio smiled mockingly and said, a little wolf beast dares to provoke me? Wolf 5 pounced, but Li Jio calmly held her, standing still. Wolf 5 revealed his sharp claws and lunged straight for Li Jio's face. But just as he was about to reach Li Jio, he was knocked away by a tail. Perhaps Li Jio had deliberately waited until this distance before making his move, also showing her that he looked down on fighting with Wolf 5. Wolf 5 clumsily got up from the ground, blood dripping from his mouth, yet he still intended to attack Li Jio. Chapter 449 then, before he could finish speaking, she unexpectedly kicked him hard in a sensitive area when he was caught off guard. She really wanted to snap this little female's neck. But even if he wanted to strangle her, she had already run off, heading towards Xianming. Damn it, you can only blame yourself. After glaring angrily at Li Jio, Tian turned and continued walking towards Xianming. Because of her earlier fear, she felt a sense of survival when looking at Xianming. She was truly scared. Xianming was a snake, and she was very afraid of his true form, but she was simply afraid of how he looked as a snake. Li Jio was truly terrifying, horrifying from the inside out. Now, seeing Xianming, it was as if she saw her support. He coiled his snake tail around her, bringing her close. Rubbing her head, he said, I came back late. This was the first time she wasn't afraid of his snake body and actively embraced his cold serpent form. Not too late. At least I made it back before I sold myself. Otherwise, I would have been forced to give birth to little fox cubs. With a sobbing tone, she accused Li Jio, filling her words with hatred. Seeing tears in her eyes, looking at him pitifully for help, Xianming felt as if something had struck his heart. Frowning, he patted her head and said, I want to let him off for treating you like this. Yes, beat him up. It must be a thorough beating. Only then can she vent this anger, and hopefully beat him until he is bruised and swollen, while also letting him know she has someone protecting her. Xianming, it's not easy to get out of the beast prison. Are you sure you can still beat me? Placing Tian to the side, he said, Tian, feed this to Wolf 5. A small handful of grass appeared out of nowhere in Xianming's hand. Is this useful to eat? With a doubtful attitude, she still took the small grass. Li Jio's words worried her, and before leaving, she couldn't help but remind, be careful. Xianming smiled, the coldness on his face melting away with the curve of his lips. Enough. Tian Tian is destined to be my female. Xianming, you took my immortal fruit. I will take your female. That's fair. Li Jiu looked at them with displeasure, his nine tails dancing wildly behind him. A proud smile appeared on his lips, and Li Jiu's eyes turned red. Dream on. Li Jiu, I should have killed you when you fell. Xianming was clearly angry too, his aura not any weaker than Li Jiu's. White mist swirled, and a huge white nine-tailed fox appeared before them. To be honest, the all-white fox was very beautiful, but unfortunately, it was a fierce beast. Dark mist surrounded him, and Xianming had transformed into a giant black snake, seemingly larger than usual. Soon, a nine-tailed fox and a giant black snake were entangled in battle. The fox's tails were his weapons, and with a swing, it snapped a tall tree in half, leaving destruction in its wake. The black snake was agile and attacked flexibly, its long body coiling towards a nine-tailed fox. As they wrestled together, she felt the ground shaking. With sharp claws, sharp teeth, and the flashes of spiritual light, even someone like her, who understood nothing, could tell how fierce the battle was. After feeding Wolf 5 the herbs, she supported him to move aside, to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. I'm so useless. Wolf 5 lowered his head, feeling dejected. But you are very resilient. You have used your life to protect me for so long, and I am very grateful to you. This is something she had to appreciate. Without Wolf 5's appearance and selfless protection, she couldn't say what her situation would be like now. Really? Wolf 5 was a bit incredulous, thinking she would look down on him, yet she expressed her gratitude. Leaning against her small shoulder, Wolf 5 smiled foolishly. Chapter 450. After dragging Wolf 5 for a while, she felt it was enough and set him down to catch his breath. Exhausted, Wolf 5 was indeed heavy. Half carrying him made her legs sore and weak. Tian Tian, you've worked hard. I didn't protect you well and ended up dragging you down. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she squatted down and said to him, Don't belittle yourself. Stay here, I'll go back to check. She was a bit worried about Xianming, knowing there was danger, yet still wanting to see. Yeah, don't worry about me. I feel much better after eating the celestial herb, but be careful and don't get hurt by them. Tian Tian nodded, and upon turning around, saw other beastmen coming over, which put her mind at ease. By the time she rushed back, Li Jiu and Xianming were completely entangled together. As the strong fought, she could only anxiously watch from the side. The nine-tailed fox was extremely cunning, first using its tail to lure and entangle itself with the snake's body, then revealing its sharp claws to leave bloody marks on the snake. At that moment, the black snake turned and bit the back of the nine-tailed fox, injuring both Li Jiu and Xianming, with neither gaining the upper hand. Two streams of true energy exploded, forcibly separating them. She looked at Xianming with concern. That wound was so large it must hurt a lot. Just then, the nine-tailed fox, eyes red, charged at her. She had just purified her body and lost all her magic power. She couldn't withstand even a slight attack. Seeing the situation was wrong, Tian Tian immediately turned and ran. Damn, Li Jiu was too treacherous. Xianming rushed over at the first moment, and a glint flashed in Li Jiu's eyes as he opened his mouth to unleash a powerful burst of true energy. That force could turn her to ashes. Xianming narrowed his eyes. The black energy swirling around him transformed back into his human form with a snake tail. He stood in front of her, his slender fingers swiftly forming gestures, chanting some incantation. Xianming, you can't stop this. Li Jiu touched one of his tails, watching the show with delight. Tian Tian stepped out from behind him, tilting her head to look at Xianming. He had a serious face. His already cold expression seemed to have frozen over. The glowing orb was very close now. There was no way to escape. The ground was already covered in his blood. Yet Xianming was doing his utmost to block this attack for her. The temperature plummeted, and the cold surged up. Xianming finished his gestures and reached out with one hand towards the glowing orb Li Jiu had created. There was also a beam of light in Xianming's palm. And when the two lights met, it was so bright she couldn't open her eyes. Boom! A loud explosion occurred, and the surrounding trees and plants were almost destroyed. Yet, she stood unharmed beside Xianming, looking down at his hand, noticing his fingers were slightly trembling. Clap, clap, clap! Li Jiu came over applauding. To block my heavenly destruction chi and protect Tian Tian, Lord Xianming, well done. With a flirtatious glance, he continued with a smile. Are you still standing there? Despicable scoundrel. Tian Tian shouted angrily. If it weren't for Li Jiu's tricks, Xianming wouldn't have been defeated. Li Jiu looked at the female who was disgusted by him and frowned, saying, Tian Tian, what kind of look is that? I won. Only powerful beastmen are qualified to have you. Do you have no shame? This way of winning is too despicable. Isn't T1 result enough? You're mine now. This was his way of survival. He didn't think it was shameful at all. Seeing that he was unmoved, Tian stepped out to block Xianming. Don't come over. Whether it's the celestial fruit or having offspring, you just want to get me, right? Chapter 451. No, getting you is just a sudden whim. Since I've caught hold of Xuanming's weakness, how can I let this opportunity slip by? She could see the killing intent in Li Jiu's eyes. He wouldn't give up easily. So she decided to go all in. If you dare to touch Xianming, you'll have to step over my dead body. Being taken away by him wouldn't end well either. It's better to break the net than to let the fish die. What she did seemed foolish. But Xianming absolutely could not die. As long as he was alive, he would definitely come to save her. If he were killed by Li Jiu, no one in this beast world would care about her. Xuanming's pupils narrowed as he looked down at the small female, blocking his path. Li Jiu squinted his green eyes at her and said, Tian, you are really special. Only males protect females. I've never seen a female protect a male. Well, now you've seen it. Li Jiu nodded, saying seriously, that's true. In fact, Xianming thought the same. He had never seen a female protect a male either. The conflicts among beastmen were simple. Females would only choose the winning side because only powerful male beastmen could protect females and their young. So, looking at her small frame, Xianming felt quite complicated. His keen eyes noticed that her feet were slightly trembling. Although she was fiercely confronting Li Jiu, she was probably very scared. This little female, who loved to cry, was now bravely standing in front of him, and Xianming smiled and ruffled her hair. Tian looked up in surprise, realizing that Xianming really liked to mess with her hair. Tian, you surprised me, but Li Jiu can't kill me. Huh, but he looks seriously injured and can barely stand. Could someone who might fall at any moment really deal with Li Jiu? All right, I want to see what tricks you still have up your sleeve. Li Jiu's tail began to swirl behind him again, making him look like a demon. What should I do? Can Xianming really handle this? What if he gets hurt even more? Although Li Jiu was arrogant, he was very cautious and didn't attack quickly. Instead, he approached them step by step. Xianming, do you really have a way? She asked worriedly. If this didn't work, she wanted to suggest that they should run. A wise man doesn't take a loss in front of him. Xianming lowered his eyes and smiled at her. Since I'm here to protect you, how can I fall here? Li Jiu clenched his fists, determined to completely eliminate Xianming here and eradicate future troubles. Come on, let me complete my mission. Tian was very worried, but was still pulled aside by Xianming. All she could do was silently support him. At this moment, she understood that the world Xianming spoke of was indeed more terrifying than she had imagined. For someone like her, who was powerless, it was not easy to survive here. So Xianming forced her to eat the immortal fruit and urged her to cultivate. She thought that if she survived this ordeal, she would definitely work hard to learn spells, mastering escape techniques and earth evasion techniques. Even if she couldn't help Xianming, at least if she could run away, he wouldn't have to worry about her. Xianming smiled, while Li Jiu felt a sense of being underestimated, which he hated the most. It seemed as if he was invincible, as if he would never allow anyone to take anything from him. I will make sure you can never smile again. Without transforming, Li Jiu conjured 2 orbs of light in his hands. She had seen how deadly these orbs could be, so she nervously looked at Xianming. Chapter 452. Still maintaining a cold smile, she suddenly felt that Xianming was quite impressive. Li Jiu had already launched a fierce attack, yet he remained calm and smiled, doing nothing this time. Is this okay? As Li Jiu drew closer, her palms became sweaty with nervousness, and her throat felt a bit dry as she spoke. Xianming. Xianming looked at Li Jiu, his gaze very indifferent and calm. Just then, she noticed a light emerging behind Xianming. The light seemed somewhat sacred, causing her to feel a bit dazed. This light gradually condensed into a phantom, representing the upper half of Xuanming's human form. The only difference was that the phantom Xianming had a red mark on his forehead, making him look mystical. Your primordial spirit has awakened. When Li Jiu saw this phantom, she immediately halted her attack and began to retreat. Xianming just smiled silently, his expression. Tian sighed inwardly, thinking he looked really impressive, like a deity. It seemed this was all that could be done today. Li Jiu was very cunning. She turned and transformed into a 9-tailed fox and fled. She ran quickly and was quite perceptive of the situation. Watching Li Jiu's retreating figure, Tian muttered with resentment. At that moment, there was a thud beside her. Xianming had already fainted. The unconscious Xianming could not maintain his human form, so a large black snake lay beside her. A snake? It's a snake. She was most afraid of snakes, but thinking of him as Xianming, she suddenly felt less fearful. The snake had many scars, some deep, and the blood had not yet stopped flowing. Gritting her teeth, she ran to find help from the beast men. After a few steps, the wolf beast came over. After she explained the situation to them, they eagerly helped her carry Xianming back to the cave. Tian, this is the herbal medicine for treating wounds. You should change it for Lord Xianming every so often. It can stop the bleeding, and the wounds will heal faster. Hong Lin piled a lot of herbs in the cave. While applying the herbs to Xuanming's wounds, she asked, "Is there no doctor?" "What I say doctor? Someone who can treat illnesses?" Hong Lin shook his head. "No, when we get sick, we just eat herbs ourselves." "All right then." Since there was no doctor, she had to do it herself. The other beastmen wanted to help but were afraid to touch Xianming. After applying the herbs to all the wounds, Tian wiped her sweat and asked Hong Lin, who was helping nearby, "Is Wolf 5 okay?" After eating Lord Xuanming's celestial herb, he asked tough. "That's good to hear." This reassured her a bit. After a few exchanges, Hong Lin left with the other beastmen. The cave was left with just her and a snake. She was surprisingly calm staying with the snake. Xianming was still unconscious, and gathering her courage, she slowly approached his snake head. The snake's head was large. She could barely wrap her arms around it. Its black scales were shiny, and when she tried to touch it, it felt hard and cool. It didn't have the slippery feeling that would raise the hair on one's neck, and there was no strange smell. Instead, it carried a fresh scent, like that of grass. When the time came, she stopped observing and busily began to change the herbs for him. The bleeding had mostly stopped, but the wounds were still quite obvious, and she didn't know where he had hidden the celestial herbs he had given to Wolf 5. After changing the herbs several times, she was exhausted, her eyelids heavy. Realizing that her grass bundle was partially pinned down by Xianming, she felt too sleepy and lay down beside him. Chapter 453. The morning sun shone into the cave. There was something warm beside her, and Xianming opened his eyes to see a small ball of fur curled up. He lifted his body to check himself and found numerous herbs on him, with some used ones tossed outside. Had she been taking care of him all along? She had been sleeping restlessly. Xianming had been as careful as possible, but she would wake up at the slightest noise. "You're awake. How are you?" "It's fine. The wound is healing." "Really? Let me take a look." Since she had been the one changing his bandages, it was natural for her to check his body. Upon looking closely, she realized he was now bare-chested. She had never seen a man's chest up close before, and her face turned red instantly. Xuanming's dark eyes were fixed on the blushing little female, and the more he looked, the more beautiful she seemed. But she was soon taken aback. In just one night, his wound had healed halfway. "Your wound heals really fast. Is it the same for other beastmen?" "Male beastmen heal better than female beastmen. No wonder they didn't need a doctor." Tian shrugged, but this was a good thing for her. Since Xianming healed so quickly, she didn't have to worry anymore. Stretching her waist, her stomach suddenly growled. Since coming here, she had only eaten one meal of meat, and she was already hungry. But after everything that had happened, she had forgotten about her hunger. "You're hungry." Xianming stood up. "I'll go find some food. You've lost so much blood. And your wound isn't fully healed. You shouldn't go out. I still have some snacks in my backpack." Fortunately, Xianming had returned her backpack, which still had snacks to stave off her hunger. She liked to eat, so most of the things in her backpack were food. Now seeing these snacks she had once wanted seemed particularly precious, and she was a bit reluctant to eat them. Opening a pack of Oreos, she offered a piece to Xianming. Xianming looked at the dark object and asked, "Is this what you eat?" "This is a snack. My staple food is rice. Do you have any here?" Xianming shook his head. Beastmen eat very simply. Carnivorous beastmen eat meat, and herbivorous beastmen eat grass. Crunching into the cookie, she began to sigh as she chewed. She loved eating meat and vegetables, but didn't usually eat rice. Suddenly, she really missed rice. "You should try it." Seeing Xuanming's aversion to the cookie was amusing, she playfully brought it to his mouth. The little female was so proactive that Xianming opened his mouth. After swallowing it, Xianming frowned. The taste was unpleasant for him. "It's too sweet." His brow furrowed, as if he had eaten poison, which made her laugh. She secretly chuckled, revealing her little dimples. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and she looked very beautiful when she smiled, making him unable to resist poking her dimples with his finger. "Hey, don't do that." Her face felt ticklish, and Tian laughed as she dodged. Seemingly wanting to play more, she offered him another cookie. But this time, Xianming shook his head. "You like it? Eat it yourself. It won't be here in the future." "Oh." Hearing this, her heart sank, and despite trying not to think about it, his words slipped out. Seeing her mood drop, Xianming hugged her from behind. Tian, what's wrong?" "Oh, don't do that." Tian immediately broke free from his embrace. Chapter 454 Why? The little female in his arms ran away, leaving him feeling empty. It's nothing. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and you shouldn't touch me casually. Embracing from behind is common among lovers, but he actually held her like that. If he explained, he might bring up partners, and it would be interesting if he says something shocking, so she directly opened up the conversation. Why? Xianming looked at her in confusion. He liked the warmth of her body. What is there to question? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I like having you by my side. Xianming said seriously, without teasing or joking. He was just earnestly telling her. Biting on a biscuit, she found it perplexing. What kind of statement was that? After thinking for a while and organizing her words, she said to Xianming, because I have a cleanliness obsession, if someone touches me, I feel uncomfortable all over. She said this while holding her arms with a grim expression. So that is how it is. I'll be careful in the future. Tian nodded seriously, her heart blooming with joy. Xianming was really easy to fool. This secret was finally settled. Afterwards, she quietly stayed with Xianming for a few days. Apart from eating and sleeping, Xianming would watch her practice, and after that incident with Jingli 9, he became even stricter. Like those teachers, he wanted to cram everything he knew into her head. But since she had never been exposed to this area, learning was naturally difficult. Xianming asked her to focus and circulate her energy, but she sat cross-legged and started to doze off. Her head kept drooping down, already in a half-asleep state. Xianming opened his eyes. He should lecture her for being unmotivated, but seeing her amusing appearance, a smile crept onto his face. If you want to sleep, then sleep. Huh? Tian jolted awake and quickly sat up straight. She felt like a student caught daydreaming by the teacher, then realized there was no need to be so nervous. Focusing and circulating energy was about cultivating the mind. Maybe you can't comprehend it yet. Perhaps being anxious is useless. You don't need to comfort me. You can just say I'm dull directly. No, you're very smart. She felt a bit proud of Xianming as compliment. In his eyes, she was clever. After a while, a beastman came to share good news. Honglin gave birth to 8 wolf cubs. So many. She blinked and exclaimed. Not really if it were snake eggs. There would be more than wolf cubs. Eggs? She shivered. Not want to talk about eggs? She asked. Can I go see them? I'll go with you. His little female was too dazzling. He had to stay by her side. Let us go. Knowing the way, she walked ahead. The beastman who came to report the good news stared at her foolishly, and Xianming shot a cold glance at him. The beastman immediately lowered his head in fear. Arriving at Honglin's place, she knocked on the door and walked in. Upon entering, she saw Wolf 5 happily holding the wolf cubs, and she greeted, You're here too. Oh, Wolf 5 stiffly responded. He didn't expect her to suddenly come here, caught off guard, and turned into a fool. Tian, my silly brother has caused you trouble. No, I should thank Wolf 5 for last time. Tian smiled sweetly at Honglin, so they were siblings. Wolf 5 felt a bit at a loss. He had been recovering from injuries these past few days and was warned not to find her. Chapter 455. Wolf 5 was so distracted that he accidentally held the little wolf cub too tightly, causing it to whimper. Wolf 5, you're holding it too tight. Honglin shot him a glare, exasperated. It seemed like he lost his mind the moment he saw Tian. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Wolf 5 apologized, gently stroking the little wolf cub in his arms to soothe it. You should hurry and go out, Honglin said impatiently. Oh, he didn't want to leave yet, but he had no choice. When he went to return the little wolf cub, Tian walked up to him. Get to me. Wolf 5 handed the little wolf cub over to her, and Tian held it gently. As she tenderly stroked the little cub, she curiously asked, when will they turn into beastmen? The time it takes for each race to transform into their human form is different. Our wolf beasts can probably transform in about a year. Wolf 5 explained, looking at her while also delaying his departure. Seeing her fondness for the little wolf cub warmed his heart, and he longed for her to have little wolf cubs of her own, belonging to him. That is pretty soon. Are there any females among them? We don't know yet. We'll have to wait until they transform to find out. So their gender isn't determined yet? That is amazing, Tian exclaimed in surprise. But the chances of there being females are very small. We don't even know if there will be any. If there are, that would be great. Our group could become stronger, Honglin said, stroking the little wolf cub sleeping beside her. Why? Tian asked, puzzled. In Wolf 5's eyes, she looked adorably dazed, asking a question everyone already knew the answer to. With a pleasant smile, Wolf 5 explained to her, female beastmen are rare. Our group only has 5. This means only a few little wolf cubs will be born, and the decline in beastmen poses a danger. Only 5? But I see a lot of male beastmen. There are 106 male beastmen. Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief. That's a ratio of over 20 to 1. What will happen to those males? Will they be single their whole lives? No wonder female beastmen are so popular here, and there are more than one beast husband. She finally understood where Wolf 5's excitement came from. Female beastmen must be extremely precious to them. So, that's why there are beastmen rules? Suddenly, she asked this question, her thoughts jumping. Wolf 5's eyes lit up as he nodded. Yes, it's to ensure the beastmen can reproduce endlessly. Then he quietly added behind her, Tian, let me be your beast husband. I believe Lord Xianming wouldn't oppose it. Tian almost choked on her own saliva, not expecting Wolf 5 to say that out of the blue. Xianming indeed had no objections. The only dissatisfaction was that he wasn't strong enough. Wolf 5. Hong Lin glared at him, trying to make him give up, but he didn't look like he was ready to back down. Sis, I've tried, but I can't help it. Even though it's very difficult, I still want to be Tian's beast husband. Although he was speaking to Hong Lin, his gaze remained fixed on her. For the first time in her life, Tian was confessed to like this, and her face turned red. He was sincere, a beastman willing to protect her with his life, expressing his 100% sincerity, unable to refuse him as decisively as she had before, and besides, she didn't dislike him. With her head lowered, feeling quite shy, she said, I'm not looking for a beast husband yet. Maybe we can just be friends for now. Chapter 456. Sister, did you hear? Tian agreed. Wolf 5 excitedly ran up to Hong Lin. What? Where did she agree? Hong Lin said irritably. You're lucky. Just follow Tian well from now on. What? Even Hong Lin is saying this, but she only said to be friends. How did it suddenly turn into her agreeing? Wolf 5 nodded excitedly. Then, he walked up to her and vowed, Tian, I will take good care of you in the future. I didn't mean that. It's okay. Don't be afraid of Xianming. I'll talk to him. Just come at me with anything. Without giving her a chance to explain, Wolf 5 quickly turned and left. This misunderstanding is really embarrassing. Does being friends here mean consent? Hong Lin, what I meant by being friends is not being a beast husband. You misunderstood. Returning the little wolf cub to Hong Lin, she explained to him. Hong Lin looked at her in surprise. Huh? It's a misunderstanding? Tian innocently nodded. It really is a misunderstanding. Hong Lin felt disappointed. She thought her silly brother had found a female, but Tian said that wasn't what she meant. Since that's the case, Tian, you should explain it to Wolf 5 yourself. After hesitating for a moment, Hong Lin added, actually, Tian, you could agree to Wolf 5. He may be a bit dull, but he can do anything. He can endure hardship and is not afraid of fatigue. He would definitely make a good beast husband. Hong Lin spoke well of Wolf 5, but she felt that she and Wolf 5 weren't at that level yet. She had never been in a relationship, and now she was being asked to skip straight to the mating and breeding stage. The little cubs are very cute. If she truly liked him, she could barely accept it. But she couldn't accept it being so soon. She wasn't a casual person and couldn't just have a beast husband like that. Let us talk about it later. I'm not planning on that yet, so I'll go explain things to him first. She smiled helplessly at Hong Lin and walked out. It's better to explain these things sooner. But when she went out, she didn't see Wolf 5, nor did she see Xianming. This time she learned her lesson. Knowing that most wolf beasts are thirsty single dogs, she didn't dare to move around carelessly. Occasionally, some wolf beasts would look at her, thinking she was Xianming as female, so they were just peeking. However, being stared at like prey didn't feel good. Fortunately, Hong Lin's partner is the Wolf King, who chased away the male wolf beasts that wanted to test the waters with her. Thank you. No need. You are Xianming female. I'm doing this for their good, Wolfian replied. After an awkward smile, Wolfian nodded and left. After waiting for a while, Xianming returned first. Did Wolf 5 say anything to you? Without waiting for Xianming to speak, she asked first. He said you agreed. Frustrated, she slapped her forehead. He really said that, but that's not what I meant. It's okay, apart from being low in cultivation, this wolf beast is not bad. As long as he doesn't teammate with you first, I have no objections. He clearly saw the situation at that time. Wolf 5 was left with only a breath, yet he was still crawling toward her. Low cultivation can be improved, but there's no better protection than what he provides. But I have objections. I never agreed to him. What is this? How did Xianming agree so easily? Xianming glared down at her with his dark eyes. I said I wouldn't stop it. Chapter 457. Oh no, how could I be so unlucky? Why can't she explain things clearly? It's really frustrating. Let's go back. Wolf 5 has gone ahead to prepare. Prepare for what? In the future, your life will be taken care of by him. When I'm not around, he will protect you. Saying this, Xianming picked her up and quickly left. Tian felt even more troubled. Why did she have the impression that Wolf 5 was like a nanny delivered to her door? Was it because Xianming liked that about him? No. When she returned, she still needed to clarify things with Wolf 5. As soon as they reached the cave entrance, Wolf 5 greeted them with a beaming smile. I tidied up a bit. Are you satisfied? Xianming set her down, and she was immediately pulled away by Wolf 5. Forced to follow his footsteps, she had no chance to explain herself. Once inside, she found that everything had changed completely. The ground was very clean, the hay had been replaced, and animal skins were laid out, making it look much warmer. Wolf 5 looked at her nervously, fearing she might be dissatisfied. I thought this cave had a lot of moisture, so I added more hay for you. It gets cold at night, and I don't want you to be cold. It is cold at night. Sometimes I wake up freezing, she thought, surprised by his attentiveness. He looked at her with such anticipation, as if waiting for her compliment, that she suddenly couldn't find the words to explain. It's really good. A virtuous wife like you would be highly sought after in our place. As long as you like it, Tian. Although she didn't fully understand his words, she could grasp the general idea, and he excitedly gave her a hug, nearly squeezing the breath out of her. He had a female now, and such a beautiful and smart one at that. Wolf 5 felt like he could float away. From now on, you will practice alongside Tian. Xianming said from aside. Yes, I will definitely practice hard and make sure Tian doesn't encounter danger again. Wolf 5 firmly nodded at Xianming. Watching the snake and wolf exchange words, her headache intensified. She still hadn't shaken off Xuanming's fushi, and now there was an additional Wolf 5. Gurgle. Gurgle. A few pieces of biscuit were quickly digested, and her stomach was growling ominously. Tian, are you hungry? A little, she replied somewhat dejectedly. Then I'll get you something to eat. Wolf 5 cheerfully started to run, but Xianming called him back. Tian doesn't eat raw food. Huh? But I can't do that. Wolf 5 scratched the back of his head, looking troubled. Let Tian teach you. Wolf 5 was somewhat skeptical and asked curiously, can Tian cook? She wasn't one of those females who had been spoiled since childhood and could do nothing but give birth. She could at least take care of herself. Not wanting to depend on Wolf 5, she said, actually, you don't need to trouble yourself. I can take care of myself. But Xianming ignored her words. I'll go hunting. You stay here to protect her. Wolf 5 wasn't as fast at hunting as he was. So it wasn't necessary for him to go. After Xianming finished speaking, he transformed into a black snake and slithered away, leaving just her and Wolf 5. This was a great opportunity to explain, and Tian cleared her throat, turning to explain to Wolf 5. Unexpectedly, she was once again embraced by Wolf 5, who rested his head on her shoulder. In a pleading tone, he said, Tian, I am your male now. Please don't abandon me, okay? But she had never agreed to let him be her male, okay? Chapter 458. I know I'm not as powerful as Xianming, nor do I look as good as him. But I really like you. If you can agree to be with me, that will be the happiest thing in my life. I don't think there will ever be anything happier than today. Wolf 5 looked at her with eyes full of affection, as if she were a treasured gem. And in the end, she couldn't bring herself to say anything hurtful. Whenever she thought about how to explain things clearly, she would remember his near-death appearance, and how, even in that state, he was desperately trying to save her. So foolish, really foolish, to be honest. She didn't even know what made her worth such disregard for his own life. They had only met once, exchanged only a few words, and their first encounter had been unpleasant. Or could it be that he would do this for a female? After pushing him away a few times, she looked up at Wolf 5, who was much taller than her. What if I can't have cubs? His affection is purely a desire to mate with her, right? Thinking of this made her feel somewhat unhappy. Looking at her small face, although petite, she was the most beautiful female he had ever seen. Tian, you're so beautiful. Tian turned her head away. This response was off topic, but his infatuated gaze still made her feel shy. I asked you a question. Why did you say that? Wolf 5 bashfully scratched his head. Females should be able to have cubs. I was talking about if you can't mate with me and have cubs, would you still feel this way? If I hadn't thought about that, then you should think about it carefully. After saying that, Tian walked away. She was touched, but if it was just for the sake of having cubs, she wouldn't consider it. She patted her head and murmured to herself, have I also become foolish, really considering this? If I really have cubs here, how will I go home? Although there were plenty of handsome guys here, she still wanted to go home. Living like primitive humans was really annoying. However, she still didn't know how to leave. So she thought she should first focus on taking care of herself. After eating the immortal fruit, not only did her skin improve, but she also felt that her immunity seemed to have increased, She didn't even sneeze when she woke up from the cold at night. While she was busy trying to make a grill, Wolf 5 walked over. Tion, I've thought about your question. Tion raised her eyes to look at the serious-looking boy. The sunlight cast a golden glow on him, and she suddenly thought that if Wolf 5 were in their school, he would definitely be the school honk. If he played basketball, the whole crowd would surely scream. Embarrassed by her own fantasy, her ears quietly turned red. Every beast man wants to have their own little cubs, and I do too. With a determined look, Wolf 5 gazed at her and said, if Tion can't have little wolf cubs, then I will follow you. I used to think that just having a female was lucky enough, but now I don't even want to look at other females. Aren't you very fond of little cubs? She remembered how he had held and kissed the little wolf cubs from Hong Lin, clearly showing how much he loved them. Yeah, I really like them. I want to have my own little wolf cubs. Tion, when you go in a heat, will you give me some? Just as she was about to speak, Wolf 5 quickly shook his head. No, wait until after you have cubs for Xianming, then you can have mine. I can wait. This was a promise he made to Xianming. He didn't dare to rush in front, fearing he would be chased away by Xianming, especially since he and Tion hadn't formed a bond yet. Tion twitched her mouth. In the end, it still depended on her having the cubs. Chapter 459. The Poison of the Love Flower. As Bai Ling had said, the poison of the love flower truly made TangXiaomi almost faint several times. But she gritted her teeth and endured it. When faced with death, nothing is more important than staying alive, especially since Bai Yuheng's life was in her hands. She had brought him in and had to ensure he was safely taken out. Fortunately, they were quite lucky when their blood fell on the thorns of the love flower. It truly bloomed. After picking all the love flowers, TangXiaomi helped Bai Yuheng out. During the process, he kept looking at her with his beautiful, deep phoenix eyes, making TangXiaomi feel a bit shy under his gaze. When Xiao Hanshi and Bai Luyu saw Bai Yuheng and TangXiaomi coming out, they tightly held hands, squinting their eyes uncomfortably, and tacitly stepped forward to support TangXiaomi. Bai Leisher and Bai Yunbao, on the other hand, were overjoyed, their eyes filled with excitement and envy. Xiaomi, I want to go into the love flower thicket with you, Bai Luyu said playfully, reaching out to support TangXiaomi. TangXiaomi rolled her eyes at Bai Luyu without hesitation. She was almost in agony, and Bai Luyu still wanted her to go in. Did she want her to die faster? Xiao Hanshi snorted coldly and picked up TangXiaomi before Bai Luyu could, while Bai Luyu grumbled behind them. Bai Leisher and Bai Yunbao supported the weak but blushing Bai Yuheng as they headed towards the small wooden house. Bai Ling watched the backs of her 5 sons, her face breaking into a satisfied smile. She had thought things would go badly, but it seemed it was not as terrible as she had imagined. After resting for 3 days, TangXiaomi finally recovered, and at that time, Bai Ling came to find her, telling her that since her children were safe, she felt at ease and there was no longer any meaning in staying in this world. Bai Ling wanted to leave this place filled with painful memories and return to the modern world to start anew. The way back was through the so-called beast god's power suppressed in the 4 directions, a mysterious force that could traverse time. The previous disturbances were also due to triggering this power. Hearing this news left TangXiaomi with very mixed feelings. She also wanted to go back. She and Bai Ling were originally people of this world. Now that Bai Ling had a goal to return, what about her? The snow leopard whimpered, looking at her with pitiful green eyes, fearing that she would abandon him. Bai Luoyu was straightforward, saying, wherever Xiaomi goes, I will go. I'm willing to go to Xiaomi's world. Xiao Hanshi looked on disdainfully, deeply hating humans. Those people only used them for experiments, and he would not go back, nor would he let her go back. However, he did not immediately express his stance. He wanted to hear what she had to say first. Bai Leisher pretended to be busy preparing food, but couldn't help glancing at TangXiaomi from time to time, completely distracted from what he was doing. Bai Yuheng smiled slightly at TangXiaomi, saying, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. After looking around at the various expectant gazes directed at her, TangXiaomi finally sighed helplessly and said, forget it, I'll leave when I'm tired of this world anyway. Before she could finish, the snow leopard excitedly pounced on her, causing her heart to drop. Bai Yuheng, Xiao Hanshi, Bai Liu, and Bai Leisher all smiled, their smiles genuine and heartfelt. This day was probably the most thrilling yet joyous day for them all. What would happen next, no one knew. But one thing was certain, none of them would be without the others. The only thing that could be confirmed was that this was the beginning of happiness. At least, that is how they felt. With her, they had found the greatest happiness. The end, Beast World Divine Doctor. Raising cub, farming, pampering beast husband. The correct chapters will continue to be updated on the hand-typed bar, with no advertisements on the site. Please remember to bookmark and recommend the hand-typed bar. If you enjoy Beast World Divine Doctor, raising cub, farming, pampering beast husband, please bookmark. The hand type bar updates the fastest. Chapter 460. Here, most of them are level 19 war believers, and 1/5 are beings from the extraordinary realm. The streets are crowded with a throng of people. Zhao Hongfei followed several streets and unexpectedly arrived at the residence of Vice Mayor Hu Qixing. Just as Zhao Hongfei was about to approach and continue tracking, a voice suddenly came from behind. When it rains, it pours. When sailing, one encounters headwinds. Just as several people were using their ultimate skills to counter the boat's glide, they suddenly heard a cracking sound from the boat, as if it was unable to bear the weight. Yin Hanrui's heart skipped a beat. She may not care about politics, but that doesn't mean she is naive. Tang Yun looked down at the letter in her hand. Not knowing when Lung Lai had written it or in what state of mind he had penned those 5 words for her, yet she felt his feelings for her. If there's nothing else, you can leave. We're not that familiar. You don't need to stand here with me, I said, hands on my hips. All right, let's put the research on hold for now. Help me engrave the equipment first, Zhang Ning said to Zhou Ting. Xiaombwa never expected she would disappear so completely on her own if it weren't for Jiang Lingwei calling out in pain last night. He wouldn't have rushed back to take her to the hospital. Even he was shocked that he had finished an entire pack of cigarettes while standing in the empty room. He watched him grow from a lively boy into the powerful Lotus Emperor of Donglian Kingdom. They couldn't say they were in a relationship. He had always maintained a lukewarm attitude towards her, although he initially took the initiative to invite her to dinner and chat with her. Zhu Qian from Shangshu Mountain was being too arrogant, daring to say things like those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Who does he think he is? Lin Modong glanced at the injured flamingo and then at the approaching sultan, who was carrying the corpse of the eagle. Lin Modong felt a surge of frustration. This guy was so despicable, trying to use the flamingo's loyalty to subdue it. Quiet, Qin Feng said calmly, pointing downwards. And a surge of energy was injected directly into the silver wolf's body. Bursting into the dining area, Sultan's eyes lit up at the sight of braised pork, chicken legs, and large steaks, which were irresistible to a carnivore like him. The young man, dressed in black, had a cold expression as he approached Sisterly step by step. Sisterly showed a look of panic. As the young man got closer, he swiftly raised his hand and slapped her beautiful face, producing a crisp sound. After the slap, Yichen was pleasantly surprised to confirm that this blue stone was indeed a hollow layer, and it seemed to be hiding something inside. In a luxurious villa in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, in an interrogation room on the basement level, a delicate figure was tied to an iron frame. Upon closer inspection, it was Gu Jingjing. At this moment, Gu Jingjing looked haggard, her clothes were tattered, and clear scars were visible, indicating she had suffered painful lashings. Suddenly, the scene fell into chaos. Many people quickly backed away, while Qiao Wanqing recognized a few individuals and ran over to kill them. What do you mean you can't afford to climb high? What are you talking about? Feng Shuya suddenly appeared behind me and said this. Sultan flicked his toes, and the bodies of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th men flew up, accurately landing in a shark tank, where the frenzied sharks rushed forward to bite, once again staining the tank with blood. The expressions of several people instantly turned grim. After what had just happened, they wouldn't doubt Jiang Hanyu's words. She could also see that Pacey was mostly normal at other times, only going crazy when it came to her, suggesting a serious illness. Aren't you supposed to let the leaders go first? I'm used to letting the leaders go first. Seeing such a high-ranking leader, I let him go first, Feng Bai said, his face dark and confused. The metallic sphere began to close slowly, and, at the same time, the huge metal wall at the bottom of the room slowly rose, aligning with the metallic passage. Senior, didn't Linger also cultivate here for a while? Why didn't you seem so eager back then? Jiang Chun was still puzzled. How could Linger have an accident, and this old man suddenly started showing a desperate need for talent? At this point, he had retreated to the steel city wall. The Red Star Fortress base square had already fallen. The 25-meter high steel city wall had become the last line of defense for the Red Star Fortress base. Because it was the Anho mansion, the subordinates did not dare to act rashly. The Iron Cavalry General spoke with his head down, not daring to look at the Grand Prince's expression, quietly waiting by the side. However, the innate Dao patterns were too mysterious. The Daozi had never displayed them before the public, because no one in the world was worthy of the Daozi using innate Dao patterns. Otherwise, if the Shu Kingdom itself could not hold on and quickly fell, then relying on external aid to save the country would be like a dreamer. Falling from midair would normally leave any ordinary insect half dead, but this scorpion only rolled over as if it had received a great pardon, flipping over and hiding under the cabinet where Nanshu was cooking. What truly caught his attention was this humanoid, Hisho Wu, which was a necessary herb for Elder Tang to refine the soul-nourishing pill. Although Elder Tang had already started preparing, Lu Fei was not sure that Elder Tang could gather all the herbs. Now that he had come across it, he wanted to buy it. The court was in an uproar again, but only when Tyrion stood quietly to the side, observing without a word. Only the two of them truly knew about the iron mine matter, along with their eldest son. Yang Yin didn't want himself and his son to die. Did Yang Mian want that too? Qin Wan and he both understood that for the rich Guanzhong, Pengze was certainly a poor and remote area. But looking at the world, whether it was Yunzhong, the land of Yanmen, or the southwestern wilderness, they were much poorer than Pengze. I was stunned for a moment. It did make sense. Although it could defend, if it can't kill the people I hate, then it doesn't have much significance. Gu Tao had already surveyed the tavern before sitting down. The tavern was small, with only 6 tables. Although it was mealtime now, it wasn't full, and with Gu Tao, there were a total of 4 tables occupied. Shen Qing found his vengeful behavior quite amusing. After giving him a sidelong glance, she looked into the distance. Especially when he saw Lu Fei holding the nearly lifeless soul of the high priest, he felt a bone-chilling coldness and instinctively shouted at the guard around him. "The girl is quite pretty. Xiaofeng, you good taste." Chao Taiyun's eyes flickered with a dark light, and then a smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he greeted the other 5 protectors. Chapter 461. Moreover, the Vietnamese must have traveled this road. Probably even their tribes have been here. He didn't say anything, and I didn't have the right to question it. "Brother, you've really mistaken me for someone else. I don't know you at all. I'm not Ma Da Gui. My name is Ma Fu Gui." Ma Da Gui's face stiffened slightly, and he said with a somewhat sinister expression. Then he used divine power to enter the bloodstream, chasing after those drug-laden molecules, forcing them to seep out from 2 Jianfeng's blood vessels and evaporate through the skin's pores. Long watched the excited Prince Hezi Neichin and Guan Jinlin walk by. His heart skipped a beat as he stood on the steps without moving. However, strangely, the open passage was not in front of the Cow Stone, but on the right bank of the Feather Arrow River. A crack had opened in a mountain on the right bank of the Feather Arrow River. Countless netizens were lively commenting, but initially, after the initial shock, most of humanity around the world watched Country's vampires with a sense of curiosity, completely in a state of voyeurism. At the same time, this was also an inevitable experience on their path of growth. Physical growth was merely superficial, and only true inner maturity could be considered reaching maturity. Although he did not know what the Demon Black Lotus was, he knew it was extremely powerful, and judging by the earlier Pitch Black Halo, its cultivation level must be that of a quasi-emperor, even able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sword God. They looked bewildered, always feeling that perhaps the translator had malfunctioned. Otherwise, why would there be such serious auditory hallucinations? Regarding Yafei's meaningful words, Suyu smiled slightly and did not engage, but instead pulled out 5 3-pattern Qingling pills and the remaining 10 Gathering Qi pills. Ordinary people did not notice, but he clearly sensed that the young man was not dead but had descended the mountain using an extremely clever light body technique. Although she knew that the Rouge department had registration, she did not expect that even the serial numbers would be registered in order, so until now, she only mentioned that her box of Rouge was lost. He was walking in a daze in the palace when he happened to encounter Jian and Jiang Shanting, who were coming to pay respects to the virtuous concubine. Just when the Fire Lord was feeling despondent, a very calm and familiar voice reached his ears. "It was just a health check before enlisting. She nonsense ruined me." Tears fell from Chang Xuexi's eyes as she said aggrievely. Moreover, the environment of this dark realm was entirely created by monsters, and living there was influenced by these monsters, leading to the formation of the dark realm environment. This anti-counterfeit, Big V Weibo, was banned shortly after due to too many reports. Originally, Tang Ping felt a bit indignant at being directly ignored, but seeing Mr. Qin being even less favorable towards his senior brother, he secretly felt happy in his heart, and thus took the lead to step out. Upon seeing this, everyone followed suit. "I am now blind, unable to do anything, and can only stay here and barely survive. Mo Hung will not leave," he coldly stated before touching the sauce jar and heading towards the courtyard. Pei Qin was cursing in her heart. This despicable and shameless Xiao Guangpei, even using marriage as a means, giving them a piece of jade pendant, they would be willing to sell their lives for this overwhelming glory and wealth. Damn it. Is it too late to kill him now? With Lu Xiu's rise, Lu Biao became increasingly satisfied with this illegitimate son, not seeking power, not competing for power, and not participating in the heiress contest. He was quite filial, which gradually changed Lu Biao's impression of Lu Xiu. The historical status issue of Ryukyu has never been publicly stated by Huagua. Having no stance is itself a way of refusing to acknowledge. Therefore, after the Ryukyu people released so many significant messages, after 300 to 400 years, Huagua officials finally set foot on Ryukyu land again, albeit as mercenaries. Li Wufeng subtly stored the wine bowl along with the remaining drunken stupor into his storage space. The morning was for tactical lessons, and the afternoon was for reinforcement classes. For the reinforcement project, the major originally preferred driving, but after seeing Lang Zhan skillfully handle a pickup truck, he directly took Lang Zhan to the nearby helicopter training ground. If Xiefeng learned Taoist techniques, he might not be able to deal with me and Yu Jipei, but dealing with Huang Tao, Zheng Lu, and Jiang Weiwei would be a piece of cake, which is what I am currently worried about. This was something even Yimo's super eyesight couldn't overcome. At most, he could see a bit farther. Wang Yang's movements were too nimble. Those dangerous terrains, regardless of height, seemed like a tame beast under Wang Yang's feet. Normally, if it hurt, I would take some, but on the day of the full moon, this medicine would have little effect. He said that although the research staff of the Jun family was constantly researching new drugs, they could only alleviate the symptoms slightly, but could not cure them. However, on the night Yin Qi brought Lin Taiping back, Guidao broke this rule. After I drank nearly half a bottle of water, I did not hear Huang Kunren reply to me. He put on his work clothes, and then turned around, seemingly not seeing me, and walked directly past me. Of course, if it were not for the person from Hao Ian Decoration Company reminding me that Guyu was male, if I hadn't accidentally seen that counterclockwise clock, this might still be a mystery to me. Because he found that Zhongfang had been looking at the reports of the two recent disappearances, Daegu was a bit curious, right? If you don't believe it, take a look. The northeastern man said as he struggled to turn around and took out a newspaper from the car. In such a situation, it is only natural to send off one's uncle. Besides, he had also heard that the imperial edict forbade Wei Gonggong from staying in Beijing for too long. So it was quite normal for the two to say goodbye outside Beijing, taking advantage of him lying on the ground. I stretched out my foot and stepped on his back, hitting him with a stool. This scene was indeed brutal and bloody, damn it. He also had a few standout points. The first was his unbeatable verbal skills, confronting heaven, earth, and even the air, blasting the entire divine martial world. Chapter 462. Aunt Imo stepped out of the elevator and saw Chu and staring blankly at her, with his eyelids slightly lowered. She reminded him aloud. Later, a master of weapon forging appeared, and for some reason, he thought of using it on objects as a source of energy, which proved to be quite effective, making it valuable once again. Like a salted fish turning over, it became a sought-after item for cultivators and gradually began to be used as currency. Although his words seemed casual, they struck deep at Zhuanglong's heart, causing him great internal pain. Gao Hua then inquired about the situation of the two Weasel clans, as this was the issue that needed to be resolved at present. Duan Cheng did not hold back and told Gao Hua everything he knew. Not bad, not bad. Sister you are quite clever, Shun Dongming said, striking the table with his fan. Over the years, he had often dragged matchmakers to help with proposals. But influenced by the traditional concepts of this era, it was not easy to resolve the situation when a rough soldier with decent treatment but no status encountered this matter. Moreover, Jiao Hua was not only a discarded citizen from the north, but had also been a bandit, which made it even more difficult. Steward Lu snorted coldly, ignoring her request, while Su Yunshi became more anxious upon seeing this, fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan, walking back and forth and rubbing her hands with her apron. Could it be confirmed that the troops advancing westward were from Weizhou and Yanzhou? Perhaps it was originally just to kill time, but the new movements of the Xixiao main force suddenly caught the attention of Tu Shankenning, to the point where his expression seemed somewhat anxious. Elder Long Yu was cunning in his heart, but appeared amiable on the surface, wanting everything to go well, and even reminded Li Shan. Mo Wentian, seeing his beloved child gone forever, left without a word, feeling immense sorrow, tightly holding Mo Xian's corpse, crying out in pain and reproaching himself. Just as the moment for the charge arrived, the Imperial Army was about to seize the high ground, when suddenly there was a dense bombardment on the position, with huge fireballs exploding brilliantly and bizarrely. Tian Zhongyi hurriedly raised his binoculars. Luo Ying, still Luo Ying. In Wan Kang's eyes, the inscrutable Luo Ying seemed to be all-powerful. Moreover, finding her just indicated one thing. He was no longer working at the hotel, but was now seriously learning a trade as a technician. The closer the soldiers got to the front lines, the more nervous Lieutenant Colonel Matsushita Jiro of the Japanese army on the mountainside became, his eyes fixed on the mountaintop, sweat beads covering his forehead. Zhao Taiping found himself baffled by Zhong Dongfang's laughter, but after a few words from Zhong Dongfang, he immediately understood. Zhong Dongfang was indeed a guy who was almost excessively smooth. He had governed Yangyuanzu for decades, experiencing 4 generations of kings, including Xiaodian Feng and Xiaodian Kong. He couldn't say he had turned Yangyuanzu into an impenetrable fortress, but his reputation was enough to suppress dissent within the province. He wanted to say, where did he go wrong? But he couldn't. His words were not as sharp as hers, and he would certainly suffer losses. At this moment, heaven and earth became serene. TangXiaomi's body transformed into Shun Xiao, dissipating piece by piece in the world, leaving only a wisp of soul thread that couldn't let go of the ties of this life. Wrapping around Yi Feng's ring finger. Being disabled was not enough. With a damaged pelvis, she could not bear children at all, even considering the Duke's house. No one would want to marry a useless person. After a day and a half of heightened vigilance, the Guy's members finally relaxed a bit. To help everyone unwind, Captain Pashui decided to hold a slightly late celebration party the next evening. Could this be the work of her allies? Of course. She was also unsure if they were indeed her allies. Once everything was tidied up, she looked at her somewhat plain reflection in the mirror and secretly encouraged herself. As Xiao Yin anxiously awaited, the view before him gradually became clear. When a burst of brilliance faded away, a magnificent hall appeared before Xiao Yan's eyes. The enormous hall made Xiao Yan break out in a cold sweat. Over the years, he had dealt with countless strong individuals, but this was the first time he encountered someone who could transfer their essence without him feeling it. Di Hua's body exuded an extremely terrifying aura, one that seemed to want to crush Su Huang, turning Su Huang's face pale. Thick rain rose in white smoke, and occasionally lightning flashed, illuminating the bloody corners of the imperial capital. Hearing this, Di Jiao's smile deepened, her eyelashes fluttering, her cold eyes rising, merging with the icy world behind her, like an unbreakable ice wall that no one could hope to penetrate to uncover her thoughts. The Eagle King bitterly smiled in his heart. How could he not be eager to avenge his son? But revenge could not come at the cost of thousands of his kin, ultimately benefiting those 4-legged beasts. After pondering for a moment, Su Xiao decided to implement a delay policy. Although he knew it was futile, there was no way around it. At this time, he also had little confidence in a direct confrontation. Commander Jin Xian and the 4 attendants beside him nervously watched the surrounding empty void. They saw the swirling stars and endless darkness, and everyone's hearts instantly cooled. At that moment, the 7-star sword in Ouyang Yu's hand suddenly began to tremble violently, and then the 7-star sword detached from Ouyang Yu and floated in midair. Far away on Sunluo Island, the ruler of Sunluo murmured. He was someone who had survived the virtual thunder tribulation, and even after several epochs, he could vividly remember that feeling. Bo Huan couldn't speak, always feeling that there was an unspeakable connection between the two. Su Puyin felt lost. In the end, Elbu valued his remaining soldiers rather than his identity. This military power had to be handed over, whether he wanted to or not, leaving him feeling deeply sentimental for a moment. Chapter 463 originally, according to Bronson's orders. She was supposed to fight Fry tonight to properly test the performance of the Hound and Angel. At this moment, there was no trace of sorrow or pity on her face. Hurriedly stepping inside, she wanted to see just how serious Liu Mei's illness was. The rain was falling heavily, with lightning occasionally flashing across the sky. Xiahou Su tucked the bracelet into his pocket and stood up. The grand wedding of the Zhou family had attracted many wealthy merchants from the capital to come and congratulate. Although no royal family members were present, the Zhou family's prominent status meant that, whether sincere or not, those who came brought substantial gifts. After reading her cousin's invitation, just as she was about to reply, Pei suddenly heard a loud commotion outside. Her door was not closed, so she could detect any noise outside. Unfortunately, at this moment, the 4 people on the other side joined forces to form a protective circle, collectively resisting Wuming. While the 4 of them might not be a match for Wuming, they had the advantage of firearms. Don't meddle in others' affairs. We just need to take that ring. The voice of the old lady echoed calmly amidst the crowd's grievances. Instantly, the atmosphere in the martial arts arena became noisy again, as these people were easily swayed and seemed ready to believe anything they heard. Upon seeing Ling Su's performance and her calm demeanor, they couldn't help but start rethinking their stance. Therefore, Guan Qingkai did not mention these matters again. This was Guan Qingkai's selfish concern, not wanting Zhao Wanjing to be involved in such issues. The explosion happened very suddenly, and the short duration of the event left Yi Feng in a fluster as he scrambled to respond. Then I want them to kneel and lick my shoes. And then I'll step on their faces, telling them this is the consequence of provoking the Rand family. The Rand family did not get the results they wanted. Instead, they ended up losing the opportunity for their family members to come to the Wudong sect for apprenticeship due to their own miscalculations. Gradually, the crowd that had gathered began to realize that the target was merely standing there, allowing them to hurl all kinds of insults without saying a word or showing any intention of coming out. Instead, they appear to be watching a show, leaving them somewhat confused. After a long period of experimentation, he did not rush to leave, but instead took a few days to rest before beginning to deal with the things he had left behind one by one. Lin Kong Kong had not yet grasped the meaning of his words when he held her by the back of her head and pressed his lips against hers. After thinking aimlessly for so long, did she finally end up thinking about Mu Chunsheng? Just how infatuated was she with this man? Senior sister, during the day these past few days when you went to participate in the martial arts competition of the 5 sects, Brother Liu was not here at all. Taking advantage of the gap before the curse erupted, if Editor wanted to leave, it wasn't too difficult. No way, I'm in this state. And you can still recognize me? Jiang Tianrui said in surprise, touching the black mask on his head. Subsequently, Han Ge did not inherit the musical talent from Lu Ji, but chose to withdraw it to see what rewards he would receive. Arthas tightly embraced the leading barbarian warrior, his face filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. The dark and grave soldier said that Lung Qingxiao was currently on a mountain peak nearby, and their chosen location was not in the valley, but at the top of a cliff where Ri Feng had set an ambush. After seeing the names of the deceased, Gao Feng's pupils began to contract and then expand again. It only took some time for the base to continuously produce various advanced weapons, each capable of automatic attack or remote control through data links operated manually. Next, we will conduct the certification for the Noble Rank Assessment. Please welcome the United Nations Ambassador to imprint your corresponding titles on the bronze plaques, and your identity information will be transmitted to relevant institutions around the world. What? You look down on people this much? Is it because my mouth isn't as pretty as Han Gu's? Zhao Qingchang teased intentionally. This middle-ranked deity was both angry and furious, with flames of rage almost consuming his sanity as he roared and smashed his fist hard into Morin the Reaper. They had even defined it in their hearts as such, but now it seemed otherwise. What? Hohai was stunned by Zhang Detai's words. He never expected the situation to be like this. Knowing that his sister was pregnant and still risking it in this situation, Hohai immediately refused, pleading with a cry for Li Yunbao. Chen Shun frowned slightly at this scene. She rarely paid attention to those around Lady Xiao Shuyan, but she recognized several of them who frequently appeared with her. In the end, Sun Yinan released her grip, seeing the bloodstains on his clothes. She turned her head, gritting her teeth. However, Jiang Yuanhing knew that those unspeakable things had always existed, so some people should weigh their own abilities before plotting against others. These colorful spiritual energies were elements. The spirit martial continent only practiced spiritual power, and the knowledge of elements among the people of the spirit martial continent was limited. With a twist of his wrist, a faint bluish iron color appeared on his palm. That was the color of blood and energy running to a point, a precursor to the dark strength being unleashed. Chapter 464. It's like this, the warden wants to see you in a bit, saying you are a distinguished guest. The guard said with an awkward expression. Tej said nothing, pulled out a dagger, and made a cut on his wrist, causing blood to spray onto the compass. Chen Feng flickered and quickly flew forward. The defensive measures from the Jade Talisman lasted a long time, almost 10 minutes. X-ray vision? Why do you say that? Doctor, Dolice asked, clearly not agreeing with that statement. It's hard to believe that the treasure of the Round Table Knights, the destination of their expedition, is actually Dragon Mountain Manor. I was just casually mentioning it. I have no practical experience. Let Fombalan help you. He is free now and has a background in law, making him most suitable for management. Gan Libao repeatedly declined. She made him lose face in front of his friends. This grudge would haunt him for a lifetime, and he could not pretend that nothing had happened. Exactly. Boss who, in my opinion, we can't just send anyone. The strategist's expression darkened again, indicating that he had already calculated this in his mind. Yi Qing unexpectedly discovered something unusual in the inn. As soon as he entered the inn's lobby, it was indeed not as lively as before. There were only 2 cultivators dressed in 1U sect attire, with Baiyu standing behind them. Mr. Li, our boss asked you to come over. This person had a dark expression, the same one who had just tried to make a move. It turned out that this Wind Source Divine Formation is the protective grand formation of the ancient Wind God clan, possessing incredible power. This formation is made up of 999 divine soul blood pillars and is one of the few powerful protective forces left by the ancient Wind God clan. Of course, all of this costs money, but these funds are covered by Warner, which genuinely pleased Ganjing. The feeling of burning millions of dollars in his name. If he didn't predict the outcome, it was indeed quite enjoyable. Others didn't know, but Tang Chuan knew the extraordinary nature of this half-automaton. So he ignored the questions of the transforming elder and focused on examining the automaton, which seemed to mock the elder. After all, the elder had just stared at the blood moon blade in his hand. He went to the cemetery again, bringing a bottle of white wine to pay respects to his grandfather, and by the time he returned, it was already evening, slightly tipsy as he wandered the streets. Although the DZH king was reborn, he was not content to live a mundane life as a former king. So he planned to fight for the item known as Shimu to regain the greatest power. Because this is the rule set by the heavenly way, the supreme rule that no one can break, not even gods. Su Lai continued to explain, "Our interview with you is partly because you are one of the representatives of Chinese actors abroad, particularly in Hollywood, and partly also because you are popular." When it came to this, he unconsciously used honorifics. Blood continuously gushed from Xiao Ding's mouth, his consciousness becoming hazy, yet his eyes refused to close, filled with unwillingness and disbelief, mixed with a hint of faint fear. If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." Wang Chen scoffed coldly and immediately struck. Wang Chun smiled in agreement, but requested that she keep everything he said today confidential. He didn't want too many people to know the specific details, fearing that someone would become greedy and venture into the divine punishment forest, potentially causing unnecessary trouble for the gnomes and giants. Yu City is a city with beautiful night scenes, high-rise buildings in a staggered arrangement, bright lights, and, at night, a variety of unique light shows. A beautiful reverse maneuver. And with a sudden acceleration, the distinctive grid taillights of the Santana slowly disappeared into the night sky. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he gently pressed a confirmation button on the tablet, and in the next moment, a miraculous scene left everyone completely stunned. The crowd gathered together, their bodies floating uncontrollably. As they were about to reach Angel Planet, Bai Li decisively activated the invisibility mode, observing the surroundings while looking for opportunities. As he gently landed, a faint energy spread outwards, and immediately, the entire scenery changed. Murong Hua was her man now, but at this life-and-death moment, he betrayed her. She had committed evil for men her whole life, and ultimately, she also died because of a man. The caveman at the front, holding a spear, shouted as he charged. Seeing the skeleton soldiers rushing towards him, he thrust his spear forward, and the skeleton soldiers did not evade, instead charging toward the spear with their bodies. Upon reaching his eldest son's house, before entering, he could already hear the sounds of arguing outside. Chaozi kicked the door. With a clang, the iron door shook back and forth. Let you be arrogant for a while. Soon you'll see. The curator's expression grew increasingly displeased, but when fighting him, he could only use 1-star cards. Although he was not a 4-star card repairman, he was top tier among 3-star cards, and with that special set of 1-star cards, winning against him would still be quite difficult. Indeed, this time he went in for less than 5 minutes before coming out, dragging the tail of that black cat. The cat was cunning enough not to be blown to bits, but was battered by a pile of rubble, bloodied, and on the verge of death. Only time would tell what level Ting could understand about the mask of God King Odin the next time they met. After completing some procedures, Arue saw his mother being wheeled out of the operating room. She was still under anesthesia. However, her aging face showed no color, her lips were pale, and her complexion was somewhat ashen. Seeing this scene, both Arue and his elder sister couldn't help but shed tears. Yin Quan still wanted to send them off. Not out of worry, but because he felt guilty about Xiang Nan's situation. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a lump in their throat, especially Arue, who reflected that his parents had been coming to XJ for decades, and the times they returned were truly few and far between. He had already guessed that Daisher would take action, but he didn't expect that Duan Tianyi would call him right after returning. Back then, he had searched for Huya many times without success. Bai Yunkai suddenly realized, Tianer, remember that there are 7 families in Huaxia that cannot be provoked. Even our family wouldn't dare to easily provoke Lan Shi, he said with concern. He tightly held onto the large cloth bag, his body slightly trembling, his eyes devoid of light, blending in with the color of the sky and sea. After receiving the electronic key sent by Natasha, without her taking the lead, in fact, even without the key, Shanxiao and Lena could find a place to stay in this Avengers base. After all, electronic devices couldn't stop the two. and physical devices would be even less of an obstacle. Chapter 465. Looking at the hooded Qin He Tianfeng curled his lips. He believed that Sun Xiaodong and Lin Zhu might be excited about today's outing, but he absolutely did not believe that Qin Yang would be. After Lan Lingyu finished dripping the juice, she picked up a silver needle, pierced the tip of her finger, and then gently squeezed it, letting a drop of blood fall into the jar, mixing with the previously dripped juice. When the white-browed Taoist mentioned that tiny trace, he emphasized it, fearing that Li Mo would be too generous and teach his alchemy skills and experience without reservation to those not closely related. Moreover, Li Ru was only staying in Chengdu, and the situations from various places were basically reported from all sides. Huajiao was originally going to go to the front lines to fight alongside Chu Jingnan, but was stopped by Mo Shahan, who requested Huajiao to stay behind with her to escort the injured cultivator from the previous battle. After Master Yuan explained, Chun Hao finally understood that this was called the 7-star locking chi formation. Once a demon or evil being approached within 100 meters, the 7-star locking chi formation would sense it, and the bell would ring. Reluctantly putting the spirit crystal in the groove, Lu Wuchen chuckled softly. On the azure blue planet, low-level spirit crystals were already extremely precious. He was lucky to have so many, but he had never seen higher-level spirit crystals. Even among the condensing spirit realm warriors, they were rare. Thinking about it, rather than being crushed by Qin Yang, which would also implicate He Biao, it would be better to be a bit more solitary and let He Biao take action. At least it wouldn't lead to a crush fracture, right? On the side, Dong Tu was also staring intently at a Hui Nan because of a Hui Nan's last words. If it were before, this statement wouldn't mean much. But the current situation was different, and that sentence carried significant meaning. Nan Gonghao silently bit down harder on the spirit sheep leg, imagining that he was currently eating a whole roasted rabbit, roasted and tender. As the change occurred in the blink of an eye, dozens of burly men in suits suddenly surged into the originally quiet street. And in the midst of many black-clad men was a tall man who looked to be in his 50s. The Empress Dowager was startled by Tang Yuer's words. At the entrance of the Ningxiu Palace, Tang Yuer dared to kneel and ask her to annul the marriage. It wouldn't be long before this news spread throughout the palace. By then, if she wanted to change her mind, wouldn't it be too late? Yi Fuxing remained silent, just smiling and staring at the security guard. The guard felt very uncomfortable under Yi Fuxing's gaze, although Yi Fuxing's face was always smiling. His eyes were like sharp knives cutting into the guard's face, making it impossible to look directly at him. Damn it. When do we get this kind of good stuff without telling us? I'll take you guys from Tianxiang building. Tonggon cursed and was just about to use a move to split him in half so he could monopolize the beauty. Far away on a deserted island thousands of miles away, there was a magnificent palace. Inside the palace, an old man with white hair was resting on an 8-treasure glass chair. Although he was asleep, his powerful cultivation caused a divine bird phenomenon to emerge behind him, clearly indicating that he had entered the transformation realm. President, knowing that an accident might happen, why let them go? What if something goes wrong? Said Tang Xiao beside him. Collect, Qing Yuan shouted, and a golden light shone from the arm holding the knife. The entire arm, like a marionette, involuntarily bent. The knife turned back and struck towards Yi Zhan's chest. When Zhao Fugui said this, Lin Xinlan shivered. How could he know Yi Fuxing's identity? Could it be someone sent by others? Thinking of this, she looked at Yi Fuxing. I care, I've always cared. Elia lowered her eyelids while speaking, avoiding Misu's gaze. Her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. The motive of the red snowflakes was much simpler. Chasing stars, just following her own star along the way. Looking at Fong Ao, who was being lifted in the void with only a weak breath, the middle-aged man's face instantly turned dark. His inner feelings seemed far from his expression, and his outstretched fingertips trembled slightly. Moreover, it was a big problem that the face given to Su Fongxing, Sakura, was not useful. If his face was not useful, someone would be in big trouble. My father is right here, if you know what's good for you. Surrender peacefully to avoid trouble for him. Xiong Yuxin knew that at this moment, she could only bring up her father to intimidate Wang Debao. Maruko acknowledged that the Lioli Lake was hers, regardless of whether Li Rahai had placed the golden Dan inside to attract spiritual energy. She had to swim around and soak in it every day. Even if there was no spiritual energy, it was still spring water from deep underground, cold but quite comfortable. Chunqing had a blank expression, but his eyes revealed a serious look. Clearly, he also believed that Qin Ge had encountered a true opponent. The whole country was in an uproar. Students flocked to the streets. Shanghai was a mixed bag, and it was a place of trouble. The implication seemed to be that he looked down on Lin Bin and Murong Lianhua, and he just took a torch and walked in. However, not many believed it. After all, it was too out of the ordinary, and no one believed that someone could gather such a powerful thunderstorm over such a large area. Hearing the man's words, Liu Yu spoke up, revealing a hint of doubt. While speaking, Max's face was filled with a playful expression, probably due to his mechanical modifications. His expression revealed a hint of gloom and cunning, giving people a chilling feeling at first glance. Shenhua was very angry. He knew these people were definitely sent by the Dai family. It seemed that his previous conversation with Dai Ziming had not gone well, and the master of this Jiangnan noble family had already lost his patience. So many warlike leaders were killed overnight. The remaining people, even if they wanted to follow Ali Lang to deal with the Qi army, probably wouldn't be so united. Regarding this matter, Yi Xian felt speechless. These people were simply foolish, thinking that creating a fairy world and abandoning everyone in the extermination of mortal plane would solve the problem. Just at this moment, Yi Fifin's body began to recover rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to his original form. Chapter 466. Is this the ghostly howl of Ghost Head Mountain that the village chief and villagers spoke of? Upon hearing this sound, Nie Feng's heart stirred, and a desire to investigate immediately arose. He then leaped into the air, heading in the direction from which the sound came. As night approached, Chen Xiao led 300 households and several captains to wait at the entrance, watching as Shun Chongming left with Heir Dangu and his entourage. The group mounted their horses and rode towards the most famous first-class building in Shaoxing City. In the end, Yi accomplished nothing. The millionaire had no choice but to ride his bicycle back with just a few dozen coins. Because of this, Feng Li's cultivation path was fraught with obstacles. He broke the existing conventions of the Dongling continent and disrupted the shocking hidden rules that had remained secret for over 2,000 years. The Great Restoration pill stimulates the body's hidden powerful recovery abilities. As long as there is breath left, it is enough to save one's life. This miraculous pill can even revive dying high-level cultivators, making it easy to treat an ordinary person like TangXiaomi. Ha! That is hilarious. I can't stop laughing. Just as Shun Chongming was carefully instructing Xiao Pengcheng on what to do during his absence, the usually stern Shibing walked in, laughing heartily. Lu Qingyun, who wanted to strangle Ka Hao, quickly ducked down as countless bullets flew overhead, the still green wild grass being snapped by the high-speed projectiles, while branches from the jungle behind them flew up, then were broken, soaring and falling, only to be broken again. Watching Helan Zi slowly leave, Wu Chun gazed for a long time until Helan Zi's figure disappeared from his sight before retracting his gaze. No need to call anymore. After you step out of the cage, take 3 steps to the left front, then walk 5 steps forward and spin 3 times in place. You will see me. The mysterious old man's voice, old song, paused as if he might run out of breath at any moment, clearly having wasted a lot of time here. This was the first time Huan Mi had refused something because it was precious. Her previous rejections of Jiangchan were due to disdain. Chen Tai slowly turned around. On both sides of the street, 2 groups of people had emerged at some point, each holding gleaming long knives, stepping towards the grocery store where he was located on the deserted, noisy street in the rain. The Lei Danzi appearing before He Xian had several bloody cracks on his lips, which were quite noticeable under the burst skin, and his eyes had turned blood red. Although he had lost much weight since going to sea, he now appeared exceptionally calm. When Ma Yong saw the horse, he naturally felt a wave of gratitude and wanted to kneel down to TangXiaomi again. Don't even mention escaping. Guyi was so stunned by his laughter that his ears buzzed, half his body went numb, and it was already good enough to be able to walk, let alone have the strength to run away. Take me there. Wu Xian looked up at Tai Xiong and said firmly, his eyes seemingly filled with a hint of pleading. Pao Pao's flirtatious talk was out of control, surpassing half of the industry streamers. Casey also loved to tease people, but when it came to Pao Pao, it was a case of skill surpassing skill. Guyi knew that a tower was important, knew that a blue buff was important, knew that the Dominator was important, but did not realize that the minion wave was the true path. The monster from the Heavenly Court was suppressed by Mayan family, but it consumed a large amount of energy each year to ensure safety. While the Hell Realm clearly did not have such abundant energy and lacked a celestial king to oversee it, this place would likely be the first to shatter. Anshin felt her breath quicken. Then it settled. I'll leave first. Guyi waved his hand at him, not taking a single cloud away. There was no loud explosion erupting, nor was there a powerful energy storm sweeping through. It was just the 2 meeting quietly and dissolving into nothingness, as if nothing had happened at all. Zabing, are you tired? Let's take a break. Jin Xiaoan's dry lips articulated clearly. Yes, it's just like that. Mo Tian had actually been feeling unwell this past year, always maintaining a sense of restlessness, even when he forcefully tried to calm down. It was equivalent to being under invisible pressure, which only allowed him to quiet down slightly. Mom, is something wrong? Qian Shernua took off her headphones and looked at Song Yayun with a confused expression. Oh, why are you so conscious all of a sudden? Feng Jianshun looked down at Qian Shernua from the passenger seat. There was no need to say that even Qing Miao had to bring out his divine weapon at this moment. He could not contend with so many Mashus. For a moment, Qian Shernua didn't know what to say or do. To avoid raising Qian Zibing's suspicions, the Mercedes drove directly to Jin Xiaoan's villa. Along the way, Jin Xiaoan was unusually happy, offering Qian Zibing chips one moment and water the next. But Qian Zibing refused them all. All right, you wait outside for a moment. I'll go check the patient room carefully. Saying this, the handsome doctor pushed Jin Xiaoan's hospital bed into a room with a nurse. The political commissar looked at him, noticing his somewhat childish demeanor, and smiled gently, affectionately patting his head and then clapping his shoulder. He realized that the secret he once wished to protect with his life seemed to have turned into a joke with the passing of the prince. Chapter 467. And that cheap disciple, although he has disappeared again, who knows if he will suddenly pop up again. The last time he was forced to sign on a conscience debt, just thinking about it made Peng Weihua feel a chill in his heart. He quickly transformed into an Eastern divine dragon, which then bit down on the old eagle that Huang Tianlai had conjured and swallowed it whole. This made me involuntarily twitch my lips. At this moment, Xiaoyu also entered that special place. A space composed of magical arrays and the primordial forces of heaven and earth. As soon as Xiaoyu entered, he encountered a spirit beast, a six-eared macaque, which lunged at him with bared fangs and claws. Xiaoyu directly punched it. Moreover, this time Xiaoyu came to the auction with the strong backing of the money-crazy dolly, known as the Money Taoist. It should be noted that for the sake of money, money-crazy can go to extremes, and as a supreme elder of the Yaoqi sacred land, his wealth is definitely enough to rival that of a nation. As I grew happier, the spirit of split fire became increasingly frustrated, and after a miserable scream, it perished, unexpectedly dropping a piece of equipment, silver in color, which made me even more delighted. Xiaoyu's cultivation was continuously improving, but his spirit was becoming increasingly weak because he had maintained a highly concentrated state of combat, and coupled with severe injuries, he was already on the brink of collapse. Furthermore, once the ancient god returned, the young man relocked the star map and was still able to trace the ancient god's movements in the map based on the characteristics of the crystal meteor fragments, thus deducing the purpose of the opponent's entry into the map. Darling, we really need to come up with a catchy name for this crossbow and arrow, so that people know that products from the Gao family are definitely of top quality. My second uncle is not simple. He has brand awareness. However, just as they appeared inside the space battleship, they found that the guru's soldiers' expressions had turned anxious. The Jialing River, which had been submerged for nearly 3 months, vanished into the night mist, and even the bats that had flown out at night returned to their nests. The mountains on both sides only left faint shadows, and in that darkness, occasional mournful cries could be heard, followed by a moment of absolute silence. Additionally, accepting the invitation from Wang Zuxian's alma mater, Guoguang Art School, to give a lecture alongside Wang Zuxian. The leader signed this sentence in sign language, and the others nodded in agreement, making gestures of victory. Meng Xiongfei leapt back, and the panda kicked into the air, crashing down with a thud, sending snow flying. But as soon as its feet touched the ground, it immediately lunged forward, chasing after Meng Xiongfei and striking at him with a palm. The ministers under the prince were all unwilling to go to war, and seeing that the emperor intended to negotiate peace, they all left the court satisfied after the meeting. Thus, they no longer clung to this point, and some reporters shifted to other pressing issues. What? The domain lord said. He wants to accompany young Master Lu to Typhoon City? Tung Wei said in shock. Why did assistant Aisha Lina leave? Di Gao anxiously ran to Xue Chong, asking about Aisha Lina's departure, which undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to his plan. But failure wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least he didn't have to face the wrath of the Elven clan. The other players had retreated, leaving only Zijianjiu and Chongping on the board, each guarding their side and facing each other from distance. And Ai Jinshan saw the momentum coming sharply and no longer dared to withstand it with the almost translucent bell jar on his body. With a loud roar, he swung the crescent shovel with the other end, the bell-shaped blade slicing through the air. The sharp blade broke through the void, the wind howled, and a black blade of light streaked across the sky, like a black lightning bolt striking down. When she sat down, she intentionally leaned closer to Song Ruelong. Startled, Song Ruelong immediately moved his body 3 inches away. Li Hu, brought to Yingchuan by TangXiaomi, had a manor bought for them by TangXiaomi in Yangdi, where Li Hu and about 40 others resided. The Cold Spring realm was indeed somewhat shadowy. For Lu Wu, it was a treasure land, while in Jingyi's eyes, it was merely an ice cellar. Hong Xuanxi seemed to care little about where Manta was. She appeared to have come to Hong Kong purely for fun. Leaving early in the morning, I knew that the king of the underworld wanted to strangle Mang Xinyang, but now Mang Xinyang was using Hong Xuanxi's body. I had promised to Xiushan to take good care of Hong Xuanxi. I hurriedly got up and charged toward the king of the underworld. And Mo Xiuqin's itinerary was to first go to the mall, quickly buy everything on the prearranged shopping list, then have lunch. And in the afternoon, take the 2 kids to an ecological park in the suburbs for a spring outing and fruit picking. After Yuanmin finished speaking, she immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, and at the same time, the cold moon blade in her hand flashed and disappeared. Her hands formed a seal, her expression serene and beautiful, her posture graceful and dignified. In an instant, she entered a state of forgetting both self and object, with a layer of white, jade-like light flowing and transforming around her, shimmering and particularly pleasing to the eye. After kicking for a while, I heard the sound of bones breaking and Bai Chi's miserable screams. It seemed that my buddy didn't know which bone he had kicked. Who is it? As awareness returned, the flame gradually extinguished. No, he transformed back from fire to human, gaining a body, a soul, and perception. He was alive again, silently, smiling bitterly. He tried hard to figure out where he was, hoping he wasn't in a coffin again. As for whether he truly thought that way, it was unknown, but it didn't matter, did it? Synopsis. TangXiaomi, a master of both medicine and poison, has crossed into the beast world and inexplicably become the wife and keeper of a little cub. With a cub crying out for milk, TangXiaomi had to embark on a journey of farming, business, and becoming rich. Life was getting better and better, and her once disabled and unattractive self was becoming increasingly beautiful.